While others pay to win in games, I watch ads. A-rank talents are rare? Sorry, I can just watch an ad and refresh it to an SSS God tier talent. Can't decide between 3 choices? Only kids make choices. I'll watch another ad and take all 3 God tier talents. I died, but it seems I didn't die completely. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying in a classical-style hall. A hot girl in revealing clothes was smiling at me. Game ID is a duplicate. Please choose a new name. Her voice was sweet, but her words were mechanical. I was stunned. I reached out to pinch her cheek, to confirm this wasn't a dream. BZZZT. A current of electricity shot through my body. I lay on the ground, charred black, and coughed out a puff of black smoke. It was painful and numb. Definitely not a dream. Please conduct yourself with respect. She was still smiling, otherwise your game eligibility will be revoked. Fine, I get it. I've transmigrated into a game. Of all the monkeys on the mountain, my butt is the reddest. ID available. Confirm, cancel. Change it to smilingly. I can't go through life with an ID like that. ID smilingly confirmed. Next, you will draw your talent. An interface popped up, showing 3 blank cards. I tapped draw, and the cards flipped over and stopped. Swiftness, D rank, increases movement speed by 5%. Strong physique, D rank, increases maximum health by 5%. Assassin's Heart, A rank, assassin type skill damage increased by 30%. Damage of the first attack after stealth is increased by 100%. That's it? A 1 in 1,000 chance for an A rank talent, and it's this mediocre. I was about to choose the A rank talent when I noticed a familiar triangular play button at the bottom of the card, with a line of text next to it, refresh for a guaranteed God tier talent. A cheat? My heart skipped a beat. I pointed at the button and asked the assistant, Xiaomei, didn't you say you can't refresh? That's right, you can't refresh, she smiled, seemingly unable to see the button at all. I understood. I clicked it without hesitation. A low-quality ad window instantly filled my entire field of vision. After playing on a loop for a minute, I finally found the close button. The ad disappeared. The 3 cards flipped back, and when they reappeared, they were all glowing with a rainbow light. Upward every day, gain a 5% bonus to all base stats at the start of each natural day. Heavenly Eye, gain 100% maximum health and mana, and gain a divine ability every 10 levels. Beast God, the base stats of pets are fixed at 3 times the player's base stats, and their loyalty is permanently at maximum. I was practically drooling. All 3 talents were ridiculously strong, but I could only choose one. Upward every day would be invincible in the late game, but too weak early on. Beast God was a divine skill for summoners, but I preferred to do things myself. I finally placed my finger on Heavenly Eye. A light fused into my body, and the talent selection was complete. But I noticed that the other 2 cards hadn't disappeared. A new prompt appeared below the ad button. Watch an ad to obtain the other 2 talents at the same time. Such a good deal. I quickly clicked on the ad, afraid it would disappear. Classic action card mobile game makes a grand return. After the ad ended, the other 2 lights also fused into my body. I moved my hands and feet. I didn't feel anything special, but I knew that my life, or rather my game life, had just taken off. Talent selection successful, Xiaomei smiled. Please choose your class. Summoner. With Beast God, I'd be a fool not to choose Summoner. A beam of light fell, and a staff appeared in my hand. My clothes were replaced with a robe. The 3-minute server opening countdown in the top right corner ended, and a portal appeared. I stepped through and arrived in the newbie village square. Lights flickered all around as new players continuously appeared. I had no interest in watching the spectacle and went straight to the white-bearded village chief in the north of the square. Village chief, is there anything I can help you with? The village chief handed me a skill book. Ah, smilingly. I see you've become an apprentice summoner. Take this Summon Grey Wolf skill book as a gift. Obtain skill book Summon Grey Wolf, skill point *1. I learned it immediately, and a new icon appeared on my skill panel. Summon Grey Wolf, level 1, summons 1 Grey Wolf to fight for you, costs 20 mana, cooldown 60 seconds. The hens in the village have become unusually ferocious. Go deal with them and familiarize yourself with your skills. The village chief issued a quest. Quest, familiarize yourself with class skills. Objective, kill 20 mutated hens. Accepting the quest, I charged into the flock of chickens. With a wave of my staff, a grey wolf appeared at my feet. After ordering it to attack automatically, I opened my attribute panel. ID, smilingly. Level, 1, 6 out of 100. Class, Apprentice Summoner. Talents, Upward Every Day, Heavenly Eye, Beast God. Health, 226 of 226. Mana, 72 of 92. Physical Attack, 19. Magical Attack, 17. Physical Defense, 9. Magical Defense, 6. My stats were unremarkable, but I knew this was just on the surface. I opened the Grey Wolf's panel. Grey Wolf. Health, 677. Physical attack, 57. Physical defense, 28. Magical defense, 19. This was the power of Beast God, 3 times my base stats. This wolf was tankier and had higher damage than any player at this stage. I smacked a hen on the head with my staff. -6. The hen packed back. -11. Holy crap, where are you pecking? I protected my vitals as the Grey Wolf lunged and bit. -51. The hen fell. The damage difference made me give up on fighting myself. I turned my attention back to my talents. When I clicked on Heavenly Eye, the familiar ad window popped up again. Watch an ad to unlock a divine ability immediately. Another great deal? I immediately clicked play. Flight attendant, my mom wants to throw up. Quick, open the window. Another stupid ad. After suffering through it, I eagerly checked my divine ability. Heavenly Eye. Inherent bonus, gain 100% maximum health, 100% maximum mana. Divine ability, Wither, afflicts the target with Wither, causing them to lose 113, 50% of maximum health, of their maximum health per second. Costs 50% of maximum mana, and an additional 10% of maximum mana per second. Health loss based on a percentage of maximum health? I looked at a newly spawned hen, a dark light flashing in my eyes. The hen didn't even make a sound before it turned to ash. Killed mutated hen, level 1, gained 6 experience. The system notified me that the target's health wasn't depleted, but their maximum health was directly reduced to 0. This skill was too broken. I used Wither twice in a row, and my mana bar instantly emptied. Mana was my only limitation. I looked at the potion merchant not far away, let my Grey Wolf continue killing chickens, and ran over myself. Boss, how much for mana potions? Beginner mana potions, 10 copper coins a bottle. I bought 4 potions, spending all of my initial 40 copper coins. A burly man with a large sword next to me looked at me like I was an idiot. Bro, you're buying them for 10 copper a bottle? The big guilds are buying game currency at a 1-to-5 ratio right now. That's 200 Federation coins. Federation coins? I was stunned. The burly man grinned. Bro, you're acting well. You didn't really transmigrate, did you? He thought I was joking, but my heart sank. So the players here weren't from Earth. Just then, I saw a small plus sign appear next to my money in the UI. I excitedly clicked on it, and the ad window popped up again. Watch an ad to get 6,480 gold coins for free. I was rich. Hello everyone, I am Jia Hui. After the sound of clinking coins, I looked at the gold coins unit after the 6480 in my bag and laughed like a fool. Boss, 1,000 beginner mana potions, and 1,000 beginner health potions. I threw down 2 gold coins. The potion merchant's eyes went wide. He fumbled to take the gold coins, his attitude doing a complete 180. Precious customer, I have some private stock here, would you like to take a look? He took out 3 potions, invisibility potion, power potion, and shapeshifting potion. 2 gold coins each, or 5 for the set. I'll take them all. I threw out 5 gold coins. Being rich meant being this domineering. After stowing the potions, I was about to leave when a rogue player with the ID hidden in the mortal world rushed over. His eyes were fixed on the spot where I had just bought the potions. When he saw me, his expression clearly changed. I ignored him. With my Grey Wolf and the support of potions, I used Wither and the Wolf Spites to quickly clear the quest monsters. Since I wasn't in a party, all the experience went to me, and I quickly reached level 2. Why do you keep drinking mana potions? A sweet, tingling voice came from behind me. I turned around to see a beautiful mage named Peach Crisp, with a hot body and an innocent face, looking at me curiously. I smiled and handed her a mana potion. Tastes good, it's sweet, try it. She drank it dubiously, smacking her lips. It's not sweet, want to try again? Just as I handed her the potion, a cold voice came. Lu Ruyan, stop pretending. It was the rogue, hidden in the mortal world. He had followed me at some point. Peach Crisp, or rather Lu Ruyan's, face changed instantly. Lin Fan, what do you mean? Bitch, stop acting innocent, Lin Fan cursed without holding back. Then he turned to me. Bro, don't be fooled by her. I'm here to make a deal with you. I'll buy those 3 potions at their original price, and I'll give you information on a summoner's hidden class. I was instantly interested. The game had just launched. How did he know about a hidden class? A reincarnator? I pulled him into a private chat channel. The strongest summoner, the Dragon Summoner, can summon 3 divine dragons at once, Lin Fan said confidently. 3? I shook my head. I'm not interested. I want the class with the most pets. Lin Fan looked at me like I was an idiot. Quantity is useless, quality is king. A beast tamer can have a group, but they'll just be tickling enemies in the late game. A divine dragon can one-shot them with a sneeze. I want the one with the most. With my beast god talent, my pet stats depended on mine. Quantity was key. Lin Fan was disappointed, but he still provided the information. Beast Tamer, you can switch at level 10 after leaving the village. Necromancer requires level 40. I'll trade you information on an epic skill for the Beast Tamer, plus 3 gold coins for those 3 potions. Deal. I traded the potions to him. I knew that in his hands, those 3 potions were worth far more than an epic skill, but the information was more important to me. The trade was complete. Lin Fan left in a hurry, giving Lu Ruyan a disdainful glance before he left. Lu Ruyan panicked, but when she saw me, she reverted to her pitiful act. Brother smilingly, he's a suitor of mine. He's acting out of love turned to hate. It's fine, he wasn't scolding me, I said nonchalantly. The surrounding simps couldn't stand it anymore and started to stand up for her. I couldn't be bothered with them. Instead, I smiled at Lu Ruyan. Add me as a friend, let's level up together? Lu Ruyan was flattered and quickly nodded. I was going to use her to annoy these simps. After partying up, I gained less experience, but it didn't matter. With Lu Ruyan, a mage, helping with the finishing blows, the clearing efficiency was still decent. After turning in the rabbit quest, the village chief gave us a new quest, to kill 50 mutated wolves outside the village. Accepting the quest, Lu Ruyan and I went to the wolf area. I put all my stat points and skill points from leveling up, 2 into strength and 2 into the skill. Summon Grey Wolf, level 3, summons 1 Grey Wolf to fight for you. After the attribute increase, the Grey Wolf's appearance even changed. It was larger, and its fur was shinier. It bit a mutated wolf. Minus 194. An instant kill. Lu Ruyan, who was waiting to land the finishing blow, was stunned. Your wolf, how is its damage so high? Your damage isn't low either. Her fireballs could also deal close to 100 damage. How is that the same? I have an S-rank talent and put all my points into intelligence, and I only do this much damage. Your summon's normal attack is higher than mine. This is unfair. I didn't explain and commanded the Grey Wolf to start slaughtering. In less than a minute, I reached level 4, and the Grey Wolf's attack power exceeded 300. 5 minutes later, despite the experience penalty, I managed to reach level 5. Lu Ruyan's quest was to collect wolf blood. She ran around and crouched for a long time before she finally collected enough. When it was time to turn in the quest, Lu Ruyan said, "You go ahead. I don't want to complete this quest for now." I understood instantly. She wanted to hold on to the quest so she could help others with it and earn some extra cash. I shook my head and directly traded her a gold coin. "This is your service fee." Before she could react, she received a system notification. "You have been kicked from the party by Smilingly." Watching my back as I turned and left after turning in the quest, she held the gold coin worth 50,000 Federation coins, but the smile was gone from her face. I knew she must be regretting trying to be clever in front of me. The quest reward was a set of level 3 white mage equipment, useless to me, but the defense stats could be inherited by the Grey Wolf. I went to the equipment merchant and spent 65 silver coins on a set of level 5 archer equipment. After putting it on, my stats increased greatly, and the Grey Wolf's stats also soared. Grey Wolf plus 5. Health, 3,828. Physical attack, 614. Physical defense, 383. I closed the panel, satisfied, and headed towards the back mountain. Lin Fan had gone in this direction. There must be high-level monsters there, maybe even a boss. After walking for about 10 minutes, I saw level 5, mutated foxes. The Grey Wolf charged up and killed them in one bite, still an instant kill. The monsters here were aggressive. I found a large rock to lie on and let the Grey Wolf farm on its own, while I opened the game forums. It turned out that this game called God's Domain had appeared out of nowhere. The major financial groups couldn't do anything about it, and it was seen by the public as an opportunity to break the class divide. System announcement: player from Newbie Village 888 has achieved the first kill of the silver grade boss, the mutated Bear King, and is rewarded with the epic weapon Nether Shortblade. The announcement stunned me. Newbie Village 888, wasn't that where I was? I opened my friends list. Lin Fan's level had already skyrocketed from level 1 to level 7. It was him, as expected. A golden light flashed, and I also leveled up to 6. I added my stat points and skill points and was surprised to find that the level 6, Summon Grey Wolf, skill had changed. Summon Grey Wolf, level 6, summons 2 Grey Wolves to fight for you. Double the damage output. I immediately resummoned, and 2 Grey Wolves appeared, instantly increasing my farming efficiency. I was in a great mood. While farming, I watched a few more ads and increased my gold to 38,000. 5 minutes later, I reached level 7. I let the Grey Wolves stay and farm while I ran towards the mountaintop. I discovered that as long as the distance was within 1 kilometer, I could still gain experience. This discovery made me realize I had wasted a lot of time before. Soon, I found level 8 monsters, mutated brown bears. The 2 gray wolves charged up, 1 bite per bear, just enough to one-shot them. A perfect farming spot. After killing a bear, a pair of boots dropped on the ground. Just as I picked them up, the ad panel popped up again. Watch an ad to improve the quality of your loot. Guaranteed improvement to at least normal quality. From shoddy to normal, not worth it. I casually threw away the shoddy shoes that only added a few dozen points of movement speed and let the gray wolves farm here, while I continued towards the mountaintop. Before I reached the top, I heard arguing. Hidden in the mortal world, our prideful guild is inviting you because we think highly of you. Don't be ungrateful. I climbed to the top of the mountain and saw more than 20 players surrounding Lin Fan, who had a mocking expression and showed no fear. Well, the classic protagonist gets ganged up on by a guild scene. They noticed me too. The leader, Prideful Nine Swords, asked warily, "Are you his friend?" Just watching the show, I waved my hand. Prideful Nine Swords extended an olive branch, trying to recruit me into his guild, which I vaguely brushed off. He didn't bother with me anymore. With a command, ranged attacks flew towards Lin Fan. -0, -0, -0. All attacks, no damage. Prideful Nine Swords' expression changed. He shouted sky-splitting slash, and swung his two-handed sword at Lin Fan. Clang! Lin Fan easily blocked his skill with just 2 daggers. A piece of trash who can only rely on auto-targeting, Lin Fan sneered. I silently opened the settings and changed the control mode from smart to manual. Alright, now I'm a master too. Looking back at the fight, Lin Fan was like a phantom, weaving through the crowd. His daggers flashed, every hit a critical, every hit a one-shot kill. All attacks were easily parried or dodged. He even split a fireball with his dagger. His mechanics weren't just playing a game, they were a performance. Soon, only he and Prideful Nine Swords were left. He toyed with his opponent like a cat with a mouse. Finally, with a look of despair in Prideful Nine Swords' eyes, he finished him off with a single stab. That was amazing. I couldn't help but applaud. You're not a martial arts expert, are you? I've just learned some national martial arts, Lin Fan said, flicking his dagger. He looked at me. But you surprised me. You're already level 8. He seemed to have seen through my farming technique. After a moment of thought, he said, "Brother," smilingly, "I'd like to ask you for a favor." Here it comes, the protagonist's request. It must be related to a great opportunity. This favor isn't difficult for you, Lin Fan said, as he suddenly accelerated towards me. I will apologize to you. His target was me. Combo. -620, critical, -465, critical. A sharp pain came, and my health bar instantly bottomed out. But the double health from Heavenly Eye allowed me to withstand the attack. After landing the hit, Lin Fan immediately retreated. It was his combat instinct, and it was this retreat that saved him. 2 gray wolves instantly appeared in front of me, biting down hard where he had just been, but they missed. Why? I glared at him. I had trusted him so much, yet he had ambushed me. I have to be the first to leave the village. This is very important to me. If I asked you to stop leveling up and let me be first, would you agree? Lin Fan's tone held a hint of struggle. Sure. You're really willing? An irrepressible joy appeared on his face. Of course, I smiled, not. The look in Lin Fan's eyes instantly froze. Then I can only say I'm sorry. He couldn't finish his sentence. I had already locked onto this backstabbing bastard. Divine ability, Wither. Lin Fan's body, along with the look of astonishment on his face, turned to ash and drifted away with the wind. I shook my head. Repaying kindness with malice, and expecting me to repay malice with kindness? Naive. The resurrection point in the novice village. How is this possible? What kind of bizarre attack is this? Lin Fan died inexplicably. He felt intense pain, yet he had no awareness of being attacked. Moreover, after dying, there was no corpse left. He simply resurrected at the point. His eyes are problematic. After a moment of recollection, Lin Fan confirmed the issue. He clearly saw a flash of light in Han Shen's eyes. If it were someone else, they might think it was a lighting effect or that they were seeing things, but he was Lin Fan, fully aware of the minute details on the battlefield. There was no way he could have misperceived anything. Is it a pupil technique? Although the casting of a pupil technique isn't obvious, generally, one cannot move while casting, and the wind-up is long. I just need to avoid his line of sight so he can't lock onto me. Summoners have little room for maneuver. I have a natural advantage over him. As long as I'm not attacked by the pupil technique, I can kill him without taking damage. Lin Fan waved his hand, only to realize something was off. His weapon in his left hand had been destroyed. Not only the weapon, but his leather armor and shoes were also gone. Those were the equipment dropped from the silver boss he had previously killed, and the weapon was an epic grade reward from the system. Fortunately, the special weapon obtained from the equipment merchant wouldn't drop. I need to move quickly and get the nether blade back. Without the nether blade, his output would drop by more than half. Lin Fan changed into ordinary equipment and rushed towards the back mountain. Losing a level wasn't a big deal, he still had plenty of time. He could kill Han Shen, retrieve his weapon, and level up again. It would be more than enough. After all, leaving the novice village wasn't just about reaching level 10, one needed to clear dungeons. Besides him and Han Shen, no one else would make it today. As for Han Shen, he would kill him a few more times, not giving him a chance to reach level 10. Since he had taken the initiative to attack him, he was now an enemy, and he couldn't show any mercy towards enemies. However, just as he stepped out of the village chief's range, Lin Fan noticed something was wrong. He saw hundreds of players with the proud prefix targeting him with their skills. Ha, a rabble, I can't be bothered with you. As a novice class without control skills, he had no need to worry about being held back. He also possessed an SSS grade talent, Holy Body, which doubled all basic attributes, meaning ordinary players posed no threat to him. However, the next moment, Lin Fan's vision went dark. You have been killed by Proud 9 birds. Please choose a resurrection point. It will automatically select in 5 seconds. Lin Fan resurrected again at the point. Impossible. Even if my leather armor is gone, they could at most deal double-digit damage to me. My health bar is 1,000, how could it be that I only have 1 point of health left? Lin Fan looked in horror at his attribute panel. His health limit was shockingly only 1/1. How is this possible? There's a bug. No, the divine realm has no bugs. Excluding initial attributes, leveling attributes, and constitution points, he had 5 points. How could he only have 1 point of health? Moreover, his equipment also provided health. However, when Lin Fan checked his equipment, he found that the health provided by his gear had also turned to 0. Am I cursed? Lin Fan quickly checked his status bar, but there was no sign of a curse. Lin Fan's heart sank to the bottom. The absence of negative status in the status bar meant that his health had genuinely become 1. Han Xiao. Han Xiao. Lin Fan trembled. All over, not just from anger but also from fear of the unknown. This was just the start of the server, still in the novice village. Why was there such a bizarre ability in existence? Lu Ruyan looked at the hysterical Lin Fan, feeling somewhat disappointed, yet also secretly relieved. After seeing the system announcement, she thought Han Shen had killed the boss, but when Han Shen said it wasn't him, it could possibly be Lin Fan, she actually believed it a little. Later, she heard that an assassin named Hidden in the Mortal World had single-handedly wiped out dozens of people from the Pride Guild, which made her believe even more that if Lin Fan really rose to power, she could shamelessly approach him, say some nice words, and perhaps win back his heart. So, as soon as she heard that the Pride Guild was gathering, she followed along. Just as she saw Lin Fan leaving the village with a disdainful expression, she was ready to rush over to save the hero, but unexpectedly, Lin Fan was instantly killed. Lu Ruyan felt relieved. Good thing I didn't act impulsively, otherwise, if he got attached to me again, what would I do? Oh, who is this, looking so disheveled? Lu Ruyan looked down at Lin Fan, thinking that since she was already here, she might as well do something. A few days ago, Lin Fan had said he would take her to level up, but this morning he was nowhere to be found. Suddenly appearing in the game, he kept calling her a bitch on the left and a bitch on the right. She had never been insulted like this before, and now that Lin Fan was down on his luck, she definitely had to get her revenge. Lin Fan suddenly looked up, his eyes fixed on Lu Ruyan. It was Han Xiao who sent you to humiliate me, right? Does he think this will break me? You tell him, today he kills me once, and one day I will kill him 1,000 times. We'll see. After saying this, Lin Fan seemed to have made a certain resolution, took out an ancient scroll, and in the next moment he vanished without a trace. Lu Ruyan was a bit dazed. Was Han Xiao involved in this? Although she didn't know what had happened, Lu Ruyan had already formed a judgment in her heart. Han Xiao, the previous Lin Fan, Pride Guild, the current Lin Fan. On the mountaintop, Han Shen was examining the equipment dropped by Lin Fan. Shadow Dagger, Epic, Type, Weapon, Dagger Equipment Level, Level 7 Physical Attack, 83 Strength, 6 Agility, 5 Low Level Growth, Level increases with the wearer. Maximum Level 15. Bearskin Armor, Excellent, Type, Clothing Equipment Level, Level 7 Health, 142 Physical Defense, 17 Spirit, 5, Bear King Boots, Epic, Type, Shoes Equipment Level, Level 7 Physical Defense, 38 Strength. 7 Movement Speed, 35%. Han Shen didn't expect Lin Fan to drop 2 epic level pieces of equipment and 1 excellent level piece. He guessed that Lin Fan must still have at least 1 epic level magic defense equipment. It should be noted that previously, the mages from the Pride Guild couldn't break his defense either. Han Shen looked at his own equipment, which was all basic, too shabby. He equipped the bear skin armor and bear king boots, finally adding some color to his appearance, while his defense and movement speed received a significant boost. Health 1419 mana, 390 physical attack, 227 magic attack, 105 physical defense, 151 magic defense, 44 critical hit chance, 0 movement speed, 427 free. Attribute points: 0 strength, 22 intelligence, 8 agility, 8 spirit, 13 constitution, 8. He summoned the Grey Wolf again to refresh its attributes, and similarly, the Grey Wolf's attributes also underwent a qualitative leap. Health: 7660 physical attack, 1225 physical defense, 816 magic defense, 238. Satisfied, he closed the attribute panel and began to look around the mountaintop. There were no wild monsters here, and since Lin Fan had appeared, there must be some unknown secrets. However, after searching for a while and turning over every stone, Han Shen still found nothing unusual. Just then, he suddenly noticed a flash of golden light darting towards a large rock. However, when the golden light touched the stone wall, it actually caused ripples to appear, and then the golden light penetrated the stone wall and disappeared. Without any hesitation, Han Shen quickly rushed towards the stone wall. A ripple spread out, and Han Shen found himself in a stone chamber. The chamber was about 3 meters high, roughly 7 or 8 meters long and wide, forming a square. There was a door on each of the 4 walls, and in the center stood a wooden chest. Is this a treasure hunting maze? Han Shen quickly realized, having played similar minigames before. He walked towards the treasure chest, only to see a golden mouse suddenly dart out from inside and swiftly slip through the northern door. Money Mouse. Han Shen recognized the name of the golden mouse. He then looked at the chest, which was now completely empty. Han Shen hurriedly ran towards the northern door. He had felt around the stone walls a few times and found no traps. Since the money mouse could open this restriction, it was highly likely that the key to passing through was that money mouse. Following it was probably the right choice. Pushing open the stone door, Han Shen sent a Grey Wolf inside to scout around, and finding no traps, he felt relieved to enter. In the center of the chamber was still a wooden chest, but it was now open and empty, with no sign of the money mouse. Is this money mouse too fast? Is it a bandit? Han Shen stared at the empty chest and then glanced at the 3 closed stone doors, completely unsure of which way to go. I'll just guess one. Han Shen chose to push open the northern stone door again. If he was correct, behind the door would be either a treasure chest, an opportunity, a monster, or a trap. He had the Grey Wolf, which could either kill monsters or scout ahead. Right now, the Grey Wolf's attributes were purely that of a boss, so there was nothing to worry about. No matter what was behind this door, I will break through with my absolute strength. Creak whoosh 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 whoosh. You have been killed by a trap. Rain of arrows. Remaining challenge attempts. 2. Han Shen reappeared in the starting room. He checked his level. Fortunately, he was still at level 8. The northern door was wide open, clearly indicating that the dungeon had not reset. He had merely respawned. Entering the second stone chamber, the northern door was also half open, and the ground was littered with arrows. Han Shen summoned the Grey Wolf again, sending one in to scout, and found no danger. He then peeked inside. There was no door, it was a dead end. Now, he was left with 2 doors to choose from. Whoever I point to is who I choose. West. Han Shen pressed against the stone door and slowly pushed it open a crack, finding nothing unusual. Once the gap was wide enough, he sent the Grey Wolf in to scout, confirming there was no danger before peeking his head inside. In the center of the chamber was an empty treasure chest. It seemed he had made the right choice this time. However, next he faced 3 stone doors again, and this time he pointed to the southern door. Han Shen used the same tactic, pressing against one side of the stone door and slowly pushing. Hiss, you have been poisoned to death. Remaining challenge attempts. 1. Han Shen appeared back in the starting room once more. What the hell is this? Han Shen was completely demoralized. After 3 attempts, he had failed too. What good were 3 chances? Even if he got lucky and chose right once or twice in a row, the treasures inside had probably already been taken by the money mouse. Right, the money mouse. Han Shen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He went to the 3rd stone chamber, pulled out a handful of gold coins, placed them in the wooden treasure chest, and then closed the lid. He didn't believe that the items inside the wooden chest could be worth more than a handful of gold coins. After a few seconds, just as Han Shen began to doubt his judgment, a golden light shot out from the western stone chamber, then stopped at the door, cautiously watching Han Shen. Han Shen took a step forward to the left, and the money mouse hopped 2 steps to the lower right. The 2 of them moved in sync, tracing out 2 arcs, and when Han Shen reached the stone door, the money mouse also darted into the wooden chest. Success or failure rests on this attempt. Han Shen directly pushed open the western stone door. After all, being cautious wouldn't prevent him from being killed instantly, so there was no need to be careful. Sure enough, behind the door was an open treasure chest. Han Shen waited there for the money mouse, and after a few breaths, the money mouse dashed in, heading straight for the northern stone door, and Han Shen hurriedly followed. Pushing the door took time, and when he opened it, the money mouse was nowhere to be seen, and the treasure chest in this stone chamber was also empty. The money mouse wouldn't linger here. Han Shen grabbed another handful of gold coins and placed them in the wooden box. The next moment, the money mouse appeared at the stone door to the east, clearly not having run far. The man and the mouse exchanged positions with a hop and a skip. Entering the 6th stone chamber, Han Shen looked towards the stone door to the south. Each stone chamber was the same size, and following the trajectory from west to north to east, the south should lead to the 3rd stone chamber he had passed through earlier. So, this stone chamber wasn't just a single path, right? All 3 doors of the 3rd Stone chamber had already been opened. If he opened this door, wouldn't it create a loop? Han Shen felt an impulse to push the door again, but he held back. Whether it was important or not didn't matter. What mattered was clearing the level. With only one life left, he couldn't gamble just to validate his thoughts. Whoosh! At that moment, the money mouse had also gathered the gold coins and darted in, heading for the southern door. Now there was no problem. Han Shen quickly stepped forward and pushed open the stone door. What met his eyes was a brand new three-sided enclosed stone chamber, not the fourth door of the third stone chamber. Seeing this, Han Shen understood this wasn't a large chain of stone chambers, but rather individual stone chambers connected only by doors. It was impossible to rely on geometric thinking to eliminate dangerous doors. In that case, the money mouse was the only key to clearing the level. Han Shen took out another handful of gold coins, only to find the money mouse standing at the eastern stone door, clearly waiting for him to drop the coins. Han Shen put the coins away, and the money mouse immediately became agitated, standing on its hind legs, one front paw on its hip, the other pointing at Han Shen. Chirp 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 chirp. Although he couldn't understand mouse language, Han Shen felt it was cursing quite a bit. Han Shen pulled out another handful of gold coins, and the money mouse instantly quieted down. Then, Han Shen put the coins back. The money mouse, chirp chirp chirp, take out the coins. The money mouse was silent. Put it back. Chirp chirp chirp. Take out. Silent. This money mouse must be a toy. Where's the battery? Han Shen curiously looked at the puffed up money mouse. He wasn't intentionally playing with it. Each time he took out the coins, he moved a little closer, and the money mouse's attention was entirely on the coins, so it naturally didn't notice that Han Shen had already approached it. Finally, Han Shen directly held out the coins in front of the money mouse, whose eyes turned into the shape of gold coins. Its two front paws quickly clawed at the coins, and with each swipe, the number of coins in Han Shen's hand decreased by one. In a moment, all the coins in his hand were gone. Chirp! The money mouse let out a satisfied chirp, then realized it had somehow ended up in Han Shen's hand. Chirp! The money mouse squeaked in surprise and darted out, passing through the stone door and disappearing. Han Shen didn't mind. He was just desensitizing it and had no intention of catching the money mouse right now, as he still needed it to clear the level. Pushing open the stone door, the money mouse was again standing with its paws on its hips at the southern stone door, cursing at him. Han Shen took out another handful of gold coins, and the money mouse instantly quieted down. This time, Han Shen didn't put the coins away or place them in the empty box. He just walked towards the money mouse with the coins in hand. The money mouse hesitated for a moment, and as Han Shen got closer, it directly passed through the stone door to the next stone chamber, and Han Shen followed in. This time, the money mouse stood on top of the box, clearly indicating that this box had not been opened before. Han Shen walked forward with the coins, and the money mouse continued to watch the coins while backing away. When Han Shen's hand rested on the wooden box, the money mouse immediately began to squeak again, as if Han Shen had stolen its treasure, but it still dared not approach. Gains 66 copper coins. Watch an ad to receive double rewards. A mere 66 copper coins, nothing worth seeing. Amid the dissatisfied squeaks of the money mouse, Han Shen put away the copper coins, then took out 2 gold coins and added them to his right hand, causing the money mouse's squeaks to diminish significantly. Han Shen pointed at the wooden box, then at himself, and then at the gold coins, before pointing at the money mouse. Squeak? The money mouse seemed to understand Han Shen's intention, but was still a bit confused. Han Shen leaned slightly closer to the money mouse, then placed the gold coins on the ground and stepped back. The money mouse watched Han Shen while approaching the gold coins, quickly snatching them up, and throughout the process, Han Shen made no aggressive moves. After collecting the gold coins, the money mouse eagerly ran towards a door, then turned to look at Han Shen. Squeak 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 squeak, it seemed to be urging Han Shen to hurry up. And when Han Shen got closer, it dove headfirst into the stone door. The money mouse remained on the wooden box, waiting for Han Shen to approach, and it still jumped aside to watch, but this time, when Han Shen opened the box, it didn't squeak again. Instead, it looked at Han Shen with excitement. Inside the box were only 49 copper coins, indicating that the number of copper coins in each box varied. After collecting the copper coins, Han Shen took out a handful of gold coins and placed them on the ground. Squeak! The money mouse pointed at the wooden box, its meaning clear. Han Shen smiled and took out 2 more gold coins, and only then did the money mouse happily collect the gold coins. As Han Shen approached, the money mouse took off running, but after 2 steps, it stopped, looked at Han Shen, and then slowly moved closer to collect the gold coins. Upon reaching the next stone chamber, after collecting the copper coins, Han Shen directly placed the gold coins at his feet. The money mouse seemed to know that Han Shen wouldn't harm it and boldly darted to Han Shen's feet to collect them. However, when Han Shen reached out to touch it, it still squeaked and ran away. After passing through 2 more stone chambers, Han Shen simply squatted down and held the gold coins in his hand, placing them on the ground. The money mouse hesitated for quite a while but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the gold coins, slowly crawling to Han Shen's palm and tentatively pawing at it. When it realized Han Shen wasn't making any further moves, it happily collected the gold coins, eventually even climbing into the palm of Han Shen's hand. After that, the money mouse completely let go. At first, it waited for the gold coins by Han Shen's feet, but later it directly squatted on Han Shen's shoulder, pointing the way. Whenever Han Shen took out gold coins, it would climb onto Han Shen's palm to collect them. As for the teasing and petting of Han Shen's fingers, the money mouse no longer resisted. Instead, it seemed to enjoy it. After about 30 levels, when Han Shen pushed open the door, he found that it was no longer a wooden box but a box inlaid with purple gemstones. He excitedly stepped forward to open the box, and suddenly, a purple light shone brightly. Acquired random skill book, Epic, *1, watch an ad to enhance reward quality. This one must be watched. Clicking on the ad. This time it was very quiet. It was a mini-game, unscrewing screws, which looked very simple. The ad showed someone playing like a 3-year-old child with a mental disability. Han Shen had clicked on it before, but it wasn't this game, and the mini-game wasn't included either. It was purely a clickbait. Acquired random skill book, Legendary, *1 random skill book, Legendary, type, skill book usage level 10 after use, gain a random legendary skill for the current profession. If there is no profession, a random legendary universal skill will be obtained. After spending a lot of time and continuously losing gold coins, Han Shen finally felt balanced inside. A legendary skill was worth spending. Double the time and gold coins. Faced with the extra gold coins Han Shen offered, the money mouse, though tempted, turned its head and pushed them away with its little paw. The mouse had its principles. It would accept the money for guiding, but it absolutely couldn't take the 2 extra gold coins when there wasn't a single copper coin in the box. This book is worth much more to me than these gold coins, Han Shen explained, not knowing if the money mouse could understand. To his surprise, upon hearing this, the money mouse turned back and started pawing at the gold coins. The only things more valuable than gold coins are gold bars and gold ingots. This person was clearly talking nonsense, but it was hard to refuse such enthusiasm, so it was better to accept it, as not putting others in a difficult position is also a virtue of the mouse. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The money mouse tucked away the last gold coin and quickly pointed its paw towards the door to the east. Having received benefits, of course, it had to be a bit more proactive. When Han Shen pushed open the stone door, he was greatly disappointed. What lay before him was not a purple gem chest, but a bronze chest. So the previous stone chamber was actually a reward for the transition from wood to bronze. Gained 32 silver coins. Watching an ad will double the earning stock. Great, it turned into money again, but this time it was silver coins instead of copper coins. Han Shen directly closed the ad interface. After more than 30 levels of silver coins, Han Shen encountered the purple gem chest again. There were still stone doors around, indicating that there was another stage ahead. If he was not mistaken, the chests behind should contain gold coins. So this was the confidence Lin Fan had to borrow 1 and return 10 from the NPC, but Lin Fan only had 3 gold coins during the previous transaction, and after trading them all to him, he should have no gold coins left, so he definitely couldn't buy off the money mouse. And he certainly couldn't rob the money mouse. After all, it was fast and agile. It was impossible to snatch gold from a mouse's mouth, so what was his plan? Squeak, squeak, squeak. At the anxious calls of the money mouse, Han Shen came back to his senses. He had no information, so it was normal not to understand, and there was no need to think further. After all, he was the one in this instance, not Lin Fan. He quickly opened the purple gem chest. Gained weapon chest, Epic, *1, watch an ad to enhance reward quality. Han Shen's eyes lit up. An epic level weapon, and after enhancement, wouldn't it become a legendary one? It should be noted that even someone as strong as Lin Fan only had epic level weapons. This ad had to be watched. What kind of game can sweep the nation overnight, making the Goose Factory and Pig Factory tremble in fear? That's right. With that mindset to boast but no intention to make a game, a few cats and dogs can sweep the nation. Understood? Your country is your home. After a bout of mental torment, Han Shen finally obtained weapon chest, Legendary. The weapon chest had no level restrictions for use, but Han Shen did not plan to open it right now. He was currently an apprentice summoner, and what he would get would also be a staff. High magical attack was of no use to him at the moment, so he would wait until he officially changed jobs to open it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just as Han Shen was examining the weapon chest, the money mouse impatiently jumped off Han Shen's shoulder and dashed through the stone door to the west. Now, Han Shen was even more certain that there were gold coins inside. Pushing open the door, he saw the money mouse lying in a wood shape on top of the golden chest. When it saw Han Shen coming, it looked at him and then at the chest, going back and forth a few times before reluctantly jumping down from the chest and turning its back to it. Han Shen opened the chest, and sure enough, inside were gold coins, 93 of them, to be exact. Of course, anything less than 6,480 wasn't worth him watching an ad for. If you don't want them, I can take them, Han Shen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the money mouse unconsciously looked over, then awkwardly turned its head away. It had principles. Han Shen gave it gold coins, and the things in the chest belonged to Han Shen, as agreed from the start. The previous copper coins, silver coins, and scraps of paper were all worth far less than gold coins, and Han Shen had insisted on giving it gold coins. Now, although there were many gold coins in the chest, they still belonged to Han Shen, and it couldn't take them. A mouse without trust is truly pitiful. The more Han Shen looked at the money mouse, the more he liked it. Sometimes people are not as good as mice. He once had a very good friend from middle school, and later, when that friend couldn't find a job, he helped him look for a place to stay and work. When the friend had an accident, he rushed over immediately, then went back and forth in the hospital, busy from morning until night, covering all the medical expenses, and even lent him money knowing he was broke, taking care of him until he was discharged, and insisting on helping him with the insurance claim when he was timid and wanted to give up. As a result, after his friend received compensation, not only did he not pay him back, but he also went missing. A few months later, he even called to ask for money again. When Han Shen asked where the money had gone, he actually said he used it to buy a car and needed to pay off his credit card, promising to return it once he got his salary. Han Shen naively believed this childhood friend, but when the other party finally got paid, he only returned 300, claiming he needed to pay off his credit card again. A few days later, he asked Han Shen for money once more. Han Shen initially thought his friend was in some kind of trouble, so he never pressed him for repayment. After all, who doesn't face difficulties at times? It was only after understanding the situation that he realized the other party had exhausted his family and was now trying to take advantage of him. He had genuinely fed a wolf in sheep's clothing, which made Han Shen feel disgusted. Subsequently, Han Shen directly told him that within 20 days, whether through robbery, begging, or online loans, he had to return all the money or he would hire a lawyer to send a letter to his hometown. Paying tuition was out of the question. Once you see a person clearly, you must reclaim the money you earned through hard work. However, now that he had entered the game world, he didn't know when he would return, and he couldn't let that wolf take advantage of the situation any longer. In comparison, although the money mouse loved money, it had many principles and boundaries that humans often lacked. All the gold coins in the treasure chest belong to you. This is what you deserve for leading the way. Han Shen took out a few more gold coins and placed them in the chest. Squeak! The money mouse darted into the chest and quickly started rummaging through the gold coins. It wasn't that the mouse had no principles, it was just that the client insisted on it. Don't you want this golden chest? Han Shen pointed to the treasure chest. Squeak! The money mouse jumped down from Han Shen's shoulder and clawed at the chest. A flash of golden light appeared, and the chest was instantly split in two. Oh, it's just painted gold. Han Shen realized no wonder the money mouse showed no interest. He didn't expect such superficial projects to exist in the game instance. However, the money mouse's destructive power was not low. It split the chest in half with just one claw. Han Shen rubbed the tiny paws of the money mouse, feeling no special qualities at all. Due to the overwhelming number of gold coins in the chest, after the money mouse collected a few more chests, Han Shen simply decided to gather the coins himself. You're too slow. Let me help you collect them first, and I'll give them all to you at the end. The money mouse only thought for a moment before agreeing to Han Shen's method of collecting the New Year's money, gold coins. This way, their pace quickened significantly, and before long, they arrived at the final stone chamber. It was called the final chamber because it had walls on three sides with no door, and directly ahead was a teleportation array with a purple vortex. In the center of the chamber was an oversized golden treasure chest. Congratulations! After careful observation, meticulous thinking, and with a brave spirit, you have finally cleared the underground maze after enduring countless hardships. This is your well-deserved reward. As the system notification sounded, the oversized golden treasure chest opened, instantly filling the chamber with golden light. Han Shen stepped forward and saw the chest was filled with gold coins, with a golden equipment box placed in the middle. Obtained weapon chest, legendary, 500 gold coins. Watch an ad to enhance reward quality. A legendary weapon chest, didn't that mean the quality could be enhanced? Han Shen was extremely excited and quickly clicked on the ad. If you think making money is too much, you can play less. If you don't mind making more, just start playing as soon as you open your eyes. The first red envelope for newcomers is 66 yuan. Click this to withdraw successfully. After watching a 1-minute ad, the quality of the reward was directly enhanced. Obtained weapon chest, divine, 5,000 gold coins. Is this a divine weapon? Although he had mentally prepared himself, Han Shen still couldn't believe it. It had only been a short time since the server opened, and a divine weapon had already appeared. Was that reasonable? A divine weapon was mine? Then it was all good. It was very reasonable. After collecting the treasure chest, a purple portal appeared, presumably the way out. Han Shen took out 10,000 gold coins from his backpack, and instantly, the stone chamber floor was piled high with coins. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The money mouse excitedly ran around, unsure of where to stash the coins. In the next moment, Han Shen put the coins away again. The money mouse froze mid-run. Wait, was that fleeting paradise just now an illusion? Why couldn't this illusion last a little longer? Han Shen picked up the dazed money mouse from the ground. So, how about following me? You'll get this many coins every day. Squeak? Really? Squeak! The money mouse wants to recognize you as its master. Do you accept? Accept. Congratulations, you have obtained your first servant, money mouse. Remaining servant slots for it's actually not a pet. Han Shen was a bit surprised. He had wanted to capture the money mouse as a pet, but it didn't matter how the system classified it. He just wanted to RUA the mouse. Han Shen rubbed the money mouse in his hands. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The money mouse protested loudly. It was wrong to be cautious before obtaining it and then reckless afterward. Since you love money so much, from now on, your name will be Little Money Fan. After a good rub, Han Shen stepped into the teleportation array. It was time to go back and level up. With a flash of light, Han Shen reappeared at the mountain top. Clang! Suddenly, a metallic clashing sound came from behind him. Han Shen quickly turned around to see a corpse lying on the ground, with the money mouse standing on top of it. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Lin Fan. Not bad, Little Money Fan. Clearly, Lin Fan had been lurking here, trying to ambush him, but unfortunately, he was instantly killed by Little Money Fan, the money mouse. Squeak squeak squeak. Little Money Fan stood proudly with its paws on its hips. With it around, no one would harm Han Shen. Lin Fan revived again at the newbie resurrection point. However, this time, he didn't feel angry about being killed. Instead, he wore a joyful expression. Manhwa, you brought this upon yourself. Daring to capture the money mouse, what good is your wealth? Soon, you'll be broke. He remembered that in his previous life, it took 3 months before someone managed to capture the money mouse. Since the opening of the server, people had speculated that the money mouse could be bought with gold coins, but very few actually tried it. Just to have the money mouse turn around and lead the way required at least 15 gold coins, not to mention the cost of capturing it. Even if one disregarded the rewards in the chest, following the money mouse would still cost 15 gold coins to pass 2 levels. Once reaching the gold coin area, one needed to have more coins than the amount in the next stone chamber treasure chest to attract the money mouse back. The amount of gold coins in the treasure chest ranged from 20 to 99. To pass consistently, one needed to have 100 gold coins at a time. A wealthy player once spent 3,000 gold coins, which at that time was equivalent to 100 million federal coins, just to reach the final level, only to find that the ultimate reward was merely a legendary grade piece of equipment. 3 months later, another wealthy player threw down 10,000 gold coins and finally captured the money mouse. However, his nightmare was just beginning, as the money mouse required at least 100 gold coins daily, which was about 3 million federal coins at that time, with a maximum of 10,000 gold coins. That wealthy player gritted his teeth and provided 10,000 gold coins for 2 days, but nothing happened. The money mouse's strength didn't improve at all. Unwilling to give up, the wealthy player sought money everywhere, supporting the mouse for a month, spending nearly 100,000 gold coins in total, yet the money mouse showed no signs of change. Eventually, he gave up on continuing to support the money mouse. However, what he didn't expect was that the money mouse could directly steal gold coins from players' accounts, and the most outrageous part was that the money mouse couldn't be released. In the end, the money mouse died of depression due to lack of gold coins, and that wealthy player was driven to bankruptcy, earning the title of the second most tragic victim in the divine realm. And now that Hanhua had captured the money mouse, his nightmare was about to begin. In that case, I don't even need to put effort into targeting him anymore. Lin Fan secretly rejoiced, but then he became troubled again. Once the money mouse is subdued, the underground maze will disappear, and I need to find a way to earn gold coins to pay off my debts, otherwise, I'll be caught by the NPCs and sent to the mines to dig for at least a month. Damn money mouse, if it had appeared earlier, I wouldn't have clashed with the people from AOC. Now it's killed me again, it deserves to die depressed in the future. Gold coins, Lin Fan pondered for a moment and took out a scroll to unfold. In the next moment, Lin Fan found himself in a dark cave. We meet again, my esteemed friend. A cold voice came from behind him. Lin Fan snorted coldly. Who are you calling a friend? The previous deal was out of necessity. In the end, we will only be enemies. Alright, my esteemed enemy, what do you want to exchange this time? 150 gold coins. Oh dear, that's not a small amount. What can you offer? The coordinates of the novice village. Don't joke around, the spatial coordinates of the novice village in the divine domain world. What else do you know? I also know that you will definitely lose. This information costs a broken band talisman. Fine, 150 gold coins, a broken band talisman, but you guessed wrong, I will win. Little money grubber, not bad. Looking at the little money grubber as it clawed at the low-health mutated rhinoceros, Han Shen couldn't help but praise. Clearly, the little money grubber was also one of Han Shen's pets, possessing 3 times Han Shen's base attributes, but it didn't have the skill level bonuses of the Grey Wolf, so it only had basic attributes. Even so, its output was not low, dealing 480 damage in 1 hit, and its attack speed was fast. The time it took for the Grey Wolf to attack, combined with 2 Grey Wolves, was just enough to kill a mutated rhinoceros in 2 seconds. Without the little money grubber, it would take 3 seconds to kill one. Although the main force was the Grey Wolves, they lacked independent consciousness and were no different from puppets, so in this case, Han Shen naturally praised the little money grubber. Kill mutated rhinoceros, level 10, gain experience 58. Kill mutated rhinoceros, level 10, gain experience 58. Congratulations, you have reached level 9, gaining 1 skill point and 1 free attribute point. Kill mutated rhinoceros, level 10, gain experience 53. After crossing the mountain and not walking far, there was a plain, the area where mutated rhinoceroses were active. It had only been 10 minutes since the monster spawn began, and Han Shen had directly leveled up by 1 more. level, and he would reach level 10, allowing him to take on village quests. Han Shen checked his experience, level 9, 101/50,000. Although level 10 required 50,000 experience, with the current output of the Grey Wolves and the Little Money Grubber, it wouldn't take half an hour to reach it. Gulyalu at this moment, Han Shen's stomach growled, prompting him to let the Grey Wolves and the Little Money Grubber continue hunting. He tried to pick some berries to fill his stomach. He couldn't log off and didn't know if eating in the game would be useful. Soon, Han Shen's stomach stopped growling. Although the berries weren't enough to fill him up, they did alleviate his hunger. As for whether he could really obtain nutrients from the game's food, that would need time to verify. At least for now, he wasn't hungry. Hello, is this your summoned beast? When Han Shen returned to the mutated rhinoceros, a group of players from the AOC guild had already surrounded it. The one asking him was a female player holding a shield. AOC Jomei. Han Shen glanced at a few of them but ignored them. In fact, it hadn't been long since he left when he received a notification that his summoned beast was being attacked. The reason the AOC people were so polite was likely because they couldn't break the defense of the Grey Wolves. Hey, Jomei is talking to you, what's with your attitude? A swordsman named AOC Wuching stepped forward. Where there are flowers, there are always protectors of the flowers. In other words, where there are women, there are always sycophants. Han Shen thought it was just Earth that was like this, but he didn't expect that their home planet was the same. Moreover, they shared a common trait: they loved to talk loudly and carelessly, even if the content of their speech was ignored. Just the tone alone made one want to slap them a few times. Han Shen didn't recklessly go for a slap but instead stepped back. Although his summoned beast was strong, his own defense was just average. As a summoner, it was better to leave the fighting to the summoned beasts. Why are you running when I'm asking you something? AOC Wuching saw Han Shen retreat and felt reassured. Encountering a coward meant it was his time to shine, so he chased after him directly. However, the next moment he felt his body go limp and collapsed to the ground, dead. Death directly reduced the opponent's maximum health, and before the health bar hit 0, it had always been full, like 100 out of 100 versus 10/10. AOC Jomei, seeing this, became extremely vigilant and dared not act. She tentatively asked, "What did you do?" "We mean no harm." Although Wu Qing's actions were somewhat inappropriate, it shouldn't lead to his death. Han Shen curled the corner of his mouth into a smile. "The dog you raised, do you think you can wash your hands of this?" "What do you mean?" Before AOC Jomei could finish her last word, she had already collapsed, along with the two players beside her. Their attention had been focused entirely on Han Shen, completely oblivious to the approach of the Grey Wolf and the Little Money Grubber, who had been grinding monsters behind them. With the core 4 taken down, the remaining followers were left dumbfounded, unable to organize any resistance, and were taken away by the Grey Wolf and the Little Money Grubber. It's quiet now." Han Shen immediately felt relaxed. Whether AOC's group intended to attack him was not important. What mattered was that their presence made Han Shen very uncomfortable. If they planned to grind monsters here later, it would mean ongoing discomfort. Rather than suffer from mental exhaustion, it was better to clear them out directly. "Brother Jian, I was killed." The moment she revived, AOC Jomei sought out AOC Jian. "Where? Which bastard dared to kill my Jomei? Brother Jian will avenge you." Wu on the plain behind the mountain, a summoner named Han Shao killed both our teams. "Brother Jian, I want him to never leave the novice village." AOC Jomei cried out. "What the hell? Han Shao?" AOC Jian immediately calmed down. They hadn't been completely wiped out on the mountaintop. There were scouts outside who had seen Han Shao kill someone from the hidden into the mortal realm. That hidden into the mortal realm was a master who could easily slaughter their group of elites. They had never fought Han Shao, which showed just how terrifying he was. Later, they learned that Han Shao was a big spender who bought 20 sets of potions right at the start. It was well known that the divine realm couldn't be recharged, which meant he definitely had a powerful backing and was not someone they could afford to offend. After AOC Jian explained, AOC Jomei also calmed down. Although she was willful, she wasn't completely brainless. She quickly realized the seriousness of the situation. "Brother Jian, it's all Wu Qing's fault. He was too impulsive, causing us to lose a level. I never intended to fight him. His summoned beast can take half the health of a level 10 monster, and our attacks don't even break its defense. Why would I provoke him?" AOC Jomei immediately shifted the blame to AOC Wu Qing. Yeah, we all saw it. Jomei was saying everything just fine, but Wu Qing had to go and show off. The surrounding players chimed in. I just thought he was being rude." AOC Wu Qing looked confusedly at AOC Jomei, then said dejectedly, "Alright, let's drop this matter. Don't provoke Han Shao again. Wu Qing, don't think you can act recklessly just because it's a game. Tone it down a bit. This month's bonus will be reduced by 500. Everyone disperse." After AOC Jian finished speaking, he turned and left. He was just a worker, not the guild leader. Becoming the team leader relied on seizing the moment. Although he had been a bit spirited in the morning, he was soon brought back to reality by the mundane world. He deeply understood that heroes in this world were as numerous as fish crossing a river, and being able to avoid mistakes and trouble was the greatest success. Unlike those young kids, he had a family waiting for him to support them. He had no capital to waste. However, he overlooked one thing: aside from his management role, most players in the studio were young. No need to sulk, it's just $500. If we get a couple of pieces of gear, we'll make it back. I'll treat you to dinner at Fa Leisure tonight. Sword Brother is so timid. He can still be the team leader like this. I heard he's been with the boss for 10 years. It's not surprising he's the team leader, but times have changed. A company is a company, and a guild is a guild. That kind of thing doesn't fly in the game anymore. Brothers, our chance to show off has come. If Sword Brother is someone we can't provoke, then if we corner him at the resurrection point, who knows who the team leader will be tomorrow? That makes sense. The game is ultimately the domain of us young people. Let those old-timers see our camaraderie and vigor. If Han Xiao retreats when he sees us, it means his defense is just average. He's still afraid of us. This time he was just ambushed, and with fewer people. If our 4 or 5 teams go together, what can he do? He's just a trainee summoner with no area attack, no mobility, and no defense. Why should he fight us? Exactly, let's go and take him down. Before long, nearly 50 proud players gathered together, marching grandly towards the plains behind the mountain. Kill Mutated Rhino, level 10, gain experience 58. Kill Mutated Rhino, level 10, gain experience 58. Congratulations, you have reached level 10, gaining 1 skill point and 1 free attribute point. You will not be able to level up further. Please go to the village chief to receive the quest to leave the village. Finally level 10. With my monster farming speed, it takes 25 minutes. I can't imagine how long it takes other players. According to his calculations, the mutated rhino had a defense of around 200 and health of about 2,500, while his own physical attack at level 10 was only 263. Although he lacked weapon attack, other players without level 5 gear wouldn't be much higher than him. Considering skills, it would take about a minute to defeat a mutated rhino. Close to 1,000 mutated rhinos would require 1,000 minutes, which is over 10 hours. Not realizing it was one thing, but once he calculated, he was shocked. Han Shen finally had a profound understanding of the gap between him and other players. Han Shen thought of Lin Fan. With Lin Fan's output, leveling from 9 to 10 would probably only take a little over an hour. However, Lin Fan had been killed by him once and then by the little money grubber, so leveling to 9 must have been tough for him. As he walked towards the novice village, Han Shen checked his attribute panel. ID, Han Xiao level, 10, 33/6000, class, trainee summoner talent, upward progress, heavily I, beast god, health, 1665 mana, 451 physical attack, 263 magic attack, 126. Physical defense, 164 magic defense, 50 critical hit rate, 0% movement speed, 432 free attribute points, 0 strength, 26 intelligence, 10 agility, 10 spirit, 15 constitution. 10 is skill points, 1 summon Grey Wolf, 9 summon 2 Grey Wolves to fight for you, costs 100 mana, cooldown time 60 seconds. I wonder if level 10 will unlock divine abilities, or if they're unlocked early and gone by level 10, Han Shen thought. Just as he was about to click on Heavenly Eye to check, the Heavenly Eye panel suddenly popped up. Heavenly Eye inherent bonus gains 100% maximum health and 100% maximum mana, acquiring a divine ability every 10 levels. Divine ability trace afflicts the target with trace, causing it to lose 832 50% of maximum health per second, initially consuming 50% of maximum mana, with subsequent consumption of 10% of maximum mana per second. Insight consumes mana to perceive the essence of things. Is this the second divine ability? No need to click to see the panel directly. Han Shen glanced at his mana for 48/451, and in 2 seconds, his mana would be full again. It seemed this consumption wasn't too high. Han Shen closed the panel and looked at a tree. Pine tree evergreen coniferous tree, age 3 years. Is that it? Nothing deeper? As Han Shen's thoughts emerged, more information appeared. Pine tree evergreen coniferous tree, age 3 years. Height 5.72 meters. Composition, water, cellulose, hemicellulose, lignin, resin. Current status, thriving due to suitable climate, in a state of continuous excitement, with a very small chance of mutation. The mother plant is located at Peach Garden Town 3921, 272, 334. It was beeped 122 days, 12 hours, and 32 minutes ago. Han Shen shook his head, feeling a bit dizzy. He had been exploring well, but suddenly, his mana was instantly drained. What he had just thought was, since this pine tree wasn't generated by the system, how did it get here? He didn't expect to be directly beeped. It seemed his current mana was insufficient to trace back to the existence that created the novice village. From the recent experiment, Han Shen had already understood the use of trace, allowing him to view the information he wanted. In the future, he could directly see the attributes of monsters, bosses, and players, essentially making all opponents open cards against him. This is the Heavenly Eye. How could it be called the Heavenly Eye without the ability to perceive? After drinking a bottle of basic mana potion, Han Shen allocated his skill points to summon Grey Wolves, leveling it to max summon Grey Wolves. Max summons 2 Grey Wolves to fight for you, consumes 100 mana, cooldown time 60 seconds. After drinking another bottle of basic mana potion, Han Shen summoned the max level Grey Wolves and then checked their attributes. Grey Wolf. Health, 9988 physical attack, 1575 physical defense, 983 magic defense, 302 skills, sweep, deals 75% physical attack damage in a fan-shaped area directly in front, cooldown time 20 seconds. He didn't expect the max level Grey Wolves to unlock a skill. If he had come at level 9, it would have greatly improved his leveling efficiency, but now that he was already level 10, the skill wasn't very useful. It might play some role in the upcoming village exit tasks. Squeak squeak squeak. Suddenly, the little money-loving creature ran back, pointing in a direction and squeaking. Now being the master of the little money-loving creature, Han Shen naturally understood its meaning. There were enemies he had encountered before over there. The enemies he had met before were those from the Proud View, right? They probably couldn't accept being killed and came back for revenge. Han Shen had anticipated this situation. He had previously sent the little money-loving creature out to scout to guard against them. If there were too many, he would take a detour. But now it was different. Since the Grey Wolves had a group attack skill, it was time to teach them a lesson. Han Shen found a large rock nearby, hid behind it, and simultaneously controlled the two Grey Wolves to run forward for 200 meters, hiding in the grass. Squeak squeak squeak. After about 3 minutes, the little money-loving creature squeaked a few times, and Han Shen's eyes lit up. They finally arrived. To remain concealed and not be discovered, he had been hiding behind the rock, using the little money-loving creature as his eyes. Squeak. After another minute, the little money-loving creature squeaked twice. The enemies had entered the attack range. Han Shen immediately ordered the Grey Wolves to attack freely, and soon, a cacophony of sounds erupted not far away. Ah, damn it, there's an ambush. Counterattack. We can't break through, it's Han Shao. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Retreat my ass, the others must be right ahead, charge forward. There's a group attack, spread out and look, ah. Han Shao is here. A minute later, Han Shen was still discovered. Although the little money grubber rushed out and silenced the shouting person in an instant, he had already been exposed. Han Shen didn't hide anymore. He stood up directly and saw that there were still about 20 players on the field. 2 players were dragging the Grey Wolves away, while the rest charged towards Han Shen. Without intelligence, it really doesn't work. Han Shen sighed. The number of deaths on the opposing side was fewer than he had imagined. Although the Grey Wolves moved faster than the players, chasing also took time. It was estimated that apart from the initial attack, each subsequent attack only hit one player. Without anyone controlling them, the Grey Wolves would only lock onto one player and chase them to death. Even if there were multiple players nearby, they wouldn't change targets. Summoning the Grey Wolves again, he controlled them to charge into the crowd while Han Shen retreated to the upper right. With Han Shen's control, the Grey Wolves were no longer so rigid. The 2 wolves approached the crowd 5 meters apart. The proud players, having experienced the Grey Wolves' group attack, had no choice but to spread out, half circling up from the right to chase Han Shen, while the other half chose to retreat and follow the players on the right. After all, Han Shen was running up to the right. If they ran to the upper left, the distance would only increase. Just a little tug, and the proud players were forced into a line. However, the Grey Wolves' pursuit continued, and the proud players seemed like a flock of sheep being herded, only able to dodge back and forth, occasionally losing a few to the Grey Wolves' sweeping attacks. After running for a while, Han Shen stopped. He noticed that these people were quite slow. Even the assassins couldn't outrun him. At this moment, he also remembered that he was wearing epic-level shoes. It would be a miracle if these people could catch up to him. If he didn't give them the illusion of being able to catch up, they would probably run away. Oh no! Han Shen suddenly fell to the ground, his voice surprisingly loud. Sure enough, the crowd, who had originally planned to escape, saw hope again upon hearing the sound, even charging straight towards Han Shen despite the Grey Wolves' attacks. Although this wave directly killed half of the players, still, 7 players approached Han Shen. However, the next moment, Han Shen sprang back to life and ran away, while a golden shadow darted out, encircling the 2 Grey Wolves. A few seconds later, the proud players were completely wiped out. What a thrilling showdown! Han Shen felt a sense of accomplishment, as if he had orchestrated a brilliant strategy, commanding troops and winning against the odds. Squeak! The little money grubber felt somewhat confused. If it had been let out earlier, the battle would have ended long ago. Han Shen pulled out a handful of gold coins. The little money grubber, squeak 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 squeak. The boss is right, the boss is wise. Kai Shukun, level 93. Han Shen's eyes widened in shock. He had just whimsically used trace on the village chief of the novice village, and then saw the chief's name and level. When he wanted to see more, his mana ran out again. He never expected that such a white-haired old man would actually be named that and have a level of 93. Pigeon, village chief, I've reached level 10. Han Shen said respectfully, though he felt a bit guilty. He didn't know if his probing had been discovered. The village chief looked at Han Shen with satisfaction, stroking his beard. Truly impressive. Your growth rate is astonishing. Han Shao, the culprit behind the mutation of the animals around the village, has been found. It's the alchemist Woody. He is now hiding deep in the dark forest. Although we know his hiding place, none of us can match him. The hope of the entire village rests on you. Level 93 is unbeatable. Are you trying to fool a child? Of course, Han Chen only complained in his heart, but he still said honestly, "Don't worry, village chief, I'll take care of the next matters. If you can successfully kill Woody, I'll introduce you to the town to receive guidance from a professional mentor and become a true summoner." Quest accepted. Kill Alchemist Woody. Final trial quest. Objective: kill Alchemist Woody. 0/1. Incomplete. Quest reward: letter of introduction from the village chief. There's no time to waste. I'll send you to the dark forest right now. After the village chief finished speaking, without any visible action, a rune array suddenly appeared beneath Han Chen's feet, and in the next moment he vanished from his spot. You have discovered the dark forest. A prompt appeared and slowly faded after a few seconds. The mini-map also displayed outer edge of the dark forest. Han Chen looked around. He was on a small path in the woods, flanked by tall trees, lush with branches and leaves, with only a little light filtering through, indeed, very dark. One side of the path led out of the forest, revealing a flat grassland, clearly indicating that to reach the depths of the dark forest, one must go further in. Han Chen let the gray wolf lead the way while he followed behind. After walking a few steps, several large green snakes crawled out. Han Chen took a glance. They were just ordinary level 10 monsters, easily dealt with by the gray wolf and the little money grubber in 2 moves. As they continued deeper, the number of monsters gradually increased. However, for the gray wolf, these waves of monsters were merely a feast. About 5 minutes later, the forest quieted down, and no more ordinary wild monsters appeared. In response, Han Chen slowed his pace. Squeak! Suddenly, the little money grubber squeaked, pointing at the treetops ahead. There, a giant python with a diameter of 30 centimeters poked its head down. Mutated giant python level 10 elite monster. 400 physical attack, 300 physical defense, 6000 health. Skill: strangle, single target control causing 100% physical damage per second. In an instant, Han Chen grasped the basic information about the mutated giant python. Perhaps this attribute seemed outrageous to other players, but to Han Chen, it was just average, even inferior to an ordinary venomous snake, which could inflict poison damage on the gray wolf, while the mutated giant python only dealt physical damage, unable to break through the gray wolf's defense. When the mutated giant python landed on the ground, the battle was essentially over. The gray wolf killed it in less than 10 seconds. Killed mutated giant python, level 10, gained 265 experience. Han Chen was very satisfied with the mutated giant python, not only because of its high experience but also because it dropped a green wristband for him. One must admit, the equipment drop rate in the divine realm is truly low. He couldn't imagine how ordinary players would manage to leave the village under such circumstances, as they probably couldn't even handle this giant python. Watch an add to enhance loot quality, guaranteed to improve to fine quality. Guaranteed blue, still armor. To be safe, Han Chen decided to watch the ad. Sir, your valet 7-piece set is complete. No, how can I eat with all these straws? Acquired python skin wristband *1 python skin wristband type, wristband equipment level 10 physical defense, 38 magic defense, 29 spirit, 8100% pure python skin. Han Chen immediately replaced his left wristband, which had only 8 points of physical defense. After equipping the python skin wristband, his physical defense rose to 195 and his magic defense increased to 106, providing him with more security. Just as Han Chen was about to continue forward, a system announcement suddenly rang out. System announcement: Demon Race Invasion. The newbie village defense battle has begun. If the newbie village is breached, players from that village will never be able to leave. I thought it was something serious. With level 93 Brother Cohen here, how could the newbie village possibly be breached? If he hadn't seen the village chief's level, he might have been worried, but now he was completely unconcerned. No, it's better to finish the quest and get out early. Who knows, there might be generous rewards. Han Chen quickened his pace, spending over 10 minutes making his way deep into the dark forest. Along the way, he killed 3 elite monsters and obtained 3 pieces of green gear. Spider Fawn Necklace. Physical attack 52, strength 3 leopard skin pants, physical defense 23, magic defense 19 bone ring, magic attack 64, spirit 6. Han Chen did not continue to watch the advertisement. Firstly, he felt his defenses were sufficient, and secondly, saving a bit of time was still saving time. Aside from the bone ring, he equipped the other 2 pieces of gear directly, gaining a small boost in both defenses. At this moment, the small path in front of Han Chen had transformed into a wide road, and at the end of the road was an open clearing with a small wooden cabin in the center. Han Chen knew that this should be the residence of the final boss, Woody. He controlled a gray wolf to approach, and suddenly, a green bottle flew out from the cabin and landed in front of the gray wolf. Bang! The green liquid burst forth, splattering onto the ground, instantly eroding a large pit, while a considerable amount of liquid splashed onto the gray wolf. 0. The gray wolf was unharmed, just as he thought. Han Chen felt a sense of relief. He had previously suspected that this alchemist had magical attack methods, and with the enhancement from several pieces of gear, his magic defense had reached 126, while the gray wolf's magic defense had also increased to 756. With such defenses, he did not believe Woody could pose any threat to the Grey Wolf. Immediately, Han Chen commanded the Grey Wolf to charge into the cabin. But the next moment, the Grey Wolf was thrown out. Following that, a 2-meter-tall humanoid monster, covered in white flesh, roared as it charged out. Test subject Lee Gooden. Villager, a product of alchemical technology. Health, 30,000 physical attack, 533 physical defense, 423 magic defense, 300. Skills, body slam, bite, 1,000-pound drop. The attributes of the test subject were quite impressive, but unfortunately, the Grey Wolf's physical defense was as high as 1241, and even a body slam would only result in a knockback, unable to inflict any damage on the Grey Wolf. 2 Grey Wolves attacked the test subject together. Minus 2,960. The test subject's 2 large, meaty arms lifted and slammed down onto the Grey Wolf. 0 The Grey Wolf bit down twice more. We've got this. With just 30,000 health, the Grey Wolf's attributes meant it wouldn't take even a minute to take down the test subject. Suddenly, another bottle flew out from the cabin and landed on the test subject. Bang! A blue liquid poured over the test subject, causing it to howl in pain. 100010001000. In a moment, the test subject's health was fully restored. Not only that, but the test subject's physical attack also increased to 633. Although it still posed no threat to the Grey Wolf, Han Chen was uncertain whether this potion had a cooldown, whether it could stack, or if it could mutate. Moreover, Han Chen despised people who pulled tricks during fair duels. Little Money Grubber, go! Little Money Grubber transformed into golden light and charged directly toward the cabin, prompting the test subject to abandon the 2 Grey Wolves in an attempt to block Little Money Grubber. However, Little Money Grubber passed straight through the test subject and entered the cabin. Ah! Damn it, idiot, what did you let in? Kill Alchemist Woody. Quest, gain 100 experience. Quest, the final trial has been completed. You will automatically leave the dungeon map in 20 seconds. As soon as the voice fell, the kill notification appeared. At the same time, the test subject Lee Gooden collapsed instantly. Is that it? Han Chen found it hard to believe. The difficulty of the final boss seemed a bit low, but soon he realized that in a one-on-one situation, it would be quite difficult for a player to bypass the test subject and enter the cabin. The test subject protected Woody, while Woody healed and buffed the test subject, making it nearly impossible for ordinary players to complete the quest head-on. If the test subject was lured outside, and the player successfully infiltrated the cabin without quickly resolving the battle, then for other players, this quest would be impossible to complete. Han Chen quickly arrived at the small house, but unfortunately, Woody did not drop any equipment. However, there were quite a few potions on the experimental table inside, but they couldn't be taken. It seemed that the task boss was just for completing the mission. When the time was up, Han Chen was teleported out and returned to the square of the novice village. He saw flashes of white light as a large number of players resurrected at the respawn point and excitedly rushed out of the village. Han Chen did not follow to watch, but first found the village chief. Chief, the mission is complete. Sai, the village chief, looked at Han Chen with a worried expression. Just as we dealt with one major threat, the village is facing another disaster. The monsters have completely sealed off the roads out of the village, and we cannot leave until they are completely eradicated. How long will that take? Originally, Han Chen planned to ask about the rewards for the monster invasion activity. If the rewards were good, he would fight for a while before leaving the village. If not, he would leave directly. He didn't expect that they wouldn't even allow him to leave. Wasn't his previous task in vain? Sai, the demon race, is launching a large-scale attack this time, and all novice villages are in imminent danger. Who knows how long we can hold out? Can't you just slap them all dead? Han Chen said directly. I'm just an old man. How could I have that ability? Otherwise, why would I watch everyone fight to the death? Stop pretending, Kaishukuan. Don't I know your abilities? Just tell me when I can leave the village. Han Chen spoke frankly. Who are you, and how do you know my name? The village chief, no longer wearing a frown, looked at Han Chen in surprise. I'm young, I'm just Han Xiao. Don't worry about how I know, I just know you're strong. I want to leave the village now. I want the first reward for leaving. The village chief shook his head. It's not that I don't want to let you go, but the village's coordinates have been leaked. Only after we clean out all the monsters and change the coordinates can we activate the spatial teleportation. As for me, I can't intervene until the last moment. The divine domain world is undergoing unexpected changes every moment, which I cannot interfere with. If you're not satisfied with these changes, then work hard to gain the power to influence the world. As for now, killing the monsters is the most important thing. After it's over, rewards will be given based on contributions, so don't miss out. Han Chen took a few deep breaths, and his anxious emotions calmed down. I understand. Which side has more monsters right now? The village chief pointed to the village entrance. The front has the most. The monsters are attacking, and players have no penalties for dying, so feel free to charge in. Got it. Han Chen first went to the potion merchant and bought a set of intermediate mana potions, then rushed toward the village entrance. Intermediate mana potion restores 10% of maximum mana within 5 seconds. Upon exiting The village entrance, he saw that a wooden wall had been erected at some point ahead, resembling a makeshift wall from a TV show. At this time, players were gathered at the wooden wall, casting skills outward, and there were quite a few NPC guards with bows and arrows. Taking advantage of the players being killed, Han Chen joined in. The monsters outside were not the animal-headed humanoid creatures he had imagined, but rather densely packed animals exuding demonic energy. Junior Fox Demon, level 7, Junior Cat Demon, level 6, Junior Wolf Demon, level 8. The attributes of these junior demons were significantly higher than those of ordinary monsters. The level 8 Wolf Demon, aside from its defense, had attack and health that reached the standards of level 10 monsters, and they all possessed 1 or 2 skills. Of course, the effects weren't very strong, just some 125% bonuses or 30% area attack bonuses. These junior demons still couldn't break through the Grey Wolf's defense, and the Grey Wolf could kill them with a sweeping attack. Kill Junior Wolf Demon, level 8, gain 33 experience. Kill Junior Cat Demon, level 9, gain 62 experience. The experience from junior demons was also higher than that of ordinary monsters, which explained why everyone was so frantic. This was an opportunity to widen the level gap. Of course, if the duration is long enough, everyone's level will once again start from the same starting line. In less than 10 minutes, Han Chen's experience was full, level 10 60,000/60,000, and the subsequent kill rewards would only contribute unknown rewards after the end for him. Since the rewards for leaving the village could no longer be guaranteed, he aimed for contribution rewards. He didn't believe anyone could match his efficiency in monster farming. At this moment, Han Chen's Grey Wolf also caught the attention of the surrounding players. Damn, whose Grey Wolf is this? One skill takes out a whole area. Are summoners this strong? Why doesn't my Grey Wolf have skills? I also have 2 Grey Wolves. That's a level 10 Grey Wolf. Just talking nonsense, the highest level right now is only 8. Where did a level 10 come from? You don't need your eyes, the person is standing right next to you, and you ask where a level 10 came from? Damn, really, big shot, you're already level 10, how did you do it? Han Chen, hurry and group with me. Anyway, you're already level 10, experience is useless to you. Han Chen had no intention of paying attention to these players. He wasn't their father and had no obligation to lead them. Suddenly, Han Chen felt that the surroundings had quieted down a lot. Turning his head, he saw that players from the Proud Guild had gathered around. If it were before, Han Chen might have avoided them, but since death didn't result in losing levels, he had no worries. After all, his experience was already full. Although he couldn't make them lose levels, he could prevent them from leveling up. Moreover, his death likely didn't count as a death penalty. However, what Han Chen didn't expect was that AOC Jian actually said with a face full of apology, "Brother Han Chen, I'm really sorry, the players in our team have caused you trouble." Then, AOC Jian turned around and shouted, "Apologize quickly. Do you want to leave the guild?" AOC Wuqing took a deep breath. He really wanted to leave the guild, but he had signed a contract, and leaving would incur a hefty penalty. Moreover, for some reason, his base health was down to just 1 point, and leaving would mean complete ruin. In the end, he still convinced himself it was just an apology. A real man can bend and stretch. Swish, a golden figure flashed by, and AOC Wuqing fell to the ground, turning into white light. "Brother Han Chen, what do you mean by this?" AOC Jian's face looked very bad. He brought the guild members to apologize, only to be killed on the spot. Wasn't this a blatant slap in the face? And it was done in public. No matter how good-natured he was, he couldn't face it calmly. "I was originally happy, but you put shit in front of me and then ask me what I mean? You asked him to apologize not because he was wrong? I didn't accept his apology. If he was wrong, what's the problem with me killing him? I kill him every time I see him. If you want, I can add you to the list too." After saying this, Han Chen directly turned around and ignored the Proud players. The Proud players all stared wide-eyed, angrily looking at Han Chen. As long as AOC Jian gave the order, their attacks would cover Han Chen. AOC Jian forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. "Disperse, level up. Sword brother." The Proud players looked at AOC Jian in disbelief. Now that death had no penalty, they didn't even dare to fight. What situation would they fight in? They had originally thought that relying on a big guild would allow them to be a bit reckless. But they didn't expect it to be so suffocating. "Do I need to say it again?" AOC Jian shouted. Everyone turned away in anger. Not a single person greeted AOC Jian. Moreover, many privately discussed sending this video to the guild leaders. Email, reporting AOC Jian for seriously harming the image of the Proud Guild. As the Proud players dispersed, the surrounding players began to discuss again. What happened? Can anyone explain the situation? I don't know, I haven't seen any fighting. Except for the earlier incident where Proud surrounded an assassin, everything else was peaceful. I didn't hear of any conflict. Insider news, the Proud people provoked this lord and got cleared twice. Is this some rich heir? Definitely. Not in the open, everyone knows him, but it could be private. Are you crazy? Even AOC is swallowing his pride. Do you dare to speak recklessly and not fear reality sending you warmth? Grinding monsters, yay, finally. Leveled up, you're acting so fake. In the distance, Lin Fan observed everything happening at the village entrance, and after a moment's thought he moved away several hundred meters. Now he needed to take this opportunity to level up and avoid conflict with Han Chen as much as possible. However, just as he was about to continue grinding monsters, he unexpectedly saw a familiar figure walk up to Han Chen. He wouldn't mistake her even if she turned to ash. It's Lu Ruyan. Bitch, can't help but start giving it away, can you? Lin Fan gritted his teeth. Although he felt nothing but hatred for Lu Ruyan, with not a shred of love, seeing the woman he had always tried to please but failed with acting so generously towards someone she just met stirred a deep sense of unwillingness and jealousy within him. Brother Huanxia. Han Chen turned to glance at Lu Ruyan before turning away again. He hated when others played mind games with him, especially those that were so crude they could be seen through at a glance. Brother Huanxiao, I'm sorry. As soon as the words left her mouth, Lu Ruyan regretted it. From what she had seen earlier, Han Chen really disliked it when others apologized to him. He wouldn't kill me too, would he? Lu Ruyan was in a panic. Oh, what are you sorry for? It felt like a century had passed before Han Chen's voice finally came. Lu Ruyan quickly replied, I lied to you. I actually didn't intend to make money by collecting blood. So you just wanted an excuse to leave? No, I want to stay. I also want to leave you with a good impression. Why do you want to leave a good impression? Han Chen looked at Lu Ruyan teasingly. Because Lu Ruyan looked at Han Chen, but the three words, I like you, just wouldn't come out. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, because I need money, a lot of money. Oh, quite honest, aren't we? Han Chen looked at Lu Ruyan in surprise. How much do you need? Tell me. 1. Lu Ruyan held up one finger, then extended for more fingers. 5 million federal coins. How much is that in gold coins? Han Chen had no concept of 5 million federal coins. The current ratio is 1 to 5, 100 gold coins. Lu Ruyan mumbled softly, lowering her head and not daring to look Han Chen in the eye. Squeak, squeak, squeak. No way, the gold coins are mine. The little money grubber immediately protested. Han Chen rubbed the little money grubber's head. You won't be left out. Then he looked at Lu Ruyan. This is easy for me, but it depends on your performance. Lu Ruyan was overjoyed. I know, I'll do whatever you say. Just that one sentence shattered the hearts of many eavesdropping players. It's over, the goddess has fallen. At the same time, many players secretly encouraged themselves to work twice as hard to change their status through the divine realm and become someone important. After saying that, Lu Ruyan ran off, and before long, she brought over a stool. From somewhere, Brother Han Chen, sit down, I'll give you a shoulder massage. Han Chen sat down comfortably and enjoyed Lu Ruyan's massage. It must be said that the massage was quite effective. Although Lu Ruyan's technique was not very good and still clumsy, it still made Han Chen feel refreshed and in a great mood. In the distance, Lin Fan saw this scene and felt little emotional fluctuation. Instead, he shook his head. We were born and raised by the same parents. Why is there such a big gap between the two sisters? Lin Fan thought of Lu Shiryun, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. In his previous life, he only had eyes for Lu Ruyan, neglecting Lu Shiryun, who had always been there for him. It wasn't until the end when Lu Ruyan harmed him, and Lu Shiryun rushed out to take a hit for him that he finally understood Lu Shiryun's feelings. In this life, he would definitely protect Lu Shiryun and not let her suffer any harm. According to memories from a past life, Lu Shiryun entered the game on the second day after its launch. Let's pave the way for her. Equipment, skills, hidden professions, none of it can be missing. Humph. Lin Fan glanced at Lu Ruyan again. Even if you end up crying and begging, need a help, it won't matter. I can't wait to see you regret it. Then, Lin Fan looked at his own attributes. His level had already risen to level 8. With his output and monster-stealing abilities, it wouldn't be long before he reached level 10. As evening approached, the sun set in the west, and the density of the monster tide still showed no significant decline. Today's monster farming time has reached 6 hours. Subsequent monster farming experience will be reduced by 90%. Han Chen looked at the system prompt, somewhat taken aback. This is to prevent addiction? Has your monster farming time run out? Han Chen leaned back in his chair, took a bite of the food Lu Ruyan fed him, and then asked. Lu Ruyan checked her experience bar. I still have half an hour left, but I'm already at level 10 with full experience, so it doesn't matter. Why do you think they limit monster farming time? Look, many people are only at level 7 or 8. Han Chen asked, puzzled. Brother Han Chen, you probably didn't play games much before. This is already a well-established rule. Farming monsters is so boring. People need their own time, just like with work. A day's work shouldn't exceed 6 hours either. 6 hours a day? That sounds nice? Ha, isn't that how it is? Han Chen sighed, recalling his past experience of working 12 hours a day, feeling a wave of melancholy. The gap between people is just too vast. I'm not eating anymore. You go find a place to stay. Han Chen tossed over 2 gold coins. With night approaching and no entertainment facilities in the village, he couldn't log off, so he had to consider accommodation. Moreover, as a summoner, his combat relied on the Grey Wolf. Since the monsters couldn't break through the Grey Wolf's defense, he didn't need to pay constant attention to the battlefield like ordinary summoners, controlling and replenishing his summoned beasts. As long as he was within 1,000 meters, he could continuously farm monsters. Now, isn't it too early? Lu Ruyan asked, a bit flustered. It's not early, it will be dark soon, and this game is too realistic. There are even mosquitoes. I've already been bitten several times. Han Shan scratched at the mosquito bites on his arm and then pressed across with his nail. Alright, I'll go now. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and walked toward the village. Earlier, she had seen a video on the forum of Lin Fan single-handedly defeating dozens of players, topping the hot discussion list. It was hard to miss. Lin Fan's skills could only be described as extraordinary. Even the genius professional player Wu Yu, known for his skills, felt inferior, and top guilds were offering salaries as high as 1 billion to recruit him. Lu Ruyan then realized that the current Lin Fan was no longer the useless sycophant who was just a bit handsome. He had grown to a height she couldn't reach. However, the feeling of regret lasted only a moment before Lu Ruyan shifted the blame onto Lin Fan. With such strong talent, he had hidden it for so long, clearly just to humiliate her today. Thinking of Lin Fan's enthusiasm before and his disdain and indifference that morning, Lu Ruyan reaffirmed this suspicion. You want to humiliate me? Little did you know I found someone stronger than you. So what if your skills are good? You're still just working for a conglomerate, just another worker. How can you compare to Han Shen? Lu Ruyan turned back and smiled at Han Shen, then quickened her pace. Throughout the afternoon, too many flashy and cheap flirts had approached Han Shen. If she hesitated any longer and didn't take the initiative, she might never get another chance. Brother Han Shen, I rented the village chief's yard for just 10 silver coins. The village chief said I can stay as long as I want, and he can build a straw hut for me. Lu Ruyan returned 2 gold coins to Han Shen, saying she had 10 silver coins and didn't need the gold. Keep it, consider it your reward. Han Shen stretched lazily. Lu Ruyan quickly accepted the gold coins and eagerly helped Han Shen up. Brother Han Shen, let me take you to the yard to have a look. As Han Shen and Lu Ruyan walked into the yard, Lin Fan had just completed the trial dungeon and happened to witness this scene. When Lu Ruyan turned to close the door, she also saw Lin Fan, but she merely paused for a moment before shutting the yard gate. Bang! Lin Fan felt a sharp pain in his heart, a surge of unwillingness flooding over him. Village chief, they? The village chief glanced back and then revealed a slightly lewd smile. Oh, that little girl rented a yard from me, just a young couple, you know. Lin Fan felt a bit breathless, while the village chief continued, I see you're quite the handsome one, and your strength is decent too. You must have someone. Since you can't leave the village today, why not rent a room as well? The alchemist's yard is quite nice. Lin Fan didn't respond, he didn't even catch what the village chief said afterward. Lost in thought, he found a corner and collapsed onto the ground. Although he looked down on Lu Ruyan in his heart, feeling nothing but hatred for her and having personally experienced the heart-wrenching pain of betrayal, this scene still made him lose his reason in an instant. After all, she was the goddess he had admired for so long, and they had shared so much together in 2 lifetimes. How could he give up just like that? If he were truly decisive, how could he have endured until being betrayed? Though he spoke coldly, he had thought more than once that Lu Ruyan had her reasons, that she was being forced, and in the end, she would apologize and they would overcome difficulties together. However, these fantasies were shattered. Lu Ruyan personally rented the yard and brought in a man she had known for less than a day, and it was she who closed the door. Maybe they are just discussing something. How could they be discussing anything after just meeting? Although she isn't a good person, she's not someone who would be casual about it. When that bitch comes out, I must mock her. She has to feel utterly ashamed. 3 hours later, Han Shen shook Lu Ruyan awake, who was lying on him. I'm hungry, go get me something to eat. Lu Ruyan's face was streaked with tears as she weakly said, I have no strength left. Han Shen's eyes widened. The one who's really tired is me. Okay, you've completely drained me. Lu Ruyan's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself later. Maybe it was my repression. Oh, I'll go buy you something to eat. Lu Ruyan hurriedly got dressed and ran outside. It seems the physical structure of aliens isn't much different from that of Earthlings. Han Shen swore he only had the spirit of selfless dedication for science, and it was definitely not for any other reason. Crack! A bolt of lightning split the night sky. I was wrong, it wasn't for science after all, Han Shen quickly said, but what did I do wrong? Lu Ruyan was the one who took the initiative, I just didn't know how to refuse. Bitch! As soon as Lu Ruyan stepped out of the yard, she heard a scolding voice, and without needing to look, she knew who it was. She glared at Lin Fan with disgust. Are you done? Why are you still haunting me? Earlier, she had felt a bit guilty and indebted to Lin Fan, but now all that was left was disdain. Oh, don't get me wrong, I have no feelings for you anymore. I just want to expose your ugly face, Lin Fan said flatly, his voice surprisingly loud. At this moment, the demon beasts had temporarily retreated, and many players had gathered in the square. The village chief's yard was right by the square, and Lin Fan's words immediately stirred the players' gossiping hearts. Moreover, The gossip's main characters were none other than the most popular player in the district forum, Lin hidden in the mundane, and the third-ranked goddess of the forum, Peach Crisp, which was just too explosive. Many players secretly started recording, and some even went live. Lin Fan saw that everyone's attention was drawn to him and continued, I chased you for 10 years, and you've always been lukewarm towards me. I thought you were a proud woman, but it turns out you're just a vain, materialistic woman throwing yourself at men you've known for less than a day and sleeping with them, all while pretending to be virtuous. Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. Even after being scolded that morning, she still found it hard to believe these words were coming from him. Perhaps it was the stereotype of the good guy he had been for over a decade. After the shock, Lu Ruyan shook her head and scoffed, what virtue have I pretended to uphold? Just because you chase me doesn't mean I have to agree to you. Who do you think you are? I've clearly rejected you many times, yet you keep shamelessly pursuing me. Yes, I like money. Han Chan is not only richer than you, but he's also better looking, more emotionally stable, and has more personality. Why shouldn't I like him? Moreover, he's strong, a real man, unlike you. Ha! Lu Ruyan glanced at Lin Fan with disdain. Instantly, the surrounding players unconsciously turned their gaze to Lin Fan's lower half, their eyes filled with pity and schadenfreude. Lin Fan became anxious at that moment. Don't say such things. I've never touched you, even if you hate me, you can't slander me like this. Lu Ruyan nodded. True, you haven't touched me. Even if I went out shopping into the movies with you while showing my ID, even if I invited you to my house when my family wasn't home, even if I pretended to be drunk. Didn't I give you opportunities? I gave you at least 5 chances. If you were really a man, we would have been together long ago. Every time I took the initiative, you rejected me, yet you continued to play coy. Am I the one fishing for you, or are you fishing for me? I'm not like you, I'm a normal person. I have needs. I'm already 21, and so are you. We're both adults now. Do you want me to play this game of ambiguity with you for the rest of our lives? By the end, Lu Ruyan was almost hysterical. Because of Lin Fan, a person as emotional and lustful as she was had only become a true woman today. Feeling the beauty of it all, she finally understood how much happiness Lin Fan had cost her over the years. Lin Fan felt as if struck by lightning. I just respect you, I don't want to hurt you. In his view, those things should at least wait until marriage. Good women shouldn't be like that, right? In his eyes, Lu Ruyan was a rare good girl, which was why he had pursued her relentlessly in his past life. No need to say more, I know you used to be a good person. As for now, he couldn't even be considered a good person. After Lu Ruyan finished speaking, she directly left to find the village. And she didn't want Han Chan to go hungry. Lin Fan slumped to the ground, lost and dejected. A scruffy man named XC walked over and patted Lin Fan's shoulder. When flowers bloom, they should be picked. Don't wait until there are no flowers to pick the branches. Thank you, Lin Fan said sincerely, but then he felt something was off. XC's hand was intentionally or unintentionally reaching towards his chest. What are you doing? Lin Fan pushed XC away, watching him warily. XC chuckled. Don't be afraid, I'm a real man. Before Lin Fan could relax, XC continued. I usually don't like women, I prefer men. I know you don't like women either. Shall we discuss it? Discuss your sister. Lin Fan lunged forward, a dagger slicing across XC's neck, but XC was completely unfazed, grinning as he grabbed Lin Fan's hand. In his panic, Lin Fan forgot that players couldn't harm each other in the novice village. However, he wasn't so easily captured. With a casual twist of his wrist, he broke free, then quickly turned to kick XC's 2 hamstrings, bringing him to his knees. Immediately after, Lin Fan began to stomp violently on XC's face. Stomp him to death, someone shouted, and a large number of male players rushed out, clearly all having been harassed by this XC. At this moment, being invulnerable became the greatest harm. Lin Fan had already broken away from the crowd and, seeing Lu Ruyan return, hurriedly approached her. Ruyan, don't call me Ruyan, and don't bother me anymore. I'm afraid Han Chan will misunderstand. Lu Ruyan interrupted Lin Fan's words and walked towards the courtyard, while Lin Fan quickly reached out to stop her. I'm sorry, no need, I've already found the best place to be, and I have you to thank for that. Lu Ruyan finally understood why Han Chen disliked others saying sorry. Why is it so noisy outside? Han Chen irritably walked out of the room. He hated noise the most. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Lin Fan blocking Lu Ruyan. What's going on? None of your business, I have something to say to Ruyan, Lin Fan said without turning his head. Brother Han Chen, he's harassing me, Lu Ruyan shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of light flashed in Han Chen's eyes. Ruyan, actually before Lin Fan could finish his sentence, he disappeared into the night. Disconnected or invisible? The novice village shouldn't have an invisibility skill, right? Lu Ruyan waved her hand, not touching anyone, and then ran towards Han Chen. This Lin Fan is so annoying, wasting so much of my time. You must be starving. This is what I bought from the seamstress aunt, eat it while it's hot. Han Chen looked at the basket of food directly, grabbed a piece of braised pork and stuffed it into his mouth, then began to wolf it down. Where are you going? Han Chen asked. vaguely as he watched Lu Ruyan leave. Lu Ruyan's face turned red again. I want to buy the blanket and also get a clean one. Han Shen initiated a trade, then placed 10,000 gold coins in front of Lu Ruyan, who looked on in disbelief. Also, buy this courtyard. Let Koan and the village chief build another one themselves. Lu Ruyan felt touched but still said, but we're leaving tomorrow, isn't it? Unnecessary? Money is meant to be spent. How much can a courtyard cost? Don't get hung up on these useless things, got it? Okay. Lu Ruyan replied happily. Lin Fan, hidden in the shadows, took a deep look at Lu Ruyan, then glanced fearfully at Han Shen in the courtyard, before turning to leave. It was astonishing that Han Shen could act in a safe zone. He had never heard of such a skill in his past life. It was simply unbelievable. He bore the future of his home planet and had no need to fight with a man who would soon be ruined by money over a woman without virtue. That would be unwise. Moreover, although his level hadn't dropped, his health limit had decreased to 1 point, which was the most critical issue. Not to mention Han Shen, even an ordinary player from the Proudview could kill him in one hit if their skills landed. With the rise in levels, everyone was now around level 10, even the basic skills of an apprentice profession. At level 10 had considerable damage, making complete defense nearly impossible. Oh, my esteemed enemy, we meet again. Brother. Han Shen, I want to find you. You're thinking too much. Han Shen replied directly. He didn't even know if his consciousness had entered the game or if his real body had come into the game. How could Lu Ruyan find him? By following the internet cable? Lu Ruyan's mood sank a bit. Do you think I'm too ordinary to be worthy of you? No. Do you know what our real difference is? What is it? Lu Ruyan's thoughts were racing. Although her initial idea was to exchange her body for money, once she truly obtained it, she inevitably wanted more. We are not from the same planet, Han Shen said without concealment. He didn't believe Lu Ruyan would keep it a secret, but he completely didn't care whether she would spill it or not. If he had crossed over to his home planet, he might have had some reservations, but he was in the divine realm. No matter how many people or how powerful the forces on his home planet were, what could they do to him? Maintaining a lie requires more lies. To cover up his identity and background, he would have to fabricate a new identity, then come up with various excuses to avoid meeting, which would ultimately lead to misunderstandings, and then he would have to concoct other reasons. Wouldn't that be exhausting? Lu Ruyan's mood sank even lower upon hearing this. You don't need to fabricate such grandiose reasons to fool me. I actually don't need a title. Why would I lie to you? What do you have that's worth my deception? Don't you have a clear understanding of yourself? Han Shen frowned. Lu Ruyan suddenly snapped out of her faint sadness. Right, Han Shen wasn't in a romantic relationship with her. Their relationship wasn't that of lovers. Han Shen was still the same Han Shen. It was just her mindset that had changed. Han Shen had given her money, 10,000 gold coins, to be exact. Even so, Lu Ruyan still labeled Han Shen, in her heart, not proactive, not rejecting, lacking empathy, yet very rich and handsome, an authoritarian, iron-fisted, straight male. Alien. So special, completely different from those sycophants. She really liked it. I was wrong, master. I won't dare next time. Lu Ruyan said pitifully. Han Shen couldn't hold back and directly captured Lu Ruyan. Demon, I want you to assist me in my cultivation. A night of absurdity, and the next morning, Lu Ruyan woke up early on her own, enduring the strange sensations in her body as she prepared breakfast. Although she could turn off her sensory perception, she didn't do so. Brother, I need to log off to pick up my sister, and I'll change places to avoid being disturbed. I probably won't be able to get back into the game until noon, Lu Ruyan said honestly as she looked at Han Shen. There's no need to report such things to me. Just remember to find a safe, high-end place. I'm not on the home planet, so the only thing I can offer you is gold. If it's not enough, just let me know, Han Shen replied. Although Han Shen said there was no need to report, Lu Ruyan was already prepared to report everything, big or small. Everything she had came from Han Shen, so she naturally wanted to provide him with a sense of security. A domineering man like him could not tolerate betrayal the most. Okay, I'll log off first. You can leave the dishes. I'll clean up when I get back. See you at noon. After finishing all the breakfast, Han Shen stretched contentedly and then walked out of the courtyard. The village chief was still tirelessly standing in the square, and Han Shen approached to greet him. Good morning, village chief. Oh, isn't this Han Shen? Young people should practice moderation, the village chief said with a meaningful smile as he looked at Han Shen. Han Shen shook his head. No way anyone would lose control. Ha, I have a method that can help you enjoy yourself every night. I have all the other herbs, but you'll need to fetch the main herb yourself, the village chief whispered into Han Shen's ear. Han Shen's eyes lit up immediately. Where do I go to get it? The village chief stroked his beard and smiled. If it were in the past, that would be difficult, but now, the main herb has come to your doorstep, one of the 5 great demon generals leading the attack on our village, the Millennium Turtle Essence. What a coincidence. Han Shen squinted his eyes, a bit suspicious. You're not just trying to trick me into fighting the demon general, are you? The village chief wasn't angry at Han Shen's doubts at all. It's only a matter of time before you kill the demon general. I wouldn't go so far as to deceive you with this. Believe it or not, Let me tell you another secret. The contribution for killing the demon general is the greatest, and many people have already gone to encircle and suppress it. If you go late, that contribution might be taken by someone else. Why didn't you say so earlier? Where is the demon general? Han Chan asked anxiously. He couldn't miss out on the contribution rewards. Do you accept the mission? Eliminate the 5 great demon generals? Accept, refuse. Accepted. Elimination of the 5 great demon generals. 1000-year fox demon, killed 1000-year turtle spirit, 98% 1000-year tiger king, 72% 1000-year snake demon, 14% 1000-year spirit bird, 68%. One of the 5 great demon generals has already been killed and another is left with only 14% health. Don't these people ever sleep? Han Chen exclaimed in surprise. They don't have beautiful companions, the village chief replied, leaning in. Han Chen ignored the village chief and charged towards the direction of the 1000-year snake demon. There were fewer demon beasts outside the village than last night, and with players continuously resurrecting and heading towards the 1000-year snake, he encountered no obstacles along the way. In less than 5 minutes, Han Chen saw the towering crimson 1000-year snake demon, which was about 5 or 6 stories high, with a massive flesh lump growing on its head, a stark contrast to the image of Baisuzhen in his mind. 1000-year snake demon, level 10. Status, suppressed realm, weaken health, 12331 physical attack, 778 magic attack, 600 physical defense, 342 magic defense, 250 skills, tail strike, bind, poison gas weakness. Fear of fire. Han Chen did not pursue further, otherwise, his mana for death would not be sufficient. He took out a bottle of intermediate mana potion and drank it, starting to recover his mana. By the time his mana was full, the 1000-year snake demon's health had already dropped below 10,000. Han Chen did not attack, nor did he summon the Grey Wolf and the Little Money Grubber. The 1000-year snake demon had high output, and if he used skills, they might not survive. Suddenly, the massive head of the 1000-year snake demon lifted, as if gathering power, and the surrounding players quickly retreated. However, they were still too slow. The snake demon lowered its head and opened its mouth towards the crowd, spewing out a large amount of green poison gas. All players who came into contact with the gas fell to the ground instantly, without exception. Then, the 1000-year snake demon sprayed poison gas towards the players behind, the gas quickly spreading and enveloping a radius of nearly 300 meters, with no survivors among those affected. Thank goodness I didn't get close. Han Chen couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. His defense was not superior to other players, and due to his talent and profession, many had better defensive capabilities than him. In such a situation, if they were all killed instantly, he would meet the same fate if he approached. With a large number of players dead, the 1000-year snake demon would temporarily take no more damage and its health began to slowly recover. 500500500. Seeing this, Han Chen quickly controlled the Grey Wolf to charge in. When the Grey Wolf entered the poison mist, Han Chen felt relieved, as the poison mist did not harm them. Clearly, the continuous damage from the poison was not high, with a damage per second increase below 1.3. Due to the distance, the 2 Grey Wolves had not yet approached the 1000-year snake demon when the poison mist had already dissipated, and the surrounding players, who had been watching closely, gathered again. When the Grey Wolf reached near the 1000-year snake demon, the ranged players also began their assault. 168. Except for the Grey Wolf, most players could not break through the 1000-year snake demon's defense, only a few could, and the damage dealt was pitifully low, with very few able to exceed 100. -3,302. The Grey Wolf finally reached the body of the 1000-year snake demon, and with just one attack, it brought the demon's health below 7,000. A glimmer of light flashed in Han Chen's eyes as the 1000-year snake demon's health and maximum health both dropped by 853 simultaneously. At this moment, to the surrounding players, the health bar of the 1000-year snake demon was nearly invisible, and everyone rushed towards it frantically. At the same time, the names of the surrounding players turned black collectively. They had activated the all-out mode. Some had turned red, indicating they had killed players. However, their attack still did not inflict any damage on the Grey Wolf. Under Han Chen's control, the Grey Wolf did not attack again but waited. As the health of the 1000-year snake demon dropped below 4,000, Han Chen ordered the Grey Wolf to attack just as the effect of death activated again. In an instant, the 1000-year snake demon's health was completely depleted. Congratulations on defeating the silver-level boss, the 1000-year snake demon, level 10, earning 4,240 experience and 50 reputation. Regional announcement: the 1000-year snake demon has been slain. There was no system announcement, nor was there a display of game IDs, which left Han Chen somewhat disappointed. Looking at the snake demon's corpse and the glimmer of purple light that emerged, Han Chen quickly rushed over. The loot had a 1-minute protection time, and only the killer and players in the team could pick it up. He only needed a little over 40 seconds to get there. Of course, to reduce the risk of looting, Han Chen decisively activated the all-out mode and instructed the Grey Wolf to start slaughtering the surrounding players, while the Little Money Grubber rushed ahead of Han Chen to clear the path. Even so, Han Chen was still killed instantly by other players' attacks while picking up the purple loot. After all, he wasn't the Grey Wolf, his health was only 1700 and his combined defenses barely exceeded 300, unable to withstand concentrated fire for even a second. Watching an ad allows for a penalty-free resurrection at full status, and boosts basic attributes by 50%, lasting 300 seconds. The 1000-year snake demon was already dead, and the purple loot had been picked up, so there was no need to resurrect on the spot. Besides, there was no death penalty at the moment, so there was no need to watch an ad. Han Chen chose to resurrect at the safe point in the novice village. He then checked the loot he had obtained. 1000-year demon core. Snake type consumable obtained from the 1000-year snake demon. Consuming it grants 10,000 experience points directly, and it can also be used for alchemy, etc. Bound. Is this it? Han Chen felt very disappointed. 10,000 experience points were not very useful to him. If watching an ad could boost it to 10,000 years, perhaps the experience could reach 100,000, but this time there was no ad to enhance the quality. Han Chen guessed it must have been covered by the resurrection ad. Is the 1000-year Tiger King next? Originally, the 1000-year Spirit Bird's health was slightly lower than that of the 1000-year Tiger King, but at this moment the 1000-year Spirit Bird still had 58% health, while the 1000-year Tiger King was down to 30%. Moreover, while Han Chen was checking the health, it had dropped by another 1%. Han Chen hurriedly dashed westward. As he approached the 1000-year Tiger King, Han Chen finally understood why its health was dropping so quickly. The number of players here had already exceeded 10,000. The most conspicuous were the players from the AOC Guild, who had the largest numbers, along with several other guilds like the Bandits and Dio, all operating in an orderly fashion, completely different from the chaos at the 1000-year Snake Demon's location. If he wasn't mistaken, the 1000-year Fox Demon must have also been killed by them. Han Chen looked at the attributes and skills of the 1000-year Tiger King and found that their attributes were not much different, with the main differences lying in the skills. The 1000-year Tiger King's skills were Tiger Pounce, Tail Slash, and Fierce Tiger Roar. The 1000-year Tiger King let out a roar, instantly killing players within 100 meters, while those 200 meters away were knocked back and stunned, though only a few were killed outright. Clearly, the 1000-year Tiger King's area attack was not as lethal as that of the 1000-year Snake Demon, which was likely why these guilds chose to target the 1000-year Tiger King. As usual, Han Chen released the Grey Wolf, controlling them to approach while keeping his distance. There were countless scattered players around, and everyone's attention was on the boss, so Han Chen did not attract much attention. When the 1000-year Tiger King's health dropped to around 20,000, players from several guilds suddenly seemed to have agreed beforehand, collectively shifting their targets to attack the surrounding scattered players. In less than 10 seconds, only a few guild players remained around the 1000-year Tiger King. They did not attack each other but instead joined forces to fight the boss. It turns out it was a temporary alliance. The boss is on the verge of death and clears out players. No wonder most of them are red names. Unfortunately, you can't take down the Grey Wolf. The boss is still mine. It was still death plus the Grey Wolf. With a kill line of 4,000 health, Han Chen successfully defeated the Millennium Tiger King. Congratulations on defeating the silver-level boss Millennium Tiger King, level 10, gaining 4,240 experience and 50 reputation. However, this time, Han Chen did not pick up the loot like last time. He saw that several guild players had completely surrounded the corpse, and any player who tried to approach would be killed by them. Anyone who doesn't follow orders will be punished. I said let my team take the last hit. Zhou Jian was a bit angry. The contribution for killing the boss was high, along with reputation and demon cores. This was a benefit for the team leader, and he didn't expect it to be snatched away. However, seeing the two smiling Grey Wolves by the corpse, Zhou Jian swallowed his words back. Looking around, he found no trace of the smiling, yet he still stood by the boss's loot. With so many guild players around, including those in the alliance, he couldn't let the Zhou Guild's prestige fall. However, when a minute passed and Zhou Jian intended to pick up the loot, a figure appeared and collected all the items on the ground. It's Rufan Chen, take him out. Unlike Zhou Jian's command, a large number of attacks were directed at Lin Fan, but the next moment, Lin Fan's figure vanished, and all the attacks missed. Although the situation happened suddenly and from a distance, Han Chen, with his heavenly eye, had astonishing vision and witnessed everything. Health at 600, talent sacred body, 3 skills. I wonder if he's a reborn. Han Chen's vision went dark, nearly fainting. At the moment his thoughts aligned, his mana was drained. In fact, this indirectly confirmed Lin Fan's identity as a reborn, because if he weren't a reborn, the deduction of trace would have ended directly, yielding a result. Only those who could continue tracing would keep consuming mana. And this sudden mana drain indicated that his current mana was far from sufficient for tracing. However, reborn individuals aren't omnipotent. The effect of death still applies. If the effect of death were to fail under the enhancement of the sacred body, Lin Fan's health could reach 2,000. Right now, Lin Fan's 600 health was merely from his equipment. Thinking this, Han Chen felt less wary of Lin Fan. Probably Lin Fan was more wary of him. After downing a bottle of blue potion, Han Chen walked towards Ao Shi Jiujian, but at that moment, the major guilds were on high alert. As soon as Han Chen got close, he was instantly killed. However, this was exactly what Han Chen intended, as he had just instructed the Grey Wolf to take out Ao Shi Jiujian first. Damn! Even with his good composure, Ao Shi Jiujian couldn't help but break down. The last hit on the boss was snatched, the loot was taken, and he was killed in front of thousands of people. Damn! Inru Fan Chen, damn smiling, what's wrong? Didn't I come to keep you company? Han Chen smiled as he walked in front of Ao Shi Jiujian. Ao Shi Jiujian was on high alert, his iron sword crossed over his chest, but thinking that this was a safe zone, he relaxed a bit, glaring at Han Chen. You stole the boss, why are you still killing me? It's not like I picked up your loot. I know, I saw it all. This time, killing you was just to discuss cooperation. Ao Shi Jiujian was furious, his right hand trembling as he pointed at Han Chen. Is this how you talk? Killing me to cooperate? I've never heard of something so ridiculous in my life. Stop the noise. Han Chen shouted, finally getting Ao Shi Jiujian to quiet down. If we waste any more time, the boss will be dead. Let's go into private chat. Although Ao Shi Jiujian was reluctant, after a moment's hesitation, he still entered a private chat with Han Chen. Han Chen gestured to Ao Shi Jiujian and then walked south. Let's talk while we walk. Look, isn't the safe zone closer to the Millennium Spirit Bird? I saved you quite a bit of walking time. Thank you. But how do you propose we cooperate? Are you planning to kill the annoying Tao Susu and make her disappear? Of course not, but how did you find out about this? Such gossip, every player in the Divine Realm knows about it. I don't mean to be rude, but that Tao Susu clearly looks like a green tea bitch, not worthy of you. A woman like that is just for fun, don't get too involved. Han Chen curled his lips and summoned the Grey Wolf to instantly kill Ao Shi Jiujian, who had just left the novice village. Han Chen, what do you mean? Ao Shi Jiujian, revived again, rushed out and questioned. Han Chen waved his hand. You already know it's not pleasant to hear, so why say it? If I'm not happy and I kill you, what's the problem? Alright, I'll kill you once to settle the score, and then we can talk about cooperation. Not a chance. Who negotiates cooperation like this? You can block me in the safe zone, but I won't cooperate with someone like you. 100 gold coins. Han Chen extended a finger, and Ao Shi Jiujian immediately calmed down. Han Chen continued, one boss for 100 gold coins, the boss. Kill and loot all belong to me. Pleasure doing business. Ao Shi Jiujian grasped Han Chen's hand. It was a joke, he had only given less than 1 gold coin to each guild he bribed, totaling about 10 gold coins, and that wasn't even his own money, it was the guild's welfare. With Han Chen around, he had no real chance of killing the boss. At most he would get some loot, and now there was also the elusive hidden in the dust, so the loot wasn't guaranteed. In this situation, Han Chen was willing to give 100 gold coins, which was like a pie falling from the sky. Even if he could kill the boss and get the loot, he would gladly give Han Chen 5 bosses for 100 gold coins, let alone trading 200 gold coins for 2 bosses that no longer belonged to him. According to the guild's revenue sharing, he could take 50%, which meant 100 gold coins for 2 bosses. Moreover, this was the second day of the game opening, and the strategic value of this gold was far beyond what federal coins could measure. Remember to protect the boss, he is a big financier. If you do well, each of you will be rewarded with 1 silver coin. Ao Shi Jiujian said to dozens of knights and priests. Yes sir. The originally reluctant crowd cheered at the news, immediately guarding around Han Chen, surrounding him tightly, leaving only their view towards the Millennium Spirit Bird. 1 silver coin was equivalent to 500 federal coins. They couldn't earn 1 silver coin in a day, let alone guard against an enemy of a player they weren't familiar with in a guild. They would even guard against their own enemies. Boss, the area of effect for the Millennium Spirit Bird's group attack is about 200 meters, it's absolutely safe. Here, just wait for the final blow to pick up the loot. I'll go give orders first. Ao Shi Jiujian said, bowing to Han Chen. I prefer your previous rebellious attitude, bring that back. Upon hearing this, Ao Shi Jiujian's eyes turned cold. All departments, stay alert, protect the boss, and don't let other players get close. We must ensure absolute safety. Han Chen didn't send the Grey Wolf for support but had them guard around him. Since he had paid, he should enjoy the service he deserved. He didn't need to participate in reducing the boss's health. Moreover, the Millennium Spirit Bird spent most of its time flying in the air. Only ranged attacks could hit it, and sending the Grey Wolf over would be futile. As players from various guilds rushed in, fearless and employing a human sea tactic, the health of the Millennium Spirit Bird finally dropped below 10,000. When the health of the Millennium Spirit Bird fell to 7,000, Han Chen raised his hand. Everyone, stop. Seal off the surroundings, don't let anyone get close. Ao Shi Jiujian quickly ordered. Han Chen downed a bottle of blue potion, and then a glimmer flashed in his eyes. Instantly, the health of the Millennium Spirit Bird began to drain at a rate of 853 per second. Purification spell. With a wave of the priest's staff beside Han Chen, his mana instantly returned to 100 points. Han Shen's maximum mana is 546, and the cleansing technique combined with potions can extend the duration of death by 3 seconds. The 1,000-year spirit bird flew in the sky, occasionally spitting fireballs or scattering feathers that would instantly kill players below. However, all the players completely ignored it, vigilantly watching their surroundings. No damage numbers floated above the 1,000-year spirit bird, and its health bar remained unchanged. But Han Shen knew its health was decreasing. He just didn't know how much health it had left because retrace was not activated, otherwise, he might not have enough mana. After 7 seconds, the 1,000-year spirit bird lowered its flying height. At that moment, a figure suddenly sprang out from the crowd, stepping on the shoulder of a player below the 1,000-year spirit bird, quickly leaping up and thrusting a dagger straight at the spirit bird's claws. Who else could it be but Lin Fan? In the next moment, a golden light shot up even faster, directly blocking the space between Lin Fan's dagger and the 1,000-year spirit bird. Lin Fan's attack hit the little money grubber, while the little money grubber's claws grazed the 1,000-year spirit bird's claws. 650 Congratulations, you have killed the silver level boss, the 1,000-year spirit bird. Level 10, gaining 4,240 experience and 50 reputation. Seeing the 1,000-year spirit bird being killed, Lin Fan prepared to use the same trick again, going invisible to escape. However, before he even landed, a flurry of attacks was already coming his way. Void Slash. A sword from Proud 9 Swords also struck. Last time, they were caught off guard and Lin Fan escaped. This time, they were ready for him. Lin Fan instinctively removed his arms from in front of him, allowing Proud 9 Swords sword to slash at him. In just one encounter, Lin Fan was focused down and killed. At the safe zone resurrection point, Lin Fan checked his health and breathed a sigh of relief. If he wanted, he could have lasted a few more seconds, or even possibly used his agility to break through the encirclement, but thinking of Han Shen's strange abilities, he decisively abandoned that plan. If he were killed by Han Shen again, his health and equipment would be wasted, and he would have to sell information to exchange for gear, which wasn't worth it. It was better to return to the city for free, as there was no death penalty. In fact, Han Shen was indeed drinking potions, preparing to glare Lin Fan to death, but he didn't expect Lin Fan to give up resisting. However, it was fine that Lin Fan died. He no longer had any worries. Han Shen immediately walked towards the 1,000-year spirit bird. Would you like to watch an advertisement to enhance loot quality? Look, in such a safe situation, of course, he would watch a blockbuster game that made $1 billion from foreigners in a month. To outsiders, it seemed that after Han Shen collected the loot, he stood there dumbfounded for over a minute. Sword brother, what's wrong with him? The surrounding players asked in confusion. Shut up, why are you meddling so much? The boss pays, he can stay as long as he wants, so pay attention. Proud 9 Swords quickly reprimanded. He knew Han Shen's temper well. As long as he went along with him, everything would be fine. Otherwise, he might resort to violence, and if someone in the guild angered Han Shen, it would be bad. After all, he was their major client for long-term development. At this moment, Han Shen had naturally finished watching the advertisement and was checking his loot. 10,000-year demon pill, bird, type consumable, mutated bird demon pill, grants 100,000 experience points, 10 free attribute points, can also be used for alchemy, etc. Bound, fire feather ring, epic, type, ring equipment. Level 10 health, 225 physical attack, 115 strength, 8 agility, 8 10,000-year spirit bird meat * 10 type, ingredient. 10,000-year spirit feathers * 10 type, material. Originally, Han Shen thought there was only one demon pill, but unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise, an additional epic level ring that was just right for him, which he immediately put on. In addition, there were various materials and some low-quality or unusable equipment, including a level 10 green long sword. Han Shen discarded all the low-quality, unusable gear onto the ground. Selling these in a bundle would probably fetch just 1 gold coin, maybe even less, which was completely unnecessary. Non-bound trash is just so easy to deal with. Han Shen sighed. Boss, can I pick up this trash? Oh sure. Zhou Jian looked at Han Shen with pitiful eyes. No one is stopping you, so hurry up, we need to focus on the Millennium Turtle Spirit. Han Shen shook his head. In response, the current players really had low standards. Oh sure. Zhou Jian quickly picked up the equipment from the ground, directly equipped the long sword, and then happily led the large group towards the Millennium Turtle Spirit. Looking at the task panel showing the Millennium Turtle Spirit at 90% health, Han Shen knew this would be a protracted battle. After fighting for so long, he had already taken down 3 bosses, yet the Millennium Turtle Spirit's health hadn't dropped by 10%. When he finally saw the Millennium Turtle Spirit, Han Shen understood why it was so difficult to defeat. Millennium Turtle Spirit. Level 10, status, realm suppressed, preparing for rebirth health, 89912 physical attack, 333 magic attack, 222 physical defense, 666 magic defense, 666. Skills, rebirth, spinning shell, reflective shell. Rebirth is a healing skill. Spinning shell is a circular area attack skill, and reflective shell as The name suggests, reflects damage, rebounding 100% of the corresponding attack type's damage. With such high dual defenses, very few players could break through, and with each attack, they would suffer reflected damage. 666 damage was something not many could withstand twice. The fact that such an overpowered skill could be chipped down by 10% health was what surprised Han Shen the most. Looking back at the damage dealt to the Millennium Turtle Spirit, Han Shen realized that some players had talents that dealt true damage, grinding it down with real damage. However, their efforts were destined to be in vain. Suddenly, a green light erupted from the Millennium Turtle Spirit, and its health instantly returned to 99. What the hell? There's no way to fight it. In an instant, despair filled the air. Aosher Jian panicked. Boss, this Millennium Turtle Spirit actually has a healing skill, we can't fight it now. There are only 100 players who can deal damage, and that's nowhere near enough to outpace its healing. Just because the Millennium Turtle Spirit hadn't healed in the previous hour didn't mean its healing skill had a cooldown of an hour. It simply hadn't used it because its health hadn't dropped significantly. You don't need to fight, just make sure no one disturbs me. Han Shen understood that relying on them was futile. He still had to depend on his Grey Wolf. Immediately, Han Shen commanded the Grey Wolf to charge forward. Minus 47,260 in an instant. The Millennium Turtle Spirit's health dropped by nearly 5%, and the reflected damage wasn't true damage, so it still couldn't break through the Grey Wolf's defense. The Millennium Turtle Spirit, in pain, bit down on the Grey Wolf. With the Grey Wolf's output, it would take no more than half a minute to kill the Millennium Turtle Spirit. This Aosher Jian didn't have a clear understanding of Han Shen's output capabilities. He only knew that the output of his Grey Wolf was very high, but he didn't expect it to be this high, able to deal over 2,000 damage to the Millennium Turtle Spirit, which no one else could break through. He really wanted to ask Han Shen what his talent was, but he held back. That wasn't his place to ask. Originally, the Grey Wolf's output wasn't this explosive. It was mainly due to the Fire Feather Ring providing a significant boost to physical attack, raising his original attack from just over 300 to 505, and also boosting the Grey Wolf's attack to 3029. I hope this time I can get another good output piece. At that moment, the Millennium Turtle Spirit suddenly spun rapidly, sending the Grey Wolf flying and unable to approach. However, with insufficient damage, the Millennium Turtle Spirit's spinning shell was merely a delay. About 20 seconds later, the Millennium Turtle Spirit finally came to a stop, marking the beginning of its countdown to death. This time, Han Shen did not use death again because the Millennium Turtle Spirit's health was at 9400 and the Grey Wolf's 2 attacks were just enough to kill it. Using death would lower the kill threshold and increase the risk of being robbed by Lin Fan. Moreover, he planned to save death for Lin Fan. Unfortunately, Lin Fan had not shown up at all. Congratulations on killing the silver-level boss Millennium Turtle Spirit, level 10, gaining 4240. Experience and 50 reputation system announcement. Newbie Village number 888 has first cleared the 5 major demon generals. Reward settlement increased, hoping other newbie villages will continue to work hard. System announcement. Newbie Village number 888 is the first player to leave the newbie village, rewarded with 1 guild token and plus 100 reputation. Damn. With 2 consecutive system announcements, Han Shen immediately lost his composure. That anonymous player must be Lin Fan, who had definitely stolen the kill. But now that it had come to this, he had no choice but to walk over to the Millennium Turtle Spirit's corpse to collect the loot and minimize his losses. 1 minute later, the advertisement ended and a Millennium Demon Core, 10 portions of Millennium Turtle Spirit meat, a Millennium Turtle shell, and a pile of junk equipment appeared in Han Shen's backpack. The Millennium Demon Core still provided 100,000 experience points and 10 free attribute points. Among these items, the only usable high-quality equipment was the Turtle Shell Helmet. Turtle Shell Helmet, fine. Equipment level 10 physical. Defense, 38 magic defense, 20 constitution, 9. Putting on the Turtle Shell Helmet, Han Shen then discarded the junk equipment on the ground and started heading back to the village. After the demon generals were cleared, the death protection had been lifted, and dying would result in a level drop, so he could only walk back. Boss, wait. AOC Jian suddenly shouted. Han Shen turned back to look, only to see AOC Jian waving his hand, and immediately, the players from AOC surrounded Han Shen. We, AOC, believe in cooperation with a beginning and an end. Since we contributed little to the turtle spirit, we will escort you back to the village. Hearing this, Han Shen thoughtfully looked at the surrounding players, noticing that the players from AOC were subtly confronting the others nearby. Some of those players were focused on the players from the AOC guild, while others were all on him. Han Shen understood that these people had their eyes on him. With the death protection gone, dying would not only drop levels but also had a chance to lose equipment and gain currency. Kill Han Shen and drop gold coins. It was unclear who took the lead, but a fierce battle was about to break out, and the players from AOC had already engaged in combat with the surrounding players. Those who attacked included the temporary ally guild of AOC from before. AOC Jian has 200 gold coins on him too, don't let them escape. Damn it, I didn't set up a private chat channel, how could it leak? Who did you tell about this? In the safety zone of the newbie village, Han Shen looked at AOC Jiojin speechlessly. I just posted it in the captain's group. They said I was cowardly. I thought AOC Jiojin's old face was already flushed red. You wanted to show off. You almost got me killed. Han Shen kicked AOC Jiojin out of the safety zone, and AOC Jiojin hurriedly scrambled back in. A barrage of fireballs and arrows fell, and the surrounding players sighed in regret. They were so close to taking down AOC Jiojin, and they looked at Han Shen with hope, wishing he would kick again. However, Han Shen had no interest in playing with them any longer. He walked towards the village chief. Chief, the task is complete. Good. Heroes emerge from youth. I truly did not misjudge you. Just give me 2 portions of turtle spirit meat, and I will start concocting the potion right away. The village chief could hardly hide his excitement. Han Shen immediately took out 2 portions of Millennium Turtle spirit meat and handed them over. The village chief took a look and then revealed an incredulous expression. Millennium? Has that turtle spirit already evolved halfway? Isn't a millennium good enough? It's great, but it will take more time. It can only be ready by noon, and of course, the effect will be even better. At noon? Han Shen asked in confusion. I heard that once you leave the village, you can't come back. I can't just wait here until noon, can I? What village are you leaving? The village. Chief retorted, the attacks from the demon clan aren't over yet. If you leave now, you won't get the contribution rewards. You have to wait until all the demon generals in the villages are cleared. Ha? Is that how it works? Then, why have so many people left the village? Because their contributions are low. I can't be bothered to talk to them. You killed 4 out of 5 demon generals. The nature of that is completely different. Trust me, just wait a bit longer. If you're really bored, go find your beautiful lady. Han Shen opened his friend list, and Lu Ruyan's name was still gray. She's not here again. Wait, what if other villages also have 1,000-year turtle spirits, and they can't be killed? Wouldn't that mean it never gets settled? No, as time goes on, their strength will be further weakened. By around noon, you should be able to handle them. That's good. Han Shen finally felt relieved. Since the daily monster farming time is limited to 6 hours, even if he leaves the village at noon, it wouldn't affect him much. He could just farm until evening. Then, the village chief walked into the makeshift thatched hut with the turtle spirit meat. Of course, there was still a village chief on the spot to hand over tasks to players, and at that moment, a steady stream of players was leaving the village through the village chief. Han Shen wandered around the village a bit, chatted with each NPC, but didn't trigger any hidden quests. He tried using Trace to investigate and found that they were just low-level ordinary NPCs, so he returned to the courtyard. Although he hadn't left the village yet, he could gather information from the forum about the outside world. However, there wasn't much information available since only their village had players going out, and everyone was still exploring. The most discussed topics weren't even the demon generals, but Lin Fan, Lu Ruyan, and him, Han Shen. The good news was that many people supported Han Shen and Lu Ruyan, dominating the forum. The bad news was that all their supporters were version T0. Putting facts aside, is there really no fault in hiding among the mundane? Jime, there's actually no need to put facts aside, it can be discussed. Can't women pursue the happiness they want? They can pursue it bravely. Who says that giving should come with a return? Who says that accepting someone's kindness means you have to be together? Han Xiao is so handsome, we are a perfect match. First floor wife. Xiao, even if you go against the whole world, we will stand behind you. Why would I go against the whole world? If you don't choose Han Xiao to enjoy happiness, do you want to be a babysitter for hiding among the mundane? It seems he is the one making Lu Ruyan be the babysitter. If it were Lin Fan, he would probably hold her in his palm. After looking for a long time, there was no valuable information at all. Fortunately, Han Shen soon saw the filtering options. Filtering posts about exploration and strategies. The whole world suddenly felt normal again. He finally saw content related to leaving the village. The poster, Han Shen, had some impression of her. She was AOC Jiome. She summarized the NPC distribution in towns based on players from the guild scattered across various towns. The central position of each town is the Lord's Mansion, which is temporarily not open to players. The square for players is around the Lord's Mansion, where most of the profession mentors are located, though a few special ones are not here. For example, the beast tamer that Han Shen wants to change to is in a small alley in the civilian area. This information was very important, and Han Shen noted it down, as it would save him a lot of time. Then, Han Shen continued to scroll down. Each town has a teleportation array that can transport between towns and checkpoints, but the teleportation cost is astonishing, 50 gold coins each time, which is 2.5 million federal coins. Due to the high price, no one has tested the teleportation effect. Additionally, it is currently known that only the merchant next to the teleportation array sells return scrolls, with a price of up to 1 gold coin for a single scroll. It is recommended that players who are far from the monster spawn points prepare food in advance, or even tents. For Han Shen, this teleportation price was still acceptable. After all, he could teleport more than 120 times just by watching an advertisement, which was quite cost-effective. The return scrolls were also essential, just 1 gold coin. Most of the town's industries are tradable, such as real estate, but there is a minimum price, and you cannot force a sale. Even robbing a common farmer of a donkey will get you caught by the guards, who will lock you up in the dungeon for 7 days, and the time offline does not count, remember. You can buy a house. Han Shen was a bit excited. He had always wanted a large courtyard with a rockery, a lake, an attic, a study, and the fragrance of red sleeves. Just thinking about it was beautiful. This dream that had not been realized on Earth was about to come true in the game. The post ended here, with nothing more to say, just a note that it would be updated at any time. Han Chen directly closed the forum and then started watching advertisements. Each teleportation cost 50 gold coins. How cheap could a house be? Moreover, he wanted that kind of large courtyard. After watching advertisements for 2 consecutive hours, Han Chen gave the money mouse 10,000 gold coins, and at that moment he still had 700,000 gold coins in his backpack. This should be enough. Han Chen got up to stretch his muscles, thinking that if it wasn't enough, he would continue watching tonight. Are you waiting for me? Just as Han Chen was feeling bored, a familiar voice entered his ears. Han Chen turned around, wanting to embrace Lu Ruyan, but immediately withdrew his hand upon seeing a girl standing next to Lu Ruyan, who bore some resemblance to her. Is this your sister? Han Chen asked somewhat awkwardly. I have a name, I'm Lu Shiryun, the girl said seriously. You must be Han Chen, right? I know you, it's all over the internet, but I support you. Han Chen looked at Lu Ruyan, who immediately understood and said to Lu Shiryun, this is your sister's house, you can come and go as you please, treat it as your resting place. Now, let me take you to hunt monsters. No need, I can do it myself, I'm not a child anymore. Lu Shiryun directly rejected Lu Ruyan and then waved at Han Chen. Goodbye, brother-in-law. Goodbye, goodbye. I'm sorry, she's still young, and I don't want her to think I'm that kind of person, Lu Ruyan murmured after Lu Shiryun left. For the sake of the child, I understand, but are you sure she can't tell? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's mood dropped a bit. Ever since our parents left, she has been very sensible. Everyone has their own path to walk, don't think too much about it. What you need to worry about now is yourself. Wait for me here, I'll go find the village chief. As Han Chen said this, he ran out. Village chief, is the medicine ready? Just finished refining it. I just saw her go in, and you rushed out to get the medicine. However, I suggest you use it at night, otherwise, it will take quite a bit of time. Got it, got it. Han Chen didn't listen at all, taking the bottle handed to him by the village chief, which contained only 3 white pills. Civilization and Harmony pill type. Medicine usage requirements, male. First use effect, X*2 Y*2 durability *2 recovery *10 subsequent use effect, slightly increases durability and recovery, and resets durability, fully reviving. So strong, is this for real? With a spirit of inquiry, Han Chen quickly returned to the courtyard and closed the gate. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was no longer in the courtyard but had already returned to her room to prepare for battle. Seeing Lu Ruyan's face full of anticipation and a hint of shyness made Han Chen feel a bit timid, but looking at the medicine in his hand, his confidence surged instantly. Today, I must determine the victor with you, prepare to die. Lu Ruyan was taken aback and exclaimed, No, don't come over. This battle raged from noon until evening. At first, Lu Ruyan fought back fiercely, desperately, pleading for mercy. No matter how strong she imagined herself to be, she was ultimately reported. However, Han Chen was relentless, completely ignoring Lu Ruyan's pleas. Lu Ruyan was defeated, utterly defeated. 2,000 words omitted here. After nearly 6 hours of assault, Lu Ruyan's defenses had completely crumbled. There was not a single intact place left, and she had long lost the strength to even shout. The battle finally ended with Han Chen's thunderous shout, a cry of liberation after a long period of repression. It was a passion that had been buried deep within finally erupting. It was the release of his newly reborn self. After the great battle, Han Chen collapsed on the battlefield, but thanks to the enhancement from the Harmony pill, his physique was now vastly improved, and he quickly regained his vitality. After a brief rest, Han Chen donned his gear and left the battlefield. As soon as he stepped out of the door, a pop-up appeared before his eyes. You performed excellently during the demon attack and received a reward. God-level weapon *1 claim. Now watch an ad to enhance reward quality. A God-level weapon reward? I already have one. What? A God-level weapon can be upgraded? Watch the ad. You must watch. If you think you're earning too much, just play less for a while. Why are there so many repetitive ads? Negative review. Congratulations, you received a reward, acquired spirit treasure, demon suppression tower. Huh? What is the demon suppression tower? Han Chen quickly checked. Demon suppression tower type, acquired spirit treasure bound to Han Chen. Attributes, maximum health plus 100%, maximum mana plus 100%, physical attack plus 100%, magic attack plus 100%, physical defense plus 100%, magic defense plus 100%. Characteristics, self-contained space, size, adjustable, indestructible, demon suppression. In ancient times, when demons rampaged, the human powerhouse Shi Yang hunted the ancestral dragon, using its bones to forge the demon suppression tower to suppress the great demons and cleanse the world. Later, Shi Yang was ambushed and fell, and the demon suppression tower vanished into the void. Han Shan had no concept of acquired spirit treasures, but from the all attribute 100% boost, he knew that the demon suppression tower was not an ordinary item. At this moment, Han Shan's attributes were already significantly stronger than before. Health: 3494 mana, 806 physical attack, 964 magic attack, 252 physical defense, 525 magic defense, 294 critical hit chance, 0 movement speed, 453.6, free attribute points, 0 strength, 37 intelligence, 10 agility, 18 spirit, 23 constitution, 19. It should be noted that Lin Fan's SSS level talent, Holy Body, only had these attribute bonuses, and this boost was merely an addition from the demon suppression tower. Its true strength must lie in its characteristics. Han Shan focused his thoughts, and the demon suppression tower appeared in his hand. The tower had 9 levels, and its entire body was silver, with a glass bead at the top. Ancestral dragon bead. A flash of understanding crossed Han Shan's mind, and he immediately realized the origin of this glass bead. Then, with another thought, Han Shan released the demon suppression tower, which flew into the yard. The next second, it slowly grew larger, quickly nearing the yard's walls. Han Shan did not let it continue to grow but instead made it smaller before retracting it back into his hand. Following that, Han Shan's thoughts probed into the demon suppression tower, but he did not see any ancient great demons inside. It was empty, devoid of anything. This both reassured him and left him somewhat disappointed. Ancient great demons, if all released, how destructive would they be? If he used this to extort NPCs, threatening to unleash the great demons if they didn't provide benefits, he might earn a fortune. Unfortunately, it was empty inside. Immediately, Han Shan transformed into a stream of light and entered the demon suppression tower. Inside, aside from being a bit dim, the surroundings were filled with runes, and there was nothing particularly special about it. If some furniture were placed inside, it could serve as a portable house. Han Shan was very satisfied with this. A sturdy house that could change size at will and be carried around was simply the best choice for traveling the world. It could even serve as a copper sparrow tower. The first floor was Lu Ruyan, the second floor was Lu Shiyun. Brother-in-law, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Lu Shiyun, just back in the courtyard, touched her face. It's nothing, nothing. I was just lost in thought, thinking about something trivial. Are you looking for your sister? She's inside. Hey, wait outside, I'll go call her. Soon. Han Shan came out again and closed the door. Your sister is too tired, she probably won't wake up for a while. If you need anything, just ask me. Lu Shiyun hesitated for a moment and said, Lin Fan has been adding me as a friend, and I don't know whether to accept it. Accept it, what's the big deal? Just see what his intentions are, Han Shan said without hesitation. Adding a friend wouldn't cost anything. There was no need to guess the other person's motives. If it didn't work out, they could just unfriend him later. After a while, Lu Shiyun said in disbelief, Lin Fan said he knows the job. Changed strategy for the hidden profession of light priest and even sent me the detailed guide. Could it be that Lu Shiyun was Lin Fan's female lead? The more Han Shan thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The sister was bad, the younger sister was good. Harmed by the sister before rebirth, now loving the younger sister after rebirth, it made perfect sense. What do you think? How do you feel about Lin Fan? Han Shan asked. Lu Shiyun pondered for a moment and said, he insulted my sister and deliberately baited her. He must not be a good person. But even so, I can't rely on his job change guide. I can become stronger on my own. As she spoke, Lu Shiyun clenched her fist. Confirmed, she was undoubtedly the White Lotus female-led. You still haven't read enough self-help books, haven't you heard? Why refuse something given for free? Accepting benefits doesn't mean accepting the person, Han Shan advised. Lu Shiyun quickly shook her head. No, I can't get over this hurdle in my heart. Then just don't unfriend him, Han Shan said straightforwardly. That wouldn't be good. He has my best interests at heart. If I unfriend him, seeing Lu Shiyun wavering, Han Shan raised his foot as if to kick her out of the courtyard, but then thought better of it since she was Lu Ruyan's sister. You decide for yourself, I'm leaving. He was most annoyed by indecisive people. Avoiding Lu Shiyun, Han Shan walked out of the courtyard and approached the village chief. Chief, I'm leaving the village. Oh, it's really you. Isn't this Han Shan? How's it going? I told you to eat again tonight. But you didn't listen, wasting a whole day, the village chief said gleefully as he looked at Han Shan. Han Shan didn't mind. Don't say it's just one day. I wouldn't care if it were a whole day. I have to say, your medicine is really good. Did you save one for yourself? Alas, the village chief sighed. I'm old. I don't need it anymore. Being young is great. You think you can fool me? I don't believe. You're an old man. If you don't need it, why collect those medicines? Han Shan laughed. He, the village chief chuckled along, and since he had been seen through, there was no need to hide it anymore. Go, look, I've got you the essence of a turtle that's been around for 10,000 years. Shouldn't you give me a hint about which town to go to? How would I know? You choose for yourself. But I think wherever you go, your luck with romance should be good, the village chief said as he took out a recommendation letter and handed it to Han Shan. Alright, Go, see you again if fate Allows. Han Shan waved his hand, filtered for the character Peach, and then chose Peach Blossom Town. Congratulations on passing the trial and entering Taoyuan Town. Han Shan looked around at his surroundings. He was currently at the entrance of Taoyuan Town, where a large number of players were walking back and forth. Players occasionally appeared around him, indicating that there were quite a few players who had reached level 10. This was good. Han Shan opened the forum to search for beast tamers in Taoyuan Town, and sure enough, he quickly found the coordinates of a beast tamer. Following the coordinates, Han Shan soon located the residence of the beast taming mentor Wayne. The NPCs here were different from those in the novice village. They resembled real people with needs for food, clothing, shelter, and all the emotions and desires that come with life. At this moment, Wayne had already returned to his house. Knock, knock, knock. Han Shan politely knocked on the door, but an impatient voice came from inside. Are you annoying? Come back tomorrow if you have something to say. Helpless, Han Shan had to shout loudly, I found a bag of gold coins at the door. If it's not yours, I'll ask around at other houses. The door quickly opened, and a strong, hairy hand pulled Han Shan inside. Then with a bang, the door was shut again. It's mine, it's mine. I dropped it. Wayne hurriedly said, glancing at Han Shan's hands, but he didn't see the bag of coins. His gaze turned dangerous as he looked at Han Shan. If Han Shan didn't provide a reasonable explanation, things might not end well. Today, Han Shan took out the letter of introduction and placed it on the table, while Wayne reached for a whip. Han Shan then placed a few gold coins on the letter, and only then did Wayne smile and put the whip down, pocketing the coins. Ah, there are still good people in this world. If I found gold coins, I would definitely hesitate for a long time before deciding to return them to the owner. Young man, well done. You want to change your profession, right? No problem, no problem. I particularly admire young people who are still working hard to improve themselves at night. You have a bright future. Do you accept the job change quest? Become a beast tamer? Accept. An excellent beast tamer should first not fear wild beasts. Go kill 50 wild beasts of any kind and collect their pelts. Quest acquired. Become a beast tamer. 1. Requirements: beast pelts, 050. Oh, who collected these beast pelts? Young man, is it yours? Wayne threw a bundle of beast pelts at the door and then exaggeratedly pointed at the pelts. Ah, yes, I dropped them when I just arrived, Han Shan said as he went over to pick up the pelts. Obtained beast pelts *50. Wow, I really didn't misjudge. You completed the first trial so quickly. The next trial will be more difficult. An elite man-eating tiger has appeared on the mountains south of the town. You need to kill it within 2 hours and bring back its pelt. As he spoke, Wayne gestured towards the wall beside him, where a tiger skin was hanging. Han Shan understood and took down the tiger skin, then handed it to Wayne. Good. You really are brave. You killed the man-eating tiger in less than a minute. You are the best student I have ever taught. Next is the final trial, and the most important one. Only by taming a wild beast with your own hands can you become a true beast tamer. Are you ready? Han Shan quickly nodded. I'm ready. Wayne pulled out a rough whip and a small wooden shield and handed them to Han Shan. This is the main and secondary equipment for our beast tamers. After thinking for a moment, Wayne threw his whip in front of Han Shan, who quickly picked it up. Obtained Wayne's whip. Wayne's whip sealed, type, weapon, special use level 10 physical attack. 1 success rate of taming ordinary beasts increased by 100%. It's alone, it must be returned. In the next moment, a teleportation array appeared under Han Shan's feet, and in an instant he found himself at the top of the mountain. Looking at the sun in the sky, Han Shan understood that he had entered the instance. A tall white wolf sprang out, charging towards Han Shan. He quickly raised his left hand to block with his shield, then lashed out with a whip. Crack! Woo, congratulations, you have successfully tamed the white wolf. Task: become a beast tamer. 3, completed. A flash of light, and the scenery before Han Shan changed again, from the mountaintop in daylight to a dim room. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. You are a once-in-a-millennium talent for taming beasts, and the profession of beast tamer is destined to flourish in your hands. Wayne praised, then snatched the whip from Han Shan's hand. Congratulations, you have perfectly completed the beast tamer job transition task and become a true beast tamer. I have reset your skill points and attribute points. Here are 2 basic skills for beast tamers. I also have other skills. Hey, kid, are you even listening to me? At that moment, Han Shan was, of course, unable to hear Wayne because he was watching an advertisement. Which excavator major is the best? Congratulations, you have successfully transitioned to the hidden profession, demon tamer, gaining 5 skill points. Congratulations, you have reached level 11, gaining 1 skill point and 5 free attribute points. After completing the task, a pop-up appeared in front of Han Shan, showing the advertisement for transitioning to demon tamer. If it were a random profession, he definitely wouldn't choose to watch an advertisement. Who knows what kind of profession he might end up with. But since he confirmed the demon tamer, he had to watch it. One is a beast, and the other is a demon. There's a clear distinction. Han Shan used Trace to check and quickly understood. In fact, there was no difference in equipment between beast tamers and demon tamers, and their skills were quite similar. However, beast tamers could only tame wild beasts for combat, while demon tamers could not only tame wild beasts and cultivate them into demons but also directly tame demon races. Simply put, a demon tamer is A, and a beast tamer is C. A includes C. Hey, kid, stop daydreaming. Do you want the skill books? Wayne pulled Han Shen's thoughts back to reality. Han Shen quickly took the 2 skill books. Yes, of course. Gain skill book Tame *1, skill book Wind at Feet *1. I have 2 more, I want those too. 10 gold coins each, Wayne said shyly. It wasn't that he was trying to take advantage of anyone, it was just the rules. Up until now, he hadn't sold a single one. Upon hearing this, Han Shen unhesitatingly took out 20 gold coins to buy the 2 skill books. Gain skill book Shield. Block *1, skill book Inspire *1. Is there more? I'll take as many as you have, Han Shen asked. Money was no problem for him. Wayne shook his head, that's all. He wanted the gold coins, but unfortunately, the rules limited him to selling just these 2 skill books. Are there any other tasks? Han Shen asked again. Price is not an issue. Wayne thought for a moment, then suddenly his eyes lit up. I do know of a task for a level 15 quality offhand weapon, but it's not one you can take from me. Quality, blue? Is the task difficult? The difficulty isn't high, and it only takes half a day, then forget it, goodbye. Han Shen lost interest upon hearing that. A blue offhand weapon that required half a day? Such a loss of a task was certainly not worth it, even if it could eventually lead to an epic level through an advertisement. Leaving Wayne's room, Han Shen clicked to learn all 4 skill books. Tame, level 1, use the whip to strike the target hard with a 1% chance to tame the target, only effective on tameable targets. The lower the target's health, the higher the success rate, up to 30%. The number of tameable targets is level/2, cooldown time 180 seconds, mana cost 50. Wind at Feet, level 1, you don't need to run faster than the beast, just faster than your companions. Increases movement speed by 10% for 10 seconds, cooldown time 180 seconds, mana cost 100. Shield. Block, level 1, although the shield is small, its effect is significant, blocking an incoming attack with a cooldown of 60 seconds and a mana cost of 100. Inspire, level 1, inspire a pet beast, increasing its attack speed, movement speed, and output by 20% for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. After changing his class to Beast Tamer, his Summon Grey Wolf skill disappeared, leaving him with only a previously tamed White Wolf. Moreover, the attributes of the White Wolf were significantly inferior to those of the Grey Wolf, prompting Han Shen to attempt to upgrade his taming skill to level 2. Tame, level 2, use a whip to strike the target hard, with a 2% chance to tame the target, only effective on tameable targets. The lower the target's health, the higher the success rate, up to a maximum of 30%. The number of tameable beasts is equal to level/2, with a cooldown of 160 seconds and a mana cost of 50. Level 2 of Tame increased the base probability, but the maximum remained at 30. And the number of tameable beasts did not change. Furthermore, the attributes of the White Wolf did not improve. This meant that upgrading the skill level would not enhance the White Wolf's attributes, which was completely different from a summoner. A summoner's max level skill could double the attributes based on a 3-fold increase, and that was for 2 beasts. In this case, 2 Grey Wolves could easily take on 5 White Wolves. However, Han Shen was not discouraged. He was not a beast tamer but a demon tamer, capable of nurturing wild beasts and helping them grow. Han Shen used Trace to check the nurturing method for the White Wolf and discovered that it could level up simply by defeating monsters normally. If leveling up could be achieved by just defeating monsters, didn't that mean there were no requirements for his own growth? Han Shen did not continue to upgrade the 4 basic skills as he still had a legendary skill book unopened. Use random skill book, legendary, *1, obtained. Legendary skill book Beast Sea Tactics. Beast Sea Tactics increases the upper limit of tameable wild beasts/demon beasts. It turned out to be a passive skill that increased the number of tameable beasts, which delighted Han Shen, who quickly spent 1 skill point to learn it. Beast Sea Tactics, level 1, increases the number of tameable wild beasts/demon beasts to level *1. Damn! Han Shen was shocked. A level 1 skill directly doubled the number of tameable beasts to 11. Without hesitation, Han Shen immediately upgraded Beast Sea Tactics to level 10. Beast Sea Tactics, max, increases the number of tameable wild beasts/demon beasts to level *10. As expected, Han Shen could now tame a total of 110 pet beasts, each with attributes 3 times his own. Wasn't this a direct overpowering? With the 5 skill points granted by his class change, Han Shen had a total of 16 skill points, having used 14, leaving only 2. Tame did not increase the taming limit. Wind Underfoot was a skill for fleeing. Shield. Block could only block 1 attack, and Inspire could only inspire 1 pet beast. He focused on quantity, as the individual enhancement effects were not significant. After some thought, Han Shen decided to temporarily keep the 2 skill points for learning other skills later. He then took out the weapon treasure chest, Divine. Finally, he could open the weapon. He had been eyeing this divine weapon for a long time. Use weapon treasure chest, Divine, *1, obtain 2 instruments whip, Divine, 2 instruments whip, divine, type, weapon required level, 10 physical attack, 400 strength, 20 agility, 20 constitution, 20 critical hit chance, 10% 2 instruments. Male pet beast attacks will always deal yang attribute damage, while female pet beast attacks will always deal yin attribute damage. Divine artifact, the equipment level will grow with the character. Bound to Han Chen. Han Chen did not have a concept of yin and yang attribute attacks, but he understood attributes. His physical attack increased from 964 to 2184. ID, smiling level, 11, 0/80,000. Profession, Beast Tamer. First stage, talent, daily progress, heavily I, Beast God, health points, 4610 mana points. 961 physical attack, 2184 magic attack, 242 physical defense, 664 magic defense, 300 critical hit rate, 10% movement speed, 510 free attribute points, 0 strength, 64 intelligence, 11 agility, 39 spirit, 24 constitution, 40 head, turtle shell helmet necklace, spider fang necklace weapon, 2 instruments whip, divine, offhand, log shield armor, bearskin armor, jade pendant, obsidian. Jade pendant wrist, python skin wrist, armguard, wolf skin armguard ring, fire feather ring, wolf tooth ring pants, leopard skin trousers shoes, bear king leather boots. Skill points, 2. Beast Sea Tactics, Max, Tame, Level 2, Wind Underfoot, Level 1, Shield Block, Level 1, Inspire, Level 1, Satisfied. Han Chen closed the attribute panel and prepared to tame a bunch of wild beasts as henchmen tonight. But before that he needed to fill his stomach. After battling with Lu Ruyan for 3,000 rounds he had long exhausted his energy and his stomach was already growling. Checking the forum, Han Chen headed towards the snack street. Most NPCs had gone home for the night, leaving only the snack street with NPCs setting up stalls. There were no NPCs along the way, but there were plenty of players. To Han Chen's surprise, not only were there players with yellow skin like him in Taoyuan Town, but there were also quite a few white and black players, with their numbers almost equal to those of the yellow-skinned players. Then Han Chen recalled the information he had learned earlier. The concept of countries no longer existed in this world, so regardless of where one was from, the towns available for selection were the same. As for the novice village, it was probably divided by region. Passing through an area adorned with red lanterns, a female player suddenly rubbed against Han Chen. "Hey handsome, come play with me, just 1 silver coin." Han Chen looked over. She was undoubtedly a player. He didn't expect players to be so bold in soliciting customers. This was too open. At that moment, another female player walked out of a house, accompanied by a male player, clearly just having completed a transaction. "Hey there, looking for me? I'm skilled, and it's only 50 copper coins, how about it?" Han Chen looked at her. Not only was her skill impressive, but her looks were also indeed better than the first one, and only 50 copper coins was quite reasonable. "Damn you, greedy woman, wanting money but not life, you'll get asterisk killed sooner or later." "So what? I enjoyed myself, got the money, and you can only watch." "Handsome, come here, sister doesn't want your money." Han Chen quickly turned and avoided that area. As a handsome guy, how could he let these lowly women tarnish him? Contrary to Han Chen's expectations, the food at the snack street was nowhere near the hex tech snacks on Earth. It tasted bland in his mouth, and only the fried ones seemed fragrant, but Han Chen had never liked greasy food. However, it should get better after a while. After all, if players could sell themselves, setting up a snack stall was only a matter of time. Squeak squeak squeak. The little money lover was very fond of these snacks, her mouth never stopping. After buying a bunch of fried snacks for the little money lover and casually getting some food to fill his stomach, Han Chen headed towards the town's exit. "Oh, isn't this the landlord's silly child, smiling?" Suddenly, a mocking voice came, and Han Chen was taken aback. The landlord's silly son? When did he get such a nickname? No, when was he ever silly? Turning around, he saw a chubby guy holding a dragon-headed staff named Fate Comes From You. Han Chen thought for a moment but had no impression of this person. "Who are you? Do I know you?" Yuan Lai was, and I shook his feet, causing the fat on his body to jiggle as well. Then he waved his staff. "It's normal that you don't recognize me, but you must know my profession, dragon summoner, right? Sounds familiar?" He then looked at Han Chen's weapon. "You really chose the worst beast tamer." Fangu was right. A person's vision determines their future. Your future? No, you have no future. With such a powerful hidden profession available, you chose the most useless beast tamer. At your current level, you probably can't even handle small monsters, right? Still at level 10, what nonsense. Han Chen turned to leave, thinking who he was, only to realize he was Lin Fan's little brother. "Wait, do you dare to compete with me?" Yuan Lai blocked Han Chen, but before he could finish, he vanished into the night. "It seems Lin Fan didn't tell you about his situation." Han Chen shook his head and laughed. Since even Lin Fan's little brother has switched to a hidden profession, Lin Fan must have also switched to a stronger hidden profession. Han Chen thought this and opened the forum, entering the key information, mysterious person, hidden profession, and clicked search. The first post was a screenshot of a system announcement. System announcement: successfully switched to the hidden profession Azura. As the first player to switch to a hidden profession, received a god level weapon *1, reputation 100, Azura. Han Shan searched for Azura but found no related profession information. Who cares? He has a god-level weapon, I have one too, and I also have the demon suppression tower. If he dares to come, I'll kill him again. Han Shan didn't take Lin Fan seriously. Unless Lin Fan could catch him off guard and kill him instantly, otherwise he would be the one to kill Lin Fan. Right. Now, his health had reached 4610, and with death he could erase 2305 of the opponent's maximum health in 1 second. Fan Ge, you have to avenge me. In a suburban villa, Ni Juanhao jumped out of the game pod, disregarding his nakedness, and rushed to the gym area to find Lin Fan. Due to the excess fat on his belly, it completely blocked his lower half, making no difference whether he was dressed or not. Lin Fan put down the dumbbells in his hand and smiled, asking, "Who did you offend this time? With the physique of a dragon summoner, it shouldn't be easy to kill you." Ni Juanhao hesitated, remembering that Lin Fan had warned him not to provoke Han Xiao. As Lin Fan's friend for 10 years, how could he not know that Ni Juanhao was in trouble again? His expression turned serious. "You didn't provoke Han Xiao, did you?" Ni Juanhao lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. "I just wanted to vent my anger for you, who knew that guy wouldn't fight me fairly, using underhanded means to kill me instantly. The main thing is, my health dropped to 1 point. My epic level offhand, all the constitution points I added are wasted." Boohoo. Lin Fan frowned. "You said he killed you? How long did he look at you?" "He just looked at me twice." "I mean, how many seconds after he looked at you did you die?" "The first glance was 7 or 8 seconds. The second glance was less than 2 seconds. Ni Juanhao said softly. "Less than 2 seconds, less than 2 seconds. Lin Fan paced back and forth, his frown deepening. The dragon summoner is very tanky, and with the main family's physique, Ni Juanhao's health was at least double his. Since Han Xiao could kill Ni Juanhao, he could naturally kill him now. What level is he now? Still level 11. Sai Lin Fan sighed. "Since you've completed your job change, let's meet up. For now, it's best not to provoke him. I've suffered this loss before, acting without thinking is unwise. Let's wait until we widen the gap before seeking revenge." "Alright, I'll listen to Fan Ge." Ni Juanhao trusted Lin Fan completely. "Let's go, we'll log into the game. You teleport to Qingshan Town, and I'll take you to farm dungeons." Lin Fan walked towards the room. Ni Juanhao was taken aback. "Huh? It's already dark, how about we wait until tomorrow?" "It's precisely because it's dark that we should run the dungeon. During the day, we still have to grind monsters. Do you still want to take revenge?" "Alright, I'm coming." Ni Juanhao recalled how he had been killed. With a single glance, and the feeling of humiliation surged up. "Heaven rewards hard work. Your future self will definitely thank the you who is working hard now." "Brother Fan, I understand." Han Shan made his way to the outskirts of the town. At this moment, it was pitch black outside, with not a single player in sight, and he could barely see the road. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shan turned back and walked into the town. He didn't have any lofty aspirations, nor did he have any deep-seated grudges to settle. There was no need to push himself so hard. The age-old survival rule for humanity has always been to work at sunrise and rest at sunset. It's better not to break the rules lightly. Rest well tonight so you have the energy to grind monsters tomorrow. Han Shan turned left and right, arriving in front of a tavern. It was so late, there was nowhere to buy property, and he couldn't return to the novice village, so he naturally needed to find a place to stay. The Wanhualu across from the Fujia Tavern was undoubtedly the best choice. Compared to the pure selling of Asterisk in the red light district, the talented beauties here were clearly more appealing to Han Shan, a cultured traditional Chinese man. "Young master, is this your first time here? You seem a bit unfamiliar." As soon as he approached Wanhualu, a heavily made-up madam greeted him. "Yes, it's my first time. Get me your top performer." Han Shan strode into Wanhualu with an air of indifference. Young master, our Wanhualu is different from other places. Our top performer, Tianxian, is still unmarried, and she has vowed that unless her talents are recognized, even if you offer a fortune, she won't meet you. Then I'll offer 10,000 gold, gold as in coins." Han Shan directly pulled out a handful of gold coins and tossed them at the madam. The madam fumbled to catch the coins, but only managed to catch a small portion. Most of them fell to the ground. Instantly, both NPCs and players around them dove to the ground to grab the coins. Han Shan took out another handful of gold coins from his backpack, and the madam, quick on her feet, hurriedly grabbed Han Shan's hand, afraid he would throw the coins again, her face beaming with joy. "Oh dear, young master, why waste these coins? It pains me to see. Let's go upstairs to talk." "Upstairs." Saying this, she pulled Han Shan's hand and led him upstairs. At the same time, she didn't forget to instruct someone nearby, "Quickly go tell Tianxian to get ready and look beautiful." The madam secretly rejoiced, thankful for her quick reaction. Otherwise, so many coins would have been tossed away like trash by Han Shan. With Han Shan's reckless behavior of casually tossing gold coins, there was no way Tianxian wouldn't have to come out to meet this young master today. Moreover, since Han Shan was so generous, he surely wouldn't lowball Tianxian. "May I ask your surname, young master?" the madam inquired. Han Shan replied tersely. Young Master Han, did you come specifically for Miss Tianxiang today? The madam asked with a smile. Not really, I was just curious since you mentioned her earlier. If I find her appealing, I'll take her for 10,000 gold. But if she's just an ordinary woman, then forget it, Han Chen said bluntly. Of course. Please follow me, young master. Miss Tianxiang usually avoids the noise and filth here, so she stays in a quieter back courtyard. The madam smiled and led Han Chen toward the back courtyard. Han Chen followed the madam downstairs, walking through a small grove before arriving at the back courtyard. He didn't expect that such a noisy place as Wanholu would have such a quiet courtyard. Where is Miss Tianxiang? Upon entering the courtyard, the madam asked a maid at the door. The young lady is still in her room, the maid replied, looking down. The madam's expression darkened slightly, but she quickly put on a professional smile. Young master, Tianxiang is just a bit shy. Please wait here, I'll go check if she's ready. Let Han Chen sit on the stone bench in the courtyard. The madam entered the room. Before long, a commotion erupted from inside. Han Chen vaguely heard words like gold coins, happiness, death, and repay, and could roughly guess the situation. It was nothing more than someone desperately seeking wealth and another with lofty aspirations. However, it wasn't long before the madam came out, beaming with joy. Young Master Han, Miss Tianxiang is ready. Good, then let's take a look. Han Chen's appetite was piqued. A refined and talented woman would certainly add to the allure. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Wasn't the makeup on Tianxiang a bit too thick? Is this your top performer? Han Chen looked at the madam in confusion. Even those singing outside looked more human than this. Tianxiang, what are you doing? The madam screamed as she rushed to Tianxiang, slapping her face. Smack! Xiaocui washed Tianxiang's face. Han Chen understood, this was a deliberate act of ugliness. But at this point, he had lost interest in Tianxiang's true appearance. After all, he was a handsome man, yet here he was, being looked down upon by a courtesan, as if he were a toad, wishing to eat swan meat. Clearly, he was the swan. Forget it, since Miss Tianxiang isn't interested, there's no need to force it. Let's call it off, Han Chen said as he turned to leave. Young Master Han. Wait, I am willing. The voices of the madam and Tianxiang rang out simultaneously. The madam looked on in surprise as Tianxiang had already approached the basin, quickly removing the makeup from her face. How could she not understand? Tianxiang had taken a liking to Han Chen's looks. I told you, you would definitely like young Master Han. You didn't believe me. Can your mother harm you? Mother, I was wrong. Tianxiang quickly admitted her mistake, then hurriedly said to Han Chen, Young Master Han, Tianxiang was rude. I hope you won't hold it against her. Now that was more like it. Han Chen felt a bit more balanced in his heart and turned to look at Tianxiang after she had washed her face, but he was disappointed again. Although Tianxiang's appearance could be considered quite good, it didn't give him any stunning impression. And at that moment, her left cheek was red from the slap, lacking any grace. In retrospect, it was normal. After all, it was just a small town. What kind of extraordinary beauty could come from it? He wasn't the protagonist. Seeing the disappointment in Han Chen's eyes, the madam quickly instructed Xiaocui to cancel the swelling ointment. Young Master Han, it's all my fault, I was too hasty. Actually, Miss Tianxiang isn't like this usually. At this moment, a hint of sorrow appeared in Tianxiang's eyes. In their line of work, it was incredibly difficult to meet someone they liked. Now that she had, would she really miss out? Because of her own stubbornness? Alright, it's 5,000 gold coins. If you agree, I'll take her. If not, then forget it, Han Chen said. Although his gold coins came easily, worth 10,000 was 10,000, worth 5,000 was 5,000. He couldn't casually inflate the price. A flicker of joy passed through the madam's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it, feigning a conflicted expression, hesitating for a while before gritting her teeth and saying, Since Tianxiang has taken a liking to the young master, for her happiness, 5,000 it is. For a courtesan in a small town, being sold for 500 gold coins was unprecedented. 5,000, what was the difference from picking up money? Young master, this is Tianxiang's contract of sale. From now on, Tianxiang will trouble you to take care of her. Tianxiang, once you step out of this door, you will never see your mother again, and don't come back. Wu the madam and Tianxiang hugged their heads and cried, not knowing how much of it was genuine emotion. Exiting the Wanholu from the back door, Han Chen initially wanted to take Tianxiang to the Fujia restaurant, but thinking it was right across from Wanholu, he felt it might be uncomfortable for her, so he took her to a farther restaurant. Tianxiang, what was your original name? When she said she was willing, Tianxiang was brave, but afterward, she was very reserved, not saying a single proactive word, so Han Chen had to find a topic himself. I don't have a name. Tianxiang lowered her head, her face flushed. In fact, she did have a name, just a common name for a farmer's girl, Yatu. She couldn't bring herself to say it, fearing that Han Chen would find the name too rustic. Women always want to present their best image in front of the person they admire. Then I guess, forget it. You can choose a name for yourself. If you don't want to change it, calling yourself Tianxiang is fine too, Han Chen said. Naming was too much of a waste of brain cells, there was no need to create more work for himself. My father's surname is Su. I actually Gave myself a name long ago called Su Cheng. I hope the clouds disperse and the future is all sunny days. Su Cheng gathered her courage, her gaze fixed intensely on Han Chen. You are my sunny day. A brave and confident woman naturally exudes charm, especially since she was already quite remarkable. With the handprint on Su Cheng's face fading, Han Chen couldn't help but be captivated. Feeling Han Chen's gaze, Su Cheng's beautiful eyelashes fluttered and she shyly lowered her head, looking as if she was inviting him to pick her. Please cherish Chinger, my husband. Well, let's skip that for today. I still want to live a few more years. Why don't you show me a dance? Speaking of which, it had only been about an hour since the battle with Lu Ruyan ended and he was still in a semi-sage state. He had indeed come to the One Hu Lu just to watch a dance. As for buying Su Cheng, acquiring a woman who possessed both talent and beauty for less than the price of an advertisement was simply a steal. Su Cheng thought Han Chen was a gentleman, not one of those mundane people who only cared about romantic affairs, which made her like him even more. Then let me dance for you, my husband. With that, Su Cheng gracefully moved her lotus steps and began to dance. Her movements were elegant and fluid, like a fairy descending to the mortal realm. Every turn, every lift of her hand was filled with charm. Han Chen watched, entranced, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly that this money was well spent. It would be even better if there were accompanying dancers and music. Just a solo dance could become monotonous after a while. It seemed that once he bought a residence, he would have to make another trip to the Bai Hua Lu. Just then, Han Chen suddenly received a voice request. Upon opening it, it was indeed Lu Ruyan. Brother, where are you? Lu Ruyan sounded as if she had just woken up, her voice drowsy. I opened my eyes and didn't see you. I'm at the Hongfu restaurant in Taoyuan town, room Tian number 1, Han Chen replied. Husband, who are you talking to? Su Cheng stopped dancing and leaned over. Husband? Lu Ruyan on the other end of the voice call instantly woke up, feeling as if the sky was about to fall. Are you looking for a woman behind my back? Han Chen hurriedly said, it's just to let her dance. Wait, why do I need to explain this to you? Don't go overboard. Lu Ruyan was silent for a moment, then said pitifully, I'm scared alone. Can I come find you? Of course, the service here is quite good, and the environment is better than the novice village's courtyard. You haven't eaten yet, right? I've ordered food, so by the time you arrive, the dishes should be ready. If it weren't for worrying about disturbing Lu Ruyan's rest, he would have called her long ago. Okay, wait for me, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the voice call, Han Chen explained to Su Cheng, this is a unique ability of our players. You can think of it as a long-distance voice transmission. Wow, how amazing. I've heard that extraordinary people possess various strange abilities that will change the world. I didn't believe it before, but now I somewhat do. Oh, when did you know that we extraordinary people would descend? I heard it too. 100 years ago, the gods had already issued a divine decree that extraordinary people would descend. Do you know the history of civilization in the world of divine decrees? I don't know. Chinger is just a woman of the dust, only dabbling in poetry and songs, but history is not something we dare to discuss. It made sense. Discussing history inevitably references reality, which could easily touch on politics. It was already easy to get 404 on Earth, let alone in this seemingly feudal world. By the way, I just heard you say that a friend will be visiting soon. I'll step aside for a bit. With that, Su Cheng moved to the partition. Room number 1 is not just a simple room, it resembles a suite with a large living room. Han Chen held Su Cheng back. No need to avoid it, she is a woman just like you. She probably won't arrive for a while. Just give me a shoulder massage and share some interesting stories about Taoyuan town. Another girl? Meeting a man in the middle of the night is quite inappropriate, isn't it? Su Cheng asked, puzzled. Han Chen laughed heartily. Aren't you the same? How can it be the same? I belong to my husband. She is also mine. Ha? She is my husband's wife? Han Chen pondered for a moment and said, we, are different from you. We are very open. Having relations doesn't have to wait until marriage. In fact, such cases are rare. We value love freedom. Whoever you like, you can be with. You understand, right? Just like the girls from the Manhwa Tower? Su Cheng frowned and asked. If that's the case, she might as well be herself. At least she is still pure. Of course, it's different. One is forced without a choice, while the other can make her own decisions. They can't be compared at all. I see, one is for money, the other is for love. Your world is truly wonderful. Not everything is for love, though. It's quite complicated. Let's not talk about this. At least Lu Ruyan wasn't in it for love. Su Cheng gently pressed her delicate fingers against Han Chan's temples. Don't be angry, husband. Let me sing you a little song to lighten the mood. It must be said that Su Cheng, after professional training, was incomparable to Lu Ruyan. Before long, Han Chen comfortably fell asleep in the lounge chair. Seeing Han Chen asleep, Su Cheng tiptoed to the partition, took out some rouge and powder from her luggage, and began to apply her makeup. Lu Ruyan ignored the players who were trying to flirt and arrived at the door of room number 1 at the Hongfu restaurant. Just as she was about to knock, the door swung open, revealing a graceful woman in ancient attire. What a classical beauty! What an exotic charm! Both of them sighed in their hearts, feeling a bit ashamed. Wow, another stunning beauty. Oh. The players following Lu Ruyan instantly became restless, some even regressed, making monkey-like sounds. Just as Lu Ruyan and Su Qing faced off, a dashing young man in ancient clothing fanning himself approached. Ladies, greetings. May I have the honor of getting to know you both? Lu Ruyan initially thought she had encountered an NPC scholar, but upon turning to look, she realized it was a player, as the other party had Aoshi Jojo above his head. Aoshi Jojo, whose real name is Aoxing, is the president of the Aoshi Guild and the young master of the Aoshi group from his home planet. In fact, Aoshi Jojo was on her watch list, but unfortunately he wasn't in the newbie village number 888, and then Han Shan appeared again. You must be Sister Lu, right? There are too many idle people here, let's go inside first. My husband has been waiting and has fallen asleep, Su Qing said gently. Alright, let's go in first. Lu Ruyan's heart raced even more, and she couldn't help but mimic Su Qing's tone. This gentle, classical younger sister was too much for her to handle as a woman. So noisy. Han Shen impatiently walked out, and upon seeing the scene, he was stunned. Lu Ruyan's scene too had become much more beautiful than before, making his sage-like demeanor waver a bit. Seeing Han Shen's dazed expression, Lu Ruyan's confidence surged. Humph, I won't let you down. Although the Divine Realm used real appearances, it didn't mean she couldn't wear makeup in the game. So it's brother Huan Xiao. I've heard about you from Jian, Aoshi Jojo said as he saw Han Shen come out, cupping his hands in greeting. Hello, Han Chen replied casually. Our last collaboration was very pleasant, I think we should strengthen our cooperation. Indeed. Brother Huanxiao, won't you invite me in for a seat? No, maybe next time. Han Chen pulled Lu Ruyan into the room, then with a bang, he closed the door. Did you grow nails under your feet? You stood there like a statue and I had to pull you in? Han Chen complained. Lu Ruyan playfully asked, What, are you jealous? What do I have to be jealous about? Aren't you worried your sister might misunderstand? What would she think if she saw this scene? Oh no, I forgot. Lu Ruyan said regretfully, but soon she let it go. With your efficiency in finding women, she will find out sooner or later, it doesn't matter. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan deliberately glanced at Su Qing. Aoshi Jojo had been standing at the door for a long time. He didn't expect his attempt to be friendly would be rejected. Did this Han Xiao not know who he was? This was completely disregarding him. Aoshi He. Soon, Aoshi Jojo dialed a number. Uncle Zhou, help me look up a person, game name Han Xiao. I want all his information by tomorrow morning at the latest. On the other side, in a dungeon in Qingshan town, Lin Fan swiftly struck down an elite monster with a dagger, while beside him, a 2-meter-tall earth dragon also killed another elite monster. Ni Juanhao was browsing the forum while walking. With the earth dragon and Lin Fan around, he didn't need to lift a finger. Suddenly, he exclaimed in delight, Fan Gu, Han Xiao went to Hongfu restaurant with a female NPC. That NPC is as good looking as Lu Ruyan. They've been inside for a long time, and now Lu Ruyan has also arrived at Hongfu restaurant, probably to catch them in the act. Serves her right, it's her own choice, Lin Fan replied indifferently. A moment later, Ni Juanhao said again, Aoshi Jojo is flirting with Lu Ruyan and the beautiful NPC. Aoshi Jojo? Lin Fan couldn't help but recall his past life. Aoshi Jojo had indeed flirted with Lu Ruyan. If he hadn't brought Aoshi Jojo's fiancé, Lu Ruyan might have run off with Aoshi Jojo. Compared to the unknown Han Xiao, Aoshi Jojo was clearly a better choice. This time, without him finding someone, Lu Ruyan would probably throw herself at Aoshi Jojo. Those who dig others' walls will always have their walls. Doug, Ni Juanhao continued as the commentator. Han Xiao has appeared. Aoshi Jojo wants to collaborate with Han Xiao but was rejected. Lu Ruyan was pulled inside. They probably want to pull hair. No, they didn't pull hair, they ordered a big meal, slurping all my favorites. Fan Gu. I'll order a late-night snack too. It'll arrive in an hour. Hey, why haven't they come out yet? Forget them, they're probably playing cards inside. In fact, Han Chen and the others were indeed playing cards. This form of entertainment was very common even in the Divine Realm, with similar gameplay, only differing in quantity and characters, but all were relatable. Soon, they settled on the gameplay and rules, enjoying themselves immensely. The next morning, Han Chen brought the two women to the real estate department. To his surprise, there was a female salesperson dressed in a qipao. Upon seeing Han Chen with two beautiful women, the salesperson immediately greeted them warmly. Welcome, sir and ladies, are you here to look at properties? Of course, but it seems empty here, how can we look at properties? The female salesperson waved her hand, and instantly a virtual three-dimensional peach blossom town appeared. In front of everyone, the buildings were divided into red and green. Green indicates properties for sale, red indicates those already owned. Just point to see the price. The prices are open and fair, no cheating. Han Chen immediately set his sights on a large mansion by the peach blossom stream, and upon checking, it was only 100,000 gold coins, a price far below his expectations. We want this large mansion. Men value efficiency in their actions. I'm sorry, but you can't buy this, the female salesperson said regretfully. Why can't I buy it? Isn't it 100,000 gold coins? I have it. A second-tier mansion requires at least 10,000 reputation points. Your reputation is insufficient. With your current reputation, you can only purchase a fourth-tier courtyard. The female salesperson waved her hand again, and the central part of the house dimmed, leaving only the middle and edge areas glowing green. Currently, your reputation can only purchase these. Han Chen glanced around. The best courtyard was merely a two-entry one, and there was no chance of having pavilions or interior scenes. How do you buy reputation? Reputation cannot be bought or sold. You can gain reputation by completing reputation tasks, defeating bosses, or altering the world line. I suggest you buy a courtyard to live in first, and when your reputation is sufficient later, you can exchange it for something you desire. Alright, in the end, Han Chen bought a courtyard close to Taoyuan Creek for 1,000 gold coins, took the property deed, and moved in with the two women. Chinger, you handle the furniture arrangements, we need to level up, Han Chen said to Su Ching. This was the right way for Su Ching to engage. The players' trivial matters were left to Lu Ruyan, while the daily chores were entrusted to Su Ching. Okay, when you come back, you will definitely see a beautiful home. Su Ching was exceptionally excited. She finally had a home, and it was one she had decorated herself. By the way, this is for you. Han Chen took out a legendary weapon chest and the bone ring he obtained from the village dungeon and handed it to Lu Ruyan. Since he already had a god-level weapon, the legendary one was of no use to him. Thank you, brother. Mua Lu Ruyan gently pecked Han Chen on the cheek and then used the weapon chest. Before long, a staff shimmering with ice crystals appeared in Lu Ruyan's hand. Wow, it directly adds nearly 200 magic attack. That's so strong. Then, Lu Ruyan waved the staff, and a large area was covered in falling snow and ice, with an estimated radius of about 10 meters. Is this a group attack skill that comes with the weapon? Han Chen asked. How did you know? Oh right, you gave me a legendary weapon, so you must have one too. What about your weapon? Lu Ruyan looked at Han Chen curiously. Han Chen extended his hand, and immediately a whip entwined with black and white energy appeared in his right hand, while his left hand held a small shield. Normally, he could hide his offhand weapon, otherwise, it would be quite troublesome to hold it all the time. You changed your class to beast tamer? Lu Ruyan asked in disbelief. What else? Han Chen flicked the whip. You didn't change to beast tamer just because you like whips, did you? Don't you like it? Lu Ruyan stammered. I don't like it, you're so perverted. No. Seriously, I've heard online that beast tamers are weak. Even at max level, taming can't keep up with the speed at which beasts lose health. The tamed beasts don't even count for experience when killed. Even if you get friends to help tame beasts, you can't farm monsters. It's only good for piking low-level players. If you encounter a slightly higher output with group attacks, one skill and your hard-tamed beast is gone. That's their beasts, not mine. Have you forgotten how fierce my gray wolf is? Han Chen laughed. Right, your talent can enhance the gray wolf, so it can naturally enhance the beasts too. Lu Ruyan recalled Han Chen's gray wolf. So what is your talent? Han Chen asked, as he had never inquired about Lu Ruyan's talent before. I think I mentioned it. It's just an S-level talent that increases magic damage by 80%. I originally wanted to play as a priest, but now I have no choice but to play as a mage, Lu Ruyan said, feeling wronged. Mages are great, they have high output, and you just happen to have an output talent that also boosts magic damage. I saw on the forum that S-level all damage increase only has a value of 50%. Mages can't heal you, you don't lack damage. Who knows when you'll abandon me, silly? If you play as a priest, I'd still abandon you the same way, Han Chen comforted her. Before long, the two arrived outside the town. Due to the limited monster respawn time, everyone was not in a hurry to farm monsters. They all slept until they naturally woke up, then touched this and that, before finally starting to farm monsters. Adding to the fact that this is a level 11 monster zone, the mainstream players have actually reached level 14 and above, so there aren't many players here at the moment, just a few scattered around. Hey, beautiful, let's team up. I'll help you level up. Even though Lu Ruyan was wearing a veil, it couldn't hide her charm. As soon as she arrived in the monster zone, two warriors named Dao Chang and Dao Zhuang approached her. Lu Ruyan ignored them and looked at Han Chen, whose gaze was also on Han Chen. When they saw the whip in Han Chen's hand, they lost all caution. Beautiful. You just left the novice village and don't understand. Beast tamers are completely useless professions. I bet he can't even kill a level 10 monster. Look, he's taming a rat, probably one that doesn't even have a level. Following him will only hold you back. We're different. I have an A-grade talent and I'm a warrior. I can fight and tank, ensuring you level up steadily. Kid, you're useless, so don't drag this beauty down. Just delete your account and create a new one in 3 months. Han Chen looked at Lu Ruyan and shook his head. A beauty brings disaster. Lu Ruyan let out a proud hum, which only further enchanted Dao Chang and Dao Zhuang. Kid, for you, she really is a disaster because you don't have the ability to protect her. Only we can protect her well and let her shine. Han Chen downed a bottle of intermediate mana potion, used death twice in a row, and directly drained his mana. Alright, finally quiet. Next time, handle it yourself. Don't make me do it, got it? Han Chen said unhappily. Oh, Lu Ruyan obediently nodded. I understand now. Han Shen focused on the monsters. His current goal wasn't just to grind but to tame beasts. To improve taming efficiency, he naturally needed to weaken the beasts first before using taming. Han Shen released the white wolf and attacked a man-faced bear. Minus 7043, Shadow, kill man-faced bear, level 11, gain experience 21. Han Shen quickly checked the attributes of the man-faced bear. Man-faced bear, level 11, health 2500, physical attack 400, physical defense 300, with 2500 health. It was needless to say that even Lu Ruyan could kill it with a single skill. Han Shen thought for a moment, deciding not to use skills, and struck the other man-faced bear with a whip. Minus 818. Han Shen was delighted. It worked. Just like summoners, the beast tamer's normal attack damage was also very low. The man-faced bear charged at Han Shen, slapping him on the forehead with a paw. Han Shen's physical defense was as high as 679, so even a critical hit couldn't break through his defense. Han Shen struck the man-faced bear twice more, reducing its health to 46 points. Then, he used taming. Smack! The two instruments whip struck the low-health man-faced bear hard, making Han Shen's heart skip a beat. But fortunately, this whip didn't cause any damage. Taming failed. Watch an ad to use taming again, and the success rate will double. Cooldown time 160 seconds. Watching an ad saves 100 seconds and doubles the probability. So let's take a quick look. 300 billion years ago. Good science popularization. I love it, but unfortunately, this selection can't be downloaded. Han Shen closed the ad interface in disappointment. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed the beast man-faced bear. A smaller man-faced bear appeared beside Han Shen. Although it was a size smaller, Han Shen knew its attributes were not comparable to these wild monsters. Is this taming successful? It doesn't seem as difficult as they say online. Lu Ruyan had been watching Han Shen and noticed that he hadn't taken any damage at all. He just struck the man-faced bear a few times and successfully tamed it. That's because my whip skills are good. Do you want to give it a try? No way. You're so perverted. Lu Ruyan quickly distanced herself from Han Shen. Alright, now just focus on farming monsters, and don't attack the wild beasts I want to tame. Han Shen instructed Bai Lang, the human-faced bear, and the little money grubber to start farming. Each of their attacks could take down one human-faced bear. Lu Ruyan also waved her staff, using the staff's built-in skill, Ice and Snow, which instantly killed a dozen human-faced bears in the area. Ice and Snow had a cooldown of 6 minutes, and it had just finished cooling down. Han Shen looked at the slowly increasing experience bar and felt something was off. Checking the kill experience, he soon discovered the problem. Kill human-faced bear, level 11, gain 21 experience. Kill human-faced bear, level 11, gain 21 experience. He killed one human-faced bear and only received 21 experience points. When he asked Lu Ruyan, she confirmed she also only received 21 points. Han Shen downed a bottle of intermediate mana potion and then used trace. Soon, he understood the issue. It was Bai Lang who was splitting the 21 experience points from each human-faced bear. Looking at Bai Lang now, it was no longer level 1 but had risen to level 3. Bai Lang, level 3, loyalty, 100 health, 16160 physical attack, 7714 physical defense, 2344 magic defense, 1061 skills, none. With the level up, his attributes also received a boost, 15% more than a level 1 human-faced bear. Compared to the summoner's skill upgrades 10% per level, it was half as much. But the advantage was that it didn't require skill points. Instead, it was based on shared experience. Moreover, after using Trace, Han Shen learned that Bai Lang's level cap was not 10 but 100, meaning a maxed out Bai Lang could gain a 500% attribute bonus, which was 15 times his attributes. If Bai Lang levels up by sharing experience, then how does the human-faced bear level up? After recovering some mana, Han Shen looked at the tamed human-faced bear. The human-faced bear needed meat to level up. Meat, that was even simpler. There was plenty on site, right? Han Shen tried to let the tamed human-faced bear gnaw on the corpse of the killed human-faced bear, and it actually worked. However, the gnawing process was a bit bloody, which scared Lu Ruyan, so he had to turn it away to eat. It also took a long time. It took a whole minute just to gnaw off one leg. At this point, Han Shen's taming skill had also cooled down, so he once again whipped a human-faced bear down to low health and then used taming. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed beast human-faced bear. Watching an ad doubles the number of tamed beasts this time. Look at that, a person fainted, and a delivery guy passed by, choosing to save the person instead of delivering food. However, the person he saved turned out to be the chairman of a listed company, who then asked him to take out his phone, input a number, and successfully helped him borrow 150,000 in online loans. Wow, no wonder he could become the chairman. His conscience must have been eaten by a dog. Han Shen exclaimed in amazement. Ha? What do you mean by understanding the heart? Lu Ruyan asked, puzzled. You misheard. Is it that no one understands your heart? A lonely, isolated image of Han Shen appeared in Lu Ruyan's mind. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and both Han Shen and Lu Ruyan had reached level 12. At this point, Han Shen had tamed a total of 20 human-faced bears. If it weren't for the need to let the human-faced bears eat, their leveling efficiency would have been even higher. A human-faced bear that completely consumed an entire human-faced bear had directly leveled up to 5. However, it couldn't eat anymore today. Considering this, Bai Lang's leveling method seemed a bit stronger, as it had been sharing experience with Han Chen and Lu Ruyan and had now reached level 9. Of course, it could also be that the quality of the human-faced bear's meat was too low. If they ate a boss's meat, the effect might be vastly different. With this in mind, Han Chen directly instructed the human-faced bear that was eating meat to stop to avoid the situation where they fought a boss but the bears were already full. Even if they didn't get to fight during the day, they could still feed them collectively at night. Let's go find a higher level monster area, preferably one with monsters that have 7,000 health. Due to the presence of the two instruments whip, his pet would only deal damage of the yin and yang attributes. The yin attribute would only be reduced by the yang attribute's damage reduction, and the yang attribute would only be reduced by the yin attribute's damage reduction. However, ordinary monsters had no yin or yang damage reduction, so whatever the panel attack was, that was the damage dealt. A level 1 human-faced bear had a physical attack of 7,294 on the panel, so it was best to target monsters just over 7,000 health. Monsters around 7,000 health? That must be level 20 or higher? Lu Ruyan said. Then let's go fight level 20 monsters. Lu Ruyan shook her head. No, players have tested this. Monsters that are more than 5 levels above the player will have their experience halved, and the higher the level, the more it decreases, just like fighting lower level monsters. We're level 12 now, so let's fight level 17 monsters. Monsters of the same level have different experience points. We should look for those with high health and defense. Not only are there fewer players, but the experience will also be higher. Oh, have you already found a suitable target? Han Chen asked curiously. Lu Ruyan proudly lifted her chin. Of course, I'm quite capable, you know. Han Chen gave a thumbs up with his left hand in agreement. You really are capable. The two made their way to the banks of Taoyuan Creek outside the city. At first glance, it looked like a grassy area by the creek, but upon closer inspection, many bumps could be seen. Those weren't moss-covered stones, but rather green-haired turtles. Green-haired turtle, level 17, health 6480. Very auspicious health. Let's start. With Han Chen's command, the white wolf and 20 human-faced bears charged at the green-haired turtle. 10037 killed green-haired turtle, level 17, gained 87 experience. 7294 killed green-haired turtle, level 17, gained 87 experience. Lu Ruyan also tried to cast a giant fireball, dealing less than 3,000 damage to the green-haired turtle. Oh no, I won't do it anymore. My max-level giant fireball can't even take down a single monster. Lu Ruyan wanted to give up, but Han Chen certainly disagreed. You cast another giant fireball to bring the green-haired turtle down to low health, and I'll tame it. It wasn't that he was deliberately making Lu Ruyan do the work. His pet could take down the green-haired turtle in one hit, but he could only deal a little over 100 damage with his whip. The tamer's basic attack damage only had a 0.5 physical attack bonus, and his damage was physical. The two instruments' whip only affected the pet. Alright, there's still a 6-second cooldown. Wait for me, brother, Lu Ruyan said in a sweet voice. Han Chen needed her, so she felt no sense of crisis, but the next moment she broke character. Oh no, why is this green-haired turtle so fast? Why is it always chasing me? The green-haired turtle she attacked naturally had its aggro on her. He wants cough syrup. Han Chen laughed. Lu Ruyan was baffled. Of course, she didn't know about the advertisements on Earth, but seeing Han Chen so happy, she felt she had to run more gracefully. Smack! Han Chen struck the low-health green-haired turtle with his whip. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed the beast green-haired turtle. Watching an advertisement doubles the number of this taming. Not watching, just an egg. Can advertisements be appealing? Plus, with the little money grubber, there were already 23 pets. Once the green-haired turtles on the field were cleared, their respawn rate couldn't keep up with the speed of the pets' kills. Increasing the number of pets wouldn't improve the efficiency of monster respawning, so in this case, there was no need to watch advertisements. Taming could be done slowly. He wasn't like other ordinary tamers who faced the risk of pet casualties. Fortunately, the green-haired turtle's respawn rate wasn't too slow. It could respawn every half minute, with 60 appearing each time. Therefore, in just 10 minutes, they reached level 13. During this time, Han Chen didn't watch a single advertisement, so he only successfully tamed one green-haired turtle. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was also tired from running and, like Han Chen, sat on the back of the tamed green-haired turtle, letting it glide along. Although the tamed green-haired turtle was a bit smaller, it was still as big as a suitcase and could run fast while carrying a person. Kill green-haired turtle, level 17, gain experience 81. Kill green-haired turtle, level 17, gain experience 81. The experience bonus was only reduced by 10%, and the experience requirement for leveling up had only increased to 130,000, so the leveling efficiency was still quite good. After just 12 minutes, they reached level 14, which was already the level of mainstream players at that time. During this period, Han Shen tamed 2 more green hair turtles. He arranged for those 2 green hair turtles to graze, as the way for green hair turtles to level up was by eating grass. The experience requirement for level 15 rose to 200,000 and the experience gained from kills dropped to 69, but their efficiency was still not low, estimating that they wouldn't need half an hour to reach level 16. Additionally, at level 15, Han Shen's weapon 2 instruments Whip Divine also automatically leveled up. 2 instruments Whip Divine type weapon required level 15 physical attack, 600 strength, 30 agility, 30 constitution, 30 critical hit rate, 15%. 2 instruments. Male pets attacks will always deal yang attribute damage, while female pets attacks will always deal yin attribute damage. Divine artifact. The equipment level will grow with the character bound to Han Chen. Along with this, Han Chen's attributes also received a boost. Health 57-55 mana, 1166 physical attack, 3135 magic attack, 333 physical defense, 796 magic defense, 333 critical hit rate, 15%. Movement speed 548, free attribute points, 0 strength, 98 intelligence, 15 agility, 53 spirit, 28 constitution, 54. This game isn't hard to level up in. Why do people say it is? Han Chen asked knowingly. Others are others, brother is brother is the best, Lu Ruyen said in a high-pitched voice. Lu Ruyen found that getting along with Han Chen wasn't difficult at all, she just had to treat him like a child. Sigh, there's not a bit of challenge. Before her words fell, Han Chen noticed the ground beneath his feet starting to tremble, and then the grass ahead cracked open. Boom! Turf and sand flew everywhere as a massive figure broke through the ground. The sound was deafening, and even with their ears covered, Han Chen and Lu Ruyen felt dizzy. When they regained their senses, they realized it was an enormous green hair turtle, nearly 10 meters tall and about 50 meters wide. A glimmer flashed in Han Chen's eyes. Green hair turtle leader, level 20, golden grade, BOSS. This sight shocked Han Chen greatly. Damn, a golden grade, no wonder it's so big. Why does a golden grade boss appear just because I said there was no challenge? Killing 3,000 green hair turtles within half an hour has a 1% chance to trigger. So that's how it is. Han Chen focused his attention again and continued to look at the green hair turtle leader's attributes. Health 2000000 physical attack, 8235 magic attack, 7424 physical defense, 4500 magic defense, 4800 skills, invincible. Body, death spin, shell impact, devour, air cannon, earth tremor, green hair binding, unmovable as a mountain. This seems like it can be fought with 2 million health, and with the attack of his pets, he would only need a little over 200 attacks, which would be about 9 attacks per pet. Han Chen immediately commanded his 25 pets to charge towards the green hair turtle leader along with the little money grubber, 15047, Een, minus 9404, Yang, minus 10815, Een, minus 10815, Een. With just one round of attacks, the health of the green-haired turtle leader dropped to 1,718,810. Just as Han Chen was feeling pleased, the green-haired turtle leader suddenly began to spin rapidly, knocking off a third of all his pets' health in an instant. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little money grubber scurried back to Han Chen's shoulder, pointing at the green-haired turtle leader and cursing. The little money grubber understood the need to retreat, but the other pets did not. While Han Chen was momentarily stunned, their health dropped by another third. Han Chen quickly ordered all his pets to retreat. Fortunately, the green-haired turtle leader was spinning in place, otherwise, his pet army would likely have been wiped out. At the same time, every second, a plus 20,000 healing light would shine above the green-haired turtle leader's head. We can't deal any damage, retreat. Han Chen made a quick judgment. His pet army couldn't withstand even one of its skills, let alone the other 7, and besides the body of steel, the green binding, and the immovable mountain, there were 4 output skills, 3 of which were area attacks, with damage bonuses significantly higher than the damage per second from the death spin. This was completely beyond what they could handle right now. However, his pet limit was 150. Once he filled that, defeating a green-haired turtle leader would be a piece of cake, right? In fact, if he had 50 fully healed pets, Han Chen would dare to challenge it. Oh, isn't this brother Han Xiao? Why didn't you call your buddies when fighting the boss? Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice came from behind Han Chen. He turned around to see AOC Jojo leading a large group of players with the AOC prefix filling the mountains and fields. Han Chen understood that AOC Jojo couldn't possibly be here for the boss. The boss had just appeared, and the AOC guild members couldn't all teleport, so they were most likely here for him. Brother Han Xiao, are you interested in joining my guild? I've been saving a vice president position for you, AOC Jojo said as members of the AOC guild quickly surrounded him. Han Chen had no time to argue with AOC Jojo. The death spin lasted 30 seconds, and 10 seconds had already passed. He had to retreat immediately. He quickly controlled the human-faced bear to block behind him and then retreated with the green-haired turtle towards the direction of Taoyuan Creek. Joining the guild is easy to discuss. Consider this boss a welcome gift. AOCGO. Joe knew very well that Han Chen was trying to escape and immediately ordered an attack. This morning, Uncle Joe had sent a report, no such person found. There was no information on Han Xiao. He seemed to have appeared out of thin air in the game. Moreover, the information from various financial conglomerates indicated that Han Xiao had no connections with them. This meant that Han Xiao didn't have any powerful backing, or rather, he had no backing at all. This led him to think of a person, the astonishing thief who had recently exploited a system flaw to steal 30 trillion from the federal account. Besides the major financial conglomerates, only that astonishing thief could possess such wealth and completely erase their identity information. As long as he could control Han Xiao, that 30 trillion would be his, and this Han Xiao could even command over 20 wild beasts, outputting enough to instantly kill a level 17 green-haired turtle. He suspected that Han Xiao had the ability to invade the divine domain game and altered the data himself. In that case, it made sense that he could farm hundreds of gold coins at the start. Such a person, under his control, would mean that the divine domain would be dictated by AOC Jojo. A barrage of fireballs, ice arrows, and flying arrows shot towards Han Chen and Lu Ruyan, but they were all blocked by the triple bear wall. Although the human-faced bears were in a critically injured state, the output from the AOC players was not enough to break through their defense. At this moment, the green-haired turtle had already taken Han Chen and Lu Ruyan to the opposite shore. Group 1 to 3, pursue. The rest, come with me to fight the boss. AOC Jojo looked at the boss before him, his heart racing with excitement. The golden name, that's a golden boss. So far, no guild has ever killed a golden-level boss. This Han Xiao is truly a lucky star. However, when everyone focused their fire on the green-hair turtle leader, they discovered a problem. Boss, we can't damage it. President, we can't break its defense. The output of the green-hair turtle leader is too high. Anyone who gets close is instantly killed. At that moment, Aoshi Jiozhou's companion, Aoshi Jiouyu, stepped forward. With his staff guiding the way, a magic ball radiating incandescent light coalesced, and with a swing of his staff, the magic ball smashed into the green-hair turtle leader. Minus 1472, I can deal damage. Boss, you should be fine. After saying this, Aoshi Jiouyu took out a blue potion and drank it. He was a hidden class, light mage, capable of dealing light attribute damage, making normal physical and magical defenses ineffective. Hearing this, Aoshi Jiouju reached out, and a spear appeared in his hand. Bang! Minus 250 bang. Minus 250. Aoshi Jiouju's burst damage wasn't as high as Aoshi Jiouju's, but his attack frequency was much higher, shooting once every second. At this moment, the green-hair turtle leader also stopped spinning, and the entire turtle leaped into the air before crashing down. Boom! Instantly, players within 100 meters were directly killed. However, Aoshi Jiouju was far away and out of the skill range. Bang! Bang! He continued to shoot, directing at the same time. Warriors of Team 4, taunt in order. Don't let the bosses aggro shift to me. On the other side, Han Chen turned to look when he heard the gunfire, and he immediately lost his composure. What the hell? This game has guns? Hidden class gunsmith. Not only does he have guns, but he can also throw grenades. The Aoshi guild has another hidden class, the light mage. Lu Ruyan replied. Is it the one next to Aoshi Jiouju? Yes, that's him. Alright. A glint flashed in Han Chen's eyes, and Aoshi Jiouju and Aoshi Jiouyu returned to dust one after the other. Damn! Instant kill hack! At the resurrection point in Taoyuan town, Aoshi Jiouju and Aoshi Jiouyu exchanged glances. This is too outrageous, killing from that far away. Should we report him? Aoshi Jiouyu suggested. Aoshi Jiouju quickly rejected. No, this is our opportunity for the Aoshi group to rise. As long as we can pull Han Xiao over. Wouldn't that instant kill hack be ours? Notify the first, second, and third teams to stop chasing. Aoshi Jiouju was afraid of angering Han Xiao. If the other party had a full-screen instant kill hack and was pushed to the edge, it would definitely be impossible to hide it. Then, Aoshi Jiouju opened the world chat channel and spent 250 gold to customize a colorful world message. This colorful message was on par with system announcements, enlarged, bolded, and pinned at the top, visible to everyone, lasting for 1 minute. Aoshi Jiouju, Han Xiao, I sincerely invite you to join Aoshi. If you are willing, I can make you the president, with players from all over the world as witnesses. What? Boss, you want to make him the president? Aoshi Jiouyu looked at Aoshi Jiouju in disbelief. Look at you, short-sighted. Aoshi Jiouju laughed. It's just the president. It's still serving the group. The Aoshi group belongs to my father. Does it matter to me who becomes president? It's like the CEO of a subsidiary company. Aoshi Jiouyu suddenly realized, oh right, why didn't I think of that? You're still young and need experience. Even if he becomes president, he's just a tool. You are different. You are the backbone of our company, and the future of the group relies on you. Aoshi Jiouju patted Aoshi Jiouyu's shoulder. Aoshi Jiouyu nodded seriously. I understand, boss. Brother, this Aoshi Jiouju has quite a bit of guts, letting you be the president. Do you think I should become this president? Han Chen asked. Lu Ruyan pondered for a moment and said, normally, you should go. Being so sincerely invited in front of all the players and even being offered the position of president directly, with both fame and fortune laid out to the extreme, a normal person has no reason to refuse unless they are a fool or want to surpass all the financial magnates. Even if one wants to surpass all the financial magnates, this is still a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to connect with that class. Han Chen, so? Lu Ruyan, so you are that fool, you definitely won't agree. Looking for a fight. Han Chen grabbed Lu Ruyan and placed her on his lap. Tom beats the kitten.jpg. Oh dear brother, I was wrong, spare me. Lu Ruyan hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Han Chen certainly wouldn't consider becoming any president. He had lived a free-spirited life, how could he possibly take on such a role? If it were a game on Earth, that would be another story, but here in the divine realm, the game of the mother planet, becoming president would yield him nothing and only bring limitations. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Moreover, that AOC Jojo had coveted Lu Ruyan last night and today gathered tens of thousands to trouble him. Now that he had been defeated in an instant, they were starting to play the desperate recruitment game again. Their calculations were too good. Immediately, Han Chen also sent a message in the colorful world. Han Xiao, liao, asterisk, team 123 continues to hunt down Han Xiao. Upon seeing the message Han Chen sent in the colorful world, AOC Jojo instantly broke down. He had already been fantasizing about a harmonious relationship between monarch and subjects working together to dominate the divine realm and even the mother planet, but unexpectedly, he was brought back to reality in an instant. AOC Jojo, you will regret it. Han Xiao, liao Han Xiao, liao. Liao Han Xiao, liao AOC Jojo's message in the colorful world hadn't even appeared for a second before being covered by Han Chen's. At the same time, there could only be 3 messages in the colorful world. He originally sent the colorful message to all players to express his stance, but unexpectedly, it was directly overshadowed, wasting 250 gold coins. Not only that, Han Chen's action was a blatant provocation against him. If he didn't respond, he would lose a significant amount of momentum and embarrass himself in front of all the financial magnates. Moreover, he couldn't just reply with 1 message. Since Han Chen sent 3, he had to reply with 4. However, the colorful world could only display 3 messages at most, so AOC Jojo thought of what he considered a brilliant idea. AOC Jojo, 1, do you have more money than me? AOC Jojo, 2, do you have more money than me? AOC Jojo, 3, do you have more money than me? AOC Jojo, 4, do you have more money than me? This way, even if the first message was covered, everyone would still know he sent 4 messages. However, the next moment, the colorful world began to scroll. Han Xiao, you Han Xiao, good Han Xiao, child Han Xiao, young Han Xiao, Han Xiao. He is insulting me, he dares to insult me. AOC Jojo instantly turned red with anger. One by one, let's see who has more gold coins. Then, AOC Jojo also began to send messages in the colorful world, word by word, just like Han Chen. AOC Jojo, play AOC Jojo, AOC Jojo, play AOC Jojo. Just Han Xiao, you forgot to use punctuation. AOC Jojo, play AOC Jojo, to Han Xiao. AOC Jojo, bottom AOC Jojo. Damn. AOC Jojo waved his gun around, randomly, feeling a bit regretful. He had actually wanted to save 250 gold coins, but unexpectedly, Han Chen had exposed him. What was the difference from a public execution? What frustrated him the most was that he had no gold coins left, which was why he wanted to save that 250 gold coins. At this moment, Han Chen once again covered AOC Jojo's message in the colorful world. Han Xiao, you forgot to use punctuation. Hurry up and add it. Asterisk 3 AOC Jojo looked towards AOC Jojo. Do you have any gold coins? Lend me a bit. AOC Jojo shook his head helplessly. All the gold coins collected by the entire guild in 2 days are with you. I only have 1 silver coin. At this moment, Kaisher jumped twice again. Ejian Guanghan, I'll cover for AOC. Ejian Guanghan, AOC Jojo's face changed dramatically, and then he heard a voice message come through. AOC Jojo hesitated for a moment but gritted his teeth and answered, Dad, let me explain, what is there to listen to? A furious middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. What are you playing with no money? Competing with others? You've embarrassed AOC, and now you want Xinglong Group to help you out. Dad, it wasn't me who asked him to help. He did it on his own, AOC Jojo hurriedly explained. Do I not know it was intentional? It started with 1 foot on our AOC's face, and now it's 2. What the hell are you still doing? Get offline. I got it. AOC Jojo reluctantly opened the system panel to exit the game. Once he logged out, he could say he disconnected, but everyone knew he lost. Tisk, coward. Ejian Guanghan scoffed, then said without looking back, go check where that Han Xiao came from. Yes. And that woman named Tao Susu. Yes. When AOC's players received the order to pursue Han Chen again, they couldn't find Han Chen and Lu Ruyan anywhere. What they didn't know was that Han Chen and Lu Ruyan were no longer in Taoyuan town. After exiting combat mode, they directly used a return scroll and then teleported to Giant Stone Town. If there hadn't been a boss, Han Chen would have been happy to play a game of chase with AOC's players, but with the green hair turtle boss appearing, he was solely focused on taking down this golden level boss. The prerequisite for taking down the boss was to tame enough beasts. Being chased made it impossible to tame in peace, so teleporting to another town was the best solution. He didn't believe AOC Jojo would spend a large amount of gold to teleport all of AOC's people over. Each person cost 50 gold coins. Did he have that many? As for AOC's guild being able to kill the green hair turtle boss, he was even less convinced. Just based on the output of AOC Jojo and AOC Jojo, they couldn't match the green hair turtle boss's recovery. Of course, if they were willing to share with other guilds and gather hidden classes from various towns to fight together, there would be a chance. However, he didn't think AOC would be willing. After all, this was their home ground. The boss in their own town, why should they share? At the very least, they could wait until they had the capability to fight it. In fact, AOC Jojo thought the same way. When the green hair turtle boss used its invulnerability, he knew they couldn't fight it at that moment. Not only that, to prevent the green hair turtle boss from leaving the battle for too long, they even sent a dedicated cannon fodder team to guard and die. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed a beast Ironhide Bull. Watching an ad doubles the number of tamed beasts this time. Another success, watch the ad. Everyone's eyes on me. What a rare high-quality ad, the blogger's imagination is truly vast. Han Chen regretfully closed the ad. 2 Ironhide Bulls appeared beside Han Chen, and Han Chen and Lu Ruyan's mounts also changed from the green hair turtle to Ironhide Bulls. Then, Han Chen lashed the Ironhide Bull that Lu Ruyan had already brought to low health, successfully taming it again. To speed up the taming process, Han Chen not only watched ads but also allocated all 5 remaining skill points to taming. Taming, level 7, use a whip to strike the target hard, with a 2% chance to tame the target, only effective on tameable targets. The lower the target's health, the higher the success rate, up to 50%. The number of tameable beasts is level/2. Cooldown time 60 seconds, mana cost 50. Previously, when the tamed bear was almost killed in an instant by the green-haired turtle leader, Han Chen understood that the beasts he tamed were merely consumables. It was impossible to tame them once and for all, so he needed to invest points in his taming skills to replenish his combat power in a timely manner when losses occurred. The cooldown time for level 7 taming was reduced to 60 seconds, perfectly coinciding with his advertisement time. He could tame again right after watching an ad. Additionally, Han Chen was surprised to find that the success rate of taming had increased by 1%, with the maximum success rate rising to 50%. He remembered that other players' max-level taming skills only had a 30% success rate. Could it be that the same skill had extra effects for beast tamers? Now, even if taming failed, watching an ad would boost the success rate to 100%, essentially guaranteeing success. Success meant 2 beasts, while failure meant watching an ad to gain 1. While taming, his pets were still busy defeating monsters. Kill Ironhide Bull, level 18, gain experience 75. Kill Ironhide Bull, level 18, gain experience 75. After 20 minutes, there were already 30 Ironhide Bulls around Han Chen. Congratulations, you have reached level 16, gaining 1 skill point and 5 free attribute points. Looking at the newly acquired 5 attribute points, Han Chen did not allocate them to strength. He suddenly realized that with so many pets and a god-level weapon, he was not lacking in damage. What he lacked was health. Only by staying alive could his pets continue to deal damage. Moreover, his physical attack bonus was 2.15, while his health bonus was 3.15, which was quite a difference. Similarly, his health would also enhance his pets, increasing their maximum health and survival rate. With this in mind, Han Chen decisively allocated the 5 free attribute points to Constitution. Brother, I found equipment. Just as Han Chen finished allocating points, Lu Ruyan shook his arm excitedly. Where? Han Chen closed the attribute panel and followed Lu Ruyan's pointing finger, where he indeed saw a green orb of light. He had previously told Lu Ruyan to remind him to pick up any equipment of green quality or above, but it was only now that a green piece of equipment had dropped. The drop rate for this equipment was ridiculously low, and even more absurd was the absence of equipment merchants in the town. After watching an ad, Han Chen picked up the equipment. Obtained Bullhorn Pendant, fine. Bullhorn Pendant, fine. Type. Pendant required level, 18 health, 520 physical attack, 74 agility, 16. Han Chen was very satisfied with the attributes of the Bullhorn Pendant. Although the physical attack was not high, the health was quite substantial. Once he reached level 18 and equipped it, it would add nearly 2,000 health, and the added agility was also good, increasing physical defense and movement speed. For him, any equipment that could enhance survival was good equipment. Moo! Suddenly, a loud mooing sound echoed, and Han Chen quickly looked over to find a 2-meter-tall Ironhide Bull. Ironhide Bull leader, level 18, normal BOSS health 240000. Ah, so it's just a normal boss. Han Chen felt a bit disappointed, but he quickly cheered up. A boss would definitely drop equipment, and if it were a golden level 1, he might not even be able to defeat it. Take it down. With a command, all the pets charged towards the Ironhide Bull leader. 16593-11852-9482. Due to the Ironhide Bull leader's size not being large enough and only 20 pets being able to attack it, the first round of attacks did not kill it instantly. However, the moment the Ironhide Bull leader's skin turned red, it was left with no remaining health and died without unleashing a single skill. Kill boss Ironhide Bull leader, level 18, gain experience 13840, reputation 50. Even as a normal boss, the experience gained was quite decent. Then, Han Shen looked at the loot, and at a glance, he saw the dazzling purple and blue lights. To his surprise, there were epic and fine items. After watching the advertisement, they were legendary and epic. Han Shen hurriedly stepped forward to pick up the loot. Watching the advertisement will enhance the quality of the loot. Look, I would watch it even if it were a pile of dung. No gifts for the holidays this year. Obtained Iron Round Shield, Legendary, Epic Skill Book Thunder Chain, Iron Boots, Excellent, Iron Armor, Excellent. Han Shen was overjoyed. The large shield was a secondary weapon for knights, while the small round shield was a secondary weapon for beast tamers. He never expected to get one directly, and it was legendary. It's worth noting that his current round shield was the one given during his job change, with only a basic 100 health points. He couldn't wait to open his backpack and check the attributes of the Iron Round Shield. Iron Round Shield, Legendary, Type, Secondary Weapon, Round Shield Equipment Level, Level 18 Health Points, 1620 Mana Points, 600 Physical Defense, 170 Agility, 22 Constitution, 13 Toughness, reduces 200 damage from any source. Origin: Highland Forest, Ironhide Bull. Powerful, truly worthy of being a legendary secondary weapon. Then, Han Shen checked the epic skill book and the two excellent pieces of equipment. Thunder Chain, Mage Skill. Causes chain damage. Iron Boots, Physical Defense 27, Agility 8, Movement Speed 15%. Iron Armor, Health Points 340, Physical Defense 52, Spirit 10. The attributes of the Iron Armor were higher than those of his bearskin armor, so he could keep it. As for the Iron Boots, their defense and movement speed were inferior to the Bear King boots, making them trash among trash. Moreover, since they were battle boots and not leather boots, Lu Ruyan couldn't use them either, so Han Shen simply threw them on the ground. Then, Han Shen looked at Lu Ruyan and pointed to his cheek. Lu Ruyan's face instantly turned bright red, but she still took small steps to Han Shen's side and gently pecked him. Unexpectedly, Han Shen, without any decorum, pulled Lu Ruyan into his arms. After a second of eye contact, Lu Ruyan closed her eyes, her trembling eyelashes betraying her unsettled heart. After a battle of words, Lu Ruyan clung to Han Shen like a little monkey and wouldn't let go. Get down, I still need to tame the Ironhide Bulls. I won't. Who told you to bully me? If you come down, I'll give you an epic skill book. I don't want the skill book, I just want you to hold me. This scene was directly witnessed by a couple passing by. Honey, I want you to hold me too. The emaciated archer looked at the female knight in front of him, who was sturdier than the Ironhide Bull and holding a shield, with disbelief. You don't love me anymore? No, I still love you, honey. The female knight quickly replied. If you love me, why do you want to kill me? The female knight looked at her figure, then at her husband, and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, honey, don't be angry, I just wanted to be like them. It's okay, I can hold you. Saying this, the female knight effortlessly picked up the archer with one hand. True love, Han Shen and Lu Ruyan said in unison as they watched the two walk away. After the mushiness, Han Shen and Lu Ruyan returned to their normal taming and monster grinding. Half an hour later, they successfully leveled up to 17, and after another 40 minutes, they reached level 18. During this time, Han Shen tamed 70 Ironhide Bulls, bringing the total to 145 Ironhide Bulls, reaching the beast cap of 170. Due to the large number, Han Shen stored 100 of the Ironhide Bulls in the Demon Suppression Tower. During this period, no bosses appeared, only 2 elite monsters, but unfortunately, the drops were all equipment for Lu Ruyan. Upon reaching level 18, Han Shen equipped the Bullhorn Amulet, Iron Round Shield, and Iron Armor, instantly boosting his attributes significantly, especially his defense. ID, Smiling level, 18, 677/350000. Health 14191 Mana, 3119 Physical Attack, 3535 Magic Attack, 398 Physical Defense, 1477 Magic Defense, 385 Critical Hit Rate, 15% Movement Speed, 659 Free Attribute Points, 0 Strength, 101 Intelligence, 18 Agility, 94 Spirit, 36 Constitution. 85. Han Shen's health skyrocketed from just over 6,000 to 14,000, and similarly, the basic attributes of his pet also made a leap. Especially the White Wolf, which had been sharing Han Shen's experience, had now reached level 17 to White Wolf, level 17, Loyalty, 100 Health, 78759 Physical Attack, 19617 Physical Defense, 8198 Magic Defense, 2136 Skill, Charge. As the level increased, the White Wolf also successfully comprehended a skill charge. Although it was just a basic charge skill, mastering a skill meant its potential had risen to a new level. Let's go, it's time to fight the boss. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. They hadn't even had lunch, just nibbling on some biscuits they had brought along, all for the sake of reclaiming the boss. Let's go! Fight the boss, brawl! Lu Ruyan waved her staff, extremely excited. Squeak squeak squeak. The little money-loving creature was also unusually excited. That big turtle had almost taken it out in one hit, and this time it was definitely going for revenge. The two used a return scroll to get back to Taoyuan town. Before that, Han Shen had put away all the beasts to avoid alarming the enemy. Then, they followed the Taoyuan stream downwards, heading towards the green-haired turtle's spawn point. Once out of town, Han Shen summoned 2 ironhide bulls for faster travel. However, even so, their movements were still captured by the Pride Guild. In fact, they were a key focus for the Pride Guild, and photos had already circulated throughout the guild. As soon as they appeared, they were immediately tracked and reported. Boss, Smiling has appeared again. It looks like the target is the green-haired turtle leader. The first to receive the news was the Pride 9 continents, who were currently farming monsters. Good. Heaven has a path you refuse to take, and now that you've provoked me, you dare to come back? All guild members, drop what you're doing and gather at the green-haired turtle monster point, ordered Pride 9 continents. This time, let's see how he escapes. Previously, he had reported Han Shen to the authorities, but the response was, there are no loopholes in the divine realm, and the target player's data is all normal. Since it wasn't a cheat, he had nothing to fear. Of course, he didn't fully believe what the authorities said. After all, it's common for officials to be stubborn, so he was prepared for a live broadcast. The title of the broadcast was Pride Guild's First Combat Drill. The intention was clear, the drill was the focus, while killing Smiling was just a side note. After all, using such a grand setup to kill 2 players would be quite embarrassing, even if they succeeded. The target has entered the core area. The encirclement is closing. Everyone follow the team leader and tighten the encirclement. Just as the Pride Guild began to close in, Han Shan and Lu Ruyan had already arrived in the green-haired turtle area. At that moment, the green-haired turtle leader had just killed a player from Pride and was resting with its eyes closed. Han Shen extended his left hand, and the demon suppression tower appeared out of thin air, then landed on the ground. Suddenly, a large number of green-haired turtles, man-faced bears, and ironhide rhinos appeared, crowding the stream bank. In less than 20 seconds, 170 pets spread out around the massive green-haired turtle leader. Attack! Squeak squeak squeak. The 170 pets attacked simultaneously, and due to the sheer number of ironhide bulls, they even managed to lift the green-haired turtle leader a few centimeters off the ground. In an instant, the long health bar of the green-haired turtle leader was reduced to just a tiny bit of green at the end. The green-haired turtle leader let out a painful cry. It did not spin like last time but instead emitted a golden, distinctly layered glow that enveloped its entire body, a stance as immovable as a mountain, capable of reducing damage by 90%. Then, the green-haired turtle leader twisted, preparing to use its death spin. However, the second attack from the pet had already arrived, and the vitality in the green-haired turtle leader's eyes instantly faded, its head and limbs going limp. Kill the golden level boss, green-haired turtle leader, level 20, gain experience 46133, skill point +1, reputation +100. Your team has achieved the first kill of the golden level boss. A system announcement will be made shortly. Do you want to hide your ID? Default do not hide. Han Shen looked at Lu Ruyan, who also said, default do not hide. System announcement. Players Han Shan and Tao Susu have achieved the first kill of the golden level boss, green-haired turtle leader, rewarded with a legendary equipment selection box *1, level +1, reputation +500. Congratulations, you have reached level 19, gaining 1 skill point and 5 free attribute points. On the other side, AOC Jojo had just started the live stream, interacting with the viewers in the chat room. Family, today, our AOC guild's target for the drill is the level 20 golden level boss, green-haired turtle leader. I heard that this morning, the casual player Han Shen from my guild also plans to take on this boss. Let's go check it out together. First kill of the golden level boss? Of course, our goal is to be the first to kill the first golden level boss in the divine domain. What? It was killed? Don't joke around. Look at the announcement. What announcement? Damn it. When AOC Jojo closed the chat, he instantly saw the colorful system announcement, blood rushing to his brain, and his vision went black as he collapsed to the ground. To salvage their reputation, this time they were not just practicing to kill Han Shan, they had also hired 10 players with special damage hidden classes at a high price, all for the sake of the first kill of the golden level boss. Originally, their plan was to hire 20, but Han Shan's appearance forced the plan to be expedited, so they only managed to hire 10. These 10 hidden class players had just teleported to Peach Blossom Town and were on their way here. But now, the system announcement stated that the golden level boss had already been killed? AOC Jojo got up from the ground and said to the livestream, no, just a minute ago the green-haired turtle leader was at full health. How could it be killed now? I've always suspected that Han Shen is cheating. You know, when he was in the novice village, he casually pulled out hundreds or even thousands of gold coins. Everyone knows that in the divine domain, you can't recharge or trade remotely. He did nothing, and just had hundreds or thousands of gold coins. Is that reasonable? This morning, from a distance, my gun couldn't even reach that far, and he instant killed both me and Jiu Yu. He's a beast tamer in close combat, yet he killed us from 500 meters away. What else could it be if not cheating? If a person is useless, don't blame the road CNM, room manager, kick this person out, blacklist him. You all don't believe it, right? Fine, I'll show you how ridiculous he is. This cheating is blatant. Instant killing a golden level boss and someone is washing it for him. AOC Jojo still knew too little about netizens. In fact, these people didn't really believe Han Shen wasn't cheating, they were just looking to argue. The truth didn't matter. What mattered was being different and attracting attention. When AOC Jojo arrived at the scene, there was already no trace of the green-haired turtle leader, only the huge claw marks and depressions on the ground confirming its existence. At this moment, Han Shen had just finished viewing the advertisement. Obtain Xuanwu Staff, Divine, Xuanwu Leather Armor, Divine, Special Guild Token, Xian Turtle Robe, Legendary, Xuanwu Inner Pill, Juvenile, Xuanwu Meat, Juvenile, *10, Xuanwu Shell, Juvenile, *1. That's right, the green-haired turtle leader generously contributed 2 pieces of golden equipment, a guild token, and a purple equipment. After watching the advertisement, they received 2 pieces of divine-level equipment, a special guild token, and a legendary item. In Lu Ruyan's incredulous gaze, Han Shen handed her the Xuanwu Staff and the Xian Turtle Robe. I can't, Lu Ruyan stammered, feeling that her efforts did not deserve such divine equipment. Stop dawdling, there's a big battle coming up. Han Shen stuffed the equipment into Lu Ruyan's arms. It was just a piece of divine weapon, not something particularly precious. He then put on the Xuanwu leather armor himself, and instantly, his outfit transformed into a black turtle shell. Wow, how ugly! Han Shen quickly concealed the appearance of the Xuanwu leather armor, changing it to the look of a novice robe. Then, he took a glance at the attributes of the Xuanwu leather armor. Xuanwu leather armor, divine, type. Clothing, leather armor equipment level 15 health points, 3000 physical defense, 300 magic defense, 300 strength, 30 agility, 30 spirit, 30 Xuanwu Guardian, gain 50% damage reduction, increasing to 80% when health is below 50%. Artifact, equipment level will grow with the character. Bound to Han Shen, with the enhancement of the Xuanwu leather armor, Han Shen's attributes skyrocketed again. Health points, 22916 mana points, 3481 physical attack, 4012 magic attack, 419 physical defense, 2260 magic defense, 1165 critical hit rate, 15%. Movement speed, 743, free attribute points, 0 strength, 132 intelligence, 19 agility, 125 spirit, 57 constitution, 91 with his current attributes, combined with the Xuanwu leather armor's Xuanwu Guardian, he estimated that even the toughest tank couldn't compare. Satisfied, Han Shen closed the attribute panel and then glanced at Lu Ruyan. She was holding a snake-headed staff, and her outfit had reverted to the white robe of the novice village, looking very pure. What are you looking at? Lu Ruyan's face turned slightly red. It's nothing, just thinking of some beautiful memories, Han Shen replied. Memories, my foot. Lu Ruyan, embarrassed and annoyed, tapped Han Shen's head with her staff. The two were flirting, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding players from the AO Shur Guild. Hey, are you done playing? AO Shur Jiao shouted, unable to hold back any longer. Han Shen and Lu Ruyan turned to AO Shur Jiao. Zhou in unison, do you have something to say? AO Shur Jiao took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Han Shen, do you admit you're cheating? Ha! Han Shen was momentarily stunned, then asked, do you admit you're a big fool? I don't admit it, AO Shur Jiao said without hesitation. Why don't you admit it? Han Shen asked. Because AO Shur Jiao lowered his head to think for a moment but quickly realized. No, I'm not a big fool, why should I admit it? Okay, you're not, is that enough? Han Shen replied dismissively. AO Shur Jiao was furious. What do you mean, is that enough? I'm not. At this moment, the AO Shur livestream was flooded with haha messages. Just then, AO Shur Jiao suddenly received a voice message, and he trembled as he opened it, instantly hearing a furious voice in his ear. You idiot, how did I end up with something like you? Stop arguing and just start fighting. AO Shur Jiao was finally snapped awake, pulled out his firearm, and shouted, kill them, then guard the resurrection point. He then fired off a series of shots. Bang, bang, how could this be? AO Shur Jiao was stunned. Although his attack wasn't high, the bullets dealt fixed true damage, and no matter how high the defense, it wouldn't matter. Why was the damage 0? Han Shen smiled. They were just waiting for AO Shur to make the first move, so the system would determine it as normal defense. Although a real guild had not been established yet, the cooperative behavior would be intelligently recognized by the system as belonging to the same faction, allowing them to kill without turning red. It's important to know that the punishment for turning red is severe. Exceeding 100 points incurs a fine to enter town, and exceeding 1000 points results in being captured and sent to mine. He's hacking. Did everyone see that? Invincible hack. AO Shur Jiao shouted loudly. In the next moment, AO Shur Jiao died, leaving no corpse behind. He quickly chose to resurrect in the safe zone while shouting, "Did everyone see that? Instant kill hack. I wasn't lying to you, was I?" At this point, the viewers in the live stream also began to believe Aoshi Jiuzhou's words, thinking Han Chen was indeed hacking. I'm switching the live stream to the scene so you can see the celestial technique. The camera shifted, revealing a massive Xuanwu phantom suddenly appearing, spewing forth a torrent of Xianwater, instantly killing a large number of Aoshi players. Beneath the Xuanwu phantom, over 100 iron-skinned barbarian bulls charged wildly, and any player they touched, whether warrior or tank, was instantly killed. In addition, scattered human-faced bears, green-haired turtles, and a darting white wolf also killed anyone they touched. At this moment, no one in the live stream doubted Aoshi Jiuzhou anymore. Damn, it really is a hack. On the third day of the server opening, he's already using a high-level hack. What a role model. Role model? Is hacking glorified in this day and age? Exactly, my worldview is shattered. So arrogant, the officials need to come out. Didn't they say there were no hacks? I told you he was hacking, but you didn't believe me. What a pity for Goddess Tao Susu, fooled by a hacker like this. This Xuanwu Phantom was, of course, a skill that Lu Ruyan's Xuanwu staff came with. Naturally, the damage of the Xuanwu Phantom was linked to Lu Ruyan's own magical attack and maintaining the Phantom consumed mana continuously, plus the Phantom had no defensive capabilities. However, the current players were unaware of these details. They only knew that this was something they could not resist, and all attacks against the Xuanwu were ineffective, causing them to flee in panic. Although the Phantom quickly dissipated without a central command, the Aoshi players could not organize a proper resistance and were crushed by Han Chen's beast army. They were pressed all the way to the outskirts of the encirclement, and after enjoying the slaughter, Han Chen turned back to chase the remaining fleeing players. He thought this game shouldn't be called Divine Domain, it should be called True Divine Domain Unmatched Grass-Cutting Game. Elite team, focus fire on Han Xiao with me and take him down, then these beasts will disappear. Seeing the Aoshi players in disarray, Aoshi Jiujian quickly commanded his elite team. After successfully collaborating with Han Xiao last time, his words carried more weight and he had become the leader of the elite team. Thinking he had some rapport with Han Chen, he had been trying to avoid confronting him, and this time he used family matters as an excuse. However, later he wanted to play the mediator, so he rushed to the scene. The outcome was completely unexpected. Aoshi was the one being crushed. In this situation, he immediately made a decision to kill Han Chen. Even if it was for negotiation, he had to take down Han Chen first. After all, the elite team was the elite team, and with a commander, they quickly assembled. Mages, archers, focus fire on Han Xiao, fire. A dense barrage of magic balls and arrows shot towards Han Chen. Fortunately, the iron-skinned barbarian bulls under Han Chen moved quickly, and not many of the first round of attacks hit him. Moreover, due to his high physical defense, the arrows did not penetrate, and only a small number of magic balls dealt 2 to 3 digit damage to him. Given Han Chen's nearly 23,000 health points, this damage was hardly worth mentioning. Aoshi Jiujian clearly realized this point as well. Archers retreat. Mages chant, focus fire 2 meters in front of Han Xiao, fire. Z-133 paralysis. -770 to 378. Caught off guard, Han Chen was directly hit by a lightning skill, triggering the paralysis effect. Unable to move, he took on over 20 skills, losing a fifth of his health instantly. Fortunately, the control time of the paralysis was not long, and the mages of the Proud Elite team also entered a skill vacuum period. Once recovered, Han Chen quickly drank a medium-level life potion, then directed the Ironhide Bull to change direction and charge towards the Proud Elite team. Knights, shield formation. Large shields blocked the path of the Ironhide Bull, which crashed head-on. Bang bang bang. However, the unstoppable Ironhide Bull was forcibly blocked and fell into a 3-second stun state. This was the Knight's signature skill block and counterattack. All team leaders command the Knights to surround Han Xiao, then pull all members into a unified command channel. Hurry! The mowing pace was suddenly halted, and Han Chen calmed down. Watching the Proud players gradually organize, he knew it was time to retreat. However, a block of players ahead obstructed his movement, and having lost a fifth of his health, the Proud Guild had already realized his weakness. In this situation, prolonged combat was unwise, especially since they were now targeting him, and soon they might also attack Lu Ruyan. Quickly scanning the area, there were too many people, and he didn't see any obvious commanders. Han Chen directed the Beast Legion to turn and run. We're leaving, no need to see us off. After all, they weren't an elite team, and without systematic combat training, the players behind Han Chen crumbled with a single blow. Then, Han Chen and Lu Ruyan quickly left the battlefield riding the Ironhide Bull. Proud Nine Swords watched Han Chen disappear inside. He knew that with Proud Nine Continents' temperament, they would not let Han Chen off the hook, and Han Chen was not an easy person to deal with. Now, he could only hope that Han Chen was indeed cheating, and it would be best if he were permanently banned, so Proud would have a future. Hahaha, cheaters are nothing special, this is our Proud Elite team. Interested players can sign up for the Proud Elite team, but now there's an additional requirement: you need to report Han Xiao to the officials. In the safe zone, Proud 9 Continents was in a good mood. He thought this time it was over, but unexpectedly, Proud 9 Swords suddenly appeared, turning the tide. He had previously thought that Proud 9 Swords had a connection with Han Xiao, so he intentionally found an excuse to log off. It seemed he had misunderstood. We Proud will not coexist with cheaters. We hope everyone can contribute to restoring clarity to the game, allowing everyone to play fairly and justly. In the following time, Proud 9 Continents led the livestream to report Han Xiao. However, what surprised everyone was that even after sending the complete video to the officials, they still insisted that the data was normal and that Han Shen was not cheating. As for how Han Shen managed to have a large amount of gold, over 100 pets, and to instantly kill while locking the resurrected player's health to 1 point, the officials simply stated that these were normal game contents and could not be disclosed due to privacy protection, and that there were even more interesting and powerful gameplay waiting for everyone to explore. The official statements naturally did not gain the players' approval, but they had no way to counter it, as no one could manage the Divine Domain game, and no one even knew where the game's official headquarters was or who the staff were. In fact, apart from a few relatively righteous players, more players held a gloating attitude. After all, the world has long suffered under the financial tycoons. Now that someone could frustrate the tycoons, he was a great hero, a spiritual leader. As for game fairness, although there was no recharge channel, this game had never claimed to be fair from the start. The tycoons could still use their wealth outside the game to gain an advantage that ordinary people could never catch up to in their lifetime. If the tycoons treated them well, they wouldn't harbor such hatred. Unfortunately, since the second generation, the tycoons have completely distanced themselves from the masses, utterly disregarding everyone's lives, focused solely on oppression and harvesting. In such circumstances, can we still expect gratitude from everyone? Let's go, time to eat. After disengaging from battle, Han Shan and Lu Ruyan directly used a return scroll to get back to Taoyuan town. It was already 2 in the afternoon, and they hadn't even had lunch, their stomachs growling with hunger. Soon, players noticed Han Shan and Lu Ruyan and quickly surrounded them. Share your hangout, I'll help you fight. Paid request for a hangout. First kiss for a hangout. First time for a hangout. Besides those asking for a hangout, there were also pure fans. Han Xiao, Laogong Kanhwa, Laogong Aaa. Han Xiao, Mama Aini, detected a large number of opposite-sex sexual harassment towards you. Would you like to impose heavenly punishment? Yes. Zap. Zap. Lightning struck down, flashes of light and white light burst forth, and Han Shen finally broke free from the crowd. Phew. Closing the yard door, Han Shan and Lu Ruyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. These fans were far more terrifying than the tens of thousands in the game. Husband, sister, you're back. Su Qing ran out in surprise. Wait for me a moment, I'll have Chunhua heat up the dishes, it'll be ready soon. Su Qing hadn't eaten either, and not only that, during the 2 hours of waiting for Han Shen, she had been overthinking, feeling that Han Shen had actually abandoned her, and she had cried twice because of it. Now seeing Han Shen, she felt as if the clouds had parted to reveal the blue sky. No need, go wash your face and eat with us, we're too hungry, Han Shen said. Su Qing's makeup was all smudged, and she didn't even realize it. Only after Han Shen said that did she hurriedly cover her face and run away. I have to say, Su Qing was quite capable. In just that morning, the maid and cook had everything ready, the yard was well organized, and daily necessities were all replenished. It already felt like a home. Brother, there are so many people online supporting you, aren't you planning to build a guild? Lu Ruyan asked curiously. Han Shen shook his head. Building a guild is too troublesome, I don't want to deal with that. Then, Han Shen suddenly looked at Lu Ruyan. Do you want to build a guild? I want to. Lu Ruyan said without hesitation. It's not just about wanting or not, I have to do this. I'm not like you, I'm on the mother planet, and if I don't have my own power, Han Shen slapped his forehead, regretting. I forgot, I shouldn't have let you get involved. Then, Han Shen took out the special guild token and handed it to Lu Ruyan. If there's anything I can help with, just say it. If you encounter any trouble you can't solve, I can handle it. Lu Ruyan interrupted Han Shen. It seemed Lu Ruyan knew what Han Shen was about to say and cut him off. Since that was the case, Han Shen didn't continue. Alright, I believe you. After finishing their meal, Han Shen and Lu Ruyan teleported to Giant Stone Town. In Taoyuan Town, they definitely couldn't level up peacefully. They had 2 hours left for monster grinding, and their goal for the afternoon was to reach level 20, as the usage level for the special guild token was level 20. This time, they chose the level 20 gibbons, not for any other reason, but simply because gibbons were the closest monsters to the town at level 20. Any further would require nearly half an hour more of walking, and with only 2 hours of grinding time, it wasn't worth it to walk an extra half hour for just a bit more experience. The overall leveling speed would definitely be slower than grinding gibbons. Kill gibbon, level 20, gain experience 83. Kill gibbon, level 20, gain experience 83. During the grinding, Han Shen was taming gibbons. Having reached level 19, he could tame 20 more pets. To his surprise, the gibbons appeared to be smarter than other pets, with intelligence comparable to that of normal monkeys. They understood how to throw stones and use equipment. Although they couldn't gain weapon attributes like players could, they still had normal protection and weapon effects. Any unwanted equipment from Han Chen would be curiously picked up and worn by them, creating a vivid sense of a primitive gibbon civilization in the cold weapon era. The green-haired turtle and iron-skinned bull required grass for upgrades, while the gibbons needed fruits and meat, as they were omnivorous. After taming 20 gibbons, Han Chen took out a piece of meat from a 1,000-year-old snake demon and fed it to one of the gibbons. Its performance was already worthy of being fed boss meat. A piece of 1,000-year-old snake demon meat wasn't much, only about 2 to 3 pounds, and the gibbon quickly swallowed it. Subsequently, that gibbon's level surprisingly jumped from level 1 to level 15. As it leveled up, its size noticeably increased and its fur became denser and shinier. If a mere piece of 1,000-year-old snake demon meat had such an effect, what about the meat from a 10,000-year-old bird or turtle essence? Based on the effects of demon pills, it should be at least 10 times more potent, which would mean a direct path to level 30. However, Han Chen didn't recklessly feed it the 10,000-year-old meat. Instead, he took out 2 more pieces of 1,000-year-old snake demon meat to feed the gibbon. After consuming the first piece, its level rose to 18, but the second piece only brought it to 19. Using his heavenly eye to trace the source, Han Chen quickly understood that a pet's level couldn't exceed his own level, resulting in a significant waste of the third piece of 1,000-year-old snake demon meat. Moreover, the growth direction of gibbons that ate meat differed from those that ate fruits. The former leaned towards combat type, while the latter leaned towards intelligence type. For instance, the gibbon he just fed had eyes that turned blood red, occasionally letting out a roar, and had even comprehended a skill, Berserk. Enter a Berserk state, increasing size and speed by 300%, dealing 200% physical attack area damage, lasting 300 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 minutes. So powerful. Han Chen quickly took out the remaining 7 pieces of 1,000-year-old snake demon meat and fed them to 1 level 15 and 2 level 18 Berserk gibbons. As expected, they all comprehended the Berserk skill. To distinguish them from other gibbons, Han Chen even renamed them, calling them Super Saiyan Gibbon number 1 to number 4. As for the 10,000-year-old turtle essence, 10,000-year-old spirit bird meat, and black tortoise meat, feeding them now would be a waste. In a villa on the mother planet, Ao Xingha, pride of the 9 continents, was lying in the arms of 2 young girls, enjoying a massage. At that moment, a man in a black suit and sunglasses walked in. "Boss, we've gathered information on Tao Susu. Her real name is Lu Ruyan. She's just a commoner with no background and has a younger sister named Lu Shiyun. Yesterday, Lu Ruyan suddenly acquired a large amount of federal currency and moved to Huading Chongkong." As he spoke, he handed over a dossier that not only contained photos of Lu Ruyan and Lu Shiyun but also detailed their various experiences, from the schools they attended to the medications they bought at clinics, all meticulously recorded. Ao Xingha glanced at the dossier and then focused on a few photos before setting it aside and asking, "Source of funds?" "The source of funds is legal, converted from gold coins." "No, it's illegal." "I understand. I'll contact the Federal Bureau of Investigation." The man in sunglasses left, and Ao Xingha sneered, "Ha, a commoner dares to oppose me. You really have guts." "Sisters, I love sisters. Huanxiao, I can't wait to see you kneeling before me, begging for mercy." In less than an hour, both Han Chen and Lu Ruyan reached level 20. The moment Lu Ruyan hit level 20, she eagerly took out a special guild token and used it directly. System announcement: the leaderboard system has been activated. System announcement: player Tao Susu has established the guild Blood Rose. As the first player to create a guild, she is rewarded with the guild title, First Guild, level +1, reputation +500. It's over. How could it happen so quickly? Lin Fan, who was busy grinding monsters, thought to himself upon seeing that a player had established a guild. He was so close, just half an hour more and he would reach level 20 to create the first guild. Wait, how could it be Lu Ruyan? Isn't she just messing around with Han Xiao and hasn't leveled up at all? How did she suddenly reach level 20? And Blood Rose, is that just a coincidence? Lin Fan opened his friend panel to check Yi Qingcheng and found that her guild status was none, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, Yi Qingcheng's guild status changed to Blood Rose. It's not a coincidence. How could they be connected? Lin Fan was puzzled, as the situation was completely beyond his control. In his previous life, Blood Rose was also the first guild established. However, the founder was Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng, originally named Yi Qingwan, was ranked first on the forum goddess list and established an all-female guild Blood Rose in her previous life. But within a month, it was targeted by major financial conglomerate guilds and had to disband, with its members disappearing without a trace. Years later, it was revealed that they had been collectively imprisoned by the financial conglomerates, a horrific sight. In this life, Lin Fan wanted to be the first to establish a guild, not only for the reward of the first guild but also to attract the hatred of the financial conglomerates. He wanted to change the fate of these strong-willed girls. However, Blood Rose was still established. Lin Fan opened the chat with Yi Qingcheng and questioned, "Didn't I tell you not to create a guild?" "I didn't create it, it was Sister Susu who did. We agreed that you would be the first to create a guild and I would join yours. Now that Sister Susu has created one, I will join her guild," Yi Qingcheng said matter-of-factly. "I don't tell me you guys are going to create An all-female guild? Of course not. Before Lin Fan could relax, Yi Qingcheng continued, Han Xiao is a guy. If you and that fat guy are willing to join, we will have 3 guys, so it won't be an all-female guild. Sister Susu never said no to guys. I won't talk to you anymore, I have guild tasks to do, and over 900 sisters are waiting to join the guild outside. Wait a minute, are you saying you already gathered people? Of course. We formed a 1,000-person team before the game even launched. Isn't that how big guilds operate? What's so strange about it? Then Lu Tao Susu? She contacted us today, inviting us to join her guild, offering us 1,000 spots, giving me the vice president position, and a joining fund of 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins. I thought we would have to pay to join, but instead, they just gave us money. I won't talk to you anymore. I accepted the money and I can't slack off. Bye. After hanging up, Lin Fan felt an increased pressure, and at the same time, he was cursing Han Chen and Lu Ruyan in his heart. You two incompetent fools, do you know that your actions will push thousands of blossoming young girls into an endless abyss? Fortunately, according to the trajectory of my previous life, there is still a month left. As long as I can establish a force capable of resisting the financial conglomerates during this time, there is a chance to save them. On the other side, Lu Ruyan had just pulled Han Chen and Yi Qingcheng into the guild and was about to assign the vice president position when she suddenly received a visitor alert, this time from the federal government. Not good, Fan Guo, Lu Ruyan and Lu Shiyun have been taken away by people from the federal government. Ni Juanhao suddenly said, the federal government? It must be Ao Xinghe's doing. What about Han Xiao? He's still online. Damn, log off. Lin Fan cared about Lu Ruyan, but he had to take care of Lu Shiyun. After logging off, Lin Fan made a phone call. Old man, I have something very urgent that I need your help with. An elderly voice came from the other end of the line. You saved my life, so don't say just one thing, even 10 things would be no problem. Just say it without hesitation. Half an hour later, 2 cars rushed into the villa area of Ao Xinghe in a hurry. An old man with white hair burst into the villa, accompanied by a tall young woman and dozens of bodyguards. Ao Xinghe's bodyguards quickly came out to intercept them. Old Zhou, are you looking for the young master? He is busy right now, slap. The old man slapped the bodyguard away. I want to see what kind of heinous things he is doing. Kicking open the bedroom door, he saw 2 women lounging on the sofa. Zhou, old Zhou Ao Xinghe, initially angry about being interrupted, immediately wilted upon seeing the old man. I'll kill you, beast. You just got engaged to Si Young, and you do this? How can you face my granddaughter? As he spoke, old Zhou's cane struck heavily on Ao Xinghe's back. And you dare to touch my benefactor's woman? Today, I will make sure to kill you. In no time, Ao Xinghe was beaten to the brink of unconsciousness. Sigh, I still came a step too late. Old Zhou sighed, how am I supposed to face my benefactor now? Suddenly, Zhou Xian said, Grandpa, it's not them, they look different from the ones in the photos. Ha! It's not good for Grandpa to go. See, are you sure? I'm sure, it's not them. Old Zhou grabbed Ao Xinghe and lifted him up. Quick, tell me where you hid Lu Ruyan and Lu Shiyun. They were taken away by the Federal Bureau. My people, I was a step too late, Ao Xinghe said weakly. Federal Bureau? In the car, Lin Fan looked incredulous. How did it involve the Federal Bureau again? Old Zhou, don't worry, my old face still holds some weight in the Federal Bureau. Protecting your girlfriend is not a problem. As for the reason behind this, we will know soon enough. Ding dong, 2 notification sounds came, and old Zhou opened his phone, instantly shocked. What? How is this possible? What happened? Did they do something serious? Lin Fan asked anxiously. No. Old Zhou shook his head and handed the phone to Lin Fan. You take a look. Lin Fan curiously took it and suddenly widened his eyes. Federal Divine Domain Development Department Minister? When did this department come into existence? Why did Lu Ruyan become the minister? However, as he continued to read, Lin Fan's eyes suddenly filled with hatred because he saw a name he would never forget, even in his dreams, Fomihan. Fomihan was the heir of the Xinglong Group, one of the 2 strongest financial conglomerates on his home planet. In his previous life, Lin Fan regarded Fomihan as a close friend, clearing his enemies for him, only to find out that at the crucial moment of ascending to divinity, Fomihan colluded with Lu Ruyan to have him killed and seized his divine position. He would never forget that hypocritical smile and those mocking eyes. Benefactor, what's wrong with you? Old Zhou noticed Lin Fan's unusual demeanor. It's nothing, just thinking of some past events. Lin Fan concealed the hatred in his eyes and regained his composure. Zhou Xian pouted, you're at most 20 years old, what past could you have? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were an old man. Xiang, don't be rude. Old Zhou looked sternly at Zhou Xiang. Lin Fan ignored them and continued reading. Under the proposal of Fomihan, the faction led by Xinglong Group jointly requested the establishment of the Federal Divine Domain Development Department to coordinate players within the game, maintain game stability, and eliminate potential threats to social stability. Lin Fan skipped this section. It sounded grandiose, but in the end, it was all for the benefit of the financial conglomerates. What he cared About was how Lu Ruyan got involved with Feng Yihan during this time period. Lu Ruyan voluntarily donated 100,000 gold coins as startup capital and will bear the subsequent activity funds. The department's profits will be fully submitted. 100,000 gold coins? Where did she get 100,000 gold coins? At this stage, even Xinglong Group couldn't come up with 100,000 gold coins. A figure flashed through Lin Fan's mind. Han Xiao, spending heavily to pave the way and then seeking protection? It might be feasible in the short term, but without enough strength, she would ultimately become a lamb to the slaughter, an ATM. However, as long as she safely navigates the early stages, once the abilities in the game can be transferred to reality, Lu Ruyan might not be unable to turn things around. So this path isn't a dead end, it just requires stabilizing the early phase. No, Lu Ruyan doesn't know that the abilities in the game can be brought into reality, so she might not develop steadily. Moreover, perhaps she is luring Han Xiao, with her true target actually being Feng Yihan. Thinking of Lu Ruyan willingly offering herself to Han Xiao, whom she had only known for a day, Lin Fan felt that this was something Lu Ruyan could definitely do. After all, she is the heir of one of the two leading conglomerates of their home planet, Xinglong Group. The struggles between conglomerates are not child's play. A careless mistake could lead to irreparable consequences. The so-called Federal Divine Domain Development Department is supported by Xinglong behind the scenes, and Tenglong would certainly not allow it to develop freely. Wanting to remain aloof is simply impossible. Perhaps the Federal Divine Domain Development Department is the first battlefield. In that case, Lu Shiyun cannot follow Lu Ruyan. Lin Fan immediately made a decision. He must take Lu Shiyun away from this place of turmoil. After reviewing all the information, Lin Fan didn't see how Lu Ruyan got involved with Feng Yihan, but that didn't matter. They were all his enemies, and it was fine if they got together. He could deal with them all at once later. Let's go back, Lin Fan said. Ha, aren't we going to the federal headquarters? Aren't we going to pick up your girlfriend? Zhou Xiao asked in confusion. What do you know? Old Zhou said. The federal headquarters is certainly safer than our home, but benefactor, there's something I don't know if I should tell you. I know what you want to say, Lu Ruyan has nothing to do with me. It's just that the older generation has connections, so I'm just taking care of them a bit, Lin Fan replied. Old Zhou immediately beamed with joy. That's good, that's good. Lu Ruyan doesn't look like a good person. I was worried you would be deceived. He also played games and followed forums, so he naturally knew about Lu Ruyan and Han Xiao. Benefactor, you also play Divine Domain, right? Old Zhou, please don't call me Benefactor, it makes me quite uncomfortable. Just call me by my name, Lin Fan said shyly. Old Zhou was not polite at all. He was more than happy to do so. Then I'll call you Lin Fan. Our CEO is also playing. She doesn't understand the game well. Can you help her out when you have time? Ha, isn't that inappropriate? Just consider it an old man's request for help. Xiao is honest and doesn't have many friends. She might get taken advantage of in the game. Well, okay. Lin Fan was completely unaware of Old Zhou's blatant matchmaking and didn't notice that Zhou Xiao's face had already turned red. Boss, are you satisfied with this result? Xiao Lu from the Baotong Trading Company asked. Respectfully. Han Shen nodded. I didn't expect your trading company to have this kind of strength, able to connect directly to the federal headquarters. It's not our strength, it's the strength of your gold coins. If you're satisfied, please settle the remaining payment. No problem. Han Chen immediately opened the trading panel and put in 120,000 gold coins. When Xiao Lu from Baotong Trading Company saw the 120,000 gold coins, his face broke into a wide smile, but he still respectfully bowed. Baotong Trading Company has a wide range of business and a large scale. We look forward to cooperating with you again. Realizing that this is a world with a protagonist, Han Chen contacted Xiao Lu from Baotong Trading Company yesterday. After all, they are businessmen, and in modern society, the relationship between officials and businessmen is harmonious. Their home planet should be no exception. He originally just wanted to ensure Lu Ruyan's safety, but he didn't expect Baotong Trading Company to have such great power, directly connecting to the federal headquarters in one step. Not long after Xiao Lu from the Baotong Trading Company left, Lu Ruyan came online. As soon as she saw Han Shen, she wrapped herself around him like an octopus. Wu Wu brother, you're so good to me. Ha, what did I do? Han Chen was taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be a secret from the Baotong Trading Company? Still pretending? 100,000 gold coins, only you can take it out so casually. Not only do I know it's you, but Feng Yihan also knows it's you. He asked me to send his regards and said you can contact him directly for any collaboration. It's not that he's giving face to the Baotong Trading Company, he wants to be friends with you. Han Shen certainly knew Feng Yihan, the Baotong Trading Company had mentioned him. This time, Lu Ruyan was able to enter the federal system without going through a complicated process, almost as if Feng Yihan had forcibly brought her in. Han Shen initially thought Feng Yihan was interested in Lu Ruyan, but it turned out he was after him. What's his game ID? I still need to thank him. Han Chen asked. He's called Yijian Guanghan. Yijian Guanghan, that name sounds quite dramatic. Han Chen opened the friend panel, entered Yijian Guanghan, and added him. as a friend, only to be surprised when the request was accepted instantly. Soon after, Foam Han's voice message came through. Dude, I really admire you guys. You want women, not money, tossing out hundreds of thousands of gold coins like it's nothing. The Baodong Trading Company wants money but doesn't care about their lives, with no background at all, daring to reach into the federal headquarters. What a talent. Han Chen's expression changed drastically. What did you say? The Baodong Trading Company has no backing? A trading company that was just established a few days ago, with only 5 young people combined, what backing could they possibly have? Now, they're holding 200,000 gold coins and are probably about to become the target of everyone's ire. Do they need my help? Damn. Han Chen couldn't help but curse. 5 people with no background dared to say they had connections? Help, I want to kill them right now. For 50,000 gold coins, I can help you. Take them out right now, Foam Han said casually. Forget it. Although the process is all wrong, at least the outcome is good. After all, they were 5 living lives. He couldn't just decide their fate at will. Haha, I knew you weren't the kind of person who disregards life. I'm definitely going to be friends with you. Foam Han's hearty voice came through. Sure. Han Chen wasn't interested in friends at all and even felt a bit resistant, especially to this kind of casual friendship. Right now, he was only interested in beautiful appearances. Foam Han immediately picked up on Han Chen's indifference but didn't mind at all. Bro, Lu Ruyan's guild is actually yours too, right? Are you interested in collaborating with our Xinglong guild? With our strength, if we work together, we can sweep through the entire divine domain and become the only super guild. Han Chen directly denied. No, that's her guild. I'm not interested in guilds at all. You can discuss it directly with her. I think she would definitely be very willing to collaborate. Oh, I see. Alright, I'll ask her later. Bro, remember to come to me directly. If you have any difficulties, I'll definitely help if I can. Thank you. After ending the call, Foam Han approached Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was naturally willing to collaborate, as her department was currently supported by the Xinglong faction. After receiving a positive response, Foam Han also promised to provide professional talents to join Blood Rose and quickly enhance its strength. What did you say? I have a position. Yi Qingchang looked at Lu Ruyan in disbelief. Lu Ruyan nodded. Yes, the Federal Divine Domain Development Department, a formal department. From now on, the personnel of the department will be in your hands. Can you handle it? Yes, madam. Yi Qingchang was overjoyed. She wanted to establish Blood Rose to prove that beautiful women are not just caged canaries. Women can also hold up half the sky. Unexpectedly, just 3 days after the opening of the server, she got the chance to prove herself. She must develop the Blood Rose and show everyone the strength of women. The fact proved that Han Chen's choice was correct. While Lu Ruyan and the others were busy with guild affairs, Han Chen was already lounging in a chair in the yard, with Su Qing beside him, massaging his shoulders. Today's 6 hours of monster grinding time had already been used up, and Lu Ruyan's matters were resolved, so the next step was, of course, to enjoy life. Of course, it wasn't just about enjoyment. A glimmer flashed in Han Chen's eyes as a golden card fell into his hand, and then he drank a bottle of intermediate mana potion. This was the Heavenly Eye ability he obtained at level 20. Condensation. Condensation consumes mana to create items. When he first obtained this ability, Han Chen was very excited. He felt he was going to defy the heavens. He immediately tried to generate various innate spiritual treasures from Earth's mythological stories, but the result was that his mana was instantly drained, and he couldn't even create a speck of dust. Not to mention spiritual artifacts, he couldn't even generate ordinary whiteboard equipment, and even attempting to create a piece of ore failed. However, while he failed to generate ore, he unexpectedly succeeded in creating a palm-sized piece of gold. After his mana was fully restored, Han Chen directly used Trace to investigate condensation, and finally understood the reason behind it. His current mana could only condense and generate items that were small in size, made of a single common material, and had a single function that conformed to the rules. However, through Han Chen's brainstorming and continuous testing, he finally condensed an item that seemed unreasonable yet reasonable. Ad-free viewing card, made of pure gold. It allows the user to skip ads while watching. Since watching ads conforms to the rules, the ad-free viewing card naturally conforms to the rules as well. This isn't something he invented, it's something that game developers on Earth have overused. So how could it not conform to the rules? Small in size, made of pure gold, and limited to skipping ads, very reasonable. Not only reasonable, but the cost of the ad-free viewing card is also not expensive. Each card only requires 2000 mana. With his 3803 mana, he could produce 2 ad-free viewing cards by drinking a potion when fully replenished. A smug smile crept onto Han Chen's lips as the golden card in his hand shimmered in the sunset. He had had enough of those brain-dead ads, and now he could finally rid himself of them. Suddenly, Han Chen had a flash of inspiration. Why should he only be able to skip ads once? Why not have ad-free daily cards, weekly cards, monthly cards, or even permanent cards? Thinking of it, he acted on it, and Han Chen drank another bottle of intermediate mana potion. Massage my head. Han Chen shouted. It's hard to imagine that there was such a bizarre setting in the divine realm where head massages could speed up mana recovery. If he hadn't been so bored while recovering mana, he might not have discovered it. Oh Su Qing reluctantly returned to Han Chen's back and began to massage his head. She was just about to massage below Han Chen's waist and was ready to use the unique technique her mother taught her. Han Chen certainly knew Su Qing's thoughts, but now was a crucial stage of research, and how could he be easily tempted by feminine charms? Moreover, it was already 4 in the afternoon, and dinner was about to be served. One must eat. Well, to have the energy to work. If he worked first, he would probably only be able to have a midnight snack. When his mana was fully restored again, Han Chen did not attempt to condense a lifetime ad-free card but rationally started with the daily card, as the feeling of having his mana instantly drained was too uncomfortable. However, he still miscalculated. Just the thought of generating a daily card instantly drained his mana. His mana was insufficient to condense a daily card. Additional effects will also increase mana consumption based on their magnitude. An ad-free viewing card actually just saves 1 minute of viewing time, but the daily card is different. It doesn't just save 24 hours of time. As long as the reaction is fast enough, using ad-free viewing 1,000 times in 1 minute is not a problem. This already belongs to the category of rule-based items. This was within Han Chen's expectations, as he had long attempted to condense rule-type items. For example, an iron block that could definitely withstand one attack, or gold that could make a person kneel. It wasn't that they couldn't be condensed, but simply that his mana was insufficient. In comparison, the effect of the daily card far exceeded these simple rule items, making success even less likely. After drinking a bottle of intermediate mana potion, Han Chen took the opportunity to recover his mana and check the 2 pieces of divine equipment. After reaching level 20, their levels had also increased to 20, and their attributes received corresponding boosts. 2 instruments: whip, divine, physical attack 800, strength 40, agility 50, constitution 40, critical hit rate 20%, Xuanwu leather armor, divine, health 4000, physical defense 400, magic defense 400, strength 40, agility 40, spirit 40. Similarly, his attributes had also been enhanced. ID, smiling title, first guild level, 20, 312245/500000. Profession, beast tamer. First stage, talent, daily progress, heavily I, beast. God health, 27576 mana, 3803 physical attack, 4991 magic attack, 461 physical defense, 2738 magic defense, 1519 critical hit rate, 20% movement speed, 799. Free attribute points, 0 strength, 153 intelligence, 20 agility, 146 spirit, 68 constitution, 107. Han Chen was quite satisfied with his attributes. In addition to the equipment bonuses, he also received bonuses from the guild title. First guild, health plus 10%, mana plus 10%, physical attack plus 10%, magic attack plus 10%, physical defense plus 10%, magic defense plus 10%. This was equivalent to the bonuses from daily progress for 2 days. Upon seeing the equipment, Han Chen had a new idea. Equipment enhancement card seemed quite reasonable. However, he failed. This time, he didn't even consume any mana, indicating that this project could not be condensed. After using Trace, he gained insight that the Divine Realm had equipment enhancement stones, which conflicted with the equipment enhancement cards. Han Chen then tried to condense an equipment enhancement stone, and the result was, of course, his mana was emptied again. Damn, I forgot that my current mana can only condense simple items. Forget about that, let's focus on making ad-free cards. The cost-effectiveness of ad-free cards was far superior to other items that could be condensed. After all, one advertisement was 6,480 gold coins. This was still ignoring the effects of other advertisements. Han Chen decided to drink potions and stockpile 100 ad-free cards for emergencies. With nothing else to do, Han Chen checked the leaderboard again. The system had previously announced the opening of the leaderboard, but he hadn't looked at it due to the matter with Lu Ruyan. Now he could take a look. The first position on the leaderboard was the player level ranking. 1. Tao Susu, level 21 10%. 2. Smiling, level 20 62%. 3. Hidden in the Mortal World, level 20 0%. 4. Fate Comes from NI, level 19 62%. 5. Yi Qingcheng, level 19 54%. 6. 1. Sword Light Cold, level 19 23%. 7. Xinglong Xiaotian, level 19 23%. 8. Snake, level 18 99%. 9. Bright Johnson, level 18 98%. 10. Burning Heaven Brahma, level 18 98%. Because Lu Ruyan was the first to create a guild, she received a system reward of an additional level, thus ranking first at level 21. Han Chen did not expect that Lin Fan had also reached level 20. Moreover, the player he had killed once, Fate Comes from NI, surprisingly ranked 4th. If he's level 20, Lin Fan should have created a guild by now. As the first player to leave the novice village, Lin Fan directly received a guild token. Thinking of this, Han Chen clicked on the guild leaderboard again. 1. Blood Rose Level 2, 2000/2000. 2. Heavenly Court Level 1, 4/500. Sure enough, besides Blood Rose, there was also a Heavenly Court guild on the leaderboard. Heavenly Court? Really daring. Han Shen couldn't help but chuckle, recalling Lin Fan's usual low-key style. This guild name was completely at odds with his personality. If it weren't for the fact that he could see the president's name directly, he would have doubted that this was Lin Fan's guild. They must have the capital to confront the Chables now, Han Chen thought. However, compared to Blood Rose, the gap was still very obvious. The Special Guild Decree had two unique bonuses. 1. The guild's capacity doubles. 2. The task requirements for upgrading the guild are reduced by 30%. With these two bonuses, Blood Rose started with a capacity limit of 1,000, and due to the large number of players, there were also many tasks. Coupled with the reduced requirements, it was already a level 2 guild. Once the new players in the guild completed their tasks, they could directly upgrade to a level 3 guild tonight. As for Heavenly Court, it could only remain a level 1 guild today. The difference was evident. Suddenly, Han Chan realized some issues. Wait, as a reborn person, he would definitely invite powerful players who were famous in his previous life. If everyone is elite, Blood Rose might not be able to win. I need to have Lu Rian dig into their ranks or find their guild base to prevent them from establishing it. Han Chan suddenly stood up, but the next moment he lay back down. I'm not the president, why should I care? If we can't win, we can't win, so what? I'm here to enjoy the game, not to be a babysitter. Xinger, come here for a kiss. Oh dear. Husband, you're so naughty. Su Qing pretended to be shy as she playfully punched Han Chen's chest, but her quickly approaching face betrayed her thoughts. Han Chen pulled Su Qing into his arms. Unlike the fierce verbal sparring with Lu Ruyan, he and Su Qing seemed to be elegantly discussing the depths of philosophy. The guild is finally established. Fan Gu, so many people are applying to join the guild, should we accept them? Ni Juanhao looked at the instant 99+ applications with a sense of pride. Lin Fan shook his head and said lightly, our standards are not the same as those trash guilds. We don't want anyone who isn't elite among elites. Every member of Heavenly Court must have the strength to crush a team on their own. That's what befits the name Heavenly Court. Ni Juanhao felt a surge of excitement but soon realized the problem. How do we know who has that strength? Of course, it depends on fighting. We can't just rely on our eyes. Sneck said impatiently. He admired Lin Fan but looked down on Ni Juanhao. This fat guy only relied on his Earth Dragon, and his combat awareness was a mess. He really didn't understand why Lin Fan would bring this dead weight along. Then, Sneck directly sent a message to the chat. Sneck, I think everyone here is trash. If you don't believe it, come to Arena 9527 and kill me. The arena is the PvP battle platform of the Divine Domain, where players can create their own rooms and set the rules for the arena. However, winning or losing in the arena does not affect the players or their characters. After seeing the power of the free mode, many players often battled in the arena during their leisure time to improve their skills. Sneck's taunt instantly sparked dissatisfaction among a large number of players. In an instant, the lobby of Arena 9527 was packed with players coming to challenge him. On the big screen, Sneck easily killed a challenger with a single punch, shaking his head disdainfully. Trash, weaker than I imagined, then let 10 come at me. Then, Sneck set the battle to 10v1. This time, the players coming to challenge erupted in outrage. Wow, this guy is so arrogant. Brothers, let's take him down. You guys don't sign up, I can take him down by myself. At this moment, Han Chan also spotted Snake's colorful world. He had a vague impression of this person, having seen him on the ranking list before. Han Chan opened the arena but found that Arena 9527 was already full with 1,000 people. He could only watch or wait for someone to be eliminated before entering. After choosing to spectate, Han Chan saw Snake weaving through the crowd, with almost all the players' attacks missing him, and the few skills that couldn't be dodged were blocked by his gauntlets. Once these players entered a skill cooldown period, Snake quickly took them down. Han Chen seemed to see Lin Fan's figure from back on the mountaintop though. Lin Fan was more graceful than Snake. But none of that was the point. The key was that Heavenly Court was written above Snake's head. He was one of Lin Fan's people. You're pretty good, join the Heavenly Court, and when you beat me, the Vice President will make you one. Snake pointed at a remaining mage player. As a mage, being able to dodge his attacks twice and predict his movements to cast skills showed considerable combat talent, worth nurturing. Ha, really? Okay, I'll join. The mage didn't hesitate much, not to mention that the Heavenly Court was the only guild he could apply to right now. Just the thought of being with Yin Ru Fan and the current Snake was enough for him to go. It was clear that they were screening members for the Heavenly Court, and Han Shen noticed that everyone else did too. Are the players from the Heavenly Court that strong? I want to join the Heavenly Court too. It's obvious they only want elites. Do you think you can perform as well as that mage? I just realized the president of the Heavenly Court is Yin Ru Fan, the one who looks down on 100 others. I heard it's 200. What Heavenly Court? I want to join Blood Rose, 1,000 beauties. Wouldn't that be amazing? Who doesn't want to join? But that's the harem of the Xinglong group. Ordinary people can't get in. Isn't it the harem of Han Xiao? What does Han Xiao count for? Compared to Feng Yihan, he's nothing. In the crowd, Han Chen, who had just squeezed into the hall, looked speechless. Why did he suddenly get caught in the crossfire? How could he not compare to Feng Yihan? It was obvious he was more handsome, wealthier, and a noble earthling. Ignorant alien native. Looking at the densely packed hall, Han Chen directly exited. According to the 10-person ratio, he would have to wait for 99 matches before it was his turn. Han Xiao, Snake, Inru Fan 54088. If you don't come, you're a coward. Q. What a joke. In Arena 54088, Han Chen restricted opponents to members of the Heavenly Court. Others could only spectate. As he expected, within 10 seconds, Snake entered the arena. Beep beep beep. You're quite arrogant, huh? You only rely on your eye technique and pets. You have no strength of your own. TCH Han Chen scoffed, as if you have no skills or talent. If you're scared, just roll away and don't embarrass yourself. I can easily slaughter you without skills or talent. Do you dare to go without them? Snake cursed loudly. Han Chen looked at Snake with pity. Do you know the difference between humans and animals? Humans possess wisdom and know how to use their advantages, which is why we have the glory we do now, and why you are who you are. Yet you have abandoned wisdom, only thinking about brute force. No, you probably don't even have a brain. Snake's mouth opened and closed wildly, but he had already been muted and couldn't make any sound. Is the wealth of the richest on the home planet gained through brute force? Is game development achieved through brawling? No matter how strong you are, can you match a tractor? Is a tractor achieved through brawling? If you think a strong person is just someone stronger than a beast, then go ahead and be a beast. Why bother using our human language? You have your advantages, and I have mine. You're just afraid because you know you're not as good as me. How about this? I won't bully you, and you don't bully the elementary school student either. Let's have a mental math competition. If you win, I'll consider it a loss for me. Do you dare? Snake was in a frenzy, but Han Chen didn't initiate a fight, leaving him powerless and furious. You're just good at talking. Suddenly, Lin Fan, Ni Juanhao, and a dozen players from the Heavenly Court Guild appeared in the arena. Oh, you finally made it. I thought you were too scared to show up, Han Chen said with a smile. Not everyone is as idle as you. If we're going to fight, let's just fight without all the chatter. Lin Fan frowned. Han Chen waved his hand. No rush. I know you can't beat me, so I called you here for a reason. I'm not the type who enjoys bullying the weak. I couldn't beat you before, but that's not the case now. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Brother Fan can take you down with just one hand. Ni Juanhao added. Han Chen smiled slightly. It's a deal. Lin Fan looked at Han Chen speechlessly. Wasn't this just trash talk? Why was he taking it seriously? Was he really going to fight with one hand? Ha ha ha, look how scared you are. How about this? I'll fight you with one hand. Han Chen put his right hand behind his back. As a beast tamer, his whip wasn't much use when he didn't need to tame anything. It didn't matter whether he used one hand or not. No need for that. You're not relying on your hands anyway, so it makes no difference. Can we start fighting now? Lin Fan saw through Han Chen's plan immediately. I said no rush, no rush. I haven't finished my words yet. You keep interrupting me and throwing me off track. Han Chen thought carefully and remembered his purpose. We still have an account to settle. Let's not even talk about you ambushing me on the mountaintop out of spite. Let's talk about how you tricked me into giving you 3 bottles of special potions. Do you remember what you said back then? That was then, this is now. We're enemies, so there's no need to be honest with an enemy, Lin Fan said lightly. Clap, clap, clap. Han Chen couldn't help but applaud. All right. You said you'd exchange information for my potions, and I believed in your character, so I gave you the potions. You ambushed me for no reason on the mountaintop and tried to kill me, but I turned the tables. When I came out of the dungeon, you ambushed me again, and my pet killed you. As for who left the village first, we both know the truth. In Taoyuan town, the fat guy next to you provoked me first. From start to finish, it was you who caused me trouble. Have I ever done anything wrong to you? Now you come and say we're enemies? Alright, fine. Then Lu Lin Fan blurted out, but the next moment he shut his mouth. His relationship with Lu Ruyan was merely that of a goddess and a former sycophant, and he had distanced himself from her. Han Chen indeed hadn't done anything wrong to him, and he regretted it later. Everyone who has browsed the forums knows about your situation with Lu Ruyan. What, do you want to say I stole your goddess? Han Chen questioned. Ni Juanhao and the others looked at Lin Fan in surprise. They knew Lin Fan had a conflict with Han Chen, but they had no idea so much had happened, and it turned out Lin Fan had been targeting Han Chen all along. For the first time, Lin Fan mentally sorted through everything that had happened in the past few days. It was indeed him who had been targeting Han Chen, and a sense of guilt rose in his heart. If he could do it all over again, he definitely wouldn't treat Lu Ruyan that way, nor would he ambush Han Chen. Instead, he would discuss cooperation with him. But where in life can you have a do-over? No, he had already had a do-over. But life couldn't have another do-over. What was done was done. Once the bow was drawn, there was no turning back. He was doing it for the future of humanity. The guilt in Lin Fan's heart faded away, and he even felt a bit moved for himself. There are many things you don't know and won't understand. I had to do it. I had no choice. I said I would apologize to you. You saying you would apologize is your reason for repaying kindness with enmity and wanting to kill me? Han Chen interrupted Lin Fan. I don't know. I don't understand. What do I need to know to understand? Let me tell you a little secret. Actually, I know. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's pupils constricted sharply, and he quickly looked at Han Chen. Han Chen said nothing, smiling as he opened his friend list and sent Lin Fan 2 words, rebirth. He had never deleted Lin Fan, nor had he asked for his account back. Why delete anything? Lin Fan panicked. You, how do you know? Could it be that you are also? I am not. Then you, after all, having experienced so much in his past life. Lin Fan soon regained his composure. Since you know, you should understand me. Understand what? That has nothing to do with me. I originally thought we would become friends. If we were friends, I would naturally be willing to help. Unfortunately, we are enemies. You chose that. Lin Fan took a deep breath. I'm sorry, I apologize to you. I can offer you sufficient compensation. So, can you forgive me? Han Chen thought for a moment, his tone softening. That depends on what compensation you offer. The arena fell silent in an instant, but the watching players erupted. Wow! What a shocking revelation! Shocking, the number 1 player and the number 1 tycoon actually have so much history. Popcorn is ready, hurry up, next episode. Both are so handsome. I ship Fan and Han. Please don't let it end badly. Tao Susu fainted in the bathroom. Without realizing it, her boyfriend was taken away by her former admirer. Fujoshi, get lost. Time passed second by second, and suddenly, a satisfied smile appeared on Han Chen's face. He was very pleased with the information Lin Fan provided. Seeing this, Lin Fan finally relaxed. Initially, he didn't have much confidence in the future, but with Han Chen joining, it was completely different. They were a powerful team. Their home planet was saved. Han Chen bang. The battle begins. Lin Fan's words were just spoken when he was interrupted by the prompt sound announcing the start of the arena battle. Then, 4 red-eyed gibbons appeared, their bodies radiating red light, growing 3 times in size, and instantly charging towards Lin Fan and the others, slamming down hard. Boom! Battle ended. Han Chen wins. Fan go. In the square, Ni Juanhao and the others looked at Lin Fan, their eyes filled with confusion. They didn't know what had happened. It's nothing. Lin Fan was very happy. He planned to call Han Chen for a private talk, but when he opened his friend list to contact Han Chen, he found that Han Chen was no longer on his list. Lin Fan checked several times and also looked at his offline friends, but Han Chen was nowhere to be found. He typed Han Chen in the search bar and saw Han Chen in the strangers list. Lin Fan's heart sank to the bottom. Fan go. What's wrong? Ni Juanhao sensed an ominous premonition from Lin Fan's expression. It's nothing. Everyone go back to what you were doing. Lin Fan felt a tightness in his chest. He once again experienced the feeling of being deceived and betrayed. At this moment, he also understood. Han Chen never intended to forgive him. His initial goal was just the information. Lin Fan unwillingly tried to add Han Chen as a friend, but received the prompt, the other party has blocked you. He then tried to add Lu Ruyan as a friend, hoping to contact Han Chen through her, but received the same prompt. Lu Ruyan had also blocked him at some point. Brother, do you want to reconcile with Lin Fan? The arena does not take the character inside, the body remains in place. As soon as he opened his eyes, Han Chen saw Lu Ruyan pitifully looking at him while lying on him. Lu Ruyan went to watch the battle after seeing Kaisher. She felt that Han Chen and Lin Fan had probably reconciled. After all, the plot had reached this point, and according to the development of a typical drama, the next step would be 2 men appreciating each other without any shame. Han Chen gently patted Ruyan's head and smiled, saying, there's no reconciliation at all. Trust only happens once. If it's betrayed, it can never be restored. But if he doesn't trouble me, I won't bother with him either. Anyway, I've got the information back and I've disgusted him a bit, so we're even. Although Lin Fan was a reborn person and their cooperation would definitely bring him many benefits, having a clear mind was more important. Freedom isn't about what you can choose, it's about what you can choose to let go of. To put it another way, a reborn person, the protagonist, hanging out with the protagonist, isn't that just destined to be bullied by the villain every day and wait for the protagonist to save the day? What joy is there in that? What information could possibly make you feel better? Lu Ruyan asked curiously. A secret, I'll give you a surprise when the time comes, Han Chen said mysteriously. A surprise? Lu Ruyan couldn't help but picture Han Chen kneeling on one knee to propose to her, and she quickly shook her head to dispel the unrealistic image. Oh no, am I going to become love-struck? Hey, what are you going crazy about? Suddenly being playfully hit by Lu Ruyan's hair, Han Chen quickly held her face steady with both hands. Lu Ruyan stared blankly at Han Chen. Your eyes are really beautiful. Han Chen hurriedly pushed Lu Ruyan away. My lady, please restrain yourself. They were in the courtyard after all. If it were just the 2 of them, it wouldn't be a problem. He wasn't picky about the environment, but There were still Su Qing, the maid, and the old cook serving dishes in the courtyard. Lu Ruyan's face instantly turned as red as her neck. Ah, what are you thinking? I was just simply complimenting your beautiful eyes. Yes, I also think my husband's eyes are beautiful. Just one look. Feels like you could fall in, Su Qing chimed in. I think your eyes are beautiful too. Shall we go inside and take a closer look? Han Chen teased. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's heart raced and she dared not look directly at Han Chen, while Lu Ruyan scoffed, calling Han Chen a lecher. Of course, after dinner, they didn't immediately go to look at eyes. After all, everyone knew that vigorous activity after a meal wasn't advisable, as it could lead to stomach issues and hiccups. Han Chen and Lu Ruyan began to stroll around the small town, while Su Qing, influenced by traditional views, chose to stay at home. At this moment, the two wore veiled hats, like two chivalrous heroes, and their names had already been concealed. After experiencing a fan blockade, they dared not go out in public with their true faces, but fortunately, there were many people wearing veiled hats on the street. After all, inheriting real-life appearances in the game had led to several incidents where conflicts in the game spilled into reality. So many people had bought veiled hats to hide their identities, making them blend in. So, how's it like being the president? Han Chen asked curiously. Being the president isn't fun at all, it's exhausting. Besides, I'm not just the president. I'm also a minister, and I have to handle matters from both sides, Lu Ruyan complained. If you don't like it, then just quit. Sell it to that one guy, Fomi Han. I can tell he really wants this guild. Ijian Guanhan Fomi Han. Yes, that's him. Lu Ruyan was silent for a while before saying, I have thought about it, but I'm not willing to give up. Today, I stood halfway up the mountain and saw a view I had never seen before. I don't want to go back down. I want to see the top of the mountain. Then go for it, but the road may not be easy. It's already much better than before. I couldn't see the road at all before, but now at least I can see it. So everyone is working hard to climb, and I'm much luckier than them. I've already reached halfway up the mountain. Stop, Han Chen directly interrupted Lu Ruyan's words. Why be so artsy? Just say you want to be the empress. Lu Ruyan was taken aback. What empress? I never wanted to be an empress, and the social system is different now. Han Chen felt a bit disappointed. The anticipation just vanished. No, I want an empress. Then, how about I go customize a set of empress clothes tomorrow? That sounds good. Han Chen handed the everlasting feather from his backpack to Lu Ruyan. Make sure to get a good one. Find the best tailor, use the best materials, the more extravagant, the better. I think we could also get a dragon throne and a dragon bed, the kind made of pure gold. Just melt down some gold coins. As they strolled, the two arrived at the player square. There were already players setting up stalls along the roadside, and now the entire square was filled with booths. Han Chen was a bit excited and clicked on a stall to check it out, only to feel disappointed instantly. Why is there only one piece of green equipment? Is this even worth setting up a stall for? You don't understand, that's how ordinary people are. Now, the divine realm has almost become everyone's entire life. They live in it and make money in it. A piece of green equipment is enough for a family's expenses for 2 days. I see. I noticed the guild warehouse is empty, and there's nowhere to spend the guild contributions. You should buy some equipment to fill it up so everyone can exchange it. That way, they can be more active in doing tasks. I thought of that before, but the advisor from Xinglong said it wouldn't be beneficial for everyone to work hard. Lu Ruyan said awkwardly. Just kick that idiot out. Why does your guild have to listen to them? Han Chen said. Bluntly, a strong guild will only be stronger with strong players. If you treat players well, they will appreciate you and work hard to build the guild. Suppressing them will only result in a bunch of incompetent mediocrities. Do you want a super strong guild or a bunch of incompetent mediocrities? Players have sharp eyes. If this guild is not good, they will think about going to a better one. Although there are only Blood Rose and Heavenly Court now, many more guilds will appear soon, and everyone will have plenty of choices, unlike the Mother Planet where there are no options. I understand. Lu Ruyan said decisively. I'll kick that trash advisor out right now. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. Then, Lu Ruyan began to make large purchases, and Han Chen also looked around to see if he could buy any interesting items or equipment. Checking the stalls felt like the thrill of opening blind boxes. No one knew what the next stall would have. Suddenly, Han Chen noticed a crowd gathering ahead. He stood up to see many people crowding around a stall, including the familiar Ao Shi Jiuzhou. This ring, 1 gold coin, I want it. Ao Shi Jiuzhou flamboyantly fanned himself and said to the stall owner. Sorry, first come, first served. I've already sold it to this beautiful lady, the stall owner replied without looking up. 2 gold coins, let's be friends, Ao Shi Jiuzhou said confidently, enjoying the thrill of throwing money around. However, the stall owner remained unmoved. I said, not for sale. At this moment, Ao Shi Wuqing, standing next to Ao Shi Jiuzhou, couldn't hold back. Do you know what 2 gold coins mean? You might not even earn 2 gold coins in a year. I won't sell it for any amount. The most important thing in life is to have principles. Come earlier next time, the stall owner said, handing the ring to the female player in front of him. Try accepting it. Ao Shi Wuqing threatened, open your eyes and see who stands before you. Think about the consequences. Don't ruin yourself and harm others for so-called principles. I don't want it anymore, you can sell it to him. The female player, recognizing Aoshi Jojo, quickly refused, not daring to take it. I regret it. I offered you 2 gold coins just now, and now I'm only willing to offer 10 silver coins, Aoshi Jojo said slowly. And now the onlooking players couldn't stand it anymore. How shameless. What's the difference between this and outright robbery? I've never seen someone so shameless. Lower your voice, that's Aoshingha. Are you trying to get yourself killed? So what if it's Aoshingha? I just cursed him. Anyway, I'm wearing a veil. He doesn't know who I am. Oh right, I'm wearing one too, Aoshingha. Your whole family. At this moment, Aoshi Jojo's face turned ashen with anger. You lowly commoners, turtle heads, do you think I can't do anything about you? Tomorrow, I will massacre the town, clear out all the monster spawning areas, and make it impossible for all of you to level up. The scene suddenly fell silent. Aoshi Jojo looked at the stall owner. Because of these lowly commoners, I don't want to give you a single copper coin. If you want to blame someone, blame them. Do you accept this? What the hell? The stall owner directly gave Aoshi Jojo the middle finger. If you don't have money, kneel down and bow to me. Maybe I'll reward you with a couple of copper coins. Acting all high and mighty here, who doesn't know that you and Han Shao are just a couple of losers who squandered all the money you earned from selling your? A guild can't even take on 2 people, and you want to massacre the town? Are you trying to strip down and dance so everyone can get a good laugh? Awesome. So cool. Well said. The surrounding players had originally been intimidated by the pressure from the AO group, but now, reminded, they realized this was the divine domain. The person in front of them was the privileged son of the AO group who could bully others on the mother planet, but in the game he was just a loser who had been completely defeated by Han Shao. Who wants to massacre the town? Suddenly, a player wearing a veil walked over. I want to massacre the town. What, do you have an opinion? Aoshi Jojo's face showed a fierce expression. He was genuinely angry. This time, he wanted to severely punish these lowly commoners. Not even the King of Heaven could stop him. Federal Divine Domain Development Department Temporary Management Regulation Article 2. No unjustified slaughter of civilians and casual players. Violators will be fined and warned. Serious cases may lead to detention or even hard labor. Lu Ruyan said word by word while taking off her veil. The surrounding players were stunned. What department? It seems to be some development department. Never heard of it. Damn, I just checked. There really is this department. It was just created today. Lu Ruyan. Aoshi Jojo gritted his teeth. He had originally thought she was an ordinary person seeking revenge in reality, but unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan had suddenly climbed to the federal headquarters, and the first thing she did was cut off the AO group's influence in the federal bureau. After that, while venting his anger, he was suddenly beaten by the suddenly appearing old Zhou, and then informed by his parents that he had been unceremoniously dumped. His delicate fiancée was gone, and then he was beaten up by his furious parents. All of this was thanks to Lu Ruyan. How could he not hate her? After finally returning to the game wanting to buy some equipment, he encountered a stubborn rookie at a stall, and just as he said he wanted to massacre the town, Lu Ruyan unexpectedly popped up again. Don't think you can use a feather as a command. I want to massacre the town. What can you do about it? You don't really think that just because you bought some minister title, everyone will let you do as you please, do you? The Federation is a federation of financial magnates, not of these lowly commoners. If you do your job well for us, you can still enjoy a comfortable life. Otherwise, be careful of ending up with a corpse that's unrecognizable. After saying that, Aoshi Jojo turned and left the scene. Lu Ruyan knew that Aoshi Jojo wasn't just talking nonsense. The management regulations they had researched hadn't passed a single one, and Fomihan had even contacted her, telling her not to be so naive. Originally, Lu Ruyan had just wanted to intimidate Aoshi Jojo a bit and give the department some recognition, especially since Aoshi Jojo had been acting rather foolishly today. But what she didn't expect was that Aoshi Jojo would directly expose the unspoken rules. It seemed he really wasn't very smart. Lu Ruyan looked in one direction and suddenly someone in the crowd shouted loudly, "Is the Federation no longer a federation of citizens from the mother planet? Our people's money has raised such a bunch of ingrates." Suddenly, the players were in an uproar. The author is even more handsome than the readers. Is there any justice in this? Isn't the novel supposed to serve the readers? Now a mere author dares to shit on the readers. Down with the tyrants. This is not the author we want. Do we readers still have a future? An author like this can still write books. What future does this website have? Readers can support authors, but they can also bring them down. Cleanse the yellow and red, broken sound. In less than a minute, the video had spread to all major mainstream websites, and the internet was flooded with denunciations of Aoshi Jojo and Aoshi Group. Movies are just movies, a form of artistic expression. The power of the tycoons is real, and their lawlessness is also real, but no tycoon has ever dared to act lawlessly in front of the public. The reason for indulging in distractions, dumbing down the masses, and neutering the strong is to appease the public, alleviate conflicts, and reduce threats. Ultimately, they are also fragile, mere mortals. A single person's anger can spill blood in 5 steps, and that can still be managed. But if all the common people were to rise in anger, it wouldn't be long before we would quickly advance to equal land distribution. Tycoons have never regarded ordinary people as their enemies because they are the source of their wealth. Just like farmers with livestock, unless the livestock confront the farmer, there is no reason for the farmer to harbor hatred towards them. Now, another farmer has incited a rebellion among all the livestock. What is the most correct approach? Of course, it cannot be to violently suppress the livestock, because simply dealing with the farmer who caused the rebellion would solve the problem. This would not only calm the livestock but also allow them to partake in the spoils of that farmer. Although they are all farmers, they are in competition with each other. Don't be sad, take your time, you can do it. Han Shan looked at Lu Ruyen, who was standing there in a daze, and tenderly pulled her into his embrace, comforting her. Lu Ruyen was taken aback, blinked a few times, then closed the chat window and hugged Han Shan, saying with grievance, "I understand now. Thank you, brother. It's so good to have you. So you are Huan Xiao and Tao Su Su, huh? I originally thought you were not good people after reading the posts online, but I didn't expect you to be righteous. This ring is for you." At that moment, the vendor who had been sitting at the stall also came over and handed the ring in his hand. Han Shan had already seen through it with his heavenly eye. It was just an ordinary epic ring. He didn't understand why this single ring had caused such a frenzy. No reward without merit. How about this? I'll buy your ring for 5 gold coins. Han Shan took out 5 gold coins and said, although the ring's attributes were average, it was better than what he had, and equipping it would be beneficial. The vendor looked at the gold coins in Han Shan's hand, hesitating a bit but quickly shifted his gaze away. I sincerely want to give it to you. You deserve it. If you don't want it, then I'll just throw it away. Han Shan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. In the time it took to say that, his income had already exceeded 200 gold coins. Why was it being treated like such a precious item, with a few gold coins being pushed back and forth? Alright, we'll accept it. Also, are you interested in joining the Blood Rose? We Blood Rose really need young people like you. Actually, Han Shan raised a finger. Consider it hiring you, 1,000 gold coins a year. If you agree, you can get the gold coins now. Okay, I agree. The vendor quickly replied, fearing Han Shan would change his mind. Then he added, I genuinely want to join, but I really need the money. 1,000 gold coins will count as a loan. I will pay it back soon, and we can sign a contract. Sai Han Shan sighed, another familiar line. The vendor felt a bit awkward. He had also watched Han Shan's arena battles and naturally understood what Han Shan meant by that. I'm different from Yin Rufan Shan, I can swear to the heavens. Just a joke. It's only 1,000 gold coins, no big deal. What I promised you is what I promised you. Just do your job well. By the way, what's your ID, Liang Go? Otherwise, I won't even know who to invite to the guild. Oh, I forgot. The stall owner scratched his head awkwardly, then took off his cap, revealing his game ID, Suehua. Lu Ruyan burst out laughing instantly. A burly man had actually chosen such a feminine game name as Suehua. Moreover, even if it were a woman, who would choose the name Suehua? This is the name my daughter asked me to take, Suehua said with an embarrassed smile. I didn't expect you to be a daughter slave. Lu Ruyan's impression of Suehua improved greatly. She's very cute, but she's sick, and we don't have money. The hospital has stopped her treatment, Lu Ruyan quickly said. Alright, I'll send you the personal information form for you to verify and fill out, then you can log off to deal with your daughter's situation. Thank you, President. Thank you, Master Huanxiao. Verifying the personal information form was very simple. Lu Ruyan selected the information she needed to know, initiated the information entry, and once Suehua agreed to authorize it, Lu Ruyan could obtain Suehua's personal information. Master? Hidden profession. Lu Ruyan was taken aback after checking the information, then looked at Han Shan. So you knew he was a hidden profession? Initially, she was somewhat resistant to Han Shan spending 1,000 gold coins to invite a stranger into the guild. After all, there were countless applicants wanting to join the guild. They should be selective. Suddenly inviting a complete stranger felt too impulsive. She didn't expect that this invitation would lead to a hidden profession. She couldn't believe it was a coincidence. Of course, otherwise why would I invite him? But it's not just because he's a hidden profession, it's also because of his character, integrity, principles, and being upright. These qualities are very rare. Han Shan replied. The mere hidden information of the cap was not enough to hide his keen insight. Spending 1,000 gold coins to get a hidden profession player was a huge profit. Calculated, one advertisement was equivalent to 6.48 hidden professions, quite a bargain. Moreover, he also got a ring for free. Warm Jade Ring, level 15, attack power plus 172, strength plus 17, agility plus 16, spirit plus 9. Han Shan tossed the ring in his hand and then equipped it. Tonight was truly worth it. It seemed he would have to come here more often in the future. Looking at the time, they had browsed enough for today, and Han Shan and Lu Ruyan returned home. He didn't know if it was the effect of the civilized harmony pill or if Han Shan was just a hot-blooded youth, but he had been feeling extremely hot all day. Plus, Lu Ruyan and Su Cheng kept adding fuel to the fire, making him feel even hotter. The original idea of controlling his exercise frequency for longevity had long been thrown out the window. As soon as he got home, he pulled Su Qing and Lu Ruyan into the room. "Husband, this is not appropriate. How about letting my sister accompany you tonight?" "I'm not in a hurry," Su Qing said, about to walk out the door. It was obvious that Su Qing felt that a 2-on-1 situation would be unfair, and she just wanted a solo match. Han Shen looked at Lu Ruyan. He was quite eager, so if it was a solo, then so be it. After all, Lu Ruyan was a formidable opponent. However, Lu Ruyan said, "I have some things to take care of, I'll leave first." Han Shen was taken aback and was about to refuse. "She doesn't," unexpectedly. Lu Ruyan leaned close to Han Shen's ear and whispered, "I'll come back in an hour." As an ordinary person and still an inexperienced newcomer facing Han Shen, being able to resist for an hour was probably the limit. "Sister, I'm leaving first." "Take it easy," Lu Ruyan said before walking out of the room. Su Chang was delighted. In fact, she hadn't really intended to leave, otherwise, she would have left long ago. She was also anxious. Coming from a brothel background, she had no connections and no relatives, completely alone. The only person she could rely on was Han Shen. Only by establishing a relationship with Han Shen could she truly feel secure. However, she was unaware that she was about to face a formidable threat. At this moment, the AOC group was facing the biggest crisis since its establishment. "Brother Zhou, although the engagement has been called off, our friendship remains, right? The betrothal gifts, what are they?" "They are all for you, Brother Zhou, unrelated to the child. How could we possibly take them back? You're being too distant," Aoi said over the phone, his face filled with flattery. "As for Xinghe, thank you, Brother Zhou. I've already dealt with him, he won't cause any more trouble. Come over for a drink sometime." Eoxing, however, wore a look of disdain. "Dad, do you really need to act like this? Why be afraid of those lowly people? Let them make a fuss, they have no weapons, how could they turn the world upside down? I've already sent someone to deal with the most unruly of those lowly people. If they act quickly, they should have disappeared by now. This is called killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Let's see if they dare to make a fuss again." Aoi's expression hardened, and the busy tone came from the other end of the line. Taking a deep breath, Aoi threw his phone into the trash can, a relieved smile appearing on his face. "Xinghe, in the past, it was my fault. I focused solely on the company and didn't pay enough attention to your growth." Eoxing looked at his father, who wore a kind expression, and instead of feeling the warmth of family, he felt a chill. "Dad, if you want to hit me, just do it. Don't act like this, it scares me." "Child, you don't need to be afraid. The past is behind us. It's rare that we have a peaceful night, let's have a drink and talk." "Haven't you always forbidden me from drinking?" "It's fine, times have changed. We should eat and drink as we please. Is it because I handled things well this time that you recognize me? Then, I want the 1982 Shatola fight that you've been keeping, I've been craving it for a long time." "Alright, Dad, we'll get it for you. Drink whichever bottle you want." "It's all my fault, I should have come in earlier last night." Lu Ruyan looked apologetically at Su Qing, who was sprawled on the bed, but more than that, she felt a sense of pride. "I misjudged my sister. Could it be that her husband is a great demon? How could he be so fierce? But then again, I've heard that great demons, no matter how fierce, can only last for a moment." "Don't think too much. Brother is just a straightforward person. You should rest well and not get up. I've already notified the maid to take care of you." After saying that, Lu Ruyan used a return scroll to arrive at the guild's base. They had now discovered that the return scroll could not only take them back to the town safe zone but could also be set to return to their residence. After acquiring the guild, they could set the return point at the guild's base. Although the return scroll was expensive, its practicality was undeniable. Lu Ruyan was in such a hurry not for any other reason but because Aosi Jojo was truly planning to massacre the town, and they had already gathered. The Blood Rose members had also assembled. "President, are we really going to fight Aosi? They have 30,000 people, while we only have 4,000. Yi Qingchang was filled with worry. "Who says we only have 4,000? Lu Ruyan retorted. "Ha!" Yi Qingchang was suddenly delighted. "Do we have reinforcements? Where are they? We stand for the interests of the vast majority of players. Standing in front of them, all players are our reinforcements," Lu Ruyan said loudly. Yi Qingchang was skeptical but did not refute. She wasn't foolish and understood that this was not meant for her ears. However, the people of the Federation had long been tamed by capital into a bloodless, timid, and completely self-interested mob. Relying on them was simply a pipe dream. It was already good enough that they didn't hide in the safe zone and talk nonsense. Relying on them was no better than relying on prayer. However, most of the Blood Rose players are carefully selected experts. Last night, the guild shop was flooded with a massive amount of equipment, causing everyone's gear to overflow, and the overall strength of the players far surpassed that of the Aoshi guild players, so they felt no fear at all. "Everyone, gather. Target the eastern monster area of Taoyuan town. Any Aoshi players we encounter will be killed on sight." At this moment, outside Taoyuan town, Aoshi Jojo was laughing wildly. "Ha! With you guys, you dare to oppose Aoshi? Where's Lu Ruyan? Didn't she say she would stand up for you? Why haven't we seen her? Ha ha ha. Wake up. She's a minister now, not a commoner. How could she possibly stand up for you? It was just sweet talk and you actually believed it. Oomph, a bunch of ungrateful lowlifes. Aoshi Group was too merciful in the past. Soon, when I take over Aoshi, I'll make you experience what it means to wish you were dead. I want you to kneel as lowly commoners. For generations. Kill them. Anyone who dares to come out, kill them back to the novice village. Although the number of ordinary players far exceeded that of Aoshi players without organization and command, they were truly a scattered mass continuously suppressed by the Aoshi guild at the edge of the town, unable to break through. Eventually, most players simply hid inside the town and refused to come out. Everyone, if there's nothing going on, just log off. Aoshi can't be camping forever. We'll log back in once they retreat. The internet is full of calls to denounce Aoshi, but when it comes to fighting, it's nothing. Sign that Lu Ruyan, she spoke so grandly last night, but today not a single member of Blood Rose has been seen. Before, 2 ministers dared to provoke the entire Aoshi, but now that she's a minister, she's turned into a turtle hiding its head. It's always like this, the higher you stand, the more afraid you are of dying. Let's disperse. Just when everyone was in despair, someone suddenly stood up and shouted, "Look, what is that? Xuanwu, it's Lu Ruyan, they really came. Everyone, charge. Push Aoshi back." The appearance of Blood Rose seemed like a ray of light shining into the hearts of all players, igniting a fierce fire within them. Players who were originally vulnerable now charged fearlessly towards Aoshi's defensive line, just to take down one Aoshi player and create more space for output for those behind them. Meanwhile, the teleportation array in Taoyuan town kept flashing, with a large number of players pouring out. Damn, there are so many people. Is the teleportation array free? Free my ass, it's still 50 gold per use. If 50 gold can take down Aoshi, then it's worth it. 50 gold? That's 2.5 million, bro. So what if it's 2.5 million? Have I lived a cowardly life and can't I stand up just once? Brothers, charge with me, let's take down those Aoshi dogs. 50 gold isn't a small amount, but with billions of players, there are always quite a few who have had lucky encounters and many who have some wealth, along with a fighting spirit. They were originally just watching, and if Blood Rose hadn't appeared, they would have given up. But this time, they were not disappointed. Blood Rose had shown up. What are you doing? Hurry up and kill. The enemies are right in front of us. Aoshi Jojo shouted in panic as he watched the players rapidly approaching. Each attack from his gun could take down a player and one grenade could wipe out a group, but their killing speed was far outpaced by the players' reinforcements. Have these people gone mad? In the next moment, Aoshi Jojo's body slowly fell, having his life force drained by Han Shen. Although he had changed equipment, his health was still very low and his defense wasn't high either. As soon as he was attacked, he basically couldn't survive. On the other side, Lu Ruyan had already scouted the position of Aoshi's elite team, and the Xuanwu Phantom was heading straight for them. The appearance of the Xuanwu Phantom was a complete dimensional strike. In less than a moment, Aoshi's elite team was nearly wiped out. The deaths of Aoshi Jojo and Aoshi Jojen officially announced the collapse of the Aoshi Guild. In less than 2 minutes, all the players from the Aoshi Guild outside the town had been killed. Since the players from the Aoshi Guild were almost all marked as criminals, half of them were sent directly to the dungeon upon respawning, while the remaining ones with lower sin values had to pay fines. Although those with lower sin values wouldn't be captured, it also meant their strength was mediocre. Even though the Aoshi Jojo in the dungeon still demanded they charge forward, it caused no ripples. Thus, the massacre of the town by Aoshi had completely ended, taking just a little over half an hour in total. Blood Rose. Blood Rose. Looking at the enthusiastic players in the square, Lu Ruyan raised her hand to quiet them down, and gradually everyone fell silent. We have said that we will protect the interests of the players, and we will definitely do so. Although our strength is still very weak and our protective range is only Taoyuan town, please believe me, no matter how great the difficulties, they cannot stop our steps. Additionally, the Federal Headquarters attaches great importance to this incident, strongly condemning the inappropriate remarks of the Aoshi group, and has formed a special investigation team overnight to thoroughly investigate the Aoshi group. Once any illegal or irregular behavior is discovered, there will be no leniency. Good. Oh, we won. Long live. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Justice will prevail. As long as the special investigation team is formed, it means the Aoshi group is completely finished, and there has never been an exception. This is just like asking whether a tiger eats meat. How could there be a tiger that doesn't eat meat? There are plenty that eat specially supplied chicken every day. Han Shen did not participate in this battle. At this moment, he had followed the Taoyuan stream up to a valley. Then, Han Shen found a rock and took out a jar of wine from his backpack, smashing it directly against the stone. The jar shattered, and the wine flowed into the soil. After that, Han Shen continued to take out jars of wine, smashing them one after another. I can't be fooled by Lin Fan, can I? Looking at the dwindling jars of wine in his backpack, Han Shen couldn't help but start to doubt. However, when he took out the last jar of wine, a figure quickly approached and snatched the jar from his hand. Here it comes. Han Chen felt a surge of joy. Hey, such good wine. How can you waste it like this? Wasting precious resources, wasting precious resources. Han Chen turned to see a disheveled old man with a red nose. Tao Yuan Secret Realm Messenger Wine Enthusiast, level 40. Hey, old man, why are you stealing my wine? Han Chen shouted. The wine enthusiast popped the lid off and took a big gulp before saying, since you were going to smash it anyway, why not offer it to my 5 internal organs? Besides, didn't you come here just for me? Han Chen chuckled, Senior, your insight is sharp. Tao Yuan. Town is facing a huge crisis, and I urgently need the token in your hand to enter the Tao Yuan Secret Realm. Oh? The wine enthusiast put down the jar and looked Han Chen up and down, then shook his head. Your strength isn't enough, go train some more. Whether my strength is enough or not, I'll know once I try. Han Chen waved his hand, and suddenly 200 pet beasts appeared in the valley, all glaring at the wine enthusiast. Oh my! The wine enthusiast was so scared that he turned to run, only to trip over his own legs and fall to the ground. He rubbed his eyes to confirm this wasn't an illusion. How is this possible? Goodness! Their strength is several times stronger than yours, why wouldn't they backfire on you? You don't need to know that, just tell me if my strength is enough. Han Chen said with a smug smile. The wine enthusiast looked at the jar of wine in his hand, then at Han Chen's army of beasts, and nodded. It is enough, but Han Chen tossed over a gold coin. Please, Senior, have a drink. The wine enthusiast was overjoyed and tossed out a token. You're quite generous, kid. This is a token, but the entrance to the secret realm isn't fixed, it changes all the time. Whether you can find it depends on your own fortune. I'll go check the situation in the town first. The wine enthusiast ran towards Taoyuan town, while Han Chen continued deeper into the valley. Little money grubber, it's your turn now. Squeak squeak squeak. Leave it to me. The little money grubber jumped down, its whiskers twitching as if trying to discern the direction. After a moment, it dashed straight towards the northwest, with Han Chen quickly following behind. After running for 5 minutes, the little money grubber stopped again, changing direction to head east, clearly indicating that the location of the secret realm had shifted. This time, it only took a minute before the little money grubber halted, then pointed ahead with its tiny paw. Squeak 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 squeak. Right here. Immediately after, the little money grubber leaped forward and vanished from Han Chen's sight. Without hesitation, Han Chen stepped forward, fearing the location of the secret realm would change again. You have entered the Taoyuan secret realm. This is no secret realm, it's clearly a fairyland. Han Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Inside the secret realm, peach trees were in full bloom, adorned with peach blossoms, while the sky was filled with soft pink clouds and rosy light. In the distance, a gentle stream flowed, producing a melodious sound, and a light breeze carried petals through the air. If only I could live here. Soon, Han Chen regained his focus. According to the guide, the wine enthusiast would return to the valley in 1 to 2 hours, and he had to clear the instance before then. Following the path ahead, he turned a corner and saw pink butterflies fluttering in the air. Secret Realm Flower Butterfly, level 30, health, 24,000 physical attack, 10 magic attack, 1200 physical defense, 100. Han Chen didn't continue to read. In fact, defense and attack weren't important because his pet could easily take out the Secret Realm Flower Butterflies in one hit. The Super Scion Ape quickly moved forward, and with a single swipe, all the Secret Realm Flower Butterflies were cleared. Killed Secret Realm Flower Butterfly, level 30, gained 100 experience. Killed Secret Realm Flower Butterfly, level 30, gained 100 experience. With experience decay, even the level 30 monsters only yielded 100 experience, which was after Han Chen had released the White Wolf. When the White Wolf was level 20, Han Chen checked and found nothing special about it, except that it shared experience like a player and couldn't team up with players to enjoy experience bonuses. Thus, after much hesitation, Han Chen decided to release it. After all, it contributed only 1/200 of its potential but took away half of his experience, which was quite unreasonable. Even if it had a bit more intelligence at level 20, Han Chen might have kept it out of nostalgia, but unfortunately, the level 20 White Wolf was not even as smart as a husky. After walking for a while, the path was filled with only level 30 ordinary monsters, which Han Chen easily crushed. Suddenly, he noticed 2 small paths branching left and right ahead. According to the intel, this should be the Peach Blossom Array. The intel mentioned an item that could guarantee passage through the Peach Blossom Array, breaking illusion compass, but it was currently unobtainable. However, this didn't stump Han Chen, as he not only had the Eye of Heaven but also the Little Money Grubber. The Little Money Grubber inherently possessed the ability to break illusions. Little Money Grubber, can you find the right path? Squeak. Got it. The Little Money Grubber jumped off Han Chen's shoulder and continued to lead the way. Instead of taking either of the paths, it plunged into the left peach grove. Han Chen reached out to touch it, and sure enough, the peach trees here were illusory. Passing through a wall of illusory peach trees, there was only one path ahead, with a corner to the left at the back and a corner to the right in front. Logically, he should have gone right, but the Little Money Grubber led Han Chen down the left path. Upon reaching the intersection, there was a 180 degrees bend. Under normal circumstances, this turn would reveal the original intersection, but what Han Shen saw was a straight path flanked by walls of peach trees. Suddenly, the three-dimensional map in Han Shen's mind dissipated, leaving him feeling a bit dizzy. The map etched in his mind was completely useless, even his sense of direction had failed him. Although he had only walked a few dozen steps, he might very well be deep within the peach blossom maze by now. Fortunately, there was the little money grubber. As long as he followed the little money grubber, he would surely find his way through. However, this walk had already lasted over 10 minutes, and before him lay endless walls of peach trees and forks in the road. Little money grubber, you're not lost, are you? Little money grubber? The little money grubber stopped and looked at Han Shen. Squeak, squeak, squeak. We're almost there. Han Shen suddenly came to his senses. This was not the little money grubber. He could understand the little money grubber's sounds and even mentally fill in the words, but it was impossible for him to hear the little money grubber's voice directly. A glimmer flashed in Han Shen's eyes, and instantly the little money grubber before him transformed into a flat, ethereal fish. Xinyao, level 32, elite monster, no damage, ability health 130000, no defense abilities, ethereal, mirage. Where did the little money grubber go? Suddenly, Han Shen felt a sharp pain in his scalp and quickly reached up to grab a golden mouse. Squeak, squeak, squeak. You finally woke up. The little money grubber joyfully released its grip, and two large tufts of hair blew away in the wind. Han Shen touched his hair. It was clearly thinning in a small patch. While Han Shen was trapped in the illusion, the little money grubber was also anxious, but it had no choice but to pull his hair, hoping to wake him up with pain. Super Saiyan Ape, take down this monster. With Han Shen's command, the Super Saiyan apes surged forward, but their bodies passed right through the Xinyao, causing no damage at all. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It's useless. I've tried that before. Han Shen realized that the little money grubber could always see the Xinyao. If attacks were effective, it would have killed the Xinyao long ago instead of pulling his hair. Although the Super Saiyan ape's attacks were ineffective, Han Shen was not worried at all. He took out a bottle of intermediate mana potion and drank it. Then, a glimmer flashed in his eyes as he directly used death. When Han Shen's mana was depleted, the Xinyao's maximum health dropped to 45998, but the Xinyao showed no reaction. It didn't feel any damage, only a significant weakness. Breaking the illusion would always have a backlash. However, as long as Han Shen fell into the illusion again, it could absorb his essence through the illusion to recover and enhance itself. Suddenly, the Xinyao exhaled a translucent mirage, which quickly spread out. The scenery before Han Shen suddenly became hazy, and when he opened his eyes again, he found two small paths appearing to the left and right. According to the intel, this should be the Peach Blossom Maze. The intel mentioned an item that could guarantee passage through the Peach Blossom Maze, breaking illusion compass, but it was currently unobtainable. However, this was no challenge for Han Shen, as he not only had the Heavenly Eye but also the Little Money Grubber. The Little Money Grubber inherently possessed the ability to break illusions. Little Money Grubber, can you find the right path? The Little Money Grubber shook its head, and Han Shen felt a bit disappointed. It seemed he would have to rely on his Heavenly Eye. However, the next moment, Han Shen furrowed his brows. Why was his mana empty? No, I fell into the illusion again. Han Shen instantly became alert, and the scenery before him changed back again, revealing a listless Xinyao ahead. Han Shen took out another bottle of intermediate mana potion. Based on the current maximum health of the Xinyao, he needed 90% of his maximum mana to kill it. If he maintained mana recovery, he could use death at 87% of his maximum mana. However, after breaking the illusion twice, the Xinyao would not foolishly continue to spew mirage. It simply couldn't handle that. The Xinyao turned around, flicked its tail, and instantly the peach forest ahead became illusory. The next moment, the Xinyao darted into the peach forest, trying to run. Han Shen didn't even bother to drink the potion anymore. With a wave of his hand, the Demon Suppression Tower appeared. The moment the Demon Suppression Tower appeared, the illusory peach forest instantly solidified, and the figure of the Xinyao also became tangible, crashing into the trunk of a peach tree before falling to the ground. Immediately after, a force from the Demon Suppression Tower pulled the Xinyao inside. Ordinary elite monsters and boss cannot be tamed. I wonder if this demon race is an exception. Han Shen thought. After all, he was a demon tamer. With a thought, Han Shen appeared inside the Demon Suppression Tower, where the Xinyao was lying on the ground, not daring to move. Han Shen used taming, striking the Xinyao with a whip. Taming failed. Watch an ad to use taming again, and the success rate will double. It can be tamed. Han Shen was overjoyed, but he didn't watch the ad. With only the basic 2% success rate, doubling it would only make it 4%, so he still needed to weaken it first before taming. After releasing 2 level 1 Ironhide bulls, Han Shen began to strike the Xinyao rapidly. 5732-5732. Before long, the Xinyao was left with only 142 health points. At this point, Han Shen used taming again. Smack! Congratulations, you have successfully tamed the Xinyao. Watch an ad to double the number of this taming. Watch. Use ad skip card. Suddenly, 2 Xinyao appeared beside Han Shen. Master! Master! 2 dreamlike voices echoed in Han Shen's mind. It was the 2 Xinyao speaking to him. You can talk? We cannot talk, this is just a mental exchange. In your perception, it is the voice you use. Very good. Very good. Can you communicate with those beasts? Yes, it's the same principle. Communicating with beasts is faster, and information can be conveyed with just a thought. Very good, very good. Then from now on, you will assist me in controlling beasts in battle, is that okay? At your command. At your command. Although Han Chen found it very easy to control these beasts, like his own arms, with just a thought they would complete tasks. The computational power of the human brain was limited. He could only precisely control a dozen beasts within his line of sight. Anything outside of that could only be managed with a vague macro control. Taming the Shenio made Han Chen very happy. He had finally tamed a highly intelligent creature. By the way, do you have memories from before being tamed? Are there any other Shenio here? Han Chen asked. The memories are still there. I am the only one. There are no other Shenio. The Shenio on the left replied. I only have the memories from just now, along with an understanding of my identity and abilities. The Shenio on the right responded. Han Chen nodded. It seemed that this taming did not erase memories, and the ad merely cloned them without copying their experiences. Then, from now on, you will be called Apple. Han Chen said to the original Shenio, then looked at the clone Shenio. You will be called Pineapple. Yes. Yes. Then, Han Chen opened the attribute panels for Apple and Pineapple. Aside from the names they were given, there were no differences in their panels. Apple/Pineapple, level 1, race, Shenio health points, 88202 physical attack, none magical attack, none physical defense, none magical defense, none skills, illusion, Shenio missed. Even with the Beast God's blessing, they only inherited health points. Other attributes remained unchanged. However, what surprised Han Chen was that at just level 1, they possessed illusion. And Shenio missed, as if level meant nothing to them. Nevertheless, Han Chen still used his heavenly eye to check the Shenio's leveling method, and unsurprisingly, it was through. The Shenio missed to confuse targets, gaining experience based on the number, strength, and duration of the confused targets. When Han Chen returned to the Peach Source secret realm with Apple and Pineapple, the scenery around him had changed drastically from before. Although it was still a maze made of peach trees without the Shenio, it appeared incredibly real, rough, and simple. In fact, there was no need to walk through the maze. Without the formations enhancement, these peach trees were just ordinary peach trees. Han Chen directly had the Super Saiyan ape forcefully carve out a straight path. Apple, how did you get into this secret realm, and how much information do you know about the Peach Blossom secret realm? It was the Guardian who told me to guard the Peach Garden formation. I have no memories before that. I have never left the Peach Garden formation, so I know nothing about this place. I only know that occasionally someone comes to invade the Peach Garden formation, but they are all very weak and cannot pass my Peach Garden formation. Guardian? What does the Guardian look like? Similar to the Master, but with longer hair, all the way to the waist, and wearing peach blossoms on her head. Since it was a mental exchange, Apple projected the Guardian's appearance directly into Han Chen's mind. It was a graceful woman, dressed in a white dress with pink edges, her long hair flowing, adorned with peach blossoms, her eyes filled with emotion, stunningly beautiful. The Peach Blossom Fairy. The 4 characters flashed in Han Chen's mind. If she wasn't a fairy, then no one could be called a fairy. Peach Source Town, Peach Blossom Fairy, Peach Blossom Secret Realm, Guardian. These terms kept flashing in Han Chen's mind. Could it be that the final boss in the information Lin Fan provided is the Guardian, the Peach Blossom Fairy? Han Chen couldn't help but think. If so, why would the town chief want to kill the Guardian? Or perhaps she is just a guardian of the secret realm, but in an antagonistic relationship with Peach Source Town, or the final boss. Isn't the Peach Blossom Fairy at all? If it really were the Peach Blossom Fairy, Han Chen definitely wouldn't kill her. There was no other reason, just pure lust. Even if he had to choose between a set of divine-level equipment and the Peach Blossom Fairy, he would choose the Peach Blossom Fairy without hesitation, especially since the secret realm wouldn't reward him with a set of divine-level equipment. Gaining rewards would only make his game character stronger, while gaining a beauty would bring him immense joy. Completely incomparable. Of course, these thoughts were meaningless until he saw the final boss. After passing through the Peach Garden formation, a willow tree stood abruptly by the stream ahead. It seemed out of place in the peach-filled Peach Blossom secret realm. Han Chen focused his gaze. Willow Demon level 35 normal BOSS health 650,000. Han Chen didn't continue to look. 650,000 health was even less than that of a level 20 green hair turtle leader. Just a small fry. Han Chen thought for a moment and decided to release 50 pet beasts. Their output would be more than enough to take down the Willow Demon, and even if it wasn't enough, one more attack would suffice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, a series of piercing sounds came, and the willow tree suddenly grew larger, with several holes appearing in its trunk, resembling a blurry human face from a distance. At the same time, willow branches lunged at Han Chen and the beasts. Han Chen remained calm, directly using his shield to block. A larger transparent shield immediately formed on his round shield. Bang! The moment the willow branches approached Han Chen, the transparent shield expanded, blocking them, but it shattered soon after. The shield could only withstand one attack, but fortunately, the willow branches retreated after a single strike. While Han Shen blocked the willow branches, his pet beasts weren't so lucky. Except for Little Money Grubber, Apple, and Pineapple, the other pets were entangled by the willow branches and unable to move. Little Money Grubber had already reached under the willow demon and bit down. -17193100010001000. In an instant, the health that the willow demon had just lost was fully restored. Han Shen became serious and used his heavenly eye to check the willow demon's skills. Willow branch entanglement, life drain, root penetration. Damn! Han Shen quickly summoned the green hair turtle and then jumped onto its back. The next second, a series of breaking ground sounds erupted as massive willow roots burst forth, directly piercing through the controlled pets. Beneath Han Shen, a willow root pressed against the shell of the green hair turtle, sending both the turtle and Han Shen flying. Whoa! That was close. Han Shen's heart raced. If he had been stabbed, it would have been disastrous. Fortunately, the willow demon's skills weren't unlimited. The vine entanglement had a time limit. The Super Saiyan ape was the first to break free from the vines, and the other pets soon followed, charging towards the willow demon. Han Shen continued to use rewind. Unable to tame, Han Shen thought it was a pity. If the willow demon could be tamed, that would be fantastic. Group attack, group control, and it could even drain health. Wouldn't that make it an unkillable cockroach? Kill boss willow demon, level 35, gain experience 41667, reputation 50 from a distance. Han Shen saw a purple glow. It was purple. He quickly rushed to the willow demon's corpse to collect the loot. Would you like to watch an ad to enhance the quality of the loot? Yes. Use ad skip card. Obtain Willow Vine Whip, Legendary, Willow Skin Bracers, Epic, Overaged Old Wood, Willow, *20, Centenary Demon Core, Wood. Ah, why is it a weapon? Han Shen wailed. Fortunately, there was an epic bracer he could use. Not that it mattered, it was all level 35 gear. Han Shen looked at the prompt saying level insufficient, unable to equip, took out the 2 pieces of equipment and considered throwing them into the creek. But after thinking it over, he decided to donate them to the guild warehouse. After all, he held a vice president position and usually didn't participate in any guild tasks, so donating some junk gear was a way to show his presence. As for keeping the willow skin bracers until level 35, that was completely unnecessary. He didn't think he would lack an epic piece of equipment by then. The strategy says, after killing the willow demon, a petal shot from Han Shen's back and pierced through his chest. You have died. Please select a resurrection point. Will automatically select in 5 seconds. You have died. Please select a resurrection point. Will automatically select in 5 seconds. Peach Blossom Town Resurrection Point. Watch ad to resurrect on the spot. Note: watching the ad allows for a penalty-free resurrection at full status and boosts basic attributes by 50%, lasting 300 seconds. Damn, the intel didn't say the final boss would attack directly. Watch ad to resurrect on the spot. Use ad skip card. In the next moment, a golden light suddenly surged from Han Shen, who was lying on the ground, and he resurrected at full status. Ha! A voice came from behind Han Shen. He turned around and was instantly stunned. Wasn't this the Peach Blossom Fairy he had been longing for? Peach Blossom Town Guardian, level 89, legendary BOSS? What the hell, wasn't it supposed to be a level 40 golden boss? Han Shen was completely bewildered, and the next moment, the slender finger of the Peach Blossom Town Guardian lifted, and a petal pierced through Han Shen's chest. You have died. A second later, a golden light flashed, and Han Shen resurrected again. Another petal came flying at him. Wait, you have died. Bridge Bean Paste, you have died. Stoop. You have died. You look so good. Han Shen shouted loudly, then closed his eyes and waited for death, but the expected death prompt did not appear. Hey, I'm not dead. You have died. In the instant of resurrection, Han Shen used Concentrate to gather 3 ad skip cards. With the resurrection buff, his mana temporarily reached 60-30, allowing him to gather 3 ad skip cards. Using 1 card to resurrect and gathering 3 cards upon resurrection, wasn't this just pure meter reversal? Han Shen couldn't let this opportunity slip by. For the next minute, Han Shen kept repeating this process, getting killed continuously 4 or 5 dozen times, while his backpack filled with nearly 100 ad skip cards. This was countless times more efficient than constantly drinking mana potions to restore mana and refreshing ad cards. However, when Han Shen resurrected again and gathered ad cards, then waited for death, he found that the Peach Blossom Guardian actually stopped attacking him. Hello, are you there? Han Shen waved his hand. Who are you? The Guardian of Taoyuan Town watched Han Shen warily. This person was too strange. Clearly, she felt that the life force of the person before her had completely faded each time, yet the next moment he could resurrect, intact and brimming with energy, completely overturning her understanding. Could it be that you are the messenger of the goddess of life? Not at all, fairy. I'm not familiar with any goddess, so don't misunderstand. You are the goddess in my heart, Han Shen said as he closed his eyes, opening his arms and waiting to be killed. Scoundrel, Puff, you have died. Han Shen thought he could continue to enjoy swiping the advertisement card, but this time the card swiping lasted only half a minute before stopping. Fairy, what is your name? Han Chen stared intently at the guardian of Taoyuan town and asked. His mana was already depleted, so he naturally couldn't use trace. However, the guardian of Taoyuan town did not answer him, nor did she strike him down again. Instead, she stared blankly at Han Chen. Han Chen also stopped talking and brazenly sized up the guardian of Taoyuan town. The more he looked, the more his heart raced. Previously, he had felt a sense of awe when viewing her image, but it was nothing compared to seeing her in person. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Thump 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 thump. Han Chen's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Puff, you have died, revived on the spot. This time, Han Chen did not gather the advertisement card again. Instead, he made a heart shape with his hands in front of his chest. The next moment, he condensed a red heart and sent it flying towards the guardian of Taoyuan town. The heart touched the guardian's chest and then dissipated. Han Chen's mana was limited, and the gaseous heart was already his limit. However, such a simple heart made the guardian of Taoyuan town's silent heart flutter. She looked at the dissipating heart, extended her pure white hand, and saw the heart that was about to vanish being recondensed by her. The next moment, the guardian of Taoyuan town looked up and smiled sweetly, and suddenly, a massive amount of peach blossom petals surged from all directions, wrapping Han Chen and bringing him before the guardian. Man, you provoked me first. Han Chen was taken aback, just about to speak when suddenly his vision blurred and his lips were blocked by something soft and cool. More peach blossom petals surged in, completely enveloping the two, forming a huge sphere in the air. The remaining petals floated around casually. Suddenly, a petal shot out, aiming for an empty patch of grass. Puff, the originally deserted grass twisted, and a figure appeared, then fell to the ground and vanished into white light. A flash of light appeared, and Lin Fan found himself at the resurrection point in Qingshan town. What's going on? Is the strategy posted online in my previous life a lie? The strategy he had given Han Chen was indeed true, with no concealment, but he had never been to the secret realm himself. He had only seen it on a forum in his previous life. The person who posted it was none other than Suehua, who had been poached by Han Chen. In his previous life, Suehua was the one who obtained the opportunity. Because he had informed Han Chen about the opportunity that belonged to Suehua, he felt guilty towards her and wanted to invite Suehua to join the heavenly court, while also compensating her. However, Suehua immediately asked to borrow 10 million, and Lin Fan hesitated. Little did he know that not long after, she was poached by Han Chen. After Han Chen faced repeated setbacks, how could Lin Fan remain calm? Thus, he had been lurking outside the valley early in the morning, then followed Han Chen into the Taoyuan secret realm, preparing to seize the opportunity at the last moment. However, what he didn't expect was that the final boss of this secret realm was so terrifying that even Han Chen was killed repeatedly. What surprised him even more was that Han Chen resurrected again and again in a devilish manner. Not only did he resurrect, but he also seduced the boss, and he actually succeeded. This world was too crazy. At this moment, Lin Fan was replaying Han Chen's seduction process in his mind. So this is how you can pursue a girl? Shouldn't it be about spending a lot of time building affection and progressing step by step? Shouldn't love be about deep feelings, promises made on mountains and seas, pledges for a lifetime, and then a passionate romance? How can you just come together so easily without the test of time, without deeply discussing life and values, and then just sleep together? In the end, Lin Fan successfully expelled the little devil from his mind, his eyes gradually becoming clear. Not traditional at all, no sense of restraint, so casual. What kind of good girl could that be? I wouldn't want that kind of woman even if she was given to me. I really envy the older generation. Back then, the days passed slowly, with carriages, horses, and mail all moving at a leisurely pace. A lifetime was only enough to love one person. He definitely couldn't go back to the Peach Blossom's secret realm. With his mind now stable, Lin Fan opened his friend list and found Yao Jibu Shui, inviting her to join his team. Yao Jibu Shui was the game ID of Zhou Siyao, and Lin Fan had promised to help her level up yesterday. Lin Fan, how did you drop a level? The sharp-eyed Zhou Siyao immediately noticed Lin Fan's level had dropped from 20 to 19. Naturally, Lin Fan wouldn't say he failed at stealing chickens. It's nothing, just encountered a secret realm I hadn't fought before, just dropped a level. No big deal, I'll level back up in the morning. No time to waste, let's set off now. Along the way, Lin Fan's peripheral vision uncontrollably glanced at Zhou Siyao beside him, the little devil, invading his mind once more. If she can smile, why can't you? Times have changed, the old ways no longer work. Women are all the same. Whether you like her or she likes you doesn't matter. Once there's a result, you'll naturally like her. When flowers bloom, they should be picked. Don't wait until there are no flowers to pick the branches. When flowers bloom, they should be picked. Don't wait until there are no flowers to pick the branches. Zhou Siyao, you look really good, Lin Fan said impulsively. Huh? Zhou Siyao was a bit taken aback. Thank you. Wasn't Lin Fan supposed to be a pure-hearted blockhead? How did he suddenly start complimenting people? But if this blockhead was complimenting her, it must be heartfelt. Thinking of this, Zhou Siyao couldn't help but feel a bit happy, while also a bit shy. Oh, what are you saying? Zhou Siyao lightly tapped Lin Fan's shoulder with her small hand, then shyly turned her head away. There's hope. Lin Fan perked up, the anxiety in his heart vanished without a trace. Now, let's strike while the iron is hot. Zhou Siyao, you are the goddess in my heart. Zhou Siyao's shyness and smile froze, looking at Lin Fan in disbelief. Did you lose a game of truth or dare? Ha! No, I'm serious, you are the goddess in my heart. Then, Lin Fan made a heart shape with his hands in front of his chest and pushed it towards Zhou Siyao. Zhou Siyao gasped, her head dropping for a second. She originally had a good impression of Lin Fan. After all, in this era, such a good man was rare, so her family wanted her to get to know Lin Fan, and she was very willing. She thought she had found a treasure boy, fantasizing about having a pure and romantic relationship with Lin Fan. However, her fantasy was shattered. At this moment, Lin Fan was no different from those disgusting men who were after her body. They had just met, with no emotional foundation, and he confessed directly, and so greasy and rough at that. However, handsome guys are often treated with leniency. Zhou Siyao still held on to a glimmer of hope. Maybe Lin Fan really liked her so much that he couldn't control himself. Love at first sight wasn't impossible. What do you like about me? Ha! Lin Fan was taken aback. Was this a question? The steps seemed wrong. How would he know what he liked about Zhou Siyao? I like your kindness, beauty, generosity. I'm sorry, I actually lost a game of truth or dare. Haha, Zhou Siyao chuckled awkwardly. I guessed it, you said it wasn't, but next time, don't prank me. Okay. Zhou Siyao really wanted to leave the group, but she held back. This time, her family's task for her was to bind the Zhou family and Lin Fan together. Just like her previous engagement with Aoshingha, she had no choice. She had thought that fate was smiling upon her, that she had met the right person, but instead, fate played another trick on her. Zhou Siyao couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness. However, she soon relaxed a bit because she thought of Lu Ruyan. If Lu Ruyan could keep Lin Fan interested for so long, then she should be able to do it too. At worst, she would just be harassed every day. Fan Ge, I'm here. At that moment, Ni Juanhao appeared just in time, easing the atmosphere a little. He also noticed Lin Fan's level. Fan Ge, you leveled down? That shouldn't be the case. Even if you didn't take him out in one hit, you should have been able to escape. Lin Fan cleared his throat and explained, it wasn't him. I got taken out by the boss. Ni Juanhao caught sight of Zhou Siyao beside him and quickly said, oh, I knew it. He definitely can't beat you. Only the boss can compare to you. A hint of disdain flashed in Zhou Siyao's eyes. Indeed, not a word of truth came from his mouth. Everyone knew that Huanxiu was incredibly strong, and if he hadn't won, then he hadn't won. There was nothing shameful about it. Trying to cover it up only made people feel disgusted. Then, Zhou Siyao seemed to think of something, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she extended her hand to Ni Juanhao. Hello, I'm Lin Fan's friend. Niao, I'm also friends with Lin Fan, best buddies. Ni Juanhao quickly reached out his chubby hand to pinch Zhou Siyao's fingertips. Zhou Siyao pretended to casually glance at Ni Juanhao's ID and then exclaimed in surprise, my ID is Yao Ji, not Shui. You're called Yuan Lai, Ni. What a coincidence. If someone didn't know, they might think we have couple names. Ni Juanhao looked back at Lin Fan with a puzzled expression, then at Zhou Siyao, and chuckled, you're 5 characters, I'm 4. That's quite a distance. Zhou Siyao playfully chided, oh, it's about the meaning, do you understand? You have to feel it with your heart. Along the way, Zhou Siyao frequently chatted with Ni Juanhao, while Lin Fan hardly spoke. Her goal was simple. Since Lin Fan was loyal to his friends, she would reel in his good buddy, so he couldn't openly flirt with her anymore. Ni Juanhao was anxious, constantly giving Lin Fan meaningful glances, but Lin Fan remained indifferent. Later, Ni Juanhao even texted Lin Fan, but Lin Fan said he and Zhou Siyao were just ordinary friends. As Lin Fan's good buddy, Ni Juanhao naturally understood him very well. Since he said they were just ordinary friends, then they were definitely just ordinary friends. That made things easier. They could chat. Who was afraid of whom? Little Fatty had been single with Lin Fan for 20 years, and it was time for him to enjoy some benefits. Sure enough, even the wild and chubby sea had its spring. Man, stay and keep me company. In the Peach Blossom secret realm, a hammock made of petals hung in the sky, swaying slowly. On the hammock, the guardian of Peach Blossom Town greedily inhaled Han Shen's aura, her delicate fingers gently gliding across his chest. I have a name, I'm called Han Shen. What about you? Under the petals, Han Shen's hands were equally restless. A long time ago, some called me Peach Blossom, and others called me the Peach Blossom Fairy. Later, I became the Guardian, and everyone started calling me the Guardian. Which do you prefer? Neither sounds good. I'll give you a name, Yao Yao. From peach blossoms are beautiful, radiant in bloom. Peach blossoms are beautiful. That sounds lovely. Then I'll be called Yao Yao from now on. Han Chen is nice too. I get it, you're the legendary scholar, right? Scholar? Han Chen was a bit puzzled. Could he be some hidden big shot? Yes. When I was still a peach tree, I often heard stories about scholars and fairy maidens. Scholars are very talented and love to name fairy maidens. Back then, I thought there would definitely be a scholar who would come to find me. So it was this scholar. Han Shen pondered for a moment, then said under Yao Yao's expectant gaze, "Yes, I am your scholar, but those scholars' stories are all fake, while we are real." "Yes, real." Yao Yao nodded happily, then asked, "Han Shen, you still haven't answered me, can you stay and accompany me?" Han Shen shook his head. "No, the secret realm has a time limit. I can cancel your time limit. It's not about whether I want to stay here, but you shouldn't stay here." Yao Yao's mood visibly sank. "I must stay here, it's my mission." "To hell with the mission. What mission is more important than us being together? I am the guardian of Taoyuan Town, so I must protect Taoyuan Town." Speaking of Taoyuan Town, Han Shen opened the chat history screenshot again, and there it clearly stated, "Kill the final boss, hand over its inner core to the mayor of Taoyuan Town, and you can obtain a piece of selected legendary equipment and an epic permanent outfit." "Does the mayor of Taoyuan Town know of your existence?" Han Shen asked. "Of course, every mayor must pay respects to me. Do you have a grudge against each other?" "Grudge? No, we share the same mission, which is to protect the town. How could there be a grudge? Your mission hasn't changed, but his might not be the same," Han Shen said. Yao Yao frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Han Shen did not answer but released the Mirage Demon Apple, then transmitted the information to the apple mentally, allowing the apple to convey it to Yao Yao. "This is..." Yao Yao's pupils constricted sharply, then she tentatively asked, "The future?" Han Shen nodded. "Yes, the future, but it's a future without me. There is a level 40 golden boss here, if killed and its inner core is extracted and given to the mayor. Besides you, are there other demons in the secret realm?" "There won't be other demons unless I die or a guardian who passes the trial appears. This secret realm is actually a legacy secret realm. Through the legacy trial, one becomes a new guardian, but the next guardian must be you otherworlders. That's the rule. If otherworlders become the new guardians, the secret realm will also disappear, so if the secret realm exists, the level 40 golden boss mentioned inside can only be me." "Legacy secret realm?" Han Shen was taken aback. "Does that mean I have already passed the legacy trial? I've already cleared the secret realm." "No, you haven't passed." A hint of pride appeared on Yao Yao's face. "As long as I don't acknowledge it, you can't pass." "Ha? Why not? If I become the new guardian, you would be free, and things would change." Han Shen asked in confusion. "When a new guardian appears, I will leave this world for another world, and then we won't be able to meet again." TSK. Han Shen couldn't help but shake his head. This guardian role is a deep pit. There are restrictions everywhere. Is there a way for you not to be a guardian and still not leave? Man, you really can't live without me," Yao Yao said proudly. Smack! Han Shen gently patted Yao Yao's bottom, provoking a playful protest. "Your thought process, we're talking about a way to leave. What if I don't leave? Wouldn't you come to find me?" Yao Yao said matter-of-factly. "No way, that's too dangerous." "Where's the danger? I'm level 89, 100 mayors wouldn't be enough to take me on. Why should I be afraid? Now that I have my guard up, no matter how cunning he is, I won't fall for it. The way to not be a guardian and still leave is for you to destroy Taoyuan Town, and then I would be free." Han Shen nodded thoughtfully. "That is a solution." "Wait, aren't you the guardian? If I destroy Taoyuan Town, won't you intervene?" Yao Yao weakly nodded. "I will definitely take action, but if they can't defeat you, there's nothing they can do but let you do as you please." As she spoke, Yao Yao spread her hands, looking as if she would let Han Shen do whatever he wanted. Han Shen couldn't hold back, taking out the civilization harmony pill to forcefully extend his life, and once again launched a northern expedition. "This is the secret realm teleportation token. If you miss me, come find me." A peach blossom-shaped jade token appeared in Yao Yao's hand, which she handed to Han Shen. "Also, leave one of those Shenyang beasts behind. They share the same root and origin. I will merge their spiritual powers, and then we can communicate with them anytime." "It can be done like that?" Han Shen was overjoyed. The Shenyang beasts could directly transmit images, so wouldn't that be like a 3D video call? "But the pet can't stray too far from me. If it exceeds the distance, it will return to my side. You can release them. Once I connect them, just leave one behind, and you can tame another." Upon hearing this, Han Shen immediately released the apple and pineapple. He saw Yao Yao's hands each make a gesture, and two faint lines emerged from the heads of the apple and pineapple, which were then merged together before disappearing. "It's done." Han Shen struck the apple with a whip, unexpectedly succeeding in taming it in one go. He used an advertisement card to duplicate another Shenyang beast. After all, the apple was for making calls, and he needed another one to work. He would call the other one pair. "Let me give it a try." Han Shen eagerly closed his eyes to communicate with the apple, and suddenly, Yao Yao's phantom appeared before him. "How does it feel?" Han Shen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Not bad, not bad. It's very three-dimensional, with no delay, but the real you is still more beautiful." The Yao Yao presented by the pineapple was the Yao Yao seen by the pineapple. After all, it was just a Shenyang beast, probably a bit face-blind, so the details weren't handled well, resulting in a Yao Yao that only resembled her about 80%. The Shenyang beasts have been in the secret realm since their birth, and they have seen few humans. Once they see more, they will naturally be able to present more clearly. Similarly, the illusions will also be more realistic, Yao Yao explained. Oh, so that's how it is. Han Shen nodded, thinking that an increase in pixel resolution would be nice. Han Shen, you must come see me more often. I will miss you a lot, Yao Yao said frankly. As a monster, she didn't have the restraint of ordinary NPCs in the divine realm. She said whatever came to her mind, acting in accordance with her heart. I know, when I miss you, I will come to see you, and when you miss me, contact me through the pineapple, Han Shen replied solemnly. Then, Han Shen took out the city return scroll and unfolded it. Although he wished he could stay with Yao Yao all the time, he hoped to be together forever, so he needed to increase his strength to conquer Taoyuan town. Seeing Han Shen's figure disappear, Yao Yao's spirit immediately drooped. As soon as Han Shen left, she missed him. The next moment, Han Shen's figure reappeared in the Taoyuan secret realm. Han Shen, do you miss me too? Yao Yao suddenly jumped into Han Shen's arms. Yeah, let's stay for 12 more hours. Han Shen glanced at the time and then said. In fact, Han Shen didn't think much of it. After all, he could return any time, and this was just like going out to do something. The real reason he came back was that it was already night outside. Yao Yao, can you turn the secret realm into night? Since it had always been daytime. In the Taoyuan secret realm, Han Shen had no sense of time in there. Do you like the night? Yao Yao waved her hand, and instantly the sky transformed into a starry night. We humans believe in working at sunrise and resting at sunset. Since it's night outside now, it's time to rest. Rest? It means sleeping. Don't you have a habit of sleeping? No, I don't need to sleep, and I've always been guarding the town. That's not good. Not sleeping for a long time will make you foolish. We should sleep together. Okay. If it were before, Yao Yao would definitely not agree, but now her sense of belonging to Taoyuan town has greatly diminished. Han Shen is what she cares about the most. However, her lingering sense of responsibility still made her pay a bit of attention to the changes in the outside world. The two of them lay embraced on a bed made of petals. Yao Yao closed her eyes, feeling Han Shen's body warmth and breathing in that comforting scent. Her previously tense mind gradually relaxed, and she soon fell into a deep sleep. I was wondering why you all wanted to sleep. It turns out sleeping is so comfortable. Yao Yao joyfully flitted around, as happy as a child. Han Shen, can we sleep together every day from now on? Sure, whatever you say. Han Shen smiled indulgently. Looking at the time, it was already 6:30 in the morning. The sky should be brightening up. Han Shen then said, I'm heading out to level up now. Hearing that Han Shen was leaving, Yao Yao immediately flew to his side, playfully holding his hands. Come back early, okay, Nemam? Han Shen nodded heavily, then took out a return scroll and headed back to Taoyuan town. Although Yao Yao could teleport him outside the valley, this area was largely devoid of monsters, so starting from the town was actually faster. Though reluctant, he needed to quickly gain the strength to protect Yao Yao. At this time, even though it was only 6:30, the main street of the town was already filled with breakfast stalls. Han Shen went up to buy some buns and soy milk. After taking a bite of the bun and a sip of the soy milk, Han Shen couldn't help but close his eyes in comfort. So refreshing. In the secret realm, he could only eat peaches, which were sweet and juicy but not suitable as a staple. People still needed to eat main dishes and cooked food. Then, Han Shen thought of Yao Yao. She probably had never eaten human food and didn't know if she would like it. But now, he decided to buy some to take back, worried that once he returned, he wouldn't want to come out again. After leaving the town, Han Shen summoned all his pets and left 100 of them at a monster spawn point. Although there were distance limitations, at least they could farm for a minute or two. At first, the monsters were at level 11 or 12, and the experience gained was significantly reduced, only 1 point per monster. As the monster levels increased, the experience also rose, gradually reaching the teens and 20s. By the time Han Shen reached his target location, a flash of light enveloped him. Congratulations, you have reached level 21, gaining 1 skill point and 5 free attribute points. He was already close to leveling up, so he had chosen a target of level 26 fire armored ants. He envisioned farming for a while to reach level 26, but unexpectedly he leveled up to 21 just by farming along the way, avoiding experience decay. Fire armored ant, level 26, health 16,200, physical attack 2,700, physical defense 2,800, magical defense 2,680. Although the fire armored ant is an ant, it is larger than a small money-loving creature with low health but high attack and defense. However, for Han Shen's army of pets, they could be taken down in an instant. Han Shen was interested in the range and density of the fire-armored ants. The entire area of fire-armored ants had nearly 1,000 of them, making it very suitable for him. Let's get to work. With a command, the bear, tortoise and bull monkey charged towards the fire-armored ants. Monsters above level 10 all actively attacked. As long as they entered the attack range, they would initiate an attack, and the fire-armored ants were also monsters with group aggro. At that moment, the fire-armored ants collectively rushed towards Han Shen's army of pets. The instant they made contact, the fire-armored ants were utterly defeated, their bodies flying everywhere. Killed fire-armored ant, level 26, gain 338 experience. Killed fire-armored ant, level 26, gain 338 experience. In less than 20 seconds, the entire area of fire-armored ants was cleared, as if it were not a monster zone at all. Only scattered copper coins and a piece of equipment emitting white light remained on the field. Han Shen glanced at his experience bar. Level 21, 3368227/600000. Just from one round, his experience bar had increased by 56%. This leveling up is way too easy. Han Shen opened the level leaderboard. The first place was still Lu Ruyan, level 22, 52%. She originally had level 21, so her leveling speed was indeed not fast. Surprisingly, the second place was Yuan Laisher Ni, who had also reached level 22, 9%. Based on the experience gained, his efficiency was even higher than Lu Ruyan's. What Han Shen didn't expect was that he only saw Lin Fan on the second page. He was only level 21, 32%. TSK giving you a chance is useless. Han Shen hadn't leveled up yesterday, and under such circumstances, Lin Fan was still only level 21, trailing behind him. He really didn't know what Lin Fan had been doing. Could it be that he went to do hidden quests? Han Shen thought it was very possible, otherwise, it just didn't make sense. It must not be an ordinary hidden quest. A minute later, the fire ants began to respawn one after another. At this time, the pet army had already scattered. As soon as a fire ant respawned, it was instantly killed. Kill fire ant, level 26, gain experience 338. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 22, gaining 1 skill point and 5 free attribute points. Kill fire ant, level 26, gain experience 315. Before the 2 waves of fire ants were finished, Han Shen had already leveled up to 22. The experience requirement to level up from 22 to 23 only increased by 100,000. When the 4th wave of fire ants was cleared, Han Shen leveled up to 23. The experience requirement for level 24 was 850,000. Although the experience from the fire ants had become 293, he leveled up again after just 3 waves of fire ants. After clearing 4 more waves of fire ants, Han Shen successfully reached level 25. At level 25, 2 pieces of god-level equipment automatically upgraded to level 25. 2 instruments whip, physical attack plus 1000, critical hit chance plus 25%, strength plus 50, agility plus 50, constitution plus 50, Xuanwu leather armor, health plus 5000, physical defense plus 500, magic defense plus 500, strength plus 50, agility plus 50, spirit plus 50. Aside from the attribute boosts, there were no changes in skills. 5 waves of fire ants, level 26. 7 waves of fire ants, level 27. In just half an hour, Han Shen's level skyrocketed from 21 to 27. No way, counting the numbers, I've killed at least 20,000 fire ants and not a single boss has appeared? Han Shen felt a bit disappointed. Then, he picked up a fire ant the size of a charging plug, tossed it up, and kicked it away. This was the fire ant he had tamed, smaller than the original fire ant, only the size of a charging plug. Although the pet's attributes were linked to his own, the fire ant was just too small. Its collision volume was too small, and it could be kicked away with 1 foot. Moreover, their movement speed was very slow, with full speed status only equivalent to a normal person's walking speed. Using fire ants as a frontline output force was unreliable, but they were quite good as soccer balls. Plus, the fire ant had a big claw. Han Shen had tested it and crushed a hard stone in one go. If there were activities involving siege and land grabbing in the future, it might come in handy. But that was a matter for later. At least for now, Han Shen wasn't planning to tame a large number of fire ants. He only symbolically tamed 20 to diversify his pet species. Kill fire ant, level 26, gain experience 102. Seeing the experience from the fire ants, Han Shen felt he could still level up once more despite the experience decay. After all, finding such a large and dense group of monsters was too difficult. Even if he went to look for level 32 monsters now, the total experience gained per minute would likely not compare to that of the fire ants. Roughly estimating, leveling up to 28 would only take about 20 minutes. Just then, Han Shen suddenly received a message. When he opened it, he found it was from Lu Ruyan. Tao Susu, whoa brother, I didn't see you all day yesterday, I miss you so much. Han Xiao, I went on a date Tao Susu with a brother as excellent as you. There must be many girls who like you. That girl must be very gentle and kind. She is so lucky. Han Xiao, tone it down a bit. I'm feeling great right now. No. Tea for me. Tao Susu, okay Tao Susu, I'm going to level up first. Call me anytime you need me, okay? Han Xiao, I really need to level up. I'm about to be caught up. Don't think about saving money. This is the one thing you shouldn't skimp on. Tao Susu, okay, I definitely won't let them catch up. After closing the chat interface, Lu Ruyan took a deep breath. Seeing Han Shen reach level 27 so early in the morning, it was impossible not to feel a stir in her heart, so she wanted Han Shen to take her along to level up. However, Han Shen didn't take the initiative to find her, and she couldn't directly ask. If she made Han Shen unhappy, she figured she would completely lose him, so she could only subtly probe. Han Shen's attitude later had already indicated that he didn't want to take her to level up. She was actually mentally prepared for this, so she didn't feel too upset, just a bit jealous. I don't know where that flashy little vixen came from, actually competing with me for a man. After thinking it over, Lu Ruyan decided not to investigate. She believed that it wouldn't be long before Han Shen got bored and returned to her side. She was very confident in her core advantages. Moreover, she was already working on the Empress set and she didn't believe Han Shen wouldn't be moved then. As for her current goal, it was naturally to level up. Han Shen was already dissatisfied with her leveling speed, so she had to put aside other trivial matters and focus entirely on leveling up. As a cash shop mage with a god-level weapon and high-quality gear, her monster farming speed was not something ordinary people could compare to. Yi Qingcheng, handle the guild matters for now. Team 2, squads 1 to 4, help me lure monsters today, 1 gold per person, and there will be rewards for good performance. At this moment, Han Shen was wandering around the forest. He didn't need to stay on site to command his pets, as long as he didn't stray too far. It was fine. He wasn't just wandering aimlessly, it was because Yao Yao had just called him. Why haven't you come back after being gone for so long? Yao Yao asked pitifully. It's only been a little over an hour. Han Shen glanced at the time. An hour is how long? It feels longer than 3,000 years. An hour is half a shurchen. How could it be longer than 3,000 years? 3,000 years can pass in the blink of an eye. I've waited for you for so many blinks, not just blinks but turns and twists, and you still haven't come back. Yao Yao's phantom waved around randomly on Han Shen, wanting to hug him, but being a phantom, she just passed right through. You shouldn't keep thinking about me. Find something to do, and time will pass faster, Han Shen advised. I don't want to do anything, I just want you, Yao Yao said mournfully. How about this? I'll wander around the forest and we can pretend we're together looking at the flowers, grass, and trees in the forest. How does that sound? In the end, Yao Yao accepted Han Shen's suggestion. She was quite curious about the outside world. This was the reason Han Shen was wandering around the forest. While wandering, he also used his heavenly eye to observe and introduced various flowers, plants, trees, birds, fish, and insects to Yao Yao. By the end, Yao Yao recognized all these flowers and plants, so Han Shen had to start singing. What cannot be obtained is always in turmoil, those who are favored have nothing to fear. At the ends of the earth, at the corners of the land, half of my friends are scattered. Hey ha, who brought you to my side? Although Han Shen couldn't remember many lyrics, forgetting the words or mixing them up as he sang, Yao Yao still listened with rapt attention. Originally, Han Shen had thought about teaching Yao Yao to sing and letting her practice on her own, but unexpectedly, this girl had exceptional talent and learned after just 2 lessons, so Han Shen stopped teaching and just sang a bit here and there. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly, the little money grubber pointed at a tree and called out. Han Shen was taken aback. Is there a treasure below? Chirp. Yes. The shadow of Yao Yao beside Han Shen also became excited. Hurry, dig and see what good stuff we can find. There were many hidden treasure chests and treasures in the divine realm, but it had already been 3 days since everyone entered the town, and the treasure chests near the town had basically been cleared out. Han Shen hadn't deliberately searched for them, so he hadn't encountered any so far. Treasure chests were visible, while treasures would only be underground, but digging for treasures required a shovel. Han Shen didn't have a shovel on him, but he had a pet beast. Before long, Super Saiyan Ape No. 1 arrived with 10 fire armored ants. Super Saiyan Ape No. 1's body suddenly grew larger, then it wrapped its left forelimb around the tree trunk and held the upper half of the tree with its right forelimb, lifting its waist, and the tree was uprooted. Wow, not bad. Then, the fire-armored ants swarmed in, expanding the tree pit. Han Shen looked down into the pit, but he didn't see any treasure, just a big hole. Little money grubber, which direction is the treasure in? Knowing the direction and pushing in that direction would obviously be more efficient. Gee, the little money grubber kept chirping while quickly gesturing with its 2 little claws. After a round of gestures and explanations, Han Shen finally understood that the treasure wasn't actually hidden under the tree, but in the void within the tree pit. It could be entered, and inside there were not only gold coins but also other treasures that it couldn't collect. Then, the little money grubber jumped into the pit, which was over 4 meters deep, but it disappeared after falling just 2 meters, and then it reappeared out of thin air. It pointed to the spot where it had just vanished. Gee. Right here. Han Shen picked up a stone and threw it into the pit. Unsurprisingly, the stone fell directly to the bottom of the pit. He didn't continue testing but directly used his heavenly eye. Advanced treasure requires golden shovel to open golden shovel? Han Shen opened the forum and began searching for treasures and shovels. It turned out the treasures were divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels, and digging for treasures required shovels, which corresponded to iron, silver, and gold shovels. Shovels could be purchased directly from the blacksmith. However, Han Shen was still quite far from Taoyuan town, and a round trip would take an hour. It was unrealistic to go back now, and what if someone dug up this treasure while he was away? That would be a huge loss. Suddenly, Han Shen had a flash of inspiration. Digging for advanced treasures required a golden shovel, but no one specified which kind of golden shovel. A glimmer flashed in Han Shen's eyes, and the next moment, a mini shovel made of pure gold appeared in his hand. I'm such a genius. Then, Han Shen also used the remaining mana to condense a mini version of a red gas heart for Yao Yao. Yao Yao's shadow playfully covered her chest and then started rolling around, looking just like a lovesick fool. After teasing Yao Yao, Han Shen approached the tree pit again. He jumped directly to the location of the treasure and dug with the mini golden shovel in midair. Puff! Han Shen fell headfirst into the bottom of the pit and the imagined treasure did not appear. Looks like I was overthinking it. Han Shen brushed the dirt off his head and then opened the guild chat. Smiling, location, 100 gold coins, send a golden shovel over, the faster they. Better, thanks. Basketball chicken, me, wait for 20 minutes. Soul morning dream shadow, I only need 15 minutes, I'm on it. Suddenly, the guild channel was flooded with messages. Although the golden shovel was called a golden shovel, it wasn't really made of gold, it was just a tool for digging treasures, and its selling price was only 10 silver coins. It wasn't particularly cheap, but for the players of the Blood Rose Guild, it wasn't much at all. Suddenly, the guild channel fell silent. Admin Yi Qingcheng has activated mute mode. Yi Qingcheng, no need to come, I'm nearby. Yi Qingcheng wasn't just after the 100 gold coins, she had actually been wanting to talk to Han Shen, although Lu Ruyan had said that the guild token was given by Han Shen and that Han Shen had the final say in the guild, she did not acknowledge him. Up until now, Han Shen had not completed any guild tasks and had not even come to fight with Aosher. His only contribution was donating some equipment, all of which were high-level items that were useless. What right did such a person have to sit in the position of vice president? Was it just because of the guild token he provided? Just because he gave money? Just because he was handsome? Within 10 minutes, Yi Qingcheng stormed up to Han Shen. You are Han Shen, right? You. Han Shen turned to look at Yi Qingcheng and smiled. That's me, you must be Yi Qingcheng? Yes, it's me, here is the golden shovel. Yi Qingcheng held out a golden shovel with both hands to Han Shen, stammering as she spoke, having completely forgotten the words she had prepared earlier. So handsome, much more handsome than in the video. His eyes are so charming, he smiled at me. That gaze, so indulgent. Does he like me? Is he going to confess? Should I refuse? If I don't refuse, does that mean we will be together? Is it really okay to compete for a man with the president? What should I name that kid? Hey, what are you daydreaming about? I've initiated a trade, you need to accept the gold coins. Han Shen waved his hand in front of Yi Qingcheng's eyes. Gold coins won't do, gold coins are too common. Oh, okay, right away. Yi Qingcheng snapped back to reality and accepted the trade. The handsome guy was important, but so were the gold coins. You're quick, I'll come to you next time I need something. Han Shen said politely, then walked towards the tree pit. Oh, okay, I'm usually very free, just call me. Yi Qingcheng hurriedly replied. Do you have anything else? Han Shen looked at Yi Qingcheng, who was still standing there hesitating. At this moment, Yi Qingcheng remembered her purpose for coming, lowered her head to gather her thoughts, then mustered her courage and forced her tone to become stiff. Well, you are the vice president. As she spoke, Yi Qingcheng raised her head with a serious expression, her gaze once again meeting Han Shen's, and she fell into his eyes once more. I'm also the vice president. What a coincidence. Han Shen smiled and nodded. I know, you're great, keep it up. Okay, then I'll go get busy. There are still things in the guild waiting for me to handle. With that, Yi Qingcheng covered her flushed face and hurriedly turned to run away. Han Shen, that woman is in heat, stay away from her. Yao Yao said with a wrinkled nose, feeling very displeased with the way Yi Qingcheng looked at Han Shen. Earlier, she had deliberately stood between Han Shen and Yi Qingcheng to block their view. However, only Han Shen could see her phantom. Yi Qingcheng could not see her at all. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Han Shen couldn't help but laugh. Jealous? I just don't like her. Han Shen looked at Yao Yao with affection. Don't worry, she's a little prince's milk, I'm not interested. Although Yi Qingcheng's face could indeed be considered stunning, what good was just having a pretty face? She had no height and no figure. The child would starve to death. Little prince's milk? Yao Yao clearly did not understand. I'll explain it to you tonight. Just know that I have no interest in her. Now was clearly not the time to discuss these issues. As Han Shen scooped down with his shovel, the previously empty tree pit suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. When the light faded, an opening covered the original tree pit and Han Shen walked down the stairs through the opening, revealing a golden treasure room before him. Little money grubber, all these gold coins are yours. Squeak squeak squeak. Long live the master. Though little money grubber quickly rushed towards the scattered gold coins. Usually, Han Shen would directly transfer gold coins to it and they would be consumed before it even got to touch them. Although there was plenty, it always felt like something was missing. Now it knew what it was missing, the thrill of frantically pawing at gold coins. Squeak squeak squeak. So happy, I'm about to faint. Han Shen looked at the little money grubber's joyful expression and his mood became even more pleasant. It seemed that in the future he would have to give the little money grubber some gold coins to play with. Just transferring coins didn't make it this happy. But he Couldn't give too many, or the little money grubber would really faint. It could only play with 1 coin every 2 seconds, so for 10,000 coins, it would take at least 5 or 6 hours. Normally, after playing for more than 10 minutes, it would be overwhelmed by pleasure and faint. Stepping over the gold coins, Han Chen arrived in front of the golden treasure chest. The treasure chest inside the treasure didn't require a key, it could be opened directly. Obtained current random skill. Book, Epic, skill points 5, watch an ad to enhance reward quality. So it was a skill treasure. Players had long shared various rewards from treasures on the forum, and Han Chen was not the first to obtain a treasure. Watch an ad. Use the ad-free card. All in one go. Obtained random skill book, legendary, skill points 20. Ha! Directly giving 20 points. The legendary skill book was within Han Chen's expectations, but he didn't anticipate that the skill points would jump directly to 20. That was enough to max out 2 skills. All along, he had been saving skill points thinking that level 7 taming was sufficient. He would never level it to 8, and he had kept the skill points from later levels and used just to save for skills he would obtain later. But suddenly, he was given 20 skill points, and now he had freedom with his skill points. Just while waiting for Yi Qingcheng, he had already leveled up to 28, and now he had a total of 34 skill points, enough to max out all 4 of his unmaxed skills, with some left over. Wait, that's not true freedom. If this skill book turns out to be usable, it won't be enough to max out. If I get new skills, I won't have enough skill points again. A momentary freedom wasn't true freedom. Han Chen, collect high-level treasures, no town limit, 2,000 gold coins. Contact Yi Qingcheng. Immediately, Han Chen sent a colorful message. Then he realized he hadn't added Yi Qingcheng as a friend, so he quickly sent a friend request, which was accepted in seconds. As soon as she distanced herself from Han Chen, Yi Qingcheng gradually came to her senses. Seeing the content of the colorful message, she felt a bit angry. Although being handsome could be forgiven and he could be the vice president without doing anything, how could he arrange work for her without her consent? She was the vice president and the president was busy leveling up today. She was doing all the work and was already very busy. Yi Qingcheng opened the chat panel and began typing furiously. Yi Qingcheng typing, Han Chen, your commission is the same as the treasure. Yi Qingcheng, okay, moi. At this moment, the entire divine domain was buzzing because of Han Chen's colorful message. Wow, 2,000 gold coins, at the current rate, isn't that 90 million federal coins? Ah, I regret it, I just found a beginner treasure, but I've already opened the chest. Regret what? They don't want the beginner ones, only the high-level ones. That's a lie. Didn't someone estimate that the value of a high-level treasure is about 200 gold coins? Not counting the coins in the treasure, it's only worth 100 gold coins. Charging 2,000 gold coins must be a scam. What others say must be false, but Han Chen is definitely real. I heard he is the only player who can directly recharge gold coins. This amount is like playing for him. At least it's more credible than a lottery. Is it true or not? I'm not talking to you guys anymore. I'm going treasure hunting. Take a chance, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. This kind of welfare treasure didn't have a map. The only thing to rely on was one's own eyes and the dragon finding ruler. Most treasure hiding spots would have some unique features, like different stone distributions or spring pits, etc. However, this was all inferred from established results. When it came to actually searching, any place could have features that were different from others. The dragon-seeking rod is also a form of metaphysics. There are indeed videos showing how the dragon-seeking rod was used to find treasures, but it has been revealed that these were filmed after the treasures were found, edited together. However, there are still many believers in metaphysics, and in every town, numerous players can be seen with dragon-seeking rods scouring the map for treasures, while those who haven't bought one are filled with regret, urging the blacksmith to speed up the crafting process. Similarly, the golden shovels in the blacksmith's shop were instantly sold out. Although a golden shovel costs 10 silver coins, if one hits the jackpot, it could be worth 2,000 gold coins. Brother, you can leave this kind of thing to me. Seeing Kaisher's slight jealousy, Lu Ruyan sent a voice message to Han Chen. After not seeing him for a day, she wanted to team up to hunt monsters but was rejected, and now he didn't even seek her help for tasks. Was Han Chen planning to cut her off? But Lu Ruyan was not the type to resign herself to fate. She would fight for any glimmer of hope. Don't overthink it, just focus on leveling up. There's no need to do things that can be done with money yourself. Upon seeing Han Chen's message, the gloom on Lu Ruyan's face instantly vanished. Han Chen's words clearly indicated that he considered her one of his own, while he viewed Yi Qingcheng as just a worker. The nature of their relationships was different. Alright then, love you. Inside the treasure room, Han Chen took a deep breath and used the random skill book, legendary. The moment to verify if he was a lucky player had arrived. Consumed random skill book, legendary, *1, obtained skill book. Bladestorm, legendary, confirm, watch an ad to refresh rewards, guaranteed to receive a skill book for this profession. What a pity. Hey, can we still watch ads? Look, Han Chen initially thought he could only watch ads when opening treasure chests, but he didn't expect to be able to watch ads when opening random skill books as well. Didn't that mean the random skill book was equivalent to a fixed skill book for his profession? This way, the value of high-level treasures was even greater for him. He had originally gone for the skill points, with the skill book being a bonus, as there were over a dozen ordinary professions, making the chance of getting something useful for himself too low. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill book Spirit Awakening, Legendary, Spirit Awakening? The skill name didn't reveal much, so Han Shen directly took out the skill book. Spirit Awakening, type, skill book usage requirement, Beast Tamer, second transition, having dealt with demons for a long time, beast tamers gradually understand the methods to help ordinary beasts awaken their intelligence. After awakening, pets can level up through training and have a chance to comprehend their innate abilities at specific moments. So it's about awakening intelligence, turning beasts into demons. Not bad, saves me the trouble of searching everywhere for demons. The only demon Han Shen had tamed so far was the Shenyang demon. With Spirit Awakening, he could also turn his beasts into demons. However, Han Shen noticed that the requirement for Spirit Awakening was a second transition beast tamer. According to the information players obtained from NPCs, the second transition required level 40 and he was only at level 28, so he still needed some time. He just didn't know if he could learn it early. Han Shen tentatively tried to learn the skill book. Current conditions insufficient, unable to learn. Would you like to watch an ad to lower the requirement? To Beast Tamer first transition? Yes. The following scenes will completely overturn your understanding of Match 3 games. Be a bit smarter and automatically consume ad-free cards in the future, okay? Automatically. Consumed ad-free card *1, skill book Spirit Awakening information updated successfully. Han Shen checked the skill book and sure enough, the usage requirement had changed to Beast Tamer first transition. He immediately used one skill point to learn Spirit Awakening. Spirit Awakening, Level 1, having dealt with demons for a long time, beast tamers gradually understand the methods to help ordinary beasts awaken their intelligence. Using basic Spirit Awakening on a pet has a 10% chance to awaken the target's intelligence. After awakening, pets can level up through training and have a chance to comprehend their innate abilities at specific moments, can only be used on targets that have not been awakened. Consumption, 1000 mana, cooldown, 10 days, 10%, 10 days? Han Shen was somewhat incredulous. With so many pets, what good is it to awaken one every 10 days? Fortunately, this was just a level 1 skill effect. He had enough skill points to max out this skill first. After all, it was a legendary skill and the effect shouldn't be bad. Skill points, 3223 Awakening. Level 1, Awakening, Max. At this point, the skill effect of Awakening had completely changed. Awakening, Max, having dealt with demons for years, the Beast Tamer had fully mastered the method of transforming ordinary beasts into demons. Using Advanced Awakening on a pet guarantees 100% awakening of the target's intelligence. After awakening, the pet can level up through training and will definitely comprehend its innate divine ability at level 10, but it can only be used on targets that have not been awakened. Consumption, 4000 mana, cooldown, 1 day, perfect. Although the cooldown was still 1 day, the probability of awakening intelligence had become 100%. Plus, with Advanced Awakening, it could gain its innate divine ability at level 10. What more could he nitpick? Han Shen's first target was Little Money Grubber, but unfortunately, the system indicated that Little Money Grubber had already awakened its intelligence and could not be awakened again. It made sense, being so smart, it must have awakened long ago. So, he chose Super Scion Monkey number 1 as his first awakening target. Although Super Scion Monkey's IQ was also not low, the system determined that it had not awakened its intelligence, so the awakening was successful. Han Shen's whip, glowing with golden light, struck Super Scion Monkey number 1 on the head, and immediately, the monkey's head radiated golden light. After about 10 seconds, the golden glow retracted, and Super Scion Monkey number 1's red eyes had returned to black and became lively. Suddenly, Super Scion Monkey number 1 opened its mouth, and a hoarse, deep voice came out. Chu ran. Although it wasn't standard, Han Shen knew it meant master. Is this what Advanced Awakening is? The monkey can talk directly. Wow! Han Shen, you can actually turn beasts into demons. How did you do that? Yao Yao was astonished. Even with her level 89 strength, she couldn't do that at all. Squeak squeak squeak. So amazing. Little Money Grubber also jumped onto Super Scion Monkey number 1's head, curiously examining it. Just a little trick, the surprises are still to come. Han Shen felt a bit smudged showing off in front of Yao Yao. Then, he looked at Super Scion Monkey number 1. Since you've awakened your intelligence, I won't call you Super Scion Monkey anymore. I'll give you a real name, Kakarot. Choo 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 ran. You have a bit of a lisp, Kakarot. Practice speaking more. Now, show us your divine ability. Reporting to Chu Ran, oh not yet, hey. Can't do it? Han Shen quickly opened Kakarot's attribute panel and found that its level had dropped to level 1. Kakarot, level 1, race, demon. Monkey health, 115691 physical attack, 22707 magic attack, 2210 physical defense, 11423 magic defense, 6638 divine ability, none skills, none goodness. He thought it would inherit its level, but instead, it dropped to level 1, and even the berserk skill was gone. If he had known, he would have awakened an ordinary gibbon instead. Han Chen took out a piece of Millennium Snake Demon meat. Let's raise the level first. No! Yao Yao! Quickly stopped Han Chen. The blood and flesh of demons will taint its intelligence, making it become violent and bloodthirsty, and its intelligence will degrade. Hearing this, Han Chen quickly put away the Millennium Snake Demon meat. Then what to do? We can't just let it train slowly by itself, right? You have snake demon meat, you must have demon cores too, right? Demon cores are the essence of demon power and will be much purer. So, that's how it is. Han Chen took out the 1000-year demon pill, snake, and Kakarot's gaze was instantly drawn to it. Is this useful for you? Useful, it's not the same type, so the cost is halved. Kakarot's progress was rapid, his tongue was no longer as severe as before. Han Chen handed the 1000-year demon pill, snake, to Kakarot. It was just 1000 years, so having it was fine. As for the 10,000-year one, it was better to keep it for a suitable pet. When he first obtained the 10,000-year demon pill in the novice village, Han Chen never considered using it directly. Although it provided 100,000 experience and 10 free attribute points, it was clear that using it directly would yield the worst results. Now it seemed that his choice was correct. Kakarot took the demon pill and swallowed it in one bite, and then a faint demonic aura appeared around his body. You need to find a quiet place to refine the demon pill, otherwise the effect will be greatly reduced, Yao Yao said. Being a demon herself, she naturally understood the situation. A quiet place? That's easy. Han Chen stretched out his hand, and the demon suppression tower appeared, then sucked Kakarot inside. What is this? Yao Yao looked at the demon suppression tower in fear. Although she wasn't physically there, just seeing the tower through the illusion of the mirage demon made her feel an immense sense of dread, as if she had encountered a natural enemy. With an impulse to turn and run, Han Chen retracted the demon suppression tower into his palm. This is the demon suppression tower. How about it? Cool, right? Then he saw Yao Yao kneeling on the ground. What's wrong with you? Don't take me in, I'm a good demon, I haven't done anything bad, Yao. Yao said pitifully. Han Chen looked at Yao Yao speechlessly. What are you thinking? If I wanted to take you in, I would have done it long ago. Why would I foolishly let you die so many times? Yao Yao thought carefully, and realized that it seemed to be the case, and she immediately jumped up, bouncing around Han Chen. I knew it, you love me, he Han Chen facepalmed. I really can't do anything with you. After glancing at the demon suppression tower and confirming that it wouldn't suppress Kakarot, Han Chen felt relieved. He was worried that the tower would suppress even his own demon. Then, Han Chen opened the skill panel and began to check. There were still 24 skill points. He planned to max out 3 more skills and keep 3 points in reserve. The first skill to max out was taming. With his current leveling speed, there was still a significant vacancy for pets, and now that he had the ad-free card, he didn't have to wait for a 1-minute ad, so he could fully upgrade the skill and improve taming efficiency. Skill points: 2421 taming, level 7, taming, max, use a whip to strike the target hard. With a 3% chance to tame the target, only effective on tameable targets. The lower the target's health, the higher the taming success rate, up to 80%. The number of tameable targets is level/2, cooldown time is 30 seconds, and mana cost is 60. Next were the 3 level 1 skills, Wind Underfoot, Shield Block, and Inspire. If he hadn't obtained Spirit Awakening, Han Chen definitely wouldn't have upgraded Inspire, as his advantage was in numbers. But now that he had Spirit Awakening, there was no doubt that the combat power of demons after awakening would completely crush ordinary pets, and Inspire could greatly enhance a demon's individual combat power limit. In this case, upgrading Inspire became meaningful. Therefore, Han Chen decided to max out Inspire first. Skill points: 2112 Inspire, level 1, Inspire, max, Inspire a pet, increasing its attack speed, movement speed, and output by 80% for the nearest 2 other pets, lasting 30 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. The effective max level Inspire did not disappoint Han Chen. An ordinary beast tamer's Inspire could only affect 1 target, while his could affect 3 targets, which was a pleasant surprise. Next were Wind Underfoot and Shield Block. According to the data on the forum, the max level skill Wind Underfoot can increase speed by 50% for 20 seconds, making it the second longest duration acceleration skill among all ordinary professions, second only to the swordsman's Swift Step. It is also a must-have skill for beast tamers, as they lack combat power and rely on agility. Meanwhile, max level Shield Block allows for 3 blocks, with a cooldown reduced to 30 seconds, significantly increasing the beast tamer's margin for error in one-on-one fights. However, its effectiveness diminishes in group battles, which have always been the weakest point for beast tamers. After careful consideration, Han Chen chose to upgrade Shield Block, as most of the time he wasn't running on foot but riding the Ironhide Bull, which does not benefit from Wind Underfoot. Moreover, although he could use an ad-free revival card and wasn't afraid of dying, his defeated pets would also disappear, and even if revived, they couldn't be summoned again for half a minute, leaving him with virtually no combat power during that time. Therefore, he was quite afraid of dying, making it especially important to increase his survival rate. Skill points: 123 Shield Block. Level 1, Shield Block, max. Though small, the shield has significant effects, blocking the next 3 incoming attacks. Shield block can now store up to 2 layers of charge with a cooldown of 30 seconds and a mana cost of 100. The ability to store 2 layers of charge was not much different from Han Shen's expectations, as there weren't many ways to enhance this skill. After reviewing the skill again, Han Shen closed the skill panel. With satisfaction, it was time to go out. Stepping out of the treasure room, Han Shen immediately spotted 3 players who were jumping around. They were not solo players but members of the same guild as Han Shen. As for why they were jumping around, it was naturally because the Mirage Demon pair had pulled them into an illusion. Before entering, Han Shen had arranged for pair to be at the cave entrance to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals. At this moment, as Han Shen emerged, pair transmitted the content of the illusion to him. In the illusion, these players had already killed Smiling, whose death was gruesome, lying in a corner while they were dueling over who would ultimately date Yi Qingcheng. This was their most genuine thought under pair's guidance. Han Shen rested his chin on one hand and suddenly his eyes lit up. Got it. Although the illusion magnified people's desires, they likely wouldn't dare to act in reality, but Han Shen wasn't planning to let them off so easily. I won. Yi Qingcheng is mine. A Chang exclaimed, looking at the fallen Zhuang and Nyo, overjoyed. After such a long duel, he was the one who emerged victorious. However, when he was about to express his feelings to Yi Qingcheng, he discovered that Yi Qingcheng was actually a man. Not just any man, but a very strong one. The same thing happened to Zhuang and Nyo. God knows how they got through it. Anyway, you all understand, very harmonious. Social democracy, civilization, harmony, love, and mutual assistance are traditional virtues. They helped each other out. First a Zhuang and a Nyo helped a Chang, then a Chang and a Zhuang helped a Nyo, and finally a Chang and a Nyo helped a Zhuang. It was unclear how long it had been, but the 3 slowly awakened. The moment they saw each other, hatred arose in their hearts, and they began to fight, ultimately ending in mutual destruction, all losing levels together. At the resurrection point in Taoyuan town, the 3 looked at each other, now fully awake. Killing. Smiling, Yi Qingcheng was even bigger than them. How could that be? Did we fall into an illusion? Strange occurrences were not uncommon in the divine domain, and falling into illusions happened quite often. It should be, but a Chang found it hard to speak. Although they had revived, they still felt a lingering sense of unease. Why did this happen? A Zhuang couldn't accept it. A Nyo turned and walked away, unable to accept that everything in the illusion was likely real except for Yi Qingcheng. I'll log off first, I'm moving soon, and it's better if we don't meet again. A Chang said this and directly logged off. The 3 of them were friends, but that was in the past. Now he could no longer look the other 2 in the eye. What a pity, I can't see their reactions. Afterward, Han Shen said with a hint of regret. In fact, until the 3 of them dealt each other a fatal blow, it was all an illusion. The pants and the pain were all part of the illusion. In reality, they hadn't done anything at all. And after resurrection, with the pain gone, they naturally wouldn't think that the previous pain was fake. Han Shen, what kind of illusion did you create? Why do they look at each other with such hatred? Yao Yao asked curiously. She could see the illusion created by apple and pineapple through pineapple, but she couldn't see the one created by pear. How should I put it? It's hard to explain. Han Shen replied. The chrysanthemum wilts, the ground is full of wounds, your smile has turned yellow. Yao Yao originally wanted to ask more, but upon hearing Han Shen sing, she quietly listened instead. She was very curious why Han Shen knew so many beautiful songs. Could it be that he was still a musician? Soon, Han Shen's attention shifted to the experience gained from killing monsters. Kill Fire Ant, level 26, gain 23 experience. Kill Fire Ant, level 26, gain 23 experience. Clearly, after reaching level 28, fire ants were no longer suitable for farming, otherwise, it would take 2 or 3 hours to level up once. So he needed to find another farming spot. As for high-level treasures, those were too rare. In the days since the server opened, there had been fewer than 10 high-level treasures announced on the forum, and by now, there were definitely even fewer. Places close to the town had basically been explored, so he could only look further away. That was probably where he would have a chance. Whether he found a farming spot first or someone found a high-level treasure first, it was all good for him. Staying put was the least wise choice. While on the road, Han Shen chatted with Yao Yao, but halfway through, the signal suddenly cut off. Han Shen was startled, thinking something had happened to Yao Yao, but then he saw Apple passed out. After all, it was only level 1, no, it was level 5 now. Still, being level 5, maintaining high-intensity long-distance mental transmission was too much to handle. At this point, it had exhausted its demon power and shut down. Due to lack of energy, Fu Han Shen actually breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he preferred the quiet, which was Yao Yao. If it were Lu Ruyen, he would have kicked her away long ago. But then again, Lu Ruyen provided more emotional value. Even if he burped, she would praise him for having a magnetic voice. What a considerate little sister. After more than half an hour, Han Shen finally saw a level 33 monster. From a distance, it looked like a grove of brown stones. If it weren't for Han Shen's good eyesight, noticing a few stone monsters moving, he would have missed it. Monsters were hard to find, so just having some To farm was good enough. Han Chen didn't plan to look any further and decided to farm here. As he approached, Han Chen habitually used his heavenly eye to check the attributes of the stone monster. Giant stone monster, level 33, health 38,000, physical attack, 800 physical defense, 4,800 magical defense, 500 This giant stone monster has quite high health. With his physical attack, he would need a level 17 pet to kill the giant stone monster in one hit. Anything below level 17 would require 2 attacks. He only had about 40 meat-eating pets that had reached level 17 or above. Was this monster designed reasonably? Fortunately, Han Chen had over 200 pets, so farming these fewer than 100 giant stone monsters was still manageable. The bear man charged first towards the massive giant stone monster, swiping with its paw. Minus 41,285, and instantly the enormous giant stone monster shattered, stones splattering onto the surrounding pets, causing a flurry of numbers to appear. 0. He didn't expect that not only did this giant stone monster have high health and physical defense, but it also had splash damage when killed. Killed a rock monster, level 33, gain experience 630. Misunderstanding resolved. Seeing the experience from the rock monster, Han Chen felt that the design of this rock monster was quite reasonable. Soon, Han Chen's pet swiftly swept through the entire stone forest. However, the pet did not touch the rock monsters near Han Chen, as he had his eyes on them too. A rock monster standing a full 5 meters tall, how could he not tame it? The high health of the rock monster also made it easier for Han Chen to tame it. If he used a whip himself, it would be completely ineffective, but his low-level pet could just bring the rock monster down to low health, making it suitable for taming. With the first whip, Han Chen successfully tamed it. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed rock monster. Watch an ad to double the number of tamed creatures this time. Look, automatically consumed ad-free card *1, gained pet rock monster *2. Even after being tamed, the rock monster still stood about 3.5 meters tall, with 2 rock monsters standing side by side in front of him, providing a strong sense of security. Han Chen then checked the leveling method for the rock monster, and it turned out to be eating stones. This was easy. There were stones everywhere here, and when a rock monster died, it dropped a lot of stones, essentially a buffet. Soon, the rock monsters in the stone forest were cleared out. Han Chen's number of pets overflowed. In fact, only about 150 pets were needed to occupy the entire stone forest. So, he selected the lowest level 70 or so ironhide bulls and sent them to graze nearby. To be honest, the ironhide bulls level up really slowly. Even eating medicinal herbs is no different from eating regular grass. Up to now, the highest level ironhide bull was only level 12, unlike the face bear, which were all above level 20. It seems that in the future, taming should avoid herbivorous animals. Han Chen then began to check the data of the tamed rock monsters. Rock monster, level 2, loyalty, 100% health, 115691 physical attack, 22707 magic attack, 2210 physical defense, 11423 magic defense, 6638 skills. Explosion will explode upon being killed, causing area physical damage equal to 30% of the rock monster's maximum health. Although categorized under skills, this explosion clearly resembles a death throes characteristic. He didn't expect that taming would inherit such traits, but with his attributes, it would still be somewhat difficult for ordinary players to kill a rock monster. Han Chen directly tamed 60 rock monsters, filling the tameable quota. He discovered another advantage of the rock monsters. They could perform area attacks. The rock monsters resembled standing stone men with long arms and legs. Their attack method was to swing their arms to smash and stomp. As long as they weren't blocked, they could deal damage to all targets they touched along the way. Smashing and stomping were similar because their stone arms were large. The attack range was also extensive, making it a small-scale area attack. In a group battle, if they smashed a player, they could probably hit 2 or 3 players at once. They were practically war machines. However, with advantages come disadvantages. Their movement speed and attack speed were both slow, taking 2 seconds to take a step or attack. With the pets fully tamed, Han Chen had some free time and began to wander around. Boom! Not far into his stroll, a sudden booming sound came from the direction of the forest. Han Chen hurriedly ran back towards the sound. He saw a large pile of rubble on the ground, emanating a purple glow. Checking the kill record, it turned out to be a boss that had appeared, and it was killed by his pets. The downside of having such strong pets is that he didn't even get to see what the boss looked like before it was gone. There had been elite monsters before, but they didn't make such a big noise. They were just slightly larger than ordinary rock monsters, while the boss made a much bigger commotion. Being killed so quickly should indicate it was just an ordinary boss, and getting a purple drop could be considered excellent luck. The previous elite rock monsters didn't drop any equipment suitable for Han Chen. It should drop something for me now. Han Chen quickly stepped forward to pick up the loot. Watch an ad to enhance loot quality. Look, automatically consumed ad-free card *1, obtain rock heart, legendary, rock plate armor, rare, essence stone *100. Not bad, a piece of jewelry. I hope it's physical. Han Chen hurriedly checked the equipment attributes. Rock Heart, Legendary, Type, Jewelry, Necklace Equipment Level, 33 Physical Attack, 750 Agility, 38. Spirit, 34 Constitution, 20 Resilience, 20% Rock Guardian. After leaving combat, slowly gain a Rock Shield with a maximum shield of 30% of maximum health. Guard your heart. Very nice, a level 33 necklace with a built-in shield skill, must keep it. Rock Plate Armor, Rare, Type, Heavy Armor, Clothing. Upon seeing the heavy armor, Han Chen closed the equipment attribute panel. He couldn't wear heavy armor, so there was nothing to see. As for the Essence Stone, it was just a rare great stone, which could serve as food for the rock monsters. Han Chen directly tossed the Essence Stone back to the ground and then donated the rock plate armor to the guild warehouse. After picking up the equipment, Han Chen thought for a moment and decided not to wander around anymore, otherwise he would have to keep coming back to pick up equipment. He chose to lower the game sound. The rock monsters would explode upon death, and that sound was too jarring, just like a quarry. Who could stand it? Han Chen could lower the sound, but the little money grubber couldn't. It had already burrowed into Han Chen's leather armor, covering its ears with its tiny paws. Han Chen pulled the little money grubber out. Little money grubber, go play. If you find a secret realm or treasure, remember to come back and call me. Squeak. Okay. The little money grubber seemed relieved and quickly dashed away. It was timid, and the explosions would scare its heart out. After finding a flat rock, Han Chen rested for 10 minutes, and then a loud bang echoed. At the same time, a white light shone around Han Chen. Congratulations, you have reached level 29, gaining 1 skill point and 5 free attribute points. Double happiness. Han Chen quickly got up to check and saw a purple glow emanating from a pile of stones. That's more like it. What was that fire ant? So stingy. Han Chen hurriedly picked up the drops in a few quick steps. Watch. Automatically consumed ad-free card *1, obtain giant stone helmet, legendary, rock bracers, rare, essence stone *100. Damn it. Han Chen tossed both pieces of equipment into the guild warehouse. Another 2 pieces of heavy armor. He could only wear leather armor. The type of drops is related to the type of monsters. It seems I can't continue fighting rock monsters. Little money grubber. Han Chen shouted, and soon, a golden figure quickly approached and then jumped into his arms. Squeak? What's up? You've been wandering for so long. Have you seen any other monsters, like animals, tigers, wolves, or something? Han Chen asked. If he wanted leather armor, he needed to hunt animals. The little money grubber pointed in the direction it had just returned from. Squeak, squeak, squeak. There are some over there. Okay, let's go. Han Chen mounted an ironhide bull and ran forward. He had had enough of the rock monsters. Although he had lowered the volume, the vibrations were still there, and it was quite uncomfortable. However, before they reached their destination, Yi Qingqing sent a message. Han Chen, I have confirmed a high-level treasure location. Han Chen was overjoyed. It had finally arrived. With a high-level treasure, why bother hunting monsters? He could hunt whenever he wanted. Immediately, he returned to Peach Blossom Town, where Yi Qingqing was already waiting for him at the teleportation point. Let's go to Misty Town. The location isn't far from the town. We need to get there early to avoid being discovered by others. It wouldn't be good if we got robbed. With gold in sight, Yi Qingqing's infatuation was also suppressed. The 2 of them teleported to Misty Town and then took the Iron Skin Bull to run outside the town. In just over 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. However, the situation they least wanted to see still occurred. A large group of players had already gathered in front of the treasure room's entrance. Upon seeing Han Chen, about 10 people rushed over. God, you finally came. I've been waiting for you for so long. Let's trade quickly. Don't listen to him. God, I discovered the treasure first. Let me in the treasure room to get the rewards and then I'll pay. I clearly found it first. Nonsense. I dug it out. I clearly dug it. Beauty, I sent you the treasure news. Take a look. God Han, this is hard to distinguish. Anyway, you don't lack money. How about giving each of us 2,000 gold coins? Yeah. This brother makes a good point. Harmony brings wealth. Let's all share. Everyone quiet down. Be quiet. Where's Lu Haizhu, the purple Lu Haizhu? Yi Qingqing shouted anxiously, but her voice couldn't compete with so many players. Han Chen shook his head. And the next moment, the Faceman Bear and the long-armed gibbon suddenly appeared, starting to slaughter crazily. The little money grubber quickly darted into the treasure room to protect the treasure chest from being stolen by assassins. In less than a moment, only Han Chen and Yi Qingqing were left alive on the scene. Is this not too good? Yi Qingqing asked weakly. Han Chen jumped off the bull and walked towards the treasure room. What's wrong with it? Greed always comes at a price. If we don't deal with them, they'll only become more rampant. But even if they are wrong, they shouldn't be killed, right? Han Chen glanced at Yi Qingqing. You know they are wrong. That's just the mercy of a woman. What if they spread the word that we killed and robbed? Worrying about this and that, but not fearing that truly innocent people will be disheartened. Don't think about these unnecessary things. Contact the person who discovered the treasure. Oh, Yi Qingqing suddenly remembered this and hurriedly contacted purple Lu Haizhu. Han Chen then approached the treasure chest and opened it. Obtained random equipment, epic. Equipment enhancement stones *10. Watch an ad to improve reward quality. Look. Automatically consumed ad skip card *1. Obtained random equipment box, legendary. Equipment enhancement stones *40. Han Shen felt a bit disappointed. He wanted skill treasures more. However, equipment treasures are fine too. If he guessed correctly, the random equipment box should also be able to turn into the equipment he needs by watching ads. But he didn't plan to open it now. It was still a period of rapid level up, and there was no urgent need to enhance equipment. Legendary equipment also couldn't be upgraded automatically, so it was better to keep it. Just like the self-selected legendary equipment he obtained from the first kill of a golden level boss, he still kept it to wait until he couldn't level up anymore or when he urgently needed to enhance his strength so that he could maximize the value of the equipment. Besides legendary equipment, there were also equipment enhancement stones in the chest, which could be used quickly since level 30 equipment could be enhanced. If all goes well, it would be today. Then, Han Shen opened a trade with Yi Qingchang and put in 4,000 gold coins. You handle the payment, I won't return to town for now. After killing so many people, his sin value had skyrocketed to 1,722. Returning to Taoyuan town might get him caught directly. He didn't want to test whether gold coins could reduce his sentence. Since he was here, he might as well farm, and it was better to follow the principle of proximity, starting from the treasure point and directly looking for monster spawn points outside Misty Town. By the way, if there's a next treasure, do you know what to do? Han Shen suddenly asked. Yi Qingchang replied without hesitation. Whoever discovers the treasure first gets the money, and what others say doesn't matter. Han Shen let out a sigh of relief. It was good that he asked, otherwise, it would be hard to say if there would be another treasure. Of course, whoever guards the treasure in the end gets to keep it. Just imagine, one person discovers the treasure, and then 3 others come along. When those 3 realize that killing someone won't help them keep the treasure or get the money, what do you think they'll do? Yi Qingchang thought for a moment and then weakly said they would open the treasure themselves. I understand now. But why this time? This time, not telling them was your problem. Oh, but didn't you say that innocent people would feel cold-hearted? Yi Qingchang felt a bit wronged. Who do you think I meant by innocent people? Han Shen retorted, pointing to himself with his right hand. It's me. Plus the 4,000 gold coins I gave you, they still want me to keep spending money. If I'm not the most innocent person, then who is? Yi Qingchang was dumbfounded. What about the person who first dug up the treasure? Have you ever heard of a common man is innocent, but possessing a jade is a crime? Han Shen asked. Yi Qingchang shook her head. I've never heard of it. Han Shen shook his head helplessly. People from his home planet really lacked culture. The world is full of injustice. I can't manage everything. As for you, do whatever you want. Anyway, I only provide gold coins. As long as I get the treasure, I don't want to deal with other trivial matters. But next time, remember to handle it well before contacting me. If you need me to solve it personally, then what right do you have to take these 2,000 gold coins? Based on your naivety or your airport? You can't do it, but there are plenty of people who want to, understand? Yi Qingchang nodded, her eyes red, tears welling up. No one had ever criticized her like this before. Han Shen ignored her and rode off on his bull. Yi Qingchang's handling of matters was simply a mess, far less reassuring than Lu Ruyan. Han Shen was quite lucky. In less than half an hour, he encountered a level 30 monster. After running for another 10 minutes, he saw a group of lions, level 33 lions. Although Han Shen could now farm level 34 monsters, he didn't plan to continue searching. This was good enough, there was no need to pursue perfection. What if he couldn't find a suitable one? Besides, the experience wouldn't differ that much. This was a large group consisting of 1 male lion and about 100 female lions. Surprisingly, the male lion wasn't a boss. Nor was it even an elite monster. But this was just right. If it were a boss, he wouldn't be able to tame it. Male lion, level 33, health 26,000 physical attack, 3,200 physical defense, 2,300 magical defense, 1,700. The lion's health was lower than that of the stone giant. With 26,000 health, it couldn't withstand a single attack from his pet. However, Han Shen had a way. A flicker of light flashed in his eyes. Male lion, level 33, health 26,000,8471. Now it was good to go. Han Shen rode his ironhide bull closer, and all the lions charged over. When they collided with Han Shen's beast army, it turned into a one-sided massacre. Han Shen approached the male lion, which suddenly pounced at him. However, Han Shen simply raised his small shield, activated the shield block, and easily deflected the male lion's attack. Then, with a few lashes, he reduced the male lion's health, and finally, the 2 instruments whip struck hard on the male lion's head. Smack! Successfully tamed the male lion. Watching an ad doubles the number of tamed this time. Seeing the 2 majestic male lions, Han Shen nodded in satisfaction. Now, he could finally change his mount. The ironhide bull, just by the name, was known to be very tough and not suitable for riding. After Han Shen mounted the male lion and ran a lap, he realized he was wrong. The ironhide bull was still better. The male lion's back was all bones, and it was very bumpy when running, nowhere near as stable as the ironhide bull. As for the waist, the male lion had no support. Once he mounted, it sagged down, and his feet were almost touching the ground. Although it wasn't suitable for riding, the combat power of the male lion was undeniable, especially during a quick attack where its burst speed was ridiculously high. Killed. Lioness, level 33, gained experience 392. Killed lioness, level 33, gained experience 392. The experience from lions was not as good as that from the stone giants, but it wasn't too bad either. After all, they were easy to kill, and there were slightly more of them than stone giants, plus they weren't as noisy. And they dropped leather armor equipment. Han Chen picked up a piece of green equipment and upgraded it to blue using an advertisement card. Right from the start, he was getting equipment drops. Ordinary monsters dropped green items. Was he just lucky, or did the lions here have a high drop rate? Or was it because he had a red name? Tiger skin hat. Physical defense plus 154, magic defense plus 132, strength plus 2033, level 33. Better keep it for now. With such a fast upgrade, he would definitely reach level 33 by tomorrow, and if he didn't find something suitable, he could use this for now. Han Chen felt a bit regretful. Had he known he would level up so quickly, he would have saved the epic level wrist guards for level 35. Soon, more than half an hour passed, and Han Chen logged out of the forum. I have to say, this forum was really well done, and there was even a short video section. The girls from the mother planet were much more open than those on Earth, and it seemed like there wasn't much regulation. Of course, Han Chen definitely wasn't there to look at girls. What decent man would watch someone shake there? But he was actually there to learn about the culture and history of the mother planet. The reason he interrupted his absorption of culture and knowledge was naturally because a boss had appeared. And it wasn't just any ordinary boss, as it had roared at least twice. Just as Han Chen logged out of the forum, he felt a darkness before his eyes, and a massive figure charged straight at him. Shield block. Bang! Although the damage was blocked, Han Chen was still sent flying several dozen meters. Smack! He crashed into a tree, causing cracks to form on the trunk as thick as a wash basin. Fortunately, the damage from the impact was also mitigated by the shield. Boom! The damage from the fall could also be absorbed. At that moment, Han Chen finally saw what had attacked him. It was a golden lion at least 7 or 8 meters tall. Golden Lion King, level 35, Golden BOSS Health, 800,000 Physical Attack, 45,000 Magic Attack, 1,000 Physical Defense, 17,000 Magic Defense, 14,500 Skills. Invincible Body, Lion King's Roar, Lion King's Leap, Lion King's Tail Swipe, Lion King's Sweep, Lion King's Fury, Ultimate Hunt, Summon Lion Pack. Goodness. Han Chen was overjoyed. Finally, a golden level boss had appeared. Han Chen cracked his whip and summoned all his pets. Charge, take it down for me. With 8.8 million health and no healing skills, wasn't it just a matter of 2 rounds of attacks? However, Han Chen still underestimated the Golden Lion King. He saw the Golden Lion King slightly raise its head and open its mouth wide. Roar! Han Chen and all his pets fell into a daze. When Han Chen regained his senses, he saw the Golden Lion King slaughtering his army of pets. With a single tail swipe, it sent the 3 closest Super Saiyan apes flying, while the other long-armed apes were instantly killed. In the first clash, only 3 Super Saiyan apes managed to inflict damage. Minus 129,544, but they were all left with only 1/4 of their health. Han Chen couldn't bear to let them die, so he directly commanded them to retreat, then ordered the pets in front of the Golden Lion King to fall back, while controlling the Ironhide bull behind it to attack. However, the Golden Lion King was too tall. Only about 20 Ironhide bulls surrounded its legs to attack, dealing 300,000 damage. The Golden Lion King swept its front legs, knocking off nearly 1/3 of the health from a large number of Ironhide bulls. Han Chen took out 3 pieces of Millennium Snake demon meat and tossed them to the Super Saiyan apes that had returned to his side. Pets could also regain full health upon leveling up. Then, he controlled the Bearman to approach the Golden Lion King's hind legs, and as soon as they got close, they began to climb up along the Golden Lion King's legs onto its back. There was no way around it. His pet beasts were all melee fighters, and the attack area of the Golden Lion King was too small. The originally envisioned strategy of overwhelming numbers was simply unachievable after 2 attacks. However, if he could climb onto the back of the Golden Lion King, there might be a chance. Yet, the Golden Lion King was not one to sit idly by. Although its Lion King Roar and Lion King Leap were on cooldown, that didn't mean it couldn't jump and kick. Just as the human-faced bear had climbed halfway, it was flung away. Fortunately, it wasn't hit directly, so the collision damage didn't take away much health. After getting back up, they charged towards the back of the Golden Lion King again. However, at this point, the Golden Lion King had already realized the threat posed by the human-faced bears and turned to pounce on them. The speed of the human-faced bears was no match for the Golden Lion King, and several sweeping kicks from the Golden Lion King eliminated most of them. Still, 5 human-faced bears managed to climb onto the back of the Golden Lion King, starting to attack recklessly. Feeling the attacks from Behind, the Golden Lion King used the Lion King leap again, the very skill that Han Shen had faced at the beginning. The Golden Lion King suddenly crouched down, and then leaped powerfully, soaring several dozen meters into the air before landing in the midst of the beast horde, instantly killing dozens of Han Shen's pets. Fortunately, the Golden Lion King's movements were large, and Han Shen had anticipated its use of the leap, so he had the human-faced bears grip tightly onto the Golden Lion King's back with their claws, preventing them from being flung away by the impact. Under the relentless attacks of Han Shen's pets, the Golden Lion King's health had already dropped to half, but Han Shen's army of pets was down to less than 50, with over 10 of them being the slow-moving stone monsters. Although the stone monsters looked imposing, their attributes were not higher than those of other pets. Even the ones that had been consuming essence stones were only level 25. After some thought, Han Shen decided to recall 4 of the level 25 stone monsters. It was better to keep a few special units around rather than risk losing them all at once. At this moment, the remaining 3 long-arm apes, Super Saiyan Apes 2, 3, and 4, had finally finished eating and had all leveled up to 28. However, even at level 28, they were still not enough to withstand a single skill from the Golden Lion King. Yet, Han Shen did not recall them. Instead, he used encouragement and then directed them to pick up the stone fragments dropped by the dead stone monsters for long-range throwing. Minus 89,540. A large number of stones rained down on the Golden Lion King. The thrown stones could only deal 50% of physical attack damage, but with the 80% damage boost from encouragement, the damage was considerable, and with the encouragement buff, their throwing speed was rapid. In just a few seconds, they hurled nearly 20 stones, and due to the massive size of the Golden Lion King, none of them missed. However, at that moment, the Golden Lion King had already dealt with all the nearby pets. Suddenly, the body of the Golden Lion King emitted a red glow and instantly appeared in front of Super Saiyan Ape 2, slamming down with a paw, instantly killing Super Saiyan Ape 2. This was the ultimate hunt, and worse still, after killing Super Saiyan Ape 2, the red glow on the Golden Lion King did not fade. Han Shen quickly recalled Super Saiyan Apes 3 and 4. In the next moment, the Golden Lion King appeared where 3 had been, slamming down with a paw. That was close. If he had been a moment later, 3 would have been gone too. 3 and 4 were safe, but the human-faced bears that had lost their target due to the Golden Lion King's ultimate hunt were not so lucky. Just as they landed, they were instantly killed by a Lion King leap from the Golden Lion King. At this point, there were no pets left on the field, while the Golden Lion King still had a full 2 million health points. There was still one pair left, but the Golden Lion King had a body of dominance, making it immune to illusions, so it was as if there was none. The Golden Lion King finally locked its gaze on Han Shen, and just then, another long-arm ape suddenly appeared beside Han Shen. It was Kakarot, who had been refining the demon core. At this moment, Kakarot's level had risen to 25.A. As soon as Kakarot appeared, he quickly picked up a stone and threw it at the Golden Lion King, then dashed to the side at an incredible speed. The hatred of the Golden Lion King shifted to Kakarot, charging towards him. Kakarot instantly leaped up a tree, but the tallest tree here was only level with the Golden Lion King, who lunged at Kakarot with a bite. With no way to dodge, Han Shen did not recall Kakarot, as he had seen Kakarot's attributes. Kakarot, level 25, race, demon, ape health 371976, physical attack 72,545, magic attack 7279, physical defense 36494, magic defense 21196, divine ability, law of heaven and earth, increases size while simultaneously increasing attributes at the same rate, currently 7 times, lasting 1 minute. Skills, teleportation, basic staff technique. Even if hit directly by a skill, Kakarot was not in danger of death, especially since he had teleportation. Kakarot's figure vanished, and the next moment he appeared behind the Golden Lion King, holding a branch that he had likely just broken off. After stripping the leaves from the end of the branch, he fashioned a rough stick and quickly began striking the Golden Lion King from behind. Minus 166,853 roar. The Golden Lion King used its Lion King roar again, stunning Kakarot, then arched its back and sent him flying. Following that, it unleashed a tail swipe at the airborne Kakarot. Minus 143,508, Kakarot was sent flying, while the Golden Lion King continued its pursuit. Suddenly, Kakarot's body grew larger, matching the height of the Golden Lion King, and with a swift motion, he pulled a tree to his side, transforming it into a large stick. Then, Kakarot swung both arms with force, striking at the Golden Lion King's head. Minus 507,812, while the Lion King yelped in pain and quickly retreated, letting out a loud howl. With its howl, nearly 100 lionesses appeared out of thin air on the battlefield. Lionesses summoned by the Golden Lion King, level 35, health 100,000, physical attack 45,000. The lionesses summoned by the Golden Lion King were larger than ordinary lionesses, standing 2 meters tall. Moreover, they had a health pool of 100,000, and their attack power matched that of the Golden Lion King, both at 45,000. Fortunately, they did not have any skills. But nearly 100 lionesses, did it really matter if they had skills? Kakarot was startled, but when a lioness bit his leg, he felt no fear. because these lionesses couldn't break through his defenses. With his current 7 times attributes from the law of heaven and earth, he could take down the Golden Lion King in 3 attacks. Kakarot leaped towards the Golden Lion King, his body bending like a bow as he swung the tree trunk. Smack! Minus 660,155. The trunk struck the Golden Lion King's waist, slamming it to the ground, while the trunk itself began to splinter under the impact. Kakarot reached for another tree, skipping the stripping process, and swung it down at the Golden Lion King. Minus 609,374. Suddenly, a red light emanated from the Golden Lion King, but Han Chen was not worried, as ultimate Hunt only temporarily increased physical attack by 50%, causing 500% physical attack single target damage. Kakarot's physical defense was a solid 255,000, making it impossible to inflict fatal damage. However, the next moment, Han Chen realized he was wrong. You have been killed. Please choose a resurrection point. It will automatically select in 5 seconds. The Golden Lion King couldn't take down Kakarot in an instant, but it could take down Han Chen. The moment Han Chen died, Kakarot was automatically recalled. Watch an ad to resurrect on the spot. Automatically consume ad to skip. The next moment, a golden light shone from Han Chen, resurrecting him on the spot. Pets cannot be summoned or retracted at will, with a 30-second cooldown, so as soon as Han Chen revived, he used his shield to block. Smack, bang. In an instant, the shield on Han Chen was depleted by 20%, and he quickly used the shield again. Han Chen was not flustered, he still had one last trump card. A glimmer flashed in his eyes as he directly used death on the Golden Lion King. At this moment, the Golden Lion King only had 170,000 health left. Thanks to the resurrection bonus, Han Chen's health had risen to 53,139, and death could directly erase 26,570 of the Golden Lion King's health. Han Chen did not retreat. His movement speed was as slow as an ant crawling in front of such a large Golden Lion King. With the shield in place, it took a full 3 seconds before Han Chen was killed again. At this point, the Golden Lion King's health had dropped to 70,000. The moment he fell, Han Chen used a resurrection card to come back to life and then used death. A full-state resurrection would not reset the skill cooldown, so he had to use death immediately. The next second, Han Chen was killed again, but the moment he was killed, he stood up once more. This time, he failed to successfully use death. The lioness had also surrounded him and killed him the instant he got up. This time, Han Chen did not resurrect immediately but waited for more than 3 seconds to come back to life. He guessed that without a target, the lioness would turn around, and sure enough, he successfully used death this time. One last time. Han Chen waited 2 seconds to resurrect again and successfully used death once more. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the Golden Boss, Golden Lion King, level 35, gaining 358,400 experience, plus 1 skill point, plus 100 reputation. The moment the Golden Lion King fell, the lioness that was about to bite Han Chen also disappeared. What a thrilling resurrection! Han Chen exclaimed, and then he saw the golden light emanating from the corpse of the Golden Lion King, instantly becoming excited. Gold drop! No, it's a colorful drop. To him, gold was color. Watch an ad. Look. Automatically consumed ad-free card *1, obtained golden leather pants, divine, Lion King bracers, legendary, glazed Lion King meat *10, glazed Lion King skin *1. Leather pants? Han Chen couldn't help but think of something from light years away. It couldn't be that leather pants. He quickly took out the golden leather pants and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just pants made from the skin of the Golden Lion King, lined with fur, not the leather pants he had imagined. Divine equipment has no level restrictions, it binds and displays the equipment only when worn. Han Chen did not hesitate and directly put on the golden leather pants. Why does the lower half look like a golden monkey? It must be hidden. Han Chen hid the appearance of the golden leather pants, suddenly realizing the importance of fashion. It seemed he should get a costume to wear when he returned. Then, he checked the attributes of the golden leather pants and the Lion King bracers. Golden leather pants, divine, type, leather armor, lower body equipment level, level 25 physical defense, 560 magic defense, 400 strength, 50 agility, 50 constitution, 50 Golden Lion King, summon a Golden Lion King to fight for you, lasting 60 seconds, cooldown time 60 minutes. Artifact, the equipment level will grow with the character. Bound to Han Chen. Lion King bracers, legendary, type. Bracers equipment level, 35 physical defense, 552 magic defense, 355 agility, 32 spirit, 20 constitution, 18. A failed king is only fit to be a decoration. This Han Chen suddenly had a bad premonition. He directly summoned the Golden Lion King, and a 2-meter-tall Golden Lion King roared into existence before Han Chen. Han Chen directly used his heavenly eye to check the attributes of the Golden Lion King. Golden Lion King health 159, 418 physical attack, 23, 195 magic. Attack 2080 physical defense, 15 270 magic defense, 9 800 skills, Lion King roar, Lion King leap. As expected, the attributes of the Golden Lion King are exactly the same as those of the Little Money Grubber, both only inheriting 3 times his attributes, without even a level, so there's naturally no amplification. The only redeeming features are the two skills inherited from the Golden Lion King and this cool appearance. Moreover, the Golden Lion King can only last for 60 seconds, but has a cooldown time of 60 minutes. TSK truly a case of gold and jade on the outside but rotten within. The Golden Lion version of Panfoam might not even be able to defeat the little money grubber. Han Chen had already decided that in the future, the Golden Lion King would only be used for show. By the way, where's the little money grubber? The little money grubber is not a tamed pet but a follower. It won't disappear even if Han Chen dies, and it can't be stored in the pet space, only in the Demon Suppression Tower. However, Han Chen hadn't seen the little money grubber when he came out of the forum. It wouldn't be dead, would it? Squeak squeak. Still alive. Suddenly, the little money grubber sprang out from underground and jumped onto Han Chen's shoulder. Han Chen happily grabbed the little money grubber in his hand and gave it a squeeze. As expected of you, timid as a mouse. Squeak 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 squeak. I am a mouse. Then, Han Chen summoned 4 stone monsters, 2 super scion apes, and Kakarot, along with 2 mirage demons. This was all the pets he had left. It seemed that ordinary pets had very limited roles in high-level battles. This was just a golden-level boss. He now knew there were also legendary-level bosses, like Yao Yao. If a golden-level boss was this hard to defeat, wouldn't ordinary pets be like giving away free kills against a legendary-level boss? So he still needed to cultivate demons. Han Chen looked at Kakarot, feeling immensely gratified. Although the Dharma realm could only last for 1 minute, that minute could be considered invincible, brutally defeating the 35-level Golden Lion King. Originally, Han Chen thought the cooldown time for Qiling was too long, lasting a whole day, but now he realized it was only a day. Every day he could have an additional long-armed ape that could use the Dharma realm. It doesn't necessarily have to be a long-armed ape. Han Chen's mana flowed in his eyes as he looked at the stone monster, and the next moment he withdrew his divine power. Cannot trace back. Could it be that the stone monster has no divine power? No, it can't be that there's none. The skills show it must have comprehended divine power. Han Chen then looked at Super Scion Ape number 3, still unable to trace back. Then, Han Chen guessed a possibility. The heavily I could only trace back to the past and present, and since the stone monster had no divine power in both, it couldn't be traced. As for the long-armed ape, it probably originally had no innate divine power, which was forcibly granted by Qiling. Master, someone is coming. Should I take care of them? Kakarot was now speaking very fluently. Han Chen turned around and saw a large group of players gathering towards them. With such a commotion from the Golden Lion King, it was impossible not to be noticed. Han Chen glanced at his remaining 30 sin points and shook his head. Forget about them, let's find a place to level up. Because he was red named, others could attack him freely. A red name has no right to self-defense. As long as he retaliated and killed someone, his sin points would continue to increase. Looking at the situation, there were at least tens of thousands of them, probably the local tyrant guild of this town. They definitely wouldn't be willing to let tens of thousands of players run for nothing. It was highly likely they would want to get their heads back. With an average of 7 or 8 sin points per person, and killing players who had never been red would yield a full 10 points. If they all got killed, wouldn't his sin points exceed 100,000? It's worth noting that he had fought monsters for over half an hour plus a golden level boss and had only lost 1,700 sin points. Anyway, the boss had already been defeated, and killing these people wouldn't bring him any benefits. Instead, it would waste his time. The reason he came out at 6 in the morning was to finish his monster farming time by noon and then enjoy the rest of the day. Han Chen put away the stone monsters, then had the Golden Lion King lie down and climbed onto its back. After a few leaps, the Golden Lion King had darted several hundred meters away. Once the Golden Lion King disappeared, Han Chen continued running forward for nearly 10 minutes. His agility was high, with a movement speed of 1056, even without a mount, his pace was unmatched by ordinary players. This will do. Han Chen spotted a pack of wolves in the distance. In group battles, the wolf pack was quite professional. He currently had only 9 pets, leaving a gap of 281. Wolves were a quality choice. Silverback wolf, level 34, health, 25,000 physical attack, 2,800 physical defense, 1850 magic defense, 1680. Although the silverback wolf was level 34, its attributes were inferior to those of a level 33 lion. With 25,000 health, it meant that his pet could kill the silverback wolf in one hit, so he still had to rely on himself to weaken it before taming. Han Chen stuck to his old routine, using Diminish on the nearest silverback wolf to reduce its maximum health to 7287, then struck it with a whip. Minus 2016. Several silverback wolves charged over but were intercepted by the stone giant and Kakarot. With Han Chen's current physical defense of 5,090, the silverback wolf's attacks couldn't break through his defenses. But it still hurt. Against a single silverback wolf, Han Chen could easily block its attack with his round shield. After 2 more attacks, the silverback wolf's health dropped to 1240. At this point, Han Chen used Taming. Taming silverback wolf successful. Automatically consumed advertisement skip card, taming count doubled. Han Chen let 2 silverback wolves join the fight while he continued to lure another silverback wolf to practice his movement. Skills, conveniently reducing its health for taming once the cooldown was over. Killed Silverback Wolf, level 34, gained experience 423. Killed Silverback Wolf, level 34, gained experience 423. Originally, Han Shen wanted Kakarot to use the skill Clear the Field, but later learned that although there was no cooldown time written, it couldn't be used continuously. According to Kakarot's estimate, the cooldown time was about a day now. Although the number of pets was not large, the monster clearing efficiency was still high, capable of clearing the field within a minute, mainly thanks to Kakarot's staff technique, which was an area attack that could kill instantly. However, this staff technique consumed a lot of sticks. A regular branch would break after just 2 hits. It seemed he would need to customize a staff for it when he returned. As for player equipment, there were some hidden classes that used staffs. Han Shen had previously thought that the gibbon could use player equipment, but later discovered that equipping it to a pet was essentially the same as dropping it on the ground. It would disappear after half an hour. So, customization was necessary. Suddenly, Han Shen remembered the aged-old wood he had collected from the willow demon in the Peach Blossom secret realm yesterday. It was dropped by a boss and had its quality enhanced through advertisements, surpassing the 1000-year spirit wood. The quality should be decent, right? With this in mind, he took out a piece of aged old wood from his backpack, only to find he was mistaken again. This aged old wood was just a 1-meter-long short stick, far from meeting Kakarot's standards. After tossing the aged old wood back into his backpack, Han Shen continued taming the silverback wolves. After more than an hour, Han Shen had successfully tamed exactly 100 silverback wolves and decided to stop, not planning to continue taming. He intended to supplement with some gibbons and pets that could serve as mounts. That's right, he wanted to form a cavalry. When Han Shen told Kakarot he wanted to craft a staff, Kakarot suggested they could also make some bows and arrows, as it could train the gibbons to use them. Bow plus gibbon plus mount equals bow cavalry corps. Han Shen found it hard not to be tempted. The effort to defeat the Golden Lion King was precisely due to the lack of ranged attack options. Han Shen also considered wolf cavalry. However, the tamed silverback wolf is only half a meter tall, and the small monkey has some hope, but the gibbon won't do, as gibbons are larger in size. After handing over the tasks of customizing bows and arrows and finding suitable mounts to Lu Ruyan, Han Shen relaxed and continued to study the short video culture of his home planet. After a while, a flash of white light appeared around Han Shen. Congratulations, you have reached level 30, gaining 1 skill point and 5 free attribute points. Han Shen quickly closed the forum. Finally leveled up. Reaching level 30 was quite a challenge. With the increase in level, the attributes of his 3 pieces of divine equipment also received a significant boost. 2 instruments: whip, divine, physical attack 1500, strength 60, agility 60, constitution 60, critical hit rate 30%, Xuanwu leather armor, divine, health 7500, physical defense 750, magic defense 750, strength 60, agility 60, spirit 60. Golden leather pants, divine, physical defense 840, magic defense 600, strength 60, agility 60, constitution 60. This increase was much greater than before, and similarly, Han Shen's attributes also saw a tremendous boost. ID, Han Xiao level 30, 1868/60000000. Title: First Guild Profession, Beast Tamer. First Stage, Talent, Daily Progress. Heavenly Eye, Beast God, Health 44505 Mana, 5913 Physical Attack, 9428 Magic Attack, 717 Physical Defense, 6561 Magic Defense, 4472 Critical Hit Rate, 30% Movement Speed. 1139 Free Attribute Points, 0 Strength, 280 Intelligence, 30 Agility, 272 Spirit, 167 Constitution, 187 Skill Points, 6 Beast Sea Tactics, Max, Tame, Max, Wind. Underfoot, Level 1, Shield Block, Max, Inspire, Max, Spirit Awakening, Max. The attributes affected the most were not Han Shen's, but his pet, especially Kakarot. Ordinary pets increase their attributes by 5% per level, while Kakarot increases by 10%, and it has now reached level 25. Kakarot, level 25, race, demon, ape loyalty, 100 health. 467300 physical attack, 98996 magic attack, 7526 physical defense, 68893 magic defense, 46957 divine ability, law manifesting heaven and earth skills, teleportation, basic staff technique with nearly 460,000 health, close to 100,000 physical attack, and over 100,000 combined defense. It could be said to be super abnormal, along with the even more abnormal law manifesting heaven and earth. Who is the real protagonist here? Then, Han Shen checked his newly acquired talent from the Heavenly Eye. Divination, each use permanently consumes 5% of current maximum health, with a maximum of 1 divination per day. What the heck? Does it deduct from my health, or is it a permanent deduction? Isn't this just a self-harming divine ability? How could there be such an unreasonable setting? Han Shen felt he would never use this divine ability. He didn't need to divine anything, as it would surely be auspicious. However, the more he thought about it, the more restless he became, and a battle raged within him. What if I just try it once? No way. With my current health, it would directly consume 2,225 maximum health in one go. There's no point in trying. But I really want to divine. It definitely won't be accurate. Don't be superstitious. But I really want to divine. Monsters and spirits, keep your distance. Still want to divine. Divination has no scientific basis. Want to divine. Suddenly, Han Shen had a flash of inspiration, opened the attribute panel, and focused on divination. He wanted to see if he could watch an advertisement to offset the maximum health consumption. The next second, Han Shen's vision went dark and he collapsed to the ground. After a while, Han Shen finally recovered, but an uncontrollable joy appeared on his face. The depletion of his mana didn't mean he could watch advertisements to offset it right now, but it represented a possibility that was not zero. Since there was this possibility, it was worth a try. Then, Han Shen was taken aback. Speaking of which, using trace like this seemed like a roundabout way of divination. As long as the right method was used, it seemed that trace could calculate things that had already happened. For example, whether there were gods. Thud. Han Shen's vision went dark and he fainted again. This time, it took several minutes before he opened his eyes. Damn, I'm not trying that again, it's really uncomfortable. Han Shen pounded his head with his fist, using the pain to alleviate his dizziness and make himself a bit more alert. Squeak, squeak, squeak? What's wrong with you? The little money-loving creature worriedly ran back and forth in front of Han Shen, sniffing around. It felt that Han Shen was poisoned, but it didn't smell any poison. It's nothing, just mana exhaustion. I just need to rest for a bit. Han Shen sat up, took out a bottle of intermediate mana potion, and drank it, feeling his head clear up a little. After resting for about 10 minutes, Han Shen's discomfort finally subsided. So this world does have gods. Since there are gods, then divination isn't so hard to accept after all. Han Shen decided to give it a try, but before he did, he removed all the equipment he was wearing. Han Shen's maximum health suddenly dropped to 8710. Now, even if he couldn't watch advertisements, he would only lose 435 maximum health. So how was it calculated again? Suddenly, Han Shen had a moment of clarity. He could think of something to calculate, or he could think of nothing at all and just calculate in emptiness. Han Shen thought carefully, but it seemed there was nothing much to calculate. Then let's calculate about Suewa's daughter first. I hope nothing is wrong. Do you want to watch an advertisement to offset the cost of the divination? Nice. Han Shen clenched his fist hard, then said, from now on, use divination to automatically consume advertisement-free cards without pop-ups. Instantly, golden light radiated from Han Shen's eyes, and then both of his pupils transformed into the 8 trigrams, spinning wildly. Before long, the 2 sets of 8 trigrams stopped, and the trigram above his left eye lit up. Emerging from his eye, the trigram below his right eye also lit up and emerged. Then the 2 trigrams overlapped in front of him, with the left on top and the right below, followed by golden light spilling from Han Shen's eyes, shining on the trigrams from bottom to top, finally resting on the 5th line, with a brilliant golden glow. What is this? Han Shen was puzzled, and suddenly, a realization flashed through his mind. Thunder on the ground, 6th line, the truth is illness, constant but not dead. Because someone saved her, she would still be sick for a long time, but she wouldn't die. Alas, poor child. Besides the trigrams, Han Shen momentarily saw a girl lying on a hospital bed, small and weak, her face pale without a trace of color. But being alive was already a good thing. Moreover, Han Shen couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. It was his gold that saved Suewa's daughter. Hee, happy drums, beating out that something, a beautiful dance. Tomorrow I'll try to calculate the lyrics for a good day. No, the lyrics can be calculated later. I should first calculate how I got here and when I can go back. Kill Silverback Wolf, level 34, gain 39 experience. Kill Silverback Wolf, level 34, gain 39 experience. Looking at the experience gained from monster hunting, Han Shen knew that today's monster hunting journey had come to an end. 39 experience looked like a lot, but the experience needed to level up was 8 million. After leveling up, he had hunted for over an hour and only reached 30 level 36%. If he continued at 1/10 of the experience, he wouldn't level up by tomorrow. Even after 6 hours, Han Shen felt quite fatigued, let alone continuing to hunt. Time to clock out. I am free. I'm free now. Then, Han Shen took out the return scroll and returned to his home in Taoyuan town. Husband, you're finally back. Xing'er missed you so much. As soon as Su Qing saw Han Shen, she rushed over with tear-filled eyes. Alright, I'm not leaving you, don't worry. Han Shen gently patted Su Qing's back to comfort her. Is dinner ready? I'm starving. It was already close to 1 in the afternoon, and Han Shen hadn't eaten yet. Su Qing quickly let go of Han Shen, feeling a bit awkward. Okay, it's ready, but why did you ask for an extra portion, husband? Of course, to take away. Prepare 2 food boxes, pack 1 up. Are you planning to take it for dinner? Su Qing asked curiously while signaling the maid to bring out the dishes. Han Shen pinched a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth, then handed another piece to the anxious little money grubber, and then mumbled, no, it's for Yao Yao. Su Cheng was taken aback. Yao Yao, who is Yao Yao? At that moment, Lu Ruyan also returned home. She had been waiting for Han Shen to eat together. Hearing Su Qing's words, Lu Ruyan understood what was going on. So her name is Yao Yao. That's a nice name. Why not bring her home? Han Shen's face showed a proud expression upon hearing this. You think it's nice too, right? I named her. Lu Ruyan covered her chest, feeling a bit heartbroken. The mental work she did for herself during the day didn't seem to have much effect. It's quite nice. Is she a player? Not a player, she's a demon. Han Chen replied. Ah. Su Qing was shocked. Husband, humans and demons are on different paths. Lu Ruyan sighed. Could it really be a fox spirit? Different paths? What different paths? Han Chen was unconcerned. He didn't feel there was anything different. On the contrary, Yao Yao could fly and was strong, which Lu Ruyan and Su Qing couldn't. Compare to. And don't forget, I'm a player, which means I'm an outsider. We don't have anything to worry about. Su Chang recalled Han Chen's identity but still frowned. I heard the town mayor really dislikes demons and even hired a specialized demon exterminator. It's better if you don't bring her back for now. Demon exterminator? Han Chen immediately became interested. Tell me about that exterminator. Lu Ruyan was also very interested. A demon exterminator sounded great. I've been in seclusion for a long time, so I've only heard a few things. I heard that the exterminator has very deep skills. 10 years ago, a flood dragon appeared in Taoyuan town, destroying half the town, and it was that exterminator who suppressed it single-handedly. Tell me more. I don't know much more. I was only 8 years old at the time. I just remember the ground splitting open with cracks and half the houses collapsed, all caused by that flood dragon. Han Chen and Lu Ruyan exchanged glances, both understanding in their hearts. It was probably just an earthquake. The more backward the technology, the more primitive the information transmission, leading to more supernatural tales. But the flood dragon was fake. There were indeed demons in the divine realm, as everyone encountered a demon attack when they were in the novice village. Lu Ruyan hadn't participated in the demon general's defeat due to feeling unwell, but she had seen it on the forum. Lu Ruyan looked at Han Chen with a strange expression. Could it be that Han Chen was the kind of demon, what kind of existence is competing with her for a man? After quickly finishing lunch, Han Chen declined Lu Ruyan's request to go see her sisters, packed up the food boxes, and used the jade token to return to the Taoyuan secret realm. Whoa, you're finally back. The moment he returned to the secret realm, Han Chen was hugged by Yao Yao. After comforting Yao Yao for a while, Han Chen took out the food box. Look what I brought you, our human delicacies. Do you want to try some? Yao Yao exclaimed in delight. Is it the food you ate? Han Chen nodded. I specifically had them make an extra portion for you. I want to eat. Although the food looked like it had no spiritual energy at all, being able to eat the same food as Han Chen made Yao Yao very satisfied. This dish is called sweet and sour fish. It's tangy and sweet, and it's my favorite dish. Come on. Yao Yao couldn't use chopsticks, so Han Chen had to feed her himself with the chopsticks. Yao. Yao's face was filled with happiness as she obediently opened her mouth to receive the sweet and sour fish that Han Chen fed her. So delicious. Yao Yao's face was full of surprise, not just trying to please Han Chen, but genuinely finding it tasty. Having lived for thousands of years, she had never tasted human food before. Her untainted taste buds could truly appreciate the flavors. If it weren't for Han Chen holding her back, she would have almost dumped the entire plate of sweet and sour fish into her mouth. I want to eat more. Hurry and feed me. Yao Yao urged. Before long, all the dishes Han Chen brought were devoured by Yao Yao. Even the sauce was not spared, magically whisked into her mouth, leaving the plate cleaner than after washing. Han Chen helplessly put down his chopsticks. It was unnecessary to feed her anymore. He should have just let her use her magic to eat directly. I'll bring you other delicious food tonight, but for now, I need to go do some work. Han Chen hadn't forgotten that he needed to craft a stick for Kakarot, and now that he was level 30, he could also enhance his equipment. No, stay with me a little longer. Yao Yao suddenly dashed in front of Han Chen and hugged him. Han Chen also embraced Yao Yao, gently stroking her head. Be good, I'll be back soon. How about I find you a game to play? Game? Squeak squeak squeak. Let me go. The little money-loving creature struggled wildly. The gold coins were right in front of it, but Han Chen was holding them, which was torturous for the mouse. Look, as long as you place the gold coins around the secret realm and then let the little money-loving creature go, it will collect the coins. Han Chen released the little creature, and it instantly darted out, gathering the coins on the ground, then leaping into the flowers, up the trees, and into the stream. You can also use flower petals to create stairs or mazes, making it pick up the coins according to your wishes, and you can increase the difficulty, so it can't easily collect the coins. The little money-loving creature, busy gathering coins, couldn't help but turn back and shout. Squeak! Squeak squeak! Are you even human? So cute, so fun. Yao Yao's attention was instantly captured by the little creature. But be careful not to let it collect too many coins in a short time, or it might faint from excitement, Han Chen reminded. Yao Yao quickly nodded. I understand. I can make some fake coins and increase the difficulty a bit. Han Chen happily left behind 10,000 gold coins. You play for now, I'll go do some work and come back when I'm done. The little creature was different from his tamed pets. It had no distance limit and could stay in the secret realm. Of course, if needed, he could summon the little creature back instantly. The servant interface had that function, but it had a 1-hour cooldown. You go, Yao Yao said without looking back. She was busy controlling the coins to fly around, not letting the little creature catch any. Han Chen shook his head helplessly. Yao Yao's temperament was just like that of a little girl, completely different from the cold demeanor she had when they first met. But thinking about it, being trapped in a secret realm, isolated from the world, for 1,000 years, her temperament would naturally be suppressed, and now it was finally being released. Then, Han Chen used a return scroll to get back to the town and quickly found the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop was not in the town center but at the corner near the residential area, with 2 transparent sides facing the road, allowing a clear view of the blacksmiths inside, hammering or fanning the forge, at least 10 of them. Outside the blacksmith shop, a crooked line of players was waiting eagerly, and at the front of the line was a sign that read, Golden Shovel sold out, pre-sale 20 silver coins each, pay first then queue, maximum 1 purchase per person. Looking inside the blacksmith shop, all the workbenches were making shovels. Oi, are you here to buy a golden shovel? Pay first, get a ticket, then queue up. The guy next to the sign loudly reminded Han Chen as he stood there looking around. At that moment, a player suddenly dashed in front of Han Chen, pulled out 5 golden shovels, raised his eyebrows, and wore a knowing expression. Buddy, this line will take at least half an hour, and you can only buy 1. By the time you're done, the treasure will be all dug up. I'm selling 1 for 1 gold coin, or 5 for 4 gold coins, and I'll throw in a compass. This is way more reliable than that dragon finding stick. The chance of finding treasure is a solid 99%. 1 shovel and you'll break even. Han Chen looked at the scalper in front of him with a strange expression, then took off his cap, only to put it back on moments later. What? Have you already spent 200,000 gold coins? Starting to do this kind of small business now? The scalper with the shovels was none other than Xiao Lu from the Baotong Trading Company. Ah, so it's the big boss. As soon as Xiao Lu saw Han Chen, his face broke into a wide smile. The Baotong Trading Company has a wide range of businesses, touching on everything a bit. Thanks to you, we've added another line of business. In truth, Xiao Lu was feeling quite bitter. He had thought that with 200,000 gold coins in hand, they could play the game freely, but before they could even warm up to it, they were forced to pay protection fees and had to continue being merchants in the game. Damn tycoons, damn Federation. Thinking of the 200,000 gold coins, Xiao Lu couldn't help but curse inwardly. After learning from Fengyihan that there were only 5 young people in the Baotong Trading Company, Han Chen knew that their money wouldn't last long, and it might even disappear without a trace. He hadn't expected to see Xiao Lu again. By the way, I've always had a question for you. Aren't there 5 of you? Why do you call yourself Xiao Lu? Xiao Lu was taken aback. He hadn't expected Han Chen to know their background. Was he here to settle scores? Money is the boss, Xiao Lu stammered in reply. Is it that simple? Yes, it's that simple. Han Chen nodded, feeling a bit disinterested. The answer was too boring. Alright, you get back to it, Han Chen said as he walked towards the blacksmith shop. Xiao Lu hurriedly said, you have to queue, but then he remembered Han Chen's wealth and quickly shut his mouth. Oi, don't just barge in, go queue. A worker from the blacksmith shop rushed over to block Han Chen. Han Chen pulled out a gold coin and tossed it into the nearby furnace. The blacksmith, who was heating iron by the furnace, was about to get angry, but upon seeing the gold coin in the furnace, he forgot his anger and quickly grabbed it with tongs. While grabbing, he shouted, quick, please take our esteemed guest to the backyard. The worker's dark face also broke into a smile. Young master, I apologize for any offense earlier, it's too hot here. Let's go to the backyard for some cool tea. Han Chen followed the worker to the backyard. Satisfied. Before long, the blacksmith, Daniel, who had just been by the furnace, also came to the backyard. Young master, I'm the 8th blacksmith. What project would you like to undertake? Han Chen shook his head. Get someone else. I want that old man with the white beard who smokes. Daniel was taken aback. Aren't you asking for me? No, you're just closer, but I'll give you the gold coin. Just help me call that old man. Alright, I'll go right now. Please wait a moment. Daniel happily ran out. Master, the guest is calling for you. Before long, the old man with the white beard, holding a smoking pipe in one hand and leaning on a cane with the other, wobbled in. Young master, I'm too old and weak to lift a hammer anymore. Perhaps I should let my apprentice do it instead. Han Chen smiled slightly. This old man could fool others, but could he fool his heavenly eye? Previously, he had already used his heavenly eye to look at those blacksmiths outside. The helpers were all junior blacksmiths, while the ones doing the forging were mostly intermediate blacksmiths, among which there were 2 advanced ones. The old man, leisurely smoking nearby, however, was a master-level blacksmith, and his physical condition showed that he was strong and robust. How could he possibly believe that he couldn't lift a hammer? Master who, I've seen through you long ago. As a master, how could you indulge in pleasure and not want to forge a divine weapon that would be renowned in the divine realm? Upon hearing this, Master Hu instantly straightened his back. and strode over to sit opposite Han Chen, completely shedding the previous frail demeanor. It was the town mayor who sent you, right? Go back and tell him that I will not help him forge a sword. The town mayor? Triggering a keyword, Han Chen's heart stirred, and he said slowly, don't be so quick to refuse. Do you know why the mayor wants you to forge that sword? Humph. Precisely because I know, that's why I can't help him. Forge it. You might as well give up on that idea. Master Hu shouted towards the yard, Daniel, show our guest out. Han Chen quickly explained. Oh, come on, I was just joking. I don't even know the mayor. I just need you to make a sturdy stick, one that can't be broken no matter how hard you hit it. Master Hu looked at Han Chen suspiciously and after a while asked, you're really not here for the sword? Han Chen shook his head vigorously. No, I don't need a sword, but the mayor's sword is, what mayor? I don't know what you're talking about. Master Hu interrupted. Hastily, Han Chen stopped pressing the issue, keeping it in mind. He decided to calculate this matter tomorrow. What if it had something to do with Yao Yao? Let's talk about the stick instead. There's no limit on the price, you can make it as good as you can. As he spoke, Han Chen piled 1,000 gold coins on the table, filling it up. This is a deposit. This, this. Master Hu reached out to grab the gold coins, but then pulled back, grasping at the air instead. Ultimately, he restrained himself from touching them, then turned his head, trying to put on a masterly demeanor, but his grinning mouth betrayed him. He then pointed to the weapon rack, which held a row of sticks. Young master, please follow me. Here are the styles of sticks. You can choose your preferred style and length, or you can compare and customize a specific style and length. And then, feel free to mention any required functions, material, and weight specifications. Han Chen had no idea what style or function to ask for since it wasn't for him, so he directly summoned Kakarot. This is Kakarot, the stick is for it. You can ask it any questions. Han Chen said to Master Hu, then looked at Kakarot. You can ask for anything you want, got it? Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Kakarot was overjoyed and jumped in front of Master Hu. I want it to be able to grow bigger and unbreakable. Master Hu's dark face turned pale. In an instant, you, monster. He hurriedly stepped back, picking up 2 swords from the side to block in front of his chest, watching Kakarot warily. Han Chen quickly explained, Master, there's no need to panic, it's very obedient and won't harm anyone. Master Hu cautiously observed Kakarot for a while, and seeing that Kakarot didn't make any sudden moves and had no violent intent in its eyes, he relaxed a bit, though he still held the swords tightly. So this is a good monster, huh? I said there are good monsters. Good monster? Han Chen pondered over the term for a moment before nodding. It is indeed a kind monster. It does whatever I ask it to do, it's very obedient. Master Hu shook his head. Obedience doesn't equate to kindness. Good monsters are those that do not harm humans and coexist peacefully with them. They don't eat people, and their eyes are clear. But even good monsters can be fiercer than normal humans, and harming others is common. Now, I believe you're not someone sent by the mayor. Again with the mayor. Han Chen wondered, I heard the mayor doesn't like monsters because he was harmed by one, so he wants to forge a sword that can slay monsters? No. Master Hu threw the sword back into the pile. No one knows why the mayor hates monsters. He doesn't want to forge a sword for slaying demons. It's better if you don't pry into this matter, otherwise, if it gets out, I'll be in trouble. Han Chen wisely chose not to pursue the topic further. You all continue discussing the stick, I'll go find someone to help me enhance my equipment. Upon hearing this, Master Hu shouted outside, Daniel. Coming. Daniel hurriedly ran in. Help the young master enhance his equipment, Master Hu instructed. Sure thing. Dania quickly went back to bring in a table, then pointed at it. Young master, place your equipment on the table, then give me the enhancement stones, and I'll help you enhance it. Han Chen thought for a moment and asked, can only you enhance it? Can I do it myself? Dania chuckled a few times. Young master, your success rate for self-enhancement is low. I can increase it by 10%. However, Han Chen replied, I'll try enhancing it myself. Just tell me the subsequent steps. No, Dania said anxiously, I won't charge you. This child, why are you so clueless? Master Hu rushed over. If the young master wants to experience it, let him experience it. He then took out a handful of green stones and placed them on the table, revealing about 10 enhancement stones. Young master, these are the enhancement stones I've treasured. I'll give them to you. After your experience, let Dania handle the official enhancement. This child has decent skills. Dania then began to guide Han Chen in enhancing the equipment. It's very simple. Place the equipment on the table. There are holes at each of the 4 corners of the table. You can place up to 4 enhancement stones, but at least 1. Hearing this, Han Chen placed 1 enhancement stone on it. Young master, just put 4. The success rate for the first enhancement with 4 is 90%. The young master can put as many as he likes. Master Hu called out without looking back as he walked away. Oh, Dania replied, feeling a bit frustrated, then handed Han Chen a small hammer. This is the spirit-gathering hammer. Just hit the raised part in the middle of the table and wait for the result. Is it really that simple? Han Chen took the hammer, and immediately, an enhancement window appeared on the table. 2 instruments whip plus 0 current. Enhancement success rate 75%. Without hesitation, Han Chen struck down with the hammer. Clang! The enhancement stone instantly transformed into green energy flowing towards the 2 instruments whip. Then, the green energy enveloped the 2 instruments whip, glowing brightly before fading into it. Enhancement successful. 2 instruments whip plus 0. 2 instruments whip plus 1. Daniel let out a sigh of relief. Young master, your technique is great. 1 enhancement stone and it succeeded. Master Hu shouted. Han Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Master Hu was truly talented. Under Dania's conflicted gaze, Han Chen placed another enhancement stone on it. 2 instruments whip plus 1 current. Enhancement success rate 65%. He then struck down with the hammer again. Enhancement successful. 2 instruments whip plus 1. 2 instruments whip plus 2. Dania gave a thumbs up. Young master, impressive. Then, Han Chen still only placed 1 enhancement stone and the success rate had dropped to 55%. However, this time Han Chen succeeded again. Next, Han Chen placed another enhancement stone, glanced at the 45% success rate, and struck down with the hammer. Clang! However, this time, as soon as the green energy covered the 2 instruments whip, it dissipated. Seeing the energy dissipate, Daniel pounded his chest in pain. This meant the enhancement had failed. It should have been done with 4 stones, then he could have enhanced it. What a waste. Enhancement failed. 2 instruments whip plus 3. 2 instruments whip plus 0. Confirm. Watch an ad to maintain the previous enhancement level. Here it comes. Han Chen was waiting for the ad. How could there be no ad for equipment enhancement? Automatically using the ad skip card, automatically consume advertisement exemption card *1. This time's enhancement failure penalty has been waived. It's impossible. Master Hu had been closely watching Han Chen. After all, it was a 1-by-1 enhancement and he had successfully enhanced 3 times in a row earlier. Who could resist watching further? However, he witnessed Han Chen's enhancement failure, yet the enhancement level of the equipment didn't drop, which was unreasonable. How did you do that? Master Hu quickly rushed to the enhancement platform, looking incredulously at the 2 instruments whip on the table. Han Chen certainly knew what Master Hu was asking, but he figured that if he mentioned watching ads, Master Hu wouldn't understand, so he said, "It's just a technique." "Your technique, Master Hu couldn't help but blurt out, but he quickly caught himself. "Technique, technique. Heroes emerge from youth. Show me another technique." Han Chen nodded, placed another equipment enhancement stone on the table, and then struck down with a hammer. Ding! Enhancement successful. 2 instruments whip plus 3. 2 instruments whip plus 4. Ding! Enhancement successful. 2 instruments whip plus 4. 2 instruments whip plus 5. However, under the incredulous gazes of Master Hu and No, Han Chen succeeded in enhancing twice in a row, making him doubt whether the 45% and 35% probability was real. Han Chen placed another equipment enhancement stone on the table, and this time the success rate dropped by another 10%, down to 25%. Ding! This time he failed the enhancement, the green light dissipating before it even touched the equipment. Of course, with the advertisement exemption card, the enhancement level of the 2 instruments whip remained at plus 5. How is this possible? Master Hu stared at the 2 instruments whip, frowning deeply, utterly perplexed. Finally, he reached out to Han Chen. "Give me the gathering hammer, I'll give it a try." Han Chen was taken aback, quickly hiding the gathering hammer behind him. "Don't do it, you can't." He could watch ads, but Master Hu couldn't. "I can't? I'm a master-level blacksmith. If you can do it, why can't I?" Han Chen still shook his head. "What if it breaks after going to plus 5? It won't break. This equipment must have some issue. It won't break no matter how you enhance it," Master Hu said decisively. "What if?" "There's no what if." Han Chen shook his head. "If you hit it, it will definitely break. Just forget it." Earlier he thought Master Hu was a talent, but how did he suddenly become so unreasonable? Master Hu looked at the 2 instruments whip on the enhancement platform. If he couldn't hit it a few times to verify his thoughts, he would never sleep well for the rest of his life. He then said, "If it breaks, I'll help you forge a legendary level equipment." Han Chen glanced at the 2 instruments whip, then cancelled the concealment of his equipment, revealing the Xuanwu leather armor and golden leather pants. He then took out the legendary level equipment and equipment boxes from his backpack, making his intentions very clear. Master Hu looked at the equipment on Han Chen, gritted his teeth and said, "If it breaks, I'm willing to exhaust my efforts to forge you a divine level equipment. But there's one condition: you must not tamper with this equipment, otherwise, from now on, no blacksmith in the divine realm will serve you." "No way, Master." Daniel quickly intervened. "Only divine level blacksmiths can forge divine level equipment. A master level blacksmith forcibly forging divine level equipment will exhaust their potential and become an ordinary blacksmith. We're not enhancing this equipment." "No," Master Hu said resolutely, "this might be my closest chance to divine level. If I miss this opportunity, I'll never make progress in my life." "Oh, come on," Han Chen shouted loudly, drawing both their attention. Then, Han Chen looked at Master Hu and said, "You're wrong. This has nothing to do with the so-called opportunity to advance to the divine level. It's simply that I have the ability to retain enhancement levels even after a failure. If you don't believe me, you can try enhancing it yourself. If it fails, just enhance it back for me. After saying that, Han Chen placed the spirit gathering hammer on the table. Originally, Han Chen just wanted to get some benefits for himself, but he didn't expect the cost of forging divine level equipment to be so high. With such a skilled master, Han Chen didn't want to see him ruined like this. As for divine level equipment, he could always go and forge it himself. After all, it wasn't that hard to obtain. It wasn't worth trading Master Hu's future for it. Really? Master Hu looked at Han Chen suspiciously, then glanced at the two instruments whip. He felt that Han Chen might be deliberately comforting him, not wanting him to forge divine level equipment. It seemed that Han Chen's character was definitely not an issue, which made the possibility of tampering with the two instruments whip even lower. It's fine, just enhance it, Han Chen said. He knew that if Master Hu didn't strike it himself, his thoughts wouldn't be clear. Only by trying it himself would he know the truth. Master Hu grasped the spirit gathering hammer and then said seriously, "Thank you for your righteousness, young master. I cannot be without a show of gratitude. Regardless, I will forge a legendary level equipment for you as a repayment." Han Chen nodded in agreement. A master level blacksmith should not require much cost to forge a legendary level equipment. Then, Han Chen curiously watched Master Hu, wanting to see the difference between a master enhancement and his own. However, after waiting for a long time, Master Hu still hadn't struck the hammer. Young master, I no longer have any equipment enhancement stones. Could you lend me one?" Han Chen smiled and placed an equipment enhancement stone down. "It was originally given to me by you, why say lend?" Master Hu was not pretentious, raising the spirit gathering hammer above his head. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy gathered, distorting the light around the spirit gathering hammer. Then, with a powerful swing, the spirit gathering hammer came down. Clang! The moment the hammer fell, the equipment enhancement stone transformed into green energy pulled by the spiritual energy, and rapidly covered the two instruments' whip. However, the green energy only covered the handle of the whip before dissipating. Immediately after, the green energy within the two instruments' whip also lost control and dispersed. Enhancement failed, two instruments whip +5, two instruments whip +0. Although it failed, Master Hu's face was filled with a relieved smile. The two instruments whip was fine, the enhancement was fine, it really was Han Chen's issue. "Young master, I wonder if you could enhance it again for me to see?" Han Chen did not hesitate and agreed, as he originally intended to enhance the equipment. Master Hu no longer had any equipment enhancement stones, so asking him to enhance it back to +5 was unrealistic. Anyway, since Master Hu was willing to forge him a legendary level equipment, it could be considered compensation for the advertisement cards. Although trading 2 advertisement cards and 5 enhancement stones for a legendary level equipment seemed a bit of a loss, respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is a virtue. Han Chen took the spirit gathering hammer, then placed down an equipment enhancement stone and struck it once. Enhancement successful, 2 instruments whip +0, 2 instruments whip +1. After that, it was still 1 by 1 for enhancement. This time, he failed 3 times before reaching +5, 1 more than before, but overall, the success rate still seemed high. Carefully feeling the 2 instruments whip after the enhancement failure, Master Hu was completely at ease. The rules hadn't changed, the equipment was fine, it truly was Han Chen's ability. "Young master, with this ability of yours, it's a pity not to be a blacksmith," Master Hu exclaimed. Han Chen quickly declined, "Not at all. It's not a pity in the slightest. What a joke, he was much better off being free. How could he possibly work for someone else, especially in such a labor-intensive job as a blacksmith? The blacksmiths in the entire forge were just like those from Africa. Ha! Ha! Just kidding. The monkey's staff requires special materials, so it won't be ready that quickly. However, we can start making the young master's equipment. What parts of the equipment does the young master plan to have?" Han Chen checked his current gear and said, "Just the shoes." The output from his pet was more than sufficient, so he preferred defensive gear. Among defensive gear, shoes had a unique attribute that other equipment lacked: percentage movement speed. "By the way, since we're making equipment, could you make me a full set of level 30 legendary gear? Except for the weapon, clothes, and pants, make one piece for every other part." Han Chen suddenly remembered that since he could make legendary gear, there was no need to grind for it himself. He could just get a full set at level 30 and switch it out later. "Of course," Master Hu said. "Does the young master have the materials? If I do, it can save time on material collection and shorten the crafting time. If the materials are good, the equipment will perform even better." "I do." Han Chen took out all the materials from his backpack. "Is this enough?" Master Hu was stunned. "This is Lioli Lion King's skin. This is the ancient wood that surpasses 1,000 years. My god, could this be the Xuanwu shell? How does the young master have so many rare materials? Most of these could be used for divine level equipment. It's too wasteful to use them for legendary gear." Han Shen waved his hand. Divine or not, it doesn't matter. What's usable now is the most important. Hearing this, Master Hu had initially wanted to take the materials, withdrew his hand and then said awkwardly, "Young master, it definitely can't be used right now. A piece of legendary equipment requires half a month's crafting time, and 9 pieces will take over 4 months. Ah, half a month? For 1 piece? Then what's the point? No need to make the shoes either. I got my hopes up for nothing." Han Shan put the materials away. If he could get the delivery by tomorrow, he could accept it, but 4 months was no different from a joke. What about Kakarote's staff? Han Shan asked again. It needs 1, no, half a month's time will do. Master Hu lowered his head shyly. Although this speed was incredibly fast, compared to most blacksmiths, he still felt somewhat guilty towards Han Shen, as if he had let down his trust. Han Shen didn't think Master Hu was deliberately messing with him, since it took him this long. Other blacksmiths in different towns would probably take even longer. Half a month. It is, but during this half month it will still need a weapon. Let's give it a staff to use for now. Upon hearing this, Master Hu's head drooped even lower. The existing ones aren't suitable for the monkey. Not suitable? Han Shen looked at Kakarote, wanting to say, aren't there plenty of sticks over there? However, what he saw were all crooked or broken sticks scattered on the ground. Indeed, not suitable. Then, Han Shen took out the ancient wood. How's the quality of this wood? Is it enough for him to mess around with? Master Hu nodded quickly. Of course. It's enough. This is ancient wood that surpasses 1,000 years. Saying it's indestructible and eternal wouldn't be an exaggeration. The only downside is that it can't be decomposed or forged, or else its divinity would disappear, so it can't be made into a staff of any size. Han Shen took out another piece of ancient wood. Indestructible? What kind of adjective is that? Isn't it misused? Forget it, you can take your time crafting that staff. For now, let's connect 2 pieces of ancient wood together for him to use. That shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem, no problem. Master Hu quickly agreed. This is very simple. I have a pair of matching mother and child bracelets. We just need to attach them to the 2 pieces of ancient wood, and they can be connected as if they were one. They can also be separated back into 2 pieces of ancient wood according to your wishes. Han Shen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Didn't that mean he could switch between a long staff and 2 short staffs? Let's do it. How long will it take? Master Hu extended a finger and then shook his head. Not even a quarter of an hour, just a same source mother and child bracelet. Young master, why not give this stick a name? Han Shen thought carefully for a moment and then said, let's call it the bracelet of overaged old wood. Master Hu and Din Yo both instantly gave a thumbs up upon hearing this. And bracelet of overaged old wood, great name. Next, Master Hu went to get the same source mother and child bracelet, while Han Shen continued to enhance his equipment. The enhancement stones given by Master Hu were used up, but he still had 40 equipment enhancement stones from his treasure. This time, he used 5 enhancement stones and successfully enhanced the 2 instruments whip to +6. As expected, the success rate from +6 to +7 dropped by another 10%, leaving only 15% with 1 enhancement stone. However, his luck was quite good this time. He enhanced it to +6 in just 4 attempts. Once the equipment reached +6, only a 5% success rate remained for further enhancement. Han Shan did not continue enhancing. After all, he only had 31 enhancement stones left. If he was lucky, he might enhance it to +7 with just a few stones, but if he was a bit unlucky, all 31 could fail. So far, each successful enhancement only increased the equipment's base attributes by 10%, and the 2 instruments whip only had physical attack as its base attribute. Rather than continuing to enhance the 2 instruments whip for a 10% increase, it would be better to enhance 2 pieces of divine-level defensive equipment. Normally, enhancing 2 to +5 would not be a problem. A 10% increase versus 2 50% increases makes for an easy decision. This was still Han Shen's most conservative estimate. According to normal probabilities, enhancing 2 to +6 should be no issue. And indeed, the Xuanwu leather armor and golden leather pants were both enhanced to +6, leaving him with 13 enhancement stones. Han Shen chose to continue enhancing the Xuanwu leather armor, successfully enhancing it to +7 with 10 enhancement stones. With only 3 enhancement stones left, Han Shen decided to continue enhancing the Xuanwu leather armor as it had 3 base attributes, making it very cost-effective. Without a base success rate, Han Shen didn't place them one by one. Instead, he put all 3 enhancement stones in at once, raising the success rate to 15%. Success or failure rests on this strike. Han Shen raised the spirit-gathering hammer and brought it down heavily. Clang! The 3 enhancement stones instantly transformed into 3 streams of energy rushing towards the Xuanwu leather armor, but at the moment of contact, the energy dissipated. Enhancement failed, automatically consumed advertisement exemption card *1, exempting this enhancement failure penalty. Phew, all done. Han Shen didn't feel too disappointed. After all, it was only a 15% success rate. Moreover, he was already very satisfied with having Enhance 2 pieces to +7 and 1 to +6. Then, Han Chen opened the attribute panel to check the base attributes of the 3 divine level pieces of equipment. 2 instruments whip divine physical attack 2550. Xuanwu leather armor divine health 12750 physical defense 1275. Magic defense 1275. Golden leather pants divine physical defense 1344 magic defense 960. Then, he checked his own attribute panel. Health 62,092, mana 5,913, physical attack 11896, magic attack 717, physical defense 8979, magic defense 6552, critical hit rate 30%. Movement speed 1139. His current attributes could no longer be described as strong, they were simply luxurious. At first glance, it might not seem like much, but compared to the second place on the leaderboard, Lu Ruyan, it was evident. Han Chen had seen Lu Ruyan's attribute panel. Lu Ruyan's health was just over 10,000, magic attack was 3,002, and both defenses were just over 1,000. This was still the data with Lu Ruyan possessing divine-level weapons and legendary-level clothing. Then, Han Chen checked Kakarot's attributes, health, points, 651969, physical attack 124905, magic attack 7526, physical defense 94283, magic defense 68,794. Maybe I should try to contact the mayor. It wasn't that he felt strong enough to conquer Taoyuan town, but rather that knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Not knowing the mayor's strength, what good would it do to level up blindly? What if he worked hard for 10 days or half a month only to find that the mayor was a complete loser? That would be utterly frustrating. At this moment, Master Hu's crafting was also nearing its end. With a flash of golden light, the mother and child bracelets were successfully affixed to 2 aged-old wood pieces. Then, with a pop, the 2 aged-old wood pieces snapped together. Following that, Master Hu tossed it towards Kakarot. Monkey, infuse your demon power into it, and you'll be able to control this aged-old wood bracelet freely. Kakarot took the stick, infused it with his azure demon power, and then began to dance with it, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. After that, Master Hu approached Han Chen and handed him a letter. Young master, at my age, I don't want others to say I'm untrustworthy. That exquisite Lioli Lion King skin of yours is of excellent quality. With a little modification, it could become a fine cloak. If one day you find yourself in Piaomiao town, you can go to the tailor shop and look for a lady named Lolan. Give her this letter, and she will help you custom make a cloak. A cloak? Han Chen glanced at his equipment bar and didn't see that item, but even if it was just for decoration, he was very interested. As long as it looked good, who needed to consider practicality? It was just like buying a luxury watch. Who buys an expensive watch just to tell the time? Alright, I'll go right now, Han Chen replied, then revealed a slightly lewd smile, raising an eyebrow. Master Hu, that Lolan isn't your old flame, is she? I'll be back quickly, it won't take me more than 15 minutes round trip. Do you need me to help with anything else? Master Hu was taken aback. So fast? He quickly realized that with Han Chen's wealth, he would definitely use the teleportation array directly. Young master, just help me see her expression after she reads the letter, and then let this old man know. Master Hu chuckled. Han Chen gave him an okay gesture. I'll wait for good news. Then, Han Chen put Kakarot away, only to find that the aged-old wood bracelet was also returned along with Kakarot, which was convenient as he didn't have to hold on to it. The tailor shop in Piaomiao town was easier to find than expected, located near the teleportation array. Sir, are you here to buy clothes? As soon as he entered the tailor shop, a middle-aged woman approached him. Han Chen looked around and saw no one else, so he used his heavenly eye to check the woman in front of him. Lizzie, advanced tailor. Not Lolan. Could it be that there is more than one tailor shop in Piaomiao town? But since it's the same town, they probably know each other. Do you know Lolan? Han Chen asked directly. To his surprise, the middle-aged woman replied, Lolan is my mother. What do you need her for? Oh no. Master Hu is going to be heartbroken. Han Chen couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Master Hu. The person he had been waiting for so long had a daughter, and she looked to be in her 30s. 36 years old. A 36-year-old daughter. Lizzie probably has her own family now. I'm looking for Ms. Lolan to custom make a cloak. Han Chen hesitated for a moment, deciding not to take out the letter just yet, at least not in front of her daughter until he confirmed the outcome. My mother hasn't touched scissors in a long time. I'm the one doing the work now. You can just ask me to make the cloak, Lizzie replied. Han Chen shook his head. You most likely can't. Before Lizzie could retort, he took out the Lioli Lion King skin. Lioli Lion King. Lizzie was taken aback, taking a while to steady herself. I really can't do it. I'll go find my mother and ask her what she thinks. Before long, Lizzie helped an old lady walk out. Roland Master Level Tailor 62 years old husband, Lu Yu. This was the real deal. The last shred of fantasy was shattered. Alas, poor Master Hu. Where is the glazed Lion King skin? Let me see. Roland hurriedly walked in and then saw the glazed Lion King skin on the table. It really is well preserved, rare, truly rare. After stroking the glazed Lion King skin for a while, Roland's mood fell again. What a pity, what a pity. I am already old and frail, I can't do it anymore. This statement was quite similar to Master Hu's. Han Shen shook his head and chuckled softly, saying nothing, and directly piled 5,000 gold coins on the glazed Lion King skin. Roland perked up. In that case, I will risk my life to make the best cloak for the guest. Lizzie, close the door, we won't be receiving guests today. Xiaomi Lai, hurry and make tea for the guest. Before long, a young girl came out with tea and placed it in front of Han Shen. Millet Jr. Taylor, 19 years old, daughter of Lizzie Goodness, 3 generations under one roof, in contrast to Master Hu. Alas, let's not talk about it. Xiaomi Lai, measure the guest's height. Xiaomi Lai, the guest has traveled a long way and is tired, give the guest a massage. It must be said that both Roland and Master Hu were talented, making him feel at home. How did these two end up in a bee? What a pity, such a pity. However, soon, Han Shen cast Master Hu aside. Under Xiaomi Lai's enthusiastic service, Han Xian had her customize a set of fashion clothes for him and even got a card, but Han Shen only got a monthly card, not an annual or lifetime card. It wasn't that the price was too high, but he knew that once he got a lifetime card, he would no longer have any value to exploit, and the services he could receive would be completely different. If he got a lifetime card, they would actually hope that Han Shen would never come again, so how could the service be good? Only by continuing to give them hope and seeing benefits would he continue to receive meticulous service. Big brother, big brother. Han Shen was awakened by Xiaomi Lai shaking him. After enjoying the flattery and massage, he had comfortably fallen asleep. What time is it? Han Shen stretched lazily and asked drowsily. It's already the hour of Shen. What hour? The hour of Shen? Ah, it's already the hour of Shen. Xiaomi Lai answered patiently. At this point, Han Shen had already woken up, opened the player panel, and checked the time. He found it was already 4:12 in the afternoon. Big brother, the cloak and fashion are ready. Xiaomi Lai pointed to the neatly placed clothes on the chair. Dinner at home will be ready soon. Grandma asked me to call you to wash your face and then eat together. No need. Han Shen got up and moved his limbs. I'll head back now. He didn't like eating with strangers. It's getting dark soon. It's not suitable to travel at night. Big brother should stay at home tonight. Xiaomi Lai said with a blush. She had never seen such a good-looking person with such a special temperament. She wanted Han Shen to stay, as a young girl's heart is always filled with youthful longing. No need, it's just a moment for me to go back. Thank you for your hospitality. Xiaomi Lai looked a bit disappointed. Then big brother, please try on the fashion and cloak. If you're not satisfied, we can alter it for you. Han Shen nodded, as he indeed wanted to take a look first. I'll help you, Xiaomi Lai said as she was about to help Han Shen change clothes. Han Shen hurriedly refused. We can change directly without taking off our clothes. He picked up the fashion and cloak, then silently chanted the equipment. In an instant, the appearance of his novice outfit underwent a tremendous change. The originally simple novice outfit disappeared, replaced by a set of magnificent brocade garments. Of this outfit is primarily in white and blue, adorned with exquisite golden thread patterns, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Behind him, a light blue cloak billows, also embroidered with golden cloud patterns and edged in gold, fluttering slightly even without a breeze in the room. Not bad, not bad. Han Shen observed himself from a god's perspective, feeling very satisfied. He suddenly appeared much more noble. He was no longer the Han Shen clad in beginner's attire. He then checked the outfits panel. Custom outfit of smiling, nameable, usage. Time, 6 days 23 hours. Outfit effects: health, 5% mana, 5% physical attack, 5% magical attack, 5% physical defense, 5% magical defense, 5%. I didn't expect outfits to have attribute bonuses. The reason Han Shen had only just customized his outfit was that the outfits other players bought had no attribute bonuses, only aesthetics, otherwise he would have bought one long ago. It now seemed that it wasn't that outfits lacked attribute bonuses, but that the outfits of other players were too low level. A 5% increase in all basic attributes was no small boost. He only gained that much from his daily efforts. I'll just name it randomly. Handsome guy's outfit. Since Lizzie's outfits have attribute bonuses, then the cloak made by the master tailor, Roland, must have them too. Han Shen quickly opened the cloak's panel. Glazed cloak, legendary, type, special, cloak equipment level 10 health, 50% mana, 50% physical attack, 30% magical attack, 30% physical defense, 20% magical defense, 20%. Sure enough, it has them, and even more. Han Shen was overjoyed. He initially aimed for looks, not expecting such a nice bonus. What a pleasant surprise. After donning the outfit and cloak, Han Shen's attributes increased accordingly. Health, 6209272287 mana, 59136884 physical attack, 1189613667 magical attack, 7178224 physical defense, 8979935 magical defense, 655272449. This is really great, really great. Han Shen was very satisfied with this expenditure. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered there was one thing he hadn't done. Where's your grandmother? Take me to find her, Xiaomi Lai? Xiaomi Lai, captivated by Han Shen, blushed all the way to her neck when she realized. Take me to find your grandmother, I have something to discuss with her, Han Shen repeated. Oh, Xiaomi Lai quickly covered her face and turned around to lead the way. Roland looked at Han Shen as he walked in, sizing him up and nodding in satisfaction. She was not satisfied with Han Shen himself but with the outfits and cloak they had tailored. Of course, she was also very pleased with Han Shen. Men of any age like beautiful women, and women are the same, they like handsome men. Sorry, dinner will be ready soon. It was I who asked Xiaomi Lai to wake you up. It's fine, no need for dinner. I was entrusted to bring you a letter, Han Shen said, taking out the letter given to him by Master Hu. Roland curiously took the letter, and upon seeing the cover, she froze, as if reminiscing about something. However, after a moment she shook her head with a smile, walked to the stove, and tossed the letter directly into the fire, which instantly ignited, quickly burning it clean. We are already of the destined age, those old matters should fade away with time. You can inform him of our situation truthfully, so he can let go. Han Chen nodded. I understand. Then I will take my leave. Then I won't keep you any longer, young master. Remember to come and pick up your new outfit next week. Roland sent Han Chen out the door, then sat by the stove, staring blankly at the flames in the hearth. Xiaomi Lei followed Han Shen, her eyes filled with confusion. Big brother, what was that letter? Why did grandma burn it without even looking at it? Han Shen smiled and said, it's better if you don't ask. Just pretend it didn't happen. It's for your grandfather's sake. But my grandfather has been dead for a long time. Oh? Han Shen's heart stirred, then he shook his head. It's better not to stir up trouble. If it were two young people, he might encourage them to be brave, but at 60 or 70 years old, it was better to let them live their twilight years in peace. After that, Han Shen bid farewell to Xiaomi Lei and took out the return scroll to go back to Taoyuan town. He then went straight to the blacksmith shop and told Master Hu what Roland had said. He also shared the news that Roland had a granddaughter. Master Hu fell silent for a long time before sighing. She is right. I can only blame myself for not being brave enough back then, but knowing she is living happily puts my mind at ease. Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. When you meet someone you like, you should stop. Han Shen quickly interrupted Master Hu. You'd better not give me advice. If you had even a tenth of my courage, you wouldn't still be single at your age. Let me give you a piece of advice instead. Forget it, at your age, you should eat and drink well, and not think too much. Even if you have any thoughts, wait until you forge the stick before you think about it. Old people are prone to accidents when they have ideas. Han Shen didn't want to waste the afternoon and his gold coins. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Han Shen ran out of town. He still had things to do today, namely taming the red yaks and gibbons. The red yaks were farther away, so he could tame a few gibbons first. A few minutes later, Han Shen arrived at the gibbon area. God of laughter, you finally made it. As soon as Han Shen arrived at the gibbon area, several players came up to him. Who are you? Han Shen looked at these players with confusion. One player, named Invincible Firewheel, replied, it's Goddess Tsusu who asked us to wait for the great god here. She said your attack power is too high and you can take down the gibbons in one hit, making them hard to tame. She asked us to help you weaken them first. Are we starting to tame them now? Han Shen nodded in satisfaction. Alright, let's get started. Lu Ruyan was indeed more reliable than Yi Qingsheng. She considered things he hadn't even thought of and arranged everything so thoroughly. Invincible Firewheel shot an arrow, attracting the aggro of a gibbon, then two warriors pinned the gibbon down, and the three of them attacked together, reducing the gibbon's health to below 1/10. God of laughter, it's ready! Invincible Firewheel shouted. Han Shen stepped forward, used the taming whip and successfully tamed it, then used an advertisement skip card to double the number of tamed gibbons. God of laughter, sit! Invincible Firewheel pulled out a lounge chair and took out a sun umbrella from who knows where, then slanted it to block the setting sun. Immediately after, Invincible Firewheel, as if performing magic, pulled out a small table, then a tablecloth, and set out various fruits and snacks. Han Shen lay back in the lounge chair, enjoying the pleasant taming time. When his taming cooldown was almost over, a gibbon had already been slowly pulled to the side of the lounge chair by the two warriors. Han Shen didn't get up, used the taming whip again, and tamed two more gibbons. Gibbons were level 20 monsters, and the mainstream player level was around 18 to 20, so it wasn't deserted here. However, since it was getting close to evening, most people's monster farming time had already run out, so it didn't seem crowded, though players still passed by from time to time. Wow, which tycoon's son is that? This is just too comfortable. So enjoyable, this is what gaming is all about. Isn't that the prince of Aoshi? I heard Aoshi's main base is in Taoyuan town. Bro, you haven't been following the news, have you? Aoshi is under investigation, and Aoxing has already been taken away. That's the God of Laughter, right? Isn't the God of Laughter already level 30? Why is he in a level 20 monster area? He's taming pets. Someone on the forum said the God of Laughter fought a golden level boss, and all his pets died. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems to be true. Even if all his pets died, taming 30 more should be quick, right? Why such a big deal, and why is he taming level 20 gibbons instead of level 30 monsters? You really don't go online, do you? There have been leaks online for a long time. The God of Laughter can tame 20 times the number of pets. The pets he tames don't inherit the monster's level. They're all level 1, but they can level up, and their initial attributes are at least double that of normal players, so the type of pet is more important. Is that for real? That's just too insane. How can others even play? Might as well not play at all. Is he eating your family's rice? Does it affect your ability to beat small monsters? If you don't want to play, just log off. Exactly. If it weren't for him bringing Aoshi down, we'd still be under Aoshi's pressure in the safe zone. Wasn't it Minister Lu who brought them down? Who doesn't know that Minister Lu is the God of Laughter's person? It's all the God of Laughter supporting him from behind. Hey, why are there more and more people? Aren't they going to level up? What's all this commotion about? Kill the God of Laughter, avenge the boss. At some point, the Gibbon area had gathered over 10,000 players wearing hoods, and at this moment, these players all lifted their veils, revealing player IDs with the Aoshi prefix. The one shouting was Aoshi Wuching. Then, a massive amount of skills were hurled at Han Shen. Just then, 4 giant stone monsters suddenly appeared around the lounge chair, and then their heads and hands pushed against each other, forming a stone chamber that protected Han Shen inside. A dense barrage of skills hit the giant stone monsters, with only a few managing to slip through the gaps to hit Han Shen. However, aside from a very few special types of damage, the other skills couldn't even break through Han Shen's defenses. But the likes of Wudi Fengwilin and others naturally didn't have Han Shen's defenses and were instantly killed. Seeing 4 large stones suddenly appear beside Han Shen, blocking most of the skills, Aoshi Wuching quickly shouted, "Use area attacks can hit inside." In an instant, skills like Heavenly Thunder, Earth Fire, Poison Mist, and Ground Spike grenades were all thrown at Han Shen, enveloping both Han Shen and the giant stone monsters in skill effects, making them completely invisible, with only a massive light sphere visible from afar. The area attack lasted a full minute. Going against Aoshi, this is the outcome. What God of Laughter, just this. Aoshi Wuching declared loudly. Wrap it up. However, when the area attack dissipated, everyone was stunned because the giant stone monsters were still there. If the giant stone monsters were still there, it meant Han Shen had not been killed by them. Is that it? Are you just tickling me? Since you're done, it's my turn now. Han Shen's voice came from within the giant stone monsters. Then, 100 silverback jackals and a dozen gibbons suddenly appeared, charging towards Aoshi's players. How is that possible? Aoshi Wuching's face was filled with terror. How is he still alive? Didn't they say all his pets were dead? Aoshi Jojo and the major leaders were captured, but the ordinary members were still there. Aoshi Jojo ultimately handed the guild over to Aoshi Wuching to manage temporarily, but what he was thinking was not just survival, he wanted to turn the tide and repay Aoshi Jojo's kindness. Therefore, upon receiving the information that Han Shen's pets had all died, he immediately set a beheading plan to kill Han Shen and bolster Aoshi's reputation. However, he never expected that Han Shen, as a leather armor class, would remain unscathed under the attacks of thousands, and that he actually had over 100 pet beasts. After the initial panic, Aoshi Wuching forced himself to calm down, recalling the tactic used by Aoshi Jiujian to push Han Shen back earlier, and quickly shouted, "Knights, shield formation!" Instantly, a large number of knights rushed to the front, raising rows of shield walls. The players of AOC had clearly reviewed the battle commanded by Aoshi Jiujian multiple times. This was their guild's moment of glory, and as for the part where they were defeated by Han Shen, everyone chose to conveniently forget. Moreover, no one cared about the analysis of why Han Shen retreated. They only knew shield formations completely countered Han Shen's attacks. Therefore, even without prior arrangements, the players of AOC quickly and skillfully set up the shield formation in the shortest time possible. It worked. AOC is indeed an elite force, and I am truly a capable commander, Aoshi Wuching thought to himself, filled with joy at the sight of the orderly shield formation. However, the next moment, the joy on his face froze. He saw the long-armed gibbon leap directly over the shield formation, attacking from behind the knights, and instantly killing one. The silver-backed wolves did not foolishly charge in parallel against the knight's shield formation. Instead, a dozen silver-backed wolves took the lead, attacking a small group of knights. The first row of silver-backed wolves was stunned by the shield formation, and the subsequent silver-backed wolves rushed in to finish the job. The knights could only fully block the first attack, suffering reduced damage from the subsequent ones, but the attack power of Han Shen's pets was too high. Even with a full level 80% damage reduction, they were still instantly killed. In less than 10 seconds, AOC's multiple shield formations were forcibly torn open, and a large number of silver-backed wolves surged through the breach, beginning to slaughter indiscriminately. Why is this happening? Aoshi Wuching panicked, completely unsure of what to do next. If Aoshi Jiujian were here, what would he do? He forced himself to calm down, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with a solution. Of course, just thinking wouldn't help, otherwise there would be no need to study, one could just rely on the top students. During the college entrance examination. In fact, if AOC Jian were present, he would definitely have ordered everyone to run to the safe zone. When there was no way to inflict substantial damage on the enemy and no way to withstand their attacks, any tactical strategy would be illusory. However, AOC Wuqing never considered retreating, his way of thinking was singular. Once the decapitation plan was initiated, it could only end with a successful decapitation. But the current problem was that he couldn't achieve that, and he felt he was at a dead end. Suddenly, his gaze swept over the stone giant, and through the gap in its armpit he saw Han Shen leisurely inside, and it seemed he saw hope again. Find a way to pull the laughing stone giant apart. Without protection, it's useless. The players of AOC looked at each other, wondering how to separate the stone giant. However, soon a player rushed to the side of the stone giant, grabbing the protruding part and pulling it outward. Others followed suit, trying to pull the stone giant together. But how could they move the stone giant with just that? Suddenly, one player had a bright idea, picked up a handful of dirt from the ground, and threw it into the gap. Han Shen, who was about to eat fruit, was caught off guard as dirt flew in. Fortunately, Kakarot acted quickly and blocked it in front of him. Quick, everyone throw dirt inside to force the laughing stone giant out. Instantly, a large amount of dirt was thrown in, and even Kakarot could only block one direction. A lot of dirt landed on Han Shen. The previously relaxed Han Shen instantly became furious. Pa, you little trash, you can't play fair, you're sneaking attacks. Damn! Turn them into bean paste. Suddenly, the previously motionless stone giant sprang to life, killing all the players it touched in an instant, sending up a large area of white light. Kakarot also charged out, swinging his stick in a dense flurry, instantly killing over a dozen players. What's going on? Who is that? Aosher Wuqing only saw a figure suddenly darting out beside Han Shen, then began to indiscriminately kill Aosher's players. He thought it was other players coming to support. Quick, take them both down. However, he soon realized that it was clearly a gibbon. This is outrageous. After learning that it was just Han Shen's pet, Aosher Wuqing ordered everyone to ignore the gibbon and directly attack Han Shen. 8 steps to chase the cicada. Several figures transformed into white light and rushed towards Han Shen from all directions, instantly stunning him in place. Sword thrust. Following that, the swordsman also used a displacement skill to rush in front of Han Shen. In the distance, Aosher's players seemed to see hope, throwing skills at Han Shen, who was stunned in place as if they were free. However, upon seeing the dense -0s appearing above Han Shen's head, they all fell into despair. Initially, they thought it was a single attack that missed Han Shen, and the group attack output was insufficient. Now they fully understood that even single target attacks, even if they hit Han Shen directly, still couldn't break through his defenses. Almost suddenly, a massive golden lion king appeared, and with a roar, it stunned all Aosher players within a 200-meter radius, then pounced, collectively killing a large number of players. What the hell? At this point, many players had completely grasped the situation and quietly retreated to the main force. With no chance of victory, they refused to go to their deaths. However, when they distanced themselves from the main force and were about to run to Taoyuan town, a team of players suddenly charged over and killed them. Quick, hurry up! After killing these people, Chuehua hurriedly led a team towards the gibbon area. He had just been taking care of his daughter, and upon hearing that Han Shen was being besieged by Aosher, he immediately called his brothers online for support. I wonder if he's still there, Chuehua thought, but he held no hope, as he had heard that Han Shen was acting alone against an army of 10,000. In such a situation, the probability of Han Shen winning was basically zero. Even if they went, it would just be a death sentence. However, even knowing it was a death sentence, they had to go. Han Shen had helped him when he needed it most, allowing his daughter to receive timely treatment and survive. In this case, to consider the gains and losses, was he still human? To be ungrateful and betray trust, was that still human? However, when Chuehua arrived at the scene, he could no longer see any Aosher players. He only saw Han Shen lying on a lounge chair, along with Invincible Wind Fire Wheel and others helping him fight the gibbon. Master Han, where are the Aosher people? Chuehua asked in confusion. It's all over, Invincible Wind Fire Wheel replied. In fact, it took only 5 minutes from when Aosher surrounded Han Shen to when Aosher's players were completely cleared. Over 10,000 Aosher players were like defenseless infants in front of less than 200 pets being slaughtered unilaterally. If it weren't for the large area, which consumed a lot of time in pursuit, the battle might have ended in just 2 minutes. Are you here to support me? Han Shen asked. Chuehua nodded. I saw you being besieged and logged on. These are my brothers. The players behind Chuehua clasped their fists towards Han Shen. Thank you, benefactor, for saving Xiao Xiaolin. Han Shen also stood up and clasped his fists. Just a small effort. If you all want, we can go into Blood Rose together. The few did not respond but looked at Chuehua, who hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and asking, we rushed all the way here and didn't see a single member of Blood Rose. I think there's something wrong with this guild. Ha ha, Han Shen chuckled a couple of times. I told Lu Ruyen to inform them not to come, you weren't online before, so you just didn't receive the notice. I didn't go to the last fight, which was a bit regrettable. This time is a rare opportunity, and it's probably the last time I'll fight with them, so I didn't let others come. I wanted to enjoy it. Unfortunately, he was interrupted, so it wasn't as enjoyable. So that's how it is. Suehua and the others felt relieved, and couldn't help but exclaim, the great god truly lives up to the name, 1 against 10,000, I guess only you can achieve that in the divine realm. Han Shen waved his hand, it's just that AOC is too weak, but it's really disgusting. By the way, how is your daughter doing now? Linner has passed the critical period and her condition has stabilized now, Suehua replied. Then, he said, shyly, I mentioned you to her and she said she really wants to see you. I wonder if that's possible. Han Shen nodded. That's easy, I'll record a video tonight and send it to you. Her name is Xiao Xiaolin? No, my surname is Xiao. I named her Xiaolin, with the character for Dawn, because she is very small and everyone likes to call her Xiao Xiaolin, Suehua replied. Alright, then I'll also call her Xiao Xiaolin, sounds more affectionate. Han Shen said, also, you don't need to rush to level up now. You can log off to take care of Xiao Xiaolin, but your brothers need to work hard to level up. Suehua's level was 17, which was already quite low, while his brothers were only at level 13, probably just starting to play in the last couple of days. We understand. The group clasped their fists. We won't make things difficult for you. Han Shen shook his head. It's not that I'm making things difficult, I just don't want you to be excluded. Han Shen had a very good impression of these people. When Suehua faced difficulties, they were there for him, and they were willing to come and support him in times of trouble. Such loyalty was rare. Moreover, Han Shen felt they were not ordinary people and tried to use his heavenly eye to trace their real identities, but unfortunately, with his current mana, he was still unable to trace their real identities, not even their real names. It seemed there was some kind of protective barrier between the divine realm and the mother planet. After they left, Han Shen continued to tame the gibbons. At the current efficiency, in about 10 more minutes, he would be able to tame 100 gibbons. Today's tasks should be completed today. Dinner could wait a little longer. Just then, Yao Yao called him. Han Shen smiled indulgently and answered the call. What's up? Missing me, or craving some good food? Come back to the town quickly, I sensed a fierce demon. Yao Yao's voice echoed in Han Shen's mind. A fierce demon? Is it stronger than a demon general? Han Shen asked in confusion, but he didn't hesitate to take out 5 return scrolls and give them to the invincible Wind Firewheel, instructing them to use the scrolls to follow him back. The fierce demon's strength is not as strong as a demon general, but it's not something you can handle right now, and I feel that fierce demon is coming for you. Not as strong as a demon general? Wasn't that weak? Han Shen recalled that he had killed 4 demon generals in the novice village. However, he also remembered that those were level 10 demon generals, so he decided to return to the town honestly first and discuss it later. However, Han Shen had just used taming and was still in combat mode, which meant he couldn't use the return scrolls, and even the jade token that Yao Yao gave him couldn't be used. The invincible Wind Firewheel and the others were in the same situation. They had been drawing monsters, so they had no choice but to run towards Taoyuan town together and wait to exit combat. But the next moment, a gust of black wind swept in, stopping in front of Han Shen and the others, transforming into a strange man in a black turtleneck. Centennial Bat Demon Fulan, level 56, Golden Boss Elf, 54,000,000 physical attack, 1,300 magical attack, 284,000. Seeing this, Han Shen's mana was also exhausted. Wasn't that 284,000 magical attack a bit outrageous? Fulan's gaze swept between Han Shen and the others, finally locking onto Han Shen. Where have you hidden? The Demon Clan's prodigy? Demon Clan's prodigy? Han Shen immediately thought of Kakarot, but he still shook his head. Never heard of it. Then he looked at the invincible Wind Firewheel and the others. Do you know the Demon Clan's prodigy? The group also quickly shook their heads. I've never heard of it. You might want to look elsewhere, they probably haven't gone far. The invincible Firewheel replied. In the next moment, Fulan's long, dry fingers curled, and a red light floated out from the invincible Firewheel and the others, instantly transforming them into white light. His Han Shen gasped. Just like that, with a simple curl of the finger, several people were instantly taken out. This was a bit too abnormal. Speak the truth, or die. Fulan's sharp, hoarse voice came through. Han Shen curled his lips. He could use an advertisement card to resurrect, so it was no big deal for him. Dying was fine, it could even increase his attributes by 50% upon full state resurrection. At that time, using death could make this fierce demon die with a glare. Come on, if you can't kill me, you're my grandson. Fulan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't make a move. He knew that once the otherworlders died, they would resurrect in the town, and he didn't dare to enter the town. If this person died, his clues would be cut off. Want to die? It's not that easy. I can let you experience the taste of living worse than death. TCH Han Shen glanced disdainfully at Fulan. If you have no ability, then you have no ability. Players could directly set their pain sensitivity, which was like being fully anesthetized at any time, feeling nothing at all. Fu Lan chuckled ominously. I know the abilities of you otherworlders, but that comes from the pain of the soul, which cannot be exempted. In the past 2 days, I've played with several otherworlders like you, and none could withstand it. Han Chen's expression changed. Could it be that this guy really had the ability to affect people's souls? I can let you experience it first, and then you can decide whether to speak or not, Fu Lan said as he extended his right hand, a strand of red energy coiling around his fingers. No, I'll talk. Han Chen quickly stopped Fu Lan's next move. Whether it was real or fake, he didn't want to try. What if it was real? I'll just let him come out. With that, Han Chen summoned Kakarot. The Demon Clan prodigy you mentioned is him, right? Upon seeing Kakarot, Fu Lan's face instantly showed a look of surprise. He quickly rushed towards Kakarot and took a deep breath from him. This aura, this powerful physique, no doubt about it, it's before Fu Lan could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a suppression from his soul, followed by a pulling force. A thick demonic energy surged from Fu Lan, desperately resisting this suppression and pulling force. He turned around with great difficulty, only to see a small tower had appeared in front of Han Chen, and the suppression and pulling force came from the small tower. What is this? What did you do? Fu Lan screamed. Han Chen smiled slightly. This is the mansion allocated to you by the country. Fu Lan was taken aback. Although he heard every word Han Chen said clearly, he completely couldn't understand what it meant. Just then, Kakarot behind Fu Lan struck him on the backside with a stick. Whoosh! Fu Lan's desperate resistance was shattered by the sudden attack, and he instantly lost the ability to resist. Being taken into the demon suppression tower. Is it really that hard to capture someone just 20 levels lower? At least it went in. Han Chen checked the demon suppression tower, saw Fu Lan inside, and contentedly put the tower away. Then, he looked at Yao Yao with confusion. Yao, this bat can resist the demon suppression tower at just level 56, why are you so afraid? Earlier, Yao Yao had directly knelt, so Han Chen thought he could easily capture Fu Lan, but it almost didn't work. Because I'm the guardian of Peach Source. Yao Yao replied. Guardians are weaker? No, it's that the guardian's demonic power is suppressed by the demon suppression tower. The tower can instantly take away our demonic power. Yao Yao explained. I see. Han Chen nodded, somewhat understanding. He could roughly guess the reason. It was probably about using demons to control demons, planting the seeds of good demons from the very beginning, and fearing that they would rebel after growing up, so even their demonic power had to be cultivated into a special form that was directly suppressed. Fortunately, the demon suppression tower is now in his hands, so he doesn't have to worry about Yao Yao being threatened by the demon locking tower. Quick, put away the Shenyang, Yao Yao suddenly said. Hearing this, Han Chen hurriedly complied, and Yao Yao's phantom, along with the apple and pear, disappeared. A few seconds later, a group of people arrived in front of Han Chen. Where's the demon? The burly man at the front asked. It ran away as soon as it saw you coming. Han Chen replied. Who are you? Han Chen took out a bottle of intermediate mana potion and drank it. The century-old bat demon had entered the demon suppression tower, which meant it was already in his pocket, so he certainly couldn't reveal that. This is the deputy commander of the Taoyuan Town Guard, Lord Wu, said a soldier next to the burly man. Wu Wei, level 52. Han Chen checked with the mana he had just restored. Another one over level 50, but since he is a deputy commander, that means there is still a commander above him. Considering the strength of the bat demon, Han Chen felt that he currently did not have the ability to conquer Taoyuan Town. As for when he would, it depended on the levels of the commander and the town mayor. At this moment, Wu Wei's gaze landed on Kakarot. Is this the demon you tamed? Han Chen nodded. Yes, a gibbon, suddenly evolved into a demon. It seems that the fierce demon came for this little demon of yours. Come, let's go meet the town mayor, Wu Wei said, turning to head into the town, while several soldiers surrounded Han Chen, clearly afraid he would run away. Han Chen certainly wouldn't run, he obediently followed behind. He was actually worried about not being able to see the town mayor. Before long, Han Chen passed through the residential area and the player square, arriving at the town mayor's residence in the center of the town. The mayor's residence was heavily guarded, and many players had tried various means to investigate the situation inside, let alone see the mayor. It seemed that the mayor had social anxiety, as he had never shown his face until now. This time, however, Han Chen got to see him. Contrary to Han Chen's expectation of a middle-aged man in official robes, the mayor turned out to be a young man who looked only 23 or 24, with a fair complexion, dressed in simple white home clothes. Town mayor of Taoyuan Town Jiatsong. Level 60. If it weren't for Han Chen's heavenly eye, he would have thought this was just an ordinary rich young man. My lord. Wu Wei respectfully bowed, then continued. When I arrived, the fierce demon had already escaped, but I suspect that the fierce demon came for this extraordinary person's tamed little demon. Wu Wei then looked at Han Chen and found him curiously gazing at Jia Tsong with his chest held high, angrily saying, how dare you not bow when you see the lord, and stared directly at him. Han Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. What a good dog. You alright, you may step back. Wu Wei was furious but was stopped by Jia Kong. Yes. Wu Wei reluctantly bowed and retreated, then snorted coldly as he turned to leave. The older generation is so rigid, they love to do this kind of thing. Just ignore them, Jotsong said with a smile, his tone friendly. Please, have a seat. Han Shen was not polite and directly sat down on the nearby guest chair. Seeing Han Shen sit down, Jotsong laughed heartily. Ah, good, straightforward. Someone, serve tea. Two maidservants walked in, one carrying tea and the other a fruit platter, bowing gracefully to Han Shen before placing the tea and fruit platter on the table. Beside him, Han Shen nodded in satisfaction. This is good. I should have Su Qing set up something similar when I get back. No wonder those upper-class people love to engage in rituals. It really feels completely different from ordinary maidservants. May I ask how to address you, brother? Just call me Han Shen, Han Shen replied directly. So it's Brother Han, my surname is Jia, Jotsong said, cupping his hands. Han Shen also cupped his hands in return. Hello, Brother Jia. Ah, good. As far as I know, most extraordinary people are only level 20, yet Brother Han has reached level 30. Truly a child of destiny. Han Shen nodded, I think so too. Jotsong was taken aback. Isn't this supposed to be mutual flattery? Why aren't you following the usual script? After being stunned for a while and seeing that Han Shen did not praise him, Jotsong had no choice but to get to the point. I heard from the deputy commander that this fierce demon came for your long-armed ape. I wonder if you could summon it for me to take a look? Han Shen instinctively shook his head but then remembered that the one in front of him was a level 60 big boss, so he obediently summoned Kakarot. It was better not to court death when lacking strength. Jotsong instantly appeared in front of Kakarot, who was so frightened that he swung his club at him, but Jotsong easily dodged. Tsk tisk tisk. Jotsong examined Kakarot closely, continuously making sounds of amazement. At just level 25, to possess such a robust physique, could this be the new pureblood demon race, the destined child of the demon race fable? No wonder it can attract fierce demons. Pureblood demon race, destined child? Han Shen repeated in confusion. Jotsong explained, the demon race has a theory of bloodlines. Pureblood demons refer to those with untainted bloodlines. Their strength far exceeds that of ordinary demons. Normally, pureblood demons come from the demon royal family, but there are exceptions, such as the newly born first-generation demons. If, as you say, he suddenly transformed into a demon, then he is undoubtedly a first generation. The demon royal family is also from the first generation, but they are demons from birth. The ape race is often mixed breed, with a muddled bloodline, yet it can still produce a first generation. That's truly rare. As for the destined child of the demon race, legend has it that 1,000 years ago, when the powerful Demon Louis was gravely injured, he exhausted all his vitality to uncover the heavenly secrets, predicting that a demon prodigy would be born 1,000 years later to lead the demon race back to glory. By now, almost 1,000 years have passed, and coincidentally, extraordinary beings have descended. It seems this legend is true, and he is very likely that destined child. Jotsong pointed at Kakarot. The destined child of the demon race becoming a pet of our human race. Louis probably never anticipated the arrival of extraordinary beings. Still dreaming of the demon race returning to glory. After laughing for a while, Jotsong suddenly stopped, frowning and saying, to prevent this pureblood little demon from betraying us and causing great suffering, I suggest we eliminate it to prevent future troubles. I know you are unwilling, but please don't refuse just yet. Let me finish. I can exchange this position of town chief for this pureblood little demon. The entire town will be yours. And the town's treasury will also be yours, which contains many items you extraordinary beings need, such as a complete set of legendary equipment and legendary skill books. What do you think? The value of these items far exceeds that of a little demon. After finishing, Jotsong looked at Han Shen with burning eyes, not believing that Han Shen would refuse. A complete set of legendary equipment? Han Shen exclaimed in shock. Jotsong smiled and nodded. And legendary skill books? Yes, and starting today, you will be the town chief. I refuse, Han Shen said decisively. Why? The smile on Jotsong's face disappeared, and he asked darkly. Because capturing the town counts as spoils of war, and he could enhance the quality by watching advertisements. Knowing about the items in the Taoyuan town treasury only strengthened his resolve to capture Taoyuan town. Of course, this was just what Han Shen thought in his heart. He would never say it out loud. I don't want to be any town chief. You can take that role, brother Jia. Besides, I have a good relationship with Kakarot, and I can't bear to part with him. Jotsong thought for a moment and said, actually, I didn't intend to kill him, I just wanted to imprison him. Then there's even less need for that. My talent can ensure his loyalty is always at maximum. He won't betray me. If the relationship is severed, there might be issues. If he gets rescued by a stronger demon, the fable might come true. Han Shen replied. Master, I will never betray you, no matter what. Kakarot quickly said. Jotsong's expression changed several times, then he sighed, you have a point, brother. Since that's the case, it's best to keep him by your side. It's just that Kakarot. The aura of Kakarot will attract other demon clans. If it's just ordinary demons, that's fine, but I'm afraid if a powerful demon comes, the entire Peach Blossom town won't be able to withstand it. Well, here's the thing. I have a method for the demon clan to conceal their aura, but according to the rules, I can't give it to you directly. You'll need to complete a corresponding task first. Oh, what task? Don't make it too difficult. As soon as Han Shen heard about the aura concealing method, he became interested. He was actually quite afraid of demons constantly coming to trouble him. If they were just bad demons, that would be fine, but that's impossible. After all, he is the chosen one. Although Han Shen knew that this chosen one was actually fake, other demons didn't know that. To level up safely, he still needed this aura concealing method. This task shouldn't be too difficult for you outsiders. Just help me go to the blacksmith shop in Nanping Town and find Masterly to forge a sword. I've already prepared the materials, Jia Tsong said lightly. Han Shen's heart stirred. Another sword, it was probably the one Master Hu mentioned. He didn't expect Jia Tsong to have no luck with Master Hu and directly choose to find another blacksmith. No problem, I'll take it, Han Shen replied immediately. If he didn't take this task, other players could, as there was no threshold, just a teleportation fee. Rather than letting other players do it, it was better for him to do it. He could get the aura concealing method and see what kind of sword it was. The operational space was also much larger. Successfully accepted the task, forced the mysterious sword task objective, teleport to Nanping Town within a day, find Masterly at the blacksmith shop, and deliver the letter and sword forging materials to him. Task reward, Demon Clan aura concealing secret method *1 50 gold coins, 100 reputation failure penalty, 14 days of imprisonment in the dungeon. Then, with a wave of Jia Tsung's hand, a blue book and 50 gold coins suddenly appeared on the table next to Han Shen. The book was titled Demon Clan Aura Concealing Secret Method. I'll take this secret method and the teleportation gold coins for now. You can let Kakarot learn it right away to prevent any further accidents, Jia Tsung said, waving his hand again, and a large wooden box appeared in front of Han Shen, with a letter on top. You will give the letter to Masterly, and he will naturally be willing to help me forge the sword. The materials for forging are in this box, just hand them over to Masterly. Han Shen had originally thought about deliberately delaying to find Masterly, but he didn't expect Jia Tsung to give him 50 gold coins directly, while also limiting the task time to 1 day. There was also a failure penalty of 14 days in prison. It seemed that Jia Tsung was really anxious to forge this mysterious sword. No problem, leave it to me. Han Shen patted his chest and said, Good. Jia Tsung was overjoyed. It's getting late today, you can go find Masterly tomorrow. Why not stay at my place tonight as a guest? I can also show you some hospitality. No, the meal at home is already prepared, just waiting for me to return, Han Shen quickly declined. Jia Tsung sighed, our friendship can't compare to the beauty at your home. Han Shen smiled politely, as long as you know. I'll head back now. Although it was just a few minutes back to Peach Blossom Town, Han Shen still took out the return scroll and returned to his courtyard. As soon as he got home, he couldn't help but shiver. Because of Yao Yao's matter, he had a preconceived notion about Jia Tsung, so today Jia Tsung gave him the feeling of being both amiable and treacherous. Brother, the town mayor didn't cause you any trouble, did he? Lu Ruyan asked anxiously. Han Shen had been taken away, and she knew immediately and contacted him, but Han Shen told her not to worry and just wait at home. It's nothing, just issued a task, Han Shen replied, then praised, you did well today. Lu Ruyan was overjoyed, and then she stared intently into Han Shen's eyes, a bit shyly saying, so, tonight. Looking at Lu Ruyan's enchanting appearance, Han Shen pulled her into his embrace. Lu Ruyan lifted her head and slowly closed her eyes. After a moment of desire, Han Shen gently whispered in Lu Ruyan's ear, wait for me to come back tonight. Lu Ruyan replied softly. Although she wanted to be lost in ecstasy, she also knew that Han Shen now had a new favorite, and it was already quite rare for him to share a part of his love with her. After dinner, Han Shen summoned Kakarot and then handed him the Demon Clan breathing technique. Thank you, Master. Kakarot took the Demon Clan breathing technique and opened it directly, and then the technique transformed into a stream of light that entered Kakarot's mind. You learned it just like that? Han Shen asked in confusion. Kakarot nodded, I've already learned it. Han Shen didn't expect that Kakarot could learn the technique as easily as players learn skills, just by opening it. While this was quick, it raised another question. Can you remember the contents of the technique and pass it on to other demons? He could use the awakening ability once a day, and if only Kakarot could use the breathing technique while the other demons couldn't learn it, it wouldn't be very useful. Kakarot closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, then said, I can. But it won't be as easy as I did, it requires a process. That's fine, as long as you can practice. Han Shen breathed a sigh of relief. At worst, he could have the other demons practice in the Demon Suppression Tower until they mastered it before letting them out. Thinking of the Demon Suppression Tower, Han Shen remembered the century-old bat demon, Fulan, who had been locked inside. Immediately, he returned to the Peach Blossom's secret realm with a food box. Chirp, die. The little money-loving creature darted onto Han Shen's head with lightning speed, frantically tugging at his hair. While pulling, it cried out, chirp. Do you know how my day has been? Not wronged anymore. Han Shen took the little money-loving creature off his head. and then pulled out a large handful of gold coins. Sure. The little creature instantly perked up, but the next moment, in its devastated gaze, all the gold coins flew up into the sky. Chirp chirp, I'm dead. The little creature flipped over, lying sprawled in Han Shen's hand. Han Shen looked up and saw the sky filled with gold coins, with only a few sparse petals forming a path leading upwards. Yao Yao! Let the little money-loving creature pick up some gold coins. Yao Yao quickly shook her head. No way. If it picks up gold coins, it won't be motivated. It only runs hard when it can't get any. Goodness. Han Shen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It's a pity you don't become a capitalist tycoon. Yao Yao became shy and said, oh, I'm not that excellent. Han Shen facepalmed. You think I'm complimenting you? The little money-loving creature is a friend, not a beast of burden. You should be nicer to friends, understand? Oh, Yao Yao charmingly ran to Han Shen's side and tugged at his sleeve. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. It doesn't help that I forgive you. Look at the little money-loving creature. Han Shen brought the little money-loving creature in front of Yao Yao. Yao Yao quickly waved her hand, gathering all the gold coins from the sky and then presenting them to the little money-loving creature. Little money-loving creature, all the gold coins are for you. The little creature opened its eyes to take a look, then closed them again. Chirp 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 chirp. I don't trust her. See, it doesn't trust you anymore. It probably won't play with you in the future. What should I do? Yao Yao became a bit anxious. You need to remove your magical power, Han Shen said. Upon hearing this, Yao Yao obediently withdrew her magical power, and suddenly the gold coins decreased by more than half, then clattered down to the ground. Goodness, there are even fake coins in there. Han Shen was astonished. He could already imagine the little money-loving creature going through all sorts of hardships only to find gold coins, only to discover they were fake. Han Shen squatted down, digging a pit in the pile of gold coins, and placed the little money-loving creature inside. Squeak squeak squeak. I'm alive again. Whoosh. All the gold coins suddenly flew into the air. Squeak 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 squeak. Let me die. I'm used to it, I'm sorry. Yao Yao said apologetically, quickly retracting her spell. Han Shen hurriedly took out a lunchbox and stuffed a piece of scallion pancake into the little money-loving creature's paw. If you keep playing with it, it'll eat everything. I was wrong. Yao Yao quickly apologized, snatching the food box. This is mine. The little money-loving creature sniffed the pancake in its paw, then looked at Yao Yao, fearing she would snatch its food. It then tried to take a bite and found that Yao Yao didn't actually take its pancake, so it quickly began to munch on it. At the same time, it lay on the gold coins, using its hind paws to quickly scrape the coins, multitasking between eating and collecting coins. Han Shen watched with a pained heart. You're such a big monster. Why do you like bullying little mice? Look at how the little money-loving creature is being bullied. Soon, Yao Yao finished off all the food, and Han Shen began to discuss serious matters. Yao Yao, can you subdue that century-old bat demon? If possible, he still wanted an extra ally. It would greatly increase the success rate of attacking Taoyuan town. As for himself, he couldn't tame a boss. Yao Yao shook her head and said firmly, he has eaten people. No matter what, he cannot be allowed to live. Upon hearing this, Han Shen also extinguished the thought of subduing the century-old bat demon. Eating people, indeed, cannot let him live. Han Shen's mind stirred, and the demon suppression tower appeared in his hand. Then, Han Shen's figure flashed and entered the demon suppression tower. At this moment, the century-old bat demon had revealed its true form, appearing as a bat tightly bound by grayish-white chains. Even in its bound state, it was still 8 meters long. One could imagine that if it spread its wings, it would probably be 20 to 30 meters wide. Century-old bat demon Fulan, level 56, bound sealed. My lord, I was wrong. Please let me go. Fulan saw Han Shen and quickly begged for mercy. Oh, why are you begging for mercy? Han Shen laughed. Didn't you want me to experience the taste of living worse than death? Come on, I really want to try it. I was just talking nonsense. I was wrong. You, my lord, are magnanimous. Please let this little demon go. Han Shen paced back and forth. Letting you go isn't impossible, it just depends on what you can offer for your life. Fu Lan's spirits lifted. I'll give you whatever you want. Your cultivation techniques and secret arts, hand them all over obediently. Okay. Fu Lan quickly replied. Han Shen was taken aback. It was that easy? He had originally thought he would have to resort to severe torture to extract Fu Lan's cultivation techniques and secret arts, but unexpectedly he just handed them over directly. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, they were just demons, transformed from animals, and seeking benefits while avoiding harm. For survival was their nature. Han Shen summoned Kakarot. He had previously learned that although Kakarot could level up through cultivation, he didn't have any cultivation techniques. He had also asked about Yao Yao's techniques, but later found out that Yao Yao's techniques were only suitable for plant-type demons. Han Shen had been worried about not having techniques, as there would be an additional demon every day, and the demon cores would definitely not be enough. Unexpectedly, Fu Lan came along to provide him with techniques. Kakarot, I can't understand his techniques. Write them down and see if you can cultivate them. If you can't cultivate them, kill this bat demon. Understood, Kakarot replied. I can cultivate. Fu Lan quickly said. Han Shan listened for a while in the demon suppression tower before feeling drowsy, while Kakarot appeared to be fully focused. Han Shan yawned and temporarily left the demon suppression tower. If he listened any longer, he would probably fall asleep. Yao Yao, take a look at these things. Han Shan took out the box and envelope given by Jia Kong. This is a letter from the mayor of Taoyuan town, along with materials for forging a sword. I think he forged this sword to deal with you. Yao Yao closed her eyes upon hearing this. Her magical power surged towards the envelope and the box, but she opened her eyes immediately. Both the envelope and the box have anti-magic seals. You can't see what's inside. They can be opened, but breaking the seal would destroy it. Han Shan thought for a moment, picked up the envelope, and a ghostly light flickered in his eyes as he directly used trace. Master Li, greetings. I am writing to you today out of urgency. The world is in turmoil, and the demon clan is stirring, causing chaos everywhere. The common people are suffering deeply, unable to express their pain. Master, who is old and frail, and only you, Master Li, possess the exquisite skills needed for forging. This sword should possess the power to slay demons and eliminate evil, capable of subduing the malevolent forces. I hope you will consider the plight of the people and work tirelessly to forge the sword quickly. When the sword is completed, it will surely restore peace to the world. I await your favorable reply. Jia Tsong, mayor of Taoyuan town. Han Chen frowned. The content of this letter was quite ordinary, and there was no useful information to be found. Could it really just be about forging a sword normally? Yao Yao, kill me, Han Chen said, wanting to use the hatching to replenish his magical power and then see what materials were inside the large box. Ha! I can't do it, Yao Yao said pitifully. Yao Yao knew that Han Chen could use the gold card to resurrect and restore his magical power to continue using the gold card, but even knowing that, she couldn't bring herself to harm the one she loved. It doesn't matter what sword it is, Jia Tsong and I have a huge gap in strength. Even holding a divine artifact wouldn't bridge that gap. Do you really think Master Li can forge a sword beyond divine level? Han Chen listened and thought that made sense. However, he still planned to continue investigating the materials in the box. He wouldn't feel at ease until he knew what was inside. Since Yao Yao couldn't do it, Han Chen could only drink a potion to restore his magical power. When his magical power was full again, Han Chen used trace once more to check the materials in the box. 10,000 year black iron, gold, 10,000 year redwood, soulstone, refined gold. Han Chen checked several times and found that there were many items in the box, but only these 5 types. After ruling out a few common-looking materials, Han Chen's attention was drawn to the special soulstone. Soulstone, consumable material, has the effect of interfering with the mind. Can add the effect of severing mental connections when forging weapons. It seemed this was the key. Yao Yao, do you have any mental connection effects on you? Han Chen asked. Yes, there is a statue in the town, and I control it through a mental connection to protect the town, Yao Yao replied. Additionally, my connection with this Taoyuan secret realm is also through a mental connection. So, if these 2 mental connections are severed, what impact would it have on you? Han Chen continued to ask. Yao Yao thought for a moment and said, if the connection to the statue is severed, I won't be able to control it anymore. The connection to the secret realm is something I can't sever myself. If it were truly severed, I would no longer be the guardian. Would it have any effect on your true self? Han Chen quickly asked. No effect, Yao Yao shook her head. At most, the magical power belonging to the guardian would dissipate, and then drop to level 40? It won't reach level 40, Yao Yao replied, and before Han Chen could breathe a sigh of relief, she continued, it would probably only be level 20. The demon power I've cultivated all along belongs to the guardian, and even the essence of the sun and moon I absorb would transform into the guardian's demon power. Level 20 is the level I can reach after, excluding all demon power based on my own physique. So if I conquer Taoyuan town, you would lose your guardian identity and all your demon power? Han Chen suddenly recalled their previous plan. Yes, Yao Yao said matter-of-factly. Han Chen hugged Yao Yao tightly. You're so silly. A look of happiness appeared on Yao Yao's face. As long as I can be with you, who needs this demon power? Besides, you'll protect me, right? Of course, I will always protect you. At this moment, the scenery of the Peach Blossom secret realm changed, and the clouds in the sky turned into a sea of stars. Lu Ruyan glanced at the time. It was already 11 p.m. She picked up the flowers from the vase and began to pluck the petals one by one. He will come tonight. He will not come tonight. He will not come tonight. As the last petal was plucked, Lu Ruyan stomped her foot in frustration and tossed aside the lonely flower stem in her hand. Puff, you're so cute. Han Chan's amused voice came from behind her. Lu Ruyan pouted and turned around, sobbing as she threw herself into Han Chan's embrace. After spending 3 hours at home, Han Chen still dragged his weary body back to the Peach Blossom secret realm. Mainly because Lu Ruyan was more understanding, while Yao Yao was a bit childish and definitely needed more attention to her feelings. Xian is heaven, Yao 9-4, or leap in the abyss, no blame. Seeing no blame, Han Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had wanted to calculate what sword Jia Tsong would forge since early morning, but the hexagram showed no signs of activity. It wasn't until he thought of changing his approach and calculating whether forging the sword would pose any danger to Yao Yao that he successfully cast the hexagram. This hexagram was quite special, with both the inner and outer hexagrams being Qian hexagrams and all three lines of the Qian hexagram being Yang lines forming Qian is heaven. The line position is 9-4. The meaning of the hexagram is simple: one can advance or retreat at any time without error. In other words, whether or not to forge the sword poses no threat to Yao Yao. This is no problem, he must go forge it. Forging the sword poses no threat to Yao Yao, but if he doesn't go, he will be locked up. Wow, your eyes are so magical, Yao Yao exclaimed. Although she couldn't see the final hexagram, she could see the golden light radiating from Han Shen's eyes and the pupils transforming into the 8 trigrams. Come a little closer, and you can see something even more magical, Han Shen said with a smile. Yao Yao quickly widened her eyes and leaned towards Han Shen, and then Han Shen cupped her face, giving her a little peck. After a while, Han Shen finally let go of the dazed Yao Yao. I'm heading out, remember to contact me as soon as something comes up, and take good care of the little money grubber. You're leaving me again? Han Shen quickly arrived at Nanping town through the teleportation array and then found Master Li at the blacksmith shop. Unlike Master Hu, Master Li's spirit and energy were clearly much better. However, he was also a master-level blacksmith. Han Shen speculated that every town had a master-level blacksmith, and if it weren't for their limited forging speed and the quality only being legendary, he could find 5 or 6 master-level blacksmiths to forge one piece of equipment each, thus assembling a full set. But unfortunately, they had a real forging process and couldn't just clang a few times like in a pay-to-win game and have it done. I knew it, that useless Hu Hansen is no good anymore. It seems the title of master blacksmith belongs to me alone. Tell Mayor Jia that within a month I will definitely forge the sword. Hearing Master Li's words, Han Shen finally understood why this hexagram was no blame. The forging time would take a month. Based on his leveling speed, it was hard to say whether things would cool down after a month, but Jia Tsong would most likely be out of the picture. Since Jia Tsong was out of the picture, he naturally wouldn't need the sword, which is exactly no blame, right? Han Shen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Master Li is indeed Master Li. His forging skills are extraordinary, far surpassing Master Hu. No wonder Mayor Jia chose you to forge this sword. However, the mayor said that while the speed of forging is important, the power of the sword is even more crucial, and there must be no mistakes. So, you don't need to rush to finish, take it steady and slow. Master Li quickly humbly replied, oh, no, you flatter me. Since the mayor said so, I will prioritize stability and complete it within a month and a half. Han Shen raised 2 thumbs up. Good. A month and a half? Jia Tsong frowned upon hearing Han Shen's words. Master Li seems to be just average in strength. I had already urged him to speed up in my letter, but I didn't expect it would still take a month and a half. However, since I've already handed over the materials, it wouldn't be good to change people now. A month and a half is just a month and a half. It's not like I'm losing much time. Then, Jia Tsong smiled and cupped his fists towards Han Shen. Brother, you really handle things decisively. You completed this matter early in the morning, relieving my worries. Once the sword is forged, I will trouble you to retrieve it. I don't trust anyone else to do it. Han Shen imitated him and cupped his fists. Of course, I don't trust anyone else either. This task must be entrusted to me. Successfully accepted the task. Retrieve the sword. Task objective: go to the blacksmith shop in Nanping town to find Master Li and retrieve the forged sword. Current sword forging completion, 0%. Task reward, unknown. Failure penalty, unknown. Jia Tsong laughed heartily, then took a jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Han Shen. Brother, you truly have my heart. This is my personal jade pendant. With this pendant, you can freely enter and exit the mayor's residence, and you can also call upon some guards. Han Shen took the pendant and used his heavenly eye to take a quick look. Discovering it was just an ordinary identity jade pendant, providing no attributes and lacking any monitoring or listening formations. Seeing Han Shen take the pendant, Jia Tsong continued, Brother, your potential is astonishing. Once the sword is forged, there will be important matters that I will need to trouble you with. Han Shen declared solemnly, no problem, I will not shirk my duty. Jia Tsong shook his head, the time is not right, it's inconvenient to inform you for now. Just know that this matter will also bring you tremendous benefits. In this month and a half, you need to work hard to improve your strength. The higher your strength, the better. I can't help you with other matters, but I do know of an opportunity that only extraordinary people can pursue, so I will give it to you. Triggered task, Wilderness Instance. Thank you, Brother Jia. Successfully accepted the task. Wilderness Instance. Task objective: go to the Mountain Pig segment 21721-88231-1542 and find the entrance to the instance. Task reward, none. Failure penalty, none. Speaking of which, if it weren't for our differing positions, Jia Tsong would indeed be a worthy friend to have. What a pity. Han Shen thought to himself, feeling regretful. He then bid farewell to Jia Tsong and headed out of town. Checking the coordinates, he found they aligned in the general direction with the coordinates of the red yaks. Han Chen decided to first tame some red yaks and then ride them to the mountain pig segment. Divine Master with a smile. As he approached the red yak area, Han Chen heard a familiar voice. How did you know I would come here? Han Chen asked curiously. The ones in front were none other than the Invincible Wind Firewheel team who had helped him tame the gibbons yesterday. He, the Invincible Wind Firewheel chuckled. Actually, we've been waiting here. Since early morning, the gibbons have other people with them. President Liu said you were quite satisfied with us, and since the gibbons are almost tamed, we were tasked with helping to tame the red yaks. Saying this, the Invincible Wind Firewheel team pulled out lounge chairs and sunshades, then shouted, Brothers, let's get to work. Immediately, the Invincible Wind Firewheel team began to attract monsters again. Han Chen lay back in the lounge chair, satisfied. Lu Royan indeed did not disappoint him. The biggest advantage of the red yaks compared to the iron-skinned bulls is their long, soft fur. The name iron-skinned bull itself indicates how tough they are. After successfully taming 2 iron-skinned bulls, Han Chen changed his initial plan. Originally, he intended to tame 1 or 2 and then ride to the mountain pig segment, but once he lay down, he didn't want to get up again. In that case, he might as well tame 100 red yaks before setting off. After all, according to the data, he could normally tame 17 in 5 minutes, which would only take about half an hour in total. He had already worked hard all night. Isn't it reasonable to rest for another half hour? Taking advantage of the moment of rest, Han Chen sent his consciousness into the demon suppression tower and found that Kakarot was also closing his eyes. However, his level remained at 25, suggesting he was not cultivating but learning other abilities. Let's awaken another long-armed ape to learn together, Han Chen thought. As for awakening amount, there was no rush. After all, the speed of this red yak was just average, and it would be a waste if he didn't utilize it. He had considered awakening amount but ultimately leaned towards awakening another long-armed ape. Perhaps it was due to Kakarot's previous performance that had greatly satisfied him, leading to this preference. This time, Han Chen did not summon the Super Saiyan ape but instead summoned an ordinary long-armed ape. After all, awakening would reset the level. Han Chen's whip, glowing with golden light, struck the long-armed ape and instantly, the golden light enveloped it. 10 seconds later, the golden light retracted. Charon, the voice was as unclear as when Kakarot was first awakened, but it was easily recognizable as female. Han Chen was very pleased with this. Kakarot now had a companion. You shall be called, Kiki, Han Chen said. Charon, Kiki replied respectfully. What the hell? Planet of the Apes? Invincible Firewheel looked at Kiki in disbelief. My name is Kiki, not Planet of the Apes, Kiki emphasized, looking at Invincible Firewheel. Invincible Firewheel turned to Han Chen for help, and Han Chen casually said, No need to be nervous, she's just a demon. A demon? The kind that killed us in seconds last night? Han Chen nodded. Her abilities aren't on par with that bat, but she's strong enough to take you down. So, beast tamers are that strong? They can cultivate demons? It's just me being strong. I wouldn't recommend you play with your friends, Han Chen warned. Not everyone could view advertisements. According to the Reborn Lin Fan's description, ordinary beast tamers were considered useless professions. He still believed Lin Fan's words. After all, it was based on his past life experience. Invincible Firewheel recalled the analysis of Han Chen's uniqueness on the forum and gradually calmed down. Indeed, ordinary people were not suited to play beast tamers. Han Chen ignored Invincible Firewheel and the others, checking Kiki's attributes to see how her abilities differed from Kakarot's. However, he did not see Kiki's abilities and then remembered that one needed to be level 10 to comprehend abilities. Han Chen did not plan to give Kiki a demon core just yet. He intended to test his hypothesis. Since the Shinin demon could be obtained by releasing and then taming it again, could the awakened long-armed ape demon be the same? To be safe, Han Chen brought Kiki into the demon suppression tower. Kiki, I will release you in a moment and then tame you again. Don't resist, okay? Kiki quickly nodded. Got it, Charon. Although the basic taming probability was only 3%, there was a hidden mechanism where the success rate was 100% if the target did not resist, just like the time with the Shinin apple. Han Chen had also tried taming ordinary pets, and the success rate was nearly 100% after releasing them. However, releasing and taming ordinary pets with an advertisement card only turned one pet into 2, which was much slower than directly taming wild ones. But taming a demon that had been awakened was different since he could only awaken once a day. As the taming skill was on cooldown, Han Chen directly released Kiki. Then, he used the taming skill and struck with his whip. Crack! To Han Chen's surprise, Kiki caught his whip. Kiki looked at the whip, then at her own body, and finally at Han Chen. Master, you're so weak. With this kind of strength, you think you can be my master? You do look distinctive. How about you become my pet instead? Then, Kiki tugged on the whip, preparing to pull Han Chen over, but the whip's body instantly turned into a state of nothingness and was retracted by Han Chen. Han Chen's heart sank. The worst thing he feared had happened, however, since he anticipated this situation yet still chose to release her. He must have had some confidence. In the next moment, gray-white chains flew out from the tower column, binding Chi-Chi tightly. Then, Han Chen summoned Super Saiyan Ape No. 3 to attack Chi-Chi. Han Chen's own attack power couldn't Break through Chi-Chi's defenses. After 2 attacks, Chi-Chi was left with only 1/6 of her health. When the taming cooldown was over, Han Shen used the taming whip again. Taming failed, no ads. Each taming could only watch an ad once, and if he watched an ad now, although he could successfully tame her, he wouldn't be able to watch an ad when the taming succeeded. After waiting for 2 more taming cooldowns, Han Shen finally succeeded in taming her. It seemed that not resisting guaranteed a 100% success rate, while having inner resistance would lower the success rate. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed Chi-Chi, Ape Demon. Watching an ad doubles the number of this taming. Here it comes. Han Shen couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Watch the ad. Automatically consuming ad-free card *1. In the next moment, another long-armed ape appeared beside Chi-Chi, looking exactly like her. In fact, all long-armed apes looked the same to Han Shen, just like the Stealing Country girl group. Hard to distinguish. Han Shen directly checked the attributes of the copied Chi-Chi. Long-armed ape, level 1, race, long-armed ape health 230622 physical attack 43850. Is that it? Han Shen felt a bit disappointed. The race didn't include demon, indicating this was just an ordinary long-armed ape. It seemed he couldn't exploit a bug. Han Shen wasn't too disappointed because he had anticipated this situation. If he could exploit a bug, then the Spirit Awakening would be useless, and such a bug definitely wouldn't exist. Suddenly, Han Shen thought of something and quickly opened Chi-Chi's attribute panel. Chi-Chi, level 1, race, demon, long-armed ape health 241604 physical attack 45938. Phew, thankfully, the awakened one hasn't degraded. If Chi-Chi had turned into an ordinary long-armed ape, Han Shen would have cried to death. With a thought, the chains on Chi-Chi retreated. Master, I was wrong. Chi-Chi quickly knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head. Get up, Han Shen said. Lightly. He wasn't going to hold a grudge against his own pet. Moreover, this experiment was initiated by him, and he had considered that such a situation might arise. It was normal for her to look down on him after being released with powerful strength. The scenario where she remained 100% loyal to him only happened in novels. He wasn't the protagonist of a novel, nor did he possess a kingly aura, just a handsome face in ads. Then, Han Shen took Chi-Chi to the first floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. Kakarot, this companion I found for you is named Chi-Chi. You are responsible for guiding her training, Han Shen said to the hurriedly standing Kakarot. Yes. Kakarot replied respectfully. How's the learning of this bat's abilities going? Han Shen looked at the century-old bat demon, Fulan, as if examining a pile of spoils. Kakarot shook his head. I can't learn any abilities except for the techniques. Could it be that this bat is deliberately not letting you learn? Han Shen looked at Fulan in confusion. Fulan quickly denied. No, I haven't hidden anything at all. I've said everything. It's just that our races are different, so it's very hard to learn. In that case, there's no need to learn, Han Shen said. Fulan was overjoyed, thinking Han Shen was about to release him, but unexpectedly, Han Shen directly said, then let's just kill him. Human, how can you be so untrustworthy? You said you would release me. Fulan shouted loudly, his shrill voice making Han Shen unable to help but cover his ears. Once Fulan quieted down, Han Shen said, when did I ever say I would release you? I just let you use the secret technique to buy your life. Hasn't that already given you an extra night to live? A harsh, noisy sound erupted from Fulan's mouth again. Han Shen quickly signaled Kakarot and Chi-Chi to start attacking while he himself exited the Demon Suppression Tower. For the invincible Wind Fire Wheel and others, Han Shen's sudden disappearance and reappearance had become nothing unusual. They were not playing the same game as Han Shen, and at the same time, they were glad that when they were recruited by AOC, they wisely chose not to join. Otherwise, they would now be stuck with a veil, acting like turtles hiding in their shells. After taming the red yak 2 more times, Han Shen saw the system prompt. Kill the Golden level boss, Century Bat Demon Fulan, level 56, gain experience 630,560, skill points +1, reputation +100, so fast? Han Shen re-entered the first floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. Then, he saw 2 gold and 1 purple light. I hit the jackpot. Han Shen was extremely excited. This was the second time he had seen double gold, and he hurriedly moved forward to collect the loot. Automatically consume advertisement-free card *1, obtain Bloodbat Robe, Divine, Death's Grasp, Divine, Universal Demon Clan Secret Technique, Legendary, Millennium Bloodbat Wings *2, Millennium Demon Core, Bloodbat *1, no way. Seeing the names of the loot, Han Shen felt that none of them were usable for him. Bloodbat Robe, Divine, Type Clothing, Magic, Required Level, 10, Artifact, Not Bound to Character, Death's Grasp, Divine, Type, Wrist Armor. Universal Demon Clan Secret Technique, Legendary, Type Technique, Demon Clan, originally an ordinary technique for Demon Clan. Cultivation, improved by an unknown entity, reaching the legendary level, greatly enhancing cultivation speed. So, Death's Grasp is a wrist armor. Han Shen had thought it was a boxing glove, but it could be considered half a boxing glove. The coverage of Death's Grasp extended from the arm to the back of the hand, with 2 bat claws on the side of the hand. The entire wrist armor was blood red and emitted a hazy red aura. Han Shan was very satisfied with the appearance of Death's Grasp and decided not to hide the equipment. Effect. Then, Han Shan began to check the attributes of Death's Grasp. Death's Grasp Divine, Type, Wrist Armor, Required Level 30, Attack Power 900, Magic Resistance 840, Strength 60, Spirit 60, Constitution 60, Death's Grasp extracts 17221 health points from all enemies within range, 100% physical attack bonus, restores 100% of the damage dealt's health, cooldown time 30 seconds. Artifact, equipment level will grow with the character. Bound to Han Shan was more than satisfied with the effect of Death's Grasp. In a group battle, using Death's Grasp on a dense crowd could instantly restore full health. His health and defense were not low. Plus the damage reduction from the Xuanwu leather armor and the shield block, he just needed a way to recover health. Most importantly, the group attack with 100% health recovery from Death's Grasp had a cooldown time of only 30 seconds. Twice a minute, he didn't know how he could die. Satisfied, he waved his left arm a couple of times and then focused on the Bloodbat robe. Since it was a robe, it was definitely meant for Lu Ruyan. She had performed well these past few days and deserved a bit of encouragement. Moreover, before going to the Peach Source Secret Realm, he had promised Lu Ruyan a surprise, intending to give her the reward outfit. However, he encountered Yao and gave Lu Ruyan an alternative surprise. This time, giving her the robe could be considered compensation. Then, Han Shan took out the Universal Demon Clan Cultivation Secret Technique, Legendary. Kakarot, take a look. This technique should be better than what the bat taught. Kakarot took the secret method upon hearing it, opened it directly, and in an instant, the secret method transformed into flowing light and entered Kakarot's mind. After closing his eyes and carefully comprehending for a while, Kakarot joyfully opened his eyes. Master, this secret method has been improved, it's faster to get started, and the training efficiency is twice as fast as what the Fulan sect teaches, plus it no longer requires blood food to assist in cultivation. Han Shan was very satisfied upon hearing this. With this, he no longer had to worry about Kakarot and the others' level issues. Next, you all stay in the Demon Suppression Tower. Teach Chi-Chi the breath control technique and the cultivation method, and help her master them as soon as possible. Understood. After handling matters inside the tower, Han Shan left the Demon Suppression Tower directly. He couldn't wait to see the effects of the Death Grip. Han Shan found the area with the densest red yaks, and with a grasp from a distance, red energy was instantly drawn from the bodies of the red yaks, gathering in Han Shan's hand, causing the red yaks in a wide area to fall down in unison. Minus 34,442. The range of the Death Grip was larger than Han Shan had imagined, covering an area with a diameter of about 20 meters, and the damage numbers for extracting life points were white, indicating real damage that could not be reduced by physical or magical defenses. Han Shan looked at the Death Grip, increasingly satisfied. This way, he also had a damage skill. Although he was a beast tamer relying on his pets, relying solely on them wouldn't do. He needed to show off himself. If he couldn't show off, what was the point of playing the game? The Death Grip truly resonated with him. As long as he grasped at a target from a distance, he could instantly kill a wide range of targets. Nothing could be cooler than that. Han Shan excitedly looked around, finding only red yaks and the unbothered invincible Firewheel team. He felt lost. AOC, I miss you. Come and surround me. In the end, Han Shan still lay back in the lounge chair, returning to the leisurely time of taming. Passion was only temporary, stability was the norm. Wheel, aren't you all leveling up? Once he had some downtime, Han Shan chatted with the invincible Firewheel. Leveling up doesn't pay, the invincible Firewheel said without hiding anything. We didn't come into the game just to play, we came to make money. Of course, it's not that we won't level up, we definitely will later, otherwise we won't get any jobs. Their team worked together to bring a level 21 red yak down to low health in half a minute, just enough for Han Shan to tame it. This was mainly because they had dropped 2 levels yesterday. Even after grinding monsters for 6 hours last night, they only managed to recover 1 level. You guys have it tough. Han Shan couldn't help but sigh after hearing the invincible Firewheel's account. However, the invincible Firewheel was not sad at all. Instead, they laughed and said, speaking of which, we are among the easiest group. We've surpassed 99% of players. We can earn 1 gold coin for 2 days of work, and with 6 people sharing, each can get over 7,000. In the past, we couldn't even earn 7,000 in a month. You wouldn't understand our experiences if you haven't lived them, Han Shan said with a smile, shaking his head. He had experienced it himself. Back on Earth, he was the standard workhorse, grinding for a long time just to make 3,000 a month. 7,000 was something he wouldn't even dare to imagine. After taming 2 more red yaks, Han Shan looked at the pet list and the number was exactly 100, achieving his goal. Alright, the number is sufficient now. Han Shan stood up and then took out 6 gold coins, placing them on the small table. Master Han, we can't accept this, President Liu has already paid us. The invincible Firewheel quickly shoved the gold coins back into Han Shan's hands. Han Shan smiled and tossed a gold coin to each person who leaned Over, then threw the last gold coin to the invincible fire wheel. This is a tip. I am very satisfied with your service. I hope you focus on leveling up. I don't want to find that your abilities are insufficient when I need you next time, understand? Han-chan originally wanted to give them 100 gold coins, but that would surely change their mindset, turning them into nouveau riche, which would go against his original intention. 1 gold coin, not more, not less, wouldn't make them rich, but it would allow them to avoid financial troubles for a short time and focus on self-improvement. If you still find it hard to accept, consider it my angel investment. A gentleman's agreement. If one day you have 100 gold coins, you can return me 2 gold coins. Is that alright? The invincible fire wheel then put away the gold coins and said with determination, a gentleman's agreement. If one day I have 100 gold coins, I will return you 50 gold coins. Han-chan couldn't help but chuckle. He had principles, but he was quite naive. Clearly, the invincible fire wheel had no idea what 50 gold coins meant. When that day truly came, would he still be able to hold on to his original intention? Han-chan waved his hand and rode away on the red yak. 50 gold coins, he could blink and it would be more than that. Mountain Pig segment 21721-88231-1542. This is it. Han-chan looked at the coordinates, confirming without a doubt. Even with precise coordinates, it took Han-chan a full 2 hours to reach the designated location. But where is the entrance? Han-chan wandered around but found no entrance, so he had to use his heavenly eye to check. Soon, he discovered a clue. Beneath the grass was a stone tablet. Ancient teleportation stone tablet activated. By blood of the demon race leads to the celestial demon ruins. Han-chan immediately urged the red yak to dig, and in just a couple of moves, he uncovered the green stone tablet. Then, Han-chan summoned Kakarot and had him bleed. Kakarot bit his own finger and dripped blood onto the stone tablet. The moment the blood touched the tablet, it spread out, and the runes on the tablet lit up. The next moment, Han-chan and Kakarot vanished from their spot, and the runes on the tablet dimmed again. You have discovered the celestial demon ruins. Han-chan looked at the dim sky. It was overcast, and the sun was nowhere to be seen, but at least there was some light, allowing him to see the surroundings. Before him lay a ruined city, with broken walls and collapsed structures everywhere, devoid of any life. Even the plants were withered, lacking any vitality. Does this dungeon not provide any task requirements? If there were a completion requirement, Han-chan would know what to do, but with no tasks at all, he had no goals. Forget it, I'll just wander around. Maybe a task will trigger once I explore. Han-chan walked directly toward the crumbling city gate, and at the same time, he summoned Chi-Chi to explore the surroundings with Kakarot. A flag? As he approached the city gate, Han-chan saw a flag. He couldn't make out the words on it, so he reached out to unfold it, but the moment his hand touched the flag, both the flag and the flagpole turned to ashes. It seems to be the character for demon. Han-chan recalled and thought that unfolding it must reveal the character for demon. So this city was once occupied by demons? Finding no useful information outside the city, Han-chan walked through the remaining half of the city gate. The moment he stepped inside, the scenery before him changed. The dilapidated walls suddenly transformed into a complete city gate, and the sky was no longer gray but bright and sunny. Make way, a voice called from behind. Han-chan quickly sidestepped to avoid it, only to see a farmer pushing a wheelbarrow, whose path he had just blocked. Besides the farmer, there were many merchants around, various traders coming in and out of the city, and soldiers guarding the city gate, creating a bustling scene. Am I trapped in an illusion? No, if it were an illusion, I wouldn't remember everything clearly. It must just be the dungeon projecting the past scenes of the city. Han-chan walked towards the outskirts of the city, but once outside, the surrounding scene still hadn't changed. It remained a bustling and thriving sight. He looked up and saw 3 large characters carved above the city gate. Peach Blossom City. Was this the predecessor of Peach Blossom Town? Why had it turned into that desolate and lifeless state before? Han-chan decided to first explore inside Peach Blossom City to see if he could uncover any clues. Sir, you must be new to Peach Blossom City. Are you here for a visit? A young man, wearing a headscarf and rough linen clothes, with a face covered in dust, approached Han-chan briskly and asked enthusiastically. Han-chan reached out and patted the young man's face a few times, then pinched it a couple of times. Such a real sensation. How does it feel like more than just a projection? Sir, please have some decorum. I sell my labor, not my body. The young man quickly covered his face and jumped back. What's 1 plus 1? Han-chan asked. The young man was taken aback, then held up 2 fingers. 2? What about 2 plus 2? 4? And 99 plus 88? 9. 8, 10, 9, no, 9 plus 8 equals 15, equals 16. The young man frowned as he counted on his fingers. So real. Han-chan marveled, it was just a copy. Was it really necessary to make it this realistic? He then activated his heavenly eye and used trace. Lu, are you female mortal fraudster? Is this a real person? Isn't this a virtual scene? Can I see information in a virtual scene, or is it because she existed in the past that I can see this information, or does she actually exist in reality now? And what's with being a fraudster? Han Chen's interest was piqued. Alright, stop counting. Have you forgotten the main business? Lueria suddenly came to her senses and slapped her forehead. Right, I forgot the main business. Sir, I see. You're new here, you definitely need a guide. There are many scammers in Peach Blossom City, and without a guide, it's easy to be deceived. Goodness. If it weren't for seeing Lueria's profession as a fraudster, Han Chen would definitely believe her. However, Han Chen didn't plan to expose her, he wanted to see what Lueria would do. Alright, you must be very familiar with Peach Blossom City. I'm here for a visit, so just show me around and tell me what I need to pay attention to. Lueria instantly became excited, noticing that Han Chen had no guard up at all. Looking at his attire, he seemed either rich or noble. Today was going to be a big payday. Sir, it's a small business, payment in advance, okay? Is this how it starts? How much? Han Chen asked. Clearly priced, fair to all, 2 copper coins. Han Chen was already prepared to give gold coins, but he didn't expect Lueria to say 2 copper coins. Although he didn't know the purchasing power of 2 copper coins here, it certainly didn't seem like a scam. However, Han Chen quickly realized that she was intentionally lowering his guard. The other party wanted to take it step by step, but he preferred to go straight to the point. Han Chen immediately took out a gold coin and handed it over. 2 copper coins wouldn't even be enough for a meal. Look how thin you are, little brother, take this and buy some food to replenish yourself. Lueria was momentarily stunned, but the next moment she guessed that this gold coin must be fake, so she took it, flicked it, and then bit it. Now she was truly stunned because the gold coin was real. She tightly clenched the gold coin in her palm, nervously glancing around. Little brother? Han Chen waved his hand in front of Lueria and she thought he was trying to snatch her gold coin, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Looking up and realizing it was Han Chen, she forced a couple of laughs to ease the awkwardness. Sir, actually, you don't need to give so much, Lueria said shyly, but her tightly clenched hand around the gold coin betrayed her true thoughts. It's fine, it's for you, just keep it. Later, you can guide me around Peach Blossom City properly. Who would have thought that Lueria would immediately shove the gold coins back into Han Chen's hands and then drop to the ground? Young master, I was wrong, please spare me this time. I have an 80-year-old mother above me and a child waiting to be fed below. Han Chen could tell that Lueria realized he knew she was a fraud. He could only blame himself for speaking too quickly and too candidly. You have a child? Han Chen looked at Lueria strangely. Won't that child starve to death? Ha! Lueria clearly couldn't keep up with Han Chen's train of thought. Isn't begging on the road always like this? She had never seen anyone ask about children before, but she quickly caught on. Young master, I don't have a child. In fact, I'm still a child myself. Han Chen shook his head helplessly. Get up. Just take me around Taoyuan City. If I'm satisfied, I'll let you go, understand? Understood. Lueria sprang up. Young master, follow me. Then, Lueria began to show Han Chen around. This is the Fulao restaurant, the largest restaurant in Taoyuan City, but everything is very expensive. A bowl of porridge costs more than a pound of meat at other restaurants. You can't go to that brothel. I heard that the old madam made the little girl Xiaohong entertain guests, but Xiaohong didn't want to, and in the end, she hanged herself. Now no one dares to go there. Over there is Antique Street, everything is fake, just a scam for outsiders. Let's walk around it. Why should we walk around? I see the boss selling jade bracelets waving at us. Could it be looking for you? Han Chen asked with a smile. You must be mistaken. I don't know him, so how could he be waving at me? Let's hurry and go. Lueria quickly pulled Han Chen away. After walking for a while, suddenly a young man with his head down walked straight towards Han Chen and bumped into him. Lueria reached out and snatched a pouch from Han Chen's waist, throwing it at the young man's head. Then she chuckled, hee, this is my friend. He is just hospitable and likes to give gifts. Hospitality is good. Han Chen nodded with a smile. The more Han Chen laughed, the more frightened Lueria became. Someone who could casually take out 1 gold coin could also make them disappear without a trace. Young master, we are actually just trying to survive. Han Chen raised an eyebrow, non-committal. With hands and feet, can't one survive without scamming? Are those who are scammed deserving of it? It's just an excuse for their own mistakes. Lueria clearly saw that Han Chen didn't believe her, so she took him to a dirt courtyard in the slums. This is my home, Lueria said, rhythmically tapping on the tightly closed door. Who is it? A voice that was clearly pretending to be deep but still sounded childish came from inside. It's me, Lueria replied. After a while, the door opened from the inside, revealing 2 children who looked to be under 8 years old struggling to move a huge bolt. Sister Arya is back. Sister Arya, where's brother? In just a moment, 4 or 5 children gathered in front of Lueria, their eyes filled with anticipation. Han Chen sighed. This was the thing he hated the most. Where are your parents? They were eaten by monsters. Lueria replied casually, as if she were talking about unrelated people. Han Chen's spirit lifted at her words. The clue had finally come. Tell me about the monsters. Unexpectedly, Arya just shook her head and said, "We don't know anything about monsters. We just received a notice that they were all eaten by monsters. When they went outside the city to work, they were swallowed in one bite. Only me and Ludi are left. These children are our neighbors, and their parents also went together and were all eaten. How can the two of us support so many children? The construction site doesn't want us, so we can only resort to this method." Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind them. "Arya, what are you doing?" Han Chen turned around to see the young man who had bumped into him earlier. "Lude, he is not a human trafficker," Lu Arya quickly said. "Not a human trafficker?" Luda looked at Han Chen in confusion, then suddenly shouted, "Arya, don't be afraid of him, the officials are coming soon. We'll catch him, and when the officials arrive, we'll claim the reward." Saying this, Luda grabbed Han Chen. "Catch the human trafficker, catch the human trafficker." Slap. Lu Arya slapped Luda across the face. "Shut up. The young master has already seen through us. Do you want to get everyone killed?" Hearing this, Luda quickly released his grip and nervously looked at Han Chen. "Young master, he didn't report to the authorities, he just wants to extort some money," Lu Arya hurriedly said. "Your honor, please show mercy and spare him." Sai Han Chen shook his head, took out a gold coin, but after thinking for a moment, he put the coin away and found an empty jar, filling it with a few thousand copper coins. "From now on, be a good person and don't deceive others again, understand? We will definitely be good people and won't deceive anyone again," Lu De quickly replied. Lu Arya was already in tears, sobbing and unable to speak. Han Chen nodded and turned to leave, and Lu De hurriedly asked, "Benefactor, could you tell us your name so we can repay your great kindness in the future? Living well is the best repayment," Han Chen said without looking back. This wasn't the real world, so there was no need to leave a name. Of course, even though he knew this wasn't the real world, he still couldn't help but want to help these children. Han Chen left without looking back, while Lu De and Lu Arya bowed repeatedly with a few children behind them. "Sigh, I was supposed to be happy today, and then this happened." Han Chen sighed. He couldn't stand the suffering of the world the most. Then, Han Chen thought of the monster that Lu Arya mentioned. A monster? Could it be that clearing the dungeon means finding that monster and then killing it? He thought it was very possible, especially since the name of the dungeon included monster, and now there was information related to monsters, so the next step was obviously to find that monster. However, before that, he needed to know where the monster was. The best places to gather information were either inns or brothels. After learning that the madam of the brothel here had no morals, he ruled out the brothel. Although he was a player and not afraid of getting sick, he still found it off-putting. "Let's go to Fu Lai Tavern to gather some information." However, before Han Chen could head to Fu Lai Tavern, the scene before him suddenly changed. The entire world darkened, the sky filled with dark clouds, and a fierce wind kicked up dust, making it hard for Han Chen to open his eyes. "Monster, die!" A loud shout echoed throughout the city. Han Chen struggled to open his eyes and saw a figure radiating white light flying out of the city, quickly rushing into the clouds. The dark clouds began to churn violently, lightning flashing, and soon, that figure fell from the clouds, its white light gradually fading. "It's over, even the city lord can't defeat that monster. Everyone, run!" Various desperate cries filled the air. In the next moment, a massive dragon had emerged from the dark clouds, opening its mouth to suck in countless people, pulling them toward the dragon's mouth. Among them were Lu De and Lu Arya. Damn! Han Chen immediately summoned the demon suppressing tower, trying to pull Lu De and Lu Arya inside, but the tower's suction was far weaker than that of the dragon, and it didn't even slow down the dragon's speed. He wanted to pull the dragon in, but the dragon remained completely still, as if it didn't sense his presence at all. A flicker of light shone in Han Chen's eyes as he directly used death, but this small amount of life value loss was completely insignificant to the dragon. After swallowing everyone, the dragon disappeared back into the clouds, and soon, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, leaving no trace of the dragon. Han Chen stared blankly at everything that had happened, but he had no ability to stop it. Suddenly, he turned and ran toward Lu De and Lu Arya's courtyard, but it was empty inside, not a single child in sight. Han Chen rushed out of the courtyard, running wildly through the city, but apart from himself, he saw no one else. The once vibrant Peach Blossom City had turned into a dead city. Eventually, Han Chen lay helplessly on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. He deeply felt his own insignificance. If he were strong enough, he could save Peach Blossom City, he could save those children. Damn the demon dragon, he had to kill that demon dragon. But how could he gain the power to rival the demon dragon? Suddenly, Han Chen thought of the figure that had rushed towards the clouds at the beginning. The city lord? Maybe I can go to the city lord's mansion. After nearly searching the entire city lord's mansion, Han Chen finally found what he was looking for. Mingzhou Heart Sutra can rapidly enhance cultivation, increases damage by 50% against demon races. Han Chen opened the Heart Sutra, and it transformed into a stream of light that entered his mind. In an instant, he learned the Mingzhou Heart Sutra. He closed his eyes, comprehending spiritual power according to the Heart Sutra and began to circulate his spiritual energy. Soon, his levels started to slowly rise. Level 31. Level 32. When Han Shen opened his eyes again, his level had already risen to level 95 and he exuded immense power with every movement. He pushed open the door and stepped outside. "Welcome back, City Lord." Several generals in black armor greeted him respectfully outside. A hint of confusion flashed in Han Shen's eyes, feeling as if he had returned from another world, but he quickly remembered that he was now the City Lord of Peach Blossom City. Over the past few decades, he had gathered the homeless and rebuilt Peach Blossom City, which was now more glorious than ever, and he was also stronger than the previous City Lord. After this retreat, he had successfully broken through to level 95. It was time to slay that evil dragon from before. In the next moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and Han Shen sneered, "Heaven has a path you refuse to take, yet you come knocking at my door. Good. Saves me the trouble of looking for you." Then, Han Shen transformed into a stream of light and shot into the clouds. "Human? Impossible, how can there be such a strong human? You are a great demon," the demon dragon exclaimed in terror. "Fellow Daoist, I didn't know this was your pet. I will leave at once," the demon dragon said, turning to flee, but suddenly a primitive giant sword appeared in Han Shen's hand. He appeared in front of the demon dragon, and in the next moment the sword light flashed, severing the demon dragon's massive head. Although the demon dragon was dead, its corpse still radiated various powers. This demon dragon has cultivated for eons, its entire body is a treasure. This dragon bone should be used to refine the demon suppression tower, to subdue the great demons and save humanity from peril. With this thought, Han Shen cast a spell to extract the dragon bone and retrieve the dragon pearl, beginning to refine the demon suppression tower in midair. "Wait, I have the demon suppression tower. This is not a demon dragon, it's an ancestral dragon," Han Shen suddenly realized. With a thought, he immediately sensed the demon suppression tower. Looking at his attribute panel, he was still at level 30, not level 95, and the daily progress bonus was still 30%, indicating that time had remained since the day he entered the heavenly demon ruins. So I really fell into an illusion, just not knowing when. Han Shen opened his eyes to look at the dragon bone and dragon pearl, which were still there, and he continued to channel his magical power to refine the demon suppression tower. So this is a scripted plot? Then let's continue with the plot. Han Shen did not stop his work, continuing to refine the demon suppression tower. Since there was a plot, he would follow it, as this was likely the true way to clear the dungeon. In the blink of an eye, it was truly just a blink, and time had moved to a year later. On this day, the demon suppression tower was finally completed. It was a gray-white tower, 100 meters high, entirely made of dragon bones, with a white dragon pearl atop it. Han Shen looked at the demon suppression tower in confusion. Was this the original appearance of the demon suppression tower? How was it different from his? A flicker of light danced in Han Shen's eyes. Demon suppression tower crafted from the bones and pearl of the demon dragon, that's it? Alright, Han Shen understood that this was merely a prop needed for the plot. So, what should he do next? Right, it was time to suppress the great demons. As this thought crossed his mind, the scene began to switch rapidly. Han Shen held the demon suppression tower, suppressing one great demon after another, imprisoning them within the tower. Instantly, the demons felt threatened and dared not wreak havoc on the human world anymore. The entire human realm became clear and bright, cities rising from the ground, and the human race welcomed a period of great prosperity. The scene changed, and Han Shen was sitting on the dragon throne. "Your Majesty, the demon Emperor's envoy requests an audience." Han Shen waved his hand dismissively. "Kill." In the next moment, a flamboyant man appeared in the great hall. Han Shen coldly regarded the person before him. The demon emperor had no other information, merely a character in the plot. "Demon Emperor, you dare to appear in my Peach Blossom City, do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" The demon emperor replied respectfully, "Your Majesty could easily suppress me. I only wish to seek a way for the demon race to survive." "A way to survive?" Humans and demons are both beings of the divine realm, originally of the same source, and should not kill each other. In the past, the demon race acted recklessly due to the absence of laws. Now that I have unified the demon race, I have commanded them not to infringe upon the human race any longer. Demons arise from mundane beings. As long as beings do not perish, demons will not perish. If all beings are extinguished, then the human race cannot survive either. Rather than continue fighting, it would be better to turn weapons into peace and coexist harmoniously. Clap, clap, clap. Han Shen couldn't help but applaud. When the human race was weak, they fed on humans. Now that the human race has risen, they think of peace? What a clever calculation. As he spoke, Han Shen directly attacked the demon emperor. However, the demon emperor did not come in person. It was merely a clone, which disintegrated into black mist and dissipated. After that, the demon emperor would periodically send clones to seek peace with Han Shen. Han Shen consistently refused, and not only that, he intensified the encirclement against the demon race. The human race's heroes rose in prominence, and the demon's space for survival shrank even further. In the end, only the lineage of the demon emperor was left struggling to survive, and ultimately, Han Chen found them. Han Chen, do you really want to eradicate us completely? The demon emperor spat blood and asked loudly. You demons never thought of sparing the human race back. Then, Han Chen recalled Lu Daluan area, along with those poor children who had already lost their parents and in the end, could not escape disaster. Whoever thought of sparing them? Demons should not exist in this world. Ha ha ha. The demon emperor laughed maniacally. You cannot kill all the demons, the human race will go extinct, but the demon race will never perish. Sooner or later, the demon race will kill all humans. Han Chen's expression was cold. Sorry, you won't see that day, I will not allow it to come. As he spoke, Han Chen summoned the demon suppression tower, suppressing it towards the demon emperor. However, at that moment, several powerful beings of the human race suddenly attacked Han Chen from behind. Caught off guard, Han Chen had no ability to resist, his cultivation was abolished and he was left gasping for breath. Why? Han Chen looked at the powerful beings of the human race, his eyes filled with confusion and rage. It was just one step away, yet the ones who betrayed him were the very people he had always protected, the human race he had nurtured. The demon emperor is right, the human race and the demon race should coexist peacefully. You always say the demon race is at fault, but we have never seen the demon race harm the human race. We only see you killing demons. Teacher, you have fallen into madness. I'm sorry, your majesty the human emperor, but for the future of the human and demon races, you must die. Han Chen's consciousness gradually blurred and then he lost all sensation. However, soon after, his consciousness awakened again, observing everything from a god's perspective. Demon emperor, does our agreement still count? The others looked at the demon emperor warily. Although Han Chen was gone, they could still kill the demon emperor in an instant. Of course. From now on, our demon race will follow the human race and guard them for generations. The demon emperor hurriedly replied. Afterward, the demon emperor scattered his hundreds of sons to various human towns to guard their safety. Thus, thousands of years rushed by. With the reconciliation between the human and demon races, and the constant presence of guardians, the human race experienced unprecedented development, with a population explosion that surpassed 1,000 times that of the period under Han Chen's rule. Meanwhile, the powerful figures among the humans gradually grew distant from one another, spreading out to control their own territories. However, one day, the demon emperor, who had vanished from everyone's sight, suddenly reappeared and devoured the entire population of a city. The humans, having lived in a peaceful and secure environment for so long, rarely pursued personal strength, indulging instead in pleasure, which led to the absence of supreme beings. The limited lifespan of humans meant that the once great figures had aged and could not withstand the demon emperor. When the humans pleaded for the guardians' protection, they discovered that the guardians were also demons, obeying the demon emperor's commands. Thus, in a single day, the demon emperor devoured hundreds of billions of humans, achieving the status of a celestial demon. He then arrived at Taoyuan City, once guarded by Han Chen, and transformed it into Celestial Demon City. This time, the celestial demon did not annihilate the human race completely but left 1% of the humans alive, allowing them to continue to reproduce while still having guardians oversee the towns. When the human race grew strong again, he would once more devour them. However, the potential of the human race is limitless. In dire straits, a new generation of prodigies emerged. Ultimately, all the prodigies burned their potential in a final stand, perishing together with the celestial demon. The celestial demon was dead, but the human prodigies suffered heavy casualties while the guardians remained. The guardians did not act rashly, instead, they secretly killed powerful humans and altered the memories of ordinary humans, making them believe that the guardians had always been protecting them, accepting their existence. Every 10,000 years, the guardians would cultivate new guardians, then appear as demons, devouring 90% of the human race, only to pretend to be killed by the new guardians, actually sacrificing themselves to the celestial demon. With each sacrifice, the dormant heart of the celestial demon began to beat at an extremely slow rate. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the scene was directly paused. Congratulations, you have cleared the instance celestial demon ruins. Is that it for clearing the instance? Han Chen found it hard to believe. Logically, he had been killed, and the celestial demon was about to resurrect, so shouldn't that mean failure? Moreover, it seemed he hadn't done much, he had merely followed the plot. Was watching a VCR enough to clear the instance? Perhaps the purpose of this ruin is to let players understand the history of the past and realize what is about to happen, rather than change the past. Reflecting on the scenes he had experienced, Han Chen felt a lingering unease. So, the human race had gone through so many hardships. So, Shi Yang was ambushed by his own people. So, the current human race, appearing prosperous, was merely livestock raised by the demon race. So, the guardians of the towns were the ultimate bosses. No, wasn't the guardian of Taoyuan town Yao Yao? Wasn't Yao Yao a benevolent demon? Yao Yao was so kind and pure, how could she possibly eat humans? Moreover, Yao Yao's intolerance of the 100-year bat demon was because The bat demon had eaten humans. Furthermore, the next guardian would definitely be a player, and only through the guardians' trials could one become a guardian. Players represented justice, so didn't that mean the guardians represented justice as well? Most importantly, Han Chen understood Yao Yao. He believed she could not possibly be an evil existence. There must be some problem. Reviewing his previous experiences, Han Chen thought again about the demon suppression tower. The materials, quality, and appearance of the demon suppression tower were different from the one he possessed, and after he was killed, the demon suppression tower inside did not vanish into the void as described in his own. Therefore, the creator of this instance did not have a deep understanding of the past. This history might just be a wild tale. It could also be that the instance was created with certain ulterior motives. The purpose behind the scenes is unknown, but the obvious goal is clear, almost as if it were directly stated, kill the guardian. With this thought, Han Chen suddenly understood. Jia Song wanted to use him to eliminate Yao Yao. If it weren't for Han Chen, any other player would likely have believed this without question, and not only that, they would definitely spread the news, easily triggering empathy among all players, who would then go to great lengths to kill the guardian. With this in mind, the anger and resentment in Han Chen's heart had calmed down significantly. He then thoughtfully gazed into the sky, where a faint light flickered in his eyes. Heavenly Demon Ruin simulated realistic interaction resettable, changeable change changer. Lucius, Han Chen instantly cancelled trace, then down a bottle of intermediate mana potion. The mana extraction speed was quick, but he was prepared, and since the extraction speed wasn't at its limit, he managed to avoid the pain of mana backlash. This time, Lucius, Han Chen silently recited, then opened the pet list and changed the name of the gibbon to Lucius, so he wouldn't forget it later. The dungeon has been cleared. Why am I still here? Where's the reward? As soon as Han Chen finished speaking, the scene before him changed back to the initial broken city gate. At this moment, a treasure chest was placed in front of him. It seemed this was the reward for clearing the dungeon. Han Chen directly opened the treasure chest. Automatically consume ad-free. Card *1, obtain Demon Slaying Stone 5th tier, *10, Heavenly Craft Diamond 5th tier, *10, experience plus 5 million, reputation plus 1000. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 31, gaining 1 skill point and 5 free attribute points. Damn, I leveled up. Directly. How much experience is this? Han Chen counted the zeros twice, confirming it was 5 million experience. He needed 6 million experience to reach level 31, and he didn't expect to receive 5 million from a single dungeon. How much experience did this ad card provide? Then, Han Chen's attention shifted to the 5th tier Demon Slaying Stones and 5th tier Heavenly Craft Diamonds. Demon Slaying Stone, 5th tier, type, consumable, runestone required level 40 attribute, damage to demon race plus 25% each. Piece of equipment can embed a maximum of 1 Demon Slaying Stone. Heavenly Craft Diamond, 5th tier, type, consumable. Runestone required level 40 used to open runestone embedding slots for equipment or to remove already embedded runestones. Oh, so it's a stone. Han Chen was very familiar with this, having played a lot. 1 gives 25%, so 10 would increase damage by 250%? What a pity, it's only for increasing damage to the demon race. Han Chen owned the demon suppression tower, and as long as the level difference wasn't too great, he could capture them. Once captured in the demon suppression tower, they were like fish on his chopping board. The purpose of the demon slaying stone was basically to speed up the killing efficiency. It would have been better if it increased damage to the human race. After opening the treasure chest, Han Chen continued walking into the city. What met his eyes was a scene of utter ruin, with not a single complete house in sight. Following the direction in his memory, Han Chen arrived at an open space. If he hadn't gone off course, this should be the home of Lu De and Lu area. The city walls made of blue stone could hardly be preserved intact, so how could houses built of earth withstand the erosion of time? The dungeon is about to close. 10. 9. The dungeon had been cleared, and he couldn't stay inside for too long. Han Chen no longer lingered and directly exited the dungeon. Looking at the blue stone tablet beneath his feet, Han Chen released Kakarot again. Let's try dripping some blood again. Kakarot obediently dripped a few drops of blood, but the result was a prompt appearing before Han Chen. Each player can only enter once. 1/1, Han Chen, not believing in evil, had Chi-Chi drip a few drops of blood as well. The same prompt appeared again. Each player can only enter once. Such a petty thing. I just wanted to take another look at the VCR and see if there are any other endings, but I can't even do that. After glancing at the bluestone slab and the overturned turf, Han Chen instructed Kakarot to restore the area. He didn't want other players to enter the ruins. Although it was difficult for players of their current strength to obtain the blood of the demon race, it wasn't entirely impossible. For instance, the demon meat obtained by killing demon generals in the novice village could still yield demon blood if squeezed. Of course, some referred to it as demon blood hemoglobin. Although Kakarot tried his best to restore it, the area still had noticeable bumps. After all, it wasn't artificial turf and wasn't that dense. If players were a bit more observant, they could easily spot the clues. Suddenly, Han Chen had an idea. Kakarot, I'm planning to release a gibbon here. Do you have a way to keep them stationed here? Kakarot thought for a moment and replied, if they haven't been released, I can command them, but once they're released, it's hard to say. I've never tried. That was as good as saying nothing. Then let's give it a try. Han Chen first released a gibbon, and then Kakarot gestured and howled at the gibbon. The gibbon nodded in understanding. Han Chen stepped back a bit and then released the gibbon. To his surprise, as soon as the gibbon was released, it immediately began to attack Kakarot. Kakarot didn't fight back and ran with the released gibbon, with Han Chen following behind. They ran for over a kilometer and the released gibbon was still chasing Kakarot. At this point, Han Chen realized that the experiment had failed. The fact that the gibbon was still chasing after a kilometer indicated that it wasn't restricted to a specific activity area. Kakarot could lead it away, and other players could also lure away the gibbon he had released. By releasing the gibbon here, he would only arouse the curiosity of other players, just like the saying goes, not a single ounce of silver hidden here. If the gibbon had a fixed activity range, he could have released more to keep them stationed, but now that there were no restrictions, it was unnecessary. Kakarot, incapacitated. Han Chen was just trying it out. If it worked, that would be great, but if not, it didn't matter. Even if other players entered the dungeon and stirred up anti-demon sentiments, what impact would that have on him? By the time they had the ability to deal with the Guardian, Yao Yao would no longer be the Guardian. After receiving Han Chen's command, Kakarot stopped running and quickly subdued the gibbon, pinning it down by its neck. Having been chased by a weaker gibbon, he was a bit irritated. Han Chen approached, pulled out a whip, and prepared to tame the gibbon, but unexpectedly, Kakarot showed a look of surprise. Master, it worked. It suddenly became obedient. Kakarot then released the gibbon, which climbed up, whimpering and lowering its head, not daring to meet Kakarot's eyes, and then cautiously crawled over to groom Kakarot's fur. Give it a command and see what it does, Han Chen said curiously. Next, under Kakarot's commands, the gibbon performed various actions without any sign of resistance. Han Chen understood that this gibbon had been physically tamed by Kakarot. How long can this taming last? It won't stop obeying as soon as we leave, right? Han Chen asked. It won't, unless they challenge me and defeat me. Only then will a new king emerge. As long as I keep rubbing them for a while, I guarantee they won't dare to have any other thoughts for a year. Kakarot quickly replied. Han Chen nodded and immediately released another gibbon, then set it free. Just like the first gibbon, as soon as this one was released, it revealed its true nature and attempted to attack Han Chen. In its eyes, Han Chen was the weakest presence here, and it couldn't understand why it had previously been loyal to such a weak human, thus its hostility towards Han Chen was the strongest. However, the next second it was pinned down by Kakarot, who rubbed its head furiously against the ground. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape Kakarot's grasp, and Kakarot exuded a breath that made its heart race, a kind of suppression from its bloodline. If Kakarot were weaker than it would have certainly killed Kakarot to relieve the turmoil within, but when it was subdued by Kakarot, its instincts guided it to submit. In less than 10 seconds, another gibbon was physically tamed. When Kakarot released the gibbon, it surprisingly bared its teeth at Han Chen, but with a swift slap from Kakarot, it instantly became obedient again. Thus, Han Chen continuously summoned the released gibbons, while Kakarot kept rubbing them, directly taming all 50 gibbons physically. All done. Then, Han Chen and Kakarot brought the 50 gibbons to the stone tablet. Han Chen said to Kakarot, have them guard this area. Anyone who approaches within a kilometer will be killed on sight. Understood, Master. Kakarot then gestured and shouted at the obedient gibbons, and soon all the gibbons nodded in understanding. Following that, all the gibbons scattered. Before long, the gibbons returned one after another, bringing with them chunks of stone, some as small as a fist, others as large as a grinding stone, which they piled up on the grass. They stopped after stacking it to a height of half a meter, and then all the gibbons jumped up into the trees. The released gibbons were different from the gibbons in the wild monster area. They were no longer pets or wild monsters, but true wild animals. The gibbons as wild monsters had fixed activity areas and would respawn upon death. However, the gibbons released by Han Chen were real animals. If they died, they were dead, and they wouldn't respawn. Similarly, the restrictions on wild monsters wouldn't apply to them. They could climb trees, run away, use tools, cooperate collectively, and even reproduce. Han Chen glanced at 2 gibbons on a nearby tree. I guess I have rescued them. After arranging things here, Han Chen took out a return scroll and activated it. With the gibbons released, he needed to go back and tame 100 more gibbons. Not long after Han Chen returned to the city, dozens of assassins appeared simultaneously on the stone pile. Who are you? Several assassins were on high alert, but after exchanging glances, they understood that their objectives were the same. Calm down, calm down. Control yourselves, we're all just workers. After scouting, we all go our separate ways. Agreed. The group exchanged smiles and began to lower their heads to investigate. They were assassins sent by various guilds to track Han Chen, who was a stand out in the divine realm, and all the guilds were extremely wary of him while also very curious about how he had gained such strength. Therefore, they sent assassins to follow Han Shan and gather real-time information about him. However, although the assassins were fast, their speed was limited while invisible, and since Han Shan was riding a bull, they lost track of him. Still, some lucky assassins took the right path and saw the turned-up grass and bluestone slabs. Afterward, when Han Shan appeared to release the gibbons, many more assassins gathered, and eventually, Han Shan returned to the entrance of the dungeon. So actually, dozens of assassins had discovered the bluestone slabs. They were waiting for Han Shan to leave so they could investigate the slabs in detail. However, before they could move the stones, a large number of gibbons suddenly jumped down from the trees. Even a single attack could instantly kill an assassin. In just a few breaths, all the assassins were sent back to the city for free. Feng Xiao, the entrance to the dungeon has been discovered in Taoyuan town by the mountain pig segment. Based on the distance and the time deducted for Han Xiao's travel, the estimated time for the dungeon is about 35 minutes. After exiting the dungeon, his level directly increased to 22%. The estimated experience from the dungeon is around 80% of that for level 30, which is quite considerable. There were no visible changes in Han Xiao's equipment, so we cannot analyze other dungeon rewards for now. After exiting the dungeon, Han Xiao had the suspected demonized cockroach drop blood on the stone tablet, confirming that a specific blood type is required to open the dungeon, likely demon blood. He did not enter again, indicating that he cannot re-enter in a short time. After that, he had another gibbon drop blood, which means he may already have two suspected demonized gibbons. After exiting the dungeon, Han Xiao released 50 gibbons, all of which possess powerful attributes. These 50 gibbons obeyed Kakarot's commands, and when assassins from various guilds appeared, they were instantly killed by these gibbons. Therefore, Han Xiao wants to guard the dungeon entrance. He values this dungeon highly. After returning to the city, Han Xiao continued to tame gibbons. Blood. Rose showed no signs of activity, and Lu Ruyan was still leveling up. It could be that the dungeon's difficulty and requirements are high, or perhaps the rewards inside could threaten his current status. I lean towards the first possibility. After listening to his subordinate's report, Fomihan displayed a friendly smile. Thank you for your hard work. This information is very important to me. The reporter was taken aback. Feng Xiao, this is our job. Fomihan nodded. Everyone has worked hard. Everyone in the intelligence department deserves credit. Thank you, Feng Xiao. Thank you, Feng Xiao. Then, Fomihan looked at the middle-aged man beside him, who had gained some weight. Li Zihan, what do you think? Hissed the plump middle-aged Li Zihan gasped. I beg you, please stop calling my name. Call me by my game name, flying towards the distance. In middle age, Li Zihan felt increasingly ashamed of his name, as if he were wearing a suit with crystal sandals. And not just any sandals, but the kind that lights up, the flashy type. Ha ha ha, Fomihan laughed heartily, and after a while, he said, alright, I won't tease you anymore. What do you think, distance? Li Zihan's expression became serious. I think there must be something fishy about this. From my research on Han Xiao, he is not the type to do things that harm others without benefit to himself. He is very confident, even to the point of being arrogant. He doesn't care whether others enter the dungeon or what they can gain. After all, they can't surpass him. Unless, entering the dungeon would cause him trouble. He acts recklessly, so this trouble must not be for himself but for those he cares about. The only ones he cares about are a few women, and the dungeon in the game definitely won't be related to players like Lu Ruyan. It must be related to NPCs. As far as I know, Han Xiao once spent a fortune to buy a courtesan and even bought her a house, so this dungeon is likely connected to that courtesan named Tianxiang. Combining this with the previous use of demon blood to enter the dungeon, it must be related to demons, so that courtesan is likely a special demon. And in this dungeon, there is information about the identity of that NPC named Tianxiang, and this information is not positive. It's even possible that if it spreads, she will be besieged by other NPCs. There's another possibility. Only by clearing this dungeon can one truly obtain Tianxiang, and since Han Xiao has not perfectly cleared the dungeon, he set restrictions to prevent others from entering. Feng Ihan's eyes widened in astonishment, and after a long while, he exclaimed, amazing. Unbelievable. As expected of you, Mr. Li. Who else could analyze such an incredible result from such simple actions and information? Li Zihan smiled faintly. Feng Xiao, you flatter me. This is just simple logical reasoning. Having ruled out all impossibilities, what remains is the truth. Fomihan couldn't help but nod in agreement, then asked, so, in your opinion, should I enter this instance? Li Zihan shook her head. It's not about whether I think you should go in, but whether you want to go in. If you want to, it will just cost a bit more resources and manpower. The best outcome is to clear the instance perfectly, and the worst outcome is to fall out with Han Xiao. Fomihan shook his head helplessly and smiled. You're great at everything, but you never want to give me a straightforward suggestion. Li Zihan just smiled and didn't continue speaking. Fomihan knew that no matter how much he asked, Li Zihan wouldn't say anything more. In fact, this was one of the things he liked most about her. She didn't make decisions for him, nor did she seek credit. After thinking for a while, Fomihan said, "We must enter the instance, but it definitely can't be me. Let's send others in first to scout before making any other decisions. So, how do we enter the instance with 50 super strong attribute gibbons guarding it?" Fomihan couldn't figure out how to break through the 50 gibbons that were stronger than the boss and enter the instance smoothly. Li Zihan replied calmly, "The released pets are no longer wild monsters, just treat them as ordinary monkeys with high attack power. You can either lure them with food or directly lead them away with people. As for the pile-up stones, just hire someone to move them. The Pride Guild has many people facing unemployment. With a little money, hiring 500 people is more than enough. One team to lure a gibbon, and 200 to clear the stones." Only then did Fomihan remember the Pride Guild. They needed 50 gold coins to teleport one person, and hiring a team of players, plus level drop compensation would only cost half a gold coin. "Then this matter will be left to you, Zihan," Fomihan said. Li Zihan immediately put on a serious face. "Not doing it, whoever wants to do it can do it." Fomihan stopped teasing Li Zihan. "Please, Mr. Yuan Fong, I've already contacted someone to help you through the name change review." Upon hearing this, Li Zihan was overjoyed. He had applied for a name change for several years and it was finally going to pass. "Thank you, young Master Fong, I will definitely handle this matter clearly for you." "Brother Fan, are we going?" Ni Juanhao asked. As the second largest guild in the Divine Realm and having a feud with Han Chen, Lin Fan had set up 50 spies in Taoyuan town to gather intelligence on Han Chen, so they naturally learned about the instance news right away. This Han Xiao is too despicable, actually guarding the instance and not letting others in, so selfish, Snake said indignantly. Under Lin Fan's leadership, they had also cleared several instances, and aside from one-time instances, they had directly disclosed the locations of other permanent instances. "There's nothing good in that instance," Lin Fan said lightly. As a reborn person, he certainly knew what that instance was about in his previous life. It had caused quite a stir. "There's no need to engage with that instance right now. We can go back for it later if needed." "Go back?" Ni Juanhao keenly caught the key word. "Is it because it's very simple for you, Brother Fan?" "No, it's simple for everyone, just like watching a movie," Lin Fan replied. "If it's that simple, why is the experience so high?" Zhou Xiao asked, as he had been keeping an eye on the leaderboard. Lin Fan was also puzzled. The experience from that instance shouldn't be that high. Maybe he used some experience-boosting item, or perhaps he accepted other tasks and just happened to complete them there. "I see." Ni Juanhao nodded, basically believing Lin Fan without question. "So where are we going next?" "To Taoyuan town," Lin Fan said directly. This answer left everyone confused, and Snake was the first to regain his senses. "Aren't we not entering the instance? Why are we going to Taoyuan town?" Lin Fan's lips curved into a smile. "Of course, we're going to tame the gibbons. But those are the laughing gibbons. Even if we release them, their attributes remain. The value of a single gibbon far exceeds the rewards from the dungeon. Even if each of us just tames one gibbon as a servant, our monster farming efficiency would double, not to mention that one person can have 5 servant slots. Where can I see the servant slots?" "I didn't notice them," Ni Juanhao said, checking the system panel but finding no mention of servants. "They haven't been unlocked yet, but once we tame a servant, they'll appear automatically," Lin Fan replied. "But," Snake expressed his concern, "it's really hard to defeat a gibbon. How are we supposed to tame one?" He had been quite diplomatic. In fact, he felt that even combined, they wouldn't be able to defeat a single gibbon. Everyone turned to Lin Fan, eager to hear his thoughts. Lin Fan smiled lightly. "Taming a servant doesn't necessarily rely on brute force. Often, it's about using our brains. The gibbons are quite intelligent. As long as we offer enough incentives, we shouldn't worry about them refusing." "Brother Lin Fan, you know so much." Lu Shiyun looked at Lin Fan with admiration. Lin Fan felt a surge of satisfaction at Lu Shiyun's admiring gaze and then said earnestly, "Shiyun, I will definitely make you stronger than your sister." I believe in you, Brother Lin Fan." Lu Shiyun nodded vigorously. "You've already surpassed her," Ni Juanhao said dismissively. "Sister is a light priest, while Lu Ruyan is still an ordinary mage. They are no longer on the same level, and the gap will only widen in the future." However, Lu Shiyun did not feel disheartened. Sister is the president of the Blood Rose Guild, and she has many hidden classes under her command. Brother Lin Fan said that power is also a part of strength. Lin Fan smiled indulgently. "So you need to work harder and learn guild management from Siyu. Once you're ready, I'll make you the vice president." Lu Shiyun nodded heavily, her face full of anticipation. Shiyun is progressing quickly. She should be able to handle guild affairs independently soon," Zhou Siyu said with a smile, though she completely dismissed Lu Shiyun's capabilities in her heart. Managing a guild isn't just about having the ability. The reason she was the vice president of the Heavenly Court Guild was that all the finances were managed by her Zhou family, and all the funds came from them. That's why she had prestige in the Heavenly Court and could manage its members. Lu Shiyun, on the other hand, was just a young girl without money or power who would obey her management. Even if she became vice president, it would just be a title. Her sister, Lu Ruyan, was quite capable, but unfortunately, she was the president of the Blood Rose Guild, the Heavenly Court's sworn enemy. In that case, no one would follow Lu Shurian's management. Moreover, Zhou Xiyu felt that Lin Fan had secretly taken her sister away to the Heavenly Court just to get back at Lu Ruyan. He was merely a lovesick fool, a pitiful pawn in the throes of first love. Brother, all 6 top financial guilds have hired members from the Overlord Guild targeting the Demon Relic. Okay, I understand. Do we need to arrange for the elite team of Blood Rose to guard the dungeon? No. Need. Come to the Gibbon area and I'll give you a piece of equipment. Alright, I'm on my way. After hanging up, Lu Ruyan quickly left the monster area, waiting to read the city return scroll after disengaging from battle. If it were just ordinary equipment, Han Shen wouldn't have asked her to return. He would have just put it in the guild warehouse for her to exchange with contributions. So he must have considered that her contributions weren't enough to exchange for equipment. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Ruyan arrived at the Gibbon area. Brother Lu Ruyan ran towards Han Shen with small steps, then leaped into his arms like a fledgling. Returning to its nest, the invincible Wind-Fire Wheel and others stared in disbelief, not expecting the cold and aloof Lu Ruyan to show such a delicate demeanor in front of Han Shen. However, soon the invincible Wind-Fire Wheel woke up, tugging at his teammates, and a few of them quickly turned around, understanding the hint. After a moment of intimacy between the two, Han Shen took out the Bloodbat robe and handed it to Lu Ruyan. This is. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, and she hugged Han Shen tightly again. Thank you, brother, you were so good to me. Quick, put it on and see how it looks, Han Shen said eagerly. Okay. Lu Ruyan immediately equipped the Bloodbat robe, then stood up and twirled in front of Han Shen. How is it? Does it look good? Han Shen looked her up and down, seeing that the entire robe was primarily black, with the cuffs and collar gradually turning deep red at the edges, as if stained with blood, giving off a vibe reminiscent of a dark female antagonist from a TV drama. However, he felt that something was missing. Suddenly, Han Shen had a flash of inspiration. Tone down your expression, don't smile, be a bit colder. No, not expressionless, but with that kind of disdainful look as if looking at worthless ants. Raise your head slightly, add a bit of contempt. Yes, just like that, perfect, hold that pose. TSK, you are simply a born dark female antagonist. Let's go home, I'll teach you some details. Just 2 lustful young people, nothing to fear. After hearing about Han Shen and Lu Ruyan playing role-playing at home, Li Zihan shook her head disdainfully. Then she sighed, they don't even know how to play such a good hand, what a waste. If I had that kind of power, it wouldn't be long before the entire divine realm would be under my control, and then I could radiate that influence back to the mother planet. Alas, what a pity. Let's go, teleport to Peach Blossom Town. Li Zihan put on her veil and, with a command, a team of people teleported to Peach Blossom Town. After quickly exiting Peach Blossom Town, they waited for a few minutes at the agreed location, as 500 players wearing the same veils rushed over. Li Zihan stepped forward, and from the group of 500, one person also walked out, wearing a red veil to distinguish their identity. Li Zihan activated the voice changer built into her veil, producing an electronically synthesized male voice. The king covers the tiger. This was the secret code they had agreed upon earlier. After all, it wasn't suitable for everyone to show their faces, and since AOC had taken on quite a few jobs today, it was necessary to differentiate. The leader of the red-veiled group nodded and replied, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of grace. Upon hearing this, Li Zihan extended her right hand. Pleasure to cooperate. Pleasure to cooperate. The more than 500 people marched towards the Mountain Pig segment. In other locations of Peach Blossom Town, similar scenes were unfolding, with over 20 teams setting out from different routes, but their goal was the same, the Mountain Pig segment. You guys from AOC don't seem as pathetic as the legends say, Li Zihan suddenly remarked. Silently, you've managed to collaborate with over 20 guilds at the same time. The scouts he had sent out had just reported that there were indeed over 20 teams nearby, with the smallest having a couple of hundred people and the largest 400 to 500, all wearing veils, and their leaders also donned red veils. Survival is not easy, and we have clear pricing. It's all mutually agreeable, the red-veiled leader said lightly. Li Zihan fell silent. He had underestimated the situation, not expecting other guilds to share the same thoughts as him. Had he known, he wouldn't have needed to hire anyone, just wait for the other guilds to draw the long-armed apes away and enjoy the benefits. What could have been accomplished with just a few hundred people had now turned into a situation where major guilds had hired over 10,000. This is fine too, 500 people might not be stable, but over 10,000 is definitely foolproof, and it can save on level drop compensation. Li Zihan reassured herself. Then she asked, I wonder who the current leader of AOC is, I'd really like to meet him. She understood that this person couldn't be AOC Wu Qing, as could be seen from his performance yesterday. He was just a waste being able to organize these remnants after the AOC guild lost its backbone and suffered another great defeat, and then silently collaborate with over 20 other guilds without leaking any information. All set out from Taoyuan Town, heading to the Mountain Pig segment, and none of the 20-plus teams encountered each other until now, which indicates that the meeting points and times were meticulously arranged. Such talent is simply wasted staying in the struggling AOC. It's nothing shameful, just the guild elder, AOC Jojian, brother Jian, said the red scarf hat bluntly. Isn't he the one who was captured along with Aoxing? When was he released? Li Zihan asked in confusion. Of course, besides brother Jian, no one else could have done it, the red scarf hat replied, a hint of pride in his tone. I remember he was captured with Aoxing. When was he released? I don't know about that, but brother Jian has always been law-abiding and a good person. Being released without charges is quite normal, isn't it? Not normal at all. Under a collapsed nest, there are no complete eggs. The AOC group was taken down in one fell swoop, and even half of the elite team members were captured. As a senior figure in AOC Jojian would be in a situation where it's better to kill wrongly than to let go. How could he possibly be released? Could he have been bailed out by someone? If it were our Xinglong faction, I would definitely know. If it were Tinglong, impossible. If Tinglong bailed out AOC, Fengsha would definitely make a big deal out of it. They wouldn't self-destruct. Besides, if they were to bail someone out, it would be Aoxing. How could they bail out a manager with no background? Then there's only one possibility left, Lu Ruyan. Oh no, this is a trap. Thinking of this, Li Zihan couldn't help but look at the red scarf hat, but even through the scarf he couldn't tell. However, judging by the others' relaxed demeanor, he probably still didn't know the inside story. Stop, Li Zihan suddenly said. What's wrong? The red scarf hat asked in confusion. It's nothing, we need to discuss some matters. You all wait here for a moment, Li Zihan said as he led his people into the small grove. Quick! Return to the city. Once inside the grove, Li Zihan quickly lowered his voice. Don't ask why, just go back to the city. Seeing this, the others didn't question it and quickly took out their return scrolls to teleport back. However, although they looked around and saw no one, every move they made was being watched by over 20 pairs of eyes. They had sent out assassins, and naturally, other guilds had sent out assassins as well. Upon inadvertently discovering that it was the Xinglong Guild, other guilds prioritized monitoring the people from Xinglong. However, just as they were about to reach their target location, the Xinglong Guild hurriedly left, which definitely indicated something was amiss. Not long after the Xinglong Guild members left, players from the Longteng Guild also found an excuse to sneak back to the city. This frightened these guilds significantly. They already felt something was off, and now the two strongest financial guilds suddenly retreated. What did that represent? They could hardly miss the fact that this plan was definitely problematic. In an instant, players from these guilds were on edge, all looking for excuses to leave. They were not ordinary players, many were the presidents of major guilds who had come personally. At the very least, they were elites from major guilds, and their lives were worth a lot. However, when Li Zihan checked on AOC Jojian's status, he found that he was still locked up in prison and had not been bailed out. Upon learning that other guilds had also returned to the city, Li Zihan suddenly slapped his thigh. Damn, this time we really fell for it. He quickly contacted the person in charge of the AOC guild again, but the other party directly told him that since they had left on their own, the deal was void, but the money would not be refunded. If needed, they could cooperate again. Cooperate my ass. Li Zihan was not foolish this time. They just needed to wait for other guilds to hire people to distract the long-armed apes, clear the stones, and then they could follow in to enter the dungeon. However, he understood this principle, and Tun Long naturally understood it too. The two of them did not move, and the other guilds did not dare to act either, resulting in a stalemate for a time. But it didn't last long. Li Zihan and the Tinglong Guild seemed to have an unspoken agreement as they simultaneously hired 300 people, making a total of 600. The king covers the tiger. A day as a couple, 100 days of grace. So where are the people? Aren't there 300? Li Zihan asked in confusion. The only person he was in contact with was a figure in a red gauze hat. They're all waiting for us at the Mountain Pig section. They don't have any return city scrolls, right? The figure in the red gauze hat replied with a smile. Li Zihan felt that the other party was implying something about him, but he had no evidence. After a long pause, he finally uttered two words, let's go. The Xinglong and Tinglong guilds set off, and the other guilds followed suit. This time, they did not hire any arrogant players. Because the 600 people hired by Xinglong and Tinglong were already sufficient, they could just enjoy the benefits. Why is it so far? Ni Juanhao complained. Although it was just a game, as long as he was full, stamina was not an issue. However, as a chubby person, he naturally disliked exercise, let alone walking continuously for nearly 4 hours. We're almost there, just hold on a bit longer, Lin Fan said, his expression unchanged, even his breathing remained steady. Fatty, can you handle it? Zhou Xiao looked at Ni Juanhao with disdain. Ni Juanhao couldn't take this and quickly replied, of course I can. Who can't? Then, he suddenly found some strength from who knows where, charging to the front of the line. Watch out. Lin Fan suddenly dashed out, drawing his sword to block an arrow aimed at Ni Juanhao. However, the arrow had incredible force, striking his Shura sword and sending the blade directly towards Ni Juanhao's chest. Guardian of Light. A white light shield enveloped both Ni Juanhao and Lin Fan, and only Then did the Shura sword hit the light shield. 2 damage numbers immediately appeared above Ni Juanhao's head, and the white light shield shattered. Minus 25,200 minus 4,974. Although Lin Fan was not hit by the arrow, he suffered some recoil damage for blocking the arrow for Ni Juanhao with his Shura sword. Minus 14,134. Phew, that was close. Lu Shiyun breathed a sigh of relief. She had wanted to shout a warning when she saw the arrow, but it was too late. Fortunately, her talent could reduce the casting time of priest skills by 80%, allowing her to release her skill in time. Light healing. A beam of white light fell on Ni Juanhao, restoring his health to full. As for Lin Fan, his shield had not yet broken, so he did not need healing. Sorry. Ni Juanhao murmured, like a child who had done something wrong. If Lu Shiyun hadn't acted in time, he would have been directly killed by a single sword strike, and Lin Fan might have also been killed by the recoil. In that case, not only would they have wasted these 4 hours, but they would also lose a level. You need to lose weight, otherwise I could kick you away with 1 foot, Lin Fan said irritably. Ni Juanhao chuckled foolishly. At this, he knew Lin Fan wasn't really angry with him. Stop laughing, fall back, Lin Fan quickly reminded. Just then, an arrow shot into the ground, 5 meters in front of them, directly piercing the earth, while a gibbon in the distance continued to draw its bow. Lin Fan felt increasingly satisfied with the gibbon. He hadn't expected it to be clever enough to use a bow and arrow. Although its aim wasn't great, with a bit of training, it could become a super ADC. Then, Lin Fan stepped forward, facing the gibbon in the tree, full of provocation. The gibbon couldn't hold back and shot arrow after arrow at Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan could always predict the landing point of the arrows when the gibbon shot, dodging in advance as if he were strolling leisurely. Oh, the gibbon kept shooting and missing, getting increasingly anxious and calling out. At this moment, Lin Fan had already reached the base of the tree. The gibbon, furious, screamed and dropped its bow and arrows, jumping down from the tree to attack Lin Fan. However, no matter how the gibbon attacked, Lin Fan was always able to narrowly evade, occasionally striking the gibbon with the Azura sword. After nearly 10 minutes of continuous entanglement, Lin Fan remained calm and unhurried, not even breathing heavily, while the gibbon was already panting. Yet it still did not give up, as it felt that it was always just a hair's breadth away from hitting Lin Fan. As long as it landed a single blow, it could instantly kill the human before it. Lin Fan once again maneuvered past the gibbon's long arm to its back and struck at its back with his sword. After this hit, Lin Fan stepped back a few paces to avoid the gibbon's backward swing, then said, "You can't hit me. If I wanted to, with the sword's edge, you would have been dead long ago." "I don't want to hurt you," Lin Fan added, his face heating up involuntarily. In truth, even with the sword's edge, he still couldn't break through the gibbon's defenses. But soon, he regained his composure as long as he could tame the gibbon. What harm was there in telling a few kind lies? The gibbon continued to pursue Lin Fan relentlessly, but its strength was clearly diminished, as it pondered Lin Fan's words. Seeing an opportunity, Lin Fan continued, "You are so powerful, you should join me to become the strongest, rather than being a wild ape here. Don't you want to be the king of the entire ape tribe? Don't you want to have all the female apes?" The gibbon instantly thought of Kakarot and quickly shook its head, realizing it couldn't win and couldn't become king. At that moment, a red fruit suddenly appeared in Lin Fan's hand. "This is a Zhu fruit, it can make you stronger. As long as you are willing to follow me, this fruit will be yours." The gibbon gazed intently at the Zhu fruit, instinctively knowing that eating it would greatly enhance its power. However, it thought of Kakarot again. Even if it ate the Zhu fruit, it still couldn't defeat Kakarot. If Kakarot found out it had run away, he would definitely pin it to the ground and rub it in. With that thought, the gibbon waved its hand and ran back. Since this person was willing to give it good things, it decided not to attack him. Seeing the gibbon retreat, Lin Fan knew that one Zhu fruit would definitely not be enough, so he took out another one. The gibbon glanced back a couple of times before turning to run back. Reluctantly, Lin Fan took out another Zhu fruit. "I'll give you 3, follow me, and there will be more good fruits in the future." The gibbon could no longer hold back and charged straight at Lin Fan. After offering 3 Zhu fruits, Lin Fan looked at the gibbon, which had successfully acknowledged him, and finally revealed a satisfied smile. Although he had given twice as much as he had expected, having a gibbon was already very worthwhile. After the gibbon consumed the Zhu fruit, its level began to rise slowly, and its gaze gradually became clearer. Seeing this, Lin Fan was even more pleased. He hadn't expected that just 3 Zhu fruits would give the gibbon a hint of transformation. Immediately, he changed his plan and took out 5 more Zhu fruits to hand to the gibbon. The value of a gibbon demon was immeasurable. The gibbon did not disappoint his expectations. After digesting the Zhu fruits, a surge of green energy suddenly erupted from its body, clearly indicating that it had successfully acquired demonic energy. "Chu Churin," the gibbon stammered. "Ha ha ha." Lin Fan was overjoyed. Good. Since you have become a demon, I will give you a name, Yuan Tong." Thank you, Yuan Tong. Now I command you to subdue the additional gibbons." "No problem, right?" Lin Fan said with a smile. A demon gibbon had a bloodline suppression over ordinary gibbons, so the remaining 49 gibbons would also belong to them. However, to Lin Fan's surprise, Yuan Tong decisively refused. And no, I can't beat the big king. Lin Fan's expression tightened. Are you saying that your current strength still can't defeat Kakarot? Almost? Lin Fan asked, and Yuan Tong shook its head. Then how far off? Far off. Lin Fan did not expect Yuan Tong to say that. Just how strong is Kakarot? He thought for a moment and then said, Kakarot isn't here right now, so it doesn't concern you. We'll just take 20 long-armed apes with us, how about that? To his surprise, Yuan Tong still shook his head. We cannot disobey the king's orders, or we will die. At that moment, Ni Juanhao also walked over and said, he used to be the king, but not anymore. With Brother Fan here, you will soon surpass that Kakarot, and then you will be the king. Yuan Tong looked at Ni Juanhao with dissatisfaction, panting heavily, as if he was about to make a move. Lin Fan quickly interjected, he's my friend, just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Ni Juanhao, seeing Lin Fan's cautious demeanor, casually replied, Brother Fan, he already recognizes you as his master. Just order him to do things directly. Why negotiate with a servant? Wait a minute. Lin Fan thought it was bad and quickly spoke up, but it was too late. Yuan Tong stepped in front of Ni Juanhao in an instant, his long arm piercing through Ni Juanhao's chest and killing him in a split second. Yuan Tong then cast a menacing glance at Lin Fan and the others. What a useless teammate. Lin Fan couldn't help but curse inwardly. Seeing Yuan Tong's remaining loyalty of 37 points, Lin Fan quickly took out a Zhu fruit again. When loyalty drops below 50, a servant can attack their master at any time or even rebel outright. The fact that 37 points hadn't attacked him was purely out of conscience. Yuan Tong, don't be angry. My friend just has a big mouth, he means no harm, Lin Fan said as he handed over the Zhu fruit. Yuan Tong accepted the Zhu fruit, and his dissatisfaction gradually faded. He then looked at Lin Fan seriously and said, I can go with you, but only me. The other apes cannot. The king has given us orders to guard this place. We cannot disobey the king's orders. Lin Fan quickly nodded in agreement. Alright, having you is enough. Only then did Yuan Tong nod in satisfaction. Lin Fan felt a sense of regret. If he had known earlier, he would have tamed 2 more long-armed apes and let Yuan Tong transform into a demon after returning. Now, he could only take Yuan Tong with him. Lin Fan understood the bloodline suppression of the demon race, so he wasn't dissatisfied with Yuan Tong. Instead, he was surprised by Kakarot's bloodline. What kind of pure bloodline could make Yuan Tong, who had transformed into a demon, still not have the heart to resist? However, he wasn't worried. His experiences from 2 lifetimes gave him absolute confidence that he could cultivate Yuan Tong into the supreme being of the ape race, the ape god. Sorry for making everyone come here for nothing this time, Lin Fan said apologetically to Snek and the others. It's fine. You getting stronger is the same as us getting stronger, Snek said nonchalantly. Zhou Xiao and Lu Shiyun quickly comforted Lin Fan, indicating that they didn't really want a servant that much. Then let's go back and use up today's monster farming time first, Lin Fan said. Now that we have Yuan Tong, our monster farming efficiency can at least increase by 50%. Unexpectedly, Yuan Tong suddenly said, I can't go back with you now. Summon me back tomorrow. Facing Lin Fan's confusion, Yuan Tong explained, many people have their eyes on this place today. I must guard it for the king. Alright. Lin Fan agreed immediately. I'll summon you back once the crisis here is resolved. After Lin Fan and the others returned to the city, Zhou Xiao asked in confusion, why did you agree to him? What if this monkey is untrustworthy? Besides, leaving him here is helping Han Xiao, right? Lin Fan sighed, it's just unavoidable. A servant stronger than the master will face such situations. Just now, I gave him a Zhu fruit, which only stabilized his loyalty at 37 points. If I hadn't agreed, his loyalty would have likely dropped to 0 instantly, leading to a direct rebellion. In that case, we would all drop a level. But it seems he still has principles. There's a high probability he's willing to follow me. Ni Juanhao curled his lips at the words. He actually hoped Yuan Tong had no principles at all and would rebel directly. Otherwise, how would they get along with Yuan Tong in the future? Would they have to act like subordinates? In that case, Yuan Tong would kill him without a second thought, completely disregarding Lin Fan's feelings. None of them could defeat Yuan Tong, and how could they expect him to willingly help them grind monsters? If he were in Yuan Tong's position, Lin Fan and the others would just be his lackeys. Lin Fan, I think it's better not to have this servant, Zhou Xiao suddenly said. Ni Juanhao quickly nodded. Yeah, I think it's better not to have him. Snake also looked at Lin Fan and asked, are you sure you can control him? Make him willingly help us grind monsters and fight bosses? And when we grind monsters together, everyone is relaxed and speaks freely because we are friends, without so many reservations. But if an uncontrollable demon joins in, especially one that kills at the slightest displeasure, everyone would probably be too scared to speak and they'd have to be extremely cautious in everything they do. As Snake spoke, he glanced at Ni Juanhao, who had been killed for saying something Yuan Tong didn't like. Although he looked down on Ni Juanhao's strength, he had come to recognize his loyalty during their time together and considered him a friend, so he felt very displeased about Ni Juanhao's death. If he could have defeated Yuan Tong, he would have acted long ago. Lin Fan scanned the crowd. He understood what everyone meant, but he had invested so much. If he just gave up like that, he truly wouldn't be willing. After all, it was a demon with incredible potential. Moreover, Yuan Tong had promised him that he would follow him tomorrow. On one side were his friends, and on the other was a super powerful ally. He didn't want to lose either. After thinking for a long time, Lin Fan still didn't want to give up on Yuan Tong, so he said, "How about this? If Yuan Tong doesn't rebel tomorrow, I'll take him alone. Once I understand his temperament and confirm that he won't pose a threat to everyone, we can level up together. If he really is unruly and can't get along peacefully with everyone, then I'll just let him go." Seeing Lin Fan's sincere words, the others no longer had objections. "Fangge, you don't need to worry about us. Actually, if you take us along, your leveling speed might slow down. If Yuan Tong poses no threat to you, just keep him with you, surpass Han Xiao, and let us vent our frustrations," Ni Juanhao said. Seriously? Snake nodded in agreement. "That's right. Han Xiao doesn't even take Lu Ruyan anymore, which is why his leveling speed is so fast. If you have Yuan Tong, your efficiency in grinding monsters will be the highest." Exactly, our heavenly court also needs a super player who can create a level gap for promotional effects, otherwise, everyone will only see blood rose, Zhou Xiao added her opinion. Then, everyone's gaze fell on Lu Shiyun, the only one who hadn't spoken. Lu Shiyun stood there quietly, her hands tightly clasped in front of her, her head lowered, and a faint glimmer of tears visible in her eyes. Feeling the attention of the crowd, Lu Shiyun hurriedly looked up, instinctively stifling a sob. I agree too." Before she could finish her sentence, tears could no longer be restrained and streamed down her face. Lin Fan felt his heart shatter and quickly stepped forward to hold Lu Shiyun's hand. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I didn't mean to abandon you. Let's not have Yuan Tong anymore. He's just a demon servant. If he doesn't listen, we won't keep him." Lu Shiyun quickly shook her head. "Lin Fangge, leveling up is important." I'm not important. No, I don't mind." Lin Fan's heart ached again, and he hurriedly embraced Lu Shiyun, softly saying, "No, you are the most important. Nothing is more important than you. I'll let Yuan Tong go right now." "Don't!" Lu Shiyun quickly stopped him. "He is Lin Fan Ji's great support. We can't let him go. Anyway, I don't talk much, so he shouldn't harm me." Lin Fan sighed. "You're just too understanding. Let's level up together. If Yuan Tong shows any signs of attacking you, then we'll just leave him behind, okay?" "Okay," Lu Shiyun replied softly, but Lin Fan could sense that her emotions had stabilized a lot, and he felt a sense of relief, along with deep guilt. Lu Shiyun had left Lu Ruyan for him, and he was the only one she could rely on. The thought of abandoning Lu Shiyun to level up alone was truly inhumane. As for sharing experience, Lin Fan didn't care much. After all, Lu Shiyun would always come first in his heart. Moreover, the Divine Realm offered preferential treatment to priests, and having a priest in the team would grant an additional 30% experience bonus. With Lu Shiyun by his side plus a 10% team bonus, he could gain 70% experience, which wasn't too different. Ni Juanhao and Snake looked at Lin Fan and Lu Shiyun with amused smiles. They're hitting it off. Unlike them, Zhou Xiao's eyes widened in shock, as if she had seen a ghost, perfectly illustrating what a pupil earthquake looked like. But soon, she returned to normal, smiling at the two who were embracing each other, just like Ni Juanhao and the others. Oh dear, Lu Shiyun finally realized she was in Lin Fan's arms and quickly pushed him away, lowering her head, her entire face turning red to the roots of her neck. The more Lin Fan looked, the more he liked her. Gentle, beautiful, kind, understanding, reserved, and shy. What a perfect girl. In his past life, he had actually overlooked Lu Shiyun and pursued Lu Ruyan instead. He doubted whether his eyes had been hit by a cannon in his previous life. "Is this enough?" Lu Ruyan asked in confusion. 5 gibbons were standing obediently in front of her. "Check their loyalty levels," Han Shen said. Lu Ruyan looked at the loyalty levels of the 5 gibbons and replied, 60, 55, 70, the highest is 70. "That's not enough. Kakarot, keep rubbing." With Han Chen's command, Kakarot grabbed 1 gibbon with each arm and began a new round of rubbing. "Alright, that's enough." The lowest is now 92. With the last gibbons loyalty rising to 92, this taming session was a complete success. "I have to say, Lin Fan really has some ideas," Han Chen praised, "truly worthy of being a reborn person." If he hadn't learned that Lin Fan had tamed a gibbon he had released, Han Chen wouldn't have thought of this method. Lu Ruyan sneered, "Having ideas but lacking strength means you can only tame 1 gibbon. The real beneficiary is still me." With these 5 gibbons, her monster farming efficiency was catching up to Han Chen's. After all, a normal monster area only had about 100 monsters, and 5 gibbons could clear the area in under a minute, while the monster respawn time was at least a minute. although Han Shen had many pets that could clear the area. Instantly, they still had to wait for the monsters to respawn before farming again. One was a quick burst and the other was steady farming, but the difference in monsters per minute wasn't that significant. Suddenly, Han Shen received a message. Seeing it was from Yi Qingcheng, he released Lu Ruyan's waist and said, "Alright, I'm going to dig for treasure. I hope this time the little prince can handle it well. You keep an eye on the wild boar segment and contact me if anything urgent comes up." Okay, Lu Ruyan replied sweetly. Originally, Lu Ruyan had some hostility towards Yi Qingcheng. After all, she was the #1 on the forum goddess list and her looks were simply unfair. Previously, when Yi Qingcheng had approached Han Shen, Lu Ruyan thought she was trying to compete for Han Shen, but later realized it was a misunderstanding. Yi Qingcheng felt Han Shen wasn't worthy of the vice president position, and Han Shen didn't think much of Yi Qingcheng's figure. Lu Ruyan glanced at her long legs and the figure that had once made her feel inferior due to early development, feeling immensely proud. Back to Pyumiao Town again. Does this town really have so many treasures? Han Shen teleported to Pyumiao Town once more. This time, Yi Qingcheng didn't wait for him but directly sent him the coordinates of Pyumiao Town. Leaving the town, Han Shen directly mounted the red yak and headed towards the coordinates. The location was a bit far, and it took nearly an hour to arrive on the red yak. It was hard to imagine that treasure hunters had dug so far away. From a distance, Han Shen saw a dense crowd of players, estimated to be over 1,000. However, these players were orderly, forming a human wall, and in the middle of the wall stood Yi Qingcheng. Let him through. Upon seeing Han Shen, Yi Qingcheng commanded, and the players in front of Han Shen parted, creating an opening for him to enter the crowd. In the center, Han Shen saw a large stone slab. "Where's the treasure?" "Right beneath this," Yi Qingcheng replied coldly, then instructed the other players to move the stone slab. After the slab was removed, several players emerged, gesturing beside the passage, and suddenly, one by one, magic circles appeared on the passage before dissipating. "It's done," Yi Qingcheng finally said expressionlessly. Han Shen nodded. "The safety measures are well done." A flicker of joy passed through Yi Qingcheng's eyes, but the next moment, Han Shen continued, "But the service attitude is lacking. Your deadpan face affects my mood. Deduct 500 gold. After saying that, Han Shen walked straight into the treasure room. The happiness that had just risen in Yi Qingcheng's heart instantly vanished. She had been criticized last time for not doing well, and now she had done so much better, so why was she still being criticized and having 500 gold deducted? Wasn't it enough to just get the job done? Why did she also have to maintain a good attitude? She had never been criticized in her life. Should she accept it with a smile? Could she not throw a little tantrum like a young girl? Han Shen was clearly targeting her on purpose. The more Yi Qingcheng thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and tears burst forth like a flood breaking through a dam. At this moment, Han Shen had already entered the treasure room, ignoring the gold coins on the ground, and directly opened the treasure. Automatically consume ad-free card *1, random skill book, legendary, 20 skill points. Nice. Han Shen was overjoyed. The skill treasure was exactly what he wanted. His skill points were back to 28, enough to max out 2 skills. Then, he took out the random skill book, legendary, and used it directly. Consume random skill book, legendary, *1, obtain skill book Thunderlight Hell, legendary, confirm watch. Add to refresh rewards, guaranteed to get this profession's skill book. Thunderlight Hell is a skill for mages. Watch the ad. Automatically consume. Add free card *1, obtain skill book Beastly Fury, legendary. By the name, it should be a skill similar to motivation. Han Shen took out Beastly Fury and used it directly. At this stage, with his 28 skill points, he didn't even need to read the description for legendary skills, he could just learn them directly. Tip: Beastly Fury, legendary, is an advanced skill of motivation. Learning it will overwrite motivation and return the used skill points. Do you want to continue? Continue, cancel, so it's just the advanced skill of motivation. Continue. Consume skill points *1. Learn Beastly Fury, legendary, forget motivation, gain skill points *10. Then Han Shen directly consumed 9 skill points to max out Beastly Fury. Beastly Fury, max, motivates all pets, increasing all pets' attack speed, movement speed, and output by 120%, lasting 30 seconds. Consumption, 280 mana, cooldown time 60 seconds. It actually provided an incentive effect for all pets, which completely surprised Han Shen. The bonus was raised to 120%, with both attack speed and output doubled, theoretically equivalent to increasing output by 3.84 times. Originally, Han Shen felt a bit regretful for not obtaining a new skill, but now he felt no regret at all. He couldn't imagine a better skill. After learning Beastly Fury and forgetting motivation, Han Shen's skill points remained unchanged at 28. He opened his skill bar and leveled up the only skill that wasn't maxed out, Wind Underfoot, to its maximum level. Skill points, 2819 Wind Underfoot, level 1, Wind Underfoot, max, Wind Underfoot, max. You don't need to run faster than the beast, just faster than your companions, increasing movement speed by 80%, ignoring unit collision volume, lasting For 20 seconds, cooldown time 80 seconds, consuming 200 mana. Not bad. This was 30% faster than an ordinary beast tamer, and it also had the effect of ignoring collision volume. In fact, Han Chen was more satisfied with the effect of ignoring collision volume. He no longer had to worry about being surrounded by fans and unable to escape. Then, Han Chen directly used wind underfoot, and he really saw several whirlwinds appear beneath his feet. 5-cent special effects. After that, he opened his panel to check his movement speed. At this moment, his movement speed had increased from 1142 to 1819, surpassing the fastest speed of the red yak. After closing the panel, he placed his hand on the box, but it did not pass through. It seemed that ignoring unit collision volume did not allow him to pass through objects. Then, Han Chen turned and walked out of the treasure room, just as Yi Qingcheng rushed down. Yi Qingcheng was startled by Han Chen's sudden appearance, and as she tried to stop, her body lost balance, and she lunged toward Han Chen. Although Yi Qingcheng was shorter, the step she was on was 2 steps higher than Han Chen's, and at this angle, if she fell, her face would make contact with Han Chen in a dramatic fashion. Originally wanting to confront Han Chen, Yi Qingcheng inexplicably gave up all remedial actions and closed her eyes. Bang! The scene of an accidental kiss that Yi Qingcheng had imagined did not occur. Instead, she fell straight into the treasure room. Her face hit the ground first. Smiling, a gritted voice came from the treasure room. Han Chen couldn't help but feel a bit timid and quickly said, "It's not that I won't help you, it's the skill effect. I'll kill you." Yi Qingcheng scrambled up in a fit of rage and lunged at Han Chen. However, her hand once again passed through Han Chen's body, causing her to lose balance again, and her face crashed directly into Han Chen's waist. Bang! Unsurprisingly, in her daze, Yi Qingcheng's face hit the ground once more. This time, she lay flat on the ground and didn't get up. Various grievances surged in her heart, and she began to cry. Whoa, 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 Han Chen frowned. This woman cried so unpleasantly. How could someone so small and short cry so badly? Did God open a door for her while closing all the windows? However, it was clearly not the right time to kick her while she was down, so he could only comfort her. Don't cry, I won't deduct your gold this time. Upon hearing the word gold, Yi Qingcheng cried even louder. It was for this gold that she had endured so much grievance. Since not deducting gold was useless, Han Chen decided to use reverse psychology. If you keep crying, I'll deduct all your gold. Wah 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 wah. This time, Yi Qingcheng not only cried louder, but also began to pound the ground with her hands and feet. Han Chen quickly said, I won't deduct your gold. After trying various methods and failing, Han Chen had to make one last attempt. You know, women are made of water. Yi Qingcheng's grievances had mostly dissipated, but she just wanted to see Han Chen make a fool of himself, so she continued to fake cry. Hearing Han Chen speak, her voice instinctively softened a bit. He means to say I'm made of water and shouldn't be lying in the mud? This foul mouth can still say nice things. That's indeed rare, Yi Qingcheng thought to herself. Little did she know, Han Chen softly said, there's only so much water. If you cry it all out, your chest will get smaller. Yi Qingcheng completely lost her composure and suddenly jumped up to charge at Han Chen. Han Chen quickly reached out to press down on Yi Qingcheng's head. With her short arms and legs, she flailed her fists and kicked her legs randomly, but she couldn't reach Han Chen. Alright, stop messing around. I'll give you an extra 1,000 gold coins as a mental compensation. If you keep this up, I won't give you anything. Upon hearing Han Chen's words, Yi Qingcheng immediately stopped pouting as she extended her right hand. Since she couldn't do anything to this bastard, she would just have to earn his money and drain him dry. Han Chen shook his head, initiated a trade, and then put in 5,000 gold coins. If he had known that spending an extra 1,000 gold coins would smooth things over, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Looking at the time, he realized it was already 4 in the afternoon. Han Chen decided to grind monsters in Piaomiao Town. He had noticed a level 35 monster area nearby when he arrived. Oh right. Han Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. What? Yi Qingcheng looked at Han Chen awkwardly, her mood anxious. The peculiarities of the divine realm exceed our imagination. There are many miraculous elixirs that can truly change size. I think you could use this gold. Get lost. A word of advice is often hard to hear, and good medicine is bitter to the mouth. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Alright then. After using his skill twice, Han Chen arrived at his destination. Armored Silver Leopard, level 35, health 48, 300. With less than 50,000 health, a level 1 gibbon could kill it in one hit. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The key was that there were about 130 of them, which was quite rare in a monster area above level 30. Han Chen summoned 100 gibbons, and in an instant, they charged towards the Armored Silver Leopard. Kill Armored Silver Leopard, level 35, gain experience 413. Kill Armored Silver Leopard, level 35, gain experience 413. After a few seconds, the Armored Silver Leopard area was left with only gibbons. Then, Han Chen used an apple to make a video call to Yao Yao, telling her he would be back later tonight. Counting the scattered grinding time during his journey, Han Chen had spent less than an hour grinding today. He needed to grind for a full 6 hours, which meant he had to keep going until after 9 p.m. He couldn't entirely blame himself, after all, life is unpredictable. Who knew he would get a bloodbath robe, and who knew it would fit Lu Ruyan so well? Taking out a lounge chair from his backpack, Han Shen lay down and summoned Kakarot, instructing, "When you see purple and golden light drop, call me." "Got it?" "Understood," Kakarot replied respectfully. Then, Han Shen took out a flint. "Have the idle gibbons collect some dry branches. We'll start a fire when it gets dark." "Understood." After arranging everything, Han Shen opened the forum and found an encrypted livestream. After entering the password, he entered the live room. The live room was very quiet. Apart from the streamer, there were only 2 people, Han Shen and an informant from Blood Rose. The video showed Li Zihan and her group from the Xinglong Guild. From the video angle, the streamer was clearly among the hired players. Checking the coordinates, Han Shen exited the live room. At their speed, it would probably take another 2 hours to reach the wild boar section, so there wasn't much to see right now. Then, Han Shen opened the beauty channel and scrolled through, only to find everyone was just shaking their butts. The shaking wasn't the issue, the problem was it looked so unprofessional. Closing the beauty channel, Han Shen searched for professional dance videos in the short video section to refresh his eyes. After browsing the forum for nearly 2 hours, a flash of light surrounded Han Shen and he leveled up to 32. At the same time, the informant from Blood Rose sent him a message that players from various guilds were nearing the wild boar section. "Phew, we finally made it. That was really far." Li Zihan looked at the completely dark sky, feeling a sense of relief. They should have arrived in the afternoon, but they were scared back to town, and then they had to walk again, which ended up taking until after 6 p.m. "Where's the person I wanted?" Li Zihan asked. "Over there." The red-scarfed hat pointed towards the jungle, and moments later, 1,000 players wearing black hats emerged. Li Zihan certainly knew there were people in the jungle, but the intel indicated 2 waves of players, and he didn't know which wave he had hired. Initially, they had only hired 300 people, but upon learning that these gibbons could use bows and arrows, they had to pay more to increase their numbers. "The people from Longting are so slow, it's not even time yet," Li Zihan inquired and learned that the Longting team was still a kilometer away. After waiting a few more minutes, the players from Longting finally arrived, and at that moment, another wave of AOC mercenaries also emerged from the jungle, joining the Longting team. "Zhang Zihang, your speed is really slow, just like back in school," Li Zihan mocked. Although they were both wearing hats, he could recognize the person in front of him at a glance. "Slow is slow, so what? You still have to wait for me," Zhang Zihang replied leisurely. "If you're in a hurry, you can go ahead." Li Zihan snorted coldly, retorting, "With you like this, you wouldn't even catch a warm meal." Zhang Zihan remained unhurried. "Sorry, you can eat, I'll be having my meal." "I'm eating lemons, are you looking for a fight?" "No. Fighting, no fighting, you're the one eating shit, how could I dare to fight you?" Li Zihan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Every time he encountered this classmate, he could never win an argument, but he always managed to win in a fight. However, this time he was helping Fengxiao with a task and couldn't act impulsively. "I'll settle the score with you after we finish our official business. I'll take the left side, you take the right. Any objections?" TCH Zhang Zihan didn't respond but turned around to start deploying. 100 assassins in a group step out first, the remaining 30 in groups of 30 line up. They had intel on the distribution of the gibbons. But since gibbons were active, even though they were only responsible for half, they still needed to split into several groups. The two arranged their respective teams, assigning tasks to each small group, speaking faster and faster, as if competing in speed. "Let's go." In the end, Li Zihan was a step faster, finishing the layout first, and provocatively looked at Zhang Zihang. However, Zhang Zihang didn't look at him. Instead, he suddenly slowed his speech and began to arrange things leisurely. Li Zihan quickly called his troops back. If he rushed out like that, he would be facing all the gibbons alone. Seeing Li Zihan anxiously calling people, Zhang Zihang finally showed a satisfied smile and quickly made arrangements. Just as Li Zihan had just called his people to a halt, he saw Zhang Zihang's team had already rushed out, and he hurriedly ordered his people to follow. "At times like this, can you stop acting like a child and be a bit more mature?" Li Zihan said helplessly. Zhang Zihang sneered, anxious. Li Zihan knew it was useless to say anything more and ignored Zhang Zihang, running back. Once all the groups were in position, it was time to lure the gibbons away. Standing a bit farther to avoid being accidentally harmed, he wasn't an assassin and couldn't go invisible. Seeing that Li Zihan was ignoring him, Zhang Zihang also found it boring and began to seriously pay attention to the situation with the wild boars. After about 10 minutes, all personnel had arrived at the designated location and both issued commands simultaneously. The operation officially began. Woo! The gibbons also noticed the approaching players, their howls echoing, and then the gibbons on the outskirts picked up their bows and arrows, shooting at the nearby players. However, the gibbons' accuracy was not great, and the players intentionally retreated, so the personnel losses were minimal. But as the players retreated, the gibbons only symbolically chased a short distance before ignoring the fleeing players. When the players returned to prepare to approach, Again, the gibbons suddenly jumped down from the trees beside the players, launching a chase. However, when the remaining players fled again, the gibbons did not pursue and instead jumped back up into the trees. This shouldn't be happening. Li Zihan looked at the players fleeing in panic and the gibbons retreating and advancing with ease, feeling somewhat lost in life. Which side is the monkey and which side is the human? Zhang Zihang's face was also ashen. It wasn't that their command ability was lacking, the main issue was that these weren't their guild's own players. They were temporarily cooperating, divided into 30 groups, so naturally they couldn't coordinate seamlessly. But they couldn't blame these players, after all, they were just being rushed into action. Ultimately, it was still Li Zihan and the others who underestimated the gibbons, thinking of them as ordinary monkeys. Soon, the gibbons ran out of arrows. After all, they weren't players and didn't have quivers, only a limited stock. However, even after exhausting their arrows, the gibbons still didn't pursue deeply. Once they reached a certain distance, they would decisively abandon the chase and quickly return. Seduction is off the table. It looks like we'll have to use Plan B, Li Zihan said. Zhang Zihang nodded. I didn't expect that just 50 gibbons would be this troublesome. Luckily, we increased our numbers in time, otherwise we would have returned empty-handed again. Before long, all the players charged forward together. The gibbons jumped down from the trees again, but this time, the players didn't retreat. Instead, they used their control skills to restrain the gibbons as much as possible. Then, the surviving players continued to push forward, drawing in other gibbons. The so-called Plan B was naturally to use the players as a distraction. Subsequently, 200 assassins took this opportunity to arrive at the pile of stones, appearing together to start moving the stones. At that moment, all the gibbons gave up on entangling with the players in front of them and rushed towards the stone pile. However, shaking off the players was not so easy. Some players were blindfolded, some were clinging to legs, and there were even players riding on the gibbons' heads, doing their utmost to delay and restrain them. Finally, with the combined effort of the 200 assassin players, the stone pile was completely moved aside, revealing an ancient blue stone tablet beneath the grass. Now's the time. Make way, make way. The air around them twisted, and thousands of assassins revealed themselves, each holding a bottle, rushing towards the blue stone tablet, then pouring various colored demon blood onto it. However, the assassins in front looked at each other in confusion, as they remained in place and did not enter the dungeon as expected. They want to hog it all and won't let us into the dungeon. Kill them, get into the dungeon. The dungeon has a limit on slots, hurry and grab a spot. In an instant, the assassins at the front were killed by those behind them, and upon hearing that the dungeon had a slot limit, all the assassins frantically waved their daggers at the surrounding players. In a flash, white light shone, illuminating the area. Wait, why are there so many people? Aren't there only 20-some guilds? Li Zihan exclaimed. The number of assassins was greater than the players he had hired. Someone leaked the news, Zhang Zihang said calmly. Li Zihan looked at Zhang Zihang suspiciously. Why are you so calm? Do you have another plan? Zhang Zihang smiled faintly. Of course not. What plan could I have? No plan, and you're just pretending? Li Zihan said irritably. Zhang Zihang glanced at Li Zihan. Does your urgency help? Li Zihan was furious. He took out his staff but restrained himself from attacking. He looked at the last two assassins beside him. Now that most of the people are dead, we must complete the task before the gibbons seal the blue stone tablet again. This is our last chance, understand? Yes. The two assassins concealed their forms and headed towards the blue stone tablet, and Zhang Zihang also raised his head, with the two assassins beside him vanishing as well. At this point, the assassins were fighting each other, and fewer than 100 remained. The players who had been restraining the gibbons were all killed, and the gibbons charged at the assassins. With just one contact, half of the assassins were instantly killed, and the remaining assassins didn't last 5 seconds before being wiped out. At that moment, an assassin appeared on the outskirts, instantly attracting the attention of all the long-armed apes, who charged at the assassin. Subsequently, several other assassins took the opportunity to approach the blue stone tablet and poured the demon blood from their vials onto it, causing a flash of light. A glimmer of excitement passed through Li Zihan and Zhang Zihang's eyes. Success. However, as the light faded, the assassins remained in place, only to be swiftly killed by the long-armed apes that had reacted. What's going on? They all inquired of the assassins who had just been eliminated. Yet, they received the same answer. The blue stone tablet had turned into an ordinary stone slab. Afterward, several assassins sent over real-time footage. They saw the demon blood being poured onto the blood-soaked blue stone tablet, which suddenly emitted a blinding white light, then transformed into a rough white stone slab. Li Zihan and Zhang Zihang exchanged glances, understanding that the fate of the other assassins must have been the same. Li Zihan raised an eyebrow at Zhang Zihang. Zhang Zihang nodded slightly. Li Zihan then blinked. Zhang Zihang nodded again. Then, the two of them took out their return scrolls and used them directly. Meanwhile, after the long-armed apes cleared the scene, they began to stack stones to cover the exposed stone slab. Surprise! The image froze on the white stone slab. Brother, why is it a white stone slab? Could it really be a one-time dungeon? Lu Ruyan asked curiously. Of Course not, the real location is not here at all, Han Chen replied with a smile. Ah, how is that possible? This coordinate is correct, so many people saw you go down from here and come out, then block the entrance. How could it not be here? Lu Ruyan questioned, puzzled. Seeing is not necessarily believing, Han Chen said smugly. If he could use a mirage demon to guard a treasure room, how much more so for a dungeon? In fact, from the very beginning, the stone tablet the assassins saw was merely an image replicated by the mirage demon, and the real location was several hundred meters away. The stone tablet beneath the grass was just an ordinary stone slab. It only appeared as a blue stone tablet due to the condensation of mirage gas, which, after being washed by demon blood and aura, reverted back to a normal stone slab. Han Chen had never thought that 50 long-armed apes could guard the dungeon. Mirage demon? The one from the mirage, isn't that just light refraction? Are there really mirage demons? Lu Ruyan exclaimed. This is the divine realm. As for whether there are mirage demons in reality, I wouldn't know. What did you promise? Didn't you say you would do it beautifully? Foamy Han's face turned ashen. After the operation began, he had naturally been keeping an eye on the situation in Taoyuan town, and then he received the news of total annihilation. Feng Xiao, actually this operation can't be considered a failure, Li Zihan quickly said. Oh? Foamy Han laughed, over 1,000 gold coins spent, and everyone is dead, with nothing gained. If that's not a failure, then what is? Li Zihan opened her fan and began to gently wave it, speaking confidently. Feng Xiao, think of it this way, we had already planned for no returns. So we didn't bring the guild's main force. The ones who died were all players from Aoshire, and we lost 5 players ourselves. Between us taking action and hiring players, we chose the option with the least loss, hiring Aoshire's players to minimize damage, with only 5 elites losing levels. Moreover, it wasn't just our players who died, players from other guilds also perished. Everyone suffered losses, so in relative terms, it's as if no one lost anything. Also, investment always carries risks. If successful, the returns would be beyond imagination, and this time we didn't succeed mainly due to insufficient intelligence and being deceived by Han Xiao. Not a single player successfully entered the dungeon. It was essentially a one-time dungeon. If such an opportunity arises again, would we try again? Of course we would. We can't let fear of choking prevent us from eating, can we? So, this operation was inevitable, and we have minimized the upcoming losses before taking action, so we have succeeded, right? Additionally, from this operation, we have obtained crucial intelligence, which is that Aoshi and Blood Rose are colluding. In the long run, this can help us avoid many unknown risks. Tell me, is this intelligence worth 1,000 gold coins? Foamy Han thought carefully, and Li Zihan seemed to make sense. It really was like that. So, does that mean we actually made a profit? Foamy Han asked uncertainly. Li Zihan snapped the fan against her left hand. Of course we made a profit. I even specifically inquired about the Longting Guild. Their losses are even greater. Foamy Han looked deeply at Li Zihan, then shook his head and smiled. You really know how to make up for it. Don't worry, it's only about 1,000 gold coins. I won't truly blame you for this. I'm sure Zhang Zihang is saying the same thing over at Longting, right? Li Zihan scratched her head awkwardly. I can't hide it from you, Feng Xiao. Alright, let's talk about Aoshi. Foamy Han said seriously, the one behind Aoshi's command is indeed Aoshi Jiujian, and Lu Ruyan arranged the gaming pod for him. Lu Ruyan just secured his release again. In this afternoon's meeting, Lu Ruyan voluntarily gave up all of Aoshi Group's real-world assets with only one request, to protect Sun Yudao, which is Aoshi Jiujian. Li Zihan waited for a while but didn't see Foamy Han continue. Speaking, puzzled, is that it? Just Aoshi Jiujian? Foamy Han nodded. Yes, just Aoshi Jiujian. As the victor, she could have participated in the division of Aoshi Group, but she asked for nothing and only protected Aoshi Jiujian. Everyone naturally agreed to this outcome. Li Zihan thought carefully for a moment and noticed something was off. Wait, if it's just Aoshi Jiujian, then what about the members of Aoshi? They have labor contracts, so they should also transfer to us or Tinglong. Right? How could they listen to Aoshi Jiujian? Foamy Han sighed and said helplessly, ordinary members don't know so much. All the higher-ups have been captured, so naturally, they see Aoshi Jiujian as their lifeline. Moreover, the contracts of ordinary Aoshi members seriously violate labor laws. Aoshi Jiujian has already taken the Aoshi players out of Aoshi and applied for compensation, and the Divine Domain Development Department announced that they have prepaid the compensation. Li Zihan frowned, not expecting so many things to happen in one day. So, does that mean Aoshi has actually become a subsidiary guild of Blood Rose? Foamy Han nodded, then looked into Li Zihan's eyes. So do you still think we made a profit? Li Zihan's eyes spun around, and suddenly she clapped her hands. We made a huge profit. Feng Xiao, look, we only spent 1,000 gold coins, while Aoshi, which is essentially a subsidiary of Blood Rose, has lost a total of 2,000 players who collectively downgraded. Not only that, but we also dragged the time of 10,000 Aoshi players today for a full 4 hours, while those 2,000 players were dragged for over 8 hours and downgraded. They're done for. Blood Rose still has to support these useless people, which means they're tied down by Blood Rose. Isn't that a profit? Fenghan couldn't help but shake his head and applaud. What a talent! You can turn this around. Li Zihan quickly humbly replied, not at all, it's just a judgment. Based on facts, alright. Fenghan directly interrupted Li Zihan, I don't want to hear these flattering words. I'm supporting you to strategize, not to flatter me. Blood Rose has completely detached from our control, and all our people have been excluded from the core circle. Do you have any good strategies? The scene fell silent all of a sudden. Li Zihan buried herself in thought, and Fenghan didn't urge her, just letting the silence linger for over 10 minutes. Feng Xiao, if we cooperate with Longting, change it. Fenghan said without hesitation. As the two strongest conglomerates, Xinglong and Longting, can only be rivals. Cooperation is out of the question, even in the game. What about the Heavenly Court? Change it. Fenghan shook his head in frustration. It wasn't that he didn't want to cooperate with the Heavenly Court, but Lin Fan seemed to harbor immense hostility towards him, directly blacklisting him and driving away the intermediaries he arranged. Even the pawns he had placed were directly removed, turning into a vegetable in reality. If it weren't for the threat of Blood Rose, he would have long since gone all out against the Heavenly Court. Then we can only compete in operations. Speaking of operations, Blood Rose only has the advantage of having established their guild first. Our foundation in Xinglong is solid. Catching up to Blood Rose is not a problem. Aside from Lu Ruyan and Han Xiao, the other members of Blood Rose actually have no advantage in equipment and levels compared to us. Moreover, our trading system is well established, allowing members to promptly change equipment and equip suitable skills, maximizing combat power with minimal resources, something Blood Rose cannot achieve. Many of their hidden classes don't even have a set of high-quality equipment that matches their level. Even players of the same level without special classes might not be able to defeat them. We can also secretly contact major guilds to restrict the sale of equipment and skills to Blood Rose, leaving them without suitable gear to change into. If they can't change their equipment in time, their combat power will naturally be low, leveling efficiency will drop, and dungeons will become difficult to clear. In that case, those hidden classes might not be able to stay, and when the time comes, we can pull those players over. By then, Blood Rose will probably struggle to even enter the ranks of first-class guilds. Good. Fenghan couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of you, Mr. Zihan, I truly did not misjudge you. Li Zihan smiled slightly. Please call me Yuan Feng. In fact, Fenghan was very familiar with these tactics, often using them when oppressing and acquiring innovative small businesses in reality. He just hadn't thought to apply them in the game. After all, under conventional thinking, games are about playing or direct confrontations between players and guilds. Who would think of using economic strategies to crush a guild? Master, a purple orb has appeared. At Kakarot's reminder, Han Chen exited the forum. Following the direction pointed out by Kakarot, he indeed saw a purple orb. Han Chen stretched lazily and then walked towards the purple orb, while Kakarot followed beside him with a torch to provide light. These items dropped by wild monsters and bosses are protected by orbs, and pets cannot pick them up, only players can collect them. Of course, one can wait for the 1-minute protection period to pass, but then everyone can pick it up. Han Chen had tested it. After waiting a minute, it could trigger an advertisement, but if Kakarot picked it up, it wouldn't trigger the advertisement, and whatever was picked up would remain as it was. How many bosses is this now? Han Chen asked. Ordinary monsters do not drop epic level equipment, let alone multiple orbs. This is the 4th boss, Kakarot replied. He could clearly distinguish whether it was a boss or not. 4, so the probability of epic level equipment is just average. The probability of a golden level boss is also just average. He still hoped for a golden level boss, as it would definitely drop legendary level items, which for him meant guaranteed divine level items. Divine level equipment is fantastic. It automatically upgrades, has high attributes, and there's no need to change gear. Han Chen arrived beside the boss's corpse, which was a 4-meter-long leopard, looking like an enlarged version of the armored silver leopard. To be fair, it looked quite cool, like it was draped in silver armor, but unfortunately, ordinary armored silver leopards are too small, and even smaller when tamed. Bosses and elite monsters cannot be tamed. Otherwise, he would have insisted on taming one as a mount. The purple orb beside the corpse dimmed, and Han Chen immediately picked up the loot. Automatically consume advertisement exemption card *1, obtain leopard print leather boots, legendary, silver armor gauntlets, epic, golden leopard king leather *1, golden leopard king meat *10. Han Chen tossed the silver armor gauntlets into the guild warehouse, then checked the attributes of the leopard print leather boots. Leopard print leather boots, legendary, type, shoes, leather armor equipment level 35 physical defense. For 20 magical defense, 373 agility, 40 spirit, 21 constitution, 23 movement speed, 40%. Maybe they should have been made into leather pants. A standard legendary piece of equipment, but the most important aspect of shoes is the increase in movement speed. With 40 agility and 40% movement speed, it's already quite good. After that, Han Chen returned to the campfire, took out a piece of golden leopard king meat, skewered it, and placed it over the fire to roast. Although Lu Ruyan had arranged for someone to bring him dinner, this was in the game, so he didn't have to worry about overeating and getting fat, so he indulged his cravings. Moreover, he had never roasted meat in the wild. At most, he had barbecued in the forest park on weekends, surrounded by a group of people, which was completely different from the current atmosphere. Now, it felt like a wilderness survival experience. Forest, starry sky, campfire, roasted meat. This was a unique kind of romance for boys. It smells pretty good while roasting, but I wonder what it will taste like. Logically, the meat of these carnivores should have a strong sour taste. A piece this big must take at least half an hour to roast. I should check the taste, or else it would be a waste if it turns out bad. With that thought, Han Chen asked Kokoro to help him roast it while he opened the forum to search for the keyword leopard. However, after flipping through several pages, he found no posts about leopard recipes or their taste. So, he directly searched for the taste of leopard king meat. Then he saw a post with the most comments and likes. Federal Department of Wildlife Protection Forum Behavior Norms for Protecting Wildlife. Curious, Han Chen clicked in. The post described how wildlife is an important part of the ecosystem and advocated for everyone to protect wild animals. Then, the post required all players not to publish game videos related to dismembering animal corpses, cooking wild animals, or torturing wild animals, and not to discuss the taste of wild animal meat in the game, or they would face criminal liability. Finally, it included screenshots of relevant materials and was stamped. As for the comments, they were all thumbs up, scrolling through thousands of pages, effectively pinned manually. So that's why, no wonder I couldn't find any related information. Han Chen finally understood why most wild monsters could yield meat, yet there were no related posts. It turned out they had been harmonized. Although the federal government couldn't manage the Divine Domain game, forum IDs were game IDs, which could directly trace players and then find real people based on their appearance. Additionally, Han Chen learned from Lu Ruyan that today at the federal meeting, a resolution was passed requiring all players to register their Divine Domain game IDs under their real names and upload character information. The Federation was already in the process of establishing a relevant platform, and their efficiency this time was surprisingly high, expecting to complete all stages of construction within a month, with only the final implementation stage being handled by Lu Ruyan's Divine Domain Development Department. Lu Ruyan did not agree with this resolution, but it was useless for her to oppose alone. Everyone else agreed. Just thinking about it feels suffocating. But fortunately, it doesn't concern me. Then, Han Chen used the forum's built-in browser function to search for the taste of leopard meat. However, the search results yielded only one web page, which was the Federation's AI Q&A. Leopards are protected animals by the Federation. Hunting, killing, consuming, or trading protected animals and their products are all illegal acts, so one should not attempt to taste leopard meat, nor can one know what it tastes like. Protecting wildlife is extremely important for maintaining ecological balance, providing ecological services, promoting economic development, preserving cultural heritage, and fulfilling moral responsibilities. Goodness, even the Earth isn't this strict. Impressive, my Federation, impressive Federation AI. Forget it, I'll just taste it myself. Half an hour later, the meat was finally grilled. Han Chen didn't start eating right away. Instead, he opened the screen recording. Then, he grilled the meat again briefly and showcased the attributes panel of the grilled meat. Delicious grilled golden leopard king meat type. Food restores health slowly after consumption, increases temporary constitution by 10 points, lasts for 120 minutes. After closing the panel, he held the grilled meat under his nose and took a deep whiff, looking utterly enchanted. Then came the moment of eating. He gently blew on the edges of the grilled meat, took a bite, and swayed his head in delight, looking completely entranced, and finally gave a thumbs up. After that, Han Chen turned off the screen recording, used the editing function, found that familiar voice pack, and added a monologue. High-end ingredients often use the simplest cooking methods. Fresh golden leopard king meat, grilled over charcoal, sizzles with fat, releasing an enticing aroma. Grill until both sides are golden brown, with slightly crispy edges, and it's ready to eat. Take a bite, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, juicy and flavorful. The rich aroma instantly fills the entire mouth. Delicious. He then uploaded the video to the forum's short video section, with the caption, "Late Night Poison." Only then did Han Chen start enjoying the grilled golden leopard king meat. In fact, he wasn't falsely advertising. The grilled golden leopard king meat was indeed good, but without any seasoning. Just plain grilling didn't make it that special. If it had various flavors, he would even suspect it was Hextech meat. Han Chen decided that he must always keep grilling tools and seasonings on hand in the future. Not long after the video was posted, it exploded. Just 2 days ago, the federal government's Animal Protection Department had issued an announcement, and this was a blatant provocation against the Federation. Angry Ginger at Federal Government Animal and Plant Protection Department, is anyone going to manage this? Angry Ginger at Tao Susu, Minister Lu, someone is eating wild animal meat. Classmate Dahan, leopards are so cute. How can you eat leopards? I'm a leopard lover. I demand you apologize to the leopard right now. Henin, I really didn't expect this. It's already the 23rd century and there are still people so openly eating wild animals. Zhang Shangshou, sobbing, painful tears sliding from the corners of my mouth. Yang, I don't believe this is real, unless you let me have a taste. Weekend is not Monday, this person is too bold, openly challenging the authority of the Federation. Do they want free food and lodging? Little doo-doo, you should first see who is in the video. Weekend is not Monday. Who is it? Some rich kid from a conglomerate. Rich kids don't work either, even Ao Xingha has gone in. All are cattle and horses. This is the laughing god, the forum has exposed it, the Federation system can't find this person at all. Summer wind, just talking nonsense, how could they not find it? They just don't want to look, don't ask me how I know. Melancholic elm, husband finally posted a video. Baby milk, what's wrong with my husband eating leopard meat? Don't say it's in the game, in reality, if he wants to eat, he can eat. He was just hungry, what's wrong with that? Rain love, exactly, why target my brother? Setting aside the facts, aren't you all in the wrong? With the enthusiastic likes and comments from countless netizens and fans, Han Shen's video quickly rose to the top of the trending list in just half an hour. Minister Liu, this matter has a terrible impact, we must immediately have Han Xiao delete the video and apologize publicly. As the Minister of the Department of Animal and Plant Protection, Wang Mingji's focus these days has been on the divine realm. In order to cultivate the player's awareness of protecting animals, he has been working hard and the results have been quite good. Suddenly, a player named Han Xiao emerged, openly releasing prohibited videos. If it were any other player, they could have been directly apprehended, but with Han Xiao, there was nothing they could do. There was no information about this person in the citizen records. Thus, he could only turn to Lu Ruyan, asking her to negotiate with Han Chen. As for apprehending them, that was never considered, but an apology was definitely needed. Not only an apology, but also a deep reflection on their mistakes. Sorry, I haven't seen him in a long time, I can't get in touch, Lu Ruyan replied nonchalantly. Nonsense, you two are together every day, how can you say you can't get in touch? You just don't want him to delete the video, Wang Jiming said angrily, feeling that even making excuses should be done convincingly. Lu Ruyan not being able to contact Han Xiao? What a joke, who didn't know they were a couple? Lu Ruyan waved her hand dismissively. If you think that way, there's nothing I can do. You just don't want to deal with this matter. You say so, then it is, Lu Ruyan said indifferently. Lu Ruyan, what kind of attitude is that? Wang Jiming shouted angrily. What attitude do you want? You can't handle a video yourself, and you want to gather everyone for a meeting thinking everyone is as idle as you? Don't call me for such trivial matters next time. With that, Lu Ruyan directly exited the video conference. This is outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Wang Jiming pushed all the materials on the table to the floor. I want to impeach Lu Ruyan. Her attitude of inaction is not suitable for the federal government. The other departments observed silently, not saying a word. This was merely a matter for the Department of Animal and Plant Protection. They didn't want to get involved, and they were quite annoyed with Wang Jiming, who always escalated issues in the name of animal protection, dismissing many of their proposals. Besides the Environmental Protection Department, he was the most bothersome. They didn't understand, it was just a game. In the game, even eating something was not allowed to be mentioned or posted. What was the difference from burying their heads in the sand? Did playing word games really protect animals? They spoke of protection, yet privately, they didn't know how much they had consumed under the guise of confiscation. As for impeaching Lu Ruyan, that was a joke. Ever since Lu Ruyan took office, everyone had eaten well twice. She was the selfless deity of wealth. How could they possibly get rid of her? Even if the federal leader changed, they couldn't replace Lu Ruyan. After Lu Ruyan exited the meeting, she directly entered the game and sent a voice message to Han Chen. She shared the details of the meeting with him and sent over screenshots of Wang Jiming's furious expressions. Upon learning that it wouldn't affect Lu Ruyan, Han Chen sent a video of roasted glazed Lion King meat. Wang Jiming had already taken the lead in attacking him on the forum. How could he not retaliate? Brother, I want to eat too, Lu Ruyan whined. It's simple. I'll save a piece for you and give it to you when I get back, Han Chen replied. But I want to eat it now. Hey, are you being proud of your achievements? I'm being proud, just say whether you're giving it or not. Okay, Han Chen said helplessly, wondering how Lu Ruyan had also learned to act cute. After thinking for a moment, Han Chen suddenly shouted, whoever gets to the campfire first will be rewarded with 100 gold coins. Kakarot, not understanding what Han Chen meant, obediently stood by the campfire. Han Chen couldn't help but laugh. I wasn't talking to you. Kakarot quickly looked around cautiously, but they were by the campfire, and outside was pitch black, with nothing visible. Suddenly, the sound of leaves being crushed underfoot was heard, and then a masked assassin appeared by the campfire. I got here first. Kakarot was startled. He hadn't realized there were still people hiding nearby. However, the next moment, more hurried footsteps approached and figures appeared, attacking the assassin who had stood by the campfire first. Kakarot. Before Han Chen's voice had faded, Kakarot danced with his staff, blocking the assassin in front of him. As the staff swung, any player that came into contact with it was instantly killed. With that single strike, no more assassins dared to approach. They all knew that the gold coins were out of their reach. How did you know I was here? The masked assassin asked, puzzled. How would I know you were here? Han Chen rolled his eyes. I don't even know you, but I know there can't be no assassins around me. Oh true, the assassin finally realized. So does that 100 gold count? Of course. But there's a condition, deliver some meat for me and you can get another 100 gold. Han Chen gestured to the unfinished roasted glazed Lion King meat. He had only roasted one piece, and naturally he intended to give this piece to Lu Ruyan. He couldn't roast another one, that would take another half an hour. Alright, where do I deliver it? The masked assassin agreed without hesitation. Deliver it to residential number 132 in Taoyuan Town, Han Chen said. But this is Piaomiao Town. Han Chen shook his head and directly initiated a trade. Once the other party agreed, he placed 2 return scrolls, 200 gold, and the unfinished roasted meat into the trade. If you deliver it within 10 minutes, she will give you another 100 gold. Whether you can get it depends on you. I won't need 10 minutes. The masked assassin quickly took out a return scroll, but having just been ambushed, he was still in combat mode despite not taking damage, and thus couldn't use the scroll. In a moment of desperation, the masked assassin slashed his own neck, then vanished in a flash of white light. Han Chen stared in shock. This brother is really dedicated. He couldn't help but think of a delivery rider back on Earth. Sigh, life is tough. After informing Lu Ruyan to pick up the takeout in time, he lay back in his chair, now quite interested in the stars above, wondering if they were the same ones he could see from Earth. As for Kakarot, upon realizing there were numerous assassins nearby, he could no longer remain calm, holding his staff and vigilantly watching his surroundings. In the next 2 hours, Han Chen only dropped 2 pieces of purple equipment, but unfortunately, the upgraded gear from watching ads was not usable for him, so he tossed them into the guild warehouse. It wasn't until just after 9 o'clock that a notification appeared. Today's monster spawn time has reached 6 hours, subsequent monster spawn experience will be reduced by 90%. Han Chen checked his current experience. Level 32, 9681166/100000000. He looked at the monster spawn experience. Killing armored silver leopard, level 35, gained experience 38, although he needed less than 32 experience to level up. With the experience reduction, it would take at least an hour to reach level 33. He wisely chose to give up on continuing to grind monsters. Forget it, I'll level up tomorrow. It will only take a few minutes then. Just as Han Chen was about to recall all his pets, suddenly, everything around him brightened as if it were daytime. Han Chen looked at the nearly 7-meter-tall leopard, radiating silver light, and felt a surge of joy. The golden level boss of the day had arrived. Silver Leopard King, level 35, golden level boss, health 7,800,000, physical attack 39,000, magical attack 4,500, physical defense 15,000, magical defense 15,500, skills, invincible body, silver leopard strike, silver armor shield, leopard king's fury, eye of daylight, shadow teleportation, silver leopard ring strike, silver storm. Han Chen's mind raced, and all the gibbons and red yaks quickly retreated. Having learned from his previous encounter with the Golden Lion King, he would not let ordinary pets clash head-on with a golden level boss again. Then, Han Chen summoned Chi-Chi. Kakarot, Chi-Chi, it's your turn to perform. Thanks to the add-modified legendary skill, Chi-Chi had leveled up quickly, and in just one day, she had already reached level 10 and unlocked her divine abilities. Kakarot's figure suddenly appeared in front of the Silver Leopard King, and then he grew to a height of 8 meters, towering over the Silver Leopard King. Chi-Chi, after leaping a distance, also began to grow, though she lacked the teleportation skill and stood only 5 meters tall. Kakarot uprooted a large tree and smashed it directly at the Silver Leopard King. Chi-Chi, imitating him, pulled up a slightly smaller tree and hurled it at the Silver Leopard King. With just one attack, the Silver Leopard King lost 1/5 of its health. Caught off guard, the Silver Leopard King let out a roar, and a silver armor-like phantom appeared around its body. Silver armor shield, gain a shield equal to 10% of maximum health, reducing incoming damage by 80% for 60 seconds. Based on Kakarot and Chi-Chi's output, it would take 2 attacks to break the shield. Kakarot swung the tree again, but the Silver Leopard King's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Kakarot with a claw swipe. Shadow teleport, briefly disappear and relocate to a designated spot. The next attack deals 300% damage and applies a fear effect for 5 seconds. With the enhancement from the law of the universe, Kakarot's defenses reached 740,000, so the Silver Leopard King's damage couldn't break through, but the fear effect was unavoidable. As a result, Kakarot couldn't attack for 5 seconds. Fortunately, Chi-Chi was still there, and a tree smashed down on the Silver Leopard King's back. Minus 82,975. The output was a bit lacking. After realizing it couldn't harm Kakarot, the Silver Leopard King switched targets and charged at Chi-Chi like a silver flash. Leopard King's ambush, quickly rush at the target, dealing 100% attack damage to enemies in the path and double damage to the target. Although Chi-Chi's attributes were not as strong as Kakarot's, she still had 240,000 in dual defenses, and the Silver Leopard King couldn't break through her defenses either. Chi-Chi discarded the already smashed tree trunk, climbed onto the Silver Leopard King's back, and began to pound its head with her fists. The Silver Leopard King shook its body, trying to throw Chi-Chi off, but she clung tightly to its body with her hind paws, like a stubborn monkey, unable to be shaken off. Chi-Chi continued to rain punches down on the Silver Leopard King's head. -82,975 -82,975. Eventually, the Silver Leopard King executed a Silver Leopard spin, quickly spinning to displace Chi-Chi and finally shake her off. The Silver Leopard King glanced at Kakarot, then at Chi-Chi, revealing a wary expression. It then looked at the surrounding red yaks and gibbons, a layer of red light emanating from its body. Leopard King's Fury increases attack power by 80%, reduces dual defenses by 40%, and attacks have a 30% lifesteal effect. Immediately, a multitude of spinning silver lines appeared around the Silver Leopard King, charging towards the red yaks and gibbons. Silver Storm creates a silver storm around the body, increasing movement speed by 30%, dealing 200% attack damage per second to surrounding targets for 15 seconds. Han Shen instantly understood the Silver Leopard King's intention. It wanted to heal itself by attacking his pets. He quickly recalled all the pets around the Silver Leopard King, denying it the chance to attack them. It was no joke. With the Silver Leopard King's attack power, one skill plus one normal attack would wipe out his ordinary pets. He didn't want to spend a lot of time taming pets again. The Silver Leopard King clearly couldn't comprehend why the red yaks and gibbons had suddenly disappeared. It looked around but found nothing. However, Chi-Chi didn't give it time to think and lunged at the Silver Leopard King. Even in the state of the Leopard King's fury, the Silver Storm couldn't break through her defenses. At that moment, Kakarot finally recovered from the fear state, and Han Chen immediately activated Beast Intense Surge, causing red light to shine on both Kakarot and Chi-Chi. In a flash of red light, Kakarot appeared in front of the Silver Leopard King, his arms swinging with after images, just one attack, and the Silver Leopard King's shield shattered. Less than a second later, the Silver Leopard King let out a whimper and fell heavily to the ground. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Golden Level Boss Silver Leopard King, level 35, gaining 306,800 experience, plus 1 skill point, plus 100 reputation. Is that it? Easily defeated. Han Chen shook his head in disappointment. Of course, he wasn't truly disappointed in the Silver Leopard King. He simply felt the urge to perform since he knew there were others around. Then, Han Chen saw 2 golden orbs of light and he could no longer remain calm, rushing straight towards them. Automatically consumed advertisement free viewing card *1, obtain shadow leather boots, divine, silver armor round shield, divine, golden leopard king hide *1, golden leopard king meat *10. Is this for real? Both can be used? This is too blissful. As expected, the god of advertisements does not disappoint the diligent. Han Chen immediately equipped the 2 pieces of divine gear and then checked the equipment panel. Shadow leather boots, divine, type. Shoes, leather armor equipment level 30 physical defense, 860 magical defense, 800 strength, 60 agility, 60 spirit, 60 movement. Speed, 60% shadow teleportation, briefly disappears, displacing to a designated location. The next attack deals 300% damage and adds a fear effect, lasting 5 seconds, cooldown time 120 seconds. Artifact, equipment level will grow with the character. Bound to Han Chen, silver. Armor round shield, divine, type offhand, round shield equipment level 30 health, 6600 mana, 2800 physical defense, 1260 strength, 60 agility, 60 constitution, 60 silver armor shield, gains a shield equal to 50% of maximum health during the shield's existence, reduces 80% of incoming damage, lasting 20 seconds, cooldown time 120 seconds. Artifact, equipment level will grow with the character. Bound to Han Chen, this is directly inheriting 2 skills from the Silver Leopard King. Shadow teleportation is undoubtedly a skill even more divine than divine for burst-type professions like assassins and swordsmen. For Han Chen, it can certainly catch opponents off guard, but normally he wouldn't need to take action himself, so it's better regarded as a life-saving skill. The Silver Armor Shield is simply a life-saving skill. Compared to the Silver Leopard King's shield, the shield effect has increased to 50%, but the duration has decreased to 20 seconds. Han Chen already had the Xuanwu leather armor, which provided a base 50% damage reduction. If he triggered the silver armor shield, the damage reduction could reach 90%. If triggered below half health, the total damage reduction could reach 96%, making it impossible for him to be taken down without over 1 million damage. Han Chen satisfiedly closed the attribute panel and was about to return to town when suddenly a large number of armored silver leopards spawned around him, starting to attack. -0-0-0. At this moment, Kakarot and Chi-Chi had already returned to their normal size and quickly began to kill the armored silver leopards, helping Han Chen out of trouble. Han Chen also summoned dozens of pet beasts to clear the armored silver leopards. Soon, the newly spawned armored silver leopards were wiped out. While waiting to exit combat, Han Chen opened the leaderboard to see everyone's levels, and he was surprised to find that his level had already reached 32.99%. Han Chen didn't even bother looking at others anymore, and directly opened his panel to check his experience. Level 32 9992792/100000000. At this moment, Han Chen remembered that he had just gained over 300,000 experience. from killing the Silver Leopard King. He suddenly realized that running out of time while farming would reduce the experience gained from normal monsters, but it wouldn't affect the experience from bosses. Of course, even if the boss is soloed, and the small monsters are instantly killed, it still takes about an hour to spawn one, and sometimes it can take 2 hours without any appearing, which is quite unstable. So relying on farming bosses to level up is impossible unless he can teleport across the entire map and spend money to buy bosses, cycling through them one by one. I have to say, the experience decay is really frustrating. Han Chen thought he could level up after farming another wave of monsters, but after finishing that wave, his experience only reached 9,997,618. He could only wait another minute for the small monsters to respawn. This time, he calculated the experience, and it was definitely enough to level up. A minute later, a glow surrounded Han Chen. Congratulations, you have reached level 33, gaining 1 skill point and 5 free attribute points. Finally leveled up. Han Chen sighed in relief, immediately putting away his pet and moving away from the monster farming area. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to disengage from combat. Next, he equipped the Heart of Rock and the tiger skin hat from his backpack. Both pieces of equipment were level 33. The Heart of Rock dropped from the giant rock boss, while the tiger skin hat dropped from a regular female lion. He didn't know why a female lion would drop a tiger skin hat. Perhaps it had something to do with lingering feelings between lions and tigers. After updating 4 pieces of equipment, Han Chen opened his attribute panel to check his current stats. ID, Han Xiao title, first guild level, 33, 12, 245/11, 500 000, class, Beast Tamer, first stage, talents, upward progress, heavily I, Beast God. Health, 98,770 mana, 18, 822 physical attack, 21,742 magic attack, 894 physical defense, 16,589 magic defense, 13, 271 critical hit rate, 30% movement. Speed, 1, 792 free attribute points, 0 strength, 472 intelligence, 32 agility, 410 spirit, 323 constitution, 326 head, tiger skin hat, necklace, heart of rock weapon, 2 instruments whip, divine, offhand, silver armor round shield, divine, armor, black turtle leather armor, divine, jade pendant, horn jade pendant, bracers, python skin bracers, wrist, death's grasp, divine, ring, fire feather ring, warm jade ring pants, golden leather pants, divine, shoes, shadow leather boots. Divine, skill points, 30 Beast Sea Tactics, max, Beast Intent Boiling, max, Tame, max, Wind Underfoot, max, Shield Block, max, Spirit Awakening, max. Not bad, getting closer to full divine equipment. But relying solely on my own efforts, the probability of encountering a golden level boss is still too low. Like Lu Ruyan, with 5 givens, the monster farming efficiency skyrocketed, yet today he hadn't encountered a single golden level boss. Then, Han Chen suddenly thought, whether it's a level 10 golden level boss or a level 51, as long as it drops legendary level equipment, he can level up to divine level using ads without watching cards. As long as it's divine equipment, it has the characteristics of divine artifacts, and there's no issue of equipment being too low level. Although the fewer people farming monsters, the higher the probability of bosses and golden level bosses appearing. The player base is there, and no matter how low the probability, bosses will eventually spawn. Every day there are posts about golden level bosses on the forum. Even Blood Rose has taken down one in recent days. Han Chen slapped his forehead. Oh no, my thinking was limited, I didn't even think of this before. So, he opened the forum and created a post. Han Xiao, looking for golden level bosses, no level limit, 10,000 gold per boss. Only during the day, contact, Yi Qingqing instantly. A large number of replies appeared below. Rain Love, Han Xiao, my husband. Baby Milk, first irritable ginger. Why is this guy still here? Is the Department of Animal and Plant Protection just slacking off? Little cutie, what does it mean to collect boss? Can boss still be collected? Old. LV Sanyo, it means the boss is hitting him. Love again, I think he collects golden boss just to get the next boss again. Unstoppable genius, I think so too, he's over 30 levels, low level boss has no experience to offer, and the dropped equipment level is low. Summer Wind, collecting golden boss, huh? Show me how you can solo a boss. Unstoppable genius, didn't you see someone just posted a video of Han Xiao killing a golden boss in seconds? Summer Wind, just staged, don't ask me how I know. Various animal lovers and fans boosted Han Chen's post, and Han Chen nodded in satisfaction. These people were really supportive, not needing any payment, they were willing to help him promote his post. Then, Han Chen also posted a short video with the same text in the short video section, of course, with his handsome photo as the background. In less than a minute, the short video received over 10,000 likes. Finally, Han Chen closed the forum and posted it again in the Colorful World channel. Han Xiao. Collecting golden boss, no level limit, 10,000 gold per boss, only during the day. Contact, Yi Qingqing. Just 10 seconds after the post went out, Yi Qingqing sent a voice call. Han Chen adjusted the volume to 30% before answering the call. Instantly, Yi Qingqing's irritable voice came through. Did you consult me? You just assigned me new work? When did I say I would help you collect, boss? Do you understand what respect is? I'm not your servant. Collecting treasures is already exhausting, and I still have to manage the guild. Do you know how busy I am? And you want me to do more work. Did you forget how you mocked me during the day? You said I'm small, so what? If I'm small, am I eating your rice? Using your cloth? You still want me to help you collect, boss? Let me tell you, it's impossible in this lifetime. Just dream on. After a full 3 minutes, Yi Qingqing finally stopped, panting. Han Shen then said slowly, I originally wanted to give you 10,000 gold for each boss, but since you're unwilling, I'll find someone else. Wait a minute. Yi Qingqing shouted on the other end of the call, then said in a high-pitched voice, Oh, Han Xiao, I was just joking with you. How could I possibly not want to? Han Shen continued, Forget it, I don't want to make it hard for you. I'm not particularly good at anything, just good at understanding others. Someone is already willing to do it. Don't. You can trust me to get it done, there's no need to find someone else. Yi Qingqing said anxiously, I just need 9,000 gold, no, 8,000 gold is enough. 5,000, just 5,000. Do it if you want. Deal. As soon as Han Shen finished speaking, Yi Qingqing eagerly shouted, Wait, I haven't finished my sentence. Han Shen continued, I don't like seeing you with a straight face. Next time you see me, be a bit happier, okay? Oh, I understand. Yi Qingqing's face turned slightly red and he began to think wildly. What does Han Xiao mean by this? He doesn't like seeing me unhappy. He wants me to be happy. Is he saying sweet nothings to me? He wants me to do the work instead of finding someone else. Could it be that he likes me? Or is he just looking for an excuse to give me money? However, Han Shen's next sentence pulled him back to reality. Go find a tailor to make a set of outfits, and get it padded a bit. Look at you and your gear. If someone doesn't see your face, they might think you're a guy. It's ridiculous. Also, think about what I said this afternoon. Put in some effort and look for special effect medicine. Got it? Yi Qingqing clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. I know already. Why do you seem unhappy? I'm not, I'm very happy. That's good to hear. I don't have many good qualities, but I'm always willing to help. I can see that. After hanging up the call, Han Shen sneered contemptuously. You think you can compete with me? In fact, he initially only planned to give Yi Qingqing 5,000 gold coins. After all, his money didn't come from thin air. Then, a glimmer flickered in Han Shen's eyes as he consumed 18,000 mana points to conjure 9 advertisement skip cards. After putting the cards away, he used a jade token to return to the Peach Blossom's secret realm. Han Shen, you're finally back. A fragrant breeze swept over, and Han Shen opened his arms to embrace Yao Yao. Why did it take you so long today? Yao Yao asked with a hint of grievance. There were a lot of things to deal with today. I'll come back faster tomorrow. Han Shen gently patted Yao Yao's back to comfort her. The reason he said that capturing the boss was limited to daytime was also because he didn't want to waste time with Yao Yao. Suddenly, Han Shen felt something was off and took a while to realize what it was. Where's the little money grubber? Logically, when he returned, the little money grubber should have rushed over to complain to him, but today there was no sign of it. Could it have fallen asleep since it was too late? It's watching the water, Yao Yao replied, then pointed to the stream. Han Shen looked in the direction Yao Yao was pointing and saw the little money grubber standing on a rock with its back to him, the breeze ruffling its fur, making it appear particularly lonely and desolate. Didn't you give it any gold coins? Han Shen asked in confusion. I did, but it fainted from joy several times, Yao Yao quickly replied. She had been very obedient today and hadn't tormented the little money grubber at all. Then why isn't it happy? I don't know. Yao Yao was puzzled too, then pointed to the gold coins nearby. It doesn't want these coins. I suspect it wants a mother mouse. Chirp chirp chirp. I don't want that. The little money grubber quickly denied it. Then why aren't you happy? Han Shen asked curiously. The little money grubber jumped onto the pile of coins and started to dig, but no matter how it dug, the coins remained there. Chirp 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 chirp. I've collected enough, I can't take any more. The little money grubber lay hopelessly on the pile of coins. The most painful thing in the world is to have coins right there but be unable to collect them. Oh, so that's how it is. Han Shen suddenly realized, this is easy to fix. Han Shen squatted down and began picking up the coins one by one, then said, tomorrow, just don't give it any coins. Chirp. What? The little money grubber jumped up, grabbed 2 coins with its tiny paws, and ran off, hiding the 2 coins under a rock. It then rushed back and snatched 2 coins from Han Shen's hand. Before long, most of the coins had been hidden away by the little money grubber. If there were no coins tomorrow, then these coins would be a lifeline. How amazing. It's lively again. Yao Yao exclaimed in delight. Han Shen watched the busy little money grubber and shook his head with a smile. This is a kind of illness, commonly known as overeating. Many young people have this condition. Ha, so it's an illness? You can even cure illnesses. Are you a doctor? Yao Yao looked at Han Shen with admiration, feeling that he was capable of so much. I feel like I'm sick too. I have this impulse to hold you tightly. Stop. Han Shen quickly called for the car to stop. Not suitable for little mice. He put the little money grubber into the demon suppression tower, then wrapped his arms around Yao Yao and softly said, in the night sky, I'll treat your illness now. Yao Yao gazed at Han Shen with dreamy eyes, her breath quickening, and with a wave of her hand, the scenery of the secret realm transformed into a night sky. Above is Qian. Below is Sun, the wind of heaven encounters. Initial 6 lines, tied to the golden rod, auspicious. If there is a journey, see, Jian, misfortune, Xion, the weak pig is hesitant. Ron, change the hexagram from Qian to Tian. Initial 9 lines, hidden dragon, do not use. Han Shen's eyes glimmered with golden light and the hexagram disappeared accordingly. What does that mean? Yao Yao asked curiously. Han Shen frowned and said, what I calculated is to conquer Taoyuan town. The original divination indicated to hold steady and not move, as action would be dangerous. However, when dealing with petty people, do not hesitate. The change in the divination means that one should not act hastily. Originally, the divination was 1 yin and 5 yang transforming into 6 yang. The initial hexagram has changed, and the yin you are facing is to hide your true strength and not take action. Do you have any plans you haven't told me? I don't have any. Yao Yao lowered her head and spoke softly, glancing at Han Shen before shyly avoiding his gaze. I saw a burnt peach tree. If you don't tell me and act recklessly, that might be your fate, Han Shen said seriously. I just want to be with you all the time. I don't want to keep waiting for you. Yao Yao lowered her head, looking like a child who had done something wrong. Seeing this, Han Shen's heart softened, and his tone eased. We have a saying, if love is long-lasting, what does it matter if it's day or night? We can be together every day, which is already better than many people. As long as we get through this period, we can be together forever. Yao Yao pouted and hugged Han Shen. I understand. I don't want to become a burnt peach tree. I want to be with you all the time. She was just a bit anxious, which didn't mean she was foolish. Knowing there was danger, she naturally gave up her previous plans. Han Shen felt relieved and then asked curiously, so what were you planning before? Oh, it was nothing, Yao Yao said casually. Just absorbing a lot of living beings' blood energy, and then I would lose my guardian qualification and be expelled, so I wouldn't have to stay here. Were you planning to eat people? Han Shen exclaimed in shock. No, Yao Yao hurriedly explained. I just wanted to absorb some blood. I didn't plan to eat anyone. Han Shen pressed down on Yao Yao's shoulders, pulling her from his embrace, and looked at her seriously. No matter what, you cannot eat people. Don't even think about those evil ideas of sucking blood. Just wait for me honestly, understand? Oh, Yao Yao replied weakly. Seeing her expression, Han Shen realized she had no concept of eating people or sucking blood, so he shifted his approach. You see, that big bat from before liked to eat people and suck blood, which is why it became so ugly and smelly. If you turn into that, I won't want you anymore. At that moment, panic flashed in Yao Yao's eyes. I definitely won't suck blood or eat people. I don't want to become ugly. Please don't abandon me. Then don't do anything foolish. Just wait for me to come back. Yao Yao nodded vigorously. Then come back early. Han Shao. As soon as Han Shen returned to Taoyuan town, Yi Qingcheng sent a voice call. Once connected, her angry soprano voice came through. She had sent Han Shen a message half an hour ago, but he hadn't responded. Han Shen frowned. Yi Qingcheng sensed Han Shen's displeasure and quickly recalled what he had said yesterday, raising her voice. Han Shao, Gigi, I've already found 2 golden-level bosses, and they're very close to the town. Everyone has been guarding for half an hour. When are you coming to kill them? Han Shen couldn't help but shiver, goosebumps all over. Just speak normally and gently. There's no need to force your voice like that. It's disgusting. Yi Qingcheng opened her mouth, momentarily unsure how to respond. Normally, if Han Shen called her disgusting, she would have shouted back, but now she couldn't speak normally and couldn't force her voice, so what should she say? In the end, Han Shen spoke first. Alright, where are you at with the boss? Just send me the town and coordinates. Yi Qingcheng felt relieved and immediately sent Han Shen the coordinates. Manga town? Sounds familiar. I think I've heard of it somewhere. Han Shen arrived at the teleportation array and found Manga town to teleport over. Immediately, a player named Fei Maotue came up to him. God, Yi Qingcheng asked me to wait for you here. Han Shen nodded in satisfaction. Yi Qingcheng had finally made some progress. Although he knew the coordinates, they only indicated the final location, and there were often various obstacles in between, like rivers and dense forests, making it necessary to take detours without someone to guide him. Yi Qingcheng was right, the boss was indeed close. 5 minutes later, Han Shen spotted the boss from a distance. It was a nearly 4-meter-tall pure white rabbit, with even its eyes being white, gnawing on a tree. Albino Rabbit King, level 11, Golden BOSS Health 923282. With less than 1,000,000 health points, it was no different from being made of paper to him. Han Shen summoned 30 long-armed gibbons and then took out 30 bows and arrows. Unlike the aged wood of the Anjua, the ordinary bows and arrows would not be retracted when the long-armed gibbons were called back. They could only be retrieved after being released. Then, Han Shen brought the 30 long-armed gibbons closer. Yi Qingcheng had already noticed Han Shen's arrival and let the players protecting the boss make way for him. About 50 meters away from the albino rabbit king, the long-armed gibbons stopped, drew their bows, and then 30 arrows shot towards the albino rabbit king simultaneously. -209,193. The moment the dense damage numbers floated up, the albino rabbit king kicked its legs and died instantly. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the golden boss albino rabbit king, level 11, gaining 1 experience, 1 skill point, and plus 100 reputation. Seeing the notification, Han Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. The skill points and reputation for killing the golden boss were surprisingly intact. This was quite unexpected. He had thought there would only be equipment. Remembering the equipment, Han Chen hurried to the boss's corpse. This time, there were only 1 gold and 1 purple high-level light orbs, and Han Chen directly reached out to pick them up. Automatically consumed advertisement-free card *1, obtained rabbit ear hat, divine, rabbit skin armor, legendary, blackened rabbit king skin *1, blackened rabbit king meat *10. Han Chen was momentarily stunned by the notification. Is blackening above whitening? Thinking about it, it seems quite reasonable. Then, he focused his attention on the equipment. His luck was good. The first divine equipment he obtained today was exactly what he needed. Looking at the equipment icon, the rabbit ear hat indeed had a pair of long rabbit ears. To be precise, it was just 2 rabbit ears. Han Chen equipped the rabbit ear hat without hesitation, and instantly, a pair of fluffy white rabbit ears appeared on his head. Then, Han Chen checked the attribute panel of the rabbit ear hat. Rabbit ear hat, divine, type hat, leather armor equip. Level 30 physical defense for 80 magical defense, 1000 strength, 60 agility, 60 spirit, 60 dynamic protection, gain a 60% evasion chance after leaving combat. After receiving 3 instances of damage, it decreases to 30% until leaving combat. Artifact, the equip level will grow with the character. Bound to a passive defensive skill, and a rare evasion at that. Han Chen was very satisfied with it. Players had not yet discovered that evasion could not avoid certain types of damage. Then, he switched to God mode, looking at the rabbit ears on his head, revealing a satisfied smile. This is the hat a real man should wear. Beside Han Chen, Yi Qingcheng couldn't help but show a look of disdain and moved a few steps into the crowd. This guy is so perverted. Pretend not to know him. Little Yi Qingcheng. Han Chen suddenly turned around and called out to Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng looked left and right, pretending not to recognize Han Chen. You don't want the gold coins? I do. Yi Qingcheng hurriedly ran over to Han Chen obediently. This boss belongs to the first guild in Manga town, and the payment hasn't been made yet. If Han Chen doesn't give her the gold coins, she won't be able to repay, even if she sells herself. After initiating the trade, Han Chen directly sent 30,000 gold coins to Yi Qingcheng to avoid having to trade again later. The first guild in Manga town is the Gathering Hall, and the president is a certain Chao. He saw the posts Han Chen made about the colorful world in the forum last night. If it had been someone else, he definitely wouldn't have believed it, but this was Han Chen, known for having a lot of gold coins. Early in the morning, he instructed all the guild players to hunt low-level monsters to improve the efficiency of monster farming. Unexpectedly, a golden-level boss actually appeared. He immediately sought out Yi Qingcheng, but after waiting for more than half an hour, he still couldn't see Han Chen. He began to suspect he had been played, and a lot of pressure actually came from his own guild. Their guild wasn't one of those pre-established financial conglomerate guilds. It was formed just yesterday when his small team accidentally obtained a guild token. He was originally just a small player. Most of the players in the guild he didn't know, and he had worked hard to stabilize the players in the guild, making various promises. If Han Chen didn't come, everyone would definitely stop trusting him, and the entire guild would face the risk of disbandment. However, just when he was in despair, Han Chen appeared. Looking at the 10,000 gold coins displayed on the trading panel, Chao could hardly believe his eyes. Fortunately, he had prepared himself mentally for more than half an hour, and he quickly calmed down and clicked confirm. Suddenly, figures appeared and rushed towards Chao. However, at that moment, Chao's figure disappeared and reappeared in the Gathering Hall's guild residence. Yi Qingcheng had already warned him that someone would definitely covet these gold coins, so he arranged for the vice president to pull the guild token at the guild residence, ready to receive the token as soon as the trade was completed. Looking at the 10,000 gold coins in his backpack, Chao knew this wasn't a dream. He really had 10,000 gold coins. At the current exchange rate, that was 400 million federal coins, enough for him and his descendants to live without worry. Moreover, now that he was in the guild residence, although the guild members had returned to the residence with the token, they couldn't attack him there, so he could safely sell these gold coins. Chao looked up at the eager guild members around him, and his mindset unknowingly changed. He threw aside the thought of taking the money and leaving, shouting loudly, "Brothers, line up, get your money, 1 gold coin each. Hurry the hell up, or I'll back out." Chao left, but Yi Qingcheng remained in place. With a missed strike, the assassins switched their target and attacked Yi Qingcheng. As Han Chen's agent, Yi Qingcheng must have gold coins on her, and they originally didn't want to offend Blood Rose, so they chose the soft target, Chao. Now that Chao had run away, following the principle of not leaving empty-handed, they had to take Yi Qingcheng to minimize their losses. If they could loot some gold coins, even just a few, this operation wouldn't be a loss. Just as the attack was about to land on Yi Qingcheng, at a critical moment, she suddenly shouted, and a golden light circle burst forth, knocking all the surrounding assassins away, even revealing a dozen assassins who were still in stealth. Before these assassins could land, suddenly another dozen appeared around, but their target was not Yi Qingcheng, it was the assassins who had been knocked away. In just a moment, all the assassins attacking Yi Qingcheng were killed. Wow, not bad, Han Shen exclaimed in surprise. Originally, he thought Yi Qingcheng was doomed when he saw her being besieged, but he didn't expect she had this move. It seemed Yi Qingcheng's ability to handle situations was stronger than he had imagined. She had already anticipated the circumstances and made arrangements in advance. Hearing Han Shen's praise, Yi Qingcheng slightly raised her head, tilting her chin towards Han Shen, and let out a soft snort. Having a fortune, you can't be careless. If this money gets out, I can't afford to pay for it. Han Shen shook his head inwardly. This little girl can't handle flattery. Just a casual compliment and she revealed the news of her wealth. Does she think all the assassins around us are dead? Do you know? The news of your fortune has likely spread, so get ready for a continuous wave of assassination attempts. Ha, when did that happen? Yi Qingcheng asked, puzzled. Han Shen looked at her with a strange expression. Just now, you said it yourself. Don't you know that at least 100 assassins are watching me? We didn't have a private chat, so of course, they all heard it. Yi Qingcheng's face changed dramatically. Oh no, she then shouted to those around her. Brothers and sisters, I have no money. I was just bragging, I really have no money. Han Shen shook his head. If you say that, they definitely won't believe you. How about this? I'll kill you and see if you drop any gold coins. That would prove it, right? Ha, ha. Yi Qingcheng collapsed to the ground and then a pile of gold coins burst forth, forming a small mountain that buried her body beneath it. This scene stunned everyone, and then hundreds of assassins appeared out of nowhere, rushing towards the mountain of gold coins, including those hired by Yi Qingcheng. With so many gold coins, just grabbing a handful would be worth hundreds of thousands of federal coins. At that moment, an assassin named Raise a Toast to the Wind was picking up gold coins when he suddenly noticed that the coins were rapidly diminishing. Looking up, he saw that the hands of the surrounding assassins had turned into vacuum cleaners, sucking away large amounts of gold coins every second while he was still picking them up by hand. Thus, he felt a surge of malice and drew his dagger, swinging it at the surrounding assassins, unexpectedly killing them all in an instant. As long as I kill them all, won't all this gold be mine? I'm really clever. Raise a Toast to the Wind stopped picking up coins and charged at the other assassins. However, the next second he felt a pain in his body and his vision turned into the resurrection screen. What just happened? Yi Qingcheng's eyes were filled with shock. She initially thought Han Shen really wanted to kill her, but it turned out he just pulled her away, and then she saw hundreds of assassins appearing simultaneously, then seemingly like they had eaten mushrooms, they all bent down and started picking at the air. After that, everyone suddenly erupted, attacking the surrounding players indiscriminately. In less than half a minute, only a few members of their guild were left. What just happened? Why did they suddenly start killing each other? Not only Yi Qingcheng but her friends were equally astonished, completely unaware of what was happening. However, they knew that this scene was definitely related to Han Shen. Han Xiao, you're not actually a beast tamer. You're a monster, right? Yi Qingcheng looked at Han Shen in disbelief. She hadn't even seen Han Shen make a move, yet over 100 assassins suddenly appeared and then turned on each other. This was not a power a player could possess. Han Shen smiled without speaking. He wasn't a monster, but this scene was indeed caused by the Mirage Demon. With Han Shen's mana increasing, the Mirage Demon's mana also received a significant boost, making it easy to create a finely tuned group environment in a small area. As for Yi Qingcheng and her group, although they were close, they were allies and thus not affected by the illusion, but those hired assassins were different. In terms of player identity, they did not belong to the allies. At this moment, Yi Qingcheng also received a message from the hired assassins, and after a moment of thought, she understood what was happening. It was an illusion. She looked at Han Shen suspiciously. You can't really be a monster, can you? This face of yours is just an illusion, right? Saying this, she even reached out to touch Han Shen's face, but he dodged back. Not being able to touch Han Shen, Yi Qingcheng thought it was a pity, but her face still showed indifference. So stingy, touching it wouldn't take a piece of flesh. Touching you isn't out of the question, Han Shen said with a wicked smile. But if you touch me, I will definitely have to touch you back. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingcheng's face instantly turned crimson, her heart racing. He actually wants to touch me. Should we touch each other? It doesn't seem like a loss. The wedding should be the most luxurious in the history of the mother planet, a celebration for all. He's so rich, he must think the same way. Let the child learn whatever they want. The main thing is to be happy. Women have a longer average lifespan. I still have to send him off. Hey, are you even listening to me? Han Shen frowned at Yi Qingcheng, his tone slightly displeased. Why does this girl get lost in thought so easily? Is there something wrong with her head? Ha! Yi Qingcheng snapped back to reality and, avoiding his gaze, said, if you really wanted to, sorry, I already said I don't want to. First, you need to have it before you can touch, Han Shen said mercilessly. But you don't have it, so this is a false proposition, it doesn't hold. Yi Qingcheng's pupils dilated, and she crossed her arms. Wasn't it just touching faces? Wasn't the process too fast? Besides, how could he say she didn't have it? She clearly did, it was just not very obvious. Yi Qingcheng looked down, saw nothing, and then looked down a bit more. Sigh, it's not something I can control, I want to be bigger too. And is this really that important? No, I'm the #1 goddess on the forum, the public's eyes are sharp. I'm the prettiest, so this is actually completely unimportant. So it's not my problem, it's Han Zhao's aesthetic that has issues. But still, I can't help but feel unwilling. How can I make it bigger? Han Zhao said there are things in the divine realm that can grow, maybe I should go look for them tonight. No way, why should I please him? Oi! Han Shan suddenly raised his voice. Hey, what are you doing? Yi Qingqing jumped at the sudden sound, looking up to see Han Shan standing right in front of her, curiously watching her. What do you want? Yi Qingqing asked in a fluster, her eyes darting away. Han Shan was completely speechless. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? I'm in a hurry, I need to get to the next boss. Yi Qingqing's eyes instantly turned red upon hearing this man was changing the subject. He didn't want to take responsibility. But then she thought, Han Shan didn't seem to have done anything to her, it was all her wild imagination. Stealing a glance at Han Shan, there was no doubt he had been watching her the whole time. Please continue your performance. Yi Qingqing felt utterly embarrassed and quickly turned away to take out a return scroll. The wind is so strong, sand is getting in my eyes. Han Shan stopped teasing Yi Qingqing, not wanting her to overthink things again. He actually knew Yi Qingqing was interested in him, even Yao Yao could see it, so how could he not? But being interested doesn't mean love. There are too many excellent people in the world. In a lifetime, one inevitably likes many people, one can't be with them all. Moreover, he truly cared. No matter how hard it got, he couldn't let the child suffer. Taking out the return scroll, Han Shan followed Yi Qingqing back to town. The second golden level boss was in Lingyu town, very close to the first one. Even with Yi Qingqing's speed, it took less than 10 minutes to get there. It was a huge blob of blue jelly. Emerald Water Slime Emperor, level 12, golden level BOSS. Han Shan curiously examined the Slime Emperor. It was his first time seeing a slime. Just then, a player named Limited Edition Youth suddenly blocked his and Yi Qingqing's path. Han Xiao, 15,000 gold coins for a golden level boss. What do you think? Han Shan looked at Yi Qingqing in confusion. Could it be that the price wasn't negotiated, or had they encountered someone trying to raise the price at the last minute? Yi Qingqing quickly explained, it's not this boss. He said he has 2 golden level bosses, but they cost 15,000 each, so I ignored him. I didn't expect to find him lurking here. Oh, a fleeting glimmer appeared in Han Shan's eyes as his limited youth turned to ashes in an instant. He hated people who broke the rules, especially those who broke the rules he had set. I said 1,000 gold coins. I mentioned contacting Yi Qingqing. Why won't anyone listen? Where is he? Yi Qingqing's pupils dilated again. If the previous encounter was an illusion, then what about this time? How did he manage it? With just a glance, he left no trace. Was Han Shan really a beast tamer? Were beast tamers this formidable? After leaving the novice village, Han Shan had hardly used death in front of others, so no one knew about this ability of his, including Yi Qingqing. In Yi Qingqing's eyes, Han Shan was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Initially, she thought he was just handsome, wealthy, and talented, but now it seemed she had underestimated him. You can't be the GM of the Divine Realm, can you? As soon as Yi Qingqing said this, not only the players present but also the major factions secretly observing Han Shan through the Assassin's livestream were taken aback. That's right. The Federation couldn't find any information on Han Shan, wasn't that just like the previous Divine Realm? It was just that the Divine Realm appeared earlier, so they hadn't connected the two. If Han Shan was the GM, then everything made sense. Infinite gold coins, extraordinary talent, insane attributes, the ability to resurrect on the spot. Who else could do that but a GM? In no time, the news of Han Shan being the GM spread like wildfire, and the major financial groups received this unbelievable information immediately. As for Han Shan himself, he smoothly approached the Azure Water Slime Emperor, still using the same strategy as before, summoning the gibbons and giving them bows and arrows. No surprises occurred. The Azure Water Slime Emperor was directly focused down and killed by the gibbons. Kill the golden level boss Azure Water Slime Emperor, level 12, gain experience 1, skill point +1, reputation +100. It was time for the loot draw again. And who knew what the completely transparent Slime Emperor would drop? Han Shan eagerly reached out to collect the spoils. Automatically consume ad-free card *1, obtain Spirit Source Emperor Amulet, Divine, Slime Crown. Legendary, Ultimate Slime Goo *20. Amulet? Han Shan curiously checked the Ultimate Spirit Source Emperor Amulet, Divine, and found it was just a necklace. So, he equipped the Spirit Source Emperor Amulet directly, replacing the still warm Heart of Rock, and then handed the Heart of Rock to Yi Qingqing. This Heart of Rock was quite suitable for Yi Qingqing's knight profession. Then, Han Shan checked the attributes of the Spirit Source Emperor Amulet, Divine. Spirit Source Emperor Amulet, Divine, type, necklace equip level 30 mana, 2600 physical attack, 1200 strength, 60 spirit, 60 constitution, 60 resilience, 30% Slime Emperor's mana. Source, when attacking, recover 10% of the damage dealt as mana. When attacked, recover 1% of maximum mana. Artifact, equip level will grow with the character. Bound to Hanshan seems pretty good. Hanshan looked at his mana, which had originally just exceeded 10,000, now had risen to 20,000, and the mana cap had increased to 31,240. He used the remaining 20,000 mana to condense 10 ad-free cards, then had the Gibbons attack the surrounding slimes. Minus 78,604 to 78,604. Kill slime, level 10, gain experience 1. Meanwhile, Hanshan's mana began to rise steadily. Mana plus 300, mana plus 300, mana plus 300. It really works. An artifact. Hanshan was worried that the pet's attack wouldn't count as his own, meaning he couldn't regain mana unless he attacked himself. However, it turned out he was overthinking. Pets were indeed the main attack method for tamers, and the divine realm did quite well in this regard. The reason he only regained 300 was that the slime had only 3,000 health points. If he fought higher-level monsters with more health, he could regain full mana with just 4 or 5 attacks. This meant he no longer needed to desperately drink mana potions. Then, Hanshan continued to check the drops from the Azure Water Slime Emperor. Slime Crown, Legendary, Type Head, Magic Equip level 12. He directly tossed it into the guild warehouse. Ultimate Slime Mucus Type Food, Material, Consumable. The mucus of the legendary strongest Ultimate Slime. Consuming it permanently increases mental attributes by 10 points, and it can also be used for other purposes. Note: heating will melt it into ordinary water. Hanshan had 20 portions of Ultimate Slime Mucus. If he consumed them all, he would gain 200 points of permanent mental attributes, which was quite astonishing. His current mental attribute was only 410 points, equivalent to a direct increase of 50%. However, looking at the thick green liquid in the bottle, Hanshan couldn't bring himself to drink it. After thinking for a moment, he handed the ultimate slime to Yi Qingcheng. Oi, what's wrong? Yi Qingcheng asked in a panic. Can you stop daydreaming? If someone ambushes you, 100 lives wouldn't be enough, Hanshan said, pushing the bottle forward again. This thing has special effects, you should try it. Oh. Yi Qingcheng hurriedly took the bottle and, without thinking, poured it directly into her mouth. Then, a glimmer of joy flashed in Yi Qingcheng's eyes. This is so good. What is it? Do you have more? Of course. Hanshan nodded. Yi Qingcheng was delighted. I want more. Give me another bottle. In your dreams. If it's delicious, I'm definitely keeping it for myself. Hanshan took out a bottle of Ultimate Slime Mucus and waved it in front of Yi Qingcheng before pouring it into his own mouth. Gag gag. Hanshan and Yi Qingcheng both bent over and started retching. Poisonous woman, gag you poisonous woman. Gag. Hanshan shouted in exasperation. Yi Qingcheng, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Gag serves you right for messing with me. Gag, you brought this on yourself. Gag. After a while, Hanshan finally recovered and pointed at Yi Qingcheng. You spendthrift, that bottle was worth 10 points of mental attributes and you just threw it up? Yi Qingcheng recovered faster than Hanshan, looking smug. Didn't you throw up too? How? Can you criticize me? So, how was it? Refreshing? What are you comparing with me? Even if a bottle gives 100 points of mental attributes, if it doesn't taste good, I won't drink it. Hanshan shook his head. And for you, those attribute points are precious. No matter how precious, I won't drink it. Only you can pursue freedom. Can't we ordinary people pursue it too? Yi Qingcheng said proudly. What? If drinking a bottle gives you 10,000 gold coins? Hanshan laughed. Yi Qingcheng's pride vanished in an instant and she decisively said, how many bottles do you have? Bring me as many as you can. Hanshan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Aren't you supposed to be pursuing freedom? Isn't financial freedom still freedom? Yi Qingcheng retorted. Hanshan opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. She made a good point. He found himself unable to refute it. Speaking of which, his current freedom largely stemmed from the freedom of gold coins, which were easier for him to obtain than sand. Hurry up. How many gold coins? No. How many bottles of Ultimate Slime Mucus do you have? Bring them all out. I guarantee I won't stop drinking. Yi Qingcheng urged. No way. Hanshan said without hesitation. I never promised you. If you want to drink, go find it yourself. Just kidding. Even if the Ultimate Slime Goo has other uses besides being edible, he wouldn't let Yi Qingcheng drink it anyway. If Yi Qingcheng became financially independent, who would help him with his work? Should he let Lu Ruyan remove Yi Qingcheng from the vice president position and replace him with another vice president? That doesn't seem impossible. Hanshan looked at Yi Qingcheng with a scrutinizing gaze. After all, up until now, her performance could only be considered decent, and perhaps a change would yield better results. Yi Qingcheng felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze and quickly said, I won't drink it. She had a strong premonition that Hanshan was thinking about things he shouldn't be, and it wasn't the kind of thoughts she had in mind. I'm going to settle my gold coins, Yi Qingcheng said as she ran off, not giving Hanshan a chance to tempt her further. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to resist the allure. Hanshan chuckled. Silently, this girl was quite alert. He then used a return scroll to go back to Taoyuan town, arriving at the teleportation array, donned his veil, and randomly selected a town to teleport to. Although sometimes these assassins could help him with some tasks, no one liked being watched all the time. You have discovered Fingyu Town. Han Shen activated his wind beneath his feet and quickly headed north. Along the main road, running for 10 minutes after leaving the town, then veering west. With his god-level boots, his current movement speed reached 1866, and the speed of the Red Yak was no match for his own. Anymore. If he had time to spare, he could use the Red Yak for transportation, but now, to avoid the assassin's surveillance, it was better to run on his own. Once the wind beneath his feet cooled down, he used it, and half an hour later, Han Shen spotted a level 30 wild monster. After running for another 10 minutes, he found a level 38 monster. He was level 33, just right for maximizing experience. I don't believe you can still find me like this. Han Shen shouted, is anyone there? Come out and claim 10,000 gold coins. His voice echoed through the mountains and forests, but no one appeared. Han Shen smiled with satisfaction. He had finally shaken off those annoying assassins. In fact, even if they knew Han Shen was here, it would take them at least 2 hours to run over. However, the next moment, Han Shen saw an assassin stepping out from the shadows. 10,000 gold coins, is it real? Level 16, class, Starry Sky Hunter Unique Hidden Class SSS Level Talent, Divine Ascension, gain a 500% base attribute bonus after collecting 12 pieces of god-level equipment. Current equipment, 1 blue, 1 green, 10 white. Skill Starry Sky Pursuit, max lock onto the target's location and teleport nearby. Cooldown time 30 minutes. Skill Stealth, level 6, skill Backstab, level 1. So that's how it is. Han Shen's previous thoughts weren't wrong. A normal person would take at least 2 hours to run over, but this guy didn't need to run, he could teleport directly. Han Shen initiated a private chat with Hu was taken aback but quickly accepted, smiling and straightforward, saying he would give the gold coins, but it definitely wouldn't be for free. Did you turn off the live stream? Han Shen asked. It's already off. Hu replied hastily. Upon hearing Han Shen mention 10,000 gold coins, he decisively cut off the live stream. Stick with me, and I'll help you gather god-level equipment, Han Shen said directly without beating around the bush. Ha! Hu was stunned. Unable to speak, he originally thought Han Shen was just asking him to do some work or offering him money to stop following him, but he didn't expect Han Shen to say he would help him gather god-level equipment. So yes, I know your talent in your class. Only by sticking with me do you have a future. Otherwise, you'll be useless. Han Shen was speaking the truth. Although someone's talent increased by 500% is 4 times more than Lin Fan's 100%. Even with his daily progress, it would take 100 days to reach that level. However, this enhancement comes with a prerequisite: 12 pieces of divine equipment, meaning a full set of divine gear. It's important to note that even Lin Fan, as a reborn individual, only managed to obtain 1 piece of divine equipment by being the first to transition to a hidden class due to his foresight. Collecting a full set of divine gear is no easy feat. One could even say it's completely impossible. Right now, that someone is essentially talentless, even inferior to a D-grade talent. Moreover, he is only level 16, with 17 skill points, 10 allocated to Starry Sky Pursuit, 6 to Stealth, and only a level 1 Backstab as an attack skill. Logically, at level 16 he should have 16 skill points. So he must have lost a level. As for stealing a skill point from a golden grade boss, that's impossible. He couldn't even break the defense of a level 10 golden grade boss. It's possible he was previously tricked by a mirage demon, lost his gold, and ended up dead. This someone has completely given up on assassination abilities, retaining only tracking skills. What's the difference between this and an academic genius choosing to deliver takeout? At this moment, this someone looked terrified. He had never revealed his true talent to anyone, only claiming it was D-grade. Even saying it was D-grade made him feel guilty because he truly wasn't even at that level. When he first saw the SSS grade talent, he didn't even think and selected it instantly, believing he was about to turn his life around, only to find himself plunged into hell. Fortunately, he later transitioned to a hidden class. Although his output wasn't great, he decided to leverage his class advantages and become a full-time scout. At least in this regard, he was unique. Just then, he encountered Han Shen, and many scouts couldn't keep up with Han Shen, so they all ended up buying coordinates from him. In this way, he was doing quite well, earning tens of thousands of federal coins every day. Just when he thought his later life would be like this, Han Shen suddenly said he would give him 10,000 gold coins. For him, 10,000 gold coins meant he wouldn't have to track others anymore and could fully enjoy the game, so he stepped forward without hesitation. However, Han Shen then told him he could help him collect divine equipment. If he could gather a full set of divine gear, even a pig could take off, let alone he had SSS grade talent, which meant 5 times the SSS grade once assembled. If someone else had said this, he would have scoffed, but this was Han Shen, the GM of the Divine Realm. Boss. Without any hesitation, he knelt down. You can get up first. Han Shen found this hard to accept. It was the first time a man had knelt before him. Boss, my in-game name is someone, but my real name is Zhang Wei. You can just call me Xiao Zhang. Zhang Wei, someone said as he removed his mask, revealing his ID and a young face. The assassin's mask had a hidden ID function, so the assassin didn't need to wear a veil. Han Shen was taken aback. You're Zhang Wei, then who is Snake? Zhang Wei thought for a moment and uncertainly replied, Snake, you mean the snake from the heavenly court, right? His real name is just Snake. Could he have another identity called Zhang Wei? No, there used to be another Zhang Wei, known as Snake, also called Zhang de Peo, but that's not important. Han Chen sent Zhang Wei a friend request, then initiated a trade, placing 10,000 gold coins on the table, while continuing, you go find Lu Ruyan, register, join the guild, and then come back to me. Okay, boss. But my skill just got used, so I need a half-hour cooldown. Zhang Wei said apologetically. Han Chen handed him a return scroll. Then you should go find Yi Qingqing first, she's closer. They will arrange everything afterward. Okay, boss, goodbye. Zhang Wei took the return scroll and eagerly read it to teleport back. That was Yi Qingqing, the first goddess, someone who was usually out of reach. After Zhang Wei left, Han Chen contacted Lu Ruyan again and informed her of Zhang Wei's report. You should investigate thoroughly and see if there are any issues with his character and conduct. If he can be used, protect him, if not, control him. Zhang Wei was different from other players, his abilities were too unique, and Han Chen had no intention of letting him go to other guilds. I understand, I've already sent someone to pick him up, Lu Ruyan said. She naturally understood the importance of the 12 pieces of god-level equipment combined with the unique hidden profession of divine ascension. Such a person could only be utilized by them. After hanging up, Han Chen summoned 20 gibbons and then summoned Kakarot and Chi-Chi. Kakarot had already reached level 29, while Chi-Chi had reached level 20, showing decent training speed. Then, Han Chen instructed the gibbons to start farming monsters. This time, Han Chen was farming the level 38 Thunderbirds. They were monstrous birds with a completely dark brown body. Although they had wings, they lacked feathers, resembling bat wings instead. Their two fleshy wings wrapped around their bodies, huddled together on a pile of stones, blending in with the color of the rocks, as if they had grown out of the stones themselves. If it weren't for the occasional electric arc flashing across their bodies, it would have been hard to spot them. Han Chen issued the command, and the gibbons charged directly at the Thunderbirds. At that moment, a nearby Thunderbird suddenly screeched, spreading its wings, and instantly, a bolt of lightning shot out, striking the gibbon in the front. -0-0-0. The gibbon hit by the lightning immediately froze, falling into a state of paralysis. At the same time, nearly 100 Thunderbirds were awakened, and bolts of lightning fell upon the gibbons that were not paralyzed. Han Chen observed for a while and discovered that each Thunderbird generated a bolt of lightning approximately every 10 seconds, and these bolts would definitely cause paralysis when striking the gibbons. Moreover, they could release lightning at the gibbons from hundreds of meters away. Each paralysis effect lasted for 3 seconds, and before the paralysis ended, the next bolt of lightning would come, leaving the 20 gibbons stuck in place, unable to move. Thunderbird, level 38, health 40,000, physical attack 10, magic attack 3,000. Attack method, lightning strike, accumulates a bolt of lightning every 10 seconds, dealing 200% magic attack damage to the target, with a 100% paralysis effect lasting 3 seconds. Lightning strike can be conducted through other Thunderbirds. It turned out that the Thunderbirds didn't have an extra skill. Lightning strike was their only attack method. Unfortunately, it was magic-based, otherwise, it would have been a powerful long-range pet. Han Chen released another 50 gibbons, and this time the Thunderbirds couldn't unleash their lightning anymore, allowing the gibbons to successfully approach them. The Thunderbirds did not take to the air but spread their wings and frantically fled across the stones with their 2 bird claws. However, this method of movement meant that the Thunderbirds wouldn't be very fast in their escape, and they wouldn't accumulate lightning while fleeing, ultimately being caught and killed by the gibbons. Han Chen, on the other hand, was using his high mana recovery to condense an advertisement viewing card. Before long, Kakarot and Chi-Chi came over, each holding a Thunderbird. This was what Han Chen had asked them to catch. Although he knew the attack method and bonuses of the Thunderbirds, he still needed to tame one to see if there were any surprises. Of course, the result was no surprise. After being tamed, the Thunderbird's attack method remained unchanged, and the bonus was still a magic attack bonus. Han Chen's magic attack was only 938, and with the bonus from the Thunderbird, it was even less than a regular Thunderbird, offering little practical value. As for the attack power, it was 78604, but the Thunderbird wouldn't perform any other attacks besides lightning strike. It could only run and wouldn't even bite. Collecting one to enrich the species was enough, so Han Chen abandoned the plan to continue taming the Thunderbirds. After some time, Han Chen summoned a silver-backed wolf, a red yak, and a giant rock monster. He hadn't used his spirit awakening today yet. He was still unsure whether to continue awakening the gibbon or to awaken other pets. If he chose to awaken the gibbon, the outcome was clear: an additional high-level combat power with the combination of law and beast intent. Boiling, the foundation would be a dozen times the explosive output. As for the other pets, the result was unknown, and it was precisely this uncertainty that held a fatal allure for Han Chen. In the end, Han Chen decided to follow his heart. Reward myself with a chance to open a blind box. If it's not good, I'll continue awakening the gibbon tomorrow. He understood his own nature. If he didn't awaken other pets today, he would be thinking about it all day, and by tomorrow, the desire would be even stronger. It was better to let it be. After all, it wasn't a matter of life and death, and there was no need to suppress his inner needs. Next, it was a choice of 3 for 1. With no advertisements to watch, Han Shen directly extended his index finger and began pointing. Who is the little cutie? The little cutie is you. It's you, silver-backed wolf. Han Shen took out the 2 instruments whip and used Spirit Awakening. Crack! The whip, infused with golden energy, struck the silver-backed wolf. After the golden energy was fully absorbed by the silver-backed wolf, its fur gradually turned into a glossy silver white, and the ferocity in its eyes dissipated, becoming wise. A wool master. Han Shen nodded. You shall be called Silver Wolf. There was no more suitable name than this. Thank you, master. Silver Wolf wagged its tail and leaned in to lick Han Shen's hand. Han Shen slapped its forehead. You are a wolf demon, already awakened with intelligence. Don't act like a dog. Silver Wolf whimpered and lay down at Han Shen's feet. Han Shen directly took out a 100-year demon core, wood, and tossed it to Silver Wolf. This was obtained from the Willow Demon. A single demon core was enough for Silver Wolf to quickly level up to above level 10. Then, Han Shen instructed Kakarot to teach Silver Wolf the cultivation techniques while also storing both of them in the demon suppression tower. With the techniques, the efficiency of absorbing the demon core would be higher. Half an hour later, Han Shen immersed his mind in the demon suppression tower and found that Silver Wolf had already reached level 15, with Kakarot teaching it how to conceal its presence. Han Shen directly opened Silver Wolf's attribute panel. Silver Wolf, level 15, race, demon, wolf health, 762750 physical attack, 187152 magical attack, 7035 physical defense, 134825 magical defense, 124274 divine ability. Bloodthirsty perception, can sense and discover surrounding enemies. When an enemy is detected, significantly increases movement speed. Perception range increases with level. Skill, ultimate hunt, locks onto an enemy within perception range, tracking its trail for 10 minutes, cooldown time 60 minutes. So it turns out to be a werewolf. Bloodthirsty perception has no cooldown time and is a permanent divine ability, which is very suitable for Han Shen. He wanted to see, once Silver Wolf learned to conceal its presence, it could be let out to kill assassins. Although the Mirage Demon could create illusions to confuse them, the range was limited, and nothing was more intimidating than directly killing. Next, Han Shen continued to grind monsters. Kill Thunderbird, level 38, gained experience 563. Killed Thunderbird, level 38, gained experience 563. Perhaps due to a special mechanism, the experience from the Thunderbirds was quite high. With Han Shen's current efficiency, he could reach level 34 in 2 hours. Just then, Yi Qingqing sent another voice call. Han Xiao, I've received another golden level boss. So soon? Han Shen exclaimed. After understanding, Han Shen realized that the 2 bosses had successfully traded, and after posting a screenshot of the gold transaction, half of the guilds in the Divine Realm went crazy. Han Shen specifically mentioned to Yi Qingqing that they should focus on bosses close to the town, so everyone crowded into the low-level monster area near the town to farm for golden-level bosses. If they could spawn just one, it would be 10,000 gold coins, and the entire guild would take off. Since so many guilds were farming bosses, Han Shen wasn't in a hurry and said, one is too few, at least 3 before I head back. The experience from the Thunderbird was considerable, and finding another one might be a bit difficult. If he went back now, he would have to travel again, which would take another 40 to 50 minutes. It wasn't the travel that worried him, but the possibility of encountering another boss halfway back, forcing him to return again. If that happened, he probably wouldn't level up at all during the day. Alright, I'll call you when we have 5 bosses. Yi Qingqing clearly realized what was about to happen and specifically increased the number to 5. As for whether those guilds were willing to wait, she didn't care. On one side were bosses only at levels 11 or 12, and on the other was 10,000 gold coins. Even a fool would know which to choose. During this time, not only one golden level boss had appeared, Yi Qingqing had confirmed 2 others, but they were all speculators like limited edition youth who collected bosses and wanted to sell them to Han Shen at a high price. However, Yi Qingqing ignored them completely and blacklisted them. 10,000 gold coins for one, and only Han Shen was buying. She didn't know who gave them the courage to act as middlemen. Didn't they know what a buyer's market was? So why could such people still afford to be speculators? Was it that their rear ends determined their brains? How's Zhang Wei doing? Han Shen pulled Yi Qingqing's thoughts back. No issues with experience, and his character seems decent. Yi Qingqing replied. He's already been contacted. Once he's arranged into the park, he should be able to log into the game. How do you always run into hidden class players? Yi Qingqing only knew Zhang Wei's hidden class but didn't know his talent. Although he was the vice president, Lu Ruyan didn't fully trust Yi Qingqing either. It's not running into them, it's discovering them. Han Shen corrected Yi Qingqing's mistake. There are probably more hidden class players hanging around you, you just haven't noticed. Is that true? Have you already discovered some? Yi Qingqing asked, puzzled. I haven't discovered anything, it's just a guess, a common human sentiment, Han Chen replied. If you want to find them, it's simple, just hold a martial arts competition, and they'll all show up. How did that get dropped? Han Chen shrugged and sent Yi Qingqing a voice call. What you want to say? Yi Qingqing's words were cut off as Han Chen hung up the call. Now you know how unpleasant it is to be hung up on. Soon after, Yi Qingqing's call came through again, but Han Chen directly set it to do not disturb and leisurely started scrolling through short videos. However, after a short while, Han Chen's brows furrowed, because for every 3 new short videos, one was about him. As a public figure, how could such a video be released, and it's still at the top of the trending list? How powerful is Han Zhao's background? Shocking. Han Zhao's true identity exposed. SM Han Chen, deliberately guiding high-level players to occupy low-level monster areas. How are we low-level players supposed to level up? In-depth exploration of the past experiences of the outlaw Han Xiao. Behind Han Xiao is the federal leader. Don't ask me how I know. Han Xiao is really a GM. If Han Xiao doesn't quit the game, the divine realm will surely perish. He didn't care at all about what others said about him, but if everyone was writing on his coattails for views, how could he continue to scroll through short videos? So, Han Chen could only dislike the short videos related to him, citing the reason involves Han Xiao. After disliking a dozen or so, the number of short video recommendations about him finally decreased significantly. However, while scrolling, he stumbled upon a live stream. The scene in the live stream was very familiar. Upon closer inspection, wasn't that him lying on a lounge chair? Not far away, unexpectedly, within less than an hour, someone found him. When you spot a cockroach, there's a good chance that a whole swarm of them is lurking in the shadows. Han Chen switched to the relevant live streams and indeed saw several assassins streaming him. Well, it's time for Silver Wolf's performance. With a thought, Silver Wolf appeared beside Han Chen. The howl of Silver Wolf spread out with a faint red glow, and in the next moment, Silver Wolf transformed into a silver afterimage. Ouch. Ugh. As the silver afterimage swept by, beams of white light lit up accompanied by various exclamations. At the same time, the screens of these live streams all turned into death interfaces, which then changed to resurrection point screens. Well done, Han Chen praised. Upon hearing this, Silver Wolf wagged its tail excitedly and was about to come over to lick Han Chen, but he kicked it away. I told you not to lick. You're not a little puppy. How annoying. In the time that followed, Silver Wolf would occasionally leap out and take down an assassin. In 2 hours, Silver Wolf had killed at least 300 assassins, far exceeding Han Chen's expectations. He knew someone was watching him, but he didn't expect so many, especially in a level 38 monster zone. A flash of light enveloped Han Chen, and he successfully leveled up to 34. It's time to go back. Han Chen stood up and recalled the gibbons. Just now, Yi Qingqing had sent him a message saying that she had accumulated 6 bosses. This time, he would open them all at once. The first boss was just outside Taoyuan town, and it was in the area of the Bear King, a familiar face to Han Chen. Bear King, level 12, golden BOSS. A volley of arrows, and the Bear King fell to the ground. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the golden boss Bear King, level 12, gaining 1 experience, 1 skill point, and plus 100 reputation. Automatically consumed ad-free card *1, obtained Bear King gauntlets, divine, bearskin armor, legendary. Gauntlets? Han Chen felt a bit disappointed. The first piece of equipment wasn't something he could use, but that was to be expected. Given the multitude of professions, it was unrealistic to always get equipment that suited him. The second boss was in Hulai town. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the golden boss Green-Spotted Snake King, level 11, gaining 1 experience, 1 skill point, and plus 100 reputation. Automatically consumed ad-free card *1, obtained Green Snake Fangs, divine, snake skin bottoms, legendary. A dagger, an assassin's equipment, perfect for Zhang Wei when he returns. Automatically consumed ad-free card *1, obtained Chicken Feather Crown, divine, Chicken Feather Staff, legendary. A hat, not as pretty as rabbit ears but can also be given to Zhang Wei. Automatically consumed ad-free card *1, obtained Mink Wrist Guards, divine, Shedding Fur Coat, legendary. A piece of leather armor wrist guard. Zhang Wei no, Han Chen himself was also a leather armor profession, so he would equip it. Mink Wrist Guards. Divine, type, wrist guards, leather armor equip level 30 physical attack, 1000 physical defense, 800 strength, 60 agility, 60 spirit, 60 dexterity. After leaving combat, increases movement speed by 50%. Artifact, the equip level will grow with the character. Bound. To Han Chen after combat movement speed, it was just what he needed. Han Chen wanted speed now, the faster the better, ideally surpassing the speed of light. After leaving combat, Han Chen's movement speed increased from 2061 to 2705, activating a wind beneath his feet, reaching 3735. That meant 3,735 meters in a minute, 62.25 meters per second, 100 meters sprint in less than 2 seconds, nearly double the speed of a cheetah. As his speed increased, Han Chen's reaction speed also improved. Even in the forest, he could avoid trees in some situations. While in most cases, he could react, but inertia was hard to overcome. Then Han Chen returned to the city and moved on to the next boss. Automatically consume ad-free card *1, obtain Waterlaw Boots, Divine, Waterlaw Robe, Legendary. The boots were like willow smoke and the robe was from the guild shop. Just as Han Chen was preparing to fight the last boss, an unexpected event occurred. He saw that the area around the boss was densely packed, with players, numbering in the tens of thousands, all holding hands to encircle the boss. Han Chen initially thought it was a special, protective method by this guild's players, but to his surprise, as soon as they saw him, they unfurled a banner. Refuse to buy boss. Resist Han Xiao. Protect the rights of civilian players. Han Xiao. Quit the game and give it a peaceful environment. Quit. Quit. Han Chen immediately understood that this was directed at him. He looked at the banner, his eyes flashing with light. Owner, Xiao Didi. Former owner, Limited Edition Youth. Limited Edition Youth is currently located in Wuda Town. Okay, case solved. Next, it was time to clean up the accomplices. Han Chen raised his left hand towards the crowd and suddenly a gigantic hand appeared, instantly killing players over a wide area. Then, the Golden Lion King suddenly appeared, charging into the crowd, able to kill a group of players with each attack. Following that, Cockroach and Silver Wolf led their respective long-armed gibbons and silverback jackals towards the players. The area in front of Han Chen immediately became empty. Only players from this town would turn red for killing. He had no qualms about players from other towns. While clearing the players, Han Chen's army of pets also conveniently killed the boss. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the golden level boss. Two-headed Wolf King, level 12, gained experience 1, skill point +1, reputation +100. Han Chen walked over and picked up the loot just in time. Automatically consume ad-free card *1, obtain Wolf King left ring, Divine, Wolf King right ring, Divine. Ah, is my luck really this good? Is this encouraging me to kill? It seems like every time I kill, my luck is great. Han Chen already had 9 pieces of divine equipment, just missing 2 rings and a jade pendant. In this situation, the probability of getting suitable equipment for him was too low, especially since it was the lowest drop rate for accessories. However, this low probability event happened and he directly received 2 rings. Keep killing, don't stop. Han Chen, who initially wanted to stop, issued the order to continue the slaughter. He then put the 2 rings, each engraved with a wolf's head, on the index fingers of both hands. Wolf King left ring, Super Divine, / Wolf King right ring, Super Divine, type accessory, ring equipment level 30 health, 7400 physical attack, 1800 magic attack, 1800 strength, 120 intelligence, 120 agility, 120 spirit, 120 constitution, 120 double wolf pact. 2 halves wearing both the Wolf King left ring and the Wolf King right ring will temporarily elevate both rings by 1 grade. Super artifact, indestructible, equipment level will grow with the character. Final damage increases by 10%. Bound to Han Xiao. Han Chen licked his lips. So, the equipment above divine level is called Super Divine level. When the legendary equipment upgraded to divine level, he wondered what would happen if he obtained divine equipment, whether it would upgrade to something else, or if divine level was the highest, or if it was like the demon suppression tower considered a postnatal spiritual treasure. Now he understood, it was none of that, it was just called a super artifact. Unlike divine equipment, super divine level has a double attack bonus and the attribute points add to all 5 attributes, with values twice that of divine equipment. If I can gather a full set of super divine equipment, wouldn't my magic attack pets also be able to play a role? I knew it was impossible to limit my pets' attack methods all at once. Han Chen instantly thought of the Thunderbird. There was no other ordinary monster that could output magic like it at the moment. However, as of now, the Thunderbird still couldn't be tamed. His magic attack was too low, so he would have to wait and see later. Perhaps he would encounter better pets. With the 2 rings upgraded to super artifacts, Han Chen's attributes skyrocketed. ID, Han Xiao's title, first guild level, 34, 29,285/13000000, class, Beast Tamer. First tier, talents, daily progress, heavily I, beast god, health, 170040 mana, 36960 physical attack, 42459 magic attack, 4326 physical defense, 22286 magic defense, 4326 critical hit rate, 30% movement speed, 2752 strength, 849 intelligence, 274 agility, 710 spirit, 694 constitution, 609 skill points, 41. Next, it was time to head to Wuda Town. There was still a boss over at Jueban Youth. The previous boss belonged to Jueban Youth, but now it was Han Chen's brother Youth. Han Xiao has killed everyone, Tian Shang Fan Gu exclaimed anxiously. Jueban Youth frowned upon hearing this. Is Han Xiao completely disregarding the consequences? He only wanted to stop Han Chen from fighting the boss, but in the end he was forced to buy the boss from him, never considering that it would escalate the conflict. Han Chen's actions would inevitably provoke a backlash across the internet, and at that point he wouldn't dare to sell the boss to Han Chen amidst the public outrage. This was completely different from his expectations. This fool Jueban Youth couldn't help but curse. He has so many gold coins, why can't he just let me earn some? Everyone takes a step back. He fights the boss peacefully, and I collect the money. Isn't that good? Quick, contact Yi Ching Chang and sell all 3 bosses for 10,000 gold each. If we don't sell now, we might not be able to sell at all. Also, keep this matter under wraps for now, let those big influencers hold off for a bit. As for the Divine Domain Forum, contact the Water Army to post more spam threads and videos to dilute this matter. Hold steady for an hour until the transaction is complete. Oh, so you have 2 more bosses. Suddenly, a faint voice came from beside Jueban Youth. Upon hearing this, Jueban Youth's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. He was too familiar with that voice. It was Han Chen. Turning to look, the last glimmer of hope shattered. It really was Han Chen. Aren't you in Osaka town? Han Chen's pet had just been killing people in Osaka town. How did he end up right beside him now? Even disengaging from battle and returning to town took half a minute, not to mention he couldn't disengage at all. Han Chen didn't answer him. A flicker of dark light flashed in his eyes, and Jueban Youth was instantly reduced to ashes. Tian Shang Fangu finally reacted and hurriedly shouted, Han Xiao is here, he killed brother Youth, and he wants to steal the boss. Han Chen ignored him and didn't go after the boss not far away. Instead, he activated his speed and turned into an afterimage heading towards the resurrection point in Wuda Town. The reason he could reach Wuda Town so quickly was, of course, not by returning to town but by running. Whether it was Daban Town or Wuda Town, the boss was very close to the teleportation point. The previous 5-minute delay was due to Yi Qingqing's slow speed, which was just over 400. But Han Chen, equipped with the Wolf King's dual rings, which increased his agility by 240 points, could reach a movement speed of 4,128 even without disengaging from battle. Now, he didn't have to worry about Yi Qingqing. He could run from the boss point in Daban Town to the teleportation array and then to the boss point in Wuda Town in less than a minute, rushing through. After knocking out several innocent players, Han Chen reached the resurrection point in the safe zone of Wuda Town within 20 seconds. At that moment, Jueban Qingchun was still at the resurrection point, trying to understand the situation, completely unaware of Han Chen's arrival. Han Chen swiftly appeared next to Jueban Qingchun and shouted into his ear, "Oi!" Jueban Qingchun was startled and quickly closed the chat interface, only to see Han Chen. Surprise! Why you? How are you here? Jueban Qingchun looked at Han Chen in disbelief. Han Chen smirked, "I want to discuss something with you." Only then did Jueban Qingchun realize he was in the safe zone, and seeing Han Chen's calm demeanor, he straightened his face and said, "Do you know you?" Before he could finish, Jueban Qingchun turned to ashes and died again. 5 seconds later, Jueban Qingchun resurrected once more, and as soon as he came back, he shouted, "Wait, let's talk properly." Seeing that Han Chen didn't make another move, he forced a smile, about to speak, when Han Chen suddenly raised his right hand. Jueban Qingchun was startled again, then he looked around and realized he hadn't died, giving a dry laugh. Really, you just love to joke. Wait for me a moment." After Han Chen finished speaking, he vanished like a shadow. Jueban Qingchun didn't know what Han Chen was up to, but since he was told to wait, he decided to do just that. It was hard to finally have a chance to talk, and he couldn't afford to anger him again. The natural anti-stock had already sent a message. Han Chen hadn't touched the boss, indicating he was a principled person. This time, they might just be able to negotiate a deal for the boss. Han Chen quickly found the potion merchant. No matter which town, these basic NPCs were always near the resurrection point, making them easy to find. He sought out the potion merchant because he had run out of mana. In the town, he could only rely on the divine ability Death to Kill, but each use required 50% of his mana, allowing him to use it only twice. As for the mana returned from the damage caused by death, it was negligible, primarily because Jueban Qingchun's health was too low, only 1 point. Additionally, when he obtained the Ling Yuan Emperor amulet earlier, he thought he wouldn't need mana potions anymore, so he cleared out all the blue potions in his bag. Now it seemed he needed to keep a set of mana potions on hand. The potion merchant in the town only had intermediate mana potions, so Han Chen bought a set and then drank one. Calculating at 2% mana recovery per second, it would take 25 seconds to return to 50% mana to use death again. While waiting for his mana to recover, Han Chen suddenly remembered the membership card given by the potion merchant in the novice village, so he took it out and asked, "Can I get a discount?" Saving where he could, he was quite good at managing his resources. The potion merchant's pupils dilated suddenly. "Fat cheap card." Han Chen burst out laughing. "What accent is that? Repeat after me. Me MB card." The potion merchant's face broke into a wide smile. "Sorry, I misspoke. How about this? Since you're a member, I'll consider this set of intermediate mana potions as a gift for you." Saying this, the potion merchant directly refunded Han Chen 1 silver coin. Han Chen looked at the membership card in surprise. Was this card really that valuable? He remembered the membership cards back on Earth in Huagua, which were all just for show, offering no real discounts, purely designed to entice consumers. Han Chen couldn't help but give the potion merchant a thumbs up. "Conscience. Of course, we are a long-established chain store, and we value the consumer experience of our members the most," the potion merchant said with a smile. Then he changed the subject. Actually, our little shop has some rare items, which I don't show to just anyone. Only esteemed members like you are qualified to take a look. Would you like to see? Han Shen immediately became interested and pulled the potion merchant towards the courtyard. Quick, quick, let's see what good stuff you have. The potion merchant was momentarily taken aback, feeling like he was the guest and Han Shen was the host. Entering the courtyard, the potion merchant led Han Shen into the room on the left. Inside the room, there were shelves, but they were all empty. Originally, this place was full, but the small shop offers great quality at low prices, so these potions have all been sold out, the potion merchant explained. Han Shen was not surprised at all. It was no secret that potion shops had hidden potions that players could find. It was likely that all the potions had been bought by players on the day they left the village. Blood Rose had also inquired about several potion shops, and there were no hidden potions left. He didn't expect that he could trigger hidden potions with his membership card. The potion merchant walked to the side of the cabinet and twisted the oil lamp. Suddenly, the entire cabinet began to rotate, revealing a hidden chamber behind it. Please follow me, the potion merchant respectfully led Han Shen into the secret room. Inside, there was only one shelf, but it was still empty. The potion merchant approached, lifted the carpet, and revealed a floor covered in interwoven runes. This is a teleportation array established by us potion merchants. Each town's potion merchant has a hidden teleportation array, the potion merchant explained before leading Han Shen to stand in the array. Identity verification successful. Asset verification successful. A mechanical female voice announced, and the array lit up with white light before starting to operate. In the next moment, Han Shen and the potion merchant appeared in a secret chamber. Inside, there was only one display stand, the highest point in the center, with layers of golden silk cloth on either side. On the left and right were bottles the size of eye drops, while in the middle was a white jade bottle the size of a thermos. Esteemed guest, this is our collection. There are only 3 of these in the entire divine realm, and only you are qualified to possess them, the potion merchant said respectfully. He was not speaking lightly. The teleportation array they just used could only be accessed by potion merchants or players with over 1 million gold coins. Han Shen had also been teleported here, indicating that he could afford these potions. Han Shen did not approach because he saw the price tags. The prices for the 3 items were 2 at 1 million gold coins each, and the middle one at 10 million gold coins, totaling 12 million gold coins. Even now, he only had 10 million gold coins. To gather the rest, he would need to watch 309 ads, which meant using 309 ad-free cards. After saving for so long, he had only managed to accumulate 1,000 ad-free cards. If he got too close and the potion suddenly fell and broke, where would he go to argue? Therefore, he used his heavenly eye to examine the 3 bottles from a distance, and if he was not satisfied, he would leave directly. Washing marrow liquid, divine wash the tendons and marrow, achieve the holy body. Using it will permanently double attribute point. Bonuses for players, e.g., 1 point of intelligence plus 5 magic attack plus 15 magic attack. Washing soul liquid, divine purify the soul, gain heavenly qualifications. Using it will permanently double cultivation speed for players. Creation bottle, divine has the function of extracting the essence of all things and merging them into pills. Han Shen's heart raced wildly. This washing marrow liquid was too powerful, stronger than the vast majority of players' talents. And it was only priced at 1 million gold coins. He had to buy it. The washing soul liquid, priced the same as the washing marrow liquid, surely wasn't any weaker. Since it mentioned effects for players, it indicated that there would definitely be a cultivation system in the future, so he couldn't let it slip by. As for the creation bottle, Han Shen didn't understand why this bottle was worth 10 million gold coins, but his efficiency in obtaining ad-free cards was increasing, so he wasn't worried about needing an additional 1,500 ad-free cards. For such an expensive item, he believed the effects would definitely be excellent. However, he couldn't just say he wanted them all. He needed to negotiate the price. After all, this was not a small sum of 1 or 2 million gold coins, but over 1,000 million. Han Shen put on a pained expression, looking back and forth between the 3 bottles, then hesitated and said, "Boss, for all 3 bottles, can you make it 2 million cheaper?" Sold. The potion merchant swiftly took out 3 bottles and handed them to Han Shen, saying, "As a super member of our potion shop, making you satisfied is our greatest purpose." Han Shen felt a bit dazed, sensing something was off. Did I negotiate too little? But he sounds so sincere. He's being so nice to me. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to haggle further? After pondering for a moment, Han Shen decided to negotiate a bit more. The membership card. The potion merchant replied directly, "Since you brought it up, I can't be stingy. The membership card is 5% off, so it will be 9.5 million gold coins for you." Oh. Thank you. Han Shen paid the money in a daze and then received the 3 bottles. Since he had already bought them, Han Shen didn't dwell on it any longer. After all, money was cheaper than dirt to him. He then took out the washing marrow liquid, divine, and washing soul liquid, divine, and drank them in one gulp. Consumed washing marrow liquid, divine, *1, permanently increases attribute point bonus by 2 times. Consumed washing soul liquid, divine, *1, permanently increases cultivation speed by 2 times. The effect of the washing soul liquid was not immediately visible, but the effect of the washing marrow liquid was very obvious. Health 170040218760 mana 36966 4720 physical attack 4245974183 magical attack 432611998 physical defense 2228633788 magical defense 1879230035 movement speed 27527296 Han Shen's attributes received a tremendous boost, but his attention was mainly on the movement speed. Is this speed reasonable? What is the speed of sound again? I forgot, but it looks like breaking the sound barrier is just a matter of time. Then, Han Shen took out the creation bottle. Divine. Boss, how do you use this creation bottle? As soon as Han Shen finished speaking, the room suddenly lit up. It wasn't some kind of phenomenon, rather, one by one, potion merchants arrived in the room through a teleportation array. Awesome, this has all been sold. Incredible, how much did it sell for? The potion merchants in Wuda Town were startled and quickly activated the teleportation array, bringing Han Shen back to Wuda Town. He wasn't worried about Han Shen finding out anything. After all, the prices were clearly marked, and with money and goods exchanged, he wasn't afraid of Han Shen backing out. What he feared was that these guys would accidentally knock the creation bottle out of Han Shen's hands. If it broke, they would have to compensate. Haha, the potion merchant chuckled awkwardly. These people are just a bit reckless. I apologize for the scare. The usage of the creation bottle is very simple. You just need to immerse your mind into it, and you can control it to collect items, almost extracting the essence of the items without damage. Then, you can use this essence to condense potions or pills. As for the effects of the potions, that will depend on the items you use for extraction. Generally, the essence of herbs or meat is the most useful for the human body. If you can extract rare heavenly materials or the flesh and blood of divine beings, you might even be able to fuse them into divine level or even super divine level pills. Isn't that incredibly powerful? Han Shen's eyes lit up at this. Indeed powerful. The potion merchant smiled. You get what you pay for. We won't fool you with useless items. The potion merchant wasn't lying. If one could extract heavenly materials and the flesh and blood of divine beings, it could indeed fuse into divine level or even super divine level pills. But where could one find such heavenly materials? And as for the flesh and blood of divine beings, did they think divine beings were just easy prey? Right now, he just wanted Han Shen to leave quickly, and then he could leave too. Even selling one bottle of divine level potion would allow him to leave this realm, not to mention he had sold 2 bottles of potions and the creation bottle he was about to take off. Han Shen, however, was in no hurry at all. With no one to disturb him, it was perfect for conducting experiments. He immersed his thoughts into the creation bottle and then saw a large plus sign. As someone who often played games, he naturally knew this was the button to add materials. Clicking on the plus switched him to the backpack interface. After some experimentation, Han Shen discovered that, apart from god-level equipment, all other items could be placed into the creation bottle, including various materials, items, and equipment. Even gold coins could be added. Han Shen first conducted the least valuable experiment by extracting a gold coin. The extraction process lasted less than a second. Extracted gold coin *1, obtained low-level gold essence *1. Is that it? Then, Han Shen added the ultimate slime goo. This time, it took nearly half a minute to complete the extraction. Extracted ultimate slime goo *1, obtained high-level spirit essence *1 high-level spirit essence. Can I skip drinking the goo to increase my spirit attribute? Han Shen immediately became interested and then found the high-level spirit essence in the storage function of the creation bottle. However, it could not be taken out. Only 2 options were available: destroy or refine. Of course, he couldn't destroy it, so he chose to refine. Suddenly, a furnace-like interface appeared before Han Shen. Current selected essence 1. Note: refining requires at least 4 units of essence. Han Shen immediately spent over a minute extracting 3 units of high-level spirit essence, and finally, he placed 4 units of high-level spirit essence into the furnace. The fusion button lit up, and Han Shen clicked it directly. The fusion took less than 5 seconds to complete. Would you like to watch an ad to double your rewards? Automatically consume ad-free card. Automatically consumed ad-free card *1. Obtain special grade spirit attribute pill 50, *2 special grade. Spirit attribute pill 50 used to gain 50 points of spirit attribute. Drinking 4 bottles of ultimate slime goo could only increase 40 points of spirit attribute, while extracting and fusing could add 50 points of spirit attribute. Watching an ad equaled adding 100 points. Awesome! Han Shen shouted, startling the potion merchant. Wow, what happened? This creation bottle is really amazing, worth every penny. Han Shen said. The potion merchant felt guilty and didn't dare to respond. He wasn't sure if Han Shen genuinely felt this way or was mocking him. Han Shen wasn't in a hurry to continue fusing the special grade spirit attribute pills. Instead, he extracted 3 gold coins, then fused 4 units of low-level gold essence, and then he obtained a golden ball. True gold pill, soft in texture, can be bitten and swallowed, but cannot be digested, easily causing digestive tract blockage, not recommended for consumption. Wow, it's indeed powerful, even gold can be fused into an edible gold pill. No wonder it's a god-level item. However, this thing shouldn't be eaten, it would be bad if it caused constipation. Then, Han Chen extracted 4 bottles of intermediate mana potions, but this time the extraction took longer than the ultimate slime goo, taking a full 4 minutes in total, 1 minute per bottle. Perhaps it was because the intermediate mana potions were already finished. Products. After extraction, Han Chen obtained 4 units of intermediate mana essence. Then, Han Chen fused the 4 units of intermediate mana essence, and the fusion process was faster than he imagined, taking only 10 seconds to complete. Automatically consumed ad-free card *1, obtained intermediate mana potion, 20 seconds, *2 intermediate mana potion, 20 seconds version recovers 2% of maximum mana per second, lasts for 20 seconds. Ha! It was essentially like drinking 1 potion that lasted for the time of 4 bottles, eliminating 3 steps of drinking potions while the mana recovery per second remained unchanged. Han Chen had originally thought he could recover 8% per second. If that were the case, it would be much more practical. But now, this was also good, and Han Chen planned to fuse some intermediate mana potions lasting 100 seconds during his free time, just in case. Next, Han Chen extracted 2 more bottles of mana potions, obtaining 2 units of intermediate mana essence. Then he extracted 2 pieces of glazed Lion King meat, obtaining 2 units of high-grade blood essence. Finally, he fused them together. This time, the fusion took an astonishing 10 minutes. Fortunately, advertisements were always linked to time. Consume advertisement skip card *2, reduce fusion time 9:59:55 automatically consume advertisement skip card *1, obtain intermediate blood mana pill. *2 intermediate blood mana pill restores 2% of maximum health and mana per second, lasting 10 seconds. This time, the pill was within Han Chen's expectations. In fact, the logic of this creation bottle was very simple: extract the main essence, and the fusion was just the stacking of the same attributes, with a duration that added up over time. There must be other strange fusion formulas, but he didn't have any herbs on him right now, so he couldn't conduct detailed experiments. He would have to wait and try slowly later. He still had other matters to attend to. Han Chen bid farewell to the potion merchant, and with a flash, he disappeared. "Tsk tisk tisk," the potion merchant exclaimed in wonder. Indeed, a prodigy is the child of destiny. In just a few days, he has become so powerful. Han Chen, with such terrifying potential, I believe we will meet again. In the next moment, energy golden threads wrapped around the potion merchant then transformed into golden light and vanished. Shortly after, another potion merchant, dressed just like the first, appeared to take over the potion shop. "Han Chen, you're here." The limited edition youth's face was filled with smiles. Han Chen had returned this time to discuss buying the boss. Han Chen nodded and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." "It's nothing, just a few." Before he could finish, the limited edition youth turned to ash again. The next moment, the limited edition youth resurrected directly. "What are you doing?" was barely out when the limited edition youth disappeared again. Han Chen drank a bottle of intermediate mana potion, 20-second version, and when he tried drinking the ordinary intermediate mana potion and the intermediate blood mana pill, he noticed they had the same mana recovery effect. This indicated that these effects were of the same origin and could not coexist. "What do you mean?" The limited edition youth resurrected again, angrily questioning. Han Chen couldn't help but laugh. "How naive are you? I told you to wait, and you really just stood there waiting for me to come back and kill you." The limited edition youth was furious. "Young man, you have no sense of justice. I sincerely want to cooperate with you, yet you keep killing me and humiliating me. Is this how you cooperate? Even if we don't cooperate, we should be friendly and make money together. You inexplicably came to kill me several times. Don't you think that's excessive? You just rely on your strength to bully us ordinary players, being rich yet unkind. You are a disgrace to society, scum. You." With his mana back to 50%, Han Chen killed the limited edition youth again. This time, Han Chen did not see the limited edition youth resurrect again, because the limited edition youth's level had dropped to level 9, returning to the novice village. However, Han Chen saw the limited edition youth in the Colorful World channel. "Limited edition youth, Han Chen, you killed thousands of civilian players in Osaka town for no reason, and now you come to Wooded town to kill at will. What does this mean?" Han Chen understood that the limited edition youth intended to use ordinary players to morally sanction him. "Han Chen, you planned the protest rally in Osaka town. Did you think I wouldn't know?" The limited edition youth didn't know how Han Chen found out, but at this moment, it was best not to admit it. "Limited edition youth, what evidence do you have to say it was me? You're slandering me. Han Chen, what evidence do you need? I am the evidence. If you don't admit it, I'll keep killing you. Limited edition youth, you're going too far. You're clearly bullying us ordinary players. You're a disgrace, scum." Han Chen chose not to respond to the limited edition youth any further. He knew it was the limited edition youth's doing, but he couldn't just say he saw it with his heavenly eye. Moreover, he had no need to prove anything to other players. His time was precious and shouldn't be wasted on meaningless arguments. Han Chen transformed into a fleeting shadow and headed towards the boss point. Once his movement speed reached 7296, he found it easier to control his actions, weaving through the crowd without bumping into anyone. His movement style was no longer like ordinary running, it resembled lightness skill, allowing him to avoid obstacles even with both feet off the ground. When Han Shen arrived at the boss point, he discovered that the surrounding players were already engaged in battle with the boss. It seemed that the limited edition youth knew he would come to fight the boss, so they had their guild members secretly take it down, leaving nothing for him. However, even though the boss was only level 12, it was not something they could easily handle. After all, it was a golden level boss. It was a gigantic snail, Mad Snail King, level 12. At that moment, the Mad Snail King was frantically devouring the surrounding players, and despite the players' hard work in chipping away at its health, it was recovering faster than they could inflict damage. This won't do. Han Shan quickly summoned his army of pets. Soon, the pet army charged out, indiscriminately slaughtering the nearby players. If everyone gets killed by the Snail King, won't I have no one left to kill? If I don't kill anyone, what if my luck is too bad and I can't get the equipment I want? Before long, the surrounding players were all wiped out. Of course, this scene was recorded and posted online. Once all the players were dead, Han Shen's pets focused their fire and quickly took down the Mad Snail King. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the golden level boss Mad Snail King, level 12, gaining 1 experience, 1 skill point, and plus 100 reputation. Automatically consumed advertisement. Skip card *1, obtain Super Mad Snail Shell, Divine, Skill. Book Whirlwind Whip Epic Ultimate Snail Slime *20. A skill book dropped. Han Shen was delighted. Just by looking at the skill name, he knew it was something he could use. The drop rate for skill books was absurdly low. After defeating so many golden level bosses, he had only obtained 1 skill book. As for ordinary bosses or minions, they might have dropped skill books too, but their quality was too low for him to notice. He had instructed Kakarot to only call him when the purple and golden orbs appeared. However, with the drop rate for skill books from golden level bosses being so low and only turning purple after watching an ad, it was clear that ordinary bosses and minions would have even lower quality. Skill book Whirlwind Whip Epic Type Skill book Usage Requirement Beast Tamer First Transition A secret technique realized by a certain beast tamer in a desperate situation, causing the wrist to shake violently when swinging the whip, generating a whirlwind that deals physical damage and knockback effect to enemies in its path. It was obvious that this was a control skill with added area damage. Han Shan did not hesitate and learned it. Maxing out the skill level, after all, he still had 32 skill points left, so he was quite extravagant. Whirlwind Whip Max a secret technique realized by a certain beast tamer in a desperate situation, causing the wrist to shake violently when swinging the whip, generating a whirlwind that deals 200% physical attack bonus physical damage and a 1.5 second knockback effect to enemies in its path. Cooldown 30 seconds, mana cost 260. Han Shen drew out the whip, his wrist shaking violently. Hasa Gu. A whirlwind was whipped out from the end of the whip, rapidly expanding to a diameter of 1 meter and a height of 3 meters, then quickly moving in a straight line for about 10 meters before dissipating. Not bad. An epic skill for a melee class with such an effect was already quite impressive. Then, Han Shen's attention turned to the Super Mad Snail Shell, Divine, which, true to its name, resembled a bright white snail. Shell. Super Crazy Snail Shell, Divine, Type, Armor, Heavy Armor Required Level, 10 Artifact, Unbound Character. This is the armor for heavy armor classes. The only person Han Shen knows who fits this description is Yi Qingcheng. Although he really wants to see Yi Qingcheng carrying the snail shell, Han Shen has no intention of giving it to her. One gets what one pays for. It is shameful to gain without effort. Moreover, Yi Qingcheng tricked him into drinking Ultimate Slime Goo. Thinking of the Ultimate Slime Goo, Han Shen checked the Ultimate Snail Goo he had just obtained. Ultimate Snail Goo type food, material, consumable. The goo from the Ultimate Snail is slippery, can relieve constipation, and can also be used as a facial mask, with a wide range of uses. Although it doesn't add attribute points, it's still pretty good. Han Shan was very satisfied with this haul. Although he didn't get 2 gold or any equipment he could use, he did get a skill book. So, killing might really increase luck. Han Shen didn't linger and transformed into an afterimage to reach the teleportation array, then headed to the boss point in Baiji Town. This was another boss from the limited edition youth collection. Under the investigation of tracing, the secrecy of limited edition youth was practically non-existent. Han Shen still cleared the surrounding players first before tackling the boss. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the golden level boss, King Tiger, level 13, gaining 1 experience plus 1 skill point plus 100 reputation. Automatically consumed ad-free card *1, obtain Muscleman Pants, Divine, Ivory Great Knife, Legend. Muscleman? Han Shen quickly checked the Muscleman pants and found they were leather armor pants. He already had divine level pants, but who could refuse pants called Muscleman? These pants were clearly tailored for him. After all the hard work Han Shen had put in, couldn't he have 2 pairs of divine pants? As for Zhang Wei, next time, he would definitely get pants suitable for him next time. Han Shen directly changed into the Muscleman pants. Muscleman pants, level 30, type, pants, leather armor equipment level, 30 physical defense, 880 magical defense, 560 strength, 60 agility, 60 constitution, 60 muscleman, passive increases. Attack power by 100%. Artifact, equipment level will grow with the character. Bound to Han Chen. Han Chen was overjoyed. As expected of the Muscleman pants, simple and straightforward, directly adding 100% attack power. It won his heart. Compared to the previous golden leather pants, it was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. Although the golden leather pants had been upgraded to +6, Han Chen still chose the Muscleman pants. After all, the attributes of the summoned Golden Lion King were too low, equivalent to a pet that hadn't leveled up. After equipping the Muscleman pants, Han Chen's physical attack received a significant boost. Physical attack, 74,183 100677. The basic physical attack added by the pet was 3 times Han Chen's, with a level 1 pet's physical attack reaching 317133. Han Chen glanced at the golden leather pants in his backpack, but, unfortunately, they were already bound to him, otherwise, he could have given them to Zhang Wei. The Golden Lion King would probably still be worth something in someone else's hands. Just as Han Chen was preparing to head to kill the next boss, Yi Qingqing suddenly sent a voice call. Han Chen, I received another boss. Come and fight it after you're done. Han Chen was delighted to hear this, but then realized something and asked, the boss you're talking about isn't in Jiulong Town, is it? Yi Qingqing was clearly taken aback. How did you know? Han Chen couldn't help but smile and shake his head. As expected, that's the boss from Limited Edition Youth. He knows I killed his boss, so he's in a hurry to sell the boss to you to cut his losses. Ha! Yi Qingqing's tone was a bit flustered. What should we do? I've already made arrangements with someone. How about I tell them we don't want it anymore? Of course we want it, why wouldn't we? Han Chen said nonchalantly. But are you really willing to pay for a limited edition youth? Yi Qingqing had some understanding of Han Chen. Given his vengeful nature, she couldn't believe he would be willing to pay for a limited edition youth. Isn't it to maintain your reputation? If you collect it a bit later, I'll be off to Jiulong Town to fight the boss, Han Chen said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqing's heart began to race again. He's considering me, he cares about me. No, if he's thinking of me, I can't let him suffer. I can do without this reputation. We won't pay for it, let's just rob the boss, Yi Qingqing declared assertively. That's not like you. Han Chen was surprised, not expecting Yi Qingqing to say that. Not like me? This is exactly how I am, Yi Qingqing said matter-of-factly. Hadn't she always been like this? You're not falling for me, are you? Han Chen asked, puzzled. Ah. Yi Qingqing's heartbeat skipped a beat, then started racing again. Oh, no, should I admit it? If I admit it, will it be too soon? He's still with the president. Will I get kicked out of the guild? Love should be fearless, I'll just go for it. Let's date, Yi Qingqing shouted. Han Chen immediately cursed himself for being so glib. He clearly knew Yi Qingqing was interested in him, yet he had teased her habitually, and now she was being serious. Now, it was he who was put in a difficult position. However, Han Chen didn't hesitate for long and laid it all out. You're a good girl, but I've already found the secret to getting bigger, Yi Qingqing interrupted directly. Han Chen felt a bit tempted. With that, it was completely acceptable. However, there were still some things he needed to tell Yi Qingqing. Maybe you don't know, but I'm not the kind of person who is single-minded. Besides Lu Ruyan, I also have a relationship with an NPC, a beautiful demon, and I won't abandon them. Also, I'm actually not from your home planet. You can only see me in the game, so you should think it over. Han Chen laid it all out. As well. On the other end of the call, Yi Qingqing fell silent. Han Chen's words had a significant impact on her, completely different from the sweet romance she longed for. The silence lasted for half a minute before Yi Qingqing's cool voice came through. Let's fight the boss first. I'm already next to you, Han Chen replied. Yi Qingqing turned around in a panic but quickly calmed down, her expression neutral. The boss is right. There, you should have other plans, right? You figured it out? Han Chen was somewhat surprised. I didn't think of it before, but suddenly remembered now, Yi Qingqing said lightly. In fact, once she calmed down, it wasn't hard to guess. She had even considered Han Chen before. She was too foolish, not even realizing he was teasing her, and had directly confessed. Pretty smart. Thank you. Which one is the person in charge? The one in the middle wearing the floral outfit, Chan Xin. They hadn't hung up the call, and to outsiders, it seemed they had been silent the whole time, not worried about being discovered. Looking at Yi Qingqing's calm demeanor, Han Chen felt a bit disheartened. He still preferred the previous version of her a little more. But since she had already made her choice, this matter would end here. Han Chen summoned the Shineo apple and pear, and immediately, a mirage that only Han Chen could see enveloped the players ahead. Amidst the surprised and confused gazes of the crowd, Chan Xin suddenly said, Master Han, I've always admired you. I don't want any money for this boss, I'll give it to you directly. If I take money, my future children will have no buttholes. Han Chen nodded appreciatively. I can't refuse such kindness since you admire me so much. I can't let your future children have no buttholes, so I'll accept this boss. Chuckle Yi Qingqing couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. As expected, Han Shen was just being flirtatious before, it was her own overthinking that led her to believe otherwise. But this is for the best. If Han Shen really gave her money for her sake, she would likely fall deep into it and be unable to extricate herself. After Han Shen finished speaking, he summoned a gibbon and instantly killed the boss. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the golden level boss Desert Scorpion King, level 12, gained experience 1, skill point +1, reputation +100. Automatically consumed advertisement skip card *1, obtained Scorpion Tail Hammer, Divine, Big Claw, Legend. Looks like we really have to kill people. What kind of rewards are these without killing? One was a hammer, and the Big Claw was actually a double hammer, neither of which were common profession weapons, not even worth giving away. Han Shen closed his backpack, held Zen Heart's hand, and said emotionally, "Thank you, this boss is too important to me. You are different from that limited edition youth, you will always be my friend. If you encounter difficulties, come find me." After saying that, Han Shen turned into an afterimage and disappeared, while Yi Qingqing had already left early. Zen Heart, what the hell are you doing? Limited edition. Youth frantically dialed Zen Heart's number, but it was never connected. He watched helplessly as Zen Heart handed over his boss. If he weren't in the novice village, he would have given this guy a couple of big slaps. This was a golden level boss he bought for 500 million federal coins, and it was just handed over like that. Could it be that this guy colluded with Blood Rose and betrayed me? Impossible, he's right in the park. He wouldn't betray me. Right, it's an illusion. How could he have such a bug-like ability? Damn Divine Realm game, damn GM Hanshao, I will make sure this game goes cold. At this moment, Zen Heart's call finally connected. As soon as it was connected, Zen Heart's puzzled voice came through. "Boss, why did you ask me to give the boss to Han Shao? I limited edition youth." Was immediately choked up. "When the hell did I tell you to give the boss to Han Shao? You should check what you said. You inexplicably handed the boss over, and you said, what should I do?" Zen Heart was even more confused. "Wasn't it you who called me? The call log shows." "Hey, where did the call log go? Is it possible that I never called you?" "Impossible, you clearly called me. I remember it clearly. I'm cursing you, you." After limited edition youth scolded Zen Heart thoroughly, he finally sighed and said, "You probably fell under an illusion. But illusions are things that others can't see or touch. I can't be sure if you're flirting with Han Shao, but pretending to be under an illusion. So, this loss is entirely your responsibility, but considering you've been with the company for so long, I'll cover the operational costs for you. You just need to repay the 500 million for the boss." Ah? Zen Heart collapsed to the ground in despair. "But where am I supposed to get 500 million? You're still young. 500 million is nothing to you, right?" Limited edition youth said lightly. "But I only make 10,000 a month. I'm not a heartless person. I've thought of a way out for you." Limited edition youth's words gave Zen Heart hope again, but what he said next plunged him back into despair. "I've contacted Shenghui Group. They are willing to provide you with a 500 million loan. The condition is that you voluntarily become a volunteer for Shenghui Bio. This is a good job. 20 million a year, and 50 million for the kids. I remember you have a pair of twins at home, plus your wife. In just 6 years, you can pay off the loan with interest." "Impossible. I can't let my wife and kids participate in biological experiments. I'd rather die," Zengxin resolutely said. Jueban Qingchun seemed to have anticipated Zengxin's attitude. "If you die, what will happen to your wife and children? According to federal law, the debts you owe must still be fulfilled by your wife and children even if you die. How about this? There's another option. You sign a lifetime unlimited contract and you'll receive 500 million directly. You know you won't earn 500 million in your lifetime. Now you can exchange your worthless life for 500 million. Think about it." After saying this, Jueban Qingchun hung up the call. In this situation, Zengxin had no second choice. With a smile, "I'll use illusions to deceive the boss, making innocent players bear a debt of 500 million, forcing them to sign a lifetime unlimited biological contract to repay the debt. Now, let's see how you turn things around." Jueban Qingchun had the naturally anti-stock contact the Big V and Water Army, drafting an article, just waiting for the contract to be signed, ready to make a collective statement. "So what if you're the strongest player? If you provoke me, you'll taste the bitterness of disgrace." Han Chan returned to the Thunderbird area in Fengyu Town. The reason he came back was not only because the Thunderbird offered high experience but also because he had spent over 2 hours without encountering a single boss. This situation was too abnormal. When he soloed, a boss would typically appear about once an hour. Kill Thunderbird, level 38, gain experience 525. Kill Thunderbird, level 38, gain experience 525. Han Shen had only 3.5 hours left for monster farming, and based on estimates, he would reach level 35 only a few minutes before the farming time ended. The speed of leveling up is getting slower and slower. I can only level up 2 levels a day. What will I do in the future? Han Shen opened the leaderboard and saw that aside from Lu Ruyan reaching level 25 and Lin Fan at level 23, the others hadn't moved in levels today. His mindset balanced out again, and he focused on farming monsters. At least he didn't have to farm manually, like other players. After farming Thunderbirds for 2 hours, Han Shen didn't watch short videos as he usually did. Instead, he used the Lingyuan Emperor Talisman to regenerate and farm ad-free cards. His gold was running low, and he only had a few hundred ad-free cards left, which was far from enough. Fortunately, he had obtained the Lingyuan Emperor Talisman, and now the gathering speed was incomparable. He could gather over 40 ad-free cards per minute on average, totaling 5,000 ad-free cards in 2 hours. While farming cards, Han Shen kept an eye on the Thunderbird area, but still, no boss appeared in those 2 hours, not even an elite monster. Instead of a boss, he first encountered Zhang Wei. "Boss, I've completed all the procedures, I'm now a member of Blood Rose." Zhang Wei was exceptionally excited. This was the #1 guild in the Divine Domain, renowned for its many beauties, and it was the guild where the Divine Domain GM, Han Shen, was. Many people tried every means and used various connections to get in, but he, a little noob who once saw no future, had actually entered the Divine Domain and even became Han Shen's little brother. Moreover, the boss promised to help him collect god-level equipment. The ups and downs of life were truly thrilling. "Very good." Han Shen nodded. "The next task is to level up quickly, your level is too low." Zhang Wei was only level 16 now, so leveling up was the priority. Zhang Wei hesitated. He only had a level 1 backstab skill for output. Although he bought a set of equipment with the gold Han Shen gave him, leveling up was still too difficult, and he was afraid that expressing this would disappoint Han Shen. If he couldn't even manage simple leveling, how could he talk about helping Han Shen with tasks? "Don't worry." Han Shen naturally understood Zhang Wei's situation. He initiated a trade, and after Zhang Wei agreed, he placed Chicken Feather View, Divine, and Emerald Snake Tooth, Divine, into the trade. Zhang Wei's eyes widened. Although Han Shen had promised to give him god-level equipment, he never expected to receive 2 pieces right now. "Don't just stand there, gear up and tell me what skills you have." Zhang Wei glanced at the equipment in the trading interface, then at the rabbit ears on Han Shen's head. Suddenly realizing something, he hesitated. "Boss, actually, I'm a real man. If I might not be able to." "Damn it." Han Shen instantly appeared behind Zhang Wei and, in response to Zhang Wei's terrified expression, kicked him in the butt. Zhang Wei's whole body bent backward at the point of impact, his groin protruding forward, and he was kicked away, crashing into a large tree. Smack! Although in the divine realm, little Zhang Wei was protected and wouldn't suffer any real harm, the pain was still very real, and he curled up like a shrimp. Amidst the intense pain, apart from the first soul-piercing scream, the rest were just silent gasps. After a while, Zhang Wei finally stood up, trembling and holding his groin. Han Shen smiled at Zhang Wei, who, seeing this, whispered, "Boss, I was wrong. I can also not be a real man." Upon hearing this, Han Shen's smile vanished again, and he pretended to kick little Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei quickly turned, trying to brace himself for the blow with his hips. However, Han Shen was just scaring him. It wouldn't be good to give him a psychological scar since he was his little brother. "Your boss is a real man, with a normal orientation," Han Shen emphasized. Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. As long as the orientation was normal, that was good. He had been considering whether to sacrifice his dignity, but now it seemed he was safe. He then pointed at the rabbit ears on Han Shen's head. "Boss, your outfit is too alternative. It's hard not to think in a weird way." Han Shen pinched his rabbit ears. "How is this cute thing alternative? You really haven't seen the world. I think you could wear a pink jumpsuit with black stockings. That would be called alternative." "Ha?" Zhang Wei could hardly believe his ears. "Boss, that idea is too terrifying. Who dresses like that? If I did, I'd be taken away by the Federation." "The Federation doesn't allow everyone to wear strange clothes, not even in the game. It leads to wrong values." Han Shen clicked his tongue in amazement. "Your Federation really has a wide reach. It's just the Divine Realm game, they can't control much here." Zhang Wei continued. "In other games, you're not even allowed to see blood, wounds, alcohol, and other things that violate core values. Even monsters can't exist." "Oh, I get it, boss. Your purpose in developing the Divine Realm is actually to rebel against the Federation." Zhang Wei felt he had uncovered the truth. "I've long been fed up with those scum of the Federation. Not including Minister Liu. When are we going to overthrow them?" Han Shen rolled his eyes. "What do you even understand? I'm really not a GM, and I have no interest in your Federation. It's just a game. Don't start with conspiracy theories. If you want to overthrow them, go ahead. Now, let's get down to business. Put on the equipment and check the skills. Divine level equipment comes with a skill." "Oh." Zhang Wei felt a bit disappointed. The boss wasn't a GM and wasn't overthrowing the Federation. That wasn't cool at all. But seeing the 2 pieces of divine level equipment in his backpack, he became excited again. Although he couldn't overthrow the Federation, he could still show off in the Divine Realm. Soon, a deep green curved dagger appeared in his left hand, and a hat resembling an Indian headdress appeared on his head. "Boss, the skill of the Emerald Snake Fang is to stack poison on attacks, dealing 5% physical attack damage per second for 12 seconds, with no upper limit. Work out." "Is this really divine level equipment? This is too strong." The feather crown. Workout is a flying skill, but you can only fly for 10 seconds. Flying, Han Chen touched his rabbit ears again. Compared to flying, his rabbit ears seemed less appealing. After all, he had dreamed of flying since he was a child, often soaring through the skies in his dreams. However, for just 10 seconds, it seemed rather ordinary. With his current strength and speed, he could stay suspended in the air for about 10 seconds with a single push. Zhang Wei excitedly waved his emerald green snake fangs, and Han Chen's attention shifted to the dagger. Infinite stacking of poison was indeed quite perverse. As long as one could survive and keep stacking, even the strongest opponent could be taken down. However, infinite stacking of poison was most effective against single targets and not very useful for farming monsters. As for area attack skills, that wasn't a problem. The issue was that Zhang Wei had no skill points left, and Han Chen couldn't let him fight golden level bosses for skill points, nor could he give him the treasure. Therefore, they still needed to level up to gain them, which created a deadlock. But for Han Chen, this wasn't a problem. He released 2 gibbons, and Kakarot quickly pinned one of the gibbons by the neck, while Chi-Chi followed suit. Woo-ah-ah, the gibbon pinned by Kakarot immediately began to howl. Master, it seems we don't need to rub it. It says it is willing to submit. Han Chen was taken aback. Really? It submitted without any physical taming? Kakarot communicated with the gibbon for a while and said, last time, the wild boar was there and it saw the matriarch tame it, so it doesn't want to be rubbed. Pretty smart. Han Chen couldn't help but praise. After all, it was a primate, their intelligence was high. Kakarot released the gibbon, and it ran to Zhang Wei's feet. The gibbon pinned by Chi-Chi wasn't as perceptive. After being rubbed for a while, it finally recognized Zhang Wei as its master. Thank you, boss. Zhang Wei was overjoyed. Having followed Han Chen for so long, he naturally knew how powerful Han Chen's pets were. With 2 of Han Chen's pets, his combat power and leveling efficiency had already reached the top level. You don't need to worry about leveling at all. The equipment will gradually catch up later. The most important thing now is to practice combat skills. For an assassin, combat skills are the most crucial, so practice hard. I heard that there are real ancient martial artists and fighters on the home planet. You can seek them out to learn. Now, I am giving you your first long-term task. Target the limited edition youth. Take it down in a flash, understand? Yes, sir. Zhang Wei saluted in a mock-serious manner, then took out a return scroll to head back. He was only level 16, and the monsters were too high level to gain experience, so he had to start from lower-level monsters. Li Ge, I was tricked by Han Xiao, and I've lost everything. Where would I get money? Just give me a little time, no problem. Within a week, I'll return everything with interest. Hey, okay, goodbye, Li Ge. After hanging up, the face of limited edition youth instantly darkened. A bunch of short-sighted fools who only see money. As soon as they see me in trouble, they rush to collect debts. Of course, he didn't have 15 billion in liquid funds. It was all borrowed through guarantees. Previously, when he was successful, these people called him friend and brother, but now that he was in trouble, they hurriedly came to collect debts, showing no sense of camaraderie. This time, he had thoroughly seen the true colors of these capitalists. Once he made a comeback, he would definitely trample these people underfoot. As for now, while Han Chen was away, he would level up first and talk about it after leaving the novice village. There were too many business opportunities in the divine realm. He couldn't afford to give up. Limited edition youth killed a small monster, looked at the experience bar, and realized that after about 10 more minutes of grinding, he would reach level 10. Just then, a group of players suddenly rushed over and quickly killed limited edition youth. Not bad, not bad. Limited edition youth was very satisfied with this outcome and then sent the video to Han Chen. He tried to chase after limited edition youth, but the latter was in the novice village, and he couldn't teleport there. Although he couldn't be transported, he did receive the exclusive edition of youth's novice village number. Knowing the number made things easier. He could directly recruit low-level players to help him kill the exclusive edition of youth, preventing him from leaving the village. This way, the exclusive edition of youth couldn't go anywhere, while he could safely level up and hone his combat skills. Well done. Han Chen was very satisfied with Zhang Wei's ability to get things done. He had originally thought that the exclusive edition of youth would kill him as soon as he left the novice village, but unexpectedly, Zhang Wei took him down right there in the village, not giving him a chance to escape. Ah, Han Xiao, this isn't over between us. The exclusive edition of youth roared after being killed again, his level dropping to 7. He had initially thought it was just a misfire, but as soon as he left the village, he was targeted and killed by another group. Without needing to think, he knew it was Han Chen's doing. I won't leave the village. Let's see how long you can keep me here. Hiring so many people to guard just one of me must cost a lot, right? I'll just drag this out until you go bankrupt. However, he suddenly remembered that Han Chen had a massive amount of gold. Having these people guard him for a lifetime wouldn't be a big deal for Han Chen. Just as he was feeling disheartened and preparing to log out, he suddenly received an invitation for a private chat. He looked around and saw a young man with a smile on his face. The man even nodded at him. The exclusive edition of Youth hesitated for a moment but accepted the invitation. The young man looked friendly enough. Perhaps he was sent to help him. After all, under normal circumstances, they could just talk directly, no need for a private chat. As he accepted the invitation, the young man grinned. How does it feel to be killed? It's an annual subscription, you know. I beep 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 asterisk 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 asterisk. The exclusive edition of Youth sent a friendly greeting to the young man. However, the young man reported his message, and he was instantly silenced, his mouth moving but no sound coming out. $50 in hand. Thanks, uncle. Want to collaborate? You cooperate with me once a day, and I'll give you $10. The young man raised an eyebrow and asked. The exclusive edition of Youth trembled with anger. This was too much. Killing him was one thing, but now there were tricks involved, and to insult him with $10 was simply outrageous. Seeing the exclusive edition of Youth's reaction, the young man realized that collaboration was out of the question and left regretfully. Just then, the exclusive edition of Youth received another private chat invitation. He thought it was someone else trying to prank him and chose to decline, but the invitation came again. Looking around, he saw a middle-aged man with a friendly face. The man's demeanor was quite kind, but the exclusive edition of Youth immediately thought of that seemingly kind yet despicable young man. Appearances could be deceiving. Still, he accepted the invitation with a glimmer of hope, believing that the middle-aged man would be more mature and wouldn't play such childish tricks. Feeling frustrated, the middle-aged man smiled. The exclusive edition of Youth's head instantly filled with blood. He was here to humiliate him again. However, just as he was about to log off, the middle-aged man continued. Do you want revenge? Do you want to get your money back? The exclusive edition of Youth was overjoyed and nodded eagerly. Well, take your time to think about it. I won't disturb you. The middle-aged man said this and turned to leave, leaving the exclusive edition of Youth in a frenzy. After receiving 2 video clips sent by Zhang Wei, Han Shen felt even more pleased. Zhang Wei was just to his liking, and his efforts to cultivate him were not in vain. Just as the exclusive edition of Youth was about to log off, he received another private chat invitation. Looking up, it was still that kind-faced middle-aged man. The exclusive edition of Youth couldn't help but roll his eyes. Couldn't they at least send someone else? Did they really think he was a fool? Nevertheless, he chose to accept the invitation, not for any other reason, but simply to hear what trick they had up their sleeve this time. The middle-aged man smiled and slightly bowed, saying, I was just joking earlier, and by the way, I wanted to experience making some extra money. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Shang Tian. I have been entrusted to come here specifically to help solve Boss Gu's predicament. Of course, there are also some matters that require Boss Gu's assistance. Our enemy is Huan Xiao, and I believe Boss Gu will definitely be interested. Jueban Qingchun was taken aback, then overjoyed. This time it was for real. Anyone who could know his real identity must have an extraordinary background. However, he recalled his previous encounters and forced himself to calm down, asking, May I ask, who has entrusted you, and what do you need me to do? How will it resolve my predicament? Shang Tian smiled faintly. The employer is unwilling to reveal their identity, but 1 billion federal coins are already prepared to alleviate your financial crisis. Additionally, we can protect you, allowing you to safely reach level 10 and leave the novice village. As for the threat from Huan Xiao, it can only be considered truly resolved once Huan Xiao is dealt with. Deal with Huan Xiao? How do you plan to do that? Jueban Qingchun believed the earlier part, but he had no faith in dealing with Huan Xiao. No one knew where Huan Xiao was. How could they deal with someone they couldn't find? What he planned to do was merely guide public opinion to ruin Huan Xiao's reputation in the game. Shang Tian smiled slightly. You are a smart person. Do you really need me to remind you? The reason we are helping you, do you think it's because we are benevolent? It's simply because we value your ability to guide public opinion. Guiding public opinion can resolve Huan Xiao? Jueban Qingchun thought the other party was being too naive. Shang Tian shook his head. How did you manage to control such a large company? Simply attacking Huan Xiao is certainly not enough, but what if the target is Lu Ruyan? As long as Huan Xiao and Lu Ruyan are bound together, all the blame can be placed on Lu Ruyan, forcing her to sever ties with the Federation and lose its protection. Lu Ruyan would then just be an ordinary woman. Jueban Qingchun instantly perked up, taking over the conversation. As long as we control Lu Ruyan, with Huan Xiao's character, he won't just sit back and watch. This way, we can force Huan Xiao to show himself and then deal with him. What a brilliant plan. Why didn't I think of that? Jueban Qingchun lamented. Shang Tian sneered inwardly, thinking, with your status, it's hard for you to even get in touch with the Federation. How could you possibly think of dealing with a minister of the Federation? Even if you thought of it, do you have the guts? Even if you had the guts, without support, the moment you act, your hand would be chopped off. Dealing with Huan Xiao, what a naive thought. If we control Huan Xiao, the entire divine domain will be under our command. How could we possibly deal with him? To calm Huan Xiao's emotions, the one who ends up being dealt with will only be you. Although he felt disdain in his heart, Shang Tian still wore a friendly smile on his face, nodding, that's right. I wonder if Boss Gu has any other thoughts. If not, we can discuss the details of the plan. No rush. If I'm not mistaken, you are backed by Tinglong, right? Jueban Qingchen said leisurely. With Lu Ruyan as a major asset for the Xinglong faction, your survival space has been compressed, and you have no choice but to find a way to deal with Lu Ruyan. Speaking of which, I have no enmity with Lu Ruyan, and the conflict with Huan Xiao can actually be reconciled. Just confronting Xinglong head-on, as a mere citizen, I fear I would be left with nothing but bones. It's better to avoid it. Shang Tian looked at Jueban Qingchen in surprise. He hadn't expected the other party to decisively retreat at such a moment. It seemed he was not a simple character after all. Jueban Qingchen waited for a while, not seeing Shang Tian respond, and quickly reminded him, I'm actually very afraid of death. Unless you can provide me with enough protection, I firmly stand on your side in Tinglong. If needed, my company will fully support Tinglong. Shang Tian retracted his recognition of Jueban Qingchen. He had overthought it. This was just a greedy fool after all. Of course, we will do our utmost to protect you. Once Lu Ruyan falls, that vacant position will naturally be yours. I hope you won't let us down. Of course, I will always be loyal to Tinglong. Congratulations, you have reached level 35, gaining 1 skill point and 5 free attribute points. Your equipment: rabbit ear hat, divine; spirit source emperor amulet, divine; 2 instruments whip, divine; silver armor round shield, divine; Xuanwu leather armor, divine; snow ferret bracers, divine; death script, divine; wolf king left ring, divine; wolf king right ring, divine; golden leather pants, divine; shadow leather boots, divine. Has all been upgraded to level 35. Unknowingly, evening had arrived, and Han Shen's level had also risen to 35. Subsequently, Han Shen took out the random legendary equipment from his backpack. He had been keeping a selected legendary equipment and a random legendary equipment, originally planning to fill in any equipment gaps later, but unexpectedly, all had been filled with divine equipment, leaving only the jade pendant not at divine level. Who knows, maybe one day he would even have a divine jade pendant, so there was no need to hold on to it now. The sooner he used it, the sooner he could enjoy it. The reason for using the random legendary equipment was naturally because he could transform it into usable equipment by watching ads. Automatically consuming ad-free card *1, obtaining Brave Jade Pendant, Legendary, Brave Jade Pendant, Legendary, Type, Pendant Equipment Level, 35 Health, 3250 Physical Attack, 730 Strength, 35 Agility, 30 Constitution, 30 Forward Charge, immune to slow effects when advancing towards enemies as all his equipment collectively reached level 35. Han Shen's attributes also saw a significant boost. ID, Han Xiao level, 35, 2276/150000000. Health, 226880279520. Mana, 6122071540. Physical attack, 1007761238223. Magical attack, 12054137334. Physical defense, 3256738240. Magical defense, 27521323368. Critical hit chance, 30%, 35% movement speed, 73068362. Free attribute points, 0 strength, 850 1015 intelligence, 275 315 agility, 711 835 spirit, 635 735 constitution, 675 795. Looking at the monster respawn time, only 16 minutes were left. During these 3 hours, Han Shen had been both gathering ad-free cards and keeping an eye on the Thunderbird area. However, not a single boss had appeared the entire time. In the meantime, he had used Trace to examine all the stones where the Thunderbirds were located, but still couldn't discern anything significant. Peering through the stones to investigate the components beneath, his mana was exhausted, and it still revealed nothing but ordinary soil and rock layers with no special features. Could it be that this place is just set up as a special area with no boss, rather than having any secrets? After another 16 minutes, with the monster respawn time exhausted, Han Shen directly recalled his pet and chose to return to the city. He didn't want to waste time on uncertain matters. At most, he would think about it tomorrow. Upon returning home, a fragrant breeze swept in, and Han Shen found a beauty in his arms. It was needless to say it was Lu Ruyan. Su Qing was a bit too traditional, merely watching enviously from the side. Brother, someone is bullying me. Lu Ruyan buried her head in Han Shen's embrace, speaking pitifully. Who dares to bully you? Tell me, and I'll take care of him, Han Shen said casually. In Han Shen's view, the only threat to Lu Ruyan now could only be the Heavenly Court. With his strength, it would be easy for him to surround and kill at the guild's base in the Heavenly Court. It's not anyone, just look at the forum. Upon hearing this, Han Shen immediately opened the forum. He had spent the entire afternoon refreshing ads for ad-free cards and following the Thunderbirds, and hadn't even checked the forum. After a glance, Han Shen understood what had happened. The forum was filled with accusations against Lu Ruyan, demanding her resignation. The reason, of course, was that Han Shen had killed tens of thousands of players during the day and then used illusions to steal the boss, forcing the person in charge to reluctantly sign a lifetime biological experiment contract. Additionally, there were malicious videos of barbecues being posted, showing a lack of remorse in using the divine realm to promote erroneous values. Originally, these were all actions taken by Han Shen, but now they had been manipulated by those with ulterior motives, and all the blame was directed at Lu Ruyan. As the head of the Divine Realm Development Department, she was expected to take responsibility for the public, to sanction Han Shen, and not to indulge in a romantic relationship with a sinner, thus she should resign in shame. After briefly scanning these posts, Han Shen frowned. Is the Mother Planet still conducting human biological experiments? Lu Ruyan was surprised by Han Shen's strange focus but replied, it's always been the case, all with procedural approval, researching special drugs in human anatomy, legally. Legally? Can you find out what their experiments entail? Han Shen asked. Lu Ruyan shook her head. That's considered a trade secret, so it can't be investigated. Only the projects that are reported can be seen. You know, the Federation is essentially a conglomerate of financial powers. They wouldn't allow their research secrets to be seen by other financial groups. You can. Han Shen's words trailed off. He wanted Lu Ruyan to check if these biological laboratories were researching biological viruses, but given that Lu Ruyan was struggling to protect herself, it was clear she couldn't investigate. In fact, it was unnecessary to check. It was certain that there were experiments. Human nature is greedy and cannot withstand temptation, especially in an environment with no constraints, like cracking an egg and placing it in a damp sewer, expecting it not to breed bacteria. It's impossible. Definitely can't investigate, Lu Ruyan asserted. The Mother Planet has made movies about biohazards. Everything has a trace. I understand your concerns. Everyone shares these worries, and they all speculate that there must be many viruses in those laboratories. But Xinglong and Tinglong definitely won't allow anyone to threaten those laboratories because they are behind them. They also won't permit any biological laboratories to exist outside of their control. That's their leverage over the Mother Planet. Han Shen remained silent for a while, then smiled in relief. I'm not from the Mother Planet. Even if humanity on the Mother Planet were to perish, it wouldn't affect me. Why am I worrying? So many people want you to resign. Does it affect you? Of course it does, Lu Ruyan said with grievance. I don't even dare to look at the forum anymore. I'm about to get depression. Han Shen sprayed the tea in his mouth directly onto Su Qing's face, who had brought him the tea. I'm sorry. Han Shen hurriedly wiped Su Qing's face with his sleeve, who looked at him with a face full of resentment. While he could believe that others might suffer from depression, he found it hard to believe that Lu Ruyan would. Lu Ruyan shot Han Shen a glare, took the towel from the maid, swatted Han Shen's hand away, and then helped Su Qing wipe her face. Han Shen's hand was pushed down by several centimeters, so he simply helped wipe the tea off Su Qing's chest. Perhaps he was too forceful, as it made Su Qing's face turn bright red. I've already submitted my resignation. After dinner, Lu Ruyan said. Why? Han Shen was somewhat puzzled. Although he wasn't from the Mother Planet, he had learned quite a bit of common knowledge. If Lu Ruyan ignored it and funded some Federation coins, this crisis could be easily resolved. This time it was a joint effort by Xinglong and Tinglong, and besides, I don't want to be the head of the Divine Realm Development Department anymore. This position is useless and will only become a burden for the development of the Blood Rose. Speaking of which, Lu Ruyan looked at Han Shen again. Moreover, I helped you save that Zen heart, but I found out a bit late. The contract has already been signed. Otherwise, it would have been enough to just give the money. Han Shen looked at Lu Ruyan in disbelief, then sighed. You've gone through a lot for this. Zen Heart was just an ordinary worker, yet because of his antics, he was burdened with debt and facing hardship. Naturally, he felt guilty. Lu Ruyan saving Zen Heart relieved him of that torment. Others may not understand you, but how could I not understand you? Lu Ruyan smiled. You say you don't care about this or that, that matters of the home planet have nothing to do with you, but deep down, you still care. Han Shen shook his head. Right now, I truly don't care about anything related to the home planet. I only care about you. Xinglong and Tenglong will definitely come after you. Do you have any plans? Is there anything you need my help with? You've already helped me a lot. Now I've grown my wings and can handle it myself. Lu Ruyan said confidently. You mean your wings have become strong, right? Same thing, same thing. I need to log off for a meeting now. I'll come back later. Okay. Han Shen replied, then gave Lu Ruyan the Emerald Water Law Boots, Divine, and selected legendary equipment, along with a trade of 100,000 gold coins. Mua Lu Ruyan gave Han Shen a big kiss before logging off. Han Shen then returned to the Peach Blossom secret realm with his food box. Minister Lu, the meeting doesn't start for another half hour. Did you call me here for something? Jiang Qinghe closed the door behind him, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and asked leisurely. Of course. I'm seeking your help, leader. Lu Ruyan smiled. As you know, I've submitted my resignation, and this meeting will definitely pass, but I don't want to leave the Federation just yet. There's nothing I can do about that. Jiang Qinghe replied calmly. The impact this time is quite serious. Minister Feng and Minister Long have both pressured me, and I can't keep you here any longer. You're the leader, they're just ministers. You have the direct power to appoint and dismiss. I heard the law enforcement department has a review position, which is a nominal role. Lu Ruyan said slowly, her meaning very clear. She wanted to be the reviewer in the law enforcement department. Hey, that's not right. There are no nominal roles in the Federation, everyone has work to do. Jiang Qinghe feigned displeasure. Lu Ruyan quickly apologized. Oh dear, it's my fault for saying the wrong thing. Leader, please don't hold it against a little woman like me. Jiang Qinghe looked at the charming Lu Ruyan and thought of the wealth behind her. A smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. I know what you're afraid of. Actually, this review isn't difficult. I assume you've made your plans this time. As he spoke, he slowly walked towards Lu Ruyan, who smiled and stepped back. Leader, I remember you have a family and a daughter. Jiang Qinghe, full of smiles, breathed heavily. Compared to Minister Lu, they are simply worlds apart, not worthy of the stage. If Minister Lu is willing, I can divorce her. Lu Ruyan's smile grew even wider. Leader, you misunderstand. Your wife and daughter want to see you. Jiang Qinghe's smile froze on his face. What did you say? They're here? Did you set me up? Of course, they are not here. Lu Ruyan retreated to the edge of the chair and then sat down. You might as well give them a call. It's not the homeland line you need to call. They're mobile. Jiang Qinghe quickly took out his phone and dialed a video call. The call connected instantly, and a cry came from the other end. Daddy, save me, save me. What do you want to do to my wife and daughter? Do you realize this is a crime? Jiang Qinghe shouted angrily. If I shout and open the door, you'll be arrested immediately. Then go ahead and shout. Lu Ruyan rested her chin on one hand, speaking nonchalantly. After all, you don't love your wife, and you probably don't love your daughter either, right? They're gone, but you still have me, right? With that, Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow at Jiang Qinghe. Lu Ruyan. Jiang Qinghe was both anxious and angry. Just say what you want directly. Let my wife and daughter go. Lu Ruyan shook her head helplessly. What a pity. If we could have talked properly before, we wouldn't have so many issues now. Now we can only let them stay a little longer. Jiang Qinghe trembled as he pointed at Lu Ruyan. You're shameless. Which one of you isn't shameless? Do you think I don't know how many dirty things you have behind your back? Lu Ruyan scoffed. In the stronghold of shamelessness, if I were to act upright, I'd probably end up with nothing but bones. Enough of the nonsense. You've been here for over 2 minutes. It's inappropriate to stay any longer. You know how to handle the meeting, right? You don't need me to teach you. Jiang Qinghe reluctantly nodded and turned to walk towards the door. Just as he was about to open it, Lu Ruyan said again, by the way, don't attempt anything dangerous. The top-level security can't protect them, nor can it protect you. If I'm safe, they are safe, and you are safe. Jiang Qinghe weakly nodded, then opened the door and walked out. He looked at the guards not far away. As soon as he spoke, they would capture Lu Ruyan, but thinking of his wife and daughter, he gave up on that plan. Since Lu Ruyan took office, she had actively implemented regulations helping ordinary players, even going so far as to confront Aosher, and after winning, she didn't participate in the spoils. In his view, she was just a naive and kind-hearted rich flower, someone a gentleman could easily manipulate, the best kind of person to control. However, Lu Ruyan had directly slapped him in the face. This was no naive and kind-hearted rich flower, but a carnivorous flower disguised as one. Jiang Qinghe returned to his office, and the guard not far away exchanged glances before continuing to remain vigilant. Feng Xiao, the leader, stayed in Lu Ruyan's office for 3 minutes and then returned to his own office, looking a bit down. Fomihan was still in the car heading to the federal building, but he was well aware of everything happening there, except for Lu Ruyan's office, as the surveillance in her office had suddenly malfunctioned in the evening. Fomihan felt a mix of disappointment and relief. What a pity, I had arranged for someone to take photos. It seems Lu Ruyan still refuses to yield to power. That's good, it would be too unfortunate for such a remarkable woman to be wasted by a toad. Meanwhile, Long Zhua, the spokesperson for the Tinglong group in the Federation, also received the news and felt regretful. Jiang Qinghe was already not listening to them much. This was a common issue with past leaders. They needed some leverage to pressure Jiang Qinghe. Soon, the temporary meeting of the Federation began, during which Lu Ruyan submitted her resignation, which was unanimously approved. The Department of Divine Domain would be temporarily managed by Fomihan and Long Zhua. Just when Fomihan and Long Zhua thought the matter was settled, Jiang Qinghe suddenly said, due to some external reasons, Lu Ruyan is not suitable to continue as the head of the Department of Divine Domain, but her abilities are evident to all, and talent should not be buried. I propose that Lu Ruyan be appointed as an inspector in the law enforcement department. I oppose. Although Fomihan and Long Zhua were surprised, they still cast their opposing votes simultaneously. The spokespersons of the two major factions spoke out together, and whether they were from the Pro-Shinglong or Tinglong ministers, they all followed suit with opposing votes. The remaining ministers, although reluctant to part with Lu Ruyan, who was a money tree, saw that the opposing votes had already surpassed half, and agreeing further would be futile, so they also cast their opposing votes, not wanting to stick their necks out. Thus, the proposal for Lu Ruyan to serve as an inspector in the law enforcement department was unanimously rejected. Just when everyone thought the meeting was over, Jiang Ching has stood up, using his authority as leader to directly dismiss the former head of the law enforcement department and appoint Lu Ruyan as the new head of the law enforcement department. The entire venue was in an uproar. Not only were Feng Yihan and Longzhou surprised, but Lu Ruyan also found it hard to believe. She had only wanted the position of examiner, but unexpectedly, Jiang Qing had directly appointed her as the minister of the law enforcement department, even in a situation where there was already a minister in place. This was a real position of power. However, Lu Ruyan quickly understood Jiang Qing's intentions. The leader's appointment power was only available once a year, and Jiang Qing didn't want to waste it on a mere examiner. Since keeping her in the Federation would definitely offend Feng Yihan and Longzhou, it was better to take a bold step and directly appoint someone significant. This would not only please her, but also tie her to Jiang Qing's ship, making her a visible ally of the leadership. Thank you for the leader's promotion. I will do my utmost to fulfill my duties. Lu Ruyan accepted the appointment with a smile. Her initial goal was to cooperate with Jiang Qinghe, but she was aware of his character, so she had made preparations for both outcomes. Unfortunately, Jiang Qinghe still let his desires get the better of him. With her family being held hostage, she felt that Jiang Qinghe was unlikely to cooperate with her. However, Jiang Qinghe surprisingly regained his composure and chose to deepen their collaboration. Leader, the law enforcement department is special, with many personnel and divisions. I need some time for the handover. During this period, I hope the former minister, Ackerman, can serve as the deputy minister, and he will still be responsible for the original affairs, Lu Ruyan proposed. After learning some secrets of the divine domain, she had to focus her attention there and not get bogged down by too many mundane matters. Moreover, she knew the law enforcement department was too deep. If she took power directly, it would be easy to be set up, caught with a handle, and impeached, ending up just as a temporary minister. Jiang Qinghe didn't understand why Lu Ruyan would relinquish the power she had just gained, but his view of her had changed. He knew she must have other plans, so he didn't oppose it. As for Feng Yihan and Longzhou, they naturally couldn't oppose it either. If Ackerman were still around, Lu Ruyan's ministerial position would be merely nominal. This was a good piece of news amidst the bad. After the meeting, Feng Yihan made a phone call in the car, and Longzhou's voice came through the line. I think 2.5 years is too long. I think so too. Same old rules, let's pick flowers together, you weed, and I'll sweep. Han Chen, are you done yet? Ya Yao lay bored on Han Chen, playfully poking him. Alright. Han Chen was waiting for the meeting results, and once they were out he would feel at ease. You're too dishonest, let's see how I teach you a lesson. I was wrong, I won't dare again. You don't look like someone who wouldn't dare, you're clearly provoking me, not taking me seriously. Watch me unleash my wrath. Downward shock, upward dry, heavenly thunder without falsehood. Initial 9, without falsehood, towards auspiciousness. Towards auspiciousness? Looks like I still have to farm Thunderbirds today. At 6 a.m., Han Chen arrived in the Thunderbird area. Having gone to bed early recently and enjoying good sleep quality, he naturally woke up early as well. Kill Thunderbird, level 38, gain experience 488. Kill Thunderbird, level 38, gain experience 488. Han Chen roughly estimated that he would need nearly 4 hours to reach level 36, meaning he could only level up once today by farming Thunderbirds. I want to see just how auspicious it is. He still believed in the divination. While his pet was farming monsters, Han Chen used a whip to strike a gibbon. He had already awakened the silver-backed wolf yesterday, so today he focused on enhancing his combat power. I'll call you, Saturday. Han Chen casually named it, joking that he would give a different name every day. If he took it seriously, who could handle that? Thank you, Master, for the name. Saturday's cheerful voice came through, and his speech was much clearer than Kakarot and the others. He spoke very clearly from the start. Han Chen kept Kakarot and the Silver Wolf by his side while he stored Chi-Chi and Saturday in the Demon Suppression Tower, letting Chi-Chi teach Saturday the techniques, while also cultivating inside the tower. Then, Han Chen took out the creation bottle and began to merge the elixirs. He had extracted 14 portions of ultimate slime essence, and if he combined them into one elixir using 4 units of essence, he would have 2 portions left. However, Han Chen noticed that there was only a lower limit requirement for merging, with no upper limit, so he directly merged all 14 units of high-level spiritual essence together. Automatically consumed ad-free card *1, reduced merging time by 19 seconds. Automatically consumed ad-free card *1, obtained special grade spiritual attribute elixir, 175 *2. After a whole day of condensation, Han Chen's number of ad-free cards had approached 15,000. This amount of ad-free cards was incredibly friendly for someone as impatient as him, allowing for casual use. Then, Han Chen put 2 special grade spiritual attribute elixirs, 175, and 2 special grade spiritual attribute elixirs, 50, into his mouth and swallowed them in one go. It seems to have no taste. The reason he swallowed them together was mainly to avoid tasting that disgusting flavor again. After one, he never wanted to eat a second. Unexpectedly, this attribute elixir had no taste at all. Consume special grade spiritual attribute elixir 175 *2, special grade spiritual attribute elixir 50 *2, gain spiritual attribute 450. Spirit 7351185 mana. 7243499772 magic defense 3296744105. Looking at his mana, which was now close to 100,000, Han Chen decided to test the limits of condensation once more. Once his mana was full, the mana surged in Han Chen's eyes and a gold block the size of a suitcase appeared, then fell heavily onto the grass. Han Chen checked his mana, which was down to 12,000. He remembered that when he had over 4,000 mana before, he could only condense a gold block the size of his palm. This suitcase-sized gold block was at least 100 times larger than before, yet it only consumed 20 times the mana. It seemed that the mana consumption couldn't be calculated solely based on the size of the object. Han Chen speculated that it might be due to the same type of element. Initially, the condensation consumed more mana, but later it consumed less. He felt significantly lighter and the condensation speed was much faster as he continued to verify his thoughts. After his mana was full again, he began to alternate condensing palm-sized iron blocks and gold blocks. As his mana was nearly exhausted, he had indeed only condensed 24 blocks. The process of condensing items was like opening a channel. The further along, the larger the channel became, allowing the same amount of mana to bring forth more elements. However, switching channels meant starting over. Yet, in Han Chen's view, the practicality of condensing the same type of element was not strong. What he needed were complex structures or functional items. For example, a phone. Mana surged in Han Chen's eyes, and then a metallic phone case appeared in his hand. Well, he really didn't understand the internal structure of a phone, let alone the circuitry and chips, so he could only condense an exterior shape, then condense a glass screen, with a mess of wires inside. This was the phone he had condensed based on his understanding. Looks like I shouldn't think about condensing a phone. Han Chen abandoned this plan. Even if he got the structure and data of a phone from his home planet, he wouldn't be able to use it because the Divine Realm had no satellites and no network. He couldn't possibly condense various rocket parts in the Divine Realm and then build a rocket ship to launch satellites, could he? Han Chen used the remaining mana to condense an ad-free card. Looking at the ad-free card in his hand, Han Chen suddenly realized that he had been heading in the wrong direction. Was the ad-free card reasonable? Very reasonable. But it wasn't scientific. Why was he trying to go in a scientific direction when he could completely play with concepts? The ad-free card was just a concept, or it could be said to be a rule, but this rule was limited. It only allowed one instance of not watching an ad. When he first obtained condensation, he was thinking along these lines, but his mana was limited. So he stopped. Now he could continue without any issues. First, a card that can completely block one attack. Thud. Han Chen's mana was instantly depleted and he collapsed to the ground. Kakarot quickly helped Han Chen up and placed him on a recliner. Then, demonic energy surged towards Han Chen's temples. A wave of coolness washed over him, and Han Chen regained consciousness. Work out. The shield can completely block one attack, or even 3 in a row. A basic skill can do that, so why does it consume so much mana for me and still not work? Suddenly, Han Chen thought of a possibility. Could it be that the mana required to block the strongest attack from the strongest being in this world was being calculated directly for him? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If he could block the strongest attack from the strongest being, then he could naturally block any single attack completely. Then let's start with a card that can completely block an attack from a level 10 player. This time, the golden card successfully condensed and it only consumed 2,000 mana. Level 20. This time, it consumed 8,000 mana. Level 20 golden boss and below. This time it also successfully condensed, but it consumed a full 40,000 mana. As for the card that could block an attack from a level 30 golden boss, he ran out of mana and couldn't condense it, but thankfully he stopped in time. Trash. Why is this happening? The shield only consumes 100 mana to block any 3 attacks, yet I can't condense it even with 100 times the mana. The so-called rules are merely standards based on corresponding values. They are not true rules, while the shield is the real rule. Perhaps the rules of my divine powers and the rules of the divine realm are not the same. In his current understanding, this was the only way to explain why the gap between the two was so vast. If that's the case, then I'll give up on the divine realm's rule items and try another direction. Once his mana was full again, Han Chen's mana surged in his eyes and a box appeared in his hand. Ad-free card condensation box. After activation, whenever mana exceeds the set value, it automatically consumes mana to condense an ad-free card. It really works. Han Chen was overjoyed. This box only consumed 10,000 mana. Let's go again. Ad-free card pack automatically stores ad-free cards, deducting from the pack when consumed. This one was even cheaper, only 4,000 mana. Heavenly Eye Divine Power Storage Device used to store divine power usage counts. This one was expensive, 50,000 mana. Han Chen discovered that condensing items related to advertisements was very easy and the mana consumption was very low. He could completely DIY a highly practical advertising ecosystem. After thinking for a moment and not coming up with other items, Han Chen first opened the ad-free card condensation box, setting the mana to 60,000 so that exceeding 60,000 would automatically condense an ad-free card. Once the ad-free card was condensed, it would be directly stored in the ad-free card pack. This way, he wouldn't have to exhaust himself condensing ad-free cards anymore. Then, he opened the Heavenly Eye Divine Power Storage device. Trace and Condense do not have fixed targets, and their mana consumption is not fixed either, so they can only be used in real time and cannot be stored. Pass consumes the current mana, and the damage is also based on the current health value, so it can be stored. Divination is theoretically storable, but he had already used his attempts for today, so he would have to try again tomorrow. However, there are always things he wants to calculate every day, so it was highly likely that he wouldn't be able to store it. Therefore, Han Chen could only store Pass 4 now. Since he needed to store Pass, he would not condense the ad-free card for the time being. Han Chen closed the ad-free card condensation box and waited for his mana to refill before storing Pass. Han Chen chose to store Death 4 seconds before the Thunderbird respawned. This way, when his mana was about to run out, the damage dealt by his pet would restore his mana, bringing it back to full. His death could continue to consume mana, lasting up to 14 seconds, with 15 instances of damage, totaling 2,122,605 damage. Of course, the moment he released the stored death, he still needed to use his Heavenly Eye to lock onto the target, and the effect of death did not stack. At the same time, the same target would only be affected by death once. Next, Han Chen stored death every 2 minutes, accumulating a total of 60 instances over 2 hours. Now, while guarding other safe zones, he wouldn't need to drink potions to restore his mana. Unfortunately, he couldn't return to the novice village, otherwise he would definitely go back to guard the limited edition youth. He had already learned that it was the limited edition youth that forced Zenhart to sign the biological experiment contract. The reason he was competing for the boss was entirely because of the limited edition youth. This was originally a problem with the limited edition youth, yet he shamelessly attributed all the losses to Zenhart, forcing Zenhart to sign the biological experiment contract, and then using public opinion to pressure Lu Ruyan to resign. He was simply not a man. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Han Chen opened his friend list and found Suehua. Han Chen, limited edition youth, real name Gu Linyuan. I don't want to see this person online again. Suehua, okay, Han Chen, don't act on your own, focus on leveling up. Suehua, okay, Suehua acted like a person from the martial world, but in fact he really had a master. Previously, he was with his fellow disciples, who were truly skilled in martial arts and reality, not just flashy moves, but real internal power capable of killing. The mother planet appeared to be a modern city, but it was actually a high martial arts urban setting. Those who practiced martial arts were just hidden from the world. When Suehua told Han Chen this, he was surprised, not because he was astonished that there were martial arts masters on the mother planet. After interacting with Lin Fan, he had already realized Lin Fan was a martial arts master. He was simply surprised that the people he casually recruited were actually martial arts experts. Since they were not ordinary people, Han Chen naturally could not treat them as such. He provided Suehua with a large amount of funding to help them establish their own power on the mother planet. Initially, they had no such thoughts, but under Han Chen's various KFCs, they realized the baseness of human nature and the cruelty of reality. Han Chen also informed them that the divine realm would pose a threat to the mother planet, and they needed sufficient strength to protect themselves. Only then did they begin to form their own power. One reason was to deal with the impending threat, and the other was out of gratitude, willingly becoming Han Chen's hands. Before setting off in the morning, Han Chen also gave Suehua the divine weapon, Bear King Gauntlets, divine, and tamed 2 gibbons for him and each of his fellow disciples as muscle. The threat from the divine realm was not something Han Chen fabricated. Lin Fan's behavior was too obvious. Anyone who had read urban rebirth novels could guess it. The reason others couldn't see it was simply that there were no rebirth novels on the mother planet. Similarly, it was easy to see that the solution came from the divine realm, otherwise, Lin Fan wouldn't be risking everything to improve himself there. Lu Ruyan naturally knew all this, which was why she focused on the game. Suehua accepted the situation, and Han Chen checked the time. It was already 8:30 a.m., and the auspicious sign mentioned in the divination had yet to arrive. Han Chen replenished his mana again, and 10 seconds before the monsters were about to respawn, he used Trace to scout underground. Today, his mana had surged, and with the mana recovery from monster respawning and potion consumption, he could scout deeper. After activating the scouting, Han Chen's mana decreased at a rate of 10,000 per second. This high consumption was not due to any special conditions here, it was purely because he had already scouted the upper levels, so Han Chen directly ignored the previous information and accelerated his downward exploration. However, the deeper he went, the higher the consumption of his mana became. By the time he had probed about 1,000 meters underground, Han Chen's mana was nearly depleted. He quickly reduced his probing speed from 10 meters per second to 1 meter per second and then to 1 centimeter per second. This was to allow the recovery of his mana to keep pace with the consumption. Eventually, even the speed of drinking potions to regain mana couldn't keep up with the consumption of probing just 1 centimeter. Han Chen could only maintain the probing continuously, waiting for the mana regained from killing monsters every minute, then diving down a bit. An hour later, even if he completely stopped probing, the recovered mana was insufficient to sustain the consumption. Using the mana provided by the monsters he had killed, Han Chen probed down another meter, then decisively stopped the tracing. 10,000-year mother gold? This was what Han Chen discovered at the last moment of ending the tracing, 2,000 meters underground. However, he only saw the name and didn't have time to probe for detailed information. It sounds like a material for forging equipment. 10,000-year doesn't seem to be a very precious term. Can this be considered auspicious? He had quite a bit of materials and meat starting with 10,000-year in his backpack. Taking it to a blacksmith or tailor for processing would only yield legendary level equipment, and it would take a very long time. This shouldn't be considered auspicious. Crack! Just as Han Chen was pondering, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, causing his hair to stand on end and his body to go numb, rendering him unable to move. Then, thick bolts of lightning fell, enveloping an area of several hundred meters around the Thunderbird zone. Damn! Fortunately, Han Chen's resilience was not low, and he quickly broke free from the paralysis. He dodged a bolt of lightning with a swift movement. He hadn't noticed the lightning before, so he was hit, but if he concentrated, it wouldn't be difficult for him to dodge at his speed. Moreover, the range of the lightning zone was less than a kilometer, and at his speed, it would only take him 4 or 5 seconds to run out if he kicked up some wind beneath him. However, recalling the divination from the morning, he chose to stay in the lightning zone. The scene was too shocking and perfectly matched the configuration for a great opportunity. The damage from the lightning was not high. It couldn't break through Han Chen's defenses, nor could it break through his pet's defenses. Being hit only resulted in paralysis, which didn't hinder monster farming. Seeing this, Han Chen no longer focused on his pet but instead drank a bottle of the extended duration mana potion and continued to look up at the sky. Normal air, ordinary clouds. Lightning, stable space, unstable space, thunder pool, entrance, thunder pool, other space, found it. He had been looking in the wrong direction. He had been focused on the underground, not realizing that the real mystery was in the sky. Han Chen quickly arrived directly below the thunder pool entrance, then pushed off hard with his feet, shooting straight up into the air. However, he only shot up about 100 meters before stopping, falling back down, still nearly 400 meters away from the thunder pool entrance. Kakarot directly used his innate divine ability to manipulate the world, rapidly enlarging to 8 times his size, then caught Han Chen. After that, Kakarot threw Han Chen upward with force. Just before being thrown, Han Chen stomped hard on Kakarot's palm, propelling himself out at an even faster speed. Whoosh! In an instant, Han Chen disappeared into the sky. You have discovered an other space, thunder pool. Han Chen looked around. He was on a small island. The island was not large, only about 300 meters long and wide, and there were no plants on the entire island. The ground was black and glass-like, with no sand or soil, and the water surrounding the island seemed endless. Is this the thunder pool? It really is just water? The calm surface of the water before him was completely different from Han Chen's imagination of a thunder pool, filled with countless bolts of lightning. Thunder sludge contains powerful thunder elements. What is this? A battery? Han Chen approached the water's edge. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like ordinary water. He looked around, trying to find something to throw in to test it, but the surroundings were all connected glass, with no stones in sight. Then, Han Chen took out a gold coin and tossed it. The moment the coin touched the water's surface, a strong blue-purple light flashed, and instantly, lightning intertwined and danced within a radius of hundreds of meters, as if silver snakes were swirling. You have died. Please choose a resurrection location. It will automatically select in 5 seconds. Watch an ad. Automatically consuming ad-free card *1. You have died. Please choose a resurrection location. It will automatically select in 5 seconds. Watch an ad. Automatically consuming ad-free card *1. After resurrecting about 10 times, the thunder finally dissipated. Han Chen looked at the thunder liquid before him with lingering fear. He had come to understand just how powerful the thunder element was. After resurrecting by watching an ad, his maximum health had reached 420,000, with 66,000 magic defense and a 50%-80% damage reduction from the Xuanwu leather armor, yet he was still killed in an instant. Once the thunder cleared, he quickly moved away from the water's edge, running to the center of the small island, fearing that he might accidentally drop something into the water and provoke the thunder again. So where is the opportunity? Is it just this thunder liquid? I can't take it without a container. No, it's not that there are no containers. Han Chen's mind stirred, and the demon suppression tower appeared. After storing Chi-Chi and Saturday, the tower flew out and then sucked towards the thunder pool. Suddenly, the thunder liquid was drawn up, flowing towards the demon suppression tower. The expected myriad of lightning did not appear. The thunder liquid was quietly absorbed into the tower. This efficiency is too low. Han Shan's mind stirred again, and the demon suppression tower suddenly grew large, reaching a height of 20 to 30 meters, and the flow of thunder liquid surged dramatically. However, there was too much thunder liquid here. After half an hour, 8 out of the 9 layers of the demon suppression tower were full, yet the water level of the thunder pool showed no signs of change. The thunder liquid he collected was nothing more than a drop in the bucket for the thunder pool, and he naturally was unwilling to leave just like that. He used Trace again to investigate the thunder pool. Thunder liquid originating from the ancient Thunder Beast's core. The ancient Thunder Beast has falling core coordinates. Thunder pool 212699, 212699, 9. Han Shan glanced at his current coordinates. Thunder pool 3788, 2367. 1. According to the distance formula between 2 points in 3-dimensional space. What was that formula again? It seemed to be calculated using the method for finding the hypotenuse of a triangle. But here, all the thunder liquid was present, with one vertical coordinate at 1 and the other at 9, both very close to the horizontal plane, so it could be calculated directly using 2-dimensional space distance. That is, 2126993788 squared, plus 2126992367 squared, then take the square root. What a hassle. A flicker of light danced in Han Shan's eyes. Current distance to the ancient Thunder Beast's core, 296,448 meters, 296 kilometers. Even a car on the highway would take over 3 hours. Han Shan needed about 30 minutes. The problem was how to run without a road. Could he use lightness skills to walk on water? It seemed not impossible. At his current speed, he could indeed walk on water. But this was not ordinary water. It was thunder liquid, and stepping on it would probably get him killed instantly. Han Shan couldn't forget the scene of being killed after tossing the gold coin. The thunder directly enveloped a range of nearly 500 meters, with a radius of over 200 meters. At his speed, it would take him 2 seconds to run out, but he couldn't hold on for even a second. If only I could delay the generation of thunder. Otherwise, I could just fly over in the demon suppression tower. It's just a bit slower. The 9th layer of the demon suppression tower. Thinking of this, Han Shan summoned the demon suppression tower again, then controlled it to grow larger, and jumped to the top, hugging the Dragon Ball. Senior Longyang, why didn't you think of adding another layer and making a window for yourself? Then, the demon suppression tower quickly floated towards the target location, its speed comparable to the new national standard electric vehicle. After flying for 10 minutes, Han Shan looked back and could still see the small island from the beginning. Too slow. At this rate, I won't make it before dark. The main thing is that Han Shan has to maintain a single posture and concentrate on controlling the demon suppression tower, which needs to last for more than 10 hours to reach the target location. First, let me make myself a seat. Han Shan's eyes sparkled with magical energy, and a golden platform materialized at the top of the demon suppression tower, complete with armrests on both sides, perfectly nestled at the tower's tip. I hope I won't crush the Dragon Ball. Han Shan climbed onto the platform, holding onto the armrests, and lay down. So comfortable. If he could lie down like this, it would be acceptable. However, he immediately sat up. Lying down made it hard to maintain direction, so he had to sit. Let's condense an ergonomic backrest. A golden throne at the top of the tower was thus created, and Han Shan sat there, with his legs crossed, resembling a god preparing for battle, feeling a surge of pride within. So boring. His enthusiasm quickly faded, leaving only endless emptiness. The thunder pool's alternate space was too quiet. If it were the sea below, at least he could watch the waves, sea whales, and gaze at the clouds and seagulls in the sky. But here, there was nothing. How about calculating the gravitational acceleration instead? The current distance from the thunder liquid is 310 meters, h equals 310. If I condense a piece of gold 100 meters behind me horizontally and let it free fall, then start timing and note the time. According to h equals 1/2 gt/2, g equals 2h/t/2, I can calculate the gravitational acceleration. Now, the experiment begins. Han Shan condensed a piece of gold 100 meters behind him, and after a brief pause, it quickly fell down while Han Shan began counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Crackle, crackle, crackle. You have died. Please choose a resurrection location. It will automatically select in 5 seconds. Damn, it turns out the minefield isn't a hemisphere, but a cylinder reaching up to the sky. Han Shan learned the true extent of the minefield through his own death. Watch an ad. Automatically consuming ad-free card *1, you have died. Please choose a resurrection location. It will automatically select in 5 seconds. Watch an ad. Automatically consuming ad-free card *1, splash. Crackle, crackle, crackle. You have died. Please choose a resurrection location. It will automatically select in 5 seconds. Damn it. Han Shan was horrified to find that he had fallen into the thunder liquid. Although he was already dead, his body continued to trigger lightning and the surrounding thunder. Liquid was violently churning and boiling, with the electric light turning into a blazing white. This meant that as long as he kept resurrecting, he would continuously trigger the power of thunder and keep getting electrocuted to death. There was no way he could survive. This level drop was already a certainty. In that case, let's brush some ads for ad-free cards. He couldn't just lose a level for nothing. Automatically consuming ad-free card *1, you have died, please choose a resurrection location. It will automatically select in 5 seconds. After dying again, Han Chen activated the ad-free card condensing box, setting his mana to 0. As long as he had mana, it would automatically condense ad-free cards. This was only possible after DIYing the ad ecosystem. If he relied on himself to condense, he probably wouldn't even be prepared and would get killed instantly. Thus, Han Chen kept getting killed and resurrected, condensing 74 ad-free cards each time he revived, achieving a reversal of the electric meter once more. As he kept dying, Han Chen noticed that his death rate was slowing down. From instant death at the beginning, he could now even take a few glances around before dying. Han Chen wasn't sure if his body had developed resistance, as he didn't see any extra entries in his attribute panel. His attributes hadn't increased but had actually decreased, because the handsome guy's outfit had damaged shortly after he fell into the thunder liquid, and the hero's pendant also broke soon after. Both being legendary level equipment, the glazed cloak might still be intact due to its good material, while the divine level equipment remained as good as new. As long as the divine level equipment doesn't malfunction, Han Chen has nothing to worry about. He can continue to resurrect and continue to be electrocuted. Perhaps later, he might be refined to 100% immunity to lightning attributes. Just an hour later, Han Chen could survive for 5 seconds in the lightning slurry, but 2 hours later, that time only increased by 1 second. Meanwhile, the lightning slurry around Han Chen no longer erupted with violent thunder as before. There were only occasional arcs of electricity flashing by. This won't do. Han Chen opened his mouth and took a big gulp of the lightning slurry. Instantly, his whole body trembled from the shock. He wasn't sure what the lightning slurry tasted like. He couldn't even feel his mouth and tongue anymore. After dying and resurrecting repeatedly while drinking the lightning slurry, the damage Han Chen endured began to drop rapidly, and half an hour later, his health no longer decreased. Han Chen checked his attribute panel, still unable to discern much, but he had affinity. Lightning attribute affinity, 99%. Increases lightning attribute damage by 99%, reduces lightning attribute damage taken by 99%. Why is it 99% and not 100%? Although it was only 1% short, it was a completely different concept, like a Sihiyuan in Beijing being discounted by 99%, many people still couldn't afford it. After thinking for a moment, Han Chen removed all the equipment he was wearing. Suddenly, Han Chen's attributes plummeted, and the next second, he died again. Now, he was truly enduring the lightning with his physical body. Congratulations, your lightning attribute affinity has reached maximum value. Finally, under Han Chen's relentless deaths, the lightning attribute affinity finally reached 100%. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The entire lightning slurry in the alternate space seemed to be strongly attracted, surging towards Han Chen's location, and he was once again enveloped by the lightning slurry. His body seemed like a black hole, greedily devouring the lightning slurry. Bang! Han Chen's body instantly turned into a mist of blood, but the next moment, the blood mist gathered together again, reconstituting Han Chen. Even as a blood mist, he could resurrect using the ad-free card. Han Chen knew this could be a tremendous opportunity. He couldn't afford to wait. What if this state disappeared in a few seconds? Next, Han Chen was compressed into blood mist again and again, resurrecting each time. He didn't know how long it had been, but when Han Chen resurrected again, tens of thousands of liters of lightning slurry were instantly absorbed by his body, followed by a flash of blue-purple light, which was also absorbed by Han Chen. Congratulations, your physique has transformed into the Supreme Thunder Body. Supreme Thunder Body? Han Chen quickly opened the panel to check his talents, but there were still only the original 3 divine level talents. He remembered that Lin Fan's innate Dao body seemed to be a talent, didn't his count? Although he didn't know why there was a difference, he thought he could still check, so Han Chen directly used affinity to examine his body. Supreme Thunder Body Lightning Attribute Affinity 100% Adaptive Attack plus 200%. Any attack carries 100% Adaptive Attack Lightning Attribute Damage Group and continuous damage of the same skill only triggers once per second. Normal Attack Retaliation deals 25% Adaptive Attack Lightning Attribute Damage. Adaptive Attack Highest attack on the panel, so it adds to physical attack with a physical attack bonus. TSK 200% bonus, 100% additional attack, and considering the lightning attribute affinity damage, it doubles. Indeed, wherever it goes, the lightning attribute is primarily offensive. I just don't know if pet attacks count as any attack. If they do they count as group attacks or single target attacks? Never mind, I'll find out when I try it outside. Next, it's time to retrieve the ancient Thunder Beast's core. The lightning slurry had been almost completely absorbed, leaving only a glazed ground, and Han Chen could move forward at full speed. However, when Han Chen rushed to the designated coordinates, he found it completely empty. MD, I've worked so hard and died so many times, only to find out my home was stolen. I want to see who dares to steal my things. Han Chen directly used Trace to deduce. 31 minutes ago, the ancient Thunder Beast's source crystal core existed. It has been Absorbed by the player Han Xiaohua? Me? Then it's fine. As long as it wasn't taken by someone else, it was okay. Since the ancient Thunder Beast Source Crystal Core has been absorbed by me, there shouldn't be any opportunities left here. Han Chan activated Trace to continue his investigation. Alternate Space Thunderstruck plays. Source Stone of Space. Soon, Han Chen discovered something unusual, just 5 meters below the original position of the ancient Thunder Beast Source Crystal Core inside the Thunderstruck glaze. Han Chen immediately summoned Kakarot to dig down. Kakarot struck down heavily but only left a white mark on the surface of the Thunderstruck glaze. The hardness of the Thunderstruck glaze exceeded Han Chen's expectations. However, when Han Chen summoned Chi-Chi and had her use the law manifestation of heaven and earth, the Thunderstruck glaze became as fragile as glass. Soon, a dark blue Source Stone, covered in runes, floated up. Source Stone of Space type, Special A Source Stone created by the ancient Thunder Beast to open space. It is the key to controlling alternate space. Drip blood to bind. And activate. Good stuff. Han Chen quickly cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. The blood was instantly absorbed by the Source Stone. Binding Source Stone of Space successful, gaining alternate space thunder pool. Han Chen floated up, and a flash of enlightenment suddenly crossed his mind. In this thunder pool, he could be the master who controls everything, and what he could control now was air, the Thunderstruck glaze, and then nothing else. What the heck? Is there no creation mode? Fortunately, my heavenly eye has one. Han Chen's magical power surged in his eyes, and a patch of soil appeared on the Thunderstruck glaze. He tried to condense a tree but quickly gave up. Judging by the speed of magical power extraction, this would definitely drain his magical power. Although Han Chen could condense items of considerable size and mass, he still couldn't create living things, not even a small blade of grass. Forget it, I'll transplant slowly in the future. Also, change the name of the alternate space. There's no thunder and no pool anymore. It shouldn't be called Thunder Pool. Forget it, let's just call it Thunder Pool. After thinking for a while and unable to come up with a good name, and not wanting to use some cliché name like Celestial Realms Zhou Pool, he decided to stick with Thunder Pool. Now, let's go back. I don't even know how long I've been in there. The Thunder Pool was bright and clear, just like the previous Peach Blossom Secret Realm, with no sense of time at all. Moreover, he felt like he had been resurrecting and dying here in a days, as if a century had passed. With a thought, Han Chen returned to the spawn point of the Thunder Bird. Outside, it was still daytime, the sun was directly overhead. It was only noon at 12 o'clock. But to his surprise, there were no Thunder Birds here anymore. Could it be because I absorbed the Thunder Pool? Han Chen speculated that it was highly likely. However, before he could think further, the chat window suddenly lit up with messages from Suhua, Zhang Wei, Yi Qingcheng, and Lu Ruyan. What's going on? Why is everyone suddenly messaging me about urgent matters? Han Chen first opened Lu Ruyan's message and saw that she had sent him over 20 messages, the earliest one dated 2 days ago at 12:30. It was Lu Ruyan asking when he would return for dinner, and most of the subsequent messages were asking when he would come back, saying she missed him, and so on, along with a note that Yi Qingcheng couldn't contact him about the boss, but it had already been dealt with, and they would contact Yi Qingcheng again when they needed to collect. She sent messages every day, and the last one was sent this morning. Tao Susu, brother, I miss you so much. You must be in the secret realm, right? I heard that some secret realms can't contact the outside world. You must let me know you're safe when you come out. So you've been inside for a full 2 days, huh? I thought time would pass more slowly in there. I figured it would take at least a couple of hours to feel like that long. Han Chen checked his talents, and sure enough, his daily progress had stacked up to the 10th level, while the abilities Awakening and Divination had cooled down. The sooner you use them, the sooner they cool down. Han Chen directly summoned a gibbon, used Awakening, and then named it Sunday. As for Divination, he didn't have anything to calculate for now, so he stored it away. After doing all this, Han Chen didn't reply to Lu Ruyan's message right away. Instead, he started checking other people's messages. First, he looked at Suehua's, which had only 2 messages. 2 days ago, Suehua, the limited edition youth, suddenly fell ill and died despite rescue efforts. 1 day ago, Suehua, a man attempted to assassinate Lu Ruyan. It has been resolved. His identity is that of a dark web assassin, and the employer cannot be traced. Han Chen, I understand, thank you. Han Chen replied, his eyes narrowing. Lu Ruyan had actually been assassinated, and he suspected it was arranged by someone from Xinglong or Tinglong. As for evidence, Han Chen had none, nor did he need any. Is assassination all you guys can do? Suehua, a bounty has been posted on the dark web, offering 1 billion for the families of all directors and ministers of Xinglong and Tinglong Group. This time, Suehua didn't reply as quickly as usual, and Han Chen knew this might have touched a nerve for her, so he hesitated, but he would definitely agree in the end. Suehua, someone posted the same bounty on the dark web early this morning. So far, 23 people have been assassinated. Han Chen, then strengthen security. Suehua, yes. Han Chen knew that the person who posted this bounty was most likely Lu Ruyan. Others wouldn't easily come up with that much money. No wonder she was his woman, her thoughts were just like his. Next was Zhang Wei's messages, which were quite a few, but all useless junk. The only Useful one mentioned that the limited edition youth hadn't been online for a day, and now it had been 2 days. Han Shan, cancel the limited edition youth's mission. He will never be online again. Someone, damn, boss, you will always be my boss. Then, Han Shan opened Yi Qingqing's chat, and to his surprise, Yi Qingqing had sent over 99 messages, the earliest one being from 2 days ago in the evening. Yi Qingqing caught 4 bosses. Yi Qingqing, hurry up, everyone is waiting for me to pay. I don't have that much. Yi Qingqing, everyone is boycotting you. I barely managed to get this. Yi Qingqing, are you trying to punish me this way? Yi Qingqing, is it a case of to catch a thief, let him go? Yi Qingqing, useless, if you don't come, I'll spread the word that you broke your promise. If you don't want to pay and want to force me, no way. Yi Qingqing, I just want to play the game well. Why do you have to treat me like this? Yi Qingqing, you win. Han Shan quickly scrolled through the screen. To be honest, Yi Qingqing's mental activity was really abundant. He just went offline for a bit, and she could think of so many things. Her imagination was truly rich. After thinking for a moment, Han Shan decided not to reply to her for now. Yi Qingqing's emotions were too unstable. He would find Lu Ruyan first. Han Shan looked at Lu Ruyan's avatar, his eyes shimmering with light. Then, he took out a return scroll to read. Lu Ruyan was at home, so there was no need to reply, he could go back directly. As soon as he returned to the courtyard, Lu Ruyan pounced on him, and Su Qing, not caring about her shyness, rushed into Han Shan's embrace with red eyes. The three of them didn't care about eating anymore. A brief separation felt like a new marriage, the mountains and rivers stretching endlessly, the stream flowing all day until dusk. After covering the 2 unconscious women with a blanket, Han Shan instructed the maid from across the room to cook dinner for Lu Ruyan and Su Qing in 3 hours, then he returned to the Peach Blossom's secret realm. You finally came back, Yao Yao whimpered as she burrowed into Han Shan's arms, then sniffed. With her delicate nose, you smell like other women. Do you have a new love and don't want me anymore? Han Shan doesn't have the time to explain these things. I'm feeling bloated and uncomfortable. Let's talk about it later. Han Shan, it's so strange. I've had this feeling of electricity coursing through my body, tingling and numb. It's so comfortable. Yao Yao reminisced about the sensation from before. That's real electricity. Han Shan replied, puzzled. It clearly wasn't an attack, yet it came with electricity. Even in his every gesture, there was a hint of it, as if he had gained supernatural powers but couldn't master them. In the Divine Domain game, everything is data, all rules. Such a situation shouldn't occur. Could it be? Han Shan suddenly had a guess. Yao Yao, do you feel any difference between me and other extraordinary beings or those born in the Divine Domain? You're more handsome than them. Yao Yao blurted out. Not in appearance, but in feeling. It feels great. Han Shan fell silent. Could it be that language no longer served its purpose for communication? He pondered how to express himself so that Yao Yao would understand what he wanted to say. Excluding the fact that I'm Han Shan, if I were a stranger, would there be any difference between me and others? Handsome. What about internally, like in terms of physique? I don't know, but your physique should be unmatched. As she spoke, Yao Yao blissfully pressed her face against Han Shan's chest. Don't touch randomly. Han Shan felt a bit helpless. Yao Yao was too mischievous, making it hard for him to concentrate. Forget it, I won't think about it too much. Han Shan chose to give up. Regardless of the outcome, it was hard for him to change anything. Hee, I'm not teasing you anymore. Yao Yao smiled sweetly, then said seriously, in my perception, you are a true person, your spirit and body are perfectly aligned. The other extraordinary beings I can observe are just those who followed you that day. His spirit and body were never one. When I killed him, his spirit and body separated directly, then disappeared one after the other. When I killed you, it was different. Your spirit remained with your body. You were more like a true person protected by the rules of extraordinary beings. Yao Yao's statement matched Han Shan's guess. He might truly be a physical body that came to the Divine Domain world, and for some special reason, gained the player's panel and abilities. If I really crossed over into the game, that's good. I wouldn't have to worry about my body being left on Earth for research or anything. And who knows when I can go back, maybe I can bring these abilities with me. Han Shan was already fantasizing about showing off back on Earth. But soon, his daydream was interrupted. Oh, if you're going to touch, why are you pinching too? Look at my dragon claw hands. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 11 a.m. the next day. Although Han Shan had been very excited yesterday, he hadn't slept for 2 days, and as soon as he closed his eyes, he fell into a deep sleep, sleeping for nearly 16 hours. Han Shan stretched widely. It had been a long time since he had slept so well. He felt invigorated and full of energy. But now he should go grind monsters to level up, otherwise, he wouldn't have enough time to grind today before nightfall. Now that he had the Thunder Pool, he could teleport there first, then reach the level 38 wild monster area through the Thunder Pool's entrance and exit, shortening his travel time. By the way, Yao Yao, I have an alternate space. What's the difference between this alternate world and your secret realm? Han Shan suddenly remembered he hadn't told Yao Yao about the Thunder Pool. Alternate space? Yao Yao's face suddenly lit up with joy, but it quickly faded. The Peach Blossom secret realm isn't really an alternate space, it's just isolated from the outside world through formations. An alternate space is a true separation from the divine domain, it's two worlds. You can reach the alternate space because there's a spatial passage connecting them. As long as you close the passage, unless it's a deity, no one can reach your alternate space. Han Shen's eyes also showed joy. So if I take you to the Thunder Pool, then no one can threaten you? Yao Yao nodded. But if I leave now, it would be equivalent to betraying the Demon Master, and I would have to stay in the Thunder Pool, just like I can only stay in the Peach Blossom Secret Realm now. As soon as I appear in the Divine Realm, I will be hunted down. Moreover, the scale of the Thunder Pool should be similar to that of the Peach Blossom Secret Realm, right? So, I think I should wait a bit longer. If I follow the previous plan to leave the Peach Blossom Secret Realm, I can be with you all the time. She didn't want to keep hiding. She wanted to follow Han Shen openly and proudly. Well, actually, I think we can attack Peach Blossom Town now, but to be safe, let's wait until level 40 to act. Originally, Han Shen's plan was to wait until level 50, but plans can't keep up with changes. He was just one piece away from completing his full set of divine equipment, and his attributes had improved tremendously. He had also gained a large reserve of ad-free viewing cards through the DIY advertising ecosystem, as well as a reserve of the divine ability depth, which was at 102. With his current strength, if he went all out, capturing Peach Blossom Town was very promising. However, since it concerned Yao Yao, he naturally prioritized safety and couldn't be too reckless. So Han Shen planned to gather the divine equipment first, then level up to 40, allowing the equipment to upgrade again, and at level 40, he could also undergo a second-class change, further enhancing his strength. During this time, he would stock up on more ad-free viewing cards in depth to ensure everything was foolproof. Thinking of the divine equipment, Han Shen opened his friend list and found Yi Qingcheng. Han Shen, we can start collecting. Boss now. Yi Qingcheng. Oh, Han Shen liked this kind of quick reply, just like Suhua, which was reassuring. Squeak squeak squeak. Let's go, let's go. The little money grubber tugged at Han Shen's hair. It had stayed in the Peach Blossom Secret Realm for so long, and Han Shen finally agreed to take it out, so it was eagerly urging him. A mischievous smile flashed across Han Shen's face. What? You want to stay? Then you can stay here and keep Yao company. Then we can continue playing the gold collecting game. Yao Yao was also a bit happy to hear this. This little money grubber was quite considerate. After all, it was worth all the kindness she had shown it these days. Squeak 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 squeak. The little money grubber panicked and hurriedly explained, but Han Shen pinched its little mouth, preventing it from making any sound. It frantically clawed at Han Shen's fingers with its front paws, but couldn't budge them at all, and finally just went limp, giving up the struggle. After playing with the limp little money grubber for a while, Han Shen smiled and said, "Just kidding, I'm taking you out now." The little money grubber jumped up in an instant, its eyes sparkling again, but it didn't dare to make a sound, fearing Han Shen would say he wouldn't take it. As for Yao Yao, Han Shen gathered some building blocks, dolls, Rubik's cubes, and other toys for her to play with when she was bored. Then, with a thought, Han Shen returned directly to the Thunder Pool, renaming it from Thunder Pool to Thunder Realm. When he mentioned the Thunder Pool earlier, Yao Yao thought it was just a pool. Perhaps for the ancient thunder beasts, it might be a small pool, but for Han Shen, it was larger than a province, so calling it a pool was inappropriate. Thunder Realm was a better name. Soon, Han Shen's figure appeared at the entrance of Wind Whisper Town and the Thunder Realm, directly arriving at Wind Whisper Town. His current level was 35, 127562521/1500000, just 15% experience away from leveling up. He could first find a level 40 monster area to level up to 36, and then look for a level 41 monster. There was originally a level 38 monster area nearby, and with his speed, activating his speed boost and the 50% movement speed bonus from being out of combat, his speed reached 14877, and in less than 2 minutes, he found a level 40 monster. Squeak 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 squeak? What happened? Though little money grubber was a bit confused. How come after just a few days, Han Shen's speed was like flying? When they first started, it had been lying on Han Shen's chest, feeling like it was almost squished into a pancake. Han Shen pinched the little money grubber. Your boss has gotten stronger. Go play. Gee, I'm off. The little money grubber dashed away, clearly feeling stifled in the Peach Blossom Secret Realm. Han Shen summoned his pet beast and then looked at the little monster. Flame Giant Lizard, level 40, health, 64380 physical attack, 3300 magic attack, 5480 physical defense, 4300 magic defense, 6160 skill, Lava Spit-O? He had casually checked the attributes of level 39 monsters on the way, and the attributes of the level 40 little monsters had improved significantly, not just in one aspect but comprehensively, and they even came with a skill. Han Shen wasn't sure if it was unique to the Flame Giant Lizard or if all monsters above level 40 had it. He leaned towards the latter. Although the attributes of level 40 monsters had increased, they were still no match for him. Even without one piece of equipment in fashion, his physical attack had reached 185,343, and both defenses were at 40,000. He could easily crush a level 40 Flame Giant Lizard with a single step, let alone his pet beast. the pet beast charged at the flame giant lizard, which opened its mouth and instantly spewed out pools of red lava. This lava couldn't break through the defenses of Han Shen's pet beast, it could only scorch the flowers and trees around. Han Shen glanced around and understood why it was so dark and barren here. It was all scorched by the flame giant lizard's attacks. Lava spit was a skill that added to magic attack with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Once the pet beast got close, after the spit, the flame giant lizard would behave like an ordinary wild monster, coming close to bite. So, strictly speaking, the flame giant lizard wasn't a ranged monster. However, Han Shen still noted down the coordinates of the flame giant lizard, thinking that if he equipped himself with god-level gear in the future and boosted his magic attack attributes, he could come back to tame some. Kill flame giant lizard, level 40, gain experience 567. Kill flame giant lizard, level 40, gain experience 567. The attributes of the flame giant lizard were much higher than those of the Thunderbird, but the experience gained was not significantly more, and there were only about 90 of them. To level up, it was estimated to take over 40 minutes. This time was just right. Han Shen summoned Kakarot and Chi-Chi to start a fire and roast meat. As for Sunday, he would be with Saturday on the top floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. Saturday had already learned the techniques, so he could teach Sunday. After the meat was roasted, Han Shen took a video as usual and posted it on the forum. Instantly, a wave of fans flooded in. Kai Kai Milk, Sofa, Yulian, I'm first YI Jean, hubby is working again. Han Xiaowei fan, today's roast is as delicious as hubby irritable. Ginger, who let this guy out again? At Federal Animal and Plant Protection Department Chenbolo. What time is it? Still trying to attract attention. The 98 federal family spirits won't let you off. Kai Kai Milk, they die their way. What does it have to do with our brother? If you want to cry, go cry by yourself. Yulian, exactly. Besides Sister Lu Ruyan, who else in the Federation is good? If I were one of those ministers, I would take my own life to apologize and beg for my family's safety. At this moment, Han Shen also noticed that the forum was filled with discussions about the series of assassination cases of federal family members. Just now, another relative of a federal minister was killed at home, bringing the total to 99. It was likely to exceed 100 soon. Han Shen looked at the screen full of mosaics, feeling a bit angry. So many people had died, yet no one had come out to apologize? Or did they not care at all about the lives of their family members? While enjoying convenience, they also had to bear the consequences, but these were living people. So, Han Shen closed the forum and called Lu Ruyan. Brother! Lu Ruyan's surprised voice came through. Han Shen rarely took the initiative to call her. Did you arrange the assassinations of federal family members? Han Shen asked directly. Lu Ruyan was silent for a moment before saying, yes, but they were the ones who tried to assassinate me first, and I specifically targeted those who have committed numerous crimes, only providing a list of 30 names. The rest have nothing to do with me. Han Shen couldn't help but be astonished. This was different from what he had imagined. He thought everyone was under a bounty from Lu Ruyan, but it turned out there were only 30. Then, he suddenly realized. I understand now, you just started it, and then Xing Long and Tang Long began to suspect each other, and then they started putting bounties on each other. That should be the case. I also found out that some fringe tycoons participated in issuing bounties, Lu Ruyan replied. Moreover, the deputy minister of the Federal Land Resources Department saw the bounty and plotted to kill his own wife to collect the reward. Brother, did I do something wrong? Lu Ruyan asked timidly. How can this be blamed on you? Han Shen comforted her. They opened the Pandora's box themselves. They can only blame themselves. Actually, I came to you because I wanted you to directly put a bounty on those ministers. Maybe they see that no one is putting a bounty on them, feeling too comfortable and lacking a sense of crisis. At least the one who plotted to kill his wife should be under a bounty. But now it seems it might not be necessary. As the situation escalates, they will end up killing each other anyway. It won't escalate any further, Lu Ruyan replied. The situation has become too serious. Xing Long and Tang Long have already invited 3 martial arts masters to come out of retirement, leading 500 martial arts experts, in conjunction with the federal police, preparing to launch a 100-day campaign to root out the dark web and the bounty killers behind it. Han Shen hadn't seen this matter on the forum, so it must still be confidential. Lu Ruyan was the only one who knew in the Federation. Then let's not issue a bounty for now. By the way, have you found the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on you? The one who issued the bounty has been dealt with. It's someone from Jiang Qinghe. However, Jiang Qinghe doesn't dare to issue a bounty, nor does he need to. He just needs to report me. So he must have been bribed by Xing Long or Tang Long also. In the past couple of days, major guilds and chambers of commerce have deliberately avoided trading with our guild. I suspect it's also Xing Long and Tang Long pulling strings behind the scenes. Merchants don't rise early without profit. The only ones who could make them afraid to sell at high prices are Xing Long and Tang Long again. It was Xing Long and Tang Long. Han Shen felt these two guilds were like flies, everywhere and utterly annoying. But fortunately, he wasn't the one managing the guild. Such matters were better left for Lu Ruyan to worry about. choosing not to play. The guild game was the right decision. However, supporting Lu Ruyen was still necessary. Do you remember that Xiao Lu from the Baotong Trading Company we added in the novice village? I think they are quite capable, just lacking a background. Although they had helped Lu Ruyen before, it was too much of a gamble. It was like trying to catch a wolf with empty hands, and Lu Ruyen still felt a lingering fear when she thought about it. Although Lu Ruyen didn't think they were that reliable, since Han Shen had spoken, she decided to give them a chance to try. After all, they were just merchants, and there was no need to use guild slots. The cost they could afford was just some funds, and funds were the least of their concerns. Alright, I'll arrange for someone to pick them up. By the way, there's a guild war tonight at 19:30. Do you want to participate? Guild war? 7:30? Han Chen originally wanted to refuse. At 7:30 he would normally be battling with Yao Yao. However, after glancing at the rewards for the guild war, he felt it was still possible to fight a little later. The guild war is fixed to start every Monday night at 19:30, lasting for an hour. Participating in the guild war can earn guild war points, which can be used to purchase equipment enhancement stones. So far, aside from treasures and a few tasks, this is the only way to obtain equipment enhancement stones. Although their guild was established last Monday, the number of guilds was insufficient, so the guild war hadn't started, making this the first guild war in the divine domain. Alright, I'll participate. His god-level equipment was already hard to replace, and the upgrade speed had slowed down. The equipment enhancement stones were currently the easiest and most effective way to improve attributes. Alright, then I'll wait for you tonight, brother. After ending the call, Han Shen checked the introduction to the Guild War gameplay. 1. The Guild War confirms participating guilds every Monday at 12 o'clock and at 1900 hours. Opponents of similar strength are assigned based on guild strength. The official start is at 19:30, and participating guilds will be randomly assigned to Guild War maps in pairs. 2. Killing enemy guild players and occupying resurrection arrays can earn personal points in the Guild War. The total points for the Guild War are the sum of all guild members' personal points, and the guild with the highest total points wins after the Guild War ends. 3. The winning side receives 150% of personal points and experience for the Guild War, while the losing side receives 50% of personal points and experience. 4. The guild summons can be used on the Guild War map, and there are no penalties for dying on the Guild War map. No equipment items will drop. Looks pretty simple, just kill and capture the flag. Han Shen closed the gameplay introduction. As long as it wasn't too flashy, it would be fine. But thinking about it, with two guilds having at least thousands of players and at most tens of thousands, if it were too complicated, no one would understand how to play. He then opened the guild leaderboard. 1. Blood Rose level 6, 40,000/40,000. 2. Heavenly Court level 3, 2000/2000. 3. Xinglong Group level 3, 2000/2000. 4. Dragon Soaring Across the Seas level 3, 2000/2000. 5. Church of Light level 3, 2000/2000. Aside from Blood Rose's unique level 6 from 2nd to 100th place, all were level 3. This, Han Shen felt a bit uncomfortable. He wanted to join another guild to fight against Blood Rose. Blood Rose players were already strong, and their numbers were 20 times that of other guilds. How could other guilds compete? It wasn't that Han Shen wanted fairness, he wanted guild war points. If it was 20 against 1, with so many wolves and so little meat, it would be hard to earn points. But fighting against Blood Rose in another guild would be different. With 40,000 people, it would be a breeze. However, that was just a thought. If he left the guild, he wouldn't be able to join another today, and thus wouldn't be able to participate in the guild war. Moreover, they were all level 4 guilds. How would he know which guild they would face? Logically, Heavenly Court and Blood Rose were established on the same day, and as the two strongest guilds, they should be matched together. But Blood Rose was already level 6, while Heavenly Court was only level 3, just like other guilds. If they had been fully constructed every day, Heavenly Court should have reached level 4 long ago. Why were they still at level 3? Could it be just to avoid Blood Rose? Han Shen felt it was very likely, but if he were Lin Fan, he definitely wouldn't avoid Blood Rose. Although they would lose the guild war, he would still have a great time earning points. Brother Fan, it's been 2 days already, many brothers are waiting outside. When are we upgrading the guild? Ni Juanhao looked at the construction tasks that had long been completed, feeling pained. Not only could players not join, but they also couldn't complete guild tasks, which meant they had wasted 2 days of time. There's no rush, we'll upgrade after 7 tonight. Let everyone work a bit harder tonight, put in some overtime, and make up for today's guild tasks, Lin Fan replied calmly. Why not upgrade now? If we become a level 4 guild, we'll definitely be matched against Blood Rose. Since there's no death penalty, we can farm points like crazy. If we delay the next guild upgrade, we might not get matched again. Lin Fan glanced at Ni Juanhao. You're forgetting the pain after the wound has healed. Do you remember the eye technique of smiling eyes? Ni Juanhao's pupils suddenly constricted in disbelief. Are you saying his eye technique is also effective on the guild war map? Lin Fan nodded seriously. It's still effective in the safe zone, which means it's not just ordinary damage but a deduction of maximum health based on the rules. The Guild War map is just death without punishment. It doesn't directly lock your status, nor is it like the virtual data body in the arena. His eye technique will definitely take effect. Wait, you mentioned the virtual data body. Aren't we playing a virtual game? Isn't our current body just a virtual data body? Ni how keenly sensed the issue Lin Fan was describing. Of course not. Our current bodies are real flesh and blood. Haven't I told you before not to treat the divine realm as just a game? Lin Fan looked seriously at Ni Juanhao. There are more details I can't share with you, but you'll understand soon enough. For now, focus on leveling up, got it? Delicious. Just a sprinkle of salt, pepper, and cumin, and the taste of the grilled meat was completely different, far more fragrant than the Hextech barbecue on Earth. Such delicious grilled meat, Han Chen naturally couldn't keep it all to himself. He took a piece back to the Peach Blossom secret realm and handed it to Yao Yao, then took a big bite right off her face. Yao Yao, stunned, took the grilled meat, wiped the grease off her face, and before she could react, Han Chen had disappeared again. Anyway, with the Thunder Realm as a transit point, it took less than 2 minutes to go back and forth, so there was no need to save that little time. By the time Han Chen finished the grilled meat, the system prompt also sounded. Congratulations, you have reached level 36, gaining 1 skill point and 5 free attribute points. Han Chen didn't leave immediately. Instead, he prepared to grind for another 20 minutes. Suddenly, a flame giant lizard the size of an adult water buffalo appeared, let out a howl, and then fell down. Okay, no need to grind anymore. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the boss Lava Giant Lizard King, level 40, gaining 105,840 experience and plus 50 reputation. Looking at the 2 blue and 1 green orbs of light, Han Chen decided to pick them up anyway. Since he had seen them, the ad-free card was now in excess, so there was no need to save it. Automatically consuming ad-free card *1. Obtaining skill book Lava Jet, Epic, Lava Armor, Epic. A skill book actually dropped. The value of an epic skill book is equivalent to that of legendary equipment, mainly because skill books are so hard to come by. Lava Jet, Epic, Type, Skill Book, Requirements, Warrior Class, Second Transition. No need to look at the Warrior one. Han Chen directly tossed the skill book and armor into the guild warehouse. Then, Han Chen stood up, preparing to head to the level 41 grinding point. He originally wanted to grind a bit longer, mainly because he hadn't seen a boss drop before. He thought it might be a mechanism similar to the previous Thunderbird, but since a boss had dropped, that possibility was ruled out. Little money grubber, let's go. Han Chen called out, but after a while, he still didn't see the little money grubber return, so he didn't bother and went to find a new grinding point. Anyway, he had the operation panel. If necessary, he could summon the little money grubber to his side directly. For now, let it play. It must have been cooped up for days. A minute later, Han Chen saw the level 41 wild monsters, but there were only about 40 to 50 of them, which was too few and not enough to grind. He continued searching for new wild monsters, and after 5 minutes, having found about 10 grinding points, Han Chen finally found a suitable one. Silver Silk Ice Spider, level 41, health 72,000, physical attack 1860, magic attack 6,480. Spider Venom. The Silver Silk Ice Spider's normal attack carries Spider Venom, dealing 30% of magic attack damage per second for 12 seconds, stacking up to 5 layers. Ice Spider Silk fires Ice Spider Silk at the target, with an 80% chance to cause 30% slow and a 20% chance to freeze, lasting 3 seconds. The Silver Silk Ice Spider, like the Thunderbird, is also a wild monster primarily focused on magic attacks, and it also carries control effects. However, compared to the Thunderbird, it seems much weaker, with damage coming from the stacking Spider Venom. 4. Now, the Silver Silk Ice Spider also has no taming value. However, their numbers were as many as 140 to 50, the most Han Chen had seen today. Soon, Han Chen's pet beast surged forward, quickly overwhelming the Silver Silk Ice Spider. Kill Silver Silk Ice Spider, level 41, gain experience 578. Kill Silver Silk Ice Spider, level 41, gain experience 578. The experience from the Silver Silk Ice Spider was standard, but with so many of them, they could steadily provide Han Chen with 1% experience every 2 minutes, meaning he could reach level 37 in 200 minutes. After leveling up, he would also have 2 hours of monster farming time. However, such a large number of monsters was rare, so Han Chen decided to farm here until the end today. Han Chen said you all have quite the ability, so I called you here to give it a try. Lu Ruyan sat in a chair, watching the gibbons farm monsters, completely ignoring the 5 from the Baotong Trading Company. This is the predicament our guild is currently facing. Take a look. Lu Ruyan's female secretary timely handed 5 documents to the 5 from Baotong Trading Company. The 5 from Baotong Trading Company were not angry at all. They smiled broadly and thanked the female secretary before starting to read the documents. In fact, the content of the documents was not much. It was about how Blood Rose was being ostracized and sanctioned by major guilds, unwilling to trade equipment and skills with them, leading to delays in equipment updates and significant skill gaps for Blood Rose players. The second in command of Baotong Trading Company was the first to put down the document. It's simple, their sanctions are not a complete blockade. Although the major guilds are unwilling to trade, small guilds and ordinary players are not bound by this. We can collaborate with small guilds and ordinary players. There are limitations. The third member of Baotong Trading Company picked up where the second left off. In terms of skill books, that's fine. But it doesn't apply to equipment. The levels of small guilds and ordinary players are generally lower than those of Blood Rose players, so we can only collect low-level equipment from them, and there's a high demand for manpower when dealing with casual players. The fourth member of Baotong Trading Company added, manpower is not an issue. What Blood Rose lacks the least is people. With so many players, they are all labor, but it's still a matter of equipment level. Aren't we short on money? The fifth member of Baotong Trading Company looked at Lu Ruyan. The so-called sanctions are merely due to insufficient interests. It's not worth the risk for them. As long as the interests are substantial enough, the so-called sanctions are just a joke. Once the price is right, a large number of casual players with high-level, high-quality equipment will soon appear. As for whether they obtained the equipment themselves, does it matter? Hearing this, Lu Ruyan finally took it seriously. She had offered high prices before, but it hadn't been effective. Now that she thought about it, her price probably wasn't high enough. The price not only needs to be high but also sustainable, and it must allow others to see successful transactions. Long-term stable benefits are far more attractive than short-term unstable ones and are more worth the risk, the fifth member of Baotong Trading Company continued. Lu Ruyan nodded slightly. What the fifth member said made sense. She had only collected for an hour and gave up after not receiving much. If we can consistently buy equipment at high prices, the market price for equipment will also be driven up by us, the sixth member of Baotong Trading Company chimed in. Moreover, we cannot actively collect mid-tier equipment. We must focus on high-tier or even top-tier equipment. Blood Rose should only want the best equipment, offering the highest prices, so that everyone develops the understanding that selling top-tier items to Blood Rose is the only way to avoid losses. By collecting mid to high-tier equipment, we can also monopolize the market for top-tier equipment and skills, forcing those who impose sanctions to pay even higher prices than us for a small amount of top-tier equipment and skills. The second member of Baotong Trading Company spoke again. This is without considering profits. If we want more stability and returns, we need to cultivate stable and reliable allies. Clap. Clap, clap good. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but applaud, realizing she had indeed underestimated the five from Baotong Trading Company in such a short time. Being able to analyze the problem and find reasonable and feasible solutions is truly a rare talent. However, for now, it's just theory. Theoretical feasibility does not mean it can be implemented. The real issues often only become apparent during the implementation phase. From now on, you will be responsible for the business of Blood Rose, with complete financial management authority. Can you make Blood Rose break through its difficulties in 3 days? Well, the five members of the Baotong Trading Company exchanged glances. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan's expression darkened. What, can't you do it? The second in command of Baotong Trading stepped forward. We are just 5 ordinary people. Coming up with a plan is already our limit. Fomihan's Bi Young is definitely still monitoring us. If we take on important positions in Blood Rose now, we'll probably be invited for tea tomorrow. Managing Blood Rose's finances would be like handing it over to Fomihan, right? Oh, so that's what you're worried about. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, only I can invite you for tea now. The person who will invite you for tea is on their way. Really? The joy on the face of Baotong Trading Xiao Lu was completely uncontrollable, and the other couldn't help but feel the same excitement. Lu Ruyan smiled and nodded. Great. The group changed from their previous composed demeanor, jumping around and high-fiving each other, finally gathering together to shout, let's take down Bi Young. Lu Ruyan naturally understood why they hated Fomihan so much. The first bucket of gold from the prosperous divine domain came from the 5 of them. Kill Silver Silk Ice Spider, level 41, gain experience 578. Congratulations, you have reached level 37, gaining 1 skill point and 5 free attribute points. Kill Silver Silk Ice Spider, level 41, gain experience 539. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Han Chan reached level 37. After leveling up, he continued to farm Silver Silk Ice Spiders. He kept farming until 5:30, using up his monster farming time. Although Han Chan's experience reached 48.3% at level 37, he wasn't very happy. He had fought quite a few bosses today, but not a single one was of golden quality. So, he could only look for Yi Qingchang. Han Chan, have you received any bosses? Yi Qingchang. 3, do you want to fight now? Han Chan, why only 3? Yi Qingchang, the new head of the Divine Domain Development Department, does not allow players from major guilds to occupy low-level monster areas without reason. Han Chan. Understood now, it must be the work of Xinglong and Tenglong. But having 3 was better than having none. Han Chan, let's fight. Yi Qingchang returned to Taoyuan town and was about to send Han Chan the coordinates when suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder from behind. Where is the first boss? Yi Qingchang's heart skipped a beat, then raced. She looked at the prompt box that appeared before her, a smile creeping onto her lips. Detected that a player is suspected of harassing you. Would you like to impose a heavenly punishment? Yes. Yi Qingqing silently thought, and then thick bolts of heavenly thunder fell, striking Han Shen precisely. Crackle, crackle, crackle. This scene startled the surrounding players. Which fellow Daoist is crossing tribulation here? Not crossing tribulation, but getting struck by lightning for sexual harassment. I saw it, it's the goddess Yi Qingqing. There's a perverted hand on her shoulder. Who dares to harass my goddess? The heavenly thunder is too bright and dense, I can't see the owner of the perverted hand at all. Isn't one strike enough to kill? Why is it taking so long? Han Shen felt the continuous heavenly thunder striking him and was speechless. How much did Yi Qingqing want him dead? This punishment's heavenly thunder ignored defense reductions and even invincibility, dealing real damage equal to 100% of maximum health with each strike. Han Shen originally thought he would have to use an ad-free card, but unexpectedly, he suffered no damage at all. It seems that my supreme thunder body's 100% affinity for thunder attributes is even more astonishing than I imagined. Not only am I immune to magical damage from thunder attributes, but I am also completely immune to the real damage from heavenly thunder. Han Shen originally just wanted Yi Qingqing to turn around and see him, but unexpectedly, he was struck by lightning. Although it didn't cause any harm, it couldn't just be ignored. He grabbed Yi Qingqing's shoulder and pulled her. Yi Qingqing was completely unprepared for Han Shen's action, and as she was pulled around, she lost her balance and let out a startled cry as she fell into Han Shen's arms. Han Shen instinctively wrapped his arms around Yi Qingqing's waist. What do you want? Let go of me, Yi Qingqing exclaimed in a panic, pushing Han Shen weakly with her hands. Han Shen felt the soft sensation against his chest and curiously reached out his free right hand to rub it. Yi Qingqing felt as if an electric current surged through her body, causing her to shudder. You're quite obedient, Han Shen whispered into Yi Qingqing's ear. Yi Qingqing trembled again, her whole body going limp in Han Shen's embrace. Don't resist, okay? Han Shen said softly. Yi Qingqing's voice was as small as a mosquito's. Han Shen smiled, and in an instant the two disappeared, while the heavenly thunder that had yet to descend lingered in the sky for a moment before dissipating, leaving the players present completely unaware of what had just happened. Where did they go? Did they get struck dead? My goddess Yi Qingqing is gone too. She wouldn't have been struck dead, right? Why did the heavenly thunder last so long? My goddess can't have met a tragic end, can she? It hasn't even been half a minute. What could they have done? Half a minute is more than enough. Bro, tell us your story. Has the heavenly thunder been revamped? A greasy-faced man looked at the young girl beside him who was watching the commotion, suddenly grinning lewdly as he reached out with a perverted hand. Crack! A bolt of heavenly thunder instantly struck down, killing the man on the spot. I really didn't expect that such great energy could be contained in such a small body. Han Shen checked the time. It was just past 7, meaning it had been less than 2 hours. Yi Qingqing immediately became displeased. Where am I small? Take another look. Am I small? Han Shen sighed in amazement. Indeed not small, definitely not small. I'm very curious, what did you eat to become so powerful all of a sudden? I won't tell you, Yi Qingqing said proudly, not wanting Han Shen to use it to help others. Suddenly, Yi Qingqing frowned. What if the leader finds out about our conversation? It's all your fault. I didn't agree, and you just went ahead without considering the consequences. You wouldn't abandon me, would you? You don't need to worry, Han Shen said lightly, and before Yi Qingqing could feel relieved, he continued, Lu Ruyan must already know, with such a big commotion. Then what can I feel relieved about? Yi Qingqing exclaimed, she will definitely kill me. I have to log off and escape. Han Shen immediately hugged Yi Qingqing. What are you afraid of with me here? She wouldn't dare touch you. If you're not at ease, I can tell your fortune. Tell my fortune? Yi Qingqing was confused, wondering what kind of feudal superstition this was. However, before she could voice her doubts, her eyes widened in shock, because she saw Han Shen's eyes shining with golden light, his pupils transforming into 2 rotating trigrams, spinning wildly. This is too absurd. So you are the reincarnation of the trigrams? Damn trigrams reincarnation. Quiet, the hexagram will be revealed soon. Moments later, the golden light in Han Shen's eyes retracted, and a hexagram appeared before them. Li below, DUI above, water and fire transformation. What does that mean? Water and fire are mutually exclusive, water and fire cannot coexist. I'm off to escape. Yi Qingqing prepared to break free from Han Shen and log off to save herself. At that moment, the hexagram changed, the middle line of the Li hexagram broke, turning into a Yin line. Li hexagram transforms into Gen hexagram, Gen below, DUI above, for water mountain. Xian, Yang above, Yin below, the intersection of Yin and Yang. What does that mean? Yi Qingqing looked bewildered. She only understood that the fire was gone, but who was the fire? So am I gone, or is Lu Ruyan gone? What do you mean gone? Han Shen expressed his dissatisfaction. I've put out the fire, there's only water, no fire. Don't worry. Although he reassured Yi Qingqing, Han Shen was somewhat worried himself, as Zeshan was soft above and hard below, with a trend of Yin overpowering Yang. He had managed to handle the 3 women before, but Yi Qingqing was too fierce. She could fight him back and forth all on her own. Han Shen glanced at the only remaining civilization harmony pill. In his backpack. No, this is just a temporary fix. I need to find a way to contact Brother Kuan. Are you really okay? Yi Qingqing still didn't quite believe him. Aren't you? In the park? Han Shen said, if there was a problem, would we still be waiting now? Yi Qingqing thought for a moment and slowly nodded. It does seem that way. Then, a wave of uncontrollable joy spread across her face. So we are officially together now. She then looked at Han Shen with a mischievous smile. I've been craving you for a long time, little girl, give me a kiss. Han Shen took a deep breath and thought, I must find Brother Kuan, this girl is too much, I can't let it go untreated. What kiss? The guild battle is about to start, we need to defeat the boss first. Oh, right. Yi Qingqing quickly got up and put on her clothes, they've been waiting for us for so long, it really isn't good. Big brother, the guild battle is about to start, do we still need to wait? Someone named Chao glanced at the time and gritted his teeth, there's still no news. From Yi Qingqing, let's leave half the brothers to guard the boss and the other half to fight in the guild battle. No need to leave anyone. We must leave someone, Chao said. Without hesitation, then paused, realizing the voice sounded familiar. He quickly turned around and found it was indeed Han Shen and Yi Qingqing. What a coincidence, it's your boss again. Han Shen still had some impression of Chao. Chao scratched his head and chuckled. We've been farming low-level monsters these past few days and luckily, we found another one today. But after this, we need to catch up on levels. Han Shen praised, not bad, your decision is correct. Working hard to level up and increase strength is the way to go. He, Chao laughed shyly. Yi Qingqing shot Han Shen a glare. Correct my foot, they aren't farming boss anymore. Are you just hitting the air? Don't worry, I have my ways, you don't need to farm boss anymore. Focus on leveling up, Han Shen said with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Qingqing stopped talking. Since Han Shen said he had a way, there was no need for her to rush. Time was short and Han Shen didn't dawdle any longer. He summoned his pet. It was still Mengda Town, still Chao, and still the golden level giant rabbit. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the golden level boss White Rabbit King, level 11, gaining 1 experience, 1 skill point, and 100 reputation. Automatically consumed advertisement free viewing card *1, obtained Super God Carrot Gun, Divine, Rabbit Skin Armor, Legendary, Blackened Rabbit King Skin *1, Blackened Rabbit King Meat *10. Carrot Gun? Han Shan looked at the spear with a carrot as the tip in his backpack and his eye twitched involuntarily. This Rabbit King dropped equipment that was too abstract, right? The spear was knight equipment and Yi Qingqing was a knight, but there was no rush to give it to her. Han Shan picked Yi Qingqing up in a princess carry and then he transformed into a stream of light and disappeared. Chao was taken aback. Had Yi Qingqing gotten together with him? But the next moment he realized the real issue. Hey, you didn't pay. Sorry, I forgot to pay. Han Shan flashed back to Chao's side. He had no habit of paying, always leaving right after a fight, and it was always Yi Qingqing who paid. This time, he left but took Yi Qingqing with him, and it was only when they reached the teleportation array that Yi Qingqing told him he hadn't paid. Yi Qingqing didn't shy away either. Her small hands wrapped around Han Shen's neck, and just like that, they initiated a trade with Chao. Han Shen carried Yi Qingqing away, and Chao instantly returned to the guild's base. He couldn't help but cover his chest with his right hand. Ah, my goddess, has also fallen. In just a moment, Han Shen's embrace of Yi Qingqing's photo was already uploaded online, shared in Yi Qingqing's fan group. This night was destined to break countless hearts among young boys. Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the golden level boss Skeleton King, level 12, gained 1 experience plus 1 skill point, plus 100 reputation, automatically consumed ad-free card *1, obtained White Jade Bone Shield, Divine, White Jade Bone Club, Legendary, White Jade King Bone *20. It's over, the Een is truly overpowering the Yang, this woman is cursing me. Han Shen thought to himself as he looked at the smooth, jade-like shield in his backpack. There was no doubt that this was another piece of Yi Qingqing's equipment. No worries, there's still one more boss, it can't all be hers. Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the golden level boss Crimson Flame. Raccoon King, level 15, gained 1 experience, plus 1 skill point, plus 100 reputation, automatically consumed ad-free card *1, obtained Crimson Flame Bracers, Divine, Raccoon Hat, Legendary. Crimson Flame Raccoon King Skin *1, Crimson Flame Raccoon King Tail *1. Good news, these bracers are not for heavy armor classes. Bad news, they have no restrictions for leather armor. So they are universal, and Yi Qingqing can use them too, while he already has 2 divine bracers. Han Shen squinted slightly, looking at Yi Qingqing. How about giving these bracers to Zhang Wei? That way, it's 2:1, not too much of a loss for the Yang. It's not heavy armor, there's still a difference in attributes, only leather armor attributes, so better give them to Zhang Wei, and later when I get heavy armor bracers, I'll give them to Yi Qingqing. Of course, equipment can't be given away for free. Han Shen pointed to his own face. Yi Qingqing's eyes sparkled, she licked her lips, startling Han Shen. No need, I'll just give them to you directly. Give me, just like that? Yi Qingqing smirked. Isn't that a bit too stimulating? Han Shen's face changed dramatically and he quickly grabbed Yi Qingqing's head and shook it. What are you thinking, you little brain? Help me, I'm dizzy, help me out. Yi. Qingqing swayed unsteadily, her steps chaotic, and just as she was about to fall, Han Shen quickly caught her. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingqing straightened her waist and licked Han Shen's face. Hee, gotcha. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Yi Qingqing. Han Shen said helplessly, you're like a boiled egg. Boiled egg, does that mean very nutritious and delicious? Yi Qingqing asked curiously. No, Han Shen shook his head, the surface is white, but inside it's yellow. Yi Qingqing said with a hint of disappointment, don't you like it? Well, it's not that I don't like it. Han Shen thought for a moment and then said, men. At worst, I can just be a little whiter outside. Very good, very good. Han Shen nodded. Quickly. Then, Han Shen handed over the Super Divine Carrot Gun, Divine, White Jade Bone Shield, Divine, and Super Crazy Snail Shell, Divine, to Yi Qingqing. The Super Crazy Snail Shell, Divine, was obtained a few days ago, classified as heavy armor, just right for Yi Qingqing's equipment. Yi Qingqing looked at Han Shen in surprise, then at the equipment. Then back at Han Shen. Have you been craving my body all along, so you kept this equipment for me? If you don't want it, just give it back to me. Han Shen pretended to snatch back that equipment, and Yi Qingqing quickly equipped them all. Yi Qingqing waved the Super Divine Carrot Gun. Although the tip was a carrot, it was incredibly hard and easily pierced into the tree trunk. Then, she tapped the large shield with the Super Divine Carrot Gun and patted the large snail shell on her back. Why does it feel so weird? Han Shen held back his laughter and gave a thumbs up. Not weird at all, it suits you perfectly. Yi Qingqing suddenly shrank into the large snail shell. Handsome guy, come in and play. Han Shen facepalmed. The contrast of Yi Qingqing was just too much. Seeing that Yi Qingqing was not coming out, he directly took action, pushing the giant snail shell to roll. Hey, I'm dizzy. However, Yi Qingqing was just being playful in front of Han Shen. She still cared about her image outside. Soon, she concealed the outrageous appearance of the super crazy snail shell. The guild war was about to start in 5 minutes. At this moment, the guild had already announced a gathering at the guild base, and the system had also issued a pre-war gathering order. Han Shen and Yi Qingqing received the order and returned to the guild base together. Han Shen curiously surveyed the guild base. This was his first time here, as he had not participated in any previous construction tasks. It was nighttime, and at a glance, there were tall pillars everywhere, with braziers burning on top, and below were densely packed players. Everyone had just received the order, so they were gathered together. Once they dispersed, it was still quite spacious, indicating that the guild base was indeed very large, easily accommodating 40,000 people. Everyone, quiet down. Suddenly, a voice that Han Shen found very familiar entered everyone's ears. This was the guild's wartime channel, and speaking on the command mic in the wartime channel allowed all players in the guild to hear clearly. Han Shen opened the guild channel and was surprised to see Pride of the Nine Swords on the command mic. It seemed that Lu Ruyan was no longer planning to hide the original members of the Pride Guild. It made sense, as for many guilds, the blood rose absorbing Pride was no longer a secret. Although the management of Pride was lacking, they were still a financial conglomerate, and the elite team they formed consisted of players who had been carefully selected, all with excellent operational awareness. With the same equipment, these players could easily dominate casual players. Previously, Pride players had not joined Blood Rose, but now, there were already 1,000 players with the Pride prefix in Blood Rose, which represented a thawing of past grievances and a formal acceptance of Pride players. Of course, unless they had strong operational awareness or hidden professions, other ordinary players still couldn't enter Blood Rose and could only join subguilds. Everyone, according to the prior arrangements, please form your teams first. Team leaders, type on the public screen so I can see if anyone is missing. The players around quickly started moving, while Han Shen stood there completely confused. What team? He had no idea about any arrangements, and why had no one informed him? Brother, you're free, you follow me. 2 hands simultaneously reached for Han Shen's left and right hands. Without looking, he knew it was Lu Ruyan and Yi Qingqing. Brother can act freely, there's no need to stick with a team. Lu Ruyan squinted her eyes, looking at Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing felt a sudden pang of guilt, lowering her head and not daring to meet Lu Ruyan's gaze, but her hands did not retract. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Since Qingwan wants to follow brother so much, then brother can familiarize her with the map first. Lu Ruyan was the first to break the deadlock. Qingwan? Han Shen looked at Yi Qingqing in confusion. Haven't you two formally introduced yourselves yet? Lu Ruyan smiled. Han Shen, this is Yi Qingqing. Her real name is Yi Qingwan. Qingwan, this is Han Shen. His real name is Han Shen. Nice to meet you. Han Shen couldn't help but extend his right hand to Yi Qingwan. Yi Qingqing. What? Yi Qingwan looked bewildered. It's nothing, I forgot it's the mother star. Han Shen pulled Yi Qingwan's hand and then grabbed Lu Ruyan's. You two can act together, I need to grind points. Your speed is too slow, I can't carry both of you. Lu Ruyan smiled brightly at this. I've already spoken to Pride of the Nine Swords. Once you're familiar with the map and rules, I'll find opportunities for you to grind points, so you don't need to worry about not getting points. Brother, I won't compete with you for points, I'll give them all to you. Yi Qingwan suddenly hugged Han Shen's arm, blinking her eyes in a cute manner. If Han Shen hadn't seen her true nature, he would have definitely been fooled by her acting. At this moment, Lu Ruyan also noticed Yi Qingwan's robust figure, which was completely at odds with her stature. It's over, the core advantage is gone. She finally understood why Han Shen had said he wasn't interested before, and now he was. It wasn't that Han Shen's taste had changed, but that Yi Qingwan had changed. Now, Yi Qingwan's only flaw was her height, though it might not even be a flaw. Lu Ruyan's eyes narrowed slightly, a chill flashing through her. Yi Qingwan posed too great a threat, but if she were dead, there would be no threat at all. After all, human life is cheaper than grass. Accidents are always inevitable. Don't think too much. Han Shen's voice interrupted Lu Ruyan's thoughts. She looked at Han Shen, who was also looking at her, his eyes full of warning. Lu Ruyan was startled and quickly discarded the dangerous thoughts in her mind. She understood that if she really took action, she would truly lose Han Shen forever, and she would also lose the like-minded Yi Qingwan. After all, he doesn't just have me as a woman, there are NPCs and demons, too. He's so outstanding, it's normal to have a few more women. I'm just someone who shamelessly offered myself. Of course, I can't compare to those he actively pursues. That's just fate. He's already given me so much, I shouldn't ask for more. As she thought about it, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness, her eyes reddening. But the next moment, she felt that solid and reliable chest, along with the comforting aura surrounding her. I told you not to think too much, Han Shen said softly, his tone no longer warning but comforting. Lu Ruyan replied sweetly. Yi Qingwan pouted and wrinkled her nose, looking at Lu Ruyan in Han Shen's arms with jealousy. She wanted a sweet romance, wanted to be the only one, but she also knew it was impossible. Han Shen was just a big pig's hoof. Moreover, if they were to count the fifth person, she would be the fifth. In fact, she had already mentally prepared herself, but when the moment came, she couldn't help but feel jealous. Yi Qingwan huffed lightly and squeezed into Han Shen's embrace. At this moment, hundreds of eyes around them were all staring, filled with various emotions like envy and jealousy. Han Shen cleared his throat, and both Lu Ruyan and Yi Qingwan reacted. However, they didn't act overly shy. Instead, they stepped out of Han Shen's embrace and confidently linked their arms with his. Various sounds immediately erupted around them. Wow, they look great together. A match made in heaven. Huan Xiao is so lucky. Tao Susu and Yi Qingchang are so lucky too. Can I join? Girls, do you need a mirror? No need. I know you want to say I don't look particularly good, but that's not really me. I'll show you my real photos later. That's the real me. I'm not worse than them. The guild battle is about to begin. 5 4 3 2 1. A flash of light appeared before him, and Han Shen had already arrived at the guild battle map, where a vast desert stretched out before him, of course, during the day. At the same time, a prompt lit up, and then faded. Blood Rose vs Xinglong Group. Xinglong is great, Han Shen exclaimed joyfully. They had caused so much trouble for him and Lu Ruyan recently, and he was just looking to clear them out, not expecting to run into them in the guild battle. Yi Qingwan and Lu Ruyan were not by his side. It seemed the teleportation had randomly assigned their positions. Since that was the case, there was no need to look for them, he would just go straight for the Xinglong people. Han Shen instantly transformed into an afterimage and disappeared. Damn, Phony Han also saw the guild battle prompt. With hundreds of level 3 guilds, why did they have to face Blood Rose? Damn Heavenly Court, cowardly rats. He had just witnessed the Heavenly Court suddenly level up to 4 and then fill their ranks, resulting in the Heavenly Court fighting other guilds while they fought Blood Rose. 20 times the number of people, charging in headfirst. And Blood Rose also had Han Shen. Han Shen alone could crush them all. Once it starts, just hit a bit, score some points, and hope we don't run into Huan Xiao. Phony Han looked around and did not see any other players. He wondered if it was because the map was too large, causing the 40,000 members of Blood Rose to be scattered and sparse, or if it was because the starting positions were divided by factions. Gobi terrain makes it hard for large troops to hide, but for an individual, it's quite easy to conceal oneself. Phony Han spotted a recessed stone crevice where he could hide and ambush enemies. Just as he was about to run towards the crevice, a flash of black, white, and blue light suddenly blinded him. Killed, points -1, remaining. Points, 2, you have been killed. Please choose a respawn point. Automatic selection in 5 seconds. There were 6 respawn points. The blue side's initial respawn point and respawn. Arrays 1 to 5. However, all the arrays were gray, and only the blue side's initial respawn point was selectable. With no other options, Phony Han had to return to the blue side's initial respawn point. Fortunately, there were no other players there, just him, so it wasn't awkward. That person just now seemed to be Feng something. Han Shen felt a bit regretful. He had acted too quickly and hadn't used death, but he could use it next time they met. The Guild War map wasn't large. He had run from the far left edge to the far right edge in half a minute. This indicated that the map's width was about 5 kilometers. The lower left of the map was the Xinglong Group, and the upper right was their Blood Rose. Respawn points 1 and 2 were near the Xinglong Group, while 4 and 5 were near Blood Rose, with point 3 in the center. After receiving the message from Han Shen, Ao Shi Jiujian already knew how to proceed. This is a square. Gobi map about 5 kilometers wide. We are the red side, with the initial respawn point in the northeast, which is the upper right corner, and the Xinglong group in the lower left corner. Everyone, head to respawn arrays 5 and 4, occupy the arrays, and wait for commands. Do not go to the other 3 respawn arrays. Han Chen did not summon his pet but instead wielded his whip, clearing out players from the Xinglong group across the map. With his current output, a single whip strike was enough to kill instantly. He didn't even need the whip, as he could kill just by charging, though that would hurt him too. A 25 square kilometer map was already large enough for the current players and guild numbers, but it was still a bit small for Han Chen. He just needed to look from a high point to see the enemy players' positions and then go over to kill them instantly. Everyone is being killed by the 3-colored light, so it's highly likely it was Han Xiao. His speed is faster than a high-speed train, Li Zihan said, fanning herself with a worried frown. Now, the blue side's initial respawn point already had over 300 players, all claiming to have been killed by the 3-colored light, but no one had seen the person. Give us a method, give us a method. Can't you see? I have no eyes. Feng Han was extremely annoyed. The guild war is primarily about points. Each person starts with 3 points, and killing an enemy takes away 1/3 of their points. Unless we kill all of them twice, we can't win. But just as Feng Han was getting impatient, Li Zihan changed her tone. Even though we are bound to lose the guild war, it doesn't mean we can't win. Just because the other side wins doesn't mean they actually win. I have 13 people left in Blood Rose, and they are already rushing over here. As long as we give all our points to those 13, Blood Rose won't be able to take our points, right? When the guild war is about to end, Feng Xiao, you can have Xiao Tian and the others kill those 13 again to reclaim the points. Losing would essentially mean not losing. Even if your points are deducted by 50%, you would still have several hundred. And Blood Rose, they have no points, and even with a 50% increase, they might not even break double digits. Winning would be like not winning at all. Great! Truly worthy of being Mr. Yuan Feng. Feng Han was overjoyed. He had originally thought this guild war would be a smooth ride for Blood Rose, but unexpectedly, it would turn out to be his advantage. If the plan succeeded, Lu Ruyan and Han Chen would surely feel incredibly frustrated. He could almost see the disgusted expressions on Lu Ruyan and Han Chen's faces as if they had eaten cockroaches. At this moment, Li Zihan also switched to the command channel. Everyone, check your positions and occupy resurrection points 1, 2, and 3 nearby. Do not move at the resurrection points, take off all your gear. If you encounter a member of Blood Rose wearing a red top, do not resist. All players with points will resurrect at point 1. Players with 0 points will resurrect at point 3. Put on your gear and ambush Blood Rose. 1 kill is not a loss. 2 kills are a profit. Earn points and then head to point 1 to respawn. Charge again when you run out of points. Feng Han was very pleased, nodding repeatedly. Li Zihan's plan was perfect, reasonable, and highly feasible. Truly a flawless strategy. Killed, points -1, remaining points. When you have been killed, please choose a resurrection point. It will automatically select in 5 seconds. Huh? How did I die? Feng Han was bewildered. He hadn't seen the black, white, and blue lights this time, so how did he just disappear? Occupying the resurrection array requires standing on it for a full minute, so he definitely wouldn't make it in time to occupy the resurrection array and could only continue to respawn at the initial point. Killed, points -1, remaining points, 0. You have been killed. Please choose a resurrection point. It will automatically select in 5 seconds. This time, Feng Han saw the 3-colored light. Not only did he see the 3-colored light, but he also saw Han Chen stop and summon his pet beast. Damn! Feng Han was furious. They had scripted everything, so why was Han Chen not following the script? Shouldn't he be gathering at resurrection points 4 and 5? How could there be such disorganized and undisciplined people around? In an instant, Han Chen's pet beast filled the blue side's initial resurrection point, but this resurrection point could not be occupied, so those who were killed still respawned here. Feng Han now just hoped that resurrection points 1, 2, and 3 could be occupied quickly. He had already been killed 10 times in a row by Han Chen's pet beast. However, bad news came again. A huge Xuanwu phantom appeared at resurrection point 3, and Lu Ruyan, along with Blood Rose, cleared all the players from the Xinglong group at point 3. Meanwhile, a team of martial artists appeared at resurrection point 2, each with 2 gibbons, led by someone named Suihua, whose punches unleashed violent energy, killing anyone who got hit instantly. This team completely occupied resurrection point 2. As for resurrection point 1, there was a wheel that was rolling around madly and making strange noises, moving at incredible speed and immune to control, making it impossible to even see the player IDs. Any player from the Xinglong group who got touched was instantly killed. This wheel was naturally Yi Qingwan, using the skill of the Super Crazy Snail Shell, Divine, Super Crazy Snail Shell. It combined attack, defense, and movement. After the skill ended, the wheel transformed into Yi Qingwan holding a Super God Carrot gun and a white jade bone shield. It's Yi Qingcheng, my goddess. Your goddess is taken. Go on, kill her, and maybe she'll fall in love with you. But she looks so cute with that carrot gun. How about we just don't fight? Hey, Yi Qingcheng, step outside the circle and don't interfere with our occupation of the resurrection point. We won't kill you, how about that? A player named He Nian stepped forward, grinning. Show us a dance with your carrot gun, let us see. Yeah, we're all about cherishing beauty, just dance for us and we'll let you go. Goddess, how about you dance, and I'll give you a kill. Other players joined in the teasing. They didn't see Yi Qingwan as a threat at all. A knight, pure tank, what threat could that pose? Disgusting. Yi Qingwan did not hide her disgust, slamming the super god carrot gun heavily onto the ground. The surrounding players immediately went wild, nearly having hearts in their eyes. Ah, my youthful heart. I'm dead. The goddess looks so cute when she's angry. Boom. A giant rabbit fell from the sky, sitting on all the players within the resurrection. Array at point 1. Yi Qingwan swung her spear, and a carrot flew out. In the next moment, a giant rabbit jumped up to catch the carrot, then landed, crushing the players within its range. Damn it, kill that bitch. The remaining players, seeing this, realized the seriousness of the situation and rushed to attack Yi Qingwan. Drink! Yi Qingwan shouted, and a golden light circle burst forth, sending all players who attempted to move or sneak close flying away. Then, she slammed the shield in her left hand onto the ground. Suddenly, dense bone spikes erupted from the ground within a radius of several dozen meters, piercing through all the players near Yi Qingwan. Those players who were knocked back could only watch in fear as they uncontrollably fell onto the bone spikes. The sound of bone spikes piercing through flesh was incessant. Yi Qingwan scoffed disdainfully, easily defeated, a bunch of perverts and ugly trash. She continued to wield her spear, throwing out carrots to lure the giant rabbit to jump, quickly clearing the area of players. A few minutes later, the advance team of Blood Rose arrived at Resurrection Point 1, clearing out the surrounding assassins and successfully occupying the point. Thus, all 5 resurrection points were occupied by Blood Rose. Kill blue team players, gain 0 points. Current points 1831. Kill blue team players, gain 1 point. Current points 1832. Kill blue team players, gain 0 points. Current points 1832. Occupied 5 resurrection arrays, automatically gain 5 guild war points per minute. Han Shen felt very dejected. There were not many points left for him to earn. Aside from a few players who had just been killed and returned with some points, most players had died dozens of times, and killing them was pointless, yielding no points at all. Fortunately, they could still rely on the 5 resurrection arrays for a basic income, gaining 5 points per minute. The guild war lasted 45 minutes, and with half an hour left, they could earn 150 points. This rule was quite humane, otherwise, most of their guild's 40,000 members would not earn any points this time. Ha ha! Han Shen lay back in his chair and turned to look, as it seemed someone had spoken, but he saw no one when he turned around. Could it be an assassin? He released his silver wolf, which emitted a red glow, transforming into silver light, and within a few breaths, it had killed all the surrounding assassins. Fomihan was even more frustrated. He hadn't expected the few remaining assassins in the guild to also be dead. Not bad, these points are quite high. They must have ambushed quite a few people in the guild, Han Shen said with satisfaction. Since they had been killed by him, they couldn't escape. 300 pets guarded the resurrection point tightly. Han Shen, at that moment, Yi Qingwan ran over. Fomihan sent someone to tell me that they surrendered. They have no points left and hope you won't guard their resurrection point anymore. Ha? Han Shen asked in confusion. Is that true? Fomihan is right here. Why doesn't he tell me himself? Is there still an assassin? Silver Wolf. Han Shen turned to look upon hearing the voice but still saw no one, so he ordered Silver Wolf to search again, but this time, it found no prey. Yi Qingwan struggled to suppress her laughter, her mouth twitching as she took a deep breath and said, I also find it strange. He could have said it directly. It must be fake. Ha. Lu Rian also walked over, giving Yi Qingwan a glance before saying lightly, I also think it's fake. I know Fomihan too well. He is very proud, even if he dies 1,000 times, he wouldn't surrender. Someone must want to tarnish his reputation. If he deliberately lets them go without killing, what's the difference from throwing shit on him? So, as friends, we should respect him. Awo, within the temple, Han Shen suddenly realized, I knew it. I've killed him so many times, and he never begged for mercy. I admire people like that. Those who surrender after being killed a few times, I look down on them from the bottom of my heart. Yeah, I look down on them too, Lu Ruyen nodded. Poha, I also, ha. Yi Chengwan laughed so hard she fell to the ground. I can't take it anymore. Help. What are you laughing at? Han Shen said with a stern face. What's so funny? You keep laughing and laughing. Yi Chengwan tried hard to calm herself down. I'm hungry. I need to brush my teeth first. Before Yi Qingwan finished speaking, she turned and ran away, followed by bursts of laughter. Has her sense of humor always been this low? Han Shen wondered. Lu Ruyan looked at the departing Yi Qingwan and shook her head. She's usually optimistic, but not to this extent. Maybe she's just in a good mood today, letting her true nature out. As she spoke, she turned her gaze to Han Shen. What about you? Aren't you happy? Han Shen asked. I was a bit unhappy before, but I'm much better now. Lu Ruyan squatted down next to Han Shen, pressing her face against his chest. Han Chen deliberately teased Feng Yihan, which was also a way to let her know that he still cared about her. In fact, she had come to terms with it. Han Chen had always been considering her and she shouldn't overthink things. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Feng Yihan was furious. From Yi Qingwan's performance, how could he not know that Han Chen and the others were deliberately teasing him? Their goal was to prevent him from surrendering so they could continue to kill him. Now, they were intentionally showing off their affection in front of him, torturing him. This enmity was irreconcilable. He sent a message to the world. One sword light cold, Han, we're not done. Han Chen sighed inwardly. This little girl Yi Qingwan really knew how to ruin things. His plans were all in vain now. He had originally intended to play until the guild war ended, but now that was impossible. Feng Yihan was furious. However, since the other party had sent an invitation, he couldn't refuse. Han, no, you're the one who's done for, you keep dying. One sword light cold, we'll see about that. Han, you can't escape, you keep dying, and you can't see anything, just the resurrection. Panel 1 sword light cold, are you trying to provoke me? Han, aren't you angry now? You keep dying. One sword light cold, is that all you have to say? Han, stand up and talk to me. Lying down like that is ridiculous. One sword light cold, I swear, I will make you die in a very ugly way. Han, why don't you stand up and swear? You can't swear lying down. One sword light cold, 40,000 against 20,000, what can you do? Han, what, do you think it's unfair? Want to have a match? No problem, let's fight tomorrow. Whoever doesn't come as a grandson. Feng Yihan wanted to shout, wanted to throw things, but he couldn't because he was lying down. As soon as he got up, he would just fall back down. Li Zihan quickly sent a call to Feng Yihan. Feng Xiao, don't pay attention to him, he's just trying to provoke you and force you to fight in their area of expertise. His advantage is in the game, while ours is in reality. Hearing this, Feng Yihan calmed down a bit. He had indeed gotten carried away. But since Han Chen had said something so vicious as whoever doesn't come as a grandson, he couldn't back down from the challenge. Their guild only has 40,000, preparing 20,000, while we may only look like 2,000, but we have 100 direct branch guilds, preparing for 100,000, with 50,000 players in total, 80,000 against 60,000. What does he have to fight me with? Feng Xiao, except for the 300,000 in Patton Town, the others can't come over. The teleportation fee is 50 gold coins, and we don't have 25 million gold coins. The guild order cannot be used across towns. Nor can players from other towns be summoned back. They can only gather players in their own town. So at this stage, trying to assemble a large army for crosstown battles is simply impossible. 300,000 is enough. 300,000 against 40,000, the advantage is mine, and he won. Sword light cold, let's fight. The location is outside the east gate of Patton Town. Whoever doesn't come as a grandson. Fighting is one thing, but he won't pay for the gold coins for the teleportation. Han Chen must reap the bitter fruits of his actions. Even with 40,000 people, it requires 2 million gold coins, and he doesn't believe Han Chen won't feel the pain. As for Han Chen being a GM and able to spawn gold coins, that's just a trick to fool ordinary players. He doesn't buy it himself. Han Xiao, good. Whoever doesn't come as a grandson. Ha ha ha, it's done. Feng Yihan laughed heartily. At this moment, the entire internet was in an uproar. Normally, many people would log off by now, but today there was a guild war, and it wasn't over yet. Everyone witnessed the Blood Rose and Xinglong group's duel. Good, it's finally happening. Playing a game, what peace nonsense. Fight, the more brutal the better. You guys are just trying to stir up chaos. Chaos isn't necessarily a bad thing. A lack of chaos is just a stagnant pool of despair. No, whether it's chaotic or not. It's the same for you, all the same useless. Truly capable people never complain about their environment. You understand again, then why does Feng Yihan complain? Is it because he lacks ability? What ability does he have? He just had a good start. If it were me, I could do better. So why are you complaining about the environment? There's nothing to say to someone like you who's always nitpicking. The major financial groups were even more excited than ordinary players. For them, the Divine Domain was not just a simple game. Almost all their main forces had been transferred to the Divine Domain. Now, with the strongest guild, Blood Rose, and one of the strongest financial groups, Xinglong Group, clashing, it certainly wouldn't end easily. They would fight until blood was shed, ending in a devastating defeat for one side. The side that would likely suffer a crushing defeat was Blood Rose. Although Blood Rose had perfect data and ranked first on the guild leaderboard, overall strength couldn't be judged solely by the guild rankings. Connections, assets, and talent were all part of strength, and Xinglong Group completely outclassed Blood Rose in these aspects. Although all the major guilds were participating in the guild war, they were secretly preparing to absorb Blood Rose. Blood Rose's guild, resources, hidden class players, and beautiful women made them very envious. However, Li Zihan, the think tank of the Xinglong Group guild, was not so optimistic. Young Master Feng, I feel you're being a bit too impulsive. Have you thought about how to deal with Han Xiao? What you mean is his invincible pets, and there are many of them, right? Feng Yihan replied with a smile. Isn't that the case? Li Zihan was puzzled. From Feng Yihan's tone, he seemed unconcerned about Han Xiao. Do you know the weakness of a beast tamer? The beast tamer's body? Exactly, if the beast tamer's body is gone, then the pets will naturally disappear. Right now, Han Chen's attributes, even if he hides among mortals, can't break through our defenses. What can we do about him? And, have you forgotten he can resurrect? You'll know by tomorrow. Just remember, Han Xiao can be completely ignored. Tomorrow, you'll still be in command, and our numbers won't just be 300,000, it might be 500,000. Of course, you can arrange for 300,000, and with that, do you have confidence in winning? Phony Han asked with a smile. Li Zihan confidently replied, if there's no Han Xiao, don't say 300,000, even with 100,000, I can completely defeat Blood Rose. Alright, then let's go with 100,000. No, young Master Feng, even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength. Let's stick with 300,000 to ensure everything goes perfectly. Li Zihan urged. Before today, he wouldn't have hesitated to fight 40,000 against 40,000, but after witnessing Blood Rose's performance with the 3 resurrection arrays in the Guild War, he had lost all confidence. The current Blood Rose is not only strong with Han Shouqiang, Lu Ruyan, and Yi Qingqiang, but also some lesser-known players are terrifyingly powerful. On the battlefield, as long as they are applied properly, they are like sharp knives. No, they are cannons. For them, it's a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Half an hour quickly passed and the first Guild War officially ended. Congratulations, you have won the Guild War, earning 4,104 Guild War points, 150% victory plus 30% vice president, and 3,420,000 experience. 150% victory plus 30% vice president. This experience is great. Han Chen's experience jumped from 37 level 49.8% directly to 66.3%, which is quite impressive. Then, Han Chen found the guild shop in the guild panel. Currently, there were only 2 items available for purchase in the guild shop. Remaining points: 4104 guild base return scroll, 1 silver coin equipment. Enhancement stone, 50 points. The guild base return scroll was unnecessary. A regular return scroll could be set to the guild base, just with a price difference of 100 times. Han Chen was very satisfied with the price of the equipment enhancement stone. Just from 1 guild war, he could exchange for 82 enhancement stones. Without hesitation, Han Chen exchanged all for the enhancement stones, leaving him with only 4 points. Boss, what are the plans? Zhang Wei rushed to Han Chen's side, unusually excited. He was someone who thrived on chaos. Boss, Sui Hua also came before Han Chen, her gaze firm. She would do whatever Han Chen asked. Master Han Xiao, you are too impulsive. Ao Shi Jiujian hurried over. Ao Shi can gather tens of thousands, and Xinglong can at least have hundreds of thousands. It's unwise to fight now. Let everyone develop for half a month, and then we can fight whoever we want. He was genuinely anxious. Following Ao Shi, he almost lost himself, but fortunately, he was saved. Just as he was ready to show his skills, he had to confront the Xinglong group again. His life had been so tumultuous. Han Chen smiled at Ao Shi Jian but didn't blame him. He understood what Ao Shi Jian was afraid of. Lu Ruyan and Yi Qingqiang also walked over at a leisurely pace. Everyone is here. I'll take you to a place, and you must not resist. They all felt a pulling force, but thinking of Han Chen's words, they chose not to resist. The next moment, they appeared in the Thunder Realm. Ha! Why is it bright? Ao Shi Jian looked around in confusion and saw the system prompt. Thunder Realm? What is the Thunder Realm? Han Chen waved his hand, and 5 rings made of thunderstruck glass floated before them. This is the pass to the Thunder Realm. It's too troublesome to bring you every time. Just drop a drop of blood on it, and whenever you want to come to the Thunder Realm, you can infuse your thoughts into it, and you'll arrive here. You can even use it in battle. Then, Han Chen extended his hand again, and a magnificent hall made of thunderstruck glass rose from the ground. This will be the conference hall from now on. Everyone looked at Han Chen as if they had seen a ghost. This was too incredible. Could it be that Han Chen was really the GM of the Divine Domain? Able to control the game at will? Then it's fine, you're the GM, so what's there to fear? It's me who was being unreasonable. Ao Shi Jian immediately bent at a 90 degrees bow. Han Chen couldn't help but laugh at Ao Shi Jian. I'm really not the GM, I'm just similar to a GM in the Thunder Realm. In the Divine Domain, I'm just an ordinary player. Ao Shi Jian couldn't stop nodding. Yes, you're ordinary. Old Jian. Why do I feel like you're speaking in a sarcastic tone? How could that be? I only have boundless admiration for you in my heart. Han Chen inexplicably felt an urge to kick Ao Shi Jian. Is this how you usually talk to your superiors? Yes, is there something wrong with that? Ao Shi Jian replied blankly. It's fine, just treat me like an ordinary person. This is not just inappropriate, it's all inappropriate. I don't know how he became the leader of the AOC group. Ignoring AOC Jiujian, Han Chen made some tables and chairs, then took out the animal pelts from his backpack and draped them over the seats. Mission accomplished, everyone sit down, no need to be formal. Yi Qingwan was completely unrestrained, running to sit on Han Chen's left, while Lu Ruoyan remained on his right. After everyone was seated, Han Chen first took out the Bloodbat War Blade, Divine, and Scorpion Tail Heavy Hammer, Divine, from his backpack and placed them in front of Lu Ruoyan. One is a divine weapon for ordinary warriors, a sword, and the other is a divine weapon for the advanced class of heavy hammer warriors. You distribute them, but make sure they go to someone you absolutely trust. Then, amidst Jiang Wei's surprised gaze, he handed the Crimson Flame Bracers, Divine, to Jiang Wei. How do you have so many divine weapons? Yi Qingwan exclaimed, you gave me 3 and you still have 3 left. Lu Ruoyan looked at Han Chen with a hint of resentment. I've only gotten 3 in all this time. I have 3 now too, Jiang Wei said excitedly. I have 1 as well. Sui Hua added. Boss, you're my boss, I want 1 too. Aosi Zhujian looked at Han Chen eagerly. Everyone here had divine equipment except him. He now understood why Han Chen was so confident. He only knew that Lu Ruoyan had 1 piece of divine equipment, but he didn't realize so many others had them, and there were still 2 pieces left to distribute. The combat power of divine equipment far exceeded everyone's imagination. You will have 1. Han Chen smiled at Aosi Zhujian. I won't shortchange my own people. Aosi Zhujian looked at him with respect. You are my eternal boss. You are my god. Han Chen was momentarily speechless, taking a while to recover. To tell you the truth, the equipment I obtained from defeating golden level bosses must include at least 1 divine piece, which is also why I collect bosses. I see, I thought you were just farming skill points and reputation, Yi Qingwan realized, but then felt something was off. But the orb that dropped was golden. Once it goes into the backpack, it upgrades to divine level. Han Chen continued. I have a plan, let's call it the All-Divine Plan. As the name suggests, it's a team fully equipped with divine gear. Everyone was excited upon hearing this. As Han Chen's own people, it would definitely be the first to benefit. Currently, there were only a handful of people with legendary equipment, and aside from Han Chen and Lu Ruoyan, it was said that the 3 from the Heavenly Court each had 1 piece. The thought of a team fully equipped with divine gear was exhilarating. Not just fully divine, even with 3 pieces, I could easily go in and out of the Xinglong group and kill at will, Jiang Wei said confidently. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and tentatively asked, Boss, you don't already have a full set of divine equipment, do you? Hearing this, the others looked at Han Chen with anticipation, but he shook his head. I'm still 1 piece short, a jade pendant, but I should have it by tomorrow. I understand. I'll have the Blood Rose Guild farm low-level monsters and golden-level bosses right away, Yi Qingwan exclaimed. Han Chen quickly stopped her. No need for the whole guild. If you make such a big deal out of it, the Xinglong group will definitely intervene. If there are too few people, we won't be able to farm many bosses. It might even be hard to get to, Yi Qingwan said, still being polite. A guild farming low-level monsters might not even be able to encounter a golden-level boss, only that certain guild have the luck to find 2 in 5 days. It's actually easier to farm with fewer people. Han Chen laughed. I can average 1 golden-level boss every 2 days because I solo farm. I get it now. Lu Ruoyan suddenly said, I've also solo farmed 2 golden-level bosses, but that was a couple of days ago when my brother was busy. That's because of the long-armed gibbons from my brother, so the monster farming speed is directly maxed out. The boss also gave me a long-armed gibbon, and I soloed 1 too. But that was when the boss wasn't around, Jiang Wei added. I didn't farm any, maybe because I was with my senior brothers, Sui Hua said. I want 1 too, Yi Qingwan pouted, tugging at Han Chen's sleeve. You'll get your share. Han Chen laughed. He originally planned to gather a dozen people to help tame the long-armed gibbons, specifically to farm golden-level bosses, and naturally, the person in charge, Yi Qingwan, was among them. However, given the current situation, a dozen wouldn't be enough. He then looked at Lu Ruoyan. You go gather 200 trustworthy players. Once they're assembled, call me. I'll take them to the Thunder Realm, and each will get 2 long-armed gibbons. Okay, I'll go right now. Lu Ruoyan's consciousness entered her ring, and her figure disappeared. I'll go too. Yi Qingwan looked at Han Chen seriously, and Han Chen naturally understood her thoughts. She had been in charge of the previous bosses, and if Lu Ruoyan chose the players, those people might not only not listen to her but could also cause her trouble. Don't worry, Han Chen patted Yi Qingwan's hand, she'll choose well. For Lu Ruoyan and Yi Qingwan to get along harmoniously, trust was essential. Lu Ruoyan had already figured this out, but Yi Qingwan still instinctively viewed Lu Ruoyan with hostility and needed to let her guard down. Rather than saying Yi Qingwan was hostile towards Lu Ruoyan, it was more about fear. As Lu Ruoyan's right-hand person, she had discussed many matters with her, so she was well aware of Lu Ruoyan's methods. However, since Han Chen had said so, she could only wait here, knowing that with Han Chen backing her up, she wouldn't be wronged. Next, we need to choose a location for farming monsters. It can't be near the town, otherwise, even at night, it would be easy for someone with ill intentions to discover us. 50 meters in front of the hall's entrance is the exit from the Thunder Realm to Wind Whisper Town. This time, we'll farm directly in Wind Whisper Town, targeting wild monsters around level 20. This way, we can stay away from the town, and the bosses won't be too hard to handle. After 12 o'clock, Everyone can quickly level up by farming monsters, cultivating a batch of high-level players. Each boss will drop one piece of divine level equipment and guarantee at least one piece of legendary level equipment with a small chance of an epic level skill book. These legendary level items will be directly given to these 100 players. Distributing the equipment and skills will be your responsibility, Han Shen said, looking at Yi Qingwan. Okay. Yi Qingwan quickly agreed. Boss, what about us? Zhang Wei asked eagerly. Yeah, what do we do? Ao Shi Jiujian was also anxious. If they didn't do something, they would feel unbalanced. I do have something I want you to do, but I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it, so just rest for now. Han Shen looked at Zhang Wei and the others, then shook his head. Zhang Wei was young and impulsive, and Sui Hua was chivalrous. Han Shen could easily provoke them. Boss, you have to believe in me. I can definitely do it. If I can't, I won't take a single piece of that divine level equipment, Zhang Wei said urgently. Sui Hua quickly added, Boss has been so good to us, helping us so much, I wouldn't hesitate to risk my life for it. Then, the two looked at the only one who hadn't expressed his stance, Ao Shi Jiujian. Ao Shi Jiujian looked at the two with a resentful expression. He felt like he had walked into a den of thieves where life was always on the line. However, at this moment, he couldn't remain silent. My life was also saved by you guys. If I die, it wouldn't be a loss. I just hope to protect my parents, wife, and children. What do I want your lives for? Han Shen laughed. I want you to integrate assassins and form a killer and intelligence organization that encompasses the divine realm and the mother planet. Can you do that? The three fell silent at his words. If it were just a killer organization from the divine realm, it wouldn't be too difficult for them. After all, with equipment and resources backing them, they could always take matters into their own hands to make a name for themselves. However, dealing with the mother planet was a different story, or rather, a super difficult one. Even with Sui Hua's martial skills, there were many opponents she couldn't defeat. Moreover, a killer organization wasn't just about fighting, there were various operations behind the scenes. Furthermore, what Han Shen mentioned was not just about killers but also intelligence organizations. To gather enough intelligence, even having someone within the Federation wouldn't be sufficient. They would also need to infiltrate the major financial conglomerates. Normally, it would take at least 10 or even several decades to accomplish that. For now, you just need to establish a killer organization in the divine realm. Han Shen knew this would be challenging for them, so he didn't expect them to develop it overnight. However, you need to prepare for the connection with the mother planet in advance and cultivate relevant talents. After all, it won't be long before the divine realm starts to influence reality. What are you talking about? Ao Shi Jiujian was unaware that the divine realm would affect reality. This was the first time he had heard of it. You just focus on planning here. I can designate a specific area in the Thunder realm for your organization as a base, and you don't need to worry about funding. Additionally, Blood Rose won't be able to provide you with much help. Han Shen continued. What I want is a killer and intelligence organization independent of other forces, not a department under Blood Rose. Ideally, apart from us, no one else should know the details of the organization. Got it, boss. I understand. Zhang Wei shouted excitedly. A mysterious killer organization had always been his dream. How cool was that? Soon, he would become one of the founders of this mysterious killer organization. After that, Sui Hua, Ao Shi Jiujian, and Zhang Wei gathered together. After Sui Hua relayed to Ao Shi Jiujian the potential changes in the divine realm that Han Shen had mentioned, Ao Shi Jiujian's expression turned serious, and the group began discussing the plans and details for establishing the killer organization. Han Shen then left the conference room, summoned a gibbon, and used Qi Ling to awaken its intelligence. You shall be called Rest Day. Thank you, Master. He then summoned Saturday and Sunday, with Sunday already at level 12, clearly having graduated. Saturday, well done. Sunday, you are now responsible for teaching Rest Day the techniques. Yes, Master. At that moment, Yi Qingwan, who was in the conference hall, poked her head out upon hearing the noise. Han Shen, who was outside. Han Shen replied with a smile, it's Saturday, Sunday, and Rest Day. Saturday, Sunday, Rest Day, what strange names? Yi Qingwan said, puzzled. Han Shen couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, you're mistaken, Saturday, Sunday, and Rest Day are not people. Saturday, Sunday, and Rest Day are not people? I just heard them talking. Saturday, Sunday, and Rest Day are definitely not people, Han Shen affirmed. Yi Qingwan got up and ran outside, only to see 3 gibbons. Astonished. Wow, so Saturday, Sunday, and Rest Day really aren't people. Han Shen laughed, although Saturday, Sunday, and Rest Day are not people, they can speak human language and have some human traits. If you hadn't seen them with your own eyes, it wouldn't be surprising to think they were human. Yi Qingwan nodded repeatedly, yeah, I just thought they were people, but it turns out they're gibbons. Which one is Saturday? Which one is Sunday, and which one is Rest Day? The one on the left is Saturday, the one in the middle is Sunday, and the one on the right is Rest Day. Don't they all look similar? It's hard to tell apart. Yi Qingwan looked left and right, shaking her head. It's quite hard to distinguish. Saturday and Sunday, they look almost the same, but rest day looks a bit shabby, not like anything. Upon hearing Yi Qingwan say he looked like nothing, rest day immediately got angry, baring its teeth and preparing to attack her, but was instantly restrained by Saturday and Sunday. Saturday and Sunday held rest day down, making it look like a big stuffed toy. Adjusting time off, is it just you who calls it that? You really don't understand anything, can't even tell the difference between the big and small kings, can you? Do you think you're they? Master? What's wrong with the lady master scolding you a bit? If you weren't so unpresentable, would she say that? Look, we were all fine before. You came and now you've made everyone unhappy. Yi Qingwan frowned and said, Han Shen, how about we just don't adjust the time off? Look at him still. Baring his teeth, what used to be a normal Saturday and Sunday has turned into something grotesque. Han Shen took a look and indeed, Saturday and Sunday were now ferociously adjusting time off, looking just like the mischievous monkeys of a May mountain. In that case, let's get rid of the time off. Master, I was wrong, Master, give me another chance. The time off quickly shouted. Han Shen thought for a moment and said, I can spare you, but from now on, you're no longer time off, you're called voluntary overtime. Voluntary overtime immediately knelt down and knocked his head on the ground. Thank you, Master, for not getting rid of me. I am voluntary overtime, I am voluntary overtime, I am voluntary overtime. Yi Qingwan couldn't help but shake her head and said, so pitiful. What can be done? No one is looking out for them, to survive, I say what goes. Han Shen smiled and said, but weren't you the one who wanted to get rid of him before? Why do you feel sorry for him now? I was just saying. Yi Qingwan shrugged, Ma Lu is really pitiful, his life and death are controlled by others, it's better to be a person. What's wrong with it being in my hands? I treat them so well. I'm not one of those capitalists, look, I turn them from data into real gibbons, and I even let them gain intelligence and become demons. Who is better than me? Han Shen asked confidently. No one, you're the best, so good that I want to kiss you. Come here, Mua, stop it, the monkey is watching, let's do it another day. Another day is fine, but will there be enough time? Han Shen was speechless again. You shouldn't be called Yi Qingwan, neither Chang nor Wan suits you should be called Yi Zhuobao. The name isn't chosen by me, maybe the fortune teller was quite accurate, whatever is lacking. Gets what it needs. Yi Qingwan raised her eyebrows. If I were to name myself, I would call myself Yi Xiaoai. I lack your love. While suddenly, 3 voices came from behind, and Zhang Wei and the others were seen peeking through the window, all wearing silly smiles. Then, Zhang Wei pretended to be deep and shouted, I lack Suhua also affected a high-pitched voice. Your love Aosi Jin followed with the last word, dragging it out long, and his body twisted down along with it. Yi Qingwan was so embarrassed that she directly dove into Han Shen's arms. She only acted recklessly in front of Han Shen, still very Qingwan in front of outsiders. Han Shen felt a wave of black lines in his mind, and with a thought, the entire conference room suddenly began to squirm, then transformed into a sphere, wrapping Zhang Wei and the others inside. Alright, let's get down to business. Han Shen pulled Yi Qingwan away, suddenly realizing something, and corrected himself, handle the proper business. Oh, Yi Qingwan surprisingly didn't act up and obediently walked to the side. Han Shen summoned Kakarot and Chi-Chi, then summoned one gibbon after another, releasing them, and with the help of Kakarot and Chi-Chi he physically tamed the gibbons again. He let these gibbons wait here while he went to Taoyuan town to continue taming gibbons. 100 players needed 200 gibbons, and Han Shen only had 100, so he needed to keep at least 50 for himself, which meant he still had to tame 150 gibbons, requiring more than half an hour. However, the time needed for Lu Ruyan to screen personnel took longer than Han Shen had imagined, and it wasn't until nearly 10 o'clock at night that it was finished. During this time, Han Shen had tamed just over 200 gibbons, which was just enough to replenish the consumption. Then, Han Shen returned to the guild's base, releasing the Shenio apples in pairs. Instantly, an invisible and colorless mist enveloped 100 people. Although Lu Ruyan had carefully selected them, 3 undercover agents were ultimately discovered. 1 from Xinglong, 1 from Tenglong, and surprisingly, 1 from the Heavenly Court. Han Shen did not act rashly, he simply informed Lu Ruyan of the list, and she immediately went offline to arrange for the 3 to be dealt with. Subsequently, Lu Ruyan added 3 more members, and this time, there were no issues with them. However, during the Shenio's subsequent simulated real-world test, 15 individuals showed wavering resolve, either unable to withstand the solitude and leaking secrets voluntarily, or choosing to betray information under various temptations, and they were also expelled. After 3 rounds of testing, Han Shen finally brought the 100 vetted players into the Thunder Realm. Next came Kakarot and their classic program, the friction taming. In fact, this process was the quickest, as the saying goes, killing the chicken to scare the monkey, and rubbing the horse can also serve to scare the horse. After witnessing a few disobedient horses being rubbed, the rest of the horses obediently expressed their compliance. I have already sent you the coordinates. From now on, once you go down, rush to your respective monster spawning points as quickly as possible, grind through the night, and report immediately if a golden level boss appears. Do not contact others privately, and do not disclose your whereabouts. Understood? Yi Qingwan looked seriously at the 100 players. Understood, the 100 people replied in unison, neatly arranged in 4 rows. Yi Qingwan nodded in satisfaction and she began to view Lu Ruyan differently. She had thought that all 100 would be Lu Ruyan's people, but it turned out that apart from a few elites, most were from her own team. She smiled at Lu Ruyan, who returned the smile. Then, Han Shen opened the portal, sending all 100 to Wind Whisper Town, where they quickly dispersed to find their respective monster spawning points. Han Shen, are you going to fight the boss all night or wait until tomorrow? Yi Qingwan asked. Of course, it's all night. After fighting, there's a chance for it to drop. If we don't fight, there will only be that one. Besides, no one is watching, and it's easy to disappear if we disengage, Han Shen replied. Then let's grind all night together, Yi Qingwan said happily. She then looked at Lu Ruyan. Sister, you should rest first. If we go all night, there will be no one to oversee the guild tomorrow. Lu Ruyan nodded, then stretched out her arms. Han Shen stepped forward to give her a hug but was pushed away. Then, Yi Qingwan happily dove into Lu Ruyan's embrace. Han Shen shook his head. Women were truly complex beings. One moment they were at odds, and the next they were hugging like sisters, excluding him, the handsome guy. He wanted a hug too. So, ignoring the two women, Han Shen returned to the Peach Blossom secret realm and hugged Yao Yao. Since he would occasionally return to the Peach Blossom secret realm, even though he got back late tonight, Yao Yao showed no signs of displeasure. Instead, she was very happy. She preferred this mode where Han Shen would appear whenever she missed him. Of course, since Han Shen needed to fight the boss tonight, they couldn't delve into the secrets of humans and demons. A necessary condition for a golden boss to appear was to grind monsters at the same spot for at least half an hour. It definitely wouldn't drop within that time. Plus, with travel time, they didn't have Han Shen's speed, so it took them quite a while, especially for coordinates that were far away. Thus, Han Shen leisurely spent nearly 40 minutes. Then, he got busy. This time, 4 bosses appeared directly. Upon receiving news from Yi Qingwan, Han Shen hurriedly traveled through the Thunder Realm to Wind Whisper Town, quickly heading to the boss to engage in battle. After defeating the 4 bosses, another one appeared, and within the next half hour, 2 more showed up half an hour later. There was still no movement. Then, in the next half hour, a group of bosses appeared again, followed by sporadic boss spawns, averaging around 7 or 8 each hour. Han Shen gradually understood the boss respawn mechanism. It was a 1-hour cycle. In the first half hour, enough wild monsters would spawn, leading to a chance of a golden level boss appearing. If enough monsters spawned without a boss, there was still a chance of one appearing in the second half hour, but the probability was lower. If no boss appeared in the second half hour, the cycle would restart. Next time, I need to wait for everyone to reach the target location before we start farming monsters together, Han Shen thought. If everyone started farming monsters simultaneously, he would at least have half an hour of free time, rather than the current situation where slower players occasionally brought out 1 or 2 bosses for him. His completely free time each hour was only a few minutes. However, everyone was working hard, and Han Shen didn't slack off either. After midnight, every time he finished farming a boss, he would run off to farm silver silk ice spiders for upgrades. By 6 in the morning, Han Shen had killed a total of 58 golden level bosses. After 6, the early risers were also preparing to head out to farm monsters, and Han Shen's boss farming plan came to a halt. They needed to rest, tally their gains, and prepare for sleep since there were battles to fight today. The group returned to the Thunder Realm, and Yi Qingwan listed the attributes of 62 pieces of legendary equipment and 2 epic skill books. Then, she let 100 players choose whether to equip skills or take 100 gold coins. If someone had their eye on the same piece of equipment, it was simple, they would use the universally recognized fair method rock paper scissors to decide. As for the epic equipment, it would be set aside for now, to be exchanged in the guild warehouse when everyone was online after waking up. Once the 100-player farming group left, Han Shen and Yi Qingwan began selecting 60 pieces of divine-level equipment. Yi Qingwan already had a weapon in offhand, so she only needed heavy armor for other parts, easily assembling a full set of divine-level gear. Lu Ruyan, being the only magic user, also had a weapon, and Yi Qingwan quickly gathered another 9 pieces of divine-level equipment for her. Next was Zhang Wei, who had the Holy Ascension and prioritized gathering equipment. As a leather armor class, he didn't conflict with Yi Qingwan and Lu Ruyan, and he also managed to gather another 9 pieces of divine-level equipment. However, when it came to Tsuehua and AOC Jojian, problems arose. The Chi Master was a hidden class of the martial artist system, while AOC Jojian was a swordsman. Both were leather armor classes. The remaining leather armor equipment was only enough to assemble 1 more set, and coincidentally, both of them already had their weapons in offhands, so they could complete a set. Give it to Tsuehua. Yi Qingwan hesitated, but Han Shen was not conflicted at all. Tsuehua had done so much for him, there was no reason not to choose her. As for AOC Jojian, he already had a sword, sheath, and shoes, which was quite good. Wait. Han Shen took the jade pendant away and equipped it directly. He almost forgot he was still missing one. Congratulations, you have successfully activated a full set of 12 Pieces of divine level equipment gaining divine power. Final damage increase plus 50%. Final damage reduction plus 50%. Holy strike plus 10%. Attacks and skills have a chance to trigger a holy strike, dealing 5 times damage, ignoring defense. Xingwan, put on all the divine level equipment and see if you get divine power. Han Chen quickly shouted. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan stopped considering how to distribute the equipment and directly donned all 12 pieces of divine level gear. Instantly, she radiated a colorful glow from head to toe. It really works. Wow. Final damage increase 50%. Final damage reduction 50%. That's so strong. Yi Qingwan exclaimed in delight. Hey, why are you glowing and I'm not? Han Chen quickly checked and found that he had turned off the equipment effects. After turning them on, he too radiated a colorful glow. Let's turn off the special effects first. I'm already feeling dizzy, and shaking it makes it worse. Yi Qingwan also felt that the light pollution was a bit severe, so she turned off the effects. At night, it can be used as a light source, but during battles, it makes it easy to be focused on. If they want to focus on me, so be it. If we don't use the divine power effects in a fight, what's the difference from sneaking around in fancy clothes? Han Chen laughed. Yi Qingwan tilted her head and thought for a moment, then nodded, as if she understood the reasoning. You should check the equipment. Skills first, get familiar with them, Han Chen said as he also began to look at the attributes of the Jade Pendant. Blood God Jade Pendant, Divine, Type Pendant, Jewelry Equipment Level, Level 35 Health. 3200 Physical Attack, 920 Strength, 70 Spirit, 70 Constitution, 70 Lifesteal. Gain 35% Omnipotent Lifesteal Artifact. Equipment level will grow with the character. Bound to Han Chen. Omnipotent Lifesteal? Omnipotent Lifesteal. Han Chen was momentarily taken aback, but then he immediately thought of the Omnipotent Lifesteal from the game LOL he played on Earth back in the days of mythical equipment versions, where you couldn't even call it a tumor without Omnipotent Lifesteal. Entering the battle with low health, finishing with full health, and not a drop of health was your own. Regaining health and mana, but unfortunately, I'm a beast tamer. Isn't it a bit wasteful for me? Not a bit wasted. The equipment I use is all suitable for me. After looking at the equipment bar with satisfaction, once he gathered 12 pieces of divine equipment, the bar emitted a rainbow glow, giving off a sense of low-quality effects from ancient online games, but somehow it made one feel very satisfied. No matter how I try, I can't get a full set. Yi Qingwan looked at the remaining 21 pieces of divine equipment, feeling a bit disappointed. Among these pieces, some were weapons, while others were duplicates of parts, and the remaining defensive equipment was mostly magical, plus there was a severe lack of jewelry, not a single extra piece to be found. It's fine, you all go to sleep, I'll take care of the rest. Lu Ruyan had also woken up at this time and came to the Thunder Realm. Sister, why are you awake so early? Go back to sleep for a while. Yi Qingwan immediately linked her arm with Lu Ruyan's. Lu Ruyan affectionately patted Yi Qingwan's head. You need plenty of sleep right now. I'll just take a nap in the afternoon, so go sleep. Yi Qingwan rubbed her head against Lu Ruyan like a little cat, which made Han Chen feel a surge of excitement. However, it was clearly not the right time for vigorous activity, otherwise she probably wouldn't wake up until evening. Then I'll go to sleep first, Han Chen said as he took out the jade tablet, as he would sleep more soundly in the Peach Blossom secret realm. When Yi Qingwan saw Han Chen leave, she pouted. Men really are all big pig's hooves, so irresponsible. It hasn't even been half a day since they first met, and he didn't even want to sleep with her. Lu Ruyan smiled gently. Go sleep in my room in Peach Blossom Town. The quality of sleep in the divine realm is much higher than in reality. Okay, you're the best, sister, Yi Qingwan said drowsily. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but shake her head. When your brother is here, you're lively. When he leaves, you get all fuzzy. Has Blood Rose not started distributing gold yet? Fomihan was puzzled. Keep an eye on the positions of Han Chen, Lu Ruyan, and Yi Qingcheng. What? Lu Ruyan is grinding monsters but can't find Han Chen and Yi Qingcheng? In the distance, what do you think? They must be sleeping right now. Li Zihan shook her fan. The romance between Han Chen and Yi Qingcheng is already well known. Last night must have been a passionate affair, and it's not even 8 o'clock yet, so they probably won't wake up early. Fomihan sneered upon hearing this, at such a critical moment, still indulging in beauty, simply hopeless. If he doesn't perish, it would be against the natural order. Thinking of how he was killed by Han Chen yesterday, with his health limit forcibly reduced to 1 point, he felt an immense rage. Then, he thought of Yi Qingqing's stunning beauty. No wonder the ancients said that beautiful women are often described as bringing disaster to the country and its people. The Blood Rose is about to be ruined by this pair of scoundrels. It's pitiful that Lu Ruyan has sacrificed so much for Han Xiao, only to end up abandoned and with the guild destroyed. Truly tragic. Is Feng Xiao reluctant to part with Lu Ruyan? Li Zihan asked with a smile. Fomihan shook his head and said, she's just a woman, nothing to be reluctant about, just a bit of a sigh. Li Zihan didn't point it out, thought for a moment, and said, once the Blood Rose is defeated, Feng Xiao might as well go comfort Lu Ruyan. Who knows, he might end up taking over both the Blood Rose and Lu Ruyan directly. Fomihan was pleased to hear this, but then frowned. I'm just afraid she's a fiery one, willing to stick with that heartless Han Xiao rather than follow me. Li Zihan, however, was unconcerned. Haven't you heard? Good women fear clingy men. Moreover, when she's feeling helpless in her emotional landscape, putting in more effort and offering more comfort, with Feng Xiao's status and looks, how could it not work? Feng Yihan thought about it and felt it made sense, his heart inevitably lightening. No wonder you're called Mr. Faraway, even human nature can't escape your calculations. Suddenly, Li Zihan stopped fanning herself, her brow furrowed. Feng Yihan quickly asked what was wrong. Li Zihan, still frowning, said, I just received intel. After last night's guild battle, one of our players in the Blood Rose elite team was suddenly summoned, along with 100 other players. Shortly after, he was dealt with offline, but he sent a message at the last moment saying that the Blood Rose is forming the strongest elite team. Additionally, Han Shen tamed a gibbon for nearly an hour last night. This morning, the Blood Rose players suddenly occupied the top 98 spots on the level leaderboard, with only 2 from the Heavenly Court remaining in 99th and 100th place. It's likely that when the monster respawn time resets tomorrow, they'll completely dominate the leaderboard. Feng Yihan quickly opened the level leaderboard, and sure enough, he found that all the players listed were from the Blood Rose. Li Zihan continued, this must be Han Shen helping them tame the gibbons, leveling up at night, so the strongest elite team plan has been confirmed. Moreover, they must also be solo leveling like Lu Ruyan, trying to avoid our interference, which is why they are secretly leveling up at night. With 100 people, the equipment they obtain can be exchanged among themselves, so there's no issue of being unable to digest it. At this point, their equipment should have been upgraded, so their strength should not be underestimated. The real trouble isn't actually these 100 players, but the gibbons that Han Xiao gave them, at least 2 for each, which means 200 gibbons. Even if the master dies, the servants won't be forcibly recalled like summoned beasts, they can continue to fight. We can't deal with these gibbons at all. No wonder Lu Ruyan and the members of the Blood Rose are leveling up, they clearly don't plan to mobilize a large force to fight us but are sending the 100 elite team with gibbons to battle us. Li Zihan anxiously paced back and forth, occasionally tapping her head with the fan. Originally, Han Xiao was already difficult to handle, and Feng Yihan said he could manage it, so they set it aside. Now they were facing 200 gibbons that wouldn't be recalled, and they couldn't even deal with the 50 from the mountain boar segment. How could they fight 200? As long as the Blood Rose sends those 100 as vanguards, bringing the gibbons to them, it would be a one-sided massacre. Feng Yihan also wore a worried expression. He had a way to deal with Han Xiao, but it was limited to just him. I've got it. Suddenly, Li Zihan slapped her forehead and quickly ran to Feng Yihan. Since the players die, the servants won't revive with them, so when they teleport over, the servants naturally won't follow immediately, they need to be manually recalled. As long as we don't give them time to manually recall, the gibbons won't reach Patton Town. Feng Yihan suddenly realized upon hearing this. Oh, I understand now. You send the elite team to guard the teleportation array. As soon as the array lights up, unleash the skills. Any players who teleport over will be killed, not letting a single one escape. With the exorbitant teleportation fees of the array, aside from Blood Rose, normally no one would use it, so the chance of mistakenly killing someone is almost non-existent. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Feng Yihan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Zihan, puzzled, asked Feng Xiao, why are you laughing? Feng Yihan replied, I'm laughing at Han Xiao, who was young and reckless, lacking in wisdom, challenging me in Patton Town. As long as I arrange for 2,000 elite teams to guard the teleportation array, each subguild leaves a vice president waiting around the array to pull the order. His people won't even be able to come out of the teleportation array. If I were Han Xiao, I would have sent Blood Rose's people, including 100 elite teams, to teleport to Patton Town overnight. Maybe we could catch them off guard. What a pity he didn't see such a good opportunity. Upon hearing this, Li Zihan couldn't help but laugh as well. He was already looking forward to Han Shen's reaction to their setup. Then, Feng Yihan turned and walked out of the guild residence, saying without looking back, I'm going to level up. You go arrange for people to defend the teleportation array immediately. Keep a close watch on Han Xiao and Yi Qingqing's movements. As soon as there's news, notify me right away. Understood. However, as soon as he stepped out of the guild residence, a cold light flashed, and Feng Yihan was instantly killed. Hey, Feng Xiao, weren't you going to grind monsters? Why are you back in the city? Li Zihan, who had just used a return scroll, immediately saw Feng Yihan standing in the safe zone. Feng Yihan clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. I was killed. Li Zihan's expression changed drastically. Aren't there players stationed outside the guild residence? Could it be Han Xiao? Has he already arrived at Patton Town? Feng Yihan's face was very grim. It's not Han Xiao. His speed is fast, but not as fast as Han Xiao. I saw a dagger. It was an assassin. An assassin? Li Zihan suddenly exclaimed. Who? You ask me who? Do I ask? Feng Yihan said irritably, you're in charge of the intelligence. Li Zihan couldn't help but curse Shang Wei for coming up with random names, then said, "It's an assassin from Blood Rose, ID is who. The reason we suspect it's him is that he got Han Zhao's gibbons a few days ago and his level has skyrocketed, so we took note of him. Is there any information on him? Phony Han only wanted this now. Let me check." Li Zihan quickly found the information on who. Real name Zhang Wei, hidden profession. Profession information unknown, only known for his strong tracking ability, almost no attacking power. All the major financial groups previously purchased Han Zhao's intelligence from him, and we've cooperated with him multiple times. Then suddenly all intelligence transactions were cut off, and he was found to have joined Blood Rose, possessing 2 of Han Zhao's gibbons, and his level and strength rapidly increased. However, logically speaking, he shouldn't have the ability to sneak attack and kill you under the watch of so many players. After all, you've gathered a full set of epic level 20 equipment, and as a swordsman, your defense as a leather armor class is second only to heavy armor. Did you forget? I was killed by Han Xiao yesterday, and now my health is only a few hundred points provided by the new equipment. Phony Han was very angry, his base health was wasted, and his equipment was wasted. It took him 2 days to level up from 22 to 23, and now he was back to where he was 2 days ago as soon as he stepped out. You say he has a strong tracking ability. Do I have to stay in the safe zone? That's not necessary. If it's just him, he's actually easy to deal with, Li Zihan said calmly. His strong tracking ability is just his weakness. Since his target is you, Feng Xiao, just set up a trap and wait for him to walk right into it. You just need to bring the setting sun. He is the guardian who can shield you from harm. Then bring the night, and once he appears, taunt him. To be safe, secretly follow up with 2 assassins to taunt as well, and then focus fire together for a quick kill. Phony Han nodded. I almost forgot about the setting sun. Originally, the setting sun was always with Phony Han, who also had a dedicated security team to prevent assassination attempts. However, no one had dared to assassinate Phony Han until now, so he hadn't brought them along recently, allowing them to level up instead. He never expected this would lead to an assassination. Daring to assassinate me? That's not just a simple level drop for you. Phony Han then ordered, arrange the assassination team to take down Zhang Wei. I'll arrange it right away, Li Zihan replied. In his view, anyone attempting to assassinate Phony Han should face such consequences. If it weren't for Zhang Wei being under Lu Ruyan's command, he might have already been called in for a chat. Even if he were driving a rideshare, his account would have been banned. Soon, Phony Han led a small team back to the guild's base and then headed outside. This time, everyone was on high alert, ready to respond to any assassination attempt from Zhang Wei. However, after walking a few hundred meters, Zhang Wei still did not appear, until Phony Han reached the level 23 monster area. Is this retreating in the face of difficulty? Phony Han scoffed, it's nothing more than that. You don't dare to assassinate, but those who will assassinate you are already prepared to pay for their recklessness. Before Phony Han could finish his sentence, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, a green dagger aimed at his waist. At that moment, a transparent light shield appeared around Phony Han, and not far away, the setting sun fell to the ground. Dead. The green dagger was blocked, and the golden dagger in the assassin's other hand replaced it, stabbing towards Phony Han. Roar! At that moment, the knight beside Phony Han let out a furious roar, and the dagger aimed at Phony Han suddenly reversed direction, stabbing towards the knight instead. Stay alert! A faint golden damage reduction shield radiated from the knight, but when Zhang Wei's golden dagger made contact with the knight, he fell straight down. However, the deaths of the setting sun and the knight bought Phony Han enough reaction time. He turned and thrust his sword at Zhang Wei, who was now flanked by 2 assassins, both kicking towards Zhang Wei's waist. This was the assassin's control skill, kick down. However, just as their attack was about to hit Zhang Wei, his entire body suddenly became ethereal and their attacks passed right through him. Immediately, the golden dagger in Zhang Wei's hand slipped from his grasp, piercing Phony Han's neck, and then quickly returned to Zhang Wei's hand. Using the dagger's returning momentum, he turned, and the dagger flew out again, tracing an arc as it sliced through the necks of the 2 assassins who had lost their balance from the missed kick. Then, Zhang Wei looked at the remaining priestess, smiled slightly, and melted into the shadows. He didn't kill me, he's so handsome. Although her hood obscured her face, only Zhang Wei's eyes were visible, yet the priestess couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart. However, the next moment, Phony Han's body suddenly exploded, the blast killing the priestess instantly. Damn it! Phony Han trembled with rage, and Li Zihan, who rushed back first, wore an expression of disbelief. The hidden class guardian of Xinglong, the first-tier knight, had been killed by a single basic attack from Zhang Wei, and it was said that even after activating a damage reduction skill, he was still one-shot. Moreover, from the priestess's recorded footage, Zhang Wei also had the abilities to become ethereal, use throwing knives, re-invisibility, and hide explosives in corpses. How is this possible? In just a few days, how did he grow to such a terrifying level? Li Zihan said in disbelief as he watched the video, his expression growing increasingly grim. If he keeps guarding against Feng Xiao's kills, no one will be able to stop him. Feng Xiao, you said yesterday that you could deal with Han Xiao. Is there a way that works on Zhang Wei? Feng Han took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and then said, it's useful, but there's only one chance, and it can't be wasted on Zhang Wei. In that case, Feng Xiao, doesn't that mean you can't leave the safe zone? Li Zihan said, with distress. It was obvious that Zhang Wei was sent by Han Xiao and would definitely not let him go out to level up. A small tolerance can disrupt a great plan. Han Shen must have sent him to probe my cards. I can't fall for it. Feng Han's expression was resolute. At worst, I won't go out today. I'll stay in the safe zone and focus on dealing with Blood Rose. As long as Han Xiao is gone, I'll have a chance to get Blood Rose. Those talents from Blood Rose will then be mine, right? The mission to assassinate Zhang Wei is temporarily shelved. His strength has already gained my recognition. If I can recruit him, then dying a few more times wouldn't be a loss. Hearing this, Li Zihan clasped his hands and smiled. Feng Xiao has a broad mind and is eager for talent. I admire you greatly. Stop flattering me, go get to work, and don't let Blood Rose find an opportunity. Yes. In the following time, Feng Han focused on the movements of Blood Rose and Han Xiao in the safe zone. However, until close to noon, there was still no sign from Blood Rose nor any news from Han Xiao or Yi Qingchang. Could it be that Han Xiao is playing me? Feng Han couldn't help but doubt. That shouldn't be the case. Such a famous public figure must keep their word. And they've already said, whoever doesn't come is a grandson. No, he must be lurking in the shadows, waiting for me to let my guard down before striking suddenly. With this thought, Feng Han suddenly smiled confidently and sent a message to Kai Shi. One sword light cold, Han Xiao, you want to wait until I let my guard down to strike, right? I've seen through your scheme. It's useless for you to hide now. I will only be more cautious and arrange more people for defense. Right now, there are the fewest people. This is your only chance. However, Feng Han waited until the duration of Kai Shi's message ended and disappeared, but he still didn't receive a reply from Han Shen, nor did he wait for Han Shen's attack. Feng Xiao, madam wants me to call you offline for lunch. At 11:30 in the morning, an elderly woman appeared beside Feng Han, calling him offline for lunch. Feng Han's spirits suddenly lifted. That's right, my eating schedule is very regular. Han Xiao must have grasped my routine and wants to launch an attack while I'm eating. Moreover, at this time, everyone hasn't eaten, and after guarding for a whole morning, they must be very tired and distracted, making it the best time to attack. In that case, I'll play along and pretend to go offline, then sneak back online, wear a veil, and wait for the rabbit. He instructed the players at the teleportation array to concentrate and pretend to be lax. Feng Han directly went offline, but he didn't exit the game pod. Instead, he kept an eye on the intelligence from Patton Town and Peach Blossom Town. 5 minutes later, he quietly logged back in, then instantly put on the veil and left the safe zone, heading to the vicinity of the teleportation array. He looked at the teleportation array, which was packed with guards, and revealed a satisfied smile. In this situation, not even a fly could escape. However, he hadn't been happy for a second when his perspective suddenly changed to the waiting for resurrection screen. You have been killed. Please choose a resurrection location. It will automatically select in 5 seconds. Damn! Feng Han couldn't help but curse despite his good upbringing. He had logged in secretly and was about to put on the veil. How could Zhang Wei still know which one was him? One thing was certain. Zhang Wei hadn't been following him all along, otherwise he would have been killed the moment he left the safe zone, not after reaching the teleportation array. Now, he had a deeper understanding of Zhang Wei's abilities. After forcing himself to calm down, he also admired Zhang Wei greatly. Calm and composed, very persistent, and strong. He's truly a rare talent. Why is such a talented person not mine? But with Han Xiao instead? What a waste of a gem. Ha ha ha. In the realm of thunder, Zhang Wei laughed uncontrollably. I just killed Feng Han again. His luck is just too bad. My skill cooldown was just right when he stepped out of the safe zone. So satisfying, this feeling. This is what the boss meant. Killing in the mortal world, escaping from the blade. Today, I finally understand what a true assassin is. AOC Jian couldn't help but roll his eyes. You don't know anything. You're just a skill freak with high output, and it has nothing to do with being an assassin. If you gave me your gear, I could wipe out all the players in Xinglong. Just killing one weak player makes you so happy. If you have the guts, go and massacre a city. The more AOC Jian looked at Zhang Wei, the more displeased he became. Now everyone had god-level gear, and he was the only one without a full set, only having 3 pieces. If you want to massacre a city, go ahead. When the time comes and the boss doesn't give you gear, let's see where you go to cry. Although Zhang Wei was an assassin known for his strong single-target output, he was not an ordinary assassin. He had activated the Sacred Ascension and possessed a full set of god-level gear. Massacring a city might take time, but there was no pressure at all. However, this time it was a duel between Han Chen and Feng Han, and even if they wanted to massacre a city, they had to wait for Han Chen to wake up and join them. If they directly crushed the Xinglong group, Han Chen would have nothing to play with when he woke up, and they would be in trouble. Brother Zhang Wei, I know you're there. I also know it's inconvenient for you to come out. I think we won't be enemies, we can be friends. I admire you very much. Some things can't be said openly, I can only say that. If you add me as a friend, I will definitely give you a satisfactory reply. Having said what needed to be said, Fomi-han stopped. He believed that Zhang Wei would be moved by his sincerity. Men are different from women. What men want is simply power, money, face, and women, all of which he could provide. And what Han Xiao could offer was limited to the divine realm. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would know how to choose. However, he waited for a long time and received no reply. His friend request was not approved. But he wasn't anxious, instead, he controlled his facial expressions, changing from a thoughtful look to a listening expression, and then to one of joy. Is he constipated? Zhang Wei exclaimed as he watched Fomi-han's performance video in the group. Is this the legendary non-physical performance? Suihua was also very impressed. AOC Jiujian immediately saw through Fomi-han's intentions. He's pretending to chat with Zhang Wei, trying to make the boss and sister-in-law suspicious of him. So insidious? Zhang Wei was instantly furious. I almost thought he was eager for talent. I even felt a bit guilty, but I didn't expect he was trying to set me up. If he weren't with AOC Jiujian and Suihua right now, it would have been hard to defend himself. Zhang Wei decided that as long as Fomi-han stepped out of the safe zone once, he would kill him, even if after today, Han Shen didn't pursue Fomi-han anymore, he would continue hunting him down. He hated insidious little people and hypocrites the most. However, Fomi-han had no intention of stepping out of the safe zone at all. For the next 2 hours, he sat in the safe zone, even having his food delivered from outside. Zhang Wei had no opportunity to strike. But that didn't mean Fomi-han was living comfortably. On the contrary, he dared not step out of the safe zone, nor could he log off, so he could only move around in a small, open space where everyone could see him. Many players wore veils and pointed at him, treating him like a monkey, which infuriated him. As the time reached 2 in the afternoon, Fomi-han couldn't help but send another message. A sword's light. Han Xiao, are you still a man, or are you afraid to fight? Dare not call Grandpa directly, Grandpa won't blame you. However, Kaisher remained silent, and until this Kaisher disappeared, Han Shen still hadn't replied to him. Could it be that Han Xiao never intended to fight? Me, just playing with me for fun? It wasn't just Fomi-han who thought this, many players at this moment felt that Han Xiao wouldn't fight. You see, Xinglong Group had set up their formation early in the morning, just waiting for Han Xiao and Blood Rose, and had sent out 2 Kaisher messages, yet until now, there had been no response. Even the main forces of Blood Rose were grinding monsters and leveling up. As usual, showing no signs of preparing for a fight. It's already 2 in the afternoon. Han Xiao can't be planning to hide like a turtle, right? How could that be? Han Xiao and Blood Rose's strength far surpasses that of Xinglong Group. How could they be afraid to fight? Yeah, Xinglong Group has only a few thousand people. One Han Xiao could take on the entire Xinglong Group. You only see the surface, and not the underlying strength. As one of the 2 strongest financial groups, how could they have only a few thousand people? Even AOC has tens of thousands. Tens of thousands aren't enough for Han Xiao to kill, but why hasn't Han Xiao shown up? He must have been threatened and is afraid to act. I think so too. Xinglong wouldn't dare to fight Han Xiao. They must have found some dirt on him, which is why they are so bold, wanting to use Han Xiao as a stepping stone to boost their fame. Stop with the conspiracy theories, it's simply that Han Xiao is afraid to fight. Do you know how many people Xinglong has? 1 million. Even if they stood still, Han Xiao couldn't kill them all. After all, a financial group is a financial group. A starving camel is bigger than a horse, not to mention a well-fed camel. As time passed, Fomi-han increasingly felt that Han Xiao was toying with him, but he still couldn't withdraw the elite team. They had prepared for so long, invested so much time and effort, how could they just give up halfway? Even if Han Xiao directly said he wouldn't come, they had to hold out today. Otherwise, if they withdrew and Han Xiao really showed up, wouldn't that be a waste of their efforts? However, just waiting like this didn't sit well with him, so he occasionally sent out a Kaisher to mock Han Xiao. One sword light cold. Han Xiao, you cowardly rat, dare to declare war but not to fight. One sword light cold. Yes, just find a crack in the ground to hide in, absolutely safe. As he sent more, he felt better himself. One sword light cold. Han Xiao, if you dare to come, I'll directly call you Grandpa. Han Xiao, hey, good grandson. Fomi-han was taken aback. Han Shen's appearance was unexpected, but at this moment he was already feeling incredibly inflated. One sword light cold. Oh, why aren't you hiding anymore? Can't stand it any longer and came out for a breath. One sword light cold, dishonest thing, just good at verbal sparring. If you're afraid to fight, just honestly call Grandpa. Han Xiao, I just took a nap, what can you do? I said we would fight today, but I didn't say what time. Why are you in such a hurry? Fomi-han was stunned. It seemed that Han Shen indeed hadn't mentioned what time they would fight, but he had assumed that if they were going to fight, it would start in the morning. One sword light cold, those without ability will exploit these loopholes, afraid to confront directly. So what you call fighting won't just be you coming over to hit and then running away, right? One sword light cold, that does fit what you said. If we really fought, Han Xiao, since you're so eager to be beaten, then I'll grant you that. Han Shen found it hard to understand, even wondering if he was still half asleep. How could Fomihan be so inflated? After waking up, did he get some powerful weapon or had Fomihan obtained a full set of god-level equipment? He quickly contacted Lu Ruyan, but Lu Ruyan told him that Xinglong Group hadn't changed much compared to yesterday and Fomihan hadn't gained any significant boost. On the contrary, he had been killed by Zhang Wei 3 times. Took the wrong medicine? Or is there some conspiracy? Han Shen couldn't figure it out, so he simply decided to use divination to see what would happen. Up and down, the grass on the original hill sways. Phew. Li is fire, the 6th line, yellow Li, great fortune. With Een residing in Een, obtaining correctness. Residing in the center, it is the main line of the Li hexagram, very auspicious. The hexagram is a rare great fortune, but looking at Fomihan's confident demeanor, Han Shen still felt a bit apprehensive and prepared to calculate another hexagram, since he had one saved from before. This time, he would determine Fomihan's fortune or misfortune. A hexagram can only be calculated once a day. It works if you believe, and is useless if you don't. Han Shen was a bit confused. If he could only calculate once a day, what would happen to the hexagram he had saved? Should he save it for tomorrow, and then save tomorrow's for the day after? Would saving them make them more accurate? He couldn't help but think of his father, who was particularly frugal, eating last night's leftovers for breakfast, this morning's leftovers for lunch, and lunchtime leftovers for dinner. Han Shan pulled his thoughts back to reality. Since he couldn't calculate again, he wouldn't. Since the hexagram showed great fortune, there was no need to hesitate. He got up, took out a cooking pot from his backpack, and then took out ingredients like the meat of the ancient turtle and other seasonings, then started a fire to steam the turtle meat. What could be more important than food? Almost an hour later, Han Shen and Yao Yao finally patted their bellies in satisfaction. Han Shen cleaned up the remaining meat and returned to the Thunder Realm. Yi Qingwan had also just gotten up. When she contacted Han Shen, he had made her an extra portion, so she had been waiting for him in the Thunder Realm. After Yi Qingwan finished eating, they rested for a while, and it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. After all, it wasn't suitable to engage in vigorous activity right after a meal. It's time to meet Fonihan, Han Shen said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei and the others were exceptionally excited. They had been watching Fonihan show off in the color world and were already filled with anger. In the safe zone of Patton Town, Fonihan was somewhat frantic. He had seen Han Zhao's post in the color world earlier and thought a battle was about to start, so he had ordered all players from the Xinglong group to stop their work and prepare for battle. However, over an hour had passed and Han Xiao still hadn't arrived, and Bloodrose had shown no signs of action either. Now he was certain that Han Xiao was just all talk and definitely wouldn't dare to come to Patton Town. Han Xiao, I'm coming, get ready to shout Grandpa. Seeing Han Shen's post in the color world again, Fonihan scoffed. One sword light. Cold, pretending again, if you dare to come, I'll eat shit upside down. Han Xiao, you're such a little glutton. Just as Fonihan was about to retort, suddenly, Li Zihan sent a message. Young Master Fong, the teleportation array has been breached. Zhang Wei suddenly appeared and released poisonous mist, killing all our elite team members in an instant. What? Fonihan stood up abruptly. He was just about to send a message to Li Zihan to inquire, when Li Zihan had already stood in front of him. He had also been killed. What happened? Li Zihan hurriedly asked. Young Master Fong, Zhang Wei's poison damage is too high and the range is large. As soon as it was released, over 100 people in the area were killed instantly, and that poison can even spread. The people behind us died from the infection. Li Zihan said anxiously. Now there are no players left in the teleportation array. Damn it. Fong Ihan felt as if struck by lightning. The breach of the teleportation array meant that Bloodrose's 100-member elite team could smoothly bring the long-armed apes to Patton Town? What was there to fight for? Just to headbutt it. Just a moment ago, he had been full of confidence, but now he was facing despair. The ups and downs of life were too rapid. Are you worried about the long-armed apes? If you can really restrain Han Xiao, I have a way to help you deal with the long-armed apes. Suddenly, a player wearing a veil appeared in front of Fonihan. Why should I? Fonihan was about to say why he should trust you, but when he looked up, he saw the blood-red longsword behind the visitor, and his eyes widened in shock. You are. The visitor raised a finger, and Fonihan quickly shut his mouth. If it were someone else, he might not believe it, but this person was different. Subsequently, Fonihan took the initiative to start a private chat, and soon a smile reappeared on his face. The mysterious man in the hat quickly disappeared, and Fonihan shouted, all branch guild leaders gather outside the east gate of Patton Town. As he spoke, Fonihan sent another message in the chat. Ijin Guanhan, Han Xiao, don't pull any sneaky moves. I'll leave the teleportation array to you, as agreed yesterday. I'll wait for you 3 kilometers outside the east gate of Patton Town. Not Ijin Guanhan, let's have a proper face-off. Like real men. The reason he said this was mainly because he was afraid Han Shen wouldn't give them a chance to leave the town. The elite team had died too quickly, leaving them no time to react. They hadn't planned to fight outside the east gate. They had intended to prevent Bloodrose from getting a chance to use the teleportation array. However, plans change, and now they could only hope that provoking him would work. But Han Chen showed no signs of indulging him. Han Xiao, forget about yesterday's agreement for now. Let's fulfill the agreement from an hour ago. Call me Grandpa, I'm already in Peyton Town. At that moment, Han Chen was quickly moving outside the east gate of Peyton Town, clearing out all the players who wanted to leave the town. He heard that Fengyi Han had been cursing him all day, so asking him to call him Grandpa wasn't too much, right? Moreover, this was something Fengyi Han had said himself in the chat. Although he didn't really want to acknowledge this grandson, he could choose not to recognize him, but Fengyi Han couldn't avoid calling him. Of course, Fengyi Han would never call Han Chen Grandpa. Among the many bets between men, the fulfillment rate for calling someone daddy or grandpa was the lowest. Ijian Guanghan, just using your tongue to gain an advantage, what's the point? Let's have a fair fight. Whoever loses is the grandson. Do you dare? Seeing the chat, Han Chen knew Fengyi Han was trying to play dirty. He hated people without integrity the most. Han Xiao, no need for that. Having a grandson like you is just bad luck for 8 generations. Han Xiao, if you had any integrity, your grandpa would probably be all over the world by now. Han Xiao, is your grandpa still around? If he knew you had so many grandpas outside, would he break your legs? Han Xiao, by the way, you said before that you would eat shit upside down. How much have you eaten? Han Xiao, although you lack integrity, this should have been fulfilled, right? After all, eating shit is in your nature, you can't change it. Watching the scrolling messages, Fengyi Han trembled with anger. Damn it, this is too infuriating. Throughout his life he had always had things go smoothly, and everyone around him treated him kindly. He had never experienced such a level of attack. Lacking any experience, he had no ability to counter. Han Chen, often taking a long time to think of a few words, only to have his thoughts disrupted by Han Chen's next message. Kill him, quickly kill him. Unable to attack Han Chen, he could only roar at the players around him. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly said, you all help me curse him, quickly, everyone, get in the chat and curse him. What are you waiting for? Ha, don't you want to post? Are you trying to go against me? Ha. Li Zihan also reacted quickly and said, Feng Xiao, each message in the chat costs 250 gold, they don't have gold to post. Fengyi Han immediately looked at Li Zihan, then you post, your theoretical knowledge is strong, right? Curse him back for me. Li Zihan showed a difficult expression. Feng Xiao, you know I'm a cultured person, I don't curse, and I don't have 250 gold. He regretted speaking up. If he had known, he wouldn't have said anything and avoided this trouble. I'll give you gold, you curse him for me. Fengyi Han remained relentless and immediately initiated a trade, offering 2,000 gold. Li Zihan looked at the 2,000 gold and couldn't help but curl his lip. 2,000 gold would only allow for 8 messages in the chat, and even if he sent them, they would be instantly overshadowed by Han Zhao's messages, making no impact at all. Moreover, he really couldn't bring himself to curse anyone, but going against Fengyi Han's wishes was even less advisable, so he decisively accepted the gold and edited a message in the chat. Flying to the distance, you have no class at all. Flying to the distance, you idiot. Flying to the distance, you're just a super big fool. Han Chen was stunned, unsure of how to respond. He couldn't tell if flying to the distance was flirting with him, but after a moment of calming down, he regained his composure. Smiling, please have some self-respect. I'm not interested in men, especially not in a big guy like you who weighs over 300 pounds. Smiling, have you ever thought about losing weight? When was the last time you saw your second brother? Smiling, with your level, you dare to be a think tank? Fengyi Han's brain is filled with water, and yours is filled with oil. Flying to the distance, you're being too much. Flying to the distance, how can you talk like that? Han Chen was stuck again. Li Zihan's attack power was almost zero, but he had no desire to continue cursing. Instead, he felt a sense of guilt. Forget it, winning against these weaklings won't give me any sense of achievement. Han Chen stopped sending messages and focused on clearing the players at the east gate of Patton Town. As soon as they came out, he would kill them directly. After all, most of the players in Patton Town were from the Xinglong group, so there was basically no chance of killing the wrong person. Not bad. As expected of Mr. Distance, Fengyi Han was overjoyed, not expecting Li Zihan to suppress smiling as soon as he made a move. Next, you need to find a way to lure smiling into the safe zone. Just staying for 1 second is enough. He finally remembered the main task and his trump card against Han Chen. Then, should I give it a try? Li Zihan now had a new understanding of his own strength, not expecting that just a few words could leave smiling speechless. It seemed he was much stronger than he had imagined. He was full of confidence for Fengyi Han's new task. Flying to the distance, smiling, I'm in the safe zone, come and get me. Damn, this fat guy is going too far. Han Chen could no longer hold back and headed straight for the safe zone of Patton Town. Is this really going to work? Fengyi Han asked. In confusion, will he come? Of course, didn't I just say I'm coming? Han Chen sneered. Li Zihan was taken aback quick. Before he could finish, his health bar was emptied and he fell to the ground. Fengyi Han's face lit up when he saw Li Zihan down. Han Shen's eye technique could only be used on one person at a time, and that was no secret. Now that Han Shen had used it on Li Zihan, he couldn't use it on him. That meant he could use his trump card. You have been killed, please choose a resurrection point. It will automatically select in 5 seconds. Patton Town Resurrection Point. Guild residence. Fomihan was stunned. Why? Why could Smiling use the eye technique continuously? Was it not the eye technique? He looked at his data panel and saw the 0 to 1 health attribute, confirming that it was indeed the eye technique and Smiling could use it continuously. Can it be used twice? Can it be used 3 times in a row? Fomihan gritted his teeth and resurrected directly in the safe zone of Patton Town. The moment he revived, he turned towards Han Shen's direction and then turned to Ash. You have been killed, please choose a resurrection point. It will automatically select in 5 seconds. Han Shen sneered. With his reaction speed, Fomihan couldn't possibly make any other moves in time. Being able to move at over 200 meters per second naturally came with matching reaction speed. After Fomihan resurrected in the safe zone, Li Zihan naturally couldn't resurrect at the guild residence. He could only follow Fomihan and also turn to Ash. It's a coincidence, it must be a coincidence. Fomihan resurrected again in the safe zone, and this time his luck was good. He revived in a corner facing the exact direction of Han Shen's position. He made no unnecessary moves. With a thought, a talisman paper with a black aura appeared in his hand, and then he turned to Ash again, the talisman paper drifting away with the wind. Han Shen's figure instantly disappeared, and the next moment, the talisman paper appeared in his hand. Wow, this time it's really wow. Fomihan did not respawn in the safe zone of Patton Town this time, but chose the guild's residence instead. This was because his trump card against Han Shen had already fallen into Han Shen's hands. What to do? What to do? Fomihan was in a state of panic. Everything was unfolding contrary to his expectations. Was the path of the Xinglong group in the Divine Realm really going to be completely severed by him? Just then, his chat suddenly lit up. Fomihan irritably opened the chat, and as he expected, it was Lin Fan, who had previously wanted to collaborate with him. Without needing to look, he already knew Lin Fan was messaging him to blame him for not doing well. He prepared to retort Lin Fan, but upon opening the message, he found that Lin Fan said, "Well done, next prepare for a direct confrontation. The gibbon will be taken care of by me." Just as he was puzzled, Li Zihan also returned to the guild's residence, her face unable to hide her joy. Young Master Phone, Han Sha was wrapped in the black energy emitted by your talisman, and disappeared together. What kind of treasure is that? How long can it trap him? Really? Fomihan found it hard to believe. Really, everyone saw it. Li Zihan replied excitedly. Upon hearing this, Fomihan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. After laughing for a while, he finally stopped, no longer showing a trace of anxiety. He smiled and said, "That was a teleportation talisman, and the destination is the Lost Land, an independent space outside the Divine Realm, with no way to return. He will be stuck there for the rest of his life, unable to come out." Ha ha. As he laughed, he suddenly stopped. Puzzled, logically, only I can activate the teleportation talisman to use it on Han Shao, so why did it trigger by itself? Li Zihan seemed to have discovered something, coming in front of Fomihan and saying seriously, "Is there a possibility?" Fomihan looked at Li Zihan's serious expression and couldn't help but become serious as well. What possibility? Li Zihan suddenly smiled and said, "Is there a possibility that I am Han Shao and I actually haven't been teleported away?" In the dazed gaze of Fomihan, the scenery around them changed. This was no longer the guild's residence of the Xinglong group. He was clearly still in the safe zone of Patton Town. The person in front of him was not Li Zihan, but Han Shao, who was now holding a talisman emitting black energy, which was indeed his teleportation talisman. Surprise! Han Shao shook the teleportation talisman, smiling at Fomihan. Damn it! Fomihan cursed loudly, and the next moment he turned to ashes. This time he truly turned to ashes. The previous time was when Han Shen used the Shenyang to simulate it, including when he almost succeeded and was then discovered and killed by Han Shen, and even the message from Lin Fan was guided by Han Shen based on Fomihan's inner needs. The purpose was to make him despair, then let him see hope, and at the moment of his greatest triumph, discover that he had been played, that everything was fake. Without this, it would not be enough to soothe the hurt he felt from being deceived. You promised to call me Grandpa, you promised to eat shit, yet you didn't keep your word. Those who deceive will always be deceived. This is the consequence, Han Shen said resentfully. Not seeing Fomihan and Li Zihan respawn again, Han Shen directly left the safe zone and headed outside the town. Killing people in the town would easily attract NPCs, as NPCs also have their own preferences. Outside the town, there was no such concern. Even if he kept killing, the NPCs in the town would not care. Han Shen released his pet beast, then took out a lounge chair and lay down. After that, Han Shen took out the black talisman paper to examine it. Teleportation talisman, Lost Land type, consumable usage. Level 10. After use, teleports to the Lost Land, can be used on a target to teleport them to the Lost Land. The panel showed just this, and a flicker of light shone in Han Chen's eyes as he used trace on the teleportation talisman. 7 hours and 33 minutes ago at Vic's location, Vic, NPC, Demon Clan, level 58. Currently located at Peyton Town. Currently located at the Lost Land. Currently located at. Han Chen quickly stopped tracing. Vic was originally in Peyton Town, but for some reason, he had moved to the Lost Land, then disappeared from there, and Han Chen's mana began to collapse. Clearly, Vic had ended up in a very high-level place, high enough that his current mana could not support him. However, he did not leave empty-handed. At least he learned that Fomihan was actually being supported by a demon clan he had never heard of, and that the Lost Land could lead to a high-level place. Han Chen put away the teleportation talisman. Fortunately, he hadn't used it on Fomihan, otherwise it would have likely been a waste. Since Vic could go to the Lost Land, he could naturally bring Fomihan out as well. Moreover, through the guidance of the Shenyan's consciousness, he saw that the mysterious person who had contact with Fomihan was Lin Fan. It seemed that Lin Fan had been living too comfortably during this time. Originally, Han Chen had no intention of causing trouble for Lin Fan, because Lu Shiyun was in the heavenly court, but unexpectedly, he had come over now. Zhang Wei, I have a task for you, play with Lin Fan for a couple of days. Although Lin Fan wielded the Azura sword, his skill set was still that of an assassin, as his astonishing performance in the novice village still earned him the title of the #1 assassin in the divine domain. It was quite fitting for Zhang Wei, an assassin, to deal with Lin Fan. Yes, boss. Zhang Wei's voice came from beside Han Chen. After guessing that Fomihan had a trump card, he had been keeping close to Han Chen, on guard against any sudden situations. If it were just a game, Han Chen wouldn't be so cautious, but the divine domain was clearly more than just a game. At that moment, the Xinglong Group's monster spawn points in Peyton Town were attacked. The attackers were the 100-man elite team led by the long-armed Gibbons, the very people Fomihan feared the most. Their spawn points were around level 20, still a distance from Peyton Town, so the fact that the Blood Rose could strike so quickly indicated that these players had already arrived at Peyton Town. In fact, these players had run to the outskirts of Peyton Town early in the morning before logging off, a proposal made by AOC Jiujian. He knew that the existence of the 100-man elite team couldn't be hidden from the Xinglong Group, so last night he had taken on the role of Fomihan, believing that the only way for Fomihan was to seal off the teleportation array. Young Master Fong, half of the 100-man elite team, has already arrived outside our guild's base, guarding 4 exits, Li Zihan said anxiously. However, his actions immediately ignited Fomihan's fury, who roared, "Do I need to be blind to see the intel? Do you need to read it out loud? What are you doing? You're a strategist, you're a commander, so command. Don't just talk nonsense to me." Li Zihan felt wronged. He wanted to command too, but he had never truly commanded anything completely. With Fomihan, the big boss, around, all decisions and plans had to go through his approval. Moreover, many secrets were known only to Fomihan, such as his trump cards and the true strength of the Xinglong Group, including the number of players, which he had no prior knowledge of. So, every time he made a decision, he would habitually seek Fomihan's opinion, which was quite normal. Furthermore, this time he actually wanted to know whether Fomihan would choose to continue fighting at any cost or temporarily avoid confrontation. After all, players couldn't break through the guild's base. They were absolutely safe inside. However, Fomihan's current attitude clearly indicated that he did not intend to avoid confrontation. He wanted to fight. It was understandable, given Fomihan's identity and experience. Being toyed with by Han Xiao like that would definitely be unbearable. So, Li Zihan quickly adjusted his mindset and said, "Alright, Feng Xiao, pull all the guild leaders of the sub-guilds into the United Channel. I'm going to fight Blood Rose to the death." Upon hearing "fight to the death," Ihan felt a bit anxious, but at this point, he couldn't back down. The arrow was already on the string and had to be released. The guild level of Xinglong Group was low, with few members and many sub-guilds, which had now become an advantage. They had over 1,000 people trapped in the guild base, while players from other sub-guilds were not restricted. If Blood Rose wanted to clear all their sub-guild players back and trap them in their guild base, it would take at least 10,000 elite teams to accomplish that. Although they were trapped in the guild base, Li Zihan was clearly aware of the situation outside through the real-time perspectives of other players. As he watched, he suddenly felt a surge of joy. Although Blood Rose's 100-man elite team was much stronger than the current players, they weren't invincible. At most, they could take down a dozen players at a time. The real trouble was their long-arm apes, but those apes also needed to be commanded. If there was no one to direct them, their effectiveness would be greatly reduced. As long as they focused fire on these people and killed them, they could either lure the long-arm apes away or simply ignore them. They wouldn't actively pursue the players of Xinglong Group. At most, the players of the main guild of Xinglong Group would just stay inside. If Blood Rose called the long-arm apes back, they would actually gain freedom. Therefore, the 100-man elite team and the long-arm apes had their drawbacks. They were few in number and lacked mobility. They could easily let their main force avoid these long-arm apes. For now, since the long-arm apes were outside the main guild base of Xinglong Group, they could set the battlefield far from the base. Cancel the kill plan. Xinglong No. 1 subguild, responsible for holding back the 100-man elite team. Do not engage them directly, just make sure they don't disengage and return to the city. All other sub-guild leaders, return to the city and prepare to issue the order. A guild could issue 3 orders a day, and if they wanted to save an order, all players would need to use a 1 gold return scroll, which Xinglong Guild definitely wouldn't pay for. After all, they were a financial group, and their purpose in entering the divine domain was to make money. 1 order was worth 300,000 gold coins. It was obvious which option to choose. Issue the order, everyone follow the order and push towards the east gate. Let's drown Han Shen. Once we exit the east gate, don't stop and don't attack Han Shen, just gather 3 kilometers away. Han Shen was right outside the east gate, but they couldn't take a detour to avoid him. Not only would it waste time, but it would also sound bad if it got out. Moreover, Han Shen was too fast, blocking them would be a matter of an instant. The main point was that they had to face Han Shen. Eventually, it was unavoidable, so it was better to take advantage of the current numbers and overwhelm him directly. Han Shen only had a little over 300 pets. Could he really wipe out their 300,000 players? As long as the majority of people safely broke through Han Shen's front to the outside of Patton Town, their fear of him would vanish. When the Xinglong Group army reached the east gate, they immediately saw Han Shen radiating with colorful light. Since they were going to engage in a team battle, they naturally had to activate the special effects of divine power. Outside the east gate, Han Shen's pets were arranged in 2 layers, forming a semicircle that completely blocked their exit. What the hell is that? Li Zihan was stunned by the light emanating from Han Shen, but there was no time for him to be dazed. Charge! With Li Zihan's command, a massive wave of Xinglong Group players surged out, charging towards Han Shen and his pets. However, their goal was not to attack Han Shen but to escape. Unfortunately, the city gate was too small, limiting the number of players that could exit at the same time. These players were completely insufficient for Han Shen's pets to deal with. Moreover, besides Kakarot, Han Shen also sent 2 aged wooden sticks to each of the 4 long-armed monkey demons for Chi-Chi and the others, which could be wielded casually to instantly eliminate a group of players. The Silver Wolf was hunting the assassin players who had sneaked out from the periphery. Players in front slow down and charge towards the east gate, while the others quickly exit the city from the south gate to gather at the target location. Seeing the crowd pressing against each other but unable to break through, Li Zihan didn't stubbornly push forward. Instead, he changed tactics, letting a portion of the players continue to hold back Han Shen and his beast army, while the majority exited through the south city gate. This way, even if Han Shen went to another city gate, there would always be 1 gate they could safely exit from, and once Han Shen left, his beasts would surely be recalled due to the distance, making them even safer. However, when the players from Xinglong Group arrived at the South City Gate, they found a player radiating with colorful light standing at the entrance. Colorful light, is that Han Xia? No. Wait. Lu Ruyan? Isn't Lu Ruyan grinding monsters in Taoyuan Town? How did she suddenly get to the south gate of Patton Town? And how dare she block the city gate alone? They had always had intel on Lu Ruyan. After all, she was the president of Blood Rose. But this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Charge, charge, charge. Kill Lu Ruyan. Does she think she's Han Xia? Whoever kills her gets a screenshot, and after the fight, a 10 gold coin reward. Outside the south gate, the players from Xinglong were also excited. That was 10 gold coins. Moreover, they had been suppressed by Han Shen for so long, and now they could finally vent their frustrations on his woman. Go for it. It's our turn. My big knife is already itching for action. Watch me unleash my spear like a dragon. Lu Ruyan listened to the vulgar remarks, her brows tightly knitted. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and she soared backward into the air. A few assassins appeared where she had been, their attacks missing. Then, 5 long-armed monkeys appeared and eliminated them in an instant. Damn, she can fly. Shoot her down. However, before the players from Xinglong could act, a massive Xuanwu phantom appeared, spraying a torrent of Xian water that instantly killed all players it touched. However, although the Xuanwu phantom was large, it was still just one, and the number of players it could attack at once was limited, allowing a large number of players to surge out. Lu Ruyan, however, was not in a hurry at all. She waved her staff, and as she chanted, thunderballs appeared out of thin air, falling into the crowd. As the thunderballs landed, nearby players quickly approached, then unleashed chains of lightning that eliminated all players in a wide area. How is this possible? How can she be this strong? Li Zihan watched Lu Ruyan in the sky, resembling a thunder god, and couldn't believe his eyes. The shock this scene brought him was far greater than that of Han Shen. Han Shen was simply a crushing force of numbers and stats, but Lu Ruyan didn't seem like she was in a game at all. However, he quickly calmed down. Everyone, don't rush out, she's a mage. Once her mana runs out, she'll be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Indeed, Lu Ruyan's Xuanwu Phantom and Levitation required continuous mana consumption, and her blue bar was slowly decreasing. However, just as everyone saw Lu Ruyan's mana about to run out, she waved her staff and her blue bar instantly filled up. What the hell is this? Forget about Lu Ruyan. Players still in the safe zone head collectively to the North City Gate. However, when Li Zihan switched his perspective to the North City Gate, he saw another figure radiating colorful light. It's over. Li Zihan's heart trembled at the sight of the colorful light. The scene at the North City Gate confirmed his fears. There stood Yi Qingchun, a clumsy night tank, who was wielding a gun and rapidly piercing through the crowd, and anyone hit by her attacks was instantly killed. The players from Xinglong Group were completely unable to break through her defenses. Many players wanted to control her, but above Yi Qingqing's head, prompts for immunity to control appeared one after another. Touching her meant instant death, no defenses broken, and no control. Wasn't this really a golden level boss? She's all alone, ignore her, everyone out of the city, Li Zihan shouted. However, at that moment, Yi Qingqing suddenly stopped, and a series of light laughter echoed out. Li Zihan was completely baffled. Could it be that Yi Qingqing had gone mad? But in the next moment he understood what was happening. He saw the players around him stop their retreating steps and uncontrollably walk towards Yi Qingqing. Then, Yi Qingqing slammed her shield onto the ground and a multitude of bone spikes shot up from below, instantly killing players in a wide area. Meanwhile, players in the distance continued to walk towards Yi Qingqing uncontrollably, only to walk onto the bone spikes and be killed instantly. This can't be a knight's taunt. He remembered that the actual taunt range was not large, lasting only 3 seconds, but Yi Qingqing's range was at least 300 meters, and not only did it last longer, but subsequent players would also walk towards her uncontrollably. Fortunately, the players from Xinglong Group finally waited for Yi Qingqing's taunt and bone spikes to end. However, at that moment, Yi Qingqing suddenly transformed into a snail shell and began to spin wildly. When her super crazy snail shell ended, a giant rabbit fell from the sky. When the rabbit disappeared, Yi Qingqing began to charge forward with her gun raised. Yi Qingqing's attacks seemed endless, with skills available at all times. Seeing this scene, Li Zihan couldn't help but think of the West City Gate. Their target was outside the East City Gate, and going through the West City Gate would undoubtedly be counterproductive. However, they had no choice left. Revived brothers, go through the West City Gate. Li Zihan's focus remained on the players at the West City Gate. He stared intently at the West City Gate. Sure enough, there was also a figure radiating colorful light outside the West City Gate. Retreat, everyone back to the square and wait for orders, Li Zihan shouted as quickly as he could. Feng Xiao. Switching back to his own perspective, Li Zihan looked at Feng Yihan, hesitating to speak. Feng Yihan was currently looking down, lost in thought. After a long while, he finally sighed. It's not your fault. I've been keeping an eye on the situation in Patton Town. It's just too strange. The safe zone in Patton Town is too small to accommodate so many people. If everyone doesn't go out, Han Xiao and the others will probably kill their way into the town. First, let the vice presidents of each subguild return and pull everyone back to the guild base. How is that possible? This can't be. Lin Fan looked at the video showing Han Shan and his 3 companions radiating colorful light, hardly believing his eyes. How could anyone possibly gather a full set of divine-level equipment now? He knew what that colorful light was. It was the effect that appeared when a full set of divine-level equipment was activated. In his previous life, it took him 7 years and countless near-death experiences to gather a full set of divine-level equipment. Now, in less than half a month, how could Han Xiao and the others possibly gather divine-level equipment, let alone 4 sets? What's impossible about it? Suddenly, a mocking voice came from behind Lin Fan. He quickly turned around and saw a person radiating colorful light. I don't understand. The boss treats you so well, why would you betray him? Zhang Wei did not immediately attack, but crossed his arms, looking at Lin Fan with a mocking expression. If you hadn't betrayed him, this set of equipment I have now might have been yours. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's heart sank sharply. It was too heart-wrenching, based on what he had learned about Han Shan during this time. If he hadn't clashed with Han Shan but instead became friends with him, this divine-level equipment would definitely have been his share. Zhang Wei had only been with Han Shan for a few days, and Han Shan had already trusted him enough to directly give him a set of divine-level equipment. He recalled that back in the novice village, Han Shan had trusted him immensely. If I hadn't made a move at the mountaintop, everything would have been different. Are you regretting it? Just as Lin Fan fell into deep thought, Zhang Wei pulled him back. Lin Fan certainly regretted it. Not only did he regret it, but he also felt a pang in his liver. If he had gained Han Shan's help, he definitely wouldn't be in such a predicament now, which held significant meaning for both himself and the humanity of his home planet. What's there to regret? It's just a matter of differing stances. For the sake of humanity on my home planet, I had to take action. I couldn't gamble. Although he felt regret, Lin Fan still didn't think he had made a mistake. For the sake of humanity on your home planet? Zhang Wei couldn't help but laugh, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. And today, you're also collaborating with your enemy for the sake of humanity on your home planet? Zhang Wei deliberately emphasized the word enemy. Lin Fan's expression changed drastically. How do you know that? He hadn't expected that Han Chen not only knew he was the one who sought Fomihan today but also that he had a grudge against Fomihan. He had never shown any hatred towards Fomihan, their enmity was from a past life. How could Han Chen know? Could he also be someone who had been reborn? But Han Chen had once said he wasn't. He shouldn't be so disdainful as to lie. Seeing Lin Fan's reaction, Zhang Wei realized Han Chen's guess was true, and he couldn't help but be astonished by Han Chen's intelligence-gathering ability. It was terrifying. You should know how I know, Zhang Wei replied. You should also know why I'm here. With that, Zhang Wei twirled the dagger in his hand. He was waiting for Lin Fan to make the first move. With his god-level equipment, super hidden class, and talents far exceeding the ordinary SSS level, he was already in an invincible position, so he looked down on sneak attacks and didn't want to strike first. It was his pride. Wait, I have something to say, Lin Fan hurriedly said. Whether you believe it or not, I can't collaborate with Fomihan. This time it's truly for the sake of humanity on my home planet. I know he won't let me off, but I really never thought of harming him. I hope you can pass on a message for me. I don't care if I die, but I hope he can save our home planet in my stead. With that, Lin Fan closed his eyes. Although his skills were good, under absolute strength he had no chance of winning. Rather than fighting to the death, it was better to express his stance this way. He. Zhang Wei chuckled dryly. You want the boss to replace you in saving the home planet? The boss knows even the color of your underwear. How could he not know that the divine realm poses a threat to the home planet? Under Lin Fan's incredulous gaze, Zhang Wei continued, the boss has long made arrangements. Do you think he's like you, just talking about righteousness and morality to save the home planet while actually causing trouble for the boss? You tell me, what have you done to save the home planet? Lin Fan opened his mouth, wanting to speak. He had been the first to leave the village, the first to change to a hidden class, and he had established the Heavenly Court, using information from his past life to help his buddies and those he was close to in his past life, to also change to hidden classes, gaining many opportunities. Now, he was countless times stronger than his past self at the same stage. With greater strength, he could naturally save the home planet better. But he found it hard to voice this, as compared to Han Chen, they were ridiculously weak. Zhang Wei saw Lin Fan's silence and felt a bit angry. You want to say that you've become stronger to better save the home planet, right? But have you ever thought that these opportunities weren't originally yours? As you became stronger, other players who should have gained those opportunities became weaker. You've taken so many opportunities. Shouldn't you desperately protect the strength you've gained? And now you actually have the audacity to close your eyes and let me kill you? Don't you feel ashamed? You may not feel ashamed yourself, but have you ever thought that the boss actually doesn't want to kill you, yet he has to? How conflicted must he be? You haven't considered that your heart only holds yourself. You can only be moved by your own feelings? Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, which soon turned into endless regret. He doesn't want to kill me? So, all along, was it really my fault? So, Zhang Wei threw out a dagger, instantly killing Lin Fan. He could hardly bear it, goosebumps rose on his skin. If it weren't for the boss insisting on causing Lin Fan's psychological harm, he wouldn't have said so much. As for the boss being reluctant to kill Lin Fan, that's a joke. If it weren't for the greater good, Han Chen would have loved to kill Lin Fan back to the novice village. He then sent the recording to Han Chen. Lin Fan's realization.mp4, boss, how was it? Are you satisfied with my performance? Damn, this kid is quite talented. Han Chen exclaimed after watching the video. He only wanted Zhang Wei to torment Lin Fan, to wear him down physically and mentally, but he didn't expect Zhang Wei to launch a mental attack combining moral condemnation, self-reflection, and genuine emotion. After this, Lin Fan would probably feel so guilty that he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Of course, this tactic only works on those who consider themselves morally upright just people. It's useless against those lacking in virtue. And Lin Fan, without a doubt, in his own heart, surely sees himself as a person of noble character and lofty ideals. Smiling, not bad, but killing him once isn't enough. Find another reason to kill him again, then befriend him, guiding him to cooperate with the Shao Alliance. If guilt were effective, what would assassins be for? Killing him once is definitely not enough, but Han Chen thinks Lin Fan is very useful, so he can't kill him too many times. Killing him while professing love could be seen as mutual appreciation, but too much of it would be unacceptable unless Lin Fan is a fool, otherwise, he definitely wouldn't believe it. As for the Shao Alliance, it's the force established by Cuihua. Since his surname is Shao, he named it the Shao Alliance. As a reborn person, Lin Fan is indeed very valuable. Looking at the empty patent town, Han Chen felt bored and sent another message to Kai Shi. Smiling, where are the people from the Xinglong group? Weren't they supposed to have a showdown? Why is the whole city empty? Yi Qingchang didn't they shout about a grand battle? There are less than 200 blood roses and you have 300,000. Are you afraid to fight? Fomihan looked at Kai Shi, his face turning pale with anger. He once looked down on Ao Xinghe, and now he finally Understood Ao Xinghe's feelings. Otherwise, just log off. Just say someone pulled the plug. Fomihan wished he could escape from the divine realm immediately. No, if I do that, won't I be just like Ao Xinghe? Isn't it just a loss? It's not like I can't afford to lose. If I lose to Smiling, no one will mock Xinglong, but if I log off to avoid it, both Xinglong and my face will be lost. Thinking of this, Fomihan gritted his teeth and directly edited a message to send. A sword's cold light, Smiling. I admit I'm not your opponent, we concede. Han Chen and the others showed unexpected expressions upon seeing the message. Is that it? I haven't even killed that many, Suehua said, feeling frustrated. He had waited at the West City Gate for half a day, only managing to kill a few scattered people. So what's next? Is it just over like this? Yi Qingwan asked in confusion. Lu Ruyan looked at Han Chen. Ultimately, it was Han Chen who would make the decision. Han Chen chuckled lightly. He wanted to use a teleportation talisman to send me to the Lost Land, never to return, intending to crush the Blood Roses and impose real-world sanctions on them. Now that the teleportation talisman is gone and he realizes he can't beat us, he just concedes with one sentence? Isn't that thinking a bit too beautifully? Smiling, you think you can just fight when you want and end it when you want? Do you think you're America? Smiling, a great philosopher once said, since you've started, don't stop. Which philosopher? Yi Qingwan wondered why she didn't remember a philosopher saying that. Don't worry about the details, just say it feels reasonable, right? Han Chen smiled. Ha! Suehua was taken aback. I really thought a philosopher had said that, but it does feel very philosophical. Fomihan looked at the colorful world Han Chen had sent, his brows furrowing involuntarily. He had already admitted defeat. What more did they want from him? This Han Chen was simply unreasonable, it was too much. One sword light cold, I've already admitted defeat, what more do you want? Do you want me to disband Xinglong before you're satisfied? Han Chen, I wasn't planning on that. But since you brought it up, let's make you disband Xinglong. One sword light cold, are you sure you want to do this? Have you thought about the consequences? Han Chen, I advise you not to think about the consequences, just take the beating honestly, or, according to the agreement, live stream doing a handstand while eating shit, I will definitely let you go. One sword light cold. If that's the case, then let's wait and see. Han Chen and the others had now returned to the Thunder Realm conference room. Brother, should we gather the Blood Rose players now? Lu Ruyan asked. As soon as Han Chen gave the order, the Blood Rose would immediately assemble in Patton Town. However, Han Chen indeed vetoed this proposal. No need, everyone has a hard time leveling up. It's too much of a loss to exchange for Xinglong players' levels. Moreover, the ordinary players of Xinglong are just workers. Killing them won't hurt Xinglong at all, at most they'll just replace them with a new batch. On the contrary, Xinglong will use them to stir up opposition against Blood Rose, which won't affect me much, but it will have a big impact on you. So, we only need to target their main forces and elite teams. Hitting workers and hitting leaders have completely different effects. Suehua stood up. The boss is right. I also support not taking action against ordinary players. Since we're targeting their main forces and elite teams, leave it to me. Let's first hand it over to the 100-person elite team. They are already in the open. It's best to use them. Han Chen said, your main task now is to develop the Shao Alliance as quickly as possible. But the 100-person elite team only has 10 assassins. The others can't hide their tracks. Won't the success rate be too low? Suehua asked. And Yi Qingwan looked at Han Chen with confusion as well. If it was just the 100-person elite team, they definitely couldn't deal a devastating blow to Xinglong Group's main forces. Brother is deliberately not wanting to push too hard, right? Lu Ruyan suddenly said. Let Xinglong be exhausted dealing with the 100-person elite team, but still see a glimmer of hope so they won't be driven to desperation. Brother wants to give us a chance to develop. Oh, so that's it. Yi Qingwan suddenly understood. Han Chen brother is worried about Fomihan taking action in reality. Han Chen nodded. He couldn't go to the Mother Star and couldn't provide protection for Lu Ruyan and the others. Although Lu Ruyan had power and the Shao Alliance's protection, Xinglong was still one of the two strongest financial groups, and now they had even invited a martial arts master, someone whom Suehua and the others couldn't defeat together. Therefore, at least for this period, they couldn't push Xinglong too hard. Even so, we can't let our guard down. While those martial arts masters haven't arrived yet, we should try to stay away from them and send someone to probe their background to see their relationship with Xinglong. If the relationship isn't very deep, we can try to see if there's a possibility of using them for our benefit. Suehua nodded seriously at the words. I'll arrange it right away. Han Chen then looked at Lu Ruyan and Yi Qingwan. You two should also stay in the park these days and push away all matters related to the Federation. We know. Lu Ruyan and Yi Qingwan replied in unison. Han Chen thought for a moment and continued, also, the pursuit activities of the 100-person elite team can last until evening. In the evening, continue to farm monsters and fight bosses. Just then, Zhang Wei also returned to the Thunder Realm. As soon as they returned to the Thunder Realm, Yu hurriedly said, to Han Chen, "Boss, Lin Fan is looking for you. He says he has something very important to discuss with you." "What does he want? With me?" Han Chen asked, puzzled. Could it be that he wants to apologize again? Zhang Wei shook his head. "He just asked me to tell you one word and that you would definitely go if you heard it." "Oh, what word is it that I would definitely go for?" Han Chen laughed. Zhang Wei lowered his voice and said, "Demon." So Lin Fan knew about Fomi Han's collusion with the Demon Clan. This time, he was probably really here for the sake of humanity on the Mother Planet. Han Chen didn't really care about the Mother Planet. To him, the Chaebals were just farmers, and the common people were merely a group of docile sheep with no spirit of resistance. Even if they were destroyed, it wouldn't be a pity. However, thinking of Lu Ruyan, Yi Qingwan, and Tsuewa, he felt there was still a chance to save them. "Alright, tell him to wait for me at the teleportation array in Taoyuan Town. You came after all." At the Taoyuan Town teleportation array, Lin Fan leaned against the wall and said lightly, "Long time no see." Han Chen looked at Lin Fan, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth, his eyes shimmering with a ghostly light. Lin Fan was taken aback. "Don't do anything reckless." Being killed by Zhang Wei twice only meant losing 2 levels, which could be made up for, but being killed by Han Chen's eye technique was different. Not only would he lose his base health, but the god-level armor he had just obtained would also be wasted. He slowly took off the armor. However, the next moment he realized he was still alive and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "I hate it when people show off in front of me," Han Chen said. "Don't be so arrogant, got it?" Lin Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath and then obediently stood straight. He wasn't trying to show off, he was just used to it. Han Chen nodded in satisfaction and then said, "This isn't a place for talking. I'll take you somewhere, and you mustn't resist." In a flash, Han Chen had already brought Lin Fan to the Thunder Realm. Lin Fan looked at the prompt in shock and then turned to Han Chen. "This is a different space?" Han Chen nodded, and Lin Fan looked around before squatting down to examine the ground. "This is Thunderstrike Glaze. This Thunder Realm can't be the Thunder Pool, right? You know quite a bit." Han Chen laughed. "What about the Thunder Paste? Why can't I see any at all?" Lin Fan looked around. According to his memories from his past life, there should be thunder paste everywhere here. Han Chen patted his belly. "It's all inside." Then, he impatiently said, "Why do you have so many questions? It's not like we're here to talk about the Demon Clan." Lin Fan quickly shut his mouth and then looked deeply at Han Chen. He felt it was unnecessary to discuss the Demon Clan with Han Chen. Even before he was harmed, no one had conquered the Thunder Pool. Since Han Chen could conquer the Thunder Pool, taking down the Lost Land would be even simpler. "Stop standing there like a fool, come in." Han Chen walked into the conference room and waved to Lin Fan. Lin Fan hurriedly followed, and then he saw Lu Ruyan and the others in the conference room. He looked at Lu Ruyan with a complex expression. "Do you still recognize me? Back then, you even bet with me to join your guild." Yi Qingwan waved her hand in front of Lin Fan's eyes, pulling his attention back from Lu Ruyan. Lin Fan forced an awkward smile. Hello. It's a good thing you didn't join my guild, otherwise, I would have delayed you." Yi Qingwan agreed wholeheartedly. "Yeah, it's a good thing Sister Ruyan found me, otherwise, I might still be opposing Han Chen now and wouldn't be able to be with him." "By the way, what did Sister Ruyan do to you that made you hate her so much, or is it just like what they say online? Is it you who can't do it?" Yi Qingwan showed no mercy to Lin Fan. After he was conquered by Han Chen, his heart was completely with Han Chen. Han Chen's enemies were naturally her enemies. Moreover, today he was also planning to deal with Han Chen. Lin Fan was left speechless by Yi Qingwan's retort, his eyes filled with embarrassment. Avoiding her gaze, then he saw Tsuehua, someone he also knew and had invited to join his guild, but Tsuehua immediately asked to borrow 10 million, which made him hesitate. Later, he learned that Tsuehua had also joined Blood Rose. In the video he had seen earlier, Tsuehua was equipped with a full set of god-level gear. At this moment, Lin Fan doubted himself even more. Whether it was Lu Ruyan, Yi Qingcheng, or Tsuehua, it seemed that not choosing him was an incredibly correct choice. But those who follow me are stronger than in my past life, aren't they? Lin Fan thought to himself, and then he looked up and saw Zhang Wei, instantly recalling what Zhang Wei had said before. The reason why Fatty Snake and the others are stronger than in the past life is that I snatched the opportunities from others and gave them to them. Those players who thrived in their past lives are now just ordinary people in this life. So I really am useless. What are you thinking about? Didn't we say we were discussing the Demon Clan? Ao sure Jian asked, puzzled. Oh. Lin Fan came back to his senses upon hearing this, and then he saw Ao sure Jian. He quickly shut his mouth and looked at Han Chen, subtly indicating the direction of Ao sure Jian. In his eyes, Ao sure represented the villain. Such confidential matters shouldn't have someone like him present. Han Chen, seeing this, impatiently said, compared to you, old Jian is much more reliable. He is one of us. If you feel uncomfortable talking, then let's not discuss it. I'll take you out. Ao sure Jian looked gratefully at Han Chen and then proudly turned to Lin Fan. Did you hear that? I'm one of the team. And I also have god-level gear, given by the boss. He never expected that after being humble for half his life he would meet a mentor in middle age. Lin Fan was also surprised that Aosher Jiujian had once been Han Shen's enemy and had even commanded the resistance against Han Shen. In such a situation, Han Shen could still trust and employ him so much. If it were him, he definitely couldn't do it. So Han Shen wasn't really a vengeful person, it was just that he had gone too far, which was why he hadn't received Han Shen's forgiveness. Lin Fan deeply bowed. I'm sorry, it was my recklessness. I won't waste more words. From the information I have, when the first player reaches level 40, there will be a system update, and at that time, the demon race will descend upon the mother planet, bringing great disaster. Lin Fan paused to look around at everyone, but there was not much shock in their eyes. It seems Han Shen really knows about these things and has shared them with them. He then continued, at the same time, players at level 40 will also gain the attributes and skills of their in-game characters. You can gain it at level 40? Is it all abilities? Yi Qingwan suddenly stood up and asked eagerly. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a bit smug. It seemed they didn't know everything. He nodded slightly. That's right, all attributes, talents, and skills are inherited, but equipment cannot be brought into reality. At this point, he couldn't help but look at Han Shen. Not being able to bring equipment meant only basic attributes, and because of Han Shen, he would have a base health that was 10 levels lower. Han Shen also looked at Lin Fan and teasingly asked, so if I kill you when you reach level 40, you'll only have a little health in reality? Lin Fan's face showed bitterness. He really wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to show off and explain so much? But he still honestly replied, not a little, it should be 2 points. You should know my talent, but with 2 points, I might die from a fall. Dying on the mother planet means you can't resurrect. Actually, we don't have deep-seated grudges. I genuinely want to cooperate with you. Han Shen noncommittally replied, that depends on your performance. Lin Fan sighed. I will definitely tell you everything I know. Your leveling speed is too fast. At this rate, in a few days, Han Shen will reach level 40. I estimate it will take me another half-month to reach level 40. Therefore, my influence on the mother planet can be ignored. The survival of the mother planet relies entirely on you. Wait a minute. Aosher Jiujian suddenly interrupted Lin Fan. You said that when the boss reaches level 40, the demon race will descend, but how can just the boss fend off the demon race? There can't be just one demon, right? Of course not, Lin Fan replied, but the initial demons are at the level of those encountered in the novice village, and the weapons and equipment of the mother planet are more than enough to counter them. After that, the demons will become stronger, but didn't you train 100 elite team to deal with them? The strength of the 100 elite team is completely sufficient to handle the elite demons that appear in the following period. Aosher Jiujian nodded. I see, that's good. But if that's the case, doesn't that mean the demon race poses no real threat? How could they not be a threat? The demons that come later will grow stronger, while humans have only a few who can withstand the demons. It's like you 100 or so people, completely unafraid of the demons, but the vast majority of other players cannot defeat the elite demons. When millions of elite demons descend, humanity will be left with barely a tenth. In the end, humanity will rely on the major powers to form a doomsday base city. Doomsday? Upon hearing this, a hint of panic appeared in everyone's eyes. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. With your growth rate and with Han Shen around, there's no need to worry about threats. On the contrary, you are the last guarantee for humanity in the doomsday. We should be the ones afraid. In fact, we can barely keep up, but ordinary players cannot. Han Shen did not show any emotion. After all, it posed no threat to him, and as long as Lu Ruyen and the others were fine, that was enough. However, he still curiously asked, so, you've been saying that saving the mother planet is for the sake of humanity. What method do you plan to use to save the mother planet? Is it simply to enhance your own strength? If that's the case, then you leveling up faster than in your previous life would mean the demons would also descend earlier, and others still wouldn't be able to deal with the demons. In fact, because you reach level 40 earlier, the crisis they face would actually be greater. The others also reacted. It seemed to make sense. Since the descent of the demons was related to the highest level players, shouldn't they try to slow down the leveling speed so that everyone's strength could improve together? The effect of one player reaching level 40 is completely different from a million players reaching level 40 on the same day. This is what I want to talk about this time. Lin Fan looked at Han Shen. It's about the demons. Demons? That's right. The reason the demon race can enter the mother planet is that their true goal is not to conquer the mother planet but to cooperate with the humans of the mother planet to jointly resist the demon race. The technological foundation of the demon race is insufficient. They can only rely on the mother planet to enter the divine realm and become players. Wait a minute. Aosher Jiujian interrupted Lin Fan again. Are you saying that the demons from the divine realm enter the mother planet and then enter the divine realm through the divine realm game to obtain the player template? Lin Fan shook his head. To be precise, it's not the demons from the divine realm, but the demons from the demon realm. There are also passages between the divine realm and the demon realm, just like the Lost Land passage between the divine Realm and the Demon Realm.
In ancient times, demons came to the divine realm, but I don't know much about the more secretive details.
I only know that in the
original plan, the demons were supposed to meet with the humans of the mother planet, but the will of the heavenly demons was altered. When players reach level
40, the demons will see the will of the heavenly demons exterminate the human race and conquer the mother planet.
And the instigator behind the alteration of the
heavenly demons' will is the demon race.
Including the heavenly demon's secret realm that Han Shen entered, I suspect it was set up by the demon race to make players. And the humans of the divine realm resent the demon race. At the same time, to completely eradicate the demon race.
Actually, the extermination of the demon race isn't necessarily a bad thing for us. After all, they have brought so much suffering to humanity. However, to prevent the disasters of the mother planet
from reoccurring, communication with the demon race is still necessary. My initial plan was to take the destined child of the demon race to their realm when I reached
level 39.
The destined child of the demon race can sense the true content of the heavenly demon decree, which would allow us to avoid the demon race wreaking
havoc on the mother planet, and then I would level up as quickly as possible. Destined child of the demon race? Han Shen asked in confusion. Is there really a destined child? Where are they now?
If history hasn't changed, he should be in Taoyuan Town, Lin Fan replied, but with you around, and with the addition
of Blood Rose, he might not be in Taoyuan Town anymore. Just tell me the coordinates you know. There are no coordinates.
He's not a functional NPC, he has hands and feet, can conceal his form, change his appearance, and can run.
So what do you know about the information regarding the destined child of the demon race?
Lin Fan shook his head decisively. Not a thing.
If we go by history, he will appear in Taoyuan Town in half a month and clash with the town's leader, resulting in a big fight. Half a month? What nonsense! I'm going to be level 40 in a few days. Have you forgotten about the Taoyuan secret realm?
Lin Fan kept giving
Han Shen meaningful glances. It's that.
Han Shen squinted his eyes, glancing sideways at Lin Fan. So the player killed by Yao Yao was really you?
Lin Fan smiled
awkwardly, then added, with her strength, if the destined child of the demon race is really in Taoyuan Town, she should be able to find him easily.
Han Chen nodded slightly. I'll ask her when I get back.
If she really finds the destined child of the demon race, you can handle bringing him to the demon race yourself.
If not, I won't slow down my leveling speed.
Alright. Lin Fan quickly agreed.
By the way, how much do you know about the demon race?
What are their goals?
Han Chen asked again.
Although he had some guesses in his mind, it was better to ask directly since a reborn person was right in front of him.
To his surprise, Lin
Fan shook his head. Even 7 years later, the demon race still rarely appears, but by then, both the human and demon races will have withered away.
Perhaps that is their goal. However, there is now a new clue. It has been confirmed that Fomihan colluded with the demon race early in the game, but it's uncertain
whether it's a butterfly effect or if there was collusion in the previous life. What can be confirmed is that he must die.
Good. Han Chen clapped.
Since that's the case, the task of killing Fomihan will be up to you.
Ha? What ha? Can't you do it? Han Chen looked Lin Fan up and down, feeling the
strange gazes from everyone. Lin Fan quickly shouted, of course I can, it's just
that you don't want revenge, or do you think your emotions aren't ready yet? You have to wait until Fomihan acts against you again before you can justifiably kill him?
Lin Fan wanted to refute but couldn't because Han Chen had
hit the nail on the head.
Due to the emergence of Blood Rose, Xinglong's development was far inferior to before his rebirth. He had long had the ability to take revenge, but he always felt that directly targeting Fomihan was inconsistent with his principles. However, with Blood Rose around, Xinglong couldn't see the heavenly court at all, nor would they have any enmity with them. Therefore, he thought about bringing down Blood Rose first, then absorbing her, and afterward, Xinglong group would naturally confront the heavenly court. That way, he could justifiably oppose Xinglong group, and then, when Fomihan was at his peak, he would strike him down and complete his revenge. After that, Fomihan would definitely take action against him in reality, and then he would make Fomihan's reputation plummet in reality, and then politically and economically bring down Xinglong group. Finally, he would kill Fomihan when he was in despair. He had already written the script, and now asking him to directly kill Fomihan was, of course, hard for him to accept.
Brother, he can't do it, let him go. Lu Ruyan finally spoke
up, her gaze towards Lin Fan filled with disdain.
Of course I can. Lin Fan couldn't withstand Lu Ruyan's provocation and immediately got worked up. But he quickly realized, but not now. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to kill him now. Wait until the demon race descends on the Mother Star before you act. Han Chen said with a smile.
Hearing this, Lin Fan could only agree. He had no reason to refuse anymore.
Moreover, he needed this opportunity for Han Chen to turn hostility
into peace. After all, it was all for the humanity of the Mother Star, and they shouldn't become enemies. After seeing the video of Blood Rose and her companions radiating colorful light, he completely lost the thought of resisting Blood Rose. What a joke! What could he use to fight? His head? Suwa, Zhang Wei, from now on, you two will be responsible for liaising with the heavenly court, Han Shen said. The information Lin Fan provided was even less than Han Shen had imagined. He didn't know what Lin Fan had been busy with in his previous life. It wouldn't be accurate to say he had little information, he just happened to remember many
hidden quests and instances.
For example, the hidden job change quests for swordsman mages and knight classes. For instance, instances that could grant legendary
skills. After learning that early-stage equipment couldn't be brought into the Mother Star, hidden professions became very important, and Lin Fan immediately
provided the hidden job quests for Lu Ruyan, Yi Qingwan, and AOC Jiujian, which earned him some recognition from them.
Han Shen was also very satisfied with Lin
Fan's performance this time because the legendary skill instances were equivalent to god-level skills for him. Of course, the difficulty of the legendary skill instances was very high. Lin Fan had originally planned to go after reaching level 50. However, for Han Shen, he could go now.
Before heading there, he needed to return
to the Peach Blossom secret realm to see if he could find the destined child of the demon race.
He wasn't looking for some kind of peace between humans and demons.
He wanted to tame the destined child of the demon race.
If he tamed the destined child of the demon race, wouldn't that mean he could control the entire demon race?
After sending Lin Fan out of the Thunder Realm, Han Shen directly returned to the Peach Blossom secret realm.
Han Shen, you're back, Yao Yao exclaimed,
twisting a Rubik's Cube, looking at Han Shen with surprise. She didn't expect Han Shen to return so soon after leaving.
Yao Yao, can you sense a demon within the range of Peach Blossom Town?
He can change his appearance and conceal his form. He is the destined child of the demon race. Han Shen got straight to the point.
Yao Yao shook her head in confusion. I can't sense anything.
If he can conceal his aura, I won't be able to feel it, but as long as he uses demon power, I can
sense it instantly. However, so far, I've only sensed that big bat and a few of your demons. Is there any way to make him reveal himself? Yao Yao still looked puzzled. No way. Since Yao Yao couldn't do anything, Han Shen stopped thinking about it. After all, he would show up sooner or later, and he could tame him then. As for the low-level demons suffering heavy losses when they went to the Mother Star after reaching level 40, that didn't matter. As long as the main force was still there, it was fine. The low-level ones could die at will, they weren't human. After leaving the Peach Blossom secret realm, Han Shen arrived at the Silk Ice Spider area. He had only farmed monsters for a little over an hour in the early morning, and he still had time left for farming today. He needed to farm monsters in the evening to fight the boss, so there wasn't much time left for farming. If he controlled the frequency well, he could farm for half an hour in an hour, and the other half hour would be for the boss. So naturally, he couldn't go for instances now, he had to farm monsters. Kill Silver Silk Ice Spider, level 41, gain experience 539. Congratulations, you have reached level 38, gaining 1 skill point and 5 free attribute points. Kill Silver Silk Ice Spider, level 41. Gain experience 501. After farming for about 10 minutes, Han Shen reached level 38.86 am. His experience was almost full. Han Shen glanced at his experience and found that leveling up to level 39 required 2 million experience, totaling 21 million. He calculated the experience gained per minute at 71,000 experience per minute. It would take about 300 minutes to level up. 5 hours, and there are only 4.5 hours left today. Unless something unexpected happened, he wouldn't reach level 39 today. If he relied solely on monster grinding, he wouldn't reach level 40 tomorrow either. Looks like I need to run some dungeons tomorrow. So far, in the Divine Realm, he hadn't discovered any repeatable permanent dungeons. They were either one-time dungeons or had a single entry limit. Therefore, Han Shen had never run them. After all, the experience from dungeons at low levels was also low, and he didn't need to grind dungeons to level up quickly. Moreover, the rewards from those dungeons were quite meager, at most green equipment or white skill books. According to Lin Fan, high-quality reward dungeons were basically all one-time dungeons, even in the later stages of the game. However, to reach level 40, he would still run some dungeons tomorrow purely for the experience. Feng Xiao, could it be a conspiracy, luring us out and then suddenly attacking? Li Zihan was somewhat uncertain. Fomihan's expression was unpredictable. He had no idea what Han Shen was planning. In the afternoon, Han Shen had made such a harsh statement in Kaisher, and after that, they returned, leaving the elite team of 100 to guard their guild's base. They tried to let the players from their sub-guild go out to grind monsters, but they weren't attacked at all. However, when they returned to the city to prepare for grinding monsters, the elite team of 100 found them and harassed them while they were grinding. Although the efficiency was low, dying once an hour wasn't worth it. So the main guild members simply stopped grinding. Then, just now, the elite team of Blood Rose collectively returned to the city. If they logged off, they could log back in at any time, which still posed a risk, but this time the elite team returned to the city right in front of everyone. Returning to the city meant they were back in Peach Blossom Town, and it would take at least half an hour to return to their guild base. In the end, Fomihan gritted his teeth. Forget it, the timid starve while the bold feast. Have the scouts keep an eye on the teleportation array, report immediately if it lights up. Everyone else, go grind monsters. He initially thought the Xinglong group would be crushed by Blood Rose, but unexpectedly, like some countries in history, Blood Rose made a lot of noise but had little impact. Their sub-guild players could still level up normally. He saw hope again, now that he could level up normally. He definitely couldn't miss this opportunity. If Blood Rose came, he could just retreat. Even if Han Shen came, he wasn't afraid. No matter how fast Han Shen was, could the time taken from the teleportation array to his grinding spot be shorter than his time to return to the city? However, when he reached the grinding spot again, a dagger slashed across his throat in the darkness, killing him. It's Zhang Wei again. Foamy Han was furious. He had been too happy and forgot about Zhang Wei. But after waiting for a while in the guild base, he realized he hadn't seen any other players who had been killed and resurrected. Contacting Li Zihan, he learned that Zhang Wei only killed him and ignored everyone else. Upon hearing this news, Foamy Han calmed down instead. He wasn't as angry about being killed anymore. Instead, he felt a sense of survival after a disaster. Han Shen is only targeting me. He doesn't really want to be enemies with Xinglong. He just wants to save face. Xinglong is alive. How about fulfilling the promise and softening a bit? No way, he wants face, and so do I. At worst, I won't level up. My level isn't that important. Fong. Ihan cast aside the unrealistic thoughts in his mind, and then a flash of inspiration struck him. Wait a minute. I understand now. Han Xiao is afraid that I will harm Lu Ruyan in reality, so he doesn't dare to push Xinglong Group to the brink. I said it, now everything makes sense. He values Lu Ruyan so much, so what if I directly control Lu Ruyan? No, that's too risky. According to the intel, Han Shen has the weakest feelings for Lu Ruyan. If he gives up on her, Xinglong is really finished. Tenglong and Tianting are both developing quietly. Xinglong shouldn't be at the forefront. Damn it, Tenglong promised to advance and retreat together to support the elite team. But today not a shadow was seen, we got played. Since Han Xiao doesn't intend to wipe us out, then let's not compete with him. Let Long Zhua and the others fight it out. Xinglong came to the divine domain to expand the market, not to play games and dominate. Originally, he intended to dominate, but now he has abandoned that plan, at least until Tenglong and Tianting enter the scene. After figuring out the key, Foamy Han felt a sense of relief and directly called for Li Zihan. Li Zihan hurriedly reported the work arrangements to Foamy Han. Young Master Fong, the assassins have been arranged, but the Blood Rose players have already cleared the monsters during the day, and only a few are outside. I suggest we don't alert the enemy and carry out the assassination tomorrow. Kill what? Foamy Han quickly replied, the revenge plan is cancelled. Li Zihan was taken aback and then quickly said, okay, then I'll have them come back to level up. He didn't understand why Foamy Han suddenly abandoned the revenge plan, but it was good for Xinglong Group. It was also good for him because he couldn't think of any way to defeat Blood Rose. However, he wasn't sure if there was another plan or if they were really just going to give up. Young Master Fong, is there another plan for tomorrow? Li Zihan cautiously probed. No plan, just let everyone level up in peace. If there's a new plan, I'll let you know, Foamy Han said. By the way, how is the progress on the commercial sanctions against Blood Rose? This. Li Zihan's eyes darted around. Clearly the effect wasn't very good, but he couldn't be blamed. The divine domain market was so vast, and there was a lack of strong constraints. Blood Rose had set such high prices that he wanted to secretly sell the equipment from the guild warehouse. You secretly take some equipment to sell? I didn't take anything. Li Zihan quickly denied it, but then he realized that Foamy Han wasn't blaming him but was actually telling him to sell the equipment. Young Master Fong, I didn't mishear, did I? You didn't mishear. Foamy Han affirmed, I know the sanctions don't do much to Blood Rose, and the prices of top-tier equipment are skyrocketing. Our elite team can't even afford them anymore. Then let's not use top-tier equipment at all. Instead, buy at a price higher than Tinglong's, and then you quietly sell it to Blood Rose, and we profit from the price difference. Remember not to let others know. Find a trustworthy merchant to act as an intermediary. Of course, the sanctions must continue, otherwise, we might as well sell directly to Blood Rose and we wouldn't make a profit. And mid-tier equipment, that's the real big deal. Since we're doing it, let's do it all. If we can't beat them, we can at least profit from them. Understood, I'm on it. Li Zihan quickly replied. Trading with Blood Rose was a super big cake, and Foamy Han actually handed it over to him to handle. A little manipulation in between, and it would be a windfall. You have to know that Blood Rose is currently acquiring equipment at market prices that are often 300 to 400%, not the normal fluctuation of 20 to 30%. The room for maneuvering here is enormous. Double happiness has arrived. Li Zihan left in high spirits upon hearing this. Humph, Foamy Han sneered. He naturally knew Li Zihan's character, but being greedy wasn't a flaw in his eyes. As long as things get done, a little greed is acceptable. In the Federation, aside from Lu Ruyan, who isn't greedy? If everyone were honest, how could their financial group possibly control the Federation? However, greed aside, the premise is to do his job well, otherwise there would be no need for his existence. Foamy Han immediately thought of Jiang Qinghe, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Jiang Qinghe is now allied with Lu Ruyan. Tenglong is responsible for cleaning up Jiang Qinghe, which will undoubtedly anger Lu Ruyan, leading to inevitable conflict. At that time, I can just sit back and watch the tigers fight.
I hope Long Zhua and Han Xiao can get into it.
You can be called Guoqing. Thank you, master.
Han Shen stored Guoqing in the demon suppression tower, allowing him to voluntarily work overtime to teach him skills.
Since he had just used the awakening spirit last night, it would only cool down by evening.
Han Shen naturally remained as the awakening spirit long-armed ape, increasing his immediate combat power. By midnight, Han Shen finally filled his monster hunting time, and his experience reached level 38, 91.4%.
To maximize
his hunting time, he even postponed the boss fight, which resulted in only 43 pieces of divine-level equipment being dropped tonight.
AOC Jian finally got to wear a complete set of divine-level equipment as he wished, and since
AOC Jian and Lu Ruyan had already used up their monster hunting time during the day, and Yi Qingwan had finished hers last night, they all went to take on the hidden class transfer quests in the evening.
These quests might be
impossible for other players, but for them, fully equipped with divine-level gear, it was a piece of cake.
AOC Jian's transfer class was the Void Swordmaster, the only hidden class.
From the term void, one could roughly understand
the focus of his abilities.
The Void Swordmaster can traverse the void, appearing unexpectedly from places the target would never anticipate, combining powerful escape and assassination capabilities.
His attacks can also traverse the
void, allowing him to kill enemies from a distance, although his melee abilities are average. Originally, Lin Fan had prepared another class, the Sword Dancer, which excelled in both ranged and melee attacks as well as area damage.
With strong charge capabilities, paired with divine-level equipment, it could be considered a perfect sword-type class.
However, AOC Jian dismissed the Sword Dancer for lacking escape abilities and chose the Void Swordmaster.
Instead,
if it were someone else, Han Shen would definitely give him a hard time, but AOC Jian's cautious nature had been ingrained for half a lifetime, so he didn't interfere.
Moreover, as a commander, he couldn't demand too much.
From his own offensive capabilities, surviving and observing the battlefield from a better vantage point was also a good choice. As for Lu Ruyan, she also transferred to the only hidden class, Grand Elementalist.
According to Lin Fan,
the Grand Elementalist is almost equivalent to a youthful version of a forbidden spellmage, possessing skills of various attributes, all of which are large-scale, along with passive skills that increase skill range, easily reaching a diameter of 1 kilometer. The cost of a large range is low skill damage, but for Lu Ruyan, who has a complete set of divine-level equipment, as long as the values are high enough, even low bonuses can still one-shot 99.99% of players. Yi Qingwan's transferred class was the Radiant Knight, focused on auras, with damage-increasing auras, damage-reducing auras, control-immune auras, frost, etc. However, her favorite was actually the Burning Aura, which dealt large-scale burning damage and provided a maximum health bonus. Her equipment gave her very high mobility, but her large-scale area attacks were limited to Bone Spike and Rabbit, with long cooldowns, while the super crazy Snail Shells crushing range was actually not very large. With the Burning Aura, it was different. The super crazy snail shell, which could only crush a line over a meter long, now increased to 10 meters. Within 10 meters, anyone touched would
be instantly killed.
Now she could easily fill her monster hunting time without relying on Han Shen's long-armed ape. Today, we got quite a few accessories. We can put together 2 sets of leather armor classes and 1 set of magic
classes. How do you plan to arrange them? Han Shen lay on the lounge chair while Lu Ruyan helped him massage his shoulders, seemingly casually asking.
Of course, it's for our own people.
Just follow the list you all made before. Full spirit plan.
We can't cultivate potential enemies, Han Shen said matter-of-factly. He knew why Lu Ruyan was asking him. Today, Lin Fan was full of sincerity, providing them with so much information and help. According to his character, he would definitely give something in return, and Lin Fan just happened to be a leather armor class. So, Lu Ruyan was indirectly trying to find out if Han Shen had any plans to give Lin Fan equipment.
However, Han Shen had no intention of giving Lin Fan any gear.
A reborn person wouldn't easily settle for being beneath others. Giving him hope for a rise could lead to unpredictable actions.
But if you want to give your sister some equipment, the magic
set can be given to her, Han Shen continued. Lu Ruyan was delighted to hear this, but then shook her head, saying, let's not give it to her for now, to avoid her being isolated and excluded over there. If she's afraid of being excluded, she can just call back. Anyway, with the cooperation between the Heavenly Court and the Shao Alliance, there's no longer a threat, so she doesn't need to stay there. I talked to her about it last night, but she insists on staying. Then we can leave a set for her later. This one can be given to the priest in the guild.
Imam Lu Ruyan replied.
Han Shen, thinking of her sister, made her very happy, indicating that she was still very important to him.
Then, Han Shen took out the jade tablet, preparing to return to the Peach Blossom secret realm.
Lu Ruyan shyly grabbed Han Shen's hand, her face slightly flushed, biting her lip as she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, brother, the
Empress outfit is ready. Do you want to take a look tonight?
Han Shen perked up immediately, putting away the jade tablet and taking out a city return scroll.
Let's go home, just take a quick look. What to look at? Show me.
Yi Qingwan suddenly popped out from somewhere. Lu Ruyan's face instantly turned beet red, while Han Shen casually said, look at Ruyan the Empress.
Do you want to join us? Yi Qingwan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked. at Lu Ruyan, making Lu Ruyan's face even redder. I can't believe it, you are actually this kind of Lu Ruyan. Yi Qingwan shook her head, then her expression changed, revealing a lewd smile. I want to see. Let's hurry back. Lu Ruyan was also stunned, looking at Han Chen in confusion. Did this girl not know what they were going back for? She couldn't really think they were just going to look at the Empress, right? If Yi Qingwan was there, could they still proceed smoothly? She's not as innocent as you think, Han Chen chuckled, then looked at Yi Qingwan. Today has a theme, you can't wear that. Later, you'll wear a maid's outfit and play the role of a palace maid. Yi Qingwan raised her eyebrows, her smile widening. Oh, so you like this kind, huh? Alright, I'll help you push it. Push what? Lu Ruyan asked in confusion. A palace maid, haven't you seen one? Yi Qingwan grinned mischievously, her eyes scanning Lu Ruyan from top to bottom. You'll know when the time comes. Lu Ruyan felt uncomfortable under her gaze, as if she was being seen through. Stop looking. Why does your gaze look like a pervert's? You're a girl. Wow. Is this the Empress? Yi Qingwan couldn't help but reach out to Lu Ruyan, touching her dignified and imposing face. Lu Ruyan wore a dazzling purple gold crown, embedded with countless sparkling gems. She donned a luxurious deep purple robe made of top-quality silk, its sheen captivating, with exquisite dragon and phoenix patterns embroidered in golden thread, lifelike and vivid. The collar stood tall, adorned with a circle of precious pearls, and a golden belt cinched her waist, also inlaid with various gems and beautiful jade, perfectly fitting and accentuating Lu Ruyan's slender waist. Sister is so cool, I love it. Yi Qingwan couldn't help but reach for Lu Ruyan's collar, trailing her hand down the robe. Han Chen watched, parched, bold maid, let go of my Empress, let me come. Does Xinglong Group have any movements? No, if we really talk about it, there have been movements in other areas. Bao Tong received a batch of equipment suspected to be from Xinglong, Lu Ruyan replied. Han Chen nodded, then checked the time. It was already noon, and he had stayed up late last night. It seems Fomihan doesn't want to escalate the conflict. From now on, we can farm bosses during the day without waiting for the night. Previously, the attributes and equipment of the 100-man elite team were limited, and the monsters they farmed were only level 20, making them easy targets for ambushes and attacks. Bosses would only spawn if players were nearby. If no players were around, even if the minions kept spawning, bosses wouldn't appear, and no equipment or experience would drop. Now, however, things were different. After 2 days of farming, the 100-man elite team's levels had already reached above level 25, and the monsters they faced had increased to over level 30. Nowadays, players rarely wandered into high-level areas, making it difficult to be discovered. Even if they were found, it didn't matter. They had all gathered a full set of epic-level equipment above level 25, and their strength was already at the top level of the Divine Realm players. Only operations at the level of Lin Fansnake, combined with luxurious equipment, could pose a threat to them. In this situation, they no longer needed to hide their whereabouts, and could farm monsters openly. Even if others guessed their intentions or knew they could farm god-level equipment, it wouldn't stop them from farming bosses. After bringing the 100-man elite team to Fengyu Town, Han Chen first went to the blacksmith shop. He had 82 equipment enhancement stones unused and could enhance some equipment first. Master who had disappeared somewhere, and Han Chen didn't ask. Under Dania's lead, he began enhancing the equipment. Han Chen had 10 pieces of equipment that hadn't been enhanced yet, averaging 8 enhancement stones per piece. However, he owned 2 super god level pieces, and since the attributes of his offhand were significantly higher than other parts, he naturally enhanced them to +5 first, consuming 29 enhancement stones. For the remaining 7 pieces, he enhanced them evenly. In the end, he raised the 2 wrist guards to +4, while the other 5 pieces only reached +3. With that, all 82 enhancement stones were used up. It's just not enough. Han Chen sighed. He could watch ads to waive failure penalties, but it still wasn't enough. Wouldn't it be even harder for other players? Han Chen also overlooked one point. Other players didn't have as many points as he did. Then, Han Chen opened his attribute panel to check his stats. ID, Han Xiao title, first guild level, 38, 19189727210000000, class, Beast Tamer, first stage, talents, upward, heavily I, Beast God Health, 357935 mana, 120598. Physical attack, 223717 magic attack, 15143 physical defense, 47183 magic defense, 52946 critical hit rate, 35% movement speed, 8237. After enhancing his equipment, his health reached 350,000, and his physical attack officially reached 220,000, with both defenses seeing significant growth. The attribute boosts from equipment enhancement were quite impressive. Next, it was time to continue leveling up. Kill Silver Silk Ice Spider, level 41, gain experience 501. Kill Silver Silk Ice Spider, level 41, gain experience 501. Congratulations. You have reached level 39, gaining 1 skill point and 5 free attribute points. Kill Silver Silk Ice Spider, level 41, gain experience 462. In less than half an hour, Han Chen reached level 39. At this time, the 100-man elite team that started earlier also began to spawn bosses one after another. Half
An hour later, Han Shen did not continue to farm silver silk ice spiders but instead ran towards a higher-level monster area to eye in the past 2 days, while helping the elite team of 100 investigate monster spawn points. Yi Qingwan also had the scouts help Han Shen find a very suitable spawn point. Level 44, Health. 99600 Physical Attack, 12,000 Physical Defense, 8320 Magic Defense, 6500 Trait. Riding the Wind is a small monster that deals pure physical damage, without any other attribute attacks. However, they have a wind attribute trait, Riding the Wind, which doesn't actually allow them to fly, but they move very quickly, reaching speeds of 100 meters per second. Due to their small size, they dart around, appearing only as blurry shadows. As soon as Han Shen arrived nearby, he heard the sound of swishing and rustling, and then they gathered around him. Following that, a dense stream of damage numbers floated up from above Han Shen's head. Immediately, lightning erupted around Han Shen, and all the wind spirits attacking him fell to the ground simultaneously. Damage values floated up from their corpses. Minus 161,406 minus 839,528-161406. This was the reflection damage effect of his Supreme Thunder Body, which, under the enhancement of lightning affinity and final damage increase, reached an ordinary reflection damage of 160,000, while the 839,000 was the damage triggered by a Holy Strike. Kill, level 44, gain experience 618. Kill, level 44, gain experience 618. TSK, I don't even need a pet anymore. Just standing in a pile of monsters, they come to me. Of course, not summoning a pet was impossible. Han Shen didn't want to be surrounded by every minute. They weren't as cute as Xiao Saima, being covered in gray-black fur. That looked dirty, and they were twice the size of Xiao Saima, not cute at all. Xiao Saima, there must be quite a few female mice here. Pick one and tell me, Han Shen said, scratching Xiao Saima's plump chin. Gg. I don't want a female mouse. Han Shen looked at Xiao Saima in surprise. You can't have a problem with your orientation, can you? That's a serious issue. Gg. I don't want a mouse. If you don't want a mouse, then what do you want? A rabbit. Gg. A rabbit? Xiao Saima's little head couldn't process it. For a moment, how did it get to rabbits? What does that have to do with rabbits? Is a rabbit not okay? Then what kind of partner do you want? Han Shen asked. Now Xiao Saima finally understood what Han Shen meant and quickly waved its little paws to explain. Gg. Don't get excited, I get it. You want a money mouse, but where am I supposed to find one for you? Gg. I don't care, I didn't want to think about it, but you kept talking about it, so I thought about it. You have to find one for me. Xiao Saima put its paws on its hips and shouted angrily. Suddenly, Han Shen had a flash of inspiration. And with a surge of magic in his eyes, a pure gold money mouse appeared in his hand. Here, the money mouse you wanted. Do you like it? Gg. Do I like it or not? Xiao Saima was confused again, not knowing how to respond. Pure gold, of course, it liked it, but it couldn't say it liked it because what it wanted was a living money mouse, not a pure gold one. In the end, the desire for the opposite sex overthrew the desire for gold. Xiao Saima shouted decisively, pushing the pure gold money mouse away. Just make do with it, otherwise, should I help you make a hole in this money mouse? Han Shen asked. Gg. Why don't you use a gold person yourself? Xiao Saima complained. Alright, let me calculate for you, is that okay? Running into me is your good fortune, otherwise, you'd be like those people on Earth, unable to find a partner. In the end, Han Shen couldn't refuse Xiao Saima and agreed to help it figure out where there were female money mice. Looking at the stored divination, Han Shen was troubled again. Should he use the overnight divination or today's fresh divination? Sigh, why can't I use it twice a day? Well, if it doesn't work, we can synthesize it and upgrade to a 2-star hexagram. Han Shen suddenly perked up. Right, why didn't I think of that before? He quickly stored today's hexagram and began to think about upgrading. In the next moment, a pop-up appeared. 2-star hexagram requires 3 hexagrams to synthesize. Watching an ad can reduce the hexagram requirement by 1. Would you like to watch an ad? Watch automatically. Use ad skip card. Automatically consumed ad skip card X1, obtain 2-star hexagram X1. The ad prompt did not appear again. It seemed that one could not watch 2 ads at once. If he wanted a 2-star hexagram next time, it would be better to use 3 hexagrams for synthesis. Unexpectedly, the quantity would likely double. Han Shen thought to himself. Next, it was time to test the effect of the 2-star hexagram. Han Shen was very much looking forward to it. With a thought, golden light burst forth from Han Shen's eyes, and the 2 rounds of 8 trigrams spun wildly. However, in the end, no hexagram image appeared. The golden light surged from Han Shen's eyes, condensing into a golden arrow. This arrow floated in the air, pointing in a direction, with a countdown above it reading 82 hours 26 minutes and 18 seconds. In an instant, Han Shen had an epiphany. There were currently no female money mice in the divine realm, and this arrow was directly pointing to the location where the female money mouse was about to appear, while the countdown indicated the time of appearance, with 82 hours remaining. When Han Chen shared this news with the little money fan, she was so excited that she almost flew up, darting around Han Chen, eager to go to the designated location,
to wait for the female money mouse to arrive.
Han Chen's eyes flickered with a ghostly light, then he shook his head.
Over 60,000 kilometers, that's too far. Even if I ran
continuously for 5 days, I wouldn't make it, let alone just 3 days.
The divine realm is really too vast. Upon hearing this, the little money fan instantly wilted, lying on
her back with a look of despair. Seeing her dejected state, Han Chen felt helpless. Unless we can teleport there, but there's no teleportation array. Han Chen suddenly stopped, as
a guess formed in his mind.
What a coincidence it was that they wanted to find the female money mouse, and it just happened to appear within the territory of Wind Whisper Town.
He grabbed the little money fan and returned to Peach Blossom Town.
Sure enough, the direction of the golden arrow changed, and the distance also changed. However, this time it increased,
now needing 830,000 kilometers. Goodness, 830,000 kilometers. How big is the divine realm? He then used the teleportation array to move to other towns, and the distance to the target location kept changing. Now, his guess was confirmed. The 100,000 towns in the divine realm were actually on the same map. All along, players had the notion that the divine realm was composed of independent maps, only accessible through teleportation arrays to other maps, and this belief had influenced Han Chen's judgment. So he had never considered that the divine realm could actually be a complete map, or a planet, or a continent. However, after reaching this conclusion, Han Chen felt that this was normal. After all, he had already accepted the fact that the divine realm was a real world. How could a real world possibly be like a game map? After extensive testing, Han Chen finally found a town very close to the coordinate point Text and Image Town.
2,000 kilometers. It seems that Text and Image Town is quite close to Wind
Whisper Town on the big map, at most just 63,000 kilometers away.
Han Chen thought to himself, then he activated his speed and rushed towards the direction indicated by the arrow,
carrying the little money fan with him. After running for 10 minutes, Han Chen set the little money fan down.
I'm going back to fight the boss now. I'll take you 100 kilometers. The
rest you can run on your own. Even at full speed, it would take him 3 to 4 hours to get there. He didn't have that much time to specifically escort the little money fan, and, besides, wasn't there still 3 days? Let the little money fan run slowly. As for the female money mouse, of course, he would let the little money fan handle it herself. Did she really need a human to help chase after a mother mouse? Han Chen's mind stirred, and the golden arrow had vanished into the little money grubber's body, allowing it to always know the direction in time. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I got it, the little money grubber replied and then darted away in a flash. After defeating the boss, Han Chen returned to the Shinfeng mouse area to continue grinding monsters. Today, Han Chen optimized his boss farming method again, only fighting the boss in the last 10 minutes of each hour. Since the cycle was an hour long, it made no difference whether he fought at the 30-minute mark or the 50-minute mark, and it allowed him to increase his monster grinding time. Thanks to this, just after 6 p.m., Han Chen had filled his monster grinding time for the day. He checked his experience points, level 39, 2365714/25000000, just 1.35 million experience points away from reaching level 40. Tonight, he was determined to reach level 40. The method to gain experience, of course, was through dungeons. He first arrived at Giant Stone Town, the town where Lin Fan was located, and also the town of the Heavenly Court. Not far from Giant Stone Town, there was a one-time dungeon accessible in the lake. The entrance to the dungeon was right in the center of the lake. Boatman, take me to the center of the lake. Han Chen shouted at the small boat docked by the shore. Soon, an old man carrying a lantern came out. Young master, you must be here to jump into the lake, right? It's getting late, come back tomorrow. Han Chen didn't waste time and directly tossed a gold coin over. The old man hurriedly caught the coin and then smiled as he helped Han Chen onto the boat. Boatman, are there many people who come to jump into the lake? Han Chen, having nothing else to do, struck up a conversation with the boatman. Not just many, I'm busy from morning till night every day. Then you must be making a lot of money? No. The boatman quickly denied it, but thinking about the gold coin Han Chen had given him, which didn't seem like something a greedy person would do, he smiled and replied, to be honest, young master, I've already bought a house in town with the fairy money I've made during this time, and my whole family has moved to the town, hee. Oh, if you've moved to the town, aren't you afraid the commander and the town mayor will hunt you down? Han Chen said with a smile, looking at the old man. The smile on the old man's face instantly vanished. What do you mean by that, young master? You can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from me. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. With such a large lake and only this one boat, it was unreasonable to think otherwise. So Han Chen used his heavenly eye to check the old man's information. Sure enough, this old man was actually a giant soft-shelled turtle, a level 45 monster. Hearing Han Chen's words, the old man's face darkened further. Young master, please don't joke. Why would the town mayor want to hunt down an old man like me? Because you are an old turtle, Han Chen said without holding back. Are you sent by the town mayor?
The old turtle stopped pretending, dropped the oars, and cautiously looked at
Han Chen. Definitely not. Why are you getting so worked up? Han Chen laughed. I'm just joking with you. Just take me to the lake normally. Han Chen originally intended to kill
this old turtle, but after discovering that he hadn't done anything heinous, he changed his mind. In a situation where no one was restricting him, being able to resist the temptation to harm others was quite rare. If he killed this old turtle, he would also suffer internally. Moreover, this old turtle was just a golden level boss. He had already defeated over 100 of them, so he didn't need this one. Hearing Han Chen say this, the old turtle did not relax. He couldn't fathom Han Chen's thoughts. Initially, there was clear hostility, but now he sensed goodwill from Han Chen. Based on his experience in reading people, such a person was typically two-faced, cunning, and treacherous. It was very likely that once he left, he would be reported, and if that happened, not only would he be finished, but his family would be too. He absolutely could not allow such a situation to occur for the sake of his family. He had to kill the young man before him today. Exceptions be damned. Seeing the demonic energy rolling over the old turtle as if it was about to strike, Han Chen said slowly, I am an extraordinary person. I can be resurrected. The demonic energy on the old turtle stopped rolling and then retracted. Slap. The next moment, the old turtle knelt directly in front of Han Chen. Young master, I have walked on thin ice my whole life. I have never harmed anyone. Han Chen hurriedly helped the old turtle up, his face filled with apology. It's my fault for not considering everything thoroughly. I know you haven't harmed anyone, so don't be nervous. I mean no harm. The old turtle stood up trembling. He didn't fully believe Han Chen's words, but he had no way to deal with him because Han Chen was an extraordinary person, and he knew that extraordinary people could be resurrected infinitely. Young master, feel free to make any request. As long as you don't expose me, I will do anything, the old turtle said uneasily. Han Chen wanted to refuse, but then thought that if he didn't make some request, the old turtle would definitely not feel at ease, and it would be bad if he did something extreme later. So he said, I actually do need your help, but not now. It's 3 years later. For these 3 years, you can just go on as usual, and I will come to find you in 3 years. Alright, I will wait for your news here. The old turtle quickly replied, finally showing a hint of joy on his face. Don't wait here. Extraordinary people grow too quickly, and they will discover you sooner or later. Han Chen said. Okay, I will sell the boat tomorrow and then hide in the town. Not coming out easily, the old turtle quickly agreed. After arriving in the lake, Han Chen jumped directly into the water. After a while, a blue light lit up underwater, and the old turtle's expression darkened again. He had lived for over 1,000 years. How could he be fooled by Han Chen's delaying tactic? There was no such thing as 3 years later. If he really stayed here, let alone 3 years, by the time Han Chen returned to the town, his family would be finished. I need to hurry back and escape with my family overnight. The old turtle jumped into the lake and transformed into a small turtle, swiftly racing upstream. You have discovered the ruined Crystal Palace. The intel says it's the Crystal Palace, but to me, it's ruined. It seems the old turtle has some connection with this Crystal Palace. It can control the instance I enter. I wonder if it has reduced the rewards. Han Chen didn't mind. After all, the Crystal Palace instance was just some experience points. Even if the experience was reduced, it wouldn't be a big deal to run another instance. He was currently in the underwater passage, with no barriers around. The water simply parted. Along the sides of the passage were stone pillars, some intact and some broken in two. Occasionally, glowing orbs rested on the intact pillars, providing some light for his advance. Suddenly, a sound of water being broken came, and a group of armed shrimp soldiers rushed into the passage. Shrimp Soldier Billy Pork Residue, Level 12, Shrimp Soldier Kaka Residue, Level 9, Shrimp Soldier Benbon Residue, Level 10. What a pity, just remnants. Otherwise, he could have driven them away to save on Spirit Awakening. Han Chen lashed out with a whip. 0-671423 Kill Shrimp Soldier Benbon Residue, Level 10. Gain Experience 1. Physical attacks actually can't deal damage. His normal attack didn't cause any damage, but the additional lightning attribute attack easily wiped out the Shrimp Soldier. A glimmer flickered in Han Chen's eyes as he looked at the Shrimp Soldier's remnants. Spirit Body in Attribute Immune to normal physical and magical damage. Lightning Attribute attacks deal 100% damage. In Attribute attacks deal 100% damage. Yang Attribute attacks deal 200% damage. Fire Attribute attacks deal 50% damage. Wind Attribute Immune. So that's how it is. The intel didn't mention anything about not dealing damage. It seems that those in the Crystal Palace instance are all entities. It's quite reasonable that spirits fear lightning and fire. Han Chen released Kakarot and other demons, letting them clear the way. He followed closely behind. The remnants of the shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and catfish warriors were easily defeated before Kakarot and the others, falling in an instant. With a clear path ahead, Han Chen directly arrived in front of the final boss. Not a Jiao? Han Chen curiously looked at the monkey before him. The monkey stood at least 2 meters tall, with a white head and a deep blue body, its golden eyes fixed on him, reminiscent of when he used Gua. Then the monkey opened its mouth, revealing a set of sharp teeth. A Jiao turned into a monkey? This downgrade is too severe.
What if they don't give any experience at the end?
Han Shen was filled with worry, then used his heavenly eye to investigate.
Remnant of Waziki, level 40? Han Shen suddenly perked up. The originally level 20 boss had turned into level 40. Could it be that the system adjusted the difficulty based on his level? If that's the case, there would definitely be experience to gain. Legendary BOSS, oh no. Oh my, a legendary one. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Han Shen quickly led Kakarot and the others back. A legendary boss that was on par with Yao Yao. If a remnant was legendary, how strong must the real body be?
It turned out this was not a youth version of the dungeon, but rather a Pro-Max version.
Oh no.
The remnant of Waziki, which had been staring at Han Shen and the others, suddenly opened its mouth wide and charged out with a loud roar. Using the law to manifest the world, Han Shen focused his mind, and Kakarot, Chi-Chi, and the other 6 demons instantly used the law to manifest the world.
Bang! The remnant of Waziki was pushed back by Kakarot at an even faster speed.
-A34155527, Yan, -581,622. Thunder, then, together with Chi-Chi and the others, he charged towards the remnant of Waziki.
Han Shen did not expect Kakarot's strike to deal 83.41 million damage directly, reducing the remnant's health by nearly half.
As for the subsequent thunder damage, it was the additional damage from his thunder body. The pet's damage also counted as his damage, thus triggering the thunder body's attack effects. However, the pet's attack counted as continuous damage, triggering only once per second. Of course, the several 100,000 damage was negligible compared to the 80 million damage. Health 1160028551/200000000 physical attack 120000 magical attack 98,000.
Han Shen looked at the remnant's health and felt relieved. The pressure Yao Yao had given him was too strong, making him think that a legendary boss was unbeatable. He didn't expect that a level 40 legendary boss would be as weak as a chick before Kakarot and the others. At this moment, Chi-Chi was the first to reach above the remnant of Waziki and punched down. -322378885, although there was no young attribute bonus, her strike still dealt 32.23 million damage. Then Saturday followed up with a strike. -49364261, Yang, -0, Thunder, Sunday, National Day, and voluntary overtime were watching from behind, as there was no space left for them to stand and they had to leave a spot for Kakarot. At this time, Kakarot also joined in and punched down. Just then, the remnant of Waziki suddenly grew larger, becoming taller than Kakarot, nearly 20 meters high. Kakarot's originally lethal punch hit the enlarged remnant, again dealing 83.41 million damage, but it did not kill the remnant, it only knocked off a small portion of its health. Han Shen quickly checked the remnant's health again.
Health 1.75 billion/2 billion physical attack 1.2 million.
Status, Remnant Soul, Law to Manifest the World duration, 597 seconds stam.
Han Shen did not expect that this Waziki would also use the Law to Manifest the World, and its duration lasted a full 10 minutes. Fortunately, his physical attack was only 1.2 million, while Kakarot and the others had a minimum of over 2 million in dual defenses, with Kakarot reaching 6 million. In this situation, even the residual image of Waziki in the state of Fa Xian Tian D could not pose a threat to them. Kakarot and the others could easily kill the residual image of Waziki within half a minute. Next, 6 supersized gibbons surrounded the larger residual image of Waziki. With their size increased, they found positions to attack. With each strike, the residual image of Waziki lost a significant amount of health, while its attacks on them did not break their defenses at all. However, just as the health of the residual image of Waziki fell below half and Han Shen felt secure, the residual image suddenly jumped away, then spread its arms wide, and instantly, huge water dragons surged towards Kakarot and the 6 gibbons. Workout, dragon subduing 18 palms? Han Shen exclaimed in surprise, and then, one of the water dragons that was originally charging towards Kakarot and the others split off and charged towards Han Shen. Han Shen quickly shut his mouth, used his shield to block, and deflected the water dragon. Except for Guocheng and those who voluntarily worked overtime and had not comprehended teleportation, Kakarot and the others directly used teleportation to evade the water dragons and surrounded the residual image of Waziki once again. However, just as they prepared to attack, the residual image of Waziki retracted its arms, pressed the tips of its palms together, and bubbles suddenly appeared beneath Kakarot and the others' feet, trapping them inside the bubbles. Kakarot's attack on the bubble only stirred up waves, posing no threat to the residual image of Waziki. Bubbles also appeared beneath Han Shen's feet, but he was still protected by his shield. Water prison control skill lasts until broken or the caster's mana is exhausted. Water prison. HP 100 million, this is really exaggerated. Han Shen was filled with dread. If he were trapped in the water prison, he probably wouldn't be able to get out today. Fortunately, the water prison only had 100 million health, which wasn't too much for Kakarot and the others. Before Han Shen could feel relieved, the residual image of Waziki suddenly charged at him. Han Shen was startled and directly used the
Skill of the Shadow Boots, Shadow Teleport, to dodge.
Although he still had his shield, a legendary boss was not the same as an ordinary monster. They wouldn't follow turn-based rules, taking turns to hit each other.
If one attack failed, it would definitely continue using other means.
Even if he activated his shield again, it could only block 3 attacks. The shield was strong, but if it was targeted for
continuous attacks, it would be ineffective. Shadow Teleport bought Han Chen a second of time, and Kakarot and Chi-Chi were the first to escape the water prison, charging towards the residual image of Wozeki. However, the residual image of Wozeki pushed its palms forward, and a massive torrent of water surged out, sweeping them hundreds of meters away into the water. Kakarot and the others could only paddle frantically, trying to swim back. However, Han Chen could no longer wait for them to return. He saw the residual image of Wozeki's eyes, shining with golden light, instantly shining down on Han Chen. Block, block, block. Miss minus 49,500 in an instant. Han Chen's just activated shield was completely consumed, and he quickly activated wind beneath his feet to rely on speed to evade the golden light. However, the golden light followed him closely, always shining steadily on Han Chen. Minus 49,500 miss minus 49,500. Minus 49,500 miss minus 19,600. Soon, Han Chen's health fell below half, automatically activating the 80% damage reduction of the Xuanwu leather armor. He quickly used the skill of the silver armor round shield, generating a shield equal to 50% of his maximum health, with an additional 80% damage reduction. However, the next moment his shield was directly broken. The golden light in Wozeki's eyes actually had a shield-breaking effect. Miss 19600. You have been killed. Please choose a resurrection location. It will automatically select in 5 seconds. Although various damage reductions and the evasion from the rabbit ear hat bought him a lot of time, Han Chen was still shot dead by the golden light in the eyes of the Wozeki Phantom. At the same time, Kakarot and the others also disappeared, forcibly returned to the beast pet space. Damn it! Han Chen was originally worried about whether Kakarot and the others could kill the Wozeki Phantom before the time in the Dharma realm ran out, but unexpectedly he was the one who couldn't hold on first. With so many trump cards, he was actually shot dead like this. The Wozeki Phantom's awareness was too strong. It directly knew their weaknesses, chose to control Kakarot and the others, and then killed him. It seemed that next he could only use his final trump card, Resurrection. Automatically use add-free card *1, Resurrect. In place at full status and increase basic attributes by 50%, lasting 300 seconds. The golden light shot out from the Wozeki Phantom's eyes again, and a ghostly light shot out from Han Chen's eyes as well. Shoot each other. Who's afraid of who? After resurrection, his maximum health increased by 50%. Originally, it took 4 to 5 seconds for the Wozeki Phantom to kill him with its eye technique, but this time he managed to last a full 7 seconds. He drank a blue potion, directly replenishing the life lost from death. As he kept shooting, Han Chen had a flash of inspiration. When he resurrected again, mana surged in his eyes, and he condensed a 3-meter-high prism in front of his body. The golden light shone on the prism, instantly splitting into 2 beams shooting out to the sides. I'm really a genius. Before he could be happy for 2 seconds, the Wozeki Phantom crushed the prism with a kick. Han Chen moved quickly, dodging the kick and arriving at the heel of the Wozeki Phantom's other foot, striking out with a whip. The Wozeki Phantom in the Dharma realm had a double defense of 800,000, with lightning body additional damage of 1,007,000, which should be able to break through the defense, but it seemed he also had damage reduction attributes. After thinking for a moment, Han Chen returned to directly in front of the Wozeki Phantom, voluntarily allowing it to kill him. Although he could run, the Wozeki Phantom couldn't catch him, but running wouldn't deal any damage, so he could only use the stored death. However, the stored death was calculated based on the health at the time of storage, and the health loss was far less than the death he was using now. Moreover, now he could keep resurrecting and using it, so there was no need to use the stock. He kept resurrecting and shooting for nearly 10 minutes when suddenly, the Wozeki Phantom shrank sharply and its health returned to full health. 200000000/200000000 workout. Han Chen never expected that the previous 10 minutes were all in vain. The maximum health he shot off during the Dharma realm had no effect on the normal Wozeki Phantom, and the remaining 1.5 billion health of the Dharma realm returned to normal size, directly inheriting 200 million health, turning into a full health state. 200 million is better than 1.5 billion. Han Chen comforted himself in his heart. Then, the golden light of the Wozeki Phantom shone on Han Chen again. Miss 4950-4950. Ha! Han Chen was taken aback. Previously, the lightning body reflected damage was all -0, but he quickly realized the damage and defense of the Wozeki Phantom after exiting the Dharma realm had sharply decreased, only 1/10 of what it was in the Dharma realm, and it no longer posed any threat to him. Similarly, this also meant that his attacks could completely break through its defense. Han Chen was overjoyed, swinging his whip and instantly rushing behind the Wozeki Phantom, striking down with a whip.
minus 96,301, critical hit, minus 625,204, lightning. This damage was much higher than death. At the same time, a green number rose above Han Shen's head. 3370-521-8821, with just one strike, Han Shen's health shot back to full from the golden light that had shot him. Without Jiqi's phantom turned and swept horizontally. Han Shen's whip had just been swung out, and he was directly hit before he could dodge. At the same time, without Jiqi's phantom was struck by electricity again. Is that it? The basic attack of without Jiqi's phantom couldn't even break Han Shen's defense. Han Shen realized he had completely overestimated the strength of without Jiqi's phantom and underestimated his own power with god-level equipment. He swung the two instruments whip, striking without Jiqi's phantom. When without Jiqi's phantom attempted to attack Han Shen again, Han Shen easily dodged with a quick sidestep. With his reaction speed and movement speed, this level of without Jiqi's phantom moved as if in slow motion. Moreover, without Jiqi's phantom's skills could be countered in advance by observing the casting motions. After half a minute of fighting, the summoning limit was lifted, and Han Shen summoned Kakarot and other monsters to launch a full-scale attack on without Jiqi's phantom. As without Jiqi's phantom continued to use water prison and water impact to restrict Kakarot and the others, Han Shen summoned 30 Longmar mates, equipping them with bows and arrows for ranged attacks. The dual defenses of the summoned beasts were much higher than his own, so he didn't have to worry about their safety at all. Then came 3 rounds of volleys. Without Jiqi's phantom fell straight down. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the legendary boss without Jiqi's phantom, level 40, earning 4,944,000 experience, plus 5 skill points, plus 1,000 reputation. Congratulations! You have reached level 40, earning 1 skill point and 5 free attribute points. System announcement: player Han Shen is the first to kill a legendary boss, rewarded with a choice of god-level equipment *1 plus 1 level, plus 10,000 reputation. Congratulations! You have received a choice of god-level equipment *1 plus 10,000 reputation. Your level has reached the limit. Level rewards will be automatically distributed after the second transfer. Update announcement: the game will undergo routine updates tonight from 23:30 to 5:30 the next day. Please arrange your time properly to avoid unnecessary losses. For specific update content, please explore on your own. At this moment, the entire Divine Realm was in an uproar. Wow, a choice of god-level equipment. I don't even have a single piece of epic equipment. It's so unfair. Legendary boss, I've never even seen one. I only know that golden level can slaughter 99.99% of players. How strong must a legendary level be? Golden level must drop legendary level equipment, so does that mean legendary boss must drop god level equipment? Very likely. According to Big V's speculation, Han Shen originally had 2 pieces of god level equipment. Isn't that 4 pieces now? Already this strong. Taking on a guild alone, how much stronger can he get? Insider news: Han Shen used a bug to defeat the boss, and this update will remove him, so everyone can play the game fairly in the future. Not many people cared about the game update. On forums and short videos, Han Shen was the real traffic magnet. I still can't avoid it. Lin Fan, who had been searching for the destined child of the demon race in Taoyuan town, sighed. It was hard to find during the day, and it would definitely be harder at night. In the remaining few hours, he was afraid he wouldn't find anything. Even if he did find it, going to the demon realm would take at least a day. Moreover, the demon race wouldn't just appear after the update tomorrow. After midnight tonight, the demon race would emerge. He also needed to log off to arrange a response plan, at least to ensure the safety of his city. Just then, the number of colors changed from 2 to 3. Han Shen, GM. Announcement: monsters will invade the mother planet at dawn. Please prepare accordingly. How dare he? Lin Fan was shocked. As a reborn person, he was always cautious, fearing the discovery of his identity as a reborn. Faced with unexpected consequences, he never expected Han Shen to directly leak what would happen in the future. He quickly sent Han Shen a voice call. How dare you? This world really has gods and rules. Aren't you afraid of bearing great karma? Are you not afraid of exposing the existence that brought us here? Afraid of a chicken feather? Han Shen's voice came through, exasperated. With your skills, who could you possibly hide from? With my abilities, it's even less likely to keep it under wraps. Have you never thought about the purpose of your rebirth? Do you think it's just for revenge? With your little grievances, do you really think you deserve it? You keep talking about saving the mother planet, yet now you're too scared to act, lacking any sense of the bigger picture. You've said it yourself, tonight's monsters are the weakest, yet they've caused the highest number of human deaths. You don't dare to save them? What's the point of your rebirth, you idiot? Han Shen abruptly ended the call, then excitedly reached to collect the spoils. He couldn't help but feel thrilled because among the spoils was a glowing orb radiating 7 colors. Automatic consumption advertisement exemption card *1, obtained Chaos Pearl, Super God, Purple Gold Crown, God, Soul Pearl, God *10. Han Shen frowned. The Chaos Pearl was clearly just a bead. What kind of profession has equipment that's just a bead? So this legendary boss was a waste of time again? He took out the Chaos Pearl to examine it, only to find that it wasn't a real bead, but a massive chaotic purple energy condensed together. Chaos Pearl, Super God, Type, Super Artifact, Offhand activates attributes.
When equipped. Offhand? What profession uses an offhand? It can't be a universal offhand, right? Han Chen tried to equip
the Chaos Pearl, and it worked immediately. The Chaos Pearl floated around his body. It's already a super god level equipment, of course, it wouldn't be restricted by any profession. Very reasonable.
Reasonable my ass. It's reasonable to the point of absurdity. Han Chen's mood shifted from doomsday to paradise in an instant.
He quickly checked the attributes of the Chaos Pearl. Chaos Pearl, Super God, Type, Super Artifact, Offhand Equipment Level 40 Health, 32,000 Mana, 16,000 Physical Defense, 6,000 Magical Defense, 6,000 Strength, 160 Intelligence, 160 Agility, 160 Spirit, 160 Constitution, 160 Chaotic Purple Energy.
Condenses 1 strand of chaotic purple energy per minute. Up to 3 strands can be accumulated. Each strand can lock onto a target to deal 3000% dual attack bonus. Chaotic damage. Chaotic damage cannot be evaded by any effects other than final damage reduction, but Super Artifact, Indestructible, equipment level will grow with the character. Final damage increases by 10%.
Bound to Han Chen. Han Chen rubbed his eyes, confirming he wasn't mistaken.
A 3000% dual attack bonus, 30 times damage, up to 3 strands, 90 times damage. And its dual attack bonus with tracking, so this is the true super artifact?
At the same time, Han Chen understood that his shield didn't actually block all damage, at least it couldn't block chaotic damage.
Then, Han Chen checked his own attributes. After reaching level 40, all his equipment automatically upgraded to level 40 and his attributes skyrocketed. ID, Han Chen, Title, First. Guild level 40 360-1148/300000000. Profession, Beast Tamer. First Order, Talents, Daily Progress, Heavily I, Beast God Health. 563550 Mana, 193222 Physical Attack, 310002 Magical Attack, 24415 Physical Defense, 72655 Magical Defense, 131454 Critical Hit Rate 40%. Movement Speed 10080 Strength, 1275 Intelligence, 520 Agility, 1000 Spirit, 1530 Constitution, 1045. After satisfiedly reviewing his attributes, Han Chen felt ready to attempt to conquer Peach Blossom Town. Then, his attention shifted back to the Heavenly Eye. After reaching level 40, his Heavenly Eye unlocked a new ability. Control, Command All Things. The new ability was Control, and as for its effect, it was simply summed up in 4 words. Han Chen took out a gold coin and tossed it. Then his eyes glimmered with magical energy, and the coin steadily hovered in the air. Under Han Chen's manipulation, it flew back and forth before finally returning to his hand. He checked his mana, which was still full, clearly indicating that the mana cost to control a single coin was lower than the recovery speed of his mana. It seemed that the mana consumption for control was not high, but the operational space was vast. He looked at the flowing water around him, and with a thought, a water dragon as thick as a bowl surged forth. However, after the dragon's head emerged, the body lost control and splashed down as water. Then, he didn't deliberately pursue the dragon's head, instead, he focused on controlling a water column, which stabilized much more. However, as soon as it reached the edge of his vision, its stability decreased significantly, and once it left his sight, it lost control. The speed of mana consumption also increased with the amount of water flow being controlled. Next came the experiment with aggression. When he tried to use the water flow to strike Kakarot, he found he couldn't even push Kakarot back a step. Perhaps it was because Kakarot was his ally. Therefore, he released a gibbon and then controlled the water flow to strike this gibbon. This time, he still couldn't push the gibbon back. He took a potion to restore his mana and tried again. This time, he controlled the water flow from a great distance, and the mana quickly drained as the water surged toward the gibbon at high speed. This time, the gibbon was directly knocked away by the water column, but it didn't cause any substantial damage. Next, Han Chen condensed a needle and quickly shot it toward the gibbon using control. The result was that the needle broke into several pieces, and the gibbon only received additional lightning damage from the Supreme Thunder body. Considering the gibbon's defense of over 200,000, Han Chen felt that this experiment did not prove that control lacked damage capability. Even if he used the 2 instruments whip himself, he could only barely break through its defense. Right, since I can control the needle, there's no reason I can't control the 2 instruments whip. With a thought, Han Chen sent the 2 instruments whip flying out, striking the gibbon, but it still didn't break through its defense. Moreover, the force of the strike was soft and weak, clearly indicating that he hadn't mastered the strength. An angle, after all, it wasn't a real hand strike. After trying for a while, he finally managed to control the whip to strike. As for the effect of the strikes, it still didn't break through the defense. He would have to wait until he went out to test it on ordinary wild monsters. If the damage was fine, it would mean that there was no problem with the remote control of the weapon. It couldn't be said to be a problem.
Han Shan looked at the two instruments whip caught in the gibbon's hand, feeling speechless. The force generated by control was clearly not as strong as that of the gibbon.
A weapon in a player's hand would never be taken
away, but once it left the player's grasp, it was a different story.
Kakarot, Han Shan commanded, and Kakarot charged out, pinning the gibbon to the ground and rubbing it.
After reclaiming the two instruments' whip, Han Shan attempted to use it for taming. He saw his mana directly deducted by 60, and then the two instruments' whip raised up. Han Shan was delighted, it really worked. Skill use failed. Han Shan had never encountered a situation where skill use failed, only taming failures.
Han Shan then tried to use the whirlwind whip.
Again, the mana was normally deducted, but this time it failed right from the start, without the whip
even beginning to shake. Skill use failed. Han Shan directly used trace to check the failure prompt.
Failure reason, incorrect. Skill guidance and manual casting mode. Han Shan understood each word, but together they left him a bit confused.
Manual casting?
But he was using the intelligent casting mode. Han Shan opened the settings, and to his surprise, the casting mode had changed to
semi-intelligent casting.
He switched it back to intelligent casting, then waited for the taming cooldown before trying to tame.
Again. Skill use failed. Failure reason, skill guidance error in manual casting mode.
Han Shan opened the settings again, and, sure enough, the casting mode had changed back to semi-intelligent casting. This time, Han Shan roughly guessed what was going on. Only when the whip was in his hand and he used the skill according to the rules could it be considered intelligent casting.
If he
forcibly used control to cast the skill, it would automatically switch to semi-intelligent casting.
When using skills normally, it
was intelligent, but when using control, it was manual casting. Once the taming skill cooled down again, Han Shan started recording,
holding the two instruments whip, and used the taming skill.
This time, it succeeded directly.
Han Shan checked the recording and
then used control to manipulate the two instruments' whip, simulating the motion trajectory of the whip during normal taming. This simulation took over half an hour, and Han Shan gradually got the hang of it, using the two instruments' whip to strike at the long-armed gibbon meant for release. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed the long-armed gibbon.
Automatic consumption. It worked. Ha ha ha, I did it. Han Shan was overjoyed but immediately looked at the skill bar.
Unfortunately, the manual casting skill still had a cooldown, which was to be expected. If the manual casting skill had no cooldown, then Lin Fan, who had been using manual
casting mode all along, would have been incredibly powerful.
Subsequently, Han Shan tried practicing the whirlwind whip.
The skill
introduction for the whirlwind whip included instructions on the casting technique. When swinging the whip, the wrist had to shake violently
to create a whirlwind.
Shaking violently was no simple task.
Han Shan first used intelligent casting to execute the whirlwind whip once, then practiced according to the video.
Once he mastered it, he would have a long-range crowd control skill.
However, the difficulty
of the whirlwind whip far exceeded Han Shan's expectations. The trajectory of the whip looked exactly like the one in the video, but he had never truly succeeded in releasing it. Remembering the failure mechanism that judged his skill use as a failure at the beginning, Han Shan directly used the whirlwind whip and then controlled the two instruments' whip to cast the skill. As a result, it was judged as a failure right from the start again.
Does it require the shaking to be exactly the same every time?
Failure reason, skill guidance. Error in manual casting mode. During the skill guidance process, the amplitude of the first shake was too large. I'm not practicing
anymore. Han Shan decisively gave up on manually using the whirlwind whip.
The amplitude of each shake had its own significance, and the
frequency and number of shakes surely mattered too. This was not something a person could practice. It was better to stick to using the hand to cast.
Moreover, he was a beast tamer, not a combat profession relying on himself, so practicing these skills was meaningless. It would be better to go back and practice techniques with Yao Yao. Han Shan looked around the Crystal Palace, his eyes filled with
magical energy.
Ruined Crystal Palace unowned, architectural complex, not an alternate space, water avoidance array, defense barrier. Seeing that it was not an alternate space, Han Shan felt a wave of disappointment. Furthermore, up until now, there had been no prompts for clearing a dungeon, so it was very likely that this was not a dungeon but a real Crystal Palace existing at the bottom of the lake.
The Crystal Palace dungeon
mentioned in the information was probably created based on this ruined Crystal Palace as a template. As for the purpose, he couldn't be bothered to think about it. Anyway, he had already breached the real Crystal Palace.
Moreover, if it were a dungeon, there probably wouldn't be any legendary level
bosses, and he wouldn't be able to obtain a Chaos Pearl, such as super divine level equipment. What he should be thinking about now was how to get out and
how to come back in later.
Remembering how Kakarot and the others were swept away by the water for hundreds of meters, Han Shan directly instructed
Kakarot to enter the water and swim upwards.
Kakarot swam upwards for several hundred meters, and as he imagined, he was not restricted by the barrier. However, when Kakarot tried to swim downwards, he ended up swimming to the bottom of the lake several hundred meters away.
Han Shan summoned Kakarot back to his side.
Master, after I swam up and looked down, there was only the lake bottom. I returned the same way, but I directly bumped into the lake.
Bottom and still couldn't see you, Kakarot said.
Han Shen used his heavenly eye to investigate again and indeed saw that the area inside the defense
barrier contained a maze array. Let's go find the old turtle.
Since the old turtle was able to bring him in, it made sense to go directly to him. However, when Han Shen returned to the surface of the lake, there was no sign of the old turtle, only a lonely fishing boat left behind.
Ha, that old turtle.
Han Shen quickly understood. The old turtle probably never believed him and had already fled for his life.
Forget him. Han Shen possessed the
Thunder Realm and didn't think much of the Crystal Palace. It was just something he had fantasized about living in underwater after watching Journey
to the West as a child. If he wanted, he could easily build a crystal palace in the Thunder Realm as well. He then took out a return scroll, preparing
to go back to Taoyuan Town to find the beast-taming mentor, Wayne, to accept the second job transfer quest. Just then, a sudden roar of rushing water
and loud shouts came from nearby.
Splash splash splash, old turtle, you can't escape. How dare you hide in Giant Stone Town so openly? You must be tired of living. Following the sound, Han Shen saw a gigantic turtle, about 5 meters wide, rapidly approaching, carrying 4 or 5 people on
its back, of all ages. It was the old turtle. Han Shen recognized it immediately.
Behind the old turtle, 2 figures were walking on the water, their faces obscured in the night, but it was clear they were there to hunt down the old turtle. Just as they were about to collide with the fishing boat, a protective shield suddenly lit up around the old turtle, shielding the people on its back, and then it dove down sharply, a flash of blue light, and the old turtle disappeared from sight. Remembering the blue light when he entered the Crystal Palace, Han Shen figured the old turtle must have escaped.
Inside, he interrupted his return to the city. He wanted to see if the old turtle was in danger, and if so, he would definitely step in to help. After all, the danger the old turtle faced this time was likely due to him. If he hadn't scared the old turtle, perhaps the situation wouldn't have arisen. As Han Shen pondered, the 2 pursuers landed on the deck of the boat.
Han Shen finally got a clear look at them. They were 2 burly men with bushy beards, almost identical in appearance, demeanor, and clothing, likely a pair of twins.
Kang Qiushi, level 55, leader of Giant Stone Town. Kang Qiu-wei,
level 55, deputy leader of Giant Stone Town. At this moment, Kang Qiushi and Kang Qiu-wei exchanged glances and then jumped into the water together. Han Shen, however, was not in a hurry. After exiting the Crystal Palace, he returned to the center of the lake on the boat to see if he could re-enter the Crystal Palace, but it turned out he couldn't. Likely only the old turtle could open the entrance. However, unexpectedly, a flash of blue light appeared beneath the lake, and when Han Shen activated his heavenly eye to observe, he could no longer see Kang Qiushi and Kang Qiu-wei. That old turtle is too careless. He didn't close the entrance. Han Shen quickly leaped down, and amidst the flashing blue light, he found himself back in the
Crystal Palace.
He then hurried forward. Before long, he arrived in the main hall of the Crystal Palace, the very spot where the remnants of Wu Zhiqi
once stood.
Old turtle, I didn't expect you to have your old lair at the bottom of this lake. With such a good place to live, who would believe you were
just trying to settle down in town?
Exactly. Tell us your true intentions and hand over the formation key to us, and we can give you a quick end. Kang Qiushi and Kang Qiu-wei, wielding double hammers, blocked the old turtle from both sides. The old turtle, however, ignored them, repeatedly
muttering 3 words, impossible, impossible. Han Shen now understood. The old turtle had clearly let the 2 in on purpose, intending to use the
remnants of Wu Zhiqi against them, but now the remnants had already been destroyed by Han Shen.
Big brother, this old turtle's mind has gone dull. He can't understand human speech. Let's just kill him, and we'll naturally obtain the key, Kang Qiu-wei shouted.
Hearing this, Kang Qiushi leaped up, and
Kang Qiu-wei followed suit, both swinging their double hammers down at the old turtle.
Seeing this, Han Shen quickly summoned 2 strands of chaotic purple energy to shoot towards the 2 men. Kang Qiushi and Kang Qiu-wei had originally noticed Han Shen following them, thinking he was just an ordinary
person trying to earn rewards, so they didn't pay much attention.
Unexpectedly, this person suddenly made a move, and they felt an astonishing energy from the purple aura, which would either kill or injure them if they took it head-on.
Their actions were synchronized. They immediately abandoned their
attack on the old tortoise and threw a hammer to meet the incoming purple energy. However, the purple aura directly pierced through the iron hammer,
its might undiminished.
The 2 were taken aback, quickly swinging their remaining hammer to raise a golden shield around their bodies. Yet, to their horror, the purple energy penetrated their golden shield and shot into their chests.
Puff puff -27087797 critical hit -27087797 critical hit. The
chaotic purple energy seemed to lightly settle on their chests without any force or wounds, yet it directly took away 2/3 of their health. Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood, and the golden shield around them instantly dissipated, causing them to fall straight down.
Old tortoise, are you just giving up resistance? What about your family? Han Shen frowned.
The old tortoise was also stunned by the sudden turn of events, but seeing the 2 powerful pursuers injured, he couldn't afford to think and rushed towards the source of the voice.
Senior, save me. Is it you? You're not dead?
The old tortoise stared wide-eyed at Han Shen, his large eyes filled with confusion. He had regretted throwing Han Shen in earlier, not out of kindness, but because the Waziki statue was too strong and could easily kill Han Shen, which would lead to his immediate resurrection in the town. After resurrecting, he would definitely report him, meaning he had shot himself in the foot. So he became more anxious, and in his haste, he exposed his turtle foot, which was discovered by the leader of the giant stone town, leading to his pursuit. Although he was fast in the water, he was old and had low stamina, and it was only a matter of time before he was caught. He intended to lead the two here to let the Waziki statue deal with them, but unexpectedly, the Waziki statue had vanished. Just when he thought he was doomed, Han Shen appeared again and struck the two leaders, causing them to spit blood. Was this really an extraordinary person? He had never seen such a powerful extraordinary being, and judging by the current situation, this person truly did not intend to harm him. Since he wasn't trying to harm him, then the terrible situation he was in was entirely of his own making. Oh no! I regret it so much. The old tortoise's body suddenly shrank, transforming into the appearance of an old man, collapsing onto the ground, his hands repeatedly slapping the ground. The house I worked so hard to buy is gone just like that. I can't go back to the town, and my grandson can't go to school. My life is so miserable. Next to the old tortoise, two children around 5 or 6 years old also began to cry loudly. The old woman, holding a cane, jabbed at the old tortoise, scolding him as she did so. I told you it would be fine, and now look, you old fool, you've harmed the whole family. A middle-aged man quickly pulled the old woman back, advising, Mother, you can't blame father, he was thinking of our safety. The middle-aged woman also joined in comforting the old tortoise and the old woman. Han Shen wanted to intervene as well, but his attention was immediately drawn to Kong Chio Shi and Kong Chio Wei. He saw that the two had somehow stood together, radiating an astonishing heat that made the surrounding damp space seem to warp. Kid, I don't care who you are, retreat now and pretend nothing happened, or don't blame us for being rude. Kong Chio Shi and Kong Chio Wei said in unison. Kong Chio Shi, level 60, temporary. Kong Chio Wei, level 60, temporary. Oh, is this a martial soul fusion technique? Han Chen asked with a smile. Fusion technique? That's about the gist of it, the two replied simultaneously. Han Chen shook his head, very good, but unfortunately, still not enough. Kakarot, just don't kill them. Kakarot waved the ancient wooden staff and looked at the two. As another demon appeared, the two became even more vigilant, for they could sense that the strength of the ape demon before them was several times greater than that of the otherworldly being. They exchanged a glance and then suddenly turned to rush out of the Crystal Palace. We can't let them escape. The old tortoise, who had been wailing just moments ago, suddenly became anxious. A surge of demonic energy struck the protective array, and instantly a shield appeared, enveloping the Crystal Palace. Kong Chioshi and Kong Chio Wei were also blocked by the shield, unable to escape. Old tortoise, your demonic energy is pure. If you kill us, your efforts will be in vain. Kong Chioshi shouted. Oh? Han Shen's smile vanished. Since you know he has never killed anyone, why are you still pursuing him relentlessly? Han Shen had initially thought that the two were unaware of the truth, which was why they were hunting the old tortoise. Why let him go? A demon is a demon. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts, Kong Chio Wei said without hesitation. Kong Chioshi continued. As for you, although you are an otherworldly being, you are still of the human race. To collude with demons makes you a disgrace to humanity. A traitor. Sigh, isn't it good to be alive? Han Shen sighed. He had wanted to argue with them, hoping they would show some leniency towards the old tortoise, or at least turn a blind eye. At the very least, he could take the old tortoise's family away. However, they had directly labeled him, and he despised such unreasonable people who casually put labels on others. Kakarot, sigh. Han Shen's words were on the tip of his tongue, but he sighed again. If he were also unreasonable and killed indiscriminately, how would that be any different from them? Let me give you one more chance. Kong Chio Wei was overjoyed. This otherworldly being, with his elegant demeanor, was indeed a gentleman. He was deliberately trying to pressure Han Shen with righteousness. He remembered what the town mayor had told him, a gentleman can be deceived with virtue. Young master, you look like a man of justice, how can you shut up? Han Shen said unhappily, and Kong Chio Wei obediently closed his mouth. One could deceive, but not to an excessive degree. This was also taught by the town mayor. But if they weren't allowed to speak, how could they fight for this opportunity? Kong Chio Wei was somewhat puzzled, and then he saw Han Shen staring directly at them, his eyes flickering with a strange light, making him feel inexplicably exposed. Alright, just kill them all, Han Shen said coldly, his eyes dimming. Young master, you said you would give us a chance. Kong Chio Wei quickly replied. You can't. Go back on your word, Kong Chioshi also hurriedly added. Kakarot, however, gave them no chance to continue speaking and swung his staff. Bang-11550675. Kong Chioshi used his hammer to block, but the disparity in their attack power was too great. His hammer was struck against his chest, sending him flying. Their previous secret technique had raised their levels to 60, and their health had increased to 60 million and was fully restored, but Kakarot's casual swing knocked off over 10 million of his health. Ah! Kang Xiaowei saw his brother being sent flying and roared as he charged at Kakarot, but his large hammer was easily blocked by Kakarot and then sent flying.
Benefactor, why not just let them go?
Seeing Kakarot take action and overpower Kang Xiaoxi and Kang Xiaowei, the old tortoise became conflicted. Although he had been the one to suggest killing earlier and activated the array, he had lived a life of kindness, and at this moment he couldn't bear to see anyone killed because of him.
Please give them another chance.
Old tortoise, don't feel burdened, Han Shen said with a gloomy face. You may not have killed anyone as a demon, but they, as humans, have wasted their humanity. You don't know, at just 9 years old, they brutally tortured the neighbor's child, and by 10, they had molested 2 little girls from the neighboring village.
Fearing exposure, they buried them alive.
The number of wronged souls that have died at their hands is countless, yet such people have lived comfortably until now, above others, in luxury and wealth.
How unjust it is. Ah!
The middle-aged woman rushed to Han Shen. Are the 2 little
girls you mentioned the second and third daughters of the Lu family from Shiping Village?
Han Shen nodded. He indeed saw that they were called Lu,
Daya and Lu area. Could this woman also be from Shiping Village?
But when he looked at her name, he understood. She had no name, just called Lu, but her
nickname was Daya, so Arya and Sanya were likely her younger sisters. Ah! Ah!
Lu broke down in tears, howling like a beast as she charged towards Kang Xiaoxi and Kang Xiaowei, but was quickly stopped by the old tortoise and the middle-aged man. Lu was just an ordinary person. If she rushed over, she would surely be killed instantly.
Daughter-in-law,
don't be impulsive. The benefactor will avenge you.
Yes, wife, they cannot escape today. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Han Shen listened to their words in silence. Is delayed justice still justice? If it weren't for
him, these 2 would live a life of wealth and comfort, enjoying their old age until they passed away.
So, is justice delayed or absent? So those 2 little beauties are your sisters? If you hadn't mentioned it, we would have forgotten. Now that I think about it, what a beautiful memory. Ha ha ha. Ah.
They were not far away, and Kang Xiaoxi naturally heard their words. Since they were all going to die anyway, he decided to provoke Lu further.
Kakarot
then struck Kang Xiaoxi again, sending him flying, and instantly teleported to follow up with another hit.
Congratulations, you have successfully killed the golden level boss Kang Xiaoxi, level 55, gaining 115360 experience, reputation plus 100. The mayor of Giant Stone Town, Ma Jin, has learned of your killing of the leader Kang Xiaoxi, and your favorability has dropped to minus 100. Hostile, all mayor's favorability towards you is decreased by 20. What the hell? Group favorability? Han Shan looked at the prompt in surprise. Would he become the public enemy of the entire town? You all won't have it easy either. Kang Xiaowei suddenly shouted, snapping Han Shen back to reality.
He saw 2 iron hammers thrown by Kang Xiaowei flying towards
Lu and the others.
The old tortoise, seeing this, turned his back to the double hammers, transforming his shell to protect Lu and the others in front of him, looking ready to face death.
Why not pull them away?
Han Shen was somewhat speechless but still used control to push the double hammers off their original path. Although the old tortoise had very high health, at his age, it was possible that these 2 hammers wouldn't take much health from him, but they could very well take away his lifespan. Just then, Kang Xiaowei suddenly appeared above Lu and the others, and the double hammers quickly flew into his hands. However, before he could strike down, a wisp of chaotic purple energy entered his chest. -27087797 critical hit. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the golden level boss Kang Xiaowei, level 55, gaining 115360 experience, reputation plus 100. The mayor of Giant Stone Town, Ma Jin, has learned of your killing of the deputy leader Kang Xiaowei, and your favorability has dropped to minus 200. Deep hatred. All mayor's favorability towards you has decreased by 20. Warning, the mayor of Giant Stone Town, Ma Jin, has listed you as a hostile target. All NPCs in
Giant Stone Town may attack you. At that moment, Han Shen sensed that the Xinyao apple was sending urgent emotions. It was Yao Yao calling him. If it weren't a critical moment, Yao Yao definitely wouldn't be this anxious. Han Shen did not answer the phone.
Instead, he took out the demon suppression
tower and, amidst the terrified expression of the old turtle, collected them all inside.
He then looked at the corpse of Kang Xiaowei. Although he was human, Kang Xiaowei and Kang Xiaoxi still dropped light orbs like a boss. However, neither of them had a golden light orb among their drops, only one
purple, one green, and one white.
Han Shen curiously reached out to touch the loot.
Automatically consumed ad-free card *1, obtained purple gold double.
Hammer, legendary, body refinement technique, fine, 12 silver coins.
Han Shen glanced at Kang Xiaowei.
At this moment his corpse had not disappeared, but the double hammer was no longer there.
Could it be that killing a human NPC means obtaining the items they carry? That seems quite reasonable.
He then approached Kang Xiaoxi's corpse, and sure enough, the double hammer was also missing. Through the light orb, he could vaguely see a
mini version of the small hammer inside the purple light orb. This confirmed Han Shen's thoughts. Human bosses drop the items they have on them. If they only have epic level equipment, they drop epic level equipment. Similarly, even if a low-level NPC has divine level items, they should also drop divine level items directly.
Automatically consumed ad-free card *1, obtained purple gold double hammer, legendary, body refinement technique fine, 14.
Silver coins.
The drops from Kong Choshi were as meager as those from Kong Choei, but thinking about it, it made sense. Who would carry all their wealth
on them? Han Shen didn't care about the legendary equipment and directly tossed it into the guild warehouse.
What he was more curious about was the
fine level body refinement technique.
Body refinement technique fine, type E technique, consumable cultivation requirements, class second transition. Strength 105, Constitution 120, Agility 98 effect. Each cultivation increases 5 points in Constitution, Strength, and Agility, with a maximum of 500. In Constitution, Strength, and Agility note, only one technique can be learned.
Cultivating a new technique will automatically forget the previously learned technique, and the original technique bonuses will be cleared. Oh, so this is how players use techniques. Since cultivating a new technique
allows one to forget the previously learned technique, Han Shen had no concerns and directly chose to cultivate.
Insufficient cultivation requirements. Need class second transition. Exit watch ad to cultivate. Immediately watch the ad. Automatically consumed ad-free card *1, successfully cultivated. Body refinement technique fine. Next, let's see how to refine the body. Just as Han Shen was about to attempt body refinement, a deafening roar suddenly echoed, accompanied by violent tremors. Immediately after, he saw a large hole open up in the protective array of the Crystal Palace, with lake water rushing into the palace. Bang! Before Han Shen could react, he was struck by a tremendous force and sent flying. Before he hit the ground, a figure flashed beneath him, and his back took a heavy blow, sending him flying again. Soon after, he felt another heavy impact on his back, and by the time he landed, he was already a corpse. Han Shen chose to resurrect immediately and then activated his shield. Bang! This time, the attack was blocked, and he finally saw who was attacking him. It was a 3-meter-tall humanoid stone statue wielding a stone sword. Giant Stone Town Guardian. Statue controller, Giant Stone Town Guardian, level 79. Wait, they have done many evil deeds and even want to harm the benevolent demons. As the guardian of Giant Stone Town, and also a benevolent demon, you should support me, Han Shen hurriedly said. The guardian statue stopped and looked at Han Shen. Being a stone statue, it had no expression, and Han Shen could not discern its thoughts at all. However, if it chose to attack again, he would immediately return to the Thunder Realm. As his own alternate space, there were no restrictions on disengaging from battle, which was also why he was not in a hurry to leave despite receiving warnings from Yao Yao. He had previously suspected that the impending threat would come from the Guardian of Giant Stone Town, which was why he deliberately waited for the Guardian to come, wanting to explore more secrets of the Guardians, for example, whether they are all kind-hearted, and their attitude towards the demon race, etc. I am the Guardian of Giant Stone Town, not the Guardian of the demon race. Anyone who threatens the safety of Giant Stone Town is my enemy. A cold, indifferent male voice rang out. Before Han Shen could say anything further, the stone sword in the guardian statue's hand flew out, pointing directly at Han Shen, clearly indicating its stance. Han Shen no longer wasted words. His figure flickered and he disappeared, returning to the Thunder Realm. Han Shen, are you okay? After connecting the apple to the pineapple, Yao's image appeared beside Han Shen, worriedly circling around him to check. I'm a player, the worst that can happen is death, I won't get hurt. Han Shen laughed. Yao paused, it seems so. I sent a signal before and you didn't respond. I thought something happened to you. I can't possibly get into trouble. Han Shen chuckled, then became serious. I killed 2 leaders of Giant Stone Town. Did you receive the news? Yao nodded, still shaken. That's strange. Over the years, so many leaders of Peach Blossom Town have died, and nothing like this has happened. Moreover, I even felt a sense of disgust towards you at that moment. It's terrifying. Hearing this, Han Shen was also taken aback. Such a thing exists. This was just about killing the leaders of Giant Stone Town. If he were to kill the leaders and the town of Peach Blossom, would Yao lose control and attack him directly? Perhaps the constraints of being a guardian were greater than they imagined. However, the more it was like this, the stronger Yao's desire to break free from her guardian identity became. Yao, I'm planning to make a move tomorrow, Han Shen said directly. He was now completely unafraid of the town's leader and deputy leader. As for the town mayor, he was only level 60. Previously, Kong Qiushi and Kong Qiuwei had also temporarily leveled up to 60, which still posed no threat to him. Since his strength was sufficient, there was no need to wait any longer. It was time to act to avoid prolonged uncertainty. Really? Yao exclaimed in delight. That's great. But then she quickly added, before you strike, lock me in the demon tower, otherwise, I might lose control and attack you. If it had been before, she wouldn't have had this concern, but tonight's situation was too strange to take chances. Han Shen nodded. He also had this concern.
Rather than face unpredictable events, it was better to be cautious and let
Yao Yao stay in the demon tower for a while.
Looking at the time, it was already 8 in the evening.
Han Chen returned to Peach Blossom Town to find Wayne. What are you knocking for? Come back tomorrow.
As soon as Han Chen knocked on the door, Wayne's impatient voice came from inside.
You dropped your gold coins, Han Chen shouted. Bang!
The door suddenly swung open, and Han Chen was pulled inside.
Ha ha ha! Wayne exclaimed joyfully. It's
been so long since I last saw you, I've missed you to death.
You probably missed the gold coins more than me, Han Chen scoffed. With his thoughts exposed, Wayne wasn't angry, he chuckled instead.
But as he laughed, the smile on his face froze, revealing a look of disbelief.
You're level 40? In just over 10 days, you've reached level 40. How did you do it? That's incredible. What do you think I came to find you for? Han Chen laughed. I'm in a hurry, so hurry up.
Saying this, Han Chen directly piled gold coins on the table.
This. Wayne showed a troubled expression. I can't
really interfere with your second job change. You have to rely on yourself.
I can only tell you that your opponent will be yourself. Alright, let's start now. I'm in a hurry, Han Chen said nonchalantly.
Seeing Wayne still hesitating, he added, you can keep the gold coins. There's no reason to take
them back. Besides, forget it, let's just distribute the tasks first. Han Chen originally wanted to remind Wayne that no matter what happens tomorrow,
he should not get involved.
However, saying that could easily raise suspicions, so he chose to remain silent. After all, they had only met twice and
were not very familiar.
Alright, task triggered, Beast Tamer second job change. Do you accept? Accept. Successfully accepted task. Beast Tamer. Second job change task requirement. Defeat your inner demon, 0/1, inner demon? What is that? Is it the kind of inner demon I imagine? Han Chen was very confused. Where was he supposed to find his inner demon?
But before he could ask Wayne, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed, and he
found himself in an open area.
From the sun in the sky, it seemed this was a temporary dungeon.
Suddenly, a player appeared in the open area ahead, looking exactly like him, wearing the same outfit and holding 2 yin-yang whips.
So it's not the kind of inner demon I imagined, but a copy of me.
Could he also have the heavenly eye?
Han Chen was taken aback and, without thinking to use death, quickly shadow teleported to hide behind a rock. Using death and 3 strands of chaotic purple energy simultaneously, then instantly shrinking behind the stone. Death completely ignores the scene. Whether it's a safe zone or a guild war map, this kind of dungeon naturally couldn't restrict death. If he were to have his health reduced to 1 point by his inner demon's death, he would have nowhere to cry. Successfully defeated the smiling inner demon. January 1st, task, Beast Tamer second job change completed. Before Han Chen could react, he found himself back in Wayne's room.
Ha! Finished so quickly? Wayne exclaimed. According to his
understanding, this should have been a very prolonged battle. 2 beast tamers with identical attribute skills and pets would compete in pet control and
understanding of countering relationships. By the end, it was likely that only the 2 would be left whipping at each other, and it should take at least 10 minutes to finish. How could it end in less than 10 seconds?
Han Chen felt very exhilarated, his heart racing.
Fortunately, he reacted quickly.
If he had been a moment slower, it might have been him who died. Not only could he have died, but he could have also been incapacitated by his inner
demon.
Luckily, this inner demon looked very dull. It didn't even know how to use death or the chaotic purple energy.
Otherwise, he would have definitely
been killed, as he himself had been stunned for 2 seconds at the start.
Wayne, does this inner demon copy equipment skills and divine talents? 2. Han Chen asked. Of course, except it doesn't have your thoughts, everything else is the same, even the pets. Wayne confirmed. By the way, how did you finish so quickly? Han Chen felt fortunate again but soon became dissatisfied, saying, what do you mean I finished quickly? It's the dungeon that finished quickly, not me. My mistake, my mistake.
Wayne quickly apologized and then settled the task for Han Chen.
Golden light flashed twice around Han Chen. Congratulations.
You have successfully changed to Beast Tamer, second job, gaining plus 60% health, plus 40% physical attack, and plus 40% physical
defense. Congratulations. You have reached level 41, gaining 1 skill point and 8 free attribute points. Ha, is that it? Didn't Lin Fan say the increase was huge?
Han Chen checked his stats. He had only gained over 80,000 health, 20,000 physical attack, and 10,000 physical defense. While the increase was not small, it certainly couldn't be considered large. However, thinking that he needed to change jobs to level up, these were essentially free bonuses which balanced his feelings. In fact, it all boiled down to the fact that his bonuses were too many. For an ordinary person, these bonuses would already be remarkable. What he didn't know was that the bonuses for ordinary jobs were actually only about half of those for hidden jobs. Here, these are the skills unlocked by the second job change, 1 ordinary and 1 advanced. Both are yours. Wayne took out 2 skill books and handed
them to Han Chen.
Han Chen was not polite and directly accepted the skill books. Skill book, Bandage Wounds. Skill book, Protect Master.
Han,
Chen immediately learned both skill books and leveled them up to max bandage wounds. Max immediately restores 50% of the designated pet's maximum health, then restores 2% of the maximum health every second, lasts for 30 seconds, mana cost 500, cooldown 30 seconds.
Protect Master, Max, when
receiving fatal damage, the nearest pet to you will bear all the damage you receive for this instance and for the next 30 seconds. The pet's death effect disappears, mana cost 600, cooldown 300 seconds.
Good. Han Shen was very satisfied with this skill. This Protect Master was equivalent to invincibility for him, right? His biggest flaw now was being killed himself, causing his pet to disappear, and being unable to summon it for 30 seconds. With Protect Master, he could avoid accidental death, and bandage wounds could prevent the pet that bore damage for him from dying unexpectedly. The pet helped him withstand damage, and he helped the pet recover health, a perfect synergy leading to invincibility. Closing the skill panel, Han Shan left the small house and soon arrived at the teleportation array. Next, he needed to get the skill book. That was a legendary skill, and once obtained, it was highly likely to be a divine skill. After all, Xiling was merely a legendary skill. Just how overpowered could a divine skill be? With a divine skill in hand, his chances of taking down Taoyuan town would be even greater. Han Xian Di. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside the teleportation array. It was none other than the mayor of Taoyuan town, Jia Kong. Han Shen was secretly startled with his reaction speed. He hadn't even seen how Jia Tsong appeared. Could it be that Jia Tsong's strength was not as simple as it seemed? Mana flowed in Han Shen's eyes, and he soon relaxed, realizing through trace that Jia Tsong had used the mayor's order to locate him and then teleported to his side. The location tracking and teleportation of the mayor's order were limited to within the town, and teleportation also had a cooldown time of up to 5 minutes. Mayor of Taoyuan town. Jia Tsong, level 60, golden level lord boss attitude, friendly health 546,000,000 physical attack, 483,000 magical attack, 233,500 physical defense, 256,000 magical defense, 188,000 final damage increase, 25% final damage reduction, 25% skills, invincible body, heavenly punishment fury, sword of judgment, expulsion order, guard summon, united against the enemy, thorn aura, guard motivation, evasion assault, endless arrow rain, fight to survive, magic shield. The last time Han Shen saw Jia Tsong, he was only in his 20s and not strong enough to see Jia Tsong's attributes clearly. Now he was more than capable. Seeing Jia Tsong's attributes, Han Shen was still very surprised. His attributes are so much higher than those of the brothers Kongqiu Shi at level 60, even more luxurious than Wu Zhiqi's residual image. Jia Tsong's health was nearly 3 times that of Wu Zhiqi's residual image, his physical attack was nearly 5 times, and his defense was more than double that of Wu Zhiqi's residual image, which was completely beyond his expectations. However, despite these luxurious attributes, he was still beatable, especially since he had now learned 2 very practical skills. Why not take advantage of the fact that no one is around and teleportation is on cooldown to deal with him directly? This thought suddenly crossed Han Shen's mind, but he quickly suppressed the urge to act. There was no rush to strike now. He would wait until he got the skill book, then put away Yao Yao, and then it wouldn't be too late to act. So, a smile appeared on Han Shen's face. Brother Jia, you're still up so late. What brings you to me? Jia Tsong also wore a beaming smile. Isn't Xian Di also not resting? You've accomplished something big in Jushi town. Indeed, I cleared out 2 scoundrels in Jushi town. Is Brother Jia planning to stand up for them? Han Shen's gaze was piercing as he stared at Jia Kong. Not at all. Jia Tsong smiled and said, I know that my virtuous brother is not someone who would kill innocents indiscriminately. Since they are dead, it must be because they deserved it. I will definitely stand by your side. Han Shen felt a bit moved. It was hard not to be touched by such unconditional trust. His tone also softened. So what brings you here this time, Brother Jia? I am the mayor of Taoyuan town. How could I possibly miss the news of my virtuous brother's first-second transition? Such a joyous occasion deserves a celebration. This small breakthrough isn't worth celebrating, and besides, I have other matters to attend to. If I succeed, we can celebrate then. Han Shan replied with a smile. Jia Tsong looked at Han Shen with admiration. My virtuous brother is neither arrogant nor impatient, truly a model for me. In that case, I wish you great success, and when the time comes, I will host a celebration banquet for you. Han Shen nodded, looking at Jia Tsong with a complex expression. If he succeeded, Jia Tsong probably wouldn't be in the mood to celebrate. Seeing Han Shen's expression, Jia Tsong felt a surge of joy. He often saw this kind of expression, which meant Han Shen had been moved by his sincerity. When the celebration banquet came, he could give Han Shen another strong push, even if it meant leading him into fire and water. He estimated Han Shen wouldn't frown. The strongest extraordinary person would undoubtedly become his greatest support. Alright, I'll come find you tomorrow, and then you can host a celebration banquet for me. Han Shen nodded heavily. He didn't know Jia Tsong's true intentions, but judging by actions,
Rather than hearts, he couldn't determine someone is bad just because of another's goodness. If a person lived their life strictly and acted with integrity, then they were a gentleman. Therefore, Han Chen decided to let Jia Tsong off the hook. After all, what he wanted was merely to give Yao Yao freedom, without restrictions, and he had no deep-seated hatred against Jia Kong. As for whether letting Jia Tsong go could pose a threat to them, Han Chen had thought about it but quickly dismissed it. If Jia Tsong couldn't pose a threat now, then in the future, when he became stronger, he would certainly be even less of a threat. After bidding farewell to Jia Tsong, Han Chen arrived at Shernan town. He was still trying to find his bearings when he keenly heard a series of piercing sounds approaching. He immediately sensed something was off, as this commotion didn't seem like something players could create. Refocusing his attention, he saw a large number of NPCs surrounding him, and in the brightest spot stood a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothing. Shernan Town Mayor Mayin, level 60, goodness, Majin and Mayin, it's obvious they are two brothers.
Jusher Town, Shernan Town, could it be that they are the neighboring town? Two brothers serving as town mayors certainly shows some skill. Mayin coldly looked at Han Chen. You are.
Whoosh! Han Chen didn't listen to what Mayin was saying at all. He directly used shadow teleportation and then activated his speed to make a swift escape. There was no need to listen to a dog barking. The best strategy was to run while they were still reacting.
Mayor, where is he?
A large number of NPCs gathered, surrounding the teleportation array, but when they looked into the array, they saw no one.
Mayin took a deep breath. Everyone, go back.
That despicable little man completely disregards the rules. I hadn't even finished speaking before he ran away.
He's just a spineless coward. TCH, and they think they can surround me. Han Chen scoffed.
With his agility of 1001, combined with God-level shoes, maxed-out acceleration skills, and God-level equipment's passive disengagement and movement speed, it was impossible for them to deal with him. As the saying goes, in the world of martial arts, only speed can break through. He had already reached the pinnacle of speed. If it weren't for the fact that the favorability of each town is interconnected, I would have killed you all. Of course, he was just holding back for now. Once the matter in Taoyuan town was resolved, he would definitely pay a visit to Shernan town. Since the other side had made a move, he naturally had to retaliate. But the immediate priority was to enter the dungeon.
Half an hour later, Han Chen arrived at a cliff. According to the information
provided by Lin Fan, the dungeon required jumping off the cliff to enter. Since the launch of the Divine Realm, a massive number of players have been eager to jump off cliffs. Every cliff near towns has been leaped from by countless players, with each cliff having seen at least tens of thousands of players meet their demise. Of course, they didn't intend to die, they were seeking opportunities. According to rough estimates, for every 1,000 cliffs, one contains a chance for hidden professions, high-quality weapons, skills, and more. There are numerous examples on the forums of players who have turned their fortunes around and achieved financial freedom through
this, which is far more reliable than buying a lottery ticket.
As for the cliff in front of Han Chen, it should be the case that no one has jumped from it yet. His movement speed still requires half an hour, while other players would need to run straight for over 10 to 20 hours to reach this spot. Even if someone did jump,
with the current player's strength, they wouldn't make it.
Han Chen glanced at the cliff. In the night, even with his heavenly eye, he could only see a sea of darkness.
The next moment, he took a deep breath and leaped off the cliff. Han Chen's figure fell rapidly, the howling wind roaring in his ears.
He had no idea how far he was from the bottom. Below him was still a pitch-black void, an endless darkness that resembled a monstrous mouth waiting to swallow him whole. His magical energy flowed in his eyes as he hesitated, wondering whether to conjure a large amount of cotton beneath him as a cushion. He had been falling for about 10 seconds. He should be
nearing the bottom.
If he hit the ground, he would definitely die. But if it wasn't a normal fall, the dungeon wouldn't trigger, which would mean giving up on it. This dungeon was one he had seen on the forum before Lin Fan's rebirth, not one he had triggered himself, so he didn't know the exact details.
The only thing he could
be sure of was that the way to trigger it was definitely by jumping off the cliff. Han Chen adjusted his pain sensitivity to the lowest setting and savored the thrill
of free fall.
After all, he could resurrect. The cost of trial and error was merely spending some time getting back to the cliff. As for whether Lin Fan was deceiving him, he felt Lin Fan wouldn't dare.
Of course, if he didn't trigger the dungeon tonight, he wouldn't mind letting Zhang Wei endlessly assassinate Lin Fan. Bang! A
tremendous impact hit him, and Han Chen felt dizzy, taking a while to recover. He tried to move his limbs, but it felt as if they were pinned down, unable to budge an inch. When he activated his equipment effects, illuminated by a rainbow of colors, he realized he wasn't caught by a monster but had sunk into the ground.
Is this for real? Shouldn't I have created a large circular pit? Why is it a human-shaped pit?
Han Chen crawled out and stared at the shaped deep pit, lost in thought.
Could it be that this is actually an anime world? He looked at his lower body, his pants were intact, and little Han Chen hung quietly to the left. How could it be a shape? Forget it, it doesn't matter, let's enter the dungeon. Han Chen stood up and gazed into the dark cave. At this moment, he hadn't landed at the bottom of the cliff but on a platform along the cliff wall, where there was a cave.
This was a rather standard opportunity setting. He didn't rush in but took out a bottle of life potion and drank it. He had fallen to just one drop of blood left. It was better to recover some health before going in. Then, Han Shan approached the cave entrance and peered inside, but unfortunately he couldn't see anything. Instead, the dungeon prompt appeared directly. Do you want to enter the dungeon Heavenly Demon Trial? Nightmare, enter directly base attributes *5, another heavenly demon. Nightmare difficulty? A dungeon with legendary skills is at nightmare level? According to what Lin Fan said, players who cleared it in their past life were only around level 60 or 70, and their attributes were definitely not as good as his now, so normally there shouldn't be a need for attribute bonuses. However, since it was offered, Han Shan felt embarrassed to refuse. He clicked on the base attributes *5 with the advertisement icon. Automatically consuming advertisement skip card *1, gaining base attributes *5 until exiting the dungeon, about to enter dungeon 4. 3 a 2, 1 ugh. What sound is that? Han Shan looked around in confusion but saw nothing. At this moment he was already in the Heavenly Demon Trial dungeon, surrounded by light as bright as day. He turned off the colorful equipment effects, yet he still emitted a milky white glow, a buff effect obtained from watching advertisements. Han Shan opened his attribute panel to check his stats. ID, Han Xiao title, first guild level, 41, 383-1868/350000000. Class, Beast Tamer, second tier, talents, upward every day, heavily I, Beast God Health. 322-3310 mana, 966641 physical attack, 165-3329 magic attack, 122381 physical defense, 412733 magic defense, 438314 critical hit rate, 40% movement speed, 13243 unlike the basic attribute bonuses. This buff directly affected the final base attributes, multiplying his health and other base stats by 5. However, critical hit and movement speed, which are non-basic attributes, remained unchanged, but it was still incredibly strong. It's a pity I can only use it in the dungeon and can't take it outside, Han Shan said, with a hint of regret. If he could take it out, he would immediately go to conquer Peach Blossom Town. What god-level skill could provide a direct 5-fold buff like this? Next, it's time to tackle the dungeon. Which way should I go? The surroundings were all flat terrain, completely visible, and Han Shan had no direction. The dungeon didn't provide any quest objectives. I'll just pick a direction and explore. Han Shan didn't dwell on it for long, activating his speed and charging straight north. Before long, he encountered a group of monsters, or more precisely, a monster camp. Heavenly Wind Demon Clan Camp. Han Shan didn't act recklessly but instead released Kakarot and Chi-Chi to scout for information, at least to let him know what to do. This dungeon was called the Heavenly Demon Trial. It couldn't just be about killing all the demons he encountered. He speculated that it was likely a strategy war game mode where he needed to establish his own faction, develop it, and ultimately dominate. Of course, this was just his guess. It depended on the information Kakarot and the others could gather. Soon, Kakarot and Chi-Chi returned with hundreds of demons. Master, this is the Heavenly Wind Demon King. He lost a duel with me, so all the demons in this camp are now under my command, Kakarot said. Han Shan looked at these demons, their gazes towards him varied, some were greedy, some fearful, and others confused. This indicated that they had their own independent thoughts rather than being mere data units. It was even possible that these were demons that truly existed in the history of the Divine Realm. Han Shan then looked at the middle-aged man with white eyebrows that Kakarot pointed out. Heavenly Wind Demon King, level 58, Silver Boss Race, Kanjiing. Is he already level 58 from the start? Han Shan was somewhat surprised. He didn't know if this was a normal level, but this was the first demon camp he encountered, so it shouldn't be filled with powerful demons. Otherwise, how could he fight? However, if these were considered weak demons, how did that guy from Lin Fan's past manage to clear the dungeon? He didn't have full god-level equipment. Maybe it really is about strategy and management. To clear it, Han Shan thought. He then asked the Heavenly Wind Demon King, "What are you doing here? What is your purpose?" The Heavenly Wind Demon King glanced at Han Shan disdainfully, then looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, clearly not taking this low-level human seriously. Smack! The next moment, Kakarot delivered a powerful slap, sending the Heavenly Wind Demon King into the ground. Why are you acting all high and mighty when the master is talking to you? The Tianfeng Demon King pulled his head out of the ground and said cautiously, "My lord, you are so powerful, why must you lower yourself?" Slap. The Tianfeng Demon King was once again slapped back into the ground. Reporting to the Great King, our Tianfeng clan has always been the overlord of the Chuyun Plateau, surviving here for generations without any particular goals, the Tianfeng Demon King said respectfully. Under the service of Kakarot's imposing presence, the Tianfeng Demon King had lost his previous arrogance. How can you have no goals? Han Shan said discontentedly. If there were no goals, how would he clear the dungeon? Then, what goals do we have? The Tianfeng Demon King asked cautiously. You ask me? Han Shan frowned, while Kakarot shot a menacing look at the Tianfeng Demon King, ready to give him another imposing presence. Then we can discuss it. I'll go talk to everyone? Forget it, let me see what your goals are.
Han Shen's eyes glimmered as he looked up at the sky. Trial of the Celestial Demon, Nightmare, Clearance Requirement, Unify the Chuyun. Plateau Clearance Reward, Celestial Demon Inheritance. Celestial Demon Inheritance? Isn't that a skill book? Isn't it a dungeon? And the Celestial Demon is a demon. Can players also accept the Celestial Demon Inheritance? Han Shen continued to use trace with confusion. Celestial Demon Inheritance Requirement, Demon Race. Well, players cannot accept the inheritance, but Han Shen was not worried because he had demons with him. He could just let Kakarot and the others inherit it. However, thinking of the previous Celestial Demon Secret Realm, Han Shen felt he needed to be more cautious. First trigger, unaltered OK, an unopened original dungeon. Han Shen was very satisfied. Great King, I don't understand, the Tianfeng Demon King said honestly. Not what I was saying to you, Han Shen replied, then explained to the Tianfeng Demon King their goal, which was to unify the Chuyun Plateau. Upon hearing this, the Tianfeng Demon King perked up, but then fell into confusion. So why unify the Chuyun Plateau? We can barely support ourselves, and we all rely on our clan. Don't we have to depend on ourselves? Han Shen couldn't help but sigh at the simplicity of this demon wind. This was definitely not a modern demon, only ancient demons could be so naive. Are you stupid? If you unify, you become royalty, and they will support you, and you won't have to do anything, just wait to eat. Not only will there be food, but you can eat well at every meal. You are now the king of the Tianfeng clan, and soon you will be the king of the entire plateau. The Tianfeng Demon King was deeply immersed in the blueprint constructed by Han Shen, as if he could already see the Tianfeng clan unifying the Chuyun Plateau. The other little demons were also extremely excited. Not having to hunt for themselves and being able to eat their fill was something they could only enjoy when they were fledglings. They all excitedly flew up, circling in the air. Unify! 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 As the Kanjiing, the Tianfeng clan's activity range encompassed the entire Chuyun Plateau, so they were well aware of the locations of all the demon tribes. The flying speed of the Tianfeng Demon King in the air was comparable to Han Shen's running speed, and since he was flying in a straight line, he was even faster. Therefore, Han Shen chose to ride on the Tianfeng Demon King to the major tribes. The strength of the demon kings from the various tribes was completely beyond Han Shen's expectations. They were not very strong and were similar to the Tianfeng Demon King. Not to mention Kakarot, even Han Shen could easily eliminate them with a wisp of chaotic purple energy. The corpse of the -143.8 million Purple Lightning Demon King fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. The Purple Lightning Demon King was not a lightning-turned demon. His true form was a peregrine falcon, faster than the Tianfeng Demon King. On the Chuyun Plateau, he looked down on all demons, let alone submit to them. However, no matter how fast he was, he could not escape the chaotic purple energy and was killed in one hit. At this moment, the Tianfeng Demon King, who had previously harbored some small schemes, was completely subdued. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel fortunate that he hadn't thought of escaping by taking advantage of his flying ability. The Chuyun Plateau is vast. It took Han Shen a full half-month to subdue all the demon tribes, and then there was a united rebellion from the major demon tribes, which took another 10 days to quell. However, Han Shen was not in a hurry. Although he could not see the passage of time or contact the outside world, he could see his own talent, the daily upward boost, which had remained unchanged, and the hexagram had not cooled down, indicating it was still the same day. Is it not completed yet? Han Shen sat on his condensed golden throne, puzzled. The entire Chuyun Plateau had been unified yesterday. How could the task still be uncompleted now? He used Trace to investigate the task again and discovered that the requirement for unification was not just total submission but also the formation of a unified tribe and management. Immediately, Han Shen ordered all the demon tribes to gather, and then established the Chuyun Demon City, formulating its regulations. At the moment the regulations were enacted, the entire Chuyun Demon City seemed to have been paused. Everything stopped, except for Han Shen and Kakarot. Then, a handsome man appeared, dressed in a dark feather robe with long hair, his pupils red and his scara golden. Heavenly Demon, why are you wearing colored contact lenses? Han Shen exclaimed in surprise. He was no stranger to the Heavenly Demon. They had dealt with each other for quite a while in the Heavenly Demon's secret realm. Do we know each other? The Heavenly Demon asked, puzzled. Han Shen was acting too enthusiastically, as if they were old friends, but he couldn't remember meeting this person, and clearly, this was an otherworldly being, so he couldn't possibly know an otherworldly being. The Heavenly Demon's secret realm, the Heavenly Demon City. Han Shen reminded him. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Demon fell into thought and after a while said, although I am a remnant soul, I possess all the memories of my former main body. I only established this inheritance trial and did not set up any other secret realms. Perhaps it was set up by the main body later. Han Shen's eyes flickered with a ghostly light. Heavenly Demon Remnant Soul, Heavenly Demon Main Body Separation. This was indeed the remnant soul of the Heavenly Demon. As for the one in the Heavenly Demon's secret realm, it was merely an image. Han Shen couldn't wait to reveal the contents of the Heavenly Demon's secret realm, wanting to know the truth. But then he thought, what if the Heavenly Demon really colluded with humans to ambush Shi Yang? Asking this might anger the remnant
soul of the heavenly demon, and he would lose out on the dungeon rewards, so he quickly changed his words.
Have I passed your trial? The heavenly demon remnant soul nodded.
You have passed my trial, but although you are an otherworldly being, you are also of the human race, and the human race cannot accept my inheritance.
Then he shifted his tone. However, there is a way. I have left a drop of my essence blood here. If you merge it into your own blood, you can transform into a demon race, and then you can accept my inheritance.
As he spoke, the heavenly demon remnant soul closed his eyes, and a drop of golden liquid oozed from his forehead, drifting towards Han Chen.
Heavenly demon essence.
Blood, there's no need for that.
Han Chen directly refused.
His current body was most likely his own. If he turned into a demon, it would mean he truly became a demon.
Why? Would he want to become a demon when he could be a good person? Moreover, it was said that demons generally took less than 10 seconds. If he turned into a demon, it would be better to die. Han Chen quickly pushed Kakarot forward. This is Kakarot. He is of the demon race and exceptionally talented. Let him inherit your legacy. The heavenly demon
remnant soul glanced at Kakarot, his expression unchanged. His talent is indeed extraordinary, but he is merely your tamed pet.
Transforming into a demon would not change the
constraints of his basic attributes. He can only accept 1/10 or 1/12 of my inheritance, which is not suitable.
Han Chen immediately understood that the heavenly demon
was dismissing his pet. His pet's basic attributes were limited by him and could only gain boosts through leveling up, all of which had limits. But, the demon race accepting
your inheritance at the same level, could their attributes possibly be lower than Kakarot's? Are you kidding? That's 3 times his attributes. It's not about attributes,
the remnant soul of the celestial demon said, but about the rank of the soul. He is limited by you, his rank will always be lower than yours, unable to reach great ambitions. No matter how strong his attributes are, it's all in vain.
Moreover, he is merely your tool, his mind completely controlled by the rules. Look, I'm saying this, and he doesn't show the slightest emotional fluctuation. Can he be considered a complete demon? Do you think he is qualified to accept my inheritance? Han Chen knew without looking that Kakarot would definitely not have any emotional fluctuations.
Under the restrictions of the gifted beast god, Kakarot would only obey him 100%, and it was impossible for him to harbor any dissatisfaction. As for releasing Kakarot and then letting him accept the inheritance, that was even more impossible. The consequences of releasing Chi-Chi were still fresh in his memory. Without restrictions, Kakarot would probably crush him the moment he was free. He wasn't the protagonist who could subdue his subordinates with his kingly aura. The only demons he could trust now were Yao Yao and the little money grubber. Although the little money grubber wasn't in the instance, he could bring it back through the panel. However, he soon realized that the little money grubber wouldn't work either. Although it was a servant and showed more self-awareness, it was still limited by
the beast god's enhancement. But Yao Yao wasn't by his side now. By the way, the old turtle. Han Chen suddenly remembered that the old turtle was still in his demon suppression tower. With a thought, the demon suppression tower appeared in his hand, but he immediately regretted it. Damn it, I actually summoned the demon suppression tower in front of the celestial demon.
He looked at the remnant soul of the celestial demon, who was no longer indifferent, staring at Han Chen as if he had seen a ghost.
What the hell? The demon suppression tower. You can't be that old bastard Shi Yang, can you? It's a misunderstanding. Han Chen hurriedly said, I accidentally obtained this demon suppression tower.
After the initial surprise, the remnant soul of the celestial demon quickly returned to indifference and did not make any extreme moves, which relieved Han Chen.
Are you old friends? Or old rivals? Han Chen asked tentatively.
Both, the remnant soul of the celestial demon replied. You recognized me earlier, which means you saw me in the celestial demon's secret realm. You panicked after summoning the demon suppression tower, indicating that you probably know about the grievances between Shi Yang and me, but I can
see confusion and a desire for knowledge in your eyes. Is it because what you saw is different from what you imagined? No need for that ghostly expression. With thoughts like
yours written all over your face, if I can't see through it, then I've lived these hundreds of thousands of years for nothing.
Tell me what you saw. It's like this. Han
Chen immediately recounted everything he saw in the celestial demon's secret realm, of course, concealing details about his own divine powers.
After listening, the remnant soul of the celestial demon laughed. Isn't this just some wild history made up by that old bastard Shi Yang, beautifying himself and vilifying me? My strength is on par with his. How could he possibly crush me? And how could he chase me down? I killed that ancestral dragon together with him. Upon hearing this, Han Chen continued, I don't know who created the secret realm, but I accidentally learned that it had been tampered with, which is why I didn't fully believe it. The one who tampered with it is named Lucius. Do you know him? The remnant soul of the celestial demon shook his head. I don't know him.
From what you described, that Lucius must not know much about ancient matters. He certainly wasn't
a strong figure back then, so how could I possibly know him?
Han Chen thought for a moment. That made sense.
Lucius probably hadn't even seen the demon suppression tower.
But what can be confirmed is that this Lucius is malicious, intending to incite conflict between humans and demons. I suspect he is from the demon race.
The remnant soul of
The celestial demon continued, "It is true that Shi Yang was ambushed by his own disciple, but it wasn't under those circumstances. It happened when we were formulating the great
unity of humans and demons, and he was suddenly ambushed.
I was also attacked, but I escaped using the secret methods of the demon race.
After that, I investigated in secret
and found that everything was related to the demon clan. Although I managed to escape, I felt that my time was running out, which is why I set up this inheritance secret realm."
The ghostly light in Han Shen's eyes faded. What the celestial demon's remnant soul had just said was true, and the reality was not much different from his speculation. "By the way, how did you know we would arrive at this time?" The celestial demon's remnant soul shook its head. "I don't know. I just sensed that you were after seeing you. This should be related to the laws of the world." Han Shen immediately recalled what Lin Fan had said earlier. "Wait, I heard that you left a decree for the demon clan, allowing them to enter the divine realm through their mother star and cooperate with the human race. Wasn't that you?" "I don't know." The celestial demon's remnant soul continued to shake its head. "I have only the memories from before I was separated. I have no idea what happened afterward or what the main body did."
"Oh, right, I forgot."
Han Shen suddenly
realized, clearly, the celestial demon hadn't died so quickly, and many things had happened afterward, but that could only be explored later.
For now, back to the main topic: inheritance of the celestial demon. Han Shen released the old turtle. "What do you think of this old turtle? It has never harmed anyone in its life and is not my pet. Let it accept your inheritance. Its aptitude and comprehension are both terrible, and its character is even worse. It's like decayed wood, unworthy of my inheritance," the celestial demon's remnant soul said disdainfully. Han Shen looked at the old turtle, which was cowering on the ground, and kicked it. Whether it was worthy or not, he had to at least give it a shot, but the old turtle still lay there as if dead, not even daring to open its eyes. Han Shen then released the old turtle's son and grandchildren. They appeared human, but Han Shen had checked, and they all had demon blood within them, making them half demons. Their bloodline is a mixed mess, worse than this old turtle. Even if they accept my inheritance, their future achievements might not even match this old turtle's. The celestial demon's remnant soul shook its head in disappointment. Just being able to pass it down is already quite good. Why nitpick? Han Shen said helplessly. "If you insist, I'll let those two mixed-blood little demons accept the inheritance," the celestial demon's remnant soul said as it walked toward the old turtle's grandchildren, but Han Shen stopped it. "My fault, I really shouldn't be too hasty. It was a joke." Although the outside world might only be a moment, he had spent a lot of time and energy in the trial. If he let the old turtle's two descendants inherit, and their achievements ended up being less than the old turtle's, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? How about this? You package the content of the inheritance, and when I get out, I'll find a demon with good aptitude to accept it. If nothing unexpected happens, the inheritance can be accepted tomorrow," Han Shen said. He planned to have Yao Yao accept the celestial demon's inheritance. She was so strong, her aptitude must be good. Once he conquered Peach Blossom Town, Yao Yao's powers would be wasted, and it would be a perfect time to seamlessly connect with the celestial demon's inheritance and then practice it. "Tomorrow? So you have a choice again, but I'm not very confident in your judgment." The celestial demon's remnant soul looked at Han Shen with skepticism. Han Shen thought for a moment, summoned the Xinyao apple, and said, "Lift the restrictions on external contact. Let me show you'll definitely be satisfied." The celestial demon's remnant soul sensed the spiritual connection with Apple and understood Han Shen's intention, waving its hand casually. "Alright, I want to see what you chose this time." After all, Han Shen had already passed the trial, and the restrictions were no longer necessary. Han Shen contacted Pineapple through Apple, and Yao Yao answered the call in an instant. "Han Shen, did you miss me?" Yao Yao's ethereal figure appeared beside Han Shen, playfully taking his hands. Han Shen had retamed and released Pineapple, and now their magical power was fully sufficient to simulate touch. "Ahem, there are outsiders here," Han Shen quickly reminded Yao. Yao turned around and saw the closed-eyed remnant soul of the celestial demon. "Is this your friend?" Yao Yao asked curiously, but suddenly her expression changed. "Impudent. How dare you probe me?" Just then, the remnant soul of the celestial demon opened its eyes, revealing a satisfied look. "Good, she's the one." Yao Yao warily looked at the remnant soul. "Han Shen, who is this? So rude. I feel like he's not a good person." "He is the remnant soul of the celestial demon," Han Shen replied. "Celestial demon?" Yao Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. She certainly knew about the celestial demon. The idea of the demon race becoming the guardians of the town was proposed by the celestial demon, so she could say that the celestial demon was the founder of the guardians, their biggest boss. "You are called Yao Yao, right? Are you willing to accept my inheritance, my will?" the celestial demon asked gently. "Wait a minute," Han Shen exclaimed loudly. "Inheritance is fine, but the will is out of the question. Otherwise, just forget about the inheritance." What a joke. What's the difference between will and moral coercion? What is the celestial demon's will? A harmonious existence between humans and demons? For that goal, both Shi Yang and the celestial demon were sacrificed, yet it still wasn't achieved. Asking Yao Yao to inherit his will and take risks? She might as well be an ordinary little Demon. I don't want to, Yao Yao decisively said as well.
What she wanted was to be with Han Shen for the mission of guarding Taoyuan town. She could completely disregard.
How could she inherit the will of the celestial demon?
The remnant soul of the celestial demon looked at Han Shen, then at Yao Yao, and chuckled silently.
Alright, then let's just accept the inheritance, forget about the will.
Han Shen looked at the remnant soul of the celestial demon with suspicion. He always felt that this celestial
demon had ulterior motives. After holding onto the will for so long, would it just be given up like that? Don't look at me like that. Will is something that cannot be imposed.
Otherwise, it will only backfire, just like those who betrayed us, so I won't impose it on you.
Moreover, you have completed the trial. If no one accepts the inheritance, then my inheritance will be severed.
Han Shen nodded. That was indeed the case. In that case, let's prepare to start the inheritance, the remnant soul of the celestial demon said.
Solemnly. Now, Han Shen asked in confusion. Yao Yao is still in the secret realm of Taoyuan town. Can she accept the inheritance from so far away? The mental connection
can transmit images and videos, so naturally, it can transmit the inheritance, the remnant soul of the celestial demon said matter-of-factly.
Han Shen nodded. He could understand that it's like a data cable or Bluetooth. Very reasonable.
But there's one thing I must tell you first, the remnant soul of the celestial demon said to Yao Yao. After the inheritance, your original demon power will be completely abolished, meaning you will lose all your current abilities and also lose the identity of a guardian.
So good?
Then hurry up, I want to accept the inheritance now,
Yao Yao urged.
The remnant soul of the celestial demon couldn't help but shake its head. It seems you really want to get
rid of the identity of a guardian. Ha!
Yao Yao looked at her nose and her heart, feeling guilty. No, how could that be? The person in front of her was their guardian's big boss. Feeling guilty about her work in front of the chairman was somewhat inevitable.
It's fine, the remnant soul of the celestial demon smiled. Since you don't want to inherit my will, you probably wouldn't want to be a guardian either.
Continuing to let you be a guardian might lead to some terrible things.
Han Shen and Yao Yao exchanged glances, feeling even more guilty. The remnant soul of the celestial demon sensed something was off from their expressions, and its smile instantly vanished. You too? You haven't already done something terrible, have you?
No, Han Shen and Yao Yao shook their heads in unison.
We're already planning it, but we haven't acted yet, Han Shen added. If Yao Yao doesn't accept your inheritance, then we will act tomorrow.
The remnant soul of the celestial demon suddenly realized. So when you said to package the
inheritance and use it tomorrow, that's what you meant, right? You're planning to destroy the town tomorrow, aren't you?
Impressive indeed.
The remnant soul of
the celestial demon couldn't help but give a thumbs up, though there was not a hint of admiration in his tone. You young people really know how to have fun.
It's not that
serious, just occupying, not destroying, Han Shen said weakly. And now that we've accepted the inheritance, we don't even need to occupy it.
What a relief. I still have to. Thank you. The remnant soul of the celestial demon said irritably.
He had originally thought highly of Han Shen, believing that his harmonious relationship with the demon race
would lead him to eventually inherit his and Shi Yang's will to be with Yao Yao.
Since Yao Yao and Han Shen were together, it was natural that he would walk that path.
But now it
seemed he had been too naive. These two were simply lawless individuals.
You're welcome, Han Shen replied absent-mindedly. What kind of bird language are you speaking? The remnant soul of the celestial demon paused for a moment, puzzled. Is this a new language? It's not exactly new, it's just that after so many years of learning, there's no place to use it. If I don't use it for a while, it feels like my youth has been wasted. Why do you keep saying things I don't understand? The remnant soul of the celestial demon said unhappily. If you keep this up, I won't pass on the inheritance to you.
Han Shen immediately became earnest. I won't say anything more, just give me a little.
Consider it for the sake of Taoyuan town.
The remnant soul of the celestial demon was at a loss. He really couldn't withhold the inheritance. If he did, given the nature of these two, the people of Taoyuan town would suffer. The remnant soul of the celestial demon took a deep breath and exhaled, calming himself down. Then, with a grasp of his right hand into the void, a small white snake was caught in his hand. The little snake, suddenly grabbed, instinctively bit at the fingers of the remnant soul of the celestial
demon, but it couldn't bite in at all.
Then, out of the corner of its eye, it caught sight of the remnant soul of the celestial demon and instantly became obedient and docile.
Yao Yao has accepted the inheritance, and Taoyuan town needs a new guardian. Let it inherit Yao Yao's power and become the new guardian. Guardian? The little white snake
exclaimed, speaking human words in a hurry. I want the inheritance. I don't want to be a guardian. Then it saw Han Shen and became even more anxious. It's this cunning human who ambushed me, pressed me into the stone, and then rushed into the trial first. I request to disqualify him.
Oh, Han Shen suddenly understood. So it's you.
I thought it was. I was wondering how it could possibly be a wooden character.
Lord Celestial Demon, you see, he has admitted it. If he hadn't ambushed me, I would have definitely entered the trial first and passed it.
The little white snake hurriedly said.
The remnant soul of the celestial demon looked displeased at the little white snake. You don't want to? The little white snake wilted immediately. I'm willing to be the guardian.
Only then did the remnant soul of the celestial demon nod in satisfaction. I see that your cultivation has not been easy. And you have resilience, plus you have never killed anyone, so I'm making an exception to let you become the guardian. I hope you can stay true to your heart and protect Taoyuan Town well. It holds great significance for me.
Yes, Lord Celestial Demon, I will definitely protect Taoyuan
Town well, the little white snake said hastily. Immediately afterward, the remnant soul of the celestial demon waved his hand and a magic array appeared. Apple and the little white snake were directly drawn into the magic array, connected by a white line.
Yao Yao's image also closed its eyes and then disappeared. Apple's spiritual connection was being heavily utilized. Not only did it need to transmit magical power, but it also had to transmit the inheritance, and it could no longer support the image mode. In the Taoyuan secret realm, a white line connected through the pineapple to Yao Yao, and her original guardian's magical power was being rapidly drawn away. At the same time, she gradually lost control over the Taoyuan secret realm, the sky changing from night to a perpetual daytime filled with falling peach blossoms, and her level was rapidly declining. As her level dropped to 1, she could no longer maintain her human form and transformed into a peach tree. At that moment, golden celestial fairy blood appeared along the white line within the peach blossom secret realm, then merged into the branches of the peach tree. Instantly, the entire peach tree emitted a faint golden light, and the next moment, Yao Yao transformed back into her human form. She opened her eyes, and her pupils radiated a soft golden glow, appearing both sacred and enchanting. Then, a flood of information surged into her mind. Within the celestial fairy trial, as the guardian's magical power flowed in, the little white snake's level began to rise rapidly, finally stopping at level 75. It seems that the transmission of magical power has some loss. I just don't know if the inheritance is affected. As for the information, it should be fine, right? Han Chen thought. Then, a thick milky white light emanated from the little white snake, and in the next moment, the milky white light retracted, transforming into a boy of about 12 or 13 years old. So it's a child. I thought it was by Suzhen. Han Chen looked at the boy transformed from the little white snake with a hint of regret. The previous voice sounded sharp, like a girl's voice. He didn't expect it to be a boy who hadn't hit puberty yet. Do you have a name? The remnant soul of the celestial fairy asked the little white snake. The little white snake shook its head. Then I'll give you a name. Let's call you Bai Jie. Bai Jie? That doesn't seem right. Han Chen looked at the little white snake with a strange expression. How could a little boy be named Bai Jie? What's wrong with that? The little white snake said. Unhappily. The celestial fairy hopes for me to be outstanding and accomplished. It's very fitting. I'll be called Bai Jie. Oh, that. Jie. Han Chen suddenly realized. What else could it be? This brat is not likable at all. You're the brat, I'm the snake. Bai Jie emphasized, and then his eyes turned into 2 vertical lines, proving he was a snake. Bai Jie, the remnant soul of the celestial fairy, suddenly called out. Bai Jie instantly became obedient, bowing respectfully to the remnant soul. Disciple is here. The remnant soul of the celestial fairy frowned but soon relaxed, letting out a sigh. Very well, I will take this last moment to pass on some secret techniques to you. You may need them in the future. Also, there is one thing you must remember. No matter what, you must never turn weapons against each other. Bai Jie quickly knelt and bowed. Disciple will remember the master's teachings. Han Chen also said, I don't have many virtues, just respect the old and love the young. The remnant soul of the celestial fairy nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that the remnant soul was about to impart secret techniques to Bai Jie, Han Chen quickly asked, Is the instance completed? Can I go back now? You could have left long ago, the remnant soul of the celestial fairy said. I thought you wanted to stay with me a little longer. Then the instance rewards, I only have a fading remnant soul. Besides the inheritance, there's just that drop of essence blood, which I've already given to Yao Yao. What else do you want? Legendary skills. I came here for legendary skills. The remnant soul of the celestial fairy shook its head. Never heard of it. Fine. I guess I was mistaken. I'll take my leave now. See you again if fate allows. Han Chen recalled the old tortoise and the others back to the demon suppression tower, then took out the jade tablet, wanting to return to the peach blossom secret realm, but it didn't respond at all. Bai Jie reached out and tapped. A white light infused into the jade tablet. Yao Yao's magical power has expired. It has to be mine. Kid, you have a bright future. Han Chen gave Bai Jie a thumbs up. This Bai Jie was no ordinary character. He called the celestial fairy master and now referred to Yao Yao as Sister Yao Yao. Even a gecko couldn't climb as well as he did. Then, Han Chen activated the jade tablet again, and with a flash, he appeared in the peach blossom secret realm. Han Chen. Yao Yao opened her eyes, excitedly stood up, and rushed into Han Chen's embrace. We can finally be together. Yes. It's truly rare. Han Chen held Yao Yao tightly. Indeed, it's too rare. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out, and several figures appeared in the peach blossom secret realm, surrounding Han Chen and Yao Yao. Brother, this is the big event you mentioned before. And it truly is a joyous occasion.
The speaker was none other than Jia Song, accompanied by other well-known NPCs from Taoyuan
Town, including the leader of the Taoyuan Town Guard, Yuan He, and his deputy, Wu Wei.
At this moment, Jia Song was smiling broadly
At Han Shan and Yao Yao. Don't resist, Han Shan said seriously to Yao Yao. Yao Yao nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Jia Song became even happier, thinking that Han Shan was persuading Yao Yao to surrender, and he laughed heartily. Brother, really? Before he could finish his sentence, the smile on Jia Song's face froze, for Han Shan and Yao Yao had vanished right before their eyes. Seal the exits immediately, conduct a thorough search, they must still be within the secret realm, Jia Song commanded sternly. Han Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Jia Song and the others didn't act immediately, or it would have been dangerous. At that moment, Yao Yao was only level 2, with a maximum health of just 800, a single attack would be unbearable for her. He was also grateful that he hadn't lingered too long in the Heavenly Demon trial instance and had returned in time, otherwise, he would have regretted it terribly. Then, with a thought, Han Shan summoned the Thunder Strike Glass, which surged like liquid and quickly formed a glass palace. Yao Yao, you stay here and cultivate, I'll go teach them a lesson. Okay. Yao Yao nodded heavily. She was also very angry. She had always protected Taoyuan Town, yet the town's mayor had been plotting against her. Just as she had lost her magic, they were eager to come to the Taoyuan secret realm to kill her, which was unforgivable. However, she was very aware of her current strength. She couldn't defeat anyone, and following Han Shan would only drag him down, so it was better to cultivate obediently and wait for Han Shan to return. Inside the Taoyuan secret realm, Jia Song's men had practically turned the entire place upside down but still hadn't found Han Shan and Yao Yao. Sir, we can't find them. Is it possible they've already escaped? Wu Wei asked. They had not only conducted a thorough search but had also bombarded the entire Taoyuan secret realm with skills, yet they still found no one. Impossible. Jia Song frowned and directly denied Wu Wei's statement. That peach demon cannot leave the secret realm, it's the rule. Right now, her strength is greatly diminished, and she must be hiding in some corner. Moreover, outsiders cannot use teleportation or return to the city while in combat, that's the rule, so they must still be within the secret realm. It must be that Han Shan learned I was going to deal with the peach demon, so they opened a hidden chamber in advance. Turn the secret realm upside down for me, I want to see how they hide. Yes. Wu Wei accepted the order and began bombarding the ground of the Taoyuan secret realm. This secret realm was essentially a semicircular container. Although it looked like solid ground beneath their feet, digging down would quickly reach the bottom of the secret realm. Brother Jia, are you looking for me? At that moment, Han Shan reappeared in the Taoyuan secret realm, grinning at Jia Kong. Continue searching for the peach demon, don't mind this outsider. Jia Song quickly shouted to stop the people rushing over. He then coldly looked at Han Shan. Are you trying to attract our attention by sacrificing yourself? I've always had high hopes for you. Humans and demons are on different paths. Don't mislead yourself. Tell me where the peach demon is hiding, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Pretend nothing happened? Han Shan scoffed. You think too highly of yourself. I was considering letting you go, but unfortunately, you're rushing to your death. This time, even the heavenly demon can't save you. Jia Song sighed and shook his head. The brilliance of the first outsider has completely blinded you. You have no idea of the gap between us. Today, I'll give you a proper lesson. Heavenly punishment. With a loud shout from Jia Song, the clear sky of the secret realm suddenly darkened with clouds, and in an instant, a thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel struck down, hitting Han Shan. Miss 00 miss 0. Jia Song frowned, realizing something was off. Normally, Han Shan should have been killed in less than a second, yet several seconds had passed, and the thunder had not stopped. Just as he was about to disperse the thunder to check, it suddenly veered towards him at an incredible speed. Jia Song was startled, and a blue magical shield rose around him. However, the next moment he was sent flying. Minus 152,319 physical attack, minus 638,997 magical shield. Absorbed, on the ground, Han Shan was striking a pose reminiscent of the Iron Mountain Lean. It wasn't that the thunder had changed its target, but rather that Han Shan had charged at Jia Song, with the thunder following him, creating the illusion of a turn. Jia Song's magical shield absorbed the additional damage from Han Shan's Supreme Thunder Body, but it couldn't block Han Shan's Iron Mountain Lean, which sent him flying. Han Shan clasped his hands in front of him and gave a few upward thrusts with his shoulders. He had wanted to use this move for a long time, and today he finally did. Unfortunately, he was still engulfed in lightning, and such a classic and cool move went unseen by Jia Song and the others. Oh, that's enough. Do you even know what light pollution is? Han Shan shouted. Although the thunder couldn't harm Han Shan, it was too bright, so bright that he couldn't see anyone outside of it. Jia Song was caught steadily by Yuan He, and soon everyone gathered around. They naturally understood the terrifying nature of Jia Song's thunder. This extraordinary person could remain unscathed amidst the thunder, which was certainly not simple. No wonder you could kill the brothers Kong Chiu Shi and Kong Chiu Wei. I underestimated you.
Jia Song stabilized himself and looked gravely at the thunder. Han Chen couldn't see outside, and the people outside couldn't see Han Chen within the thunder, so they could only see the thunder itself.
Still not stopping, huh? Han Chen was getting a bit annoyed by the flashes. You think you're the only one who can summon thunder?
With a thought, Han Chen summoned the demon suppression tower, and then a massive amount of thunder liquid surged out, instantly enveloping the entire Peach Source secret realm in a violent storm of thunder. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the silver level boss, Vice Captain Lunan, level 47, gaining 214240 experience plus 50 reputation. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the gold level boss, Wu Wei, level 52, gaining 173040 experience plus 1 skill point plus 100 reputation. The mayor of Peach Source Town, Jia Song, has decreased his favorability towards you to -100, hostile, and all mayors have decreased their favorability towards you by 20. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the gold level boss, Yuan He, level 58, gaining 568 experience plus 1 skill point plus 100 reputation. The mayor of Peach Source Town, Jia Song, has decreased his favorability towards you to -200, deep hatred, and all mayors have decreased their favorability towards you by 20. In less than half a minute, both the leader and vice leader of Peach Source Town had perished in the rolling thunder. However, even after 5 minutes, as the thunder gradually dissipated, Han Chen still did not receive a notification of Jia Song's death. When the thunder cleared, the Peach Source secret realm had turned into scorched earth. Only some equipment and manuals that had lost their protective orbs remained on the ground.
As for Jia Song, Han Chen did not see him. Han Chen
was not in a hurry. He directly pulled up the quest panel, which displayed the sword retrieval quest issued by Jia Kong. He could trace back to Jia Song through the quest and then locate
Jia Song's position. He actually returned to the mayor's mansion. Is it the mayor's order or some other life-saving measure? Without hesitation, Han Chen took out a return scroll and headed straight for the mayor's mansion. Stop! The guards blocked Han Chen, but he produced the token Jia Song had given him and walked in through the main gate without any issues. Then, Han Chen transformed into an afterimage and appeared in the study of the inner courtyard where Jia Song resided. Vertical coordinate 13, here is 17, that means 4 meters underground. A flicker of light shone in Han Chen's eyes as he looked down at his feet, and sure enough, the next moment he saw Jia Song meditating and healing himself. Secret room, secret switch, bookshelf. Oil lamp, press left to the end, release right to return. Who are you? Why are you in my husband's study? Just as Han Chen was using his heavenly eye to investigate, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind him. Han Chen turned around to see a stunning woman in a flowing robe, her alluring figure partially exposed. Hello, sister-in-law, I'm a friend of brother Jia. He asked me to wait for him here.
Han Chen smiled as he looked the beautiful woman up and down, beginning to understand Boss Chow a bit more.
My husband has gone out to handle some matters and will be back soon. Please wait a moment. I will take my leave now. Xiao Chui, bring the tea.
The beautiful woman felt flustered under Han Chen's gaze but still forced herself
to appear calm. As she walked away, Han Chen approached the bookshelf and turned the oil lamp.
With a loud rumble, a section of the study floor opened up, revealing a tunnel before Han Chen. Before he could descend, Jia Song rushed out, holding a sword and glaring at Han Chen.
I have treated you well. Why have you betrayed me? Treated me well? Han Chen replied, puzzled. What do you mean? Is it the false information in the Mountain Pig segment, or this useless token, or the secret manual from the sword forging task? What false information? That is real history. Jia Song shouted angrily. We have always been the blood food raised by the demon clan. Every 1,000 years, 90% of the human race is devoured. This is a living fact. Now, I have finally found an opportunity to kill the demon that oversees us, and you actually protect that demon and kill our human strongmen. You are a disgrace to the human race. The people of Taoyuan Town will die because of you. You are the culprit behind their deaths. Is that so? Han Chen looked at Jia Song indifferently. Not everyone possesses a heavenly eye. People only believe what they see with their own eyes, thinking that is the truth. They never consider that what they see is merely what someone with ulterior motives wants them to see. Even if Han Chen told him the real history, he wouldn't believe it. Since speaking was useless, there was no need to waste breath. Moreover, he wasn't here for the so-called real history. His intention to kill Jia Song had nothing to do with positions, but simply because Jia Song wanted to kill Yao Yao. If it were just a thought, he could find a way to make him understand the truth and abandon the idea, but since it had already been acted upon, it could not be forgiven. A price had to be paid. With a thought, Kakarot, Chi-Chi, and other demons instantly appeared. All attacking Jia Kong want to kill me? It's not that easy. Jia Song's figure instantly vanished, then silently appeared behind Han Chen, stabbing at him with his sword. Clang! Block! Han Chen smiled faintly. Possessing a heavenly eye, he had long known all of Jia Song's skills and naturally was on guard against this explosive skill with a 520% physical attack bonus. Jia Song's physical attack was nearly 500,000, and after bonuses and damage reduction combined with his physical defense, the final damage calculated would exceed 730,000, while Han Chen's maximum health was only 640,000.
Although he had the passive skill of protecting the master for survival, he didn't want to use it right away. After Jia Tsong's sneak attack failed, he turned to flee while Han Chen immediately used the whirlwind whip. Hasa Gu. A small tornado quickly rushed towards Jia Kong -547,197 knockback immunity -638,997 lightning. Han Chen originally intended to knock Jia Tsong away with the whirlwind whip, but it failed. Previously, he had knocked Jia Tsong away with Iron Mountain, and he subconsciously overlooked Jia Tsong's body of dominance skill. So body of dominance is just an immunity control skill. Han Chen's eyes glimmered with magic as a large gold block of over 20 cubic meters appeared above Jia Tsong's head, heavily pressing down. Faced with the suddenly appearing gold block, Jia Tsong instinctively raised his hand to block, but the descent of the gold block was not hindered at all, crushing him towards the marble floor. Bang! The marble floor was shattered, and the air was thick with dust, accompanied by a faint smell of blood. He won't be turned into mush, will he? Shouldn't be. The kill notification hasn't appeared. However, even if Jia Tsong wasn't dead, he wouldn't be in good shape. The weight of this gold nugget was nearly 400 tons, while a large truck only weighed 20 tons. A gust of wind blew through, dispersing the dust in the air, revealing Jia Tsong, who was unconscious with only half of his body exposed. Han Chen observed carefully. There was only a pool of blood in front of Jia Tsong, and no entrails or other disgusting matter had been squeezed out, indicating that Jia Tsong's body was most likely just pressed into the ground and not crushed or exploded. It seems that not only players but high-level NPCs also cannot be judged by common sense, Han Chen muttered to himself. Kill me. Jia Tsong woke up, weakly saying, and from his expression, it was clear he was in great pain. A flicker of light flashed in Han Chen's eyes, and then he sighed. Sigh, I'll give you one more chance. As long as you promise not to harm Yao Yao again, I'll save you. No. It's impossible. The demon race must be exterminated. Jia Tsong gasped, occasionally spitting out blood foam, but he spoke very resolutely. In that case, you can rest in peace. With a thought, Han Chen sent 3 strands of chaotic purple energy flying towards Jia Kong. Jia Tsong's health had already dropped below 50 million, and 3 strands of chaotic purple energy were enough to kill him. Just then, a 3-meter-tall stone figure suddenly appeared beside Jia Tsong, and a white light enveloped him. The next moment, Jia Tsong vanished. By Jia, what do you want? Others might not understand, but Han Chen knew this was the Guardian Stone statue, and only Bai Jia could control the Guardian Stone statue of Taoyuan Town now. You can't kill him. Bai Jia's childish voice came from the statue. Didn't you hear? He said the demon race must be exterminated, and you are also part of the demon race. Aren't you worried that if you save him, he will try every means to kill you? Han Chen asked, puzzled. Bai Jia replied. His nature isn't bad, he was just misled. Once he understands the truth, he will definitely support the unity of humans and demons. He probably won't make it to that point. Han Chen thought but didn't respond, just waiting quietly. However, after nearly half a minute, the kill notification still hadn't appeared. At that moment, Bai Jia's teasing voice came through. Don't wait any longer. I've sensed the purple energy chasing after him, so I healed his injuries. He didn't die. You. Han Chen couldn't help but curse, taking out the jade tablet to return to the Taoyuan secret realm to kill Jia Tsong, but the next moment, the jade tablet in his hand shattered. Damn! Han Chen threw the broken jade tablet at Bai Jia. When it touched the statue, it turned into white energy and was absorbed into the statue. Don't worry, I guarantee he won't target senior sister again, or else, Jia Tsong, I saved you and you actually attacked me. Do you want to die? Bai Jia's exasperated voice came through the statue, and then the light on the statue dimmed. That feels good. Han Chen felt a sense of relief. Jia Tsong was unlikely to deal with Yao Yao anymore, but he would go after Bai Jia, as Bai Jia was now the guardian of Taoyuan Town. This was a case of self-inflicted consequences. After a while, Bai Jia reconnected with the statue, and his helpless voice came through. This human is so stubborn, like a rock. You just realize that? Han Chen laughed, but that's not important. What's important is the compensation you owe me. What compensation do you want? Just take whatever you want from the town mayor's residence. I promised for him, Bai Jia said without hesitation. Since the things weren't his anyway. You said it. Han Chen looked at a patch of greenery. Madam, stop hiding, come out. Before long, a beautiful woman stood up from the greenery. Trembling as she walked over, her expression a mix of panic and sorrow, tears welling in her eyes, making one unable to resist wanting to hold her and comfort her. Han Chen, you already have a senior sister, why are you still thinking about other women? Bai Jia said discontentedly. Han Chen chuckled lightly but said nothing more, instead staring intently at the beautiful woman, causing her to only dare to lower her gaze to the ground. As the beautiful woman approached, Han Chen wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Ah! The beautiful woman gasped, and in the next moment, she found herself in Han Chen's embrace. She glanced at Han Chen, then closed her eyes, tears spilling over as a result. TSK, truly a sight to behold. Han Chen caressed the beautiful woman's cheek, shaking his head slightly. No wonder she has been the wife of the town mayor for 8 consecutive terms. The beautiful woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Han Chen, and the next moment she suddenly broke free from Han Chen's embrace, transforming from a dignified Eastern beauty into a succubus clad in tight leather, wielding a whip. The succubus warily scanned her surroundings. Bai Jie and Kakarot had already surrounded her. "When did you find out?" the succubus asked Han Chen, puzzled. "Naturally. I knew from the very beginning, no matter how beautiful a woman is, it wouldn't cause a reaction at first sight," Han Chen replied with a smile. In truth, he had only discovered it while probing into Jia Tsung's experiences after he was pinned down by a large gold block, but when dealing with the demon race he naturally wouldn't speak the truth. After that he waited for Bai Jie to reconnect, also to deal with the succubus together. "Oh." The succubus licked her seductive lips, her pupils glowing with purple light. "So, do you want it?" Smack! A layer of illusory shield around Han Chen shattered, and the purple light in the succubus's eyes faded. Her allure was blocked by the shield. At the same time, Kakarot and Bai Jie's attacks all landed on the succubus. "Congratulations, you have successfully killed the golden boss succubus, level 60, gained experience 238960, skill point +1, dimensional reputation +100. Is that it?" Han Chen was very surprised. He hadn't seen the succubus's level and information, so he thought it might be a tough battle, which was why he waited for Bai Jie to return before exposing the succubus, but unexpectedly, in just one round, the succubus was gone. This was clearly just an ordinary level 60 golden boss. Bai Jie was also very surprised and uncertainly asked, "Is she dead? Is the demon race this weak? Can't you sense her strength?" Han Chen asked. Bai Jie shook his head. "I can't sense it at all. At first, I thought she was just an ordinary person. When you used the Mirage Demon to relay information to me, I thought she was a formidable enemy, but it turns out she was just a weakling." "You said she has been the wife of the mayor for 8 terms, didn't you know her strength?" Han Chen also shook his head. "I can't see through it either. I got this information from Jia Tsung, but Jia Tsung didn't even know she was a succubus and never suspected her." Jia Tsung had received the succubus from the previous mayor of Taoyuan town, and the previous mayor had received her from the mayor before him. Han Chen traced it back and found out it went back 8 mayors. This meant that the succubus had been the mayor's wife since 1,000 years ago, continuing to the present, always being inherited. If Han Chen didn't have the Eye of Heaven and was preparing to become the mayor, she would likely continue to be the mayor's wife. Han Chen opened his friend list, wanting to ask Lin Fan if there was any information about the mayor's wife of Taoyuan town in his past life, but Lin Fan had already gone offline, probably to prepare for the demon race. "By the way, Bai Jie, do you know about the destined child of the demon race?" Han Chen asked. "I know." Bai Jie nodded. "I originally thought I was the destined child. I felt guided in the dark, preparing to accept the inheritance, but tonight I learned that I am not the destined child. Sister Yao Yao is." "Yao Yao?" "Yes, only the destined child of the demon clan can inherit the legacy of Lord Tian Yao." Han Chen looked at Bai Jie with a complex expression. Bai Jie should be the destined child. If it weren't for him, it would probably be Bai Jie receiving the inheritance. Tonight, he suddenly felt a sense of indebtedness. "Well, you're actually quite impressive." "I know." Bai Jie proudly raised his head like a statue he was possessing. "The master values me greatly. My senior sister inherits the master's legacy, and I inherit the master's will. There is no distinction between us." Han Chen was instantly left speechless, feeling even more indebted to Bai Jie. "It's the Tian Yao who is ungrateful, not me." Han Chen comforted himself. After a long while, Han Chen said, "Yes, you are the successor of the Tian Yao's will. Achieving harmony between humans and demons depends on you." Bai Jie nodded heavily. "I will dedicate everything, even my life, to fulfill the master's will." Han Chen ignored Bai Jie and went to touch the body of the succubus. Automatically consume ad-free viewing card *1, obtain Desire Whip, Legendary, Special Demon Realm Pass *1, Demon Gold *9. Han Chen glanced at the Desire Whip. It was just an ordinary legendary grade equipment with no special effects. Disappointed, he tossed it into the guild warehouse. Special Demon Realm Pass type, Special Item Usage. Level 10 briefly opens a special passage to the Demon Realm after use. Demon Gold type, Currency Trading Currency of the Demon Realm. This. Han Chen was astonished. This means he could go directly to the Demon Realm? He thought it was the kind of pass from Earth Games that could earn item rewards, but it turned out to be a real pass. Bai Jie, do you know how to get to the Demon Realm? Han Chen asked indirectly. "You can't go." Bai Jie shook his head. "Even Lord Tian Yao hasn't found a way to the Demon Realm. The Demon Clan can travel back and forth using the pass, but that pass is bound to their bloodline, and we can't use it." "I see." Han Chen nodded. He couldn't use the original pass, but he could use the upgraded special pass from the ad-free viewing card. He was now contemplating whether to take a look at the Demon Realm. However, after thinking it over, he decided to temporarily abandon that plan. Who knows if something might come out when the passage is opened? It would be bad if it brought disaster to the Divine Realm. If he were to use it, it would have to be in the Thunder Realm, where he was invincible. "If there's nothing else, I'll take this body with me," Bai Jie said.
What do you want the succubus's body for, you little brat? Han-chan asked in confusion. Are you having a crush?
No, I'm taking it back to show Jia Song, to let him see the truth. Then you need to be careful. Jia Song really loved this succubus and might even
commit suicide.
Han-chan reminded him, and even if he doesn't, he might think you fabricated the succubus's identity. Han-chan looked at the succubus's body, his eyes flickering with a ghostly light, then a smile appeared on his lips. The body structure of a succubus is different from that of a human. You can cut open this succubus in front of Jia Song and let him see the
internal structure. Bai Jia nodded repeatedly. That's a good idea.
Bai Jia disappeared with the succubus's body, while Han-chan sighed.
To repay kindness with kindness, how to repay kindness? If I had arrived a moment later, I would have been the one to endure this pain. This is the punishment he should bear. I did nothing wrong. Next, I should check the mayor's treasury. Han-chan quickly arrived at the mayor's treasury, facing no obstacles along the way.
Mainly because the guards didn't dare to stop him. They had made such a big commotion earlier that the entire mayor's office knew what had happened. Jia Song didn't lie to him before. There really is a complete set of legendary equipment in the treasure vault, along with a legendary skill book.
However, when Han-chan collected them, it was indeed just a set of legendary equipment and a legendary skill book with no advertisement prompts appearing. What a waste! But
Han-chan quickly became happy again because he found a set of cultivation methods. The reason it's called a set is that there is one book each for physical, magical, and defensive focuses, and all of them are epic grade. In addition, there were also equipment enhancement stones, a full 1,000 of them, which Han-chan naturally accepted without hesitation. The rest were some epic grade equipment, jewelry, and other useless items.
Brother Han-chan, I'm here.
Yi Qingwan also rushed into the treasure vault.
She hadn't logged off and had only been here for a short while.
Han-chan had her come over mainly to help tidy up the miscellaneous equipment here.
Here, for books of cultivation methods. You, as well as Yen and Suihua, each take one. And then take away the other things.
I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. Besides the 3 books in the vault, there was also one left behind from killing the Kong brothers. As for Yuan He and Wu Wei, they should also have dropped cultivation methods, but Han-chan was too eager to kill Jia Song at that time and didn't search.
Oh, okay. Yi Qingwan took the cultivation methods and then waved at Han-chan.
Han-chan walked over to her in confusion and Yi Qingwan tiptoed, whispering in his ear, if you're doing something, can you add me?
Add you in? Han-chan couldn't help but tap Yi Qingwan's head. I'm doing serious business. What are you thinking about? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yi Qingwan crouched down, holding her
head, and Han-chan hurriedly went to check on her. As Yi Qingwan stood up, Han-chan was directly knocked back.
Ha ha ha, gotcha.
Yi Qingwan laughed wildly. Han-chan shook his head helplessly, and then disappeared, returning to the Thunder Realm. Yi Qingwan wrinkled her nose and began to tidy up the treasure vault.
Han-chan, how did it go? Seeing Han-chan return, Yao excitedly stood up and asked. Han-chan informed Yao about what had happened at the mayor's mansion.
Although it was a bit cruel, it can be considered a punishment for him. Yao did not oppose Han-chan's actions. After all, he was standing up for her.
So are we going to the demon realm now?
Han-chan had previously asked her about the destined child of the demon race, so she also knew about the mission of the destined child, which needed to avoid the war between humans and demons on their home planet. You continue to cultivate here, and I'll
take you out when I arrive, Han-chan said, then took out 3 10,000-year demon pills. He had saved these 3 demon pills for a long time. He didn't directly hand the 3 demon pills to Yao but instead took out the creation bottle, refined the 3 demon pills, and then refined all the high-grade animal blood and flesh, finally merging all these essences together. Automatically consume advertisement-free viewing card *120, reduce fusion time by 598 minutes. Automatically consume advertisement-free viewing card *1, obtain 10,000 demon
pills *2 10,000 demon pills type of pill, consumable players use to gain 5 million experience and massive satiety. Exceeding the satiety limit may cause an explosion.
Demon race.
Uses to gain massive pure demon power, enhancing massive physique, strength, intelligence, agility, and spirit attributes, gaining passive, endless life, pseudo.
Endless life, pseudo.
Taking damage will consume the life pool, recovering 10% of maximum life per second until full. The passive disappears when the life pool is exhausted. Current remaining life pool, 30 billion.
Perfect.
Han-chan was very satisfied with the effect of the 10,000 demon pills and then handed 2 of them to Yao.
Wow, how amazing. How did you do it? Yao exclaimed
in surprise as she took the 10,000 demon pills, feeling the pure demon power within, greatly shocked.
Han-chan also handed the creation bottle to Yao. It's thanks to the creation bottle.
I don't have much energy to study it, so you can research it.
I'll ask you for it when I need it. You don't have energy? Are you spending all your energy on women? Yao said. With a hint of sorrow, I can smell the scent of other women on you again. Han-chan hesitated for a moment, then said, how about I arrange for you to meet them tomorrow? They actually want to see you. Yao was taken aback, then nodded, okay, let's meet then. I want to see how beautiful they are. No matter how beautiful they are, they can't compare to you. But you've known them longer and you're too sentimental to abandon them, right? Don't worry, I won't mind, we'll get along just fine. Yao Yao picked up Han Chen's words. Hearing Yao Yao say this, Han Chen felt uneasy instead. Yao Yao couldn't hide her feelings, she clearly seemed to care a lot. He was already regretting his earlier decision. However, it was only a matter of time before they met. He couldn't just run around everywhere on odd days, or dump all the thunder juice from the demon suppression tower following the original plan of one person per floor? Han Chen shook his head, dismissing this impractical thought. You focus on your cultivation, and when I find the demon master, I'll come to find you. Is this the demon realm? Han Chen curiously observed his surroundings. Aside from the sky being a light purple, it was daytime, and everything else was no different from the human realm. Flowers, trees, and small animals were all the same. Han Chen took out the city return scroll, confirmed it could be used, and then interrupted the reading process with ease. He had come to the demon realm using the directional teleportation scroll given by Lin Fan, which was said to be the last one. If he went back now, he would have to rely on other methods to enter the demon realm, which would take quite a long time. Checking the time, it was already close to 11 at night. Time was tight, so Han Chen didn't linger and sped towards the coordinates given by Lin Fan. However, even with Han Chen's speed, after nearly 2 hours of non-stop running, he had only covered half the distance. At this point, Han Chen had to stop because his stomach began to rumble. Running at full speed consumed too much energy, and he needed to replenish some. However, his backpack was already out of food, all used up for refining the Wan Yaodan for Yao Yao. Therefore, he needed to find something to eat nearby. Han Chen began to search for traces of wild animals, hoping to catch something to eat. It was quite inconvenient to find food in the demon realm since there were no monster spawn points. Suddenly, Han Chen heard a noise not far away and hurried over to check. Wild women. No, wait, it's fairies. In the wilderness, a group of women were playing in a stream. He was too familiar with this scene. It was just like what Zhu Beiji faced back then. What did Zhu Beiji do? Did he steal clothes? Han Chen wasn't sure. It seemed there was a plot about stealing clothes, or was he mixing it up? The ones being stolen from were the Weaving Maiden and the 7 fairies? No, wait, I'm here to find food. Han Chen looked towards the stream, his eyes glimmering. It really is a spider spirit. Too bad spiders can't be eaten. Han Chen turned to leave, using control to take the spider spirits' clothes and toss them into a ravine several kilometers away. So thrilling. Soon, Han Chen spotted a deer, and with his speed, he instantly captured it. I've always heard deer meat is delicious, but I've never tried it. Han Chen summoned Kakarot and Chi-Chi to handle and roast the deer meat. Han Chen made sounds of enjoyment while gnawing on a deer leg. After finishing one leg, he put the remaining deer meat into his backpack and continued on his way. Not long after Han Chen left, a mass of black demonic energy appeared at the spot where he had just been. Slurp, sure enough, it's a human, a delicious human. A voice came from the black mist, which then flew in the direction Han Chen had left. Following that, more black mist gathered and chased after the direction Han Chen had gone. What the hell? Han Chen glanced back at the thick black mist surging in from several kilometers away. Initially, he thought it was just a coincidence, so he changed direction a few times, but the black mist followed closely behind, and not only that, it kept gathering more and more until it nearly obscured the entire sky behind him. Han Chen slowed down as he turned around, and the black mist drew even closer, causing him to crash into a few trees. Damn, flying is impressive, huh? Han Chen focused his attention and accelerated. Suddenly, a massive black mist appeared directly in front of him, transforming instantly into a massive blood-red mouth that swallowed Han Chen whole. Before the black mist could leave, the overwhelming black fog completely enveloped it. The area within several kilometers seemed to have turned into a purgatory, with demonic mist rolling and various sounds of surprise, madness, and pain echoing endlessly. Damn it, you all want to eat me, huh? In less than a breath's time, Han Chen had already rolled through the bellies of dozens of demons. With a thought, the demon suppression tower appeared instantly, and an invisible pressure swept out, stunning all the demons. The black mist dissipated, revealing various demons lying on the ground. Most of the demons had transformed into human forms, while many had only partially transformed, sporting cow heads, horse heads, lion heads, and turtle shells. Some had likely been so frightened that they reverted to their original forms. A flicker of light shone in Han Chen's eyes as he gazed at the densely packed demons, and soon his brows furrowed, leaving only anger in his eyes. These demons, without exception, had eaten humans, and it hadn't been long ago. Periodically, they would venture into the human realm to attack the human race outside towns. Moreover, this tradition had persisted for thousands of years. It could be said that in the demon realm, demons over 500 years old had almost all consumed humans. Human-demon harmony? To hell with human-demon harmony. The demon suppression tower soared into the air, and a torrent of thunderous magma erupted. Instantly, the entire forest was enveloped in lightning.
Congratulations, you have successfully killed the boss bull Demon Tycoon, level 50, gaining 94,560 experience, reputation plus 50 killed elite horse. King, level 46, gaining 12,798 experience. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the golden boss Tiger Power King, level 62, gaining 383 experience, skill point plus 1, reputation plus 100. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 42, gaining 1 skill point, 8 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the silver boss Thunder Eagle, level 61, gaining 621 experience, reputation plus 50. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 43, gaining 1 skill point, 8 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 44, gaining 1 skill point, 8 free attribute points. As the thunder dissipated, Han Shen directly leveled up to 44. He looked at the piles of loot on the ground. At this point, the protective light spheres had vanished, and Han Shen couldn't discern their quality. If he were to pick them up one by one, it would take him several hours, and his backpack wasn't a trash can. He couldn't take everything. Picking and choosing would waste even more time, and if he didn't collect them within half an hour, all the spoils would disappear. However, Han Shen quickly remembered the demon suppression tower. He saw the tower suddenly inhale, sucking up all the loot within several kilometers. Automatically consuming ad-free cards *100861, click to view all items. Gained a massive amount of useless loot. Confirm consume all loot, exchange for higher quality loot needed. It can work like this. Han Shen's eyes widened in surprise. Watch an ad. Automatically consuming ad-free card *1, useless loot *massive, gaining skill book Eternal Demon Kingdom, Divine, Chaos Battle Garment, Super Divine, Demon, Emperor Demon Core *1. What the hell is this, Demon Emperor Demon Core? Han Shen was immediately drawn to the Demon Emperor Demon Core. Demon Emperor Demon Core type. Consumable Demon Emperor level Demon Core containing incredibly pure and rich demon power. Emperor level, if this is absorbed by Yao Yao, she will probably become stronger than when she was a guardian. Han Shen thought to himself, but he didn't plan to go back and give it to Yao Yao just yet. At least he would wait until tomorrow after she met Lu Ruyen and Yi Qingwan. What if Yao Yao absorbed the demon core and became so strong that he couldn't defeat her? Then Yao Yao wouldn't tolerate Lu Ruyen and Yi Qingwan, and would keep chasing them down. Wouldn't that be a disaster? After safely storing the Demon Emperor's demon core, Han Shen continued to check the Divine level skill book and Super Divine level equipment. Skill book Eternal Demon Kingdom, Divine, type, skill book Beast Tamer. Seeing Beast Tamer, Han Shen didn't hesitate and learned it immediately, then maxed it out. Eternal Demon Kingdom, Divine, level, max passive skill for Beast Tamers. All demon creatures loyal to you will resurrect in full state after a certain period of time upon death. The higher the level, the longer the resurrection time required. Demon Kingdom? Just as Han Shen's confusion arose, he discovered an additional space in his consciousness. So the Demon Kingdom is within my consciousness. That's great. As long as I don't die, the Demon Kingdom will always exist. In that case, I don't have to worry about Kakarot and the others dying in battle. Right, Qiling has long cooled down. I should use it now. Don't waste it. Han Shen summoned a gibbon and used Qiling, then named it Yuan Yi. Next, Han Shen put on the Chaos Armor. This super divine level equipment was clearly designed to match his Chaos Pearl. Otherwise, what a coincidence that it was called Chaos Armor. The Chaos Armor, like the Chaos Pearl, was made from condensed purple chaotic energy fitting snugly against his body. He touched the Chaos Armor with his hand, but it went straight through the armor and touched his body. However, when Yuani reached out, it was blocked outside. Han Shen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. I no longer have to scratch through my clothes. Chaos Armor, Super Divine, type, Super Artifact, Clothing Equipment level 40 health, 36,000 physical attack, 15,000 magical attack, 15,000 physical defense, 5,000 magical defense, 5,000 strength, 160 intelligence, 160 spirit, 160 agility, 160 constitution, 160 chaos barrier. Gain 80% damage reduction. All physical and magical defenses are converted into equivalent chaos defense, which can exempt any attribute damage. Super Artifact, Indestructible. Equipment level will grow with the character, ultimately increasing damage by 10%. Bound 2, Han Shen Great. Han Shen was overjoyed. He had some concerns before, fearing that the additional skill effects of the Chaos Armor wouldn't be as good as the Xuanwu Leather Armor, because Xuanwu Guardian provided a noble percentage damage reduction, with a base of 50% and a maximum of 80%. It was hard to compare other effects to the Xuanwu Leather Armor. As it turned out, the Chaos Armor not only provided an 80% damage reduction but also combined physical and magical defenses into Chaos Defense, effectively doubling his defense. Moreover, Chaos Defense could withstand any attribute damage, not just physical and magical output. Truly a super artifact. Han Shen marveled again. Then, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Next, let's clean up the demon race. His original intention for
Coming to the demon realm was to find a beast tamer, resolve misunderstandings, and promote cooperation between humans and demons. Now it seemed unnecessary. Of course, he still held hope for harmony between humans and demons, because as long as there were animals, the demon race could not be exterminated, so the unity of humans and demons was bound to be realized. However, the premise was that all demons in the demon realm had to be wiped out. Once all the demons in the demon realm were gone, only the newly born, never having eaten humans, and gentle-natured demons could coexist peacefully with humans. Han Chan stored the demon suppression tower and then vanished, returning to the Thunder Realm. Han Chan, did you find the beast tamer? Yao Yao stopped her cultivation and stood up, already prepared to face various situations. No, and I'm not planning to look for it either. Han Shen shook his head, then told Yao Yao about what he had seen earlier and his thoughts. Han Shen gazed at Yao Yao, wanting to know her opinion, as what he was about to do was almost equivalent to the annihilation of the demon race. I think that's the right approach too. To Han Chen's surprise, Yao Yao immediately expressed her agreement. Just like when I was still a peach tree, if the leaves were diseased, I would remove the affected leaves. If most of the leaves on a branch were diseased, the best method would be to cut off the entire branch. If most of the branches of a peach tree are diseased, the correct method is to cut down the whole tree. If the disease reaches the roots, it needs to be uprooted, otherwise, it can easily infect other peach trees. But you are also a demon, don't you have any compassion? Han Chen asked, voicing his doubts. You're overthinking it, I'm a peach tree. Yao Yao looked at Han Chen with a strange expression. Although we are all demons, the differences between demons are greater than the differences between you and a gibbon. They are different races, all having evolved from low intelligence to high intelligence, which is why they are collectively referred to as demons. Han Chen thought for a moment. It did seem to make sense. From a DNA perspective, humans and primates are more similar, while other plants and animals belong to their own families and genera, showing a greater disparity. Moreover, I also hate man-eating demons. The relationship between humans and demons should be like ours. How can they eat people? Yao Yao continued. Like us? Han Chen suddenly asked. Ha? Yao Yao was momentarily taken aback. The next moment, she felt a force at her waist. Ah! Caught off guard. Yao Yao was pushed in front of Han Chen. At that moment, she realized what Han Chen meant, but it was exactly what she wanted. She reached out her hand towards Han Chen, but the next moment, she was uncontrollably lifted into the air. Ah, Han Chen, Yao Yao exclaimed. Han Chen smiled wickedly. Previously in the Peach Blossom secret realm, you could do whatever you wanted. Now that the roles have reversed, are you ready? Yao Yao nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. How amazing! Why are there so many ways to play? It's so comfortable. Yao Yao lay on Han Chen, looking at him with immense admiration. Han Chen also wore a satisfied expression. This exploration validated many of his previous hypotheses, proving that they were feasible. After this, he would explore more actively, uncovering more of the body's potential mysteries. When they woke up again, it was already noon the next day. At this time, Lu Ruyan and Yi Qingwan had also logged in and arrived at the conference room. The coordinates Han Chen had set for them were near the exit of the Thunder Realm, quite far from where Han Chen and Yao Yao had rested. The work area and rest area definitely couldn't be mixed together. How was last night? Han Chen asked. Brother, you're here too. Lu Ruyan exclaimed in surprise. By the way, there was an update yesterday and everyone got kicked offline. Did you feel anything? Han Chen shook his head. I completely forgot there was an update. I felt nothing. Everything is as usual. Then, everyone shared intelligence from various regions. Thanks to Han Chen's early warning yesterday, along with Lu Ruyan and the others' vigorous promotion afterward, many regions took action. Of course, most regions did not take Han Chen's words to heart and did not deploy troops in preparation, but Han Chen and Lu Ruyan still held significant prestige among the players. The officials may not have taken it seriously, but the players had prepared early. Moreover, most young people seemed to be eagerly anticipating the arrival of this crisis, appearing particularly excited. As a result, they organized early to establish simple protective bases, and some even directly raided the federal branch's armory. It turned out that their decision was correct. With the protection of firearms, most of them survived, while those who scoffed at Han Chen's warnings and took no action were not so fortunate. They missed their chance to fight for survival, and naturally, their odds were slim, relying solely on the military's response speed. However, it was proven that even with early warnings, the federal military's response efficiency remained incredibly low. The world had enjoyed peace for too long. They usually just dealt with electric vehicles, and the higher-ups spent their days attending various banquets, living in a drunken stupor, while the demon race appeared precisely during their sleeping hours. Coupled with a bloated system filled with their own people, even when crises were reported, it was difficult to get a response, and in many areas the reporting channels were closed at night. Therefore, the losses from last night were still quite severe, with preliminary estimates indicating that over 300 million people on the home planet died in the demon race's attack. It's already quite good. Without the early warning, the death toll from the first demon attack would have been 3 billion.
Lin Fan said, still feeling apprehensive. If we could find the destined child of the demon race, we could completely avoid this tragedy. We've already found them, Han Chen continued, under Lin Fan's surprised gaze. I ran 2/3 of the distance last night and now it only takes an hour to reach the demon court. That's great. So today we can turn hostility into harmony. Lin Fan exclaimed. Why turn hostility into harmony? Han Chen looked at Lin Fan coldly. Ha! Lin Fan was somewhat confused. Aren't we supposed to cooperate with the demon race to fight against the devil race? There's no need for cooperation, Han Chen said firmly. The demon race must be exterminated. He recounted his experiences in the demon realm last night and the intelligence he had gathered, along with his thoughts. Everyone except Lin Fan immediately agreed with Han Chen's viewpoint. The demon race has harmed so many people from the divine realm, and now they've killed 300 million of our compatriots on the home planet. This hatred cannot be shared. How can we cooperate? Exactly, the demon race must be eradicated. Only Lin Fan wore a worried expression. But if that's the case, won't we have to deal with both the devil race and the demon race at the same time? Without the demon race's assistance, how can we resist the devil race? Han Chen pointed at Lu Ruyan and the others. Do you think their strength increases faster, or the demon race's strength? Lin Fan was taken aback, then said, with a set of god-level equipment, their leveling speed is unimaginable, and they are certainly not comparable to the demon race. But they only have even with 100 elite team members. That's just over 100 people. Han Chen asked again, do you know how long it took to form 100 elite team? Lin Fan thought carefully, and then the worry in his eyes dissipated. At this point, he had completely awakened, directly giving himself a big slap on the face, joyfully saying, damn, I was being foolish, my thinking was rigid, so I kept thinking about how to survive, focusing on the big picture. I actually hate the demon race too. Damn it, how many of my brothers have died at their hands? So what should we do now? Counterattack the demon race? Of course not. Do you have that strength now? Han Chen retorted. Lu Ruyan also spoke up at this time. I think local armed forces shouldn't be in the hands of those drunkards, but should be in the hands of those willing to protect civilian safety. Only by doing our utmost to protect the living forces of humanity can we upgrade with peace of mind, and humanity will have a future. Lin Fan nodded and said, I understand. I will cooperate with you, but if that's the case, local fragmentation is bound to occur, and then the Federation will be divided into many countries and factions. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Han Chen smiled. At least in the early stages, they are still standing with the ordinary people, united against a common enemy, the demon race. Everyone will share the same hatred, rather than fighting among themselves. All conflicts can be transformed into conflicts against the demon race. Once we deal with the demon race, there will be the devil race next, and by then, with the strength you all develop, how difficult would it be to re-establish the Federation? Actually, I don't really hope to re-establish the Federation. It's too early to talk about this now, and it doesn't concern me. Let's focus on getting the current matters done first. With a clear direction, Lu Ruyan and Lin Fan quickly discussed their next actions and goals, with Lin Fan's team responsible for offline matters, while Blood Rose continued to focus on upgrading. After Lin Fan left, Han Chen and the others formulated a new round of elite team plans, consisting of 200 main elites and 10,000 secondary elites. The main elites would receive 2 long-armed gibbons from Han Chen, participate in boss fights, level up quickly, and distribute legendary equipment. Once they were fully equipped, they would then be responsible for supporting the 10,000 secondary elites. Of course, from now on, the bosses they fought would no longer be handled by Han Chen, but by Lu Ruyan and the others, with members of the All-God Plan fully equipped, also participating in killing some bosses. Given their level and experience, the experience gained from killing bosses would not diminish, greatly enhancing their leveling speed and providing them with a large number of skill points to max out their skills. It was expected that all 5 of them would reach level 40 today and achieve skill point freedom. However, this did not mean that the All-God Plan was abolished, it was merely set aside. It was essential to ensure that Lu Ruyan and the others' strength remained at the forefront to maintain their dominance. When the abilities in the game could be brought into reality, and reality was in chaos, the constraints of laws and contracts would be almost non-existent. With power, a person's ambition would swell. If everyone's strength was similar, how could others willingly remain beneath them? Therefore, it was crucial to ensure that the gap in strength between the 5 of them and other players was sufficiently large. As for Han Chen, he would continue to clear the demon race in the demon realm. From last night's observations, the demon race's levels generally ranged from 50 to 65. As his level increased, the experience decay would become lower, and he would gain more experience, leveling up faster until his level surpassed those demons. However, before that, Han Chen had other matters to attend to. He returned to the human realm through the exit of Wind Language Town and then used a return scroll to go back to Peach Blossom Town. If he didn't use the exit of Wind Language Town, he would return to the coordinates of the Thunder Realm where he entered, which was the Demon Realm. Using a return scroll in the Thunder Realm would also change
his exit coordinates to the location in the Divine Realm.
Similarly, if he entered the Thunder Realm directly without using the exit of Wind Language Town,
the coordinates would also be updated to the entry position. Essentially, if he didn't use the exit each time he exited or entered, the position would become a new save point.
To preserve the save point for the demon race, he could only enter and exit through fixed exits.
Han Shan returned to the courtyard, and Su
Qing's eyes turned red upon seeing him.
It had been a while since Han Shan last visited her.
The two shared a tender moment, and Han Shan then brought Su Cheng
and the others into the Demon Suppression Tower.
With so many powerful figures missing from Peach Blossom Town, it would surely be unsafe. It was better for Su
Cheng to enter the Thunder Realm as well.
This way, not only would it be safe, but they could also meet whenever they wanted.
Afterwards, Han Shan went to the mayor's office.
However, Jia Song had not returned to the mayor's office, and after thinking it over, Han Shan decided against looking for him in the Peach Blossom
Secret Realm. The safety of Peach Blossom Town still relied on by Jia and Jia Song. He didn't want to be tied down in Peach Blossom Town. After sweeping through and stockpiling a large amount of living supplies, Han Shan returned to the Thunder Realm through the entrance of Wind Whisper Town with Lu Ruyan and Yi Qingwan.
He then brought them to the place where he and Yao Yao lived, and also released Su Qing and the others.
So many? Yao Yao's pupils trembled violently. And so old. No, those are the cook and the maid. Actually, it's just you, Ruyan, Qingwan, and Su Qing, Han Shan quickly explained. At this moment, Lu Ruyan and the others were also observing Yao Yao, and as they watched, Lu Ruyan and Su Qing couldn't help but feel a bit inferior in terms of appearance. Figure, height, and temperament, they were completely outmatched by Yao Yao. Wow, your temperament is so good, Yi Qingwan exclaimed, moving closer to Yao Yao. Unable to help but reach out to touch Yao Yao's face. You look so good, your skin is amazing. The originally proud Yao Yao instantly lost her composure, blushing as she said, thank you, you too. Soon, Yi Qingwan was sticking to Yao Yao like glue, not wanting to let go for even a moment, her face full of happiness. Yi Qingwan, you have a problem, Han Shan said with a face full of suspicion. Yi Qingwan lifted her chin, is it only allowed for you to like beauties, but not for me? Then, she buried her face in Yao Yao's chest, making a lewd sound. Hee I love you so much, I'm so happy. Hee you can't be that, right? Han Shan said with disdain. That? Don't you know what I am? Yi Qingwan raised an eyebrow at Han Shan. Handsome guy, want to play a bit? Confirmed. You are the legendary female rogue, the female pervert. Ah, Yi Qingwan pouted, you used to play woo-woo. Han Shan quickly covered Yi Qingwan's mouth. You're too vulgar. Because of you, I've had to change 2 chapters already. Do you want to be banned? Yi Qingwan lowered her beautiful eyes, looking pitiful. I'm sorry, I was wrong, then punish me. Do whatever you want, however you want. You guys chat, I'm leaving first. Han Shan piled the supplies on the ground and decisively fled the scene, while muttering to himself, society, democracy, civilization, harmony, friendship, no love, a civilized society. Can't talk about love? In another corner of the Thunder Realm, Han Shan released the old tortoise and his family. At the same time, he created a courtyard for them and also made a depression the size of a lake. Benefactor, where is this? The old tortoise asked curiously, as they were not players and had no system prompts. This is a different space, you don't need to worry about your safety. I'll go outside and get some soil and plants for you, you can stay here for a while, Han Shan said truthfully. Thank you, benefactor, thank you, benefactor. Little fish, D-Dan quickly bowed to the benefactor. The old tortoise was overjoyed, then pulled his whole family to bow to Han Shan, but Han Shan controlled them, preventing them from kneeling. Han Shan left the remaining living supplies and then left the Thunder Realm, returning to the Demon Realm. He found a small lake and poured the lake water into the depression in the Thunder Realm, then moved a large area of land and plants inside. As for the conference room and residential area, he let Lu Ruyan and the others plan and fill it themselves. Here it comes again. Han Shan glanced at the rapidly approaching black mist, then quickly left, making a scene in the Demon Realm, finally attracting a large mass of black mist again. An hour later, the scale of the black mist reached the level it had at midnight, but Han Shan did not immediately harvest. Instead, he waited until the black mist reached twice yesterday's size before once again summoning the Demon Suppression Tower and pouring in the thunder paste. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the golden level boss Thunder Lion King, level 50, gaining 391680 experience, plus 1 skill point, plus 100 reputation. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 45, gaining 1 skill point, 8 free attribute points. Your equipment Chaos Pearl, Super God, Chaos Battlesuit, Super God, Rabbit Ear Hat God, has been upgraded to level 45. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 46, gaining 1 skill point, 8 free attribute points. Congratulations on reaching level 47. Congratulations on reaching level 48. Congratulations on reaching level 49. Congratulations on reaching level 50. Your equipment Chaos Pearl, Super God, Chaos Battle Armor, Super God, Bunny Ears Hat God, has been upgraded to level 50. Congratulations on reaching level 53, gaining 1 skill point and 8 free attribute points.
As Han Shen had anticipated, although the required experience increased as he leveled up, the experience decay decreased with his level rise, resulting in even more levels gained. This time, his level jumped directly from 44 to 53, a total increase of 9 levels. Now, it's time to witness the hypothesis. Han Shen employed the same trick again, drawing in the vast amount of loot with the Demon Suppression Tower. Automatically consuming ad-free viewing card *202410. Click to view all items. Gained a massive amount of useless loot. Confirm consume all loot. Exchange for higher quality loot needed. Watch the ad. Automatically consuming. Ad-free viewing card *1. Useless loot *massive. Game technique World Destruction Demon Technique God. Skill book Divine Beast God. Chaos. Phantom Soldier, Super God, Chaos Battle Helmet, Super God, Celestial Demon Essence *1. Is my hypothesis wrong? Han Shen murmured to himself. He thought that if the quantity of loot was sufficient, it would automatically convert into higher tier equipment and skills, but unexpectedly, it was still God level skills and Super God level equipment, just with the quantity doubled. No, it's not just 2 skill books, there's also a technique. Han Shen quickly noticed the difference, and then he saw the later Celestial Demon Essence. Han Shen hurriedly checked and found that this celestial demon was not the one he had in mind, but merely a celestial demon level essence. However, this also proved that his hypothesis was correct. As long as the quantity was sufficient, it would convert into higher level loot. The skill books and super divine artifacts remained unchanged, possibly because the quantity was still not enough, or perhaps this was the highest level of loot that could be exchanged. Whether or not that was the case would be studied later. For now, it was time to enjoy the harvest. World Destruction Demon Technique God, Type of Technique Consumable Cultivation Requirements Class 2nd. Transition, Strength 1000, Intelligence 1000, Agility 1000, Spirit 1000, Constitution 1000 Effect. For every boss killed that is not lower than your level, gain Strength plus 10, Intelligence plus 10, Agility plus 10, Spirit plus 10, Constitution plus 10, with no upper limit on layers. Note, only one technique can be learned. Cultivating a new technique will automatically forget the previously learned technique, and the original technique bonuses will be cleared. Good. Wonderful. He used to gain 5 attribute points and 8 free attribute points for each level up, but now killing a high-level boss directly grants 50 points. How satisfying. Moreover, while it's not easy for others to kill bosses, for him, it was as simple as drinking water, with countless bosses in the demon realm waiting for him to slay. This world destruction demon technique came at just the right time. Cultivate. Warning, insufficient. Cultivation requirements, requires intelligence 1000, current 853. Automatically consuming ad-free viewing card *1, cultivation requirements. Waived. Consuming technique World Destruction Demon Technique God, *1, successfully cultivated World Destruction Demon Technique God. In fact, there was no need to waive. Han Shen could equip the 2 pieces of Super God level equipment and still exceed 1000 in intelligence. Immediately, Han Shen equipped the 2 pieces of Super God level equipment. Chaos Whip, Super God, Type, Super Artifact, Weapon Equipment Level, Level 50 Physical Attack, 100000 Magical Attack, 100000 Critical Hit Rate, 50% Critical Damage, 50% Strength, 200 Intelligence, 200 Spirit, 200 Agility, 200 Constitution, 200 Chaos Phantom Soldier, automatically adapts to the profession's weapon. All physical and magical attacks are converted into equivalent Chaos attacks. All physical and magical attack bonuses are converted into Chaos attack bonuses, and the damage dealt is converted into Chaos damage. Super Artifact. Indestructible, equipment level will grow with the character. Final damage increases by 10%. Bound to, Han Shen, Chaos Battle Helmet, Super God, Type, Super Artifact, Head Equipment Level, Level 50 Health, 46,000 Physical Defense, 20,000 Magical Defense, 20,000 Strength, 200 Intelligence, 200 Spirit, 200 Agility, 200 Constitution, 200 Chaos Guardian, immune to all non-physical type controls. Super Artifact, Indestructible, equipment level will grow with the character. Final damage increases by 10%. Bound to, Han Shen after equipping the Chaos Phantom Soldier, it automatically transformed into the Chaos Whip. Like other Chaos equipment, the Chaos Whip and Chaos Battle Helmet are also non-physical, formed from condensed Chaos. Purple Energy. The skill effect of the Chaos Whip is similar to that of the Chaos Battle Armor, converting all physical and magical attacks into Chaos attacks, effectively turning what was originally a single bonus skill into a double bonus, with the damage type also converted to Chaos damage. This includes Han Shen's pet. Super God level equipment provides dual bonuses to strength and intelligence, making the skill effect of the Chaos Whip even stronger than expected. The Chaos Guardian of the Chaos Battle Helmet may seem simple, but it is indeed straightforward. It is the boss's invulnerability. Control of physical types is akin to his Iron Mountain Lean. As long as the impact is strong enough, it can directly knock away. This is quite understandable. Just like some controls that alter the terrain, this is physical control. If this could be exempted, wouldn't it directly penetrate the terrain?
Subsequently, Han Chen checked his attributes. With the 2 super artifacts and the collective equipment upgraded from level 40 to 50, Han Chen's attributes received a significant boost. ID, Han Chen title, first guild level, 53 25773186/1000000000, profession, Beast Tamer, second tier, talents. Daily progress, heavily I, Beast God Health, 21874555 mana, 434378 Chaos Attack, 2090364 Chaos Defense, 656755 critical hit rate, 50% movement. Speed, 20198 Strength, 1888 Intelligence, 1253 Agility, 1553 Spirit, 2203 Constitution, 1882. After the attack was converted to Chaos Attack, his Chaos Attack value was nearly equal to his health, reaching close to 210,000. Satisfied, he closed the attribute panel and took out the Divine Skill book he had just obtained. Without needing to think, he knew it was a skill for Beast Tamers, so he directly learned it and maxed it out. Divine Beast, God, level, max passive skill of Beast Tamer. All tamed monster qualities are converted into divine beasts, gaining a 100% training speed bonus. Skill comprehension probability increased by 500%, and the basic attribute bonus gained per level increased to 20%. After awakening, Kakarot and the others' basic attribute bonus per level was 10%, and with the Divine Beast, it doubled directly. The probability of comprehending skills goes without saying. Originally able to comprehend 1 skill, now they can comprehend 5. For the speed of cultivation, Han Chen first thought of himself. He had previously taken medicine that granted him a 100% increase in cultivation speed, but he was unsure if it would have any effect on the Annihilation Demon technique. He could test it out later. If it didn't work, he would consider switching techniques once he obtained a new divine level skill. Then, Han Chen checked his newly acquired level 50 Heavenly Eye Divine ability. Seal. The introduction of the new divine ability was very simple, just 2 words. The fewer the words, the happier Han Chen was. No description meant no restrictions. Just then, a mass of black mist surged rapidly from a distance. Han Chen's eyes flashed with purple runes, and the black mist instantly stopped, then dissipated, revealing a gigantic mantis that fell to the ground. A rune, identical in shape to the one in Han Chen's eyes, vanished into the massive mantis's body. Han Chen had just sealed the demon power within this mantis, but the mana consumption for this seal was quite significant, draining a full quarter of Han Chen's mana. Of course, this might be related to the mantis's level. It was a level 65 golden boss. This meant he could only incapacitate 4 level 65 golden bosses with a single glance. In addition to sealing demon power, Han Chen could also seal skills, senses, consciousness, and mobility, among other things. He hadn't thought of more for now, but he could try more in the future. Not bad. Now it's time to test my divine level technique. With a thought, 3 strands of chaotic purple energy shot towards the giant mantis. Minus 1.3169 billion, critical hit, holy strike. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the golden boss, Mad Blade Mantis, level 65, gaining 7136 experience, plus 1 skill point, plus 100 reputation. 1 strand of chaotic purple energy triggered a critical hit in a holy strike, instantly killing the giant mantis, while the other 2 strands of chaotic purple energy returned to the Chaos Pearl. Han Chen's attention was focused on the Annihilation Demon technique. Annihilation Demon technique divine. For every boss killed that is not lower in level than yourself, gain plus 10 strength, plus 10 intelligence, plus 10 agility, plus 10 spirit, plus 10 constitution, with no upper limit on layers. Current layers, 2. Nice. Han Chen was overjoyed. Indeed, the cultivation speed enhancement effect of the soul cleansing liquid was effective for the Annihilation Demon technique, which stacked layers. It was just like a game. Just one boss had increased all 5 of his attributes by 20 points. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the enhancement of the Annihilation Demon technique would be afterward. Han Chen couldn't wait to rush out and bounce around the demon realm. 2 hours later, he attracted a vast expanse of black mist again. He summoned the demon suppression tower once more, and thunderous energy erupted. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the golden boss, Divine Might Mountain Lord, level 55, gaining 606720 experience, plus 1 skill point, plus 100 reputation. Congratulations! You have leveled up to 54, gaining 1 skill point, 8 free attribute points. Congratulations! You have leveled up to 55. Your equipment, Chaos Whip, Super Divine, Chaos Pearl, Super Divine, Chaos Battle Armor, Super Divine, has been upgraded to level 55. Congratulations! You have leveled up to 56. Congratulations! You have leveled up to 60. Your equipment, Chaos Whip, Super Divine, Chaos Pearl, Super Divine, Chaos Battle Armor, Super Divine, has been upgraded to level 60. Your level has reached the limit. Please go to the Career Mentor to complete the 3rd job transfer. Third transfer? Han Chen glanced at the layers of the Annihilation Demon technique, 152,228 layers. He then looked at his attributes. ID, Han
Subtitle First Guild Level 60, 200 million / 20000000000. Profession Beast Tamer, Second Tier, Talent Daily Progress, Heavenly Eye. Beast God Health 2320485526. Mana 1003404110. Chaos Attack 2869735997. Chaos Defense 90805675. Critical Hit Rate 60%. Movement Speed 19201027. Strength 1524176. Intelligence 1523541. Agility 1523841. Spirit 1524491. Constitution 1524238. Is it really necessary to advance to the third tier? With just this wave, his chaos attack and health both broke 200 million, more than 100 times compared to an hour ago. Han Chen looked at his attributes, feeling a mix of fear and excitement, as if he had activated a cheat code.
Oh my, will I really not get banned? Is the GM here? Not here?
Then I'll just assume this is a reasonable mechanism. Just then, a grand voice echoed from the sky, seemingly piercing Han Chen's soul. Of course I am here. I have been watching you, you virus. Han Chen looked up and saw a man with a cold gaze, his hair and pupils both golden. Above his head was the ID Divine Realm GM. It really is a GM. There really is a GM. What? A surprise. Han Chen was shocked, but then he steeled his heart, and a purple rune formed in his eyes. The next moment, the floating GM fell straight down. Han Chen first sealed the GM. When the dragon doesn't roar and the tiger doesn't howl, a little GM, how laughable. Then, with a thought, 3 strands of chaotic purple energy shot towards the GM. Minus 37.0626 billion, minus 18.0793 billion, minus 185.3132 billion. Congratulations, you have killed the GM and become the new GM of the Divine Realm. Wah-aha! Han Chen laughed wildly. Is that it? Just that? I wonder what the GM can drop. Han Chen reached out to touch the corpse. Pickup successful, obtain GM staff. Something's wrong. Is this another illusion? No, I'm immune to illusions. Still something's wrong. Han Chen's internal alarm bells rang, because he didn't see any advertisement prompts. The next moment, a ghostly light flickered in Han Chen's eyes as he looked at the GM's corpse. GM corpse real flash. Then he looked around. Real trees, Heavenly Kingdom creation, Heavenly Kingdom acquired treasure, demon refinement, all tamers create an ideal perfect world, trapping the victims within, unable to extricate themselves. Han Chen then understood that he was not trapped in an illusion, but rather in the beast tamer's Heavenly Kingdom, where everything was real and would evolve according to his will. With a thought, Han Chen smashed down with a fist, and the entire Heavenly Kingdom instantly shattered, bringing him back to the demon realm. However, the ghostly light in his eyes flickered as he looked around, realizing he was still within the Heavenly Kingdom, and the scene of its shattering was also an illusion. This is really bizarre. Han Chen was greatly alarmed. He now had an impulse to return to the Thunder Realm, but he still couldn't bear to part with the rich spoils of the demon realm, as well as those great demons. They all had super divine level equipment, all layers of world-destroying magic, all attributes. Acquired treasure, is it on the same level as the demon suppression tower? I want to see how sturdy it can be. With a thought, all his pets appeared in the Heavenly Kingdom. Kakarot and the others directly used their law forms to create a world, and then all the pets struck the ground together. The beast tamer had been watching the Heavenly Kingdom closely. The main reason is that Han Chen's strength has increased too strangely. In just a few minutes, his power has grown by more than 100 times. Therefore, he is very eager to know Han Chen's method of enhancing his strength. Then, he saw Kakarot, who possessed more than 20 times Han Chen's power. Is this the destined child of the demon race? It must be right. I didn't expect that the destined child of our demon race would become this powerful. Looking at his bone age, he can't be more than 3 years old. Fantastic. The demon race is about to rise. Puff. Just as the demon master was lost in the fantasy of a bright future, he suddenly felt a blockage in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Shattered, shattered, shattered. How is this possible? My kingdom in the palm. This is the kingdom in the palm refined by Lord Tianya. Han Chen's eyes flickered with a ghostly light as he looked around. This time, he had truly returned to the demon realm. He coldly glanced at the demon master in front of him, who was draped in a long robe of black feathers, and the demon suppression tower flew out. Taking a deep breath, the demon master flicked his robe, and the demonic energy surged wildly around him. Of course, he recognized the demon suppression tower. It was the spiritual treasure of their archenemy, Yang, as powerful as the kingdom in the palm. However, the next moment he froze because the target of the demon suppression tower was not him. Han Chen's target was, of course, the spoils dropped from the demons. Earlier, the surrounding spoils instantly flew up. Auto-consume ad-free card *201314. Click to view all items. Auto-consume ad-free card *1. Useless spoils *massive. Obtain skill book Starry Sky, Divine, Chaos Waist Pendant, Super Divine, Chaos Lower Garment, Super Divine, Chaos Boots, Super Divine, Tianyao Demon Dan *1. This was the loot he had drawn for a full 2 hours, and the protection period had already
pass so anyone could pick it up. What could be more important than the spoils from a fight? But now that the spoils were in his bag, he had no worries. Kill. With Han Chen's command, Kakarot, in the state of Dharma realm, instantly appeared in front of the Demon Master, his massive fist crashing down. The Demon Master's demonic energy rolled, his left hand behind his back and his right hand raised, his expression calm, as if he were about to support the entire sky with one hand. As his right hand rose, a hand formed from condensed demonic energy quickly ascended to meet Kakarot's fist. Even the destined child of the demon race must be under his control, so he needed to suppress the opponent's arrogance first, letting them see his own strength. However, the next moment, the calm expression on the Demon Master's face vanished, replaced by terror. Puff Kakarot's fist instantly shattered the hand he had condensed, continuing its momentum to strike him. Boom! Rumble at the critical moment, the Demon Master's figure vanished and Kakarot's fist struck the ground, causing the mountains to collapse and dust to fill the air. The forests within several kilometers collapsed and the earth cracked open in several places, extending for dozens of kilometers. This is what we call violent aesthetics. Han Chen stood atop the demon suppression tower, marveling at the scene below. Then, he looked up and saw the Demon Master floating in midair, warily watching Kakarot on the ground. With a thought, Kakarot suddenly soared into the air, charging towards the Demon Master. The Demon Master was startled, his robe transforming into black wings, quickly dodging. However, Kakarot unexpectedly changed direction at an extremely fast speed, turning to continue his charge. In the air, two afterimages flashed rapidly, so fast that they were hard to see. One was the Demon Master, and the other was naturally Kakarot. It wasn't that Kakarot could fly, it was purely Han Chen controlling Kakarot with you. With his current mana, not to mention one Kakarot, it would be easy to make all his summoned beasts fly together. However, as he chased, the next moment, Kakarot automatically returned to his side. Because he had exceeded the distance, summoned beasts would automatically return to their master if they strayed too far, and although the distance had increased with level, it still could not exceed 5 kilometers. Just now, Kakarot chased him to 5 kilometers away, so he automatically returned. Boring. In the distance, the Demon Master also stopped. He had just sensed that Kakarot had suddenly disappeared. Then he reappeared next to that young human. Confused, he hovered in the air to continue observing. However, before he could stay for even a second, he suddenly saw purple runes emerge in the young human's eyes. Just as a sense of crisis began to rise, everything went black before him and he lost all consciousness. The Demon Master fell from the sky, and the next moment, he flew towards Han Chen. Since Han Chen could control Kakarot with you, he could naturally control the Demon Master, who had no power to resist. Demon Master, level 94, legendary BOSS Phoenix has a 50% chance to resurrect upon being killed, and will increase 1 tier. Health 12 billion demonic power 2 500 000 physical attack 37 800 000 magical attack 62 600 000. Is this the level 94 legendary boss? One of the strongest in the demon realm? Why is he so weak? His attributes are even worse than mine. Han Chen shook his head. Apart from health, all other attributes were completely crushed by him. He was just a level 60 player. With a thought, Han Chen summoned the chaotic purple energy, but then he retracted it. Killing him now would be too costly. At level 94, the experience would probably only be a symbolic 1 point. He decided to save it and wait until level 90 to kill him. Then, Han Chen stored the Demon Master in the Demon Suppression Tower and locked him with the Demon Suppression Chains, ensuring that even if his seal dissipated, the Demon Master wouldn't escape. Next, Han Chen returned to the Thunder Realm. The commotion they caused in the Demon Realm was too great and would surely attract other demon clans. He didn't want to be disturbed while collecting his spoils. Han Chen directly filled his skill points, equipped 3 pieces of super divine gear, and then began to check his attributes. Starry Sky. Divine, level, max Damer's passive skill. The demon creatures you tame will no longer be restricted by space, and your perception and control over them will also no longer be limited by space. Chaotic Waste Pendant, Super Divine, type, Super Artifact. Waste equipment level, 60 health, 160 000 physical attack, 120 000 magical attack, 120 000 strength, 240 intelligence, 240 spirit, 240 agility, 240 constitution, 240 spirit of chaos. For each piece of chaotic equipment owned, the upper limit of chaotic purple energy will increase by 1 strand, and the spirit of chaos will assist you in controlling chaotic equipment. Super Artifact, Indestructible. Equipment level will grow with the character. Final damage increased by 10%. Bound to Han Chen, Chaotic Lower Garment. Super Divine, type, Super Artifact, Pants equipment level, 60 health, 140 000 physical defense, 60 000 magical defense, 60 000 strength, 240 intelligence, 240 spirit, 240 agility, 240 constitution, 240 power of chaos, chaotic attack asterisk 500%. Super Artifact. Indestructible, equipment level will grow with the character. Final damage increased by 10%. Bound to Han Chen, Chaotic Battle.
Boots, Super Divine, Type, Super Artifact, Shoes Equipment Level, 60 Physical Defense, 60,000 Magical Defense, 60,000 Strength, 240 Intelligence, 240 Spirit, 240 Agility, 240 Constitution, 240 Movement Speed, 100% Chaotic Incursion, Chaotic Purple Energy adheres to the Chaotic Battle Boots, allowing for space traversal, upper limit of Chaotic Purple Energy plus 3. Super Artifact, Indestructible. Equipment level will grow with the character, final damage increased by 10%. Bound to Han-Chen. Good. This is the pillow. When you're sleepy. Han-Chen was overjoyed. With the starry sky, Kakarot and the others would no longer be restricted to within 5 kilometers of him. With his current speed of movement, if he engaged in mobile combat, his pets could only be recalled infinitely, rendering them ineffective. Moreover, the effect of the starry sky not only lifted the distance restriction but also allowed for remote control, essentially providing him with mobile vision. Additionally, the 3 pieces of super divine equipment brought him great surprise, especially the Chaos Armor and Chaos Boots. The skill of the Chaos Armor, Chaos Power, was like a Pro Max Plus version of a Muscle Man. While the Muscle Man only increased physical attack by 100%, Chaos Power directly multiplied both physical and magical attacks together, resulting in a final chaotic attack that was 5 times stronger. Han-Chen opened his attribute panel. Health. 233453088 Mana, 100, 389892, Chaos Attack, 144-085-8402, Chaos Defense, 91219786, Critical Hit Rate, 60% Movement Speed, 2286950, Strength, 152-4835 Intelligence, 152-4500 Agility, 152-4600 Spirit, 152-5250 Constitution, 152-4985. Han-Chen looked at his staggering 1.44 billion Chaos Attack, feeling the explosive power within him, and thought that with just one punch he could shatter the void. Of course, this was just an illusion. Kakarot's attack power in the previous realm far exceeded his current strength, still only capable of creating a deep pit several kilometers in diameter. Although he couldn't shatter the void with a single punch, Han-Chen had also gained the ability to traverse the void. He wanted to try going to the demon realm using only the Chaos Invasion without the power of the Lord of Thunder. Before he could even summon the Chaos Purple Chi, he broke through the void and arrived in the demon realm. Is this the spirit of chaos? So this is how it assists in controlling equipment. Indeed impressive. Originally, Han-Chen had to expend effort to control the Chaos Purple Chi, but now with the spirit of chaos he could save a lot of energy. Moreover, the spirit of chaos also increased his upper limit for Chaos Purple Chi. He now had 13 strands of it. He didn't know who could withstand his 13 strands of Chaos Purple Chi, but certainly not the Demon Masters. With his current Chaos Attack, the Demon Masters could only endure 1 strand of Chaos Purple Chi. Should I continue killing the demon race or go back to complete the 3rd job transfer first? Han-Chen hesitated for half a second before decisively choosing to continue slaying demons. If he went back to complete the 3rd transfer, his level would skyrocket, and then how could he stack the Annihilation Demon technique? Leveling up was very easy as his level increased. Stacking the Annihilation Demon technique would become more difficult. After all, it required bosses higher than his own level. It was better to clear the demon realm first and then fully upgrade after the 3rd transfer. By the way, what is the 60-level Heavenly Eye Divine ability? The Annihilation Demon technique was so overpowered that Han-Chen had overlooked the 60-level Heavenly Eye Divine ability. In fact, by now, he had little expectation for divine abilities. Could anything be stronger than Super Divine Chaos Equipment? Death increases 1 layer of death per second, with each layer having a 1% chance to obliterate the target's soul. Is this certain death? Does obliteration of the soul include players? Does it include gods? Includes players, includes gods, OJBK. Han-Chen glanced at the mana cost, which was less than 1/10 of his total. He had just used Trace to investigate information about the gods, consuming less than 1/10 of his mana. This indicated that even probing the location of a god would be easy for him now. Han-Chen also recalled what Lin Fan said about him becoming a god in his previous life. If Lin Fan could become a god, then gods probably weren't that strong. Be cautious in words and actions. Be cautious in words and actions. Han-Chen quickly reined in his thoughts. It's best not to provoke the gods unless absolutely necessary. The current goal is to take this opportunity to grow stronger. Han-Chen slowed down, rampaging through the demon realm. He had to slow down because his fastest speed in a non-combat state had already exceeded 100 times the speed of sound. However, even so, all the demons he encountered turned into black mist and fled, rather than chasing him, as they had before. The demon race could sense the immense energy contained within him and dared not provoke him. Han-Chen could have slaughtered his way through, but doing so would prevent him from collecting super god-level equipment and god-level skill books all at once. He wanted the levels of the Annihilation Demon technique as well as the super god-level equipment and god-level skill books. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Han-Chen's face. Got it.
He left the Shenyang apple behind and returned to the Thunder Realm. After Han Shen left, the apple opened its mouth and spewed out a large amount of mirage mist, transforming the surrounding scene, and a group of young and strong humans appeared. Although they were young and strong, they were all ordinary people, and in the eyes of the demon race, they were the perfect blood food. Even demons 1,000 miles away could clearly smell their scent. In an instant, a massive number of demons rushed over, drawn by the scent. This is much more efficient than when I lured them myself. Han Chen watched. The frenzied demons filled with joy. In just half an hour, the number of demons attracted exceeded that of the previous 2 hours. How strange, how can there still be blood food after eating for so long? A fox demon looked suspiciously at the endless stream of humans being delivered to its mouth, sensing that something was off. Other demons with slightly higher intelligence also felt that something was amiss. It seems this is the limit of the Shenyang's control. In the Thunder Realm, Han Shen no longer hesitated, his figure flashing as he returned to the Demon Realm. He summoned the Demon Suppression Tower, and thunderous energy erupted, instantly filling the sky with flashes of lightning and dancing silver serpents. Han Shen did not wait inside but instead appeared at the edge of a high mountain cliff several dozen miles away. At the cliff's edge, several young girls were crouched, staring blankly at the area shrouded in thunder. Don't you want to eat people? Han Shen's voice suddenly rang out from behind them, startling them greatly. No, we don't want to eat. Senior, we've never eaten people. The oldest girl quickly knelt and bowed, speaking as she did so. The other girls followed suit, kneeling and bowing. If you don't want to eat, why did you come here? Actually, we want to eat, but we're scared, right? Han Shen directly exposed their thoughts. He recognized these 7 girls. They were the spider spirits he had seen bathing in the river before. No, we just came to watch the fun. We never eat people, and we won't in the future. The leading spider spirit bowed even more fervently. Alright, no need to bow. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't be talking to you like this. Han Shen smiled, then flicked the chaos whip. If you don't resist, you'll naturally live. Otherwise, you'll end up like those demons, with no place to be buried. We won't resist, Senior. Do whatever you want, as long as you spare our lives, we'll do anything. Han Shen certainly didn't intend to do anything beastly. He just wanted to tame these 7 spider spirits. In this demon realm, being able to say they had never eaten people was already extremely rare. As for whether he truly wanted to eat human flesh this time, it didn't matter. The standard remained the same, actions over intentions. As long as they hadn't eaten people, it was fine. After being tamed by him, they would be even less likely to eat human flesh. Relying solely on awakening spirits, 1 demon a day was too slow, so he needed to directly tame demons. Previously, he had been luring demons, all of which were man-eaters. Now, with the Shenyang attracting them, he could draw in some demons that were attracted to the scent of humans but had refrained from eating them. These demons perfectly met Han Shen's taming requirements. For the man-eating ones, no matter what kind of monster it was, he didn't want them. After subduing the 7 spider spirits, Han Shen moved again and came to the back of a cat demon. Meow. The cat demon had not transformed into human form. It screamed, arching its back, its fur standing on end. Meow. 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 Puff the cat demon was greatly frightened by the aura emanating from Han Shen, howling madly in an attempt to scare him off, ultimately exhausting itself and fainting on the ground. However, it quickly regained consciousness and turned to flee, but it was no match for Han Shen's grasp. With a thought, the cat demon flew up, and in the next second, Han Shen grabbed it by the nape of its neck, causing the cat demon to instantly become docile. If you want to live, don't resist, Han Shen said softly. Knowing the cat demon could understand him, he then raised the chaos whip and lashed it out. Thus, Han Shen ended up with 2 identical cat demons. Of course, he did not use the advertisement exemption card to double the 7 spider spirits, as they had already transformed into human form. Although they weren't truly human, Han Shen had already regarded them as such. Cloning them would violate moral ethics, something Han Shen would never do. He adhered to the core values of socialism. After taming the cat demon, the thunderstorm receded and Han Shen approached the pile of loot, summoning the demon suppression tower to collect the spoils. Automatically consuming advertisement exemption card *203344. Obtaining. Click to view all items. Automatically consuming advertisement exemption card *1. Useless loot *massive. Obtaining. Technique Demon God Technique, Divine, Chaos Necklace, Super Divine, Chaos Bracers, Super Divine, Chaos Bracers, Super Divine, Celestial Demon Essence *1. Demon God Technique. It can't be a technique of the demon race, right? Han Shen took out a book. Demon God Technique, Divine, Type Technique, Consumable Cultivation. Conditions, Demon Race, Divine Beast. Sure enough, it was a technique of the demon race. With a thought, the technique appeared in the hands of Kakarot in the Eternal Demon Kingdom. Now that they had the Eternal Demon Kingdom, Kakarot and the others also had a fixed place to rest and cultivate, no longer needing to hide in the Demon Suppression Tower. Kakarot, teach the technique to the other demons after you learn it. Han Shen's voice echoed from the air. Yes, Master. Kakarot replied respectfully.
Although the technique was a consumable, there were no restrictions on teaching it among players. Subsequently, Han Chen equipped all 3 pieces of Super Divine
equipment.
Chaos Necklace, Super Divine, Type, Super Artifact, Necklace Equipment Level, 60 Health, 140000 Mana, 120000 Physical Attack, 90,000 Magical Attack, 90,000 Strength, 240 Intelligence, 240 Spirit, 240 Agility, 240 Constitution, 240 Heart of Chaos, recovers 20% of maximum health and maximum mana per second. Super Artifact. Indestructible, equipment level will grow with the character, final damage increases by 10%. Bound to Han Chen Chaos Bracers left/right, Super Divine, Type, Super. Artifact Bracers equipment level, 60 physical attack, 90,000 magical attack, 90,000 physical defense, 60,000 magical defense, 60,000 strength, 240 intelligence, 240 spirit, 240 agility, 240 constitution, 240 blessing of chaos, left recovers 20% of your maximum health to friendly characters in a large area per second, consuming 100,000 mana per second. Might of Chaos, right deals 100% chaos attack damage to enemy characters in a large area per second, consuming 100,000 mana per second. Super Artifact, Indestructible, equipment level will grow with the character, final damage increases by 10%. Bound to Han Chen, not bad, Han. Chen was originally worried that the Super God level skill effect of the Chaos Necklace could not replace the Spirit Source Emperor amulet, but now he realized that this concern was completely unnecessary. Since it was said to be exchanged for loot suitable for him, it must be appropriate. No matter when, one should never doubt the value of the advertisement. Moreover, the skills of a pair of Chaos Bracers were also very powerful, with group healing on the left hand and group damage on the right. And there was no cooldown time, the duration depended entirely on his mana. 100,000 per second looked like a lot, but for him, it was nothing, especially when combined with the skills of the Chaos Necklace, which could be used continuously without interruption. Lastly, and most importantly, was the Annihilation Demon skill. The layers of the Annihilation Demon skill had reached 226,834. Compared to the last time, it had only increased by more than 70,000 layers. This was completely within Han Chen's expectations, even more than he had anticipated. The main reason was that his level had reached 60, and bosses below level 60 could no longer provide layers. Han Chen was once again glad for his choice not to return to do the job change quest. Otherwise, he might have leveled up to 70 this time, and the increase in layers might not even reach 50,000. After level 70, it was estimated that even the 20,000 monsters would provide less than 50 layers. The only disappointment for Han Chen was that he did not trigger the special effects and bonuses of the full set of Super God level equipment. He was now fully equipped with Super God level gear. Wait, the ring isn't. Han Chen suddenly realized that the Twin Wolf Pact was actually God level equipment, but it had triggered the set effect, temporarily upgrading to Super God level. In essence, they were still just God level equipment. With this thought, Han Chen recalled the Mirage Demon and then vanished instantly. The nearby demons had suffered heavy casualties. Even those who survived knew what had happened and would definitely not be fooled again, so he needed to find a place far from here to regroup. The next second, Han Chen appeared 100,000 miles away and then released the Mirage Demon. Brother, are we just going to let him slaughter our demon race? Like this? In the center of the demon world, the scene of Han Chen releasing the Mirage Demon was being broadcast live. 2 big men, one fat and one thin, were watching. Seeing Han Chen attract the demons again with the Mirage Demon, the thin one couldn't help but ask. The fat one shook his head. The demon master has been captured, and the heavenly kingdom in his hands has been shattered. What can we do? But we can't just sit and wait for death. At this rate, our demon race will be exterminated soon. The thin one said anxiously. Besides, he will come looking for us sooner or later. If we are exterminated, then so be it. Do these demons have any relatives with you? The fat one shot a glance at the thin one. Well, not really. The thin one thought for a moment and said, but if they are all exterminated, what will happen to the plan to occupy the mother planet? The fat one dismissed it. How to occupy? By taking heads? According to the information from our informants, this Han Xiao not only knows our plan but has also trained a large number of strong individuals, and their growth rate is too fast. And the passage to the mother planet only allows the lowest level demons to pass. The rate of level opening is far lower than their growth rate. This plan is hopeless. The demon master always talks about prophecies, about the child of destiny, believing in it deeply, but now it seems to be nothing but wishful thinking. What child of destiny can contend with this Han Xiao? Hey! The thin one suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Do you think it's possible that this Han Xiao is the heaven of our demon race? What are you talking about? The fat one pushed the thin one away, whose child of destiny kills their own kind. Besides, he is a human, not a demon. Don't indulge in these unrealistic fantasies. If you have ideas, you can go find him yourself. I can't take care of you. The thin one mumbled. What's the big deal? I was just saying it casually. What if there's no what if? If there is, it can only be that monkey demon named Kakarot, but he is Han Xiao's beast pet, so that possibility is also slim.
Stop thinking about all that.
Nonsense for now, staying alive is the most important thing.
Pack up and let's get out of here. Where can you run to?
A faint voice came from behind them.
The fat man.
And the thin man felt a sense of danger and quickly distanced themselves. They hadn't sensed anyone approaching, this was a master.
Once they got into position, they realized it was Han Chen.
You aren't, the thin man exclaimed in terror, pointing at Han Chen and then at the real-time image. Then, he saw himself in the real-time
image.
Han Chen had crossed tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant and arrived inside the demon court. How is this possible? So you were spying on me through
this mirror.
With a thought, Han Chen summoned the mirror that projected his image above the hall into his hand. Ever since he left the heavenly kingdom, he had a vague
feeling of being watched.
At first, he thought it was just his heightened sensitivity due to his increased mental attributes, but after changing locations twice,
he still felt the same.
Using his heavenly eye to trace the source, he realized it wasn't an illusion or mere sensitivity, someone was indeed spying on him.
So, after settling
the apple, he came looking for the source. For him, as long as he had the coordinates, the chaotic battle boots could take him directly there.
The Mirror of Heavens. Insight, nice name, and good function too, here.
Saying this, Han Chen handed the mirror to the thin man.
The thin man took the mirror in confusion, thinking Han Chen
was trying to steal it, but was surprised that he was actually giving it back. Just as he was bewildered, a wisp of chaotic purple energy pierced through his chest. Minus 355.608 billion. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the legendary boss Fu Zhu, level 95, gaining 1 experience, 5 skill points, and 1000 reputation.
I forgot.
Han Chen regretted his action as soon as he struck. In a moment of wanting the upgraded version of the Mirror of Heaven's insight, he killed Fu Zhu. What a loss
of experience.
This was a level 95 legendary boss. A creature of this level wasn't easy to find. He had acted impulsively.
Better to kill early and enjoy. Han Chen
comforted himself, then reached out to touch Fu Zhu's corpse. Automatically consuming advertisement-free viewing card *1, obtaining Demon Emperor Scripture, Divine Mirror of Heavenly Secrets, another cultivation method of the demon race. Han Chen directly tossed it into the Eternal Life Demon Kingdom for Kakarot and the others to
distribute themselves.
His attention turned to the Mirror of Heavenly Secrets.
I hope you don't disappoint me. Mirror of Heavenly Secrets, type postnatal spiritual.
Treasure, attributes, maximum health plus 100%, maximum mana plus 100%, physical attack plus 100%, magic attack plus 100%, physical defense plus 100%, magic defense plus 100%.
Special trait, insight into all realms.
Bound to, smiling, insight into all realms. It's somewhat similar to my tracing. I deduce based on existing information, while this is
direct observation. Is that the meaning?
With a thought, the image of the 9-tailed fox with 9 tails frantically fleeing in the void appeared in the Mirror of Heavenly Secrets, which was the previous fat man.
Is this the real body? So ugly. Han Chen complained.
The next moment, he also appeared in the void, and upon seeing Han
Chen, the fox fled again, tearing through the void, with Han Chen closely following behind.
Once they exited the void, purple runes surged in Han Chen's eyes, causing the fleeing figure of the fox to momentarily freeze, crashing into a small mountain and shattering it.
Han Chen summoned the demon suppression tower and captured the fox inside.
This was all preparation for future upgrades. As for using it as a mount, Han Chen had considered this idea, but after seeing the fox's preference for eating people and having devoured countless over the millennia, he abandoned that thought. After dealing with the fox, Han Chen returned to the Grand Hall of the Demon Court. Although this hall appeared to be connected to the outside world, it was actually isolated by a formation, so the demons outside had no idea what was happening inside. Han Chen did not plan to go outside to kill those demon soldiers and generals right now, because the number of these high-level monsters was limited, so he intended to
save them for later.
For now, of course, it was time to explore the Demon Court, which had been established for over 10,000 years and surely held many secrets.
For example, the Heavenly Demon Decree enshrined in the main hall.
A flicker of light flashed in Han Shen's eyes, and then he used the Heavenly Machine Mirror to take a
look.
Whether using Trace or the Heavenly Machine Mirror, the results were the same. This was indeed a decree left by the Heavenly Demon, and its content was indeed about cooperating with the human race, but it had been altered by Lucius.
It's Lucius again. Who exactly is this Lucius? Previously, the Heavenly Demon's secret realm
had also been tampered with by Lucius. With a thought, Han Chen saw in the Heavenly Machine Mirror a white priest dressed in a golden embroidered white robe, holding a staff, eyes closed, with a benevolent and solemn expression.
Han Chen's expression gradually became strange. The High Priest of Light? Lucius? Initially, Han Chen
thought that this Lucius was most likely a defector from the human race or a member of the demon race. He never expected that the other party was actually the High Priest of Light, the chief priest of the Holy Light Temple. Upon further investigation, Han Chen discovered that he was not a spy planted by the demon race in the Holy Light Temple. His identity was purely that of a priest from the Holy Light Temple. So what was Lucius's purpose? Was it because he couldn't bear to see the suffering of humanity?
hated the demon race, and thus altered the secret realm to incite hatred against the demon race, leading to their eradication? If that were the case, it could explain why he modified the Peach Blossom secret realm. But Lucius's actions went beyond that. He also altered the Heavenly Demon Decree, instructing the demon race to eliminate the humans on their home planet. If this was also for the good of humanity, that would be too absurd. If he were a spy of the demon race, it would make complete sense, but he was not. Just as Han Shen was about to continue investigating Lucius's motives, Lucius in the Heavenly Machine Mirror suddenly opened his eyes, slightly raised his head to look into the void, which happened to be the angle of the Heavenly Machine Mirror. It was as if he was looking directly at Han Shen through the mirror. Han Shen's hair stood on end as he stepped to the left side of the Heavenly Machine Mirror. However, in the mirror, Lucius's head also tilted slightly in his direction, his eyes still fixed on Han Shen. Han Shen moved to the right side, and Lucius followed suit, still gazing at him. At this point, Han Shen was certain that Lucius was indeed observing him through the Heavenly Machine Mirror. This was terrifying. This was not the minor character the Heavenly Demon spoke of, but a big shot. Han Shen forced a smile. Nice to meet you. Lucius displayed a kind smile. Nice to meet you too. Han Shen's smile instantly froze as he tentatively asked, Palace Jade Liquid Wine. But as soon as he spoke, he realized something was off. This reference was only understood domestically, and he was clearly dealing with a foreigner who wouldn't get it. Sure enough, Lucius frowned slightly, thought for a moment, then shook his head. The United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. Ireland? Han Shen only caught the last word. He knew about the Irish Islands. Queen Elizabeth II? Lucius still shook his head. Queen Victoria. It seems you arrived in this world much later than I did. What year is it on Earth now? 2025. I came to this world in 1890. I never expected that in these 10,000 years, only a little over 100 years have passed on Earth. Lucius sighed. Can you tell me about the history of the past 100 years? Has Great Britain already ruled the world? I'm not good with history, especially British history, so I'm not very clear on that. But I can tell you the current situation. You have long been left behind by the United States. Now the US is your boss, and you fight whoever they fight. Lucius sighed. At least I witnessed the most glorious moment of Great Britain. Han Shen felt a deep sense of emotion upon hearing this. At least Lucius had witnessed it, while he had never seen the glory of his own country before being brought here. However, in the next moment, Han Shen realized he had focused on the wrong point. Are you saying you've been here for over 10,000 years and still haven't found a way back? You're already so strong. Not nearly enough, unless I become. Lucius closed his mouth and pointed to the top of his head. A god, right? Han Shen had no concerns about that. Lucius nodded. You can speak freely about it in the lower realm, but once you get to the upper realm, you must be cautious, or you might fall at any moment. If I have the chance to go back, I could take you with me, but the premise is that you can reach the upper realm. And one more thing you must remember, don't try to pry into the upper realm anymore. I can sense it, let alone other beings. This time, you were just lucky to encounter me. If it were another being, you might have been directly killed. As he spoke, Lucius waved his hand, and the image in the Heavenly Machine Mirror instantly turned into a white blur. Han Shen knocked on the Heavenly Machine Mirror, but there was still no image, and he couldn't help but complain, this trashy Heavenly Machine Mirror, how can it even claim to be a postnatal spiritual treasure? After tossing the Heavenly Machine Mirror into his backpack, he used his heavenly eye, and the ghostly light in his eyes flickered, allowing him to see Lucius again. However, this time it seemed Lucius did not sense his spying. Lucius, level 109, unaware of being spied on, cannot reverse probe through the Heavenly Machine Mirror. Health 2,240,000,000,000 light attack, 2 billion physical defense, 8 million magical defense, 1.2 billion final damage increase, 50% final damage reduction, 50%. Reasons for altering the Heavenly Demon Secret Realm and Heavenly Demon Edict: inciting disaster, spreading faith, collecting the power of faith. The ghostly light in Han Shen's eyes retracted, and after reading, he felt much more relaxed. The way Lucius had communicated with him through the Heavenly Machine Mirror had truly frightened him. He even thought he had been seen through. Moreover, Lucius appeared so nonchalant, resembling an omnipotent supreme being. However, through tracing, he understood that Lucius had not seen through him. He merely regarded him as an ordinary fellow who was also caught up in this world. And after looking at the attributes, he realized that Lucius's strength was just SOSO. Level 109, so what Lin Fan said about reaching godhood at level 100 must be false. Lucius hasn't even become a god. It's probably not that Lin Fan is deliberately hiding it, it's just that in his understanding, level 100 is the highest level. What Lin Fan thinks of as becoming a god probably just means going to the upper realm. At the same time, Han Shen finally understood the root cause of the conflict between humans and demons. It was Lucius, or rather, the Holy Temple of Light. Unlike Han Shen, Lucius did not arrive in the divine realm as a player. He had no player template, but he unexpectedly received the favor of the God of Light and obtained the identity of an apostle of the God of Light, allowing him to walk the world. At that time, the war between humans and demons had already reached its conclusion, and Lucius had not experienced the era of the Heavenly Demon and Shi Yang, so their betrayal had nothing to do with him.
However, it was true that Lucius continuously intensified the conflict between humans and demons and then spread faith. During the post-heavenly Demon Shiryang era, the turmoil in the human realm was mostly instigated by him behind the scenes. The alterations to the secret realm and the heavenly Demon Edict were merely his casual actions, not some meticulously planned conspiracy. What he did was simply destroy the possibility of easing tensions between demons and humans, and destruction was far easier than building. It was this casual alteration that led to the deaths of billions of humans and demons on the mother planet. Soon, a new apostle of the Holy Temple of Light would appear in the Divine Realm game, rescuing humanity from suffering. The apostle would be chosen by the God of Light, of which Lucius was unaware. Han Shen's mind stirred as he prepared to trace the Light God, but suddenly, a strong sense of crisis washed over him, and he instantly abandoned that thought. Han Shen had a strong premonition that if he used trace to investigate the Light God now, he would die a terrible death. So, does this mean that my current mana is already sufficient to trace a deity? It's just that I would be discovered, and I'm not a match for the god yet. I'm only level 60, why the rush? Han Shen felt a sudden sense of relief. His potential for growth was still vast, even infinite, one might say. First, let's gather some resources, boost my combat power, and then come back to continue exploring. With a flash, Han Shen returned to the location where the apples were. He hadn't harvested this area yet, so the monsters gathered very quickly and densely. This time, Han Shen did not use the thunder juice. He had only collected a little over half an hour's worth, and he had already used up 1/8 of it in the previous attempts. What he was preparing to use was naturally the skill of the Chaos Arm Guard, right, Chaos Might. Han Shen didn't even need to extend his hand. The spirit of chaos had already helped him unleash the skill. In an instant, a purple energy spread across a 100-mile radius, followed by a flurry of damage numbers rising, the lowest being 6.91 billion, with critical hits and holy strikes reaching up to 70.8 billion. Various horrific howls erupted simultaneously, only to vanish in the next second, leaving only a few monsters with passive survival skills, still struggling to survive. 3 seconds later, the entire world fell into an eerie silence, with no monsters left alive. Then, Han Shen's mental energy spread across the battlefield. With a thought, all the loot flew up together. Automatically consuming ad-free card asterisk 233333. Click to view all items. Automatically consuming ad-free card asterisk 1. Useless loot asterisk massive. Obtain skill book conversion. God, Chaos Cloak, Super God, Chaos Left Ring, Super God, Chaos Right Ring, Super God, Heavenly Demon Essence asterisk 1. Nice, this time I really gathered everything. There's even a Chaos Cloak. Han Shen couldn't wait to equip the 2 rings and the cloak. Instantly, all his chaos equipment connected together. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the full set of 12 pieces of Super God level equipment. Activation effect: Twilight of the Gods. Final damage increase plus 90%. Final damage reduction plus 90%. Holy Strike plus 50%. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the full set of 13 pieces of Chaos set. Activation set effect: Master of Chaos. What effect does this Master of Chaos have? Why isn't it mentioned? A glimmer flickered in Han Shen's eyes. I am Chaos. Chaos is indestructible. I too shall not die. I wasn't going to die anyway. Contentment brings happiness. What more could I want? Han Shen was not disappointed at all. The surprise was already more than enough. That was a 90% final damage increase and reduction. Then, Han Shen checked the rings and cloak again. Chaos Left/Right Ring, Super God, Type, Super Artifact, Ring Equipment Level, Level 60 Health, 180,000 Physical Attack, 60,000 Magical Attack, 60,000 Strength, 240 Intelligence, 240 Spirit, 240 Agility, 240 Constitution, 240 Chaos Formless. Left can transform into any form, different forms, consume different amounts of mana, and when mana is exhausted, it reverts to human form. Chaos Order, right after taking damage, cannot take any further damage for 1 second. Super Artifact, Indestructible, equipment level will grow with the character. Final damage increases by 10%. Bound to Han Chen. Chaos Cloak, Super God, Type, Super Artifact, Special, Cloak Equipment Level, Level 60 Max Health, 1000% Max Mana, 1000% Chaos Attack, 1000% Chaos Defense, 1000% Chaos Critical Hit. Gain a 50% chance of Chaos Critical Hit. Holy Critical Hit chance converts to Chaos Critical Hit, and the damage effect of Chaos Critical Hit is equivalent to Holy Critical Hit. Super Artifact, Indestructible, equipment level will grow with the character. Final damage increases by 10%. Bound to Han Xiao. When Han Shen saw the skills of the Chaos Left Ring and Right Ring, he still retained a bit of rationality, but when he saw the Chaos Cloak, he completely lost his mind. Is this really okay? So I really am the GM, I just forgot, right? Or maybe I'm actually the GM's illegitimate child? Even if it were true, it shouldn't be like this. This directly multiplies attributes by 10 times. It's too outrageous. And the Chaos Critical Hit, the Super God set gives a 50% Holy Critical Hit, which is converted into a 50% Chaos Critical Hit, and
then gives another 50%. Doesn't that mean a 100% trigger for Chaos Critical Hit?
This means every hit can trigger 5 times the damage.
There's really no need for this, I can already one-shot them.
This is making me so anxious. Han Chen was developing a severe fear of being too overpowered.
Are you there? Come out, calling you dad would make me feel more at ease.
Han Chen waited for a while, but the surroundings remained silent, with no one
appearing. Soon, Han Chen adjusted his mindset. Why am I panicking? It's not like I opened it myself, I'm just being forced to accept it. Existence is reasonable. I wonder how many layers the Annihilation Demon Art has stacked now.
Annihilation Demon Art current layers, 316004. Not bad. This time it stacked even more than last time, nearly 90,000 layers.
With the boost from the Annihilation Demon Art and the Chaos Cloak, Han Chen's attributes
had more than multiplied by 10. Health 5.7388 billion mana, 2.5528 billion chaos attack, 10.6418 billion chaos defense, 2.4553 billion critical hit chance, 60% movement speed, 379563660 strength, 3163015 intelligence, 3162980 agility, 3162980 a spirit, 3163430 constitution, 3163265 Han. Shen moved his figure and arrived again 100,000 miles away, allowing the apple to continue attracting the demon race.
Then, he returned to the demon court.
Seeing the demon soldiers and generals outside, Han Shen suddenly had a new plan. 2 streams of chaotic purple energy emerged from his body, instantly transforming into the forms of Long Ji and Fu Zhu, while he himself took on the appearance of a demon master. This is the Chaos Left Ring skill, Chaos Formless Change, which can not only change into gas and objects but also into people. Then, the 3 left the council hall and
entered the main hall.
Greetings, Great King, Second Great King, Demon Master. The demon generals in the hall quickly bowed upon seeing Han Chen.
The
transformed Longji spoke loudly. The demon master has found the destined child of the demon race, cracked the passage law, and ordered the demon realm that all demons above level 60 and strong beings above that must gather at the demon court.
Tonight, we will successively open the way for strong beings between level 60 and 80 to return to the Mother Star. The revival of the demon race is tonight.
Great! The demon generals in the hall were
all overjoyed. The demon race is about to revive. We demons can finally stop hiding.
Enjoy the blood feast, become players, and grow stronger.
Great King, what about us? The demon general stammered. You will naturally go together. You are the elite among the elite of my demon race, my trusted aides. Long Ji declared loudly before the demon
generals could cheer. Long Ji continued, but the premise is that you must do this well.
There is only tonight. After tonight, the passage will close, and you will never be able to go again. Time is of the essence, so tonight only the elite of the demon race can go.
Those of lower rank or status do not qualify to go to the Mother Star. Understood, all the demon generals replied in unison.
Then transformed into demon energy and left. Before long, voices spread throughout the demon realm, and the entire demon realm went wild.
Nearby demons quickly arrived at the demon court, while those in remote areas exhausted all their means, even using secret methods that consumed their life essence, frantically rushing towards the demon court. The Mother Star, after all, had hundreds of billions
of pure human blood food.
Not only that, but there were no enemies, and one could obtain the legendary player template through the game helmet, becoming immortal while also increasing strength at a
rate 1,000 times greater than now. This opportunity was only this once.
Missing the chance to enter the Mother Star meant missing the chance to transform from a demon into a god.
You little demons don't even have the qualifications to enter the Mother Star. What are you making a fuss about?
Don't block the way, a large demon roared, and the small demon ahead of him suddenly dropped dead.
Hee, I'll borrow your life essence for a bit.
A gigantic blood leech flew through the air, and demons within hundreds of meters exploded into a mist of blood, fueling the leech and increasing its speed.
You despicable demons dare to appear before me, who is about to become a demon god, and pollute my eyes. You truly have a death wish. A fat pig demon rampaged, slaughtering lower-level demons. A woman's hand pierced through a man's chest, and his life force quickly drained away. He looked at her in disbelief. Why? The woman looked at him reluctantly. I'm sorry, my husband, I can't give up this opportunity. Since you love me, please support me.
If I eat you, I can reach level 60 and gain the qualification to enter the Mother Star.
You won't blame me, will you? The man smiled tragically. How could I blame you? 2 demons in love should help each other. The woman was deeply moved, tears shimmering in her eyes. Husband, you owe. The man suddenly opened his bloody maw and swallowed the woman whole, smacking his lips before sorrowfully saying, after being together for so long, you still don't understand me. I'm a hydra, without a heart. Don't worry, I'll go to the Mother Star and fulfill your dream. Slaughter was happening throughout the demon realm, with many demons nearing level 60 frantically killing and devouring other lower-level demons to reach that level. There were also high-level demons of ordinary rank teaming up to kill high-rank low-level demons, then turning on each other, with the last surviving demons devouring the high-rank demons to complete their ascension in the life hierarchy and meet the standards to go to the Mother Star.
This was a carnival for the strong, madness for the mediocre, and a nightmare for the weak. Leaving Long Ji and Fu Zhu outside to manage the overall situation, Han Chen, transformed into a demon master, arrived at the altar in the very center of the demon court. This was an altar with a diameter of 10 kilometers, surrounded by flags adorned with various totems, and the altar was filled with a strong smell of blood, with bloodstains all over the floor. Han Chen closed his eyes because he had just seen what happened here yesterday. It was 18,000 humans, all killed last night, right here, to open the passage to the Mother Star. In fact, this passage was opened on a timer, not just during the demon race's sacrifices. The demon master knew this, but he still chose to sacrifice 18,000 humans, and tonight, another 18,000 humans were already prepared. For the next 7 days, 18,000 humans would be killed here every day. In fact, these humans would ultimately end up in the bellies of the demon master, Fu Zhu, and Long Ji. These humans were all accumulated by the demon race in the demon realm. Even with the 3 great demon emperors of the demon race, their chances to devour tens of thousands of human beings in one night are few and far between. Tonight marks the end of the demon race. They will all accompany you to the grave, Demon Master. At that moment, the demon general in charge of the altar approached Han Chen and bowed respectfully. Han Chen opened his eyes, a barely perceptible fierceness flashing in them. What is it, Demon Master? Since we are collectively heading to the Mother Star tonight, what about the extra blood food from over 1 million humans? The demon general did not hide the desire in his eyes. Naturally, it will all be sacrificed. Otherwise, do you think we can change the established rules? Han Chen replied with dissatisfaction. Mind your words. If your greed leads to a loss of offerings and causes the ritual to fail, you will all be the sinners of the demon race. Yes, I understand. I will keep a close watch on the offerings and ensure that no demon touches a single one. The demon general hurriedly retreated in a panic. Han Chen put the apple away. The allure of the apple transformed into a human was nowhere near as enticing as heading to the Mother Star, and continuing to tempt would only raise the demon's suspicions. He then flashed and arrived at the beast tamer mentor Wayne in Peach Blossom Town. Thanks to Han Chen's presence, there were surprisingly many new players in Peach Blossom Town, and a considerable number of players were changing their class to beast tamers. At that moment, Wayne was surrounded by a group of players. He was enjoying the services of the players around him while speaking confidently. Let me tell you that Han Xiao is just an ordinary beast tamer. Among the students I taught, he didn't even rank in the top 10, but he has one advantage that no one else has. Do you know what it is? The players shook their heads, their eyes fervently fixed on Wayne. Of course, it's because of his sincerity. Sincerity brings results. Haven't you heard that saying? Where money goes, stones will open. Mentor, isn't it sincerity that opens stones? A player asked in confusion. Absurd! Wayne exclaimed loudly. What sincerity? Han Zhao's current achievements rely on gold coins. Without gold coins, where would he find the time? Without gold coins, how could he acquire extra skills? As he spoke, Wayne took out 2 skill books and tapped them in his hands before putting them away. Without gold coins, how can I judge whether you are sincere? So how many gold coins count as sincerity? That depends on how sincere you are. If, Wayne suddenly jumped up mid-sentence. He recognized that voice all too well. Ha, Han Xiao. It really is you. As Wayne turned around, he was frozen in place, not because of Han Chen's level or his equipment, but because he saw a killing intent in Han Chen's eyes that was thick enough to be tangible. If it were any other player, Wayne wouldn't be afraid at all. But this was Han Chen. Could it be that he wants to kill me because I tricked him for money? Rich people care most about their reputation. I'm doomed. He even casually kills the town mayor. He definitely won't let me off. Thud. Wayne's legs went weak and he fell to his knees. Han Xiao, no, Lord Han Shen, you have a great heart. Please spare me this time. I won't dare again. This scene was a huge shock to the new beast tamers around. They thought Wayne was a hidden master and that Han Chen's current achievements were due to Wayne, so they tried every means to indirectly replicate Han Chen's success. However, the hidden master they saw was now kneeling before Han Chen, desperately begging for mercy. How could this possibly be a master? So he's just a fraud. Does it even need saying? How can a strong person kneel before a weak one? He's afraid the great Han Xiao will kill him. Damn it, I paid 10 silver coins and got nothing in return, thinking it was my lack of sincerity. 10 silver coins? That's nothing. I've already paid 10 gold coins. This is too much. I'm going to report him to the Federation. 10 gold coins? Dude, do you need a pendant or something? You're so slow you can't even catch a warm meal. The laughing god is right here, and instead of hanging out with the laughing god, you're hanging out for 10 gold coins. Oh god, you're my idol. Han Chan looked at Wayne, who was kneeling on the ground, and the chaotic players around him, his brows furrowing. As Wayne raised his head to see Han Chen's reaction, he noticed Han Chen frowning, which made him even more flustered, and he knelt even lower, his head completely pressed against the floor. Get up, I won't kill you, Han Chen said, but Wayne still didn't dare to rise. Helpless, Han Chen had to grab Wayne and brought him into the Thunder Realm. Get up!
If you don't get up, I'll kill you.
Terrified of death, Wayne decisively stood up but still kept his head
down, not daring to look at Han Shen.
Of course, Han Shen couldn't kill Wayne, he still needed Wayne for his job change.
What is the task? For the third job change? Han Shen cut to the chase. You need to kill a boss that is at least your own level. Wayne instantly blurted out the task without a hint of hesitation.
After saying that, he froze because he caught a glimpse of Han Shen's level. Sure enough, Han Shen was
already level 60.
He was shocked. Just last night, Han Shen was only level 40 in his second job change.
He never expected that in less than
a day, Han Shen had already reached level 60. This leveling speed was too fast. Could it be that he has turned into a monster, devoured the leader, deputy leader, and mayor, and directly leveled up to 60? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the only possibility.
Otherwise, how could anyone level up 20 levels in a day? Thud. Wayne knelt down again. I'm weak, my meat is smelly and rotten. Not tasty at all. Han Shen's mind stirred, and Wayne involuntarily stood up. He was filled with panic. It seemed he was really going to be eaten.
Now, Wayne not only lost control of his actions but also of his lower body, a warm stream flowing down his thigh.
Damn it, do you have to be this timid?
Han Shen withdrew his mental power in disgust, and Wayne instantly collapsed to the ground.
Stop dawdling, you still have value.
If you give me the third job change task, you can live, otherwise, you'll die. Han Shen was too lazy to comfort Wayne, speaking
in a cold tone. Indeed, scaring him directly was more effective. I'll issue it right now.
Wayne seemed to see a glimmer of hope for survival, and hurriedly said, accept task, Beast Tamer third job change, requirement, kill a boss of level not lower than 60, 0/1. The boss was as
easy for Han Shen as breathing. How many job changes are there in total? What are the job change tasks? Han Shen asked. If all went well, he
would level up significantly tonight. Every 20 levels is a job change. The next one is at level 80, and the task is to kill a golden level
boss.
The level 100 task is called Ascension, which requires gathering a full set of divine equipment, after which you will become a god and leave this world. Wayne quickly said, fearing that if he spoke too slowly, his life would be in danger.
Become a god? Serving as a god's servant would be more like it.
Han Shen found it amusing but didn't say much. Instead, he warned, stay well in Taoyuan town, don't run around.
And don't rest tonight. Wait for me to change jobs, otherwise, even the king of hell can't save you.
Understood, understood.
I will
definitely wait obediently for the king to change jobs until the king ascends to godhood. Wayne hurriedly bowed his head, then suddenly noticed that the surroundings had become noisy again. Looking up, he found himself back in the alley of Taoyuan town.
The surrounding novice beast
tamers were pointing at him, but Wayne wasn't angry. Instead, he felt a sense of relief after surviving.
Then, he quickly ran back to the courtyard and locked the door behind him. Han Shen returned to the demon realm altar. With nearly 1.5 million human sacrifices, the altar couldn't hold them all at once, so the sacrificial time was moved up.
At this moment, a massive number of humans were being herded toward the altar, completely naked, stumbling, with no spark in their eyes. A flicker of pain and fear flashed in Han Shen's eyes, but he still used rewind again, mentally repeating the steps and processes of the previous ritual several times. The scene was like hell, but he had to imprint every detail in his mind. Only then could he ensure the authenticity of the simulated scene.
Soon, the first batch of 180,000 humans
was driven to the altar, while the demon masters, Fu Zhu and Longji flew above the altar, blood-red demonic power pouring into it, causing
the runes on the altar to glow.
Ugh! The cries of pain echoed throughout the demon court as wisps of blood mist were drawn from the human skin, connecting to the runes on the altar, absorbed by it.
Among the observing demons, a three-eyed great demon showed a look of confusion.
His third eye possessed the ability to pierce illusions. Although he couldn't see through the Shenyang's mirage, he keenly sensed
something was off.
The behavior of these humans was strange. Their pain seemed somewhat restrained, and it was as if, for a moment, they
felt no pain at all.
This was impossible. The agony of having their souls and blood drawn would only intensify, lasting until half an hour later when their lives ended, which was in line with the standards of the ritual.
In fact, this was Han Shen witnessing the suffering of the
humans in the illusion, feeling compassion, and the Shenyang sensed Han Shen's emotions, automatically restraining for a moment.
Unexpectedly,
this momentary mistake was noticed by some great demons. The great demons already present in the demon court chose to remain silent. As insiders, they naturally understood some of the internal rules of the demon court. This time, it was merely that the higher-ups had a bigger appetite, preparing to head to the Mother Star. This bit of blood food was nothing. However, the great demons who had never been involved in the demon court were unaware of these nuances. They did not understand what demon emotions and worldly affairs meant. This ritual has
problems, the three-eyed great demon shouted loudly as he flew into the air.
His third eye emitted a divine light that shone on the altar, causing the wailing humans to suddenly vanish, leaving only the empty altar.
However, to the three-eyed great demon's surprise, the surrounding demons showed no reaction at all.
There is no ritual at all. This is a conspiracy, the three-eyed great demon shouted with all his demonic power. Yet the demons below remained calm, coldly looking at him instead. The demon master then spoke in a deep voice, "Despicable humans. Attempting to interfere with our demon clan's grand plan, I respectfully invite the Holy Sun to eradicate the invading enemy." As soon as the demon master's words fell, colorful rays of light burst forth in the sky, and Kakarot appeared from the radiance. "I want to see who you are." The three-eyed great demon shot a beam of divine light from his third eye towards Kakarot. At that moment, Kakarot suddenly opened his eyes, too. Golden beams shooting out, neutralizing the three-eyed great demon's divine light, then shooting towards him. In an instant, the three-eyed great demon turned into blood mist flowing into the altar. Holy Sun! Holy Sun! Holy Sun! All the demons felt their blood boiling. In their eyes, there was no three-eyed great demon, but a powerhouse comparable to a human emperor whose every move distorted space. Yet, such a powerful being was instantly killed by a glare from their holy sun, the destined child of the demon clan. With such a powerful holy sun, the rise of their demon clan would be unstoppable. Han Shan sneered coldly. To ensure the smooth progress of today's ritual, he had released and converted a batch of 100 shenyang. Conversion was the god-level skill he had obtained earlier, the ultimate advanced skill of taming. Conversion, max targets within the conversion range, ineffective against players and boss, base success rate 5%, success rate 100%. Against targets weaker than oneself, mana cost 200,000, cooldown time 1 second. 100 shenyo, precisely covering every single demon, would be specially isolated and dealt with at the slightest sign of movement. They could either be killed by the Holy Sun as powerful beings blocking the rise of the demon race or simply vanish without a trace, causing no ripples. As the last wave of humans was recalled by Han Shen from the Thunder Realm, the sacrificial ceremony was nearing its end. At the moment the ceremony concluded, a blood moon had unknowingly hung in the sky above the demon court. Only the demon court in the demon realm had a distinction between day and night, and under the illumination of the blood moon, the cultivation speed of the demon race would increase exponentially, a privilege that only the demon court could enjoy. At this moment, millions of demons basked in the light of the blood moon, but none were cultivating. They were all waiting for the opening of the passage to their mother star. In full view of everyone, a purple spatial teleportation portal rapidly unfolded. The demon race's holy sun, Kakarot, flew above the portal, his eyes shining with golden light once more, and the purple portal began to expand quickly, transforming into a massive golden portal. All the demons erupted in excitement. From the delighted gazes of the demon masters and the two great kings, they knew this meant the plan had succeeded. Long live the Holy Sun! Long live the Holy Sun! At this moment, the demon master also issued a command. The Holy Sun's magical power will take time to activate, and the level restrictions will gradually weaken. The teleportation passage can currently only ensure the safe arrival of level 60 to 75 demons. All elite demons, from now on, enter the Mother Star in an orderly manner according to the previous arrangements. Oh, great! We've finally waited for this moment. One by one, the demons transformed into demonic energy and rushed toward the portal, disappearing in a flash of golden light. Ah! A level 76 great demon, unable to contain its excitement, charged toward the portal, only to be crushed by the golden light, instantly turning into a mist of blood, dying without a trace. This time, the high-level demons, who had been eager to rush to the Mother Star for blood food, obediently waited at the back. Of course, the transformation of this level 76 great demon into blood mist was an illusion. Those demons entering the teleportation array were also fake, and no demon could reach the teleportation array, because Han Shen had been unleashing the power of chaos, covering half the altar. All the demons that entered were instantly killed. Yet, under the illusion of the Shenyo, in the eyes of all the demons, these demons had successfully entered the portal, heading to the Mother Star. The 60 to 75 level demons were the most numerous, nearly 2 million, providing Han Shen with close to 4 million layers of world-destroying demonic power, reaching a total of 4,286,722 layers. As all the demons below level 75 entered the altar to meet their demise, Han Shen had the Shenyo simulate a demon master while he returned to the home of Wayne in Taoyuan town. Settle the task quickly. Yes, my lord. Wayne hurriedly replied, having been on edge until now, not even daring to go to the bathroom, for fear that Han Shen would come and not see him. Task: Beast Tamer Class 3rd Job Change completed. Congratulations, you have successfully changed to Demon Tamer, 3rd change, gaining plus 120% health, plus 80% physical attack, plus 80% physical defense. Congratulations, you have reached level 61, gaining 1 skill point and 12 free attribute points. My lord, the skills, Wayne stammered. Just give them to me. Han Shen quickly replied. My lord, there are no skills. I haven't had any since the 3rd change began, Wayne weakly said. Just say it directly. Stop wasting time. Han Shen's figure flickered and returned to the demon realm altar. Han Shen re-established the power of chaos, while Kakarot pretended to observe the portal, then nodded to the Demon Master. The Demon Master then issued another order: those from level 75 to 80 enter the portal and head to the Mother Star. As soon as the words fell, 2 eagerly waiting level 80 demons rushed toward the portal, safely entering, and then the main force of the demon race surged toward the portal once more. Meanwhile, Han Chen's level was rapidly increasing. Congratulations on reaching level 62. You have gained 1 skill point and 12 free attribute points. Congratulations on reaching level 65. You have gained 1 skill point and 12 free attribute points. Your equipment, Chaos Whip, Super God, Chaos Pearl, Super God, Chaos Battlesuit, Super God, has been upgraded to level 65. Congratulations on reaching level 70. Your equipment, Chaos Whip, Super God. Congratulations on reaching level 75. Congratulations on reaching level 80. You have gained 1 skill point and 12 free attribute points. Your equipment, Chaos Whip, Super God, Chaos Pearl, Super God, Chaos Battlesuit, Super God, has been upgraded to level 80. Your level has reached the limit. Please go to the Profession Mentor to complete the 4th job transfer. The demons from level 75 to 80 are rare. Only about 100,000 exist, but it is more than enough for Han Chen to reach level 80. At first there was experience decay, but as time went on, the decay became smaller, and the leveling speed increased. In the end, he even jumped directly from level 78 to level 80 in just 1 second. In this situation, with 100,000 demons, Han Chen also absorbed 85,000 layers of the Annihilation Demon skill. Once all the level 80 demons were defeated, Han Chen secretly returned to the Peach Blossom Secret Realm. What? My lord, you leveled up too fast, right? Wayne looked at Han Chen's level, hardly believing his eyes, and then thought of a possibility. Could it be that you are a celestial demon, devouring the human race to level up? I'm devouring demons, Han Chen thought, but he was too lazy to argue with Wayne. Issue the 4th transfer task, or I'll swallow you. I'll issue it right away, please. Don't swallow me, I'm dirty. Wayne was so scared he nearly lost control, quickly issuing the task. Accept task, Beast Tamer Profession 4th. Job transfer, requirements, kill a golden level boss of at least level 80, 1/1. Completed directly? Han Chen switched his attention to the demon realm and understood what was happening. A powerful demon had seen through the clues and was then killed by Kakarot. Task. Settlement. Han Chen said directly. Task, Beast Tamer Profession 4th job transfer completed. Congratulations, you have successfully transferred to Demon Tamer 4th transfer, gaining plus 250% health, plus 160% physical attack, plus 160% physical defense. Congratulations on reaching level 81. You have gained 1 skill point and 20 free attribute points. Automatically accepted task. Ascend to level 100. Requirements. Reach level 100, 81/100, collect 12 pieces of divine level equipment, 12/12. Oh, so the level 100 ascension task doesn't need to be accepted here, nor does it need to be settled here, right? Han Chen asked with a smile. At this moment, Wayne was no longer afraid, resignedly saying, it's still inevitable to die, just give me a quick end. Fool. Unable to scare Wayne, Han Chen found it uninteresting and returned to the Demon Court altar. The Demon Master then timely said, the portal level has been upgraded to level 86 and those not exceeding level 86 can now enter. Level 87, level 88, level 90, directly upgraded to level 93. Those at level 93 can enter. Are there no demons left? When Han Chen's level reached 88, he stopped because there were no more demons besides the 3 of them. The highest level demon was only level 90. Moreover, there were only about 100 demons above level 85. Now, all the high-level demons had been wiped out. Not bad, over 2 million high-level demons, all dead within half an hour. I wonder how powerful the loot from all the strong demons in this gathering can be exchanged for. Oh, I almost forgot there are still 2 left. Han Chen released the Demon Master and Long Ji, and then 2 strands of chaotic purple energy instantly penetrated their bodies. 123.562 trillion minus 98.849 trillion. Congratulations. You have successfully killed the legendary boss Dragon Nephew, level 95, earning 62,288,000 experience, plus 5 skill points, plus 1,000 reputation. Congratulations. You have successfully killed the legendary boss Demon Master, level 94, earning 117,248,000 experience, plus 5 skill points, plus 100 reputation. Level 95 gives 60 million, level 94 gives 100 million experience. If there were no decay, that would be 2 to 300 million. But a family must be complete. If we miss the loot from these 2, it could lead to subpar rewards, and that would be a huge loss. However, Han Chen's main goal was never to level up. If it were for leveling, he could have completed the quest from the start, lifted the level restriction, and by now he would probably have reached level 95. But in that case, the layers of the Annihilation Demon technique would likely not even reach a million, let alone the current 4,471,924 layers. Now, it's time to witness a miracle. The altar was instantly filled with a dense array of drops.
Automatically consuming ad-free viewing card asterisk 2127960. Click to view all items.
Automatically consuming ad-free viewing card asterisk 1, loot asterisk massive, obtaining the primordial chaos technique, unknown, demon god divine fragment asterisk 1 dot.
Ha, is that it? Han Chen was taken aback. He thought there would be equipment surpassing the super artifacts. However, the simpler it was, the more powerful it indicated, and he couldn't wait to check the attributes of the two loot items. Primordial Chaos Technique, unknown, type, unknown cultivation requirement, unknown effect, unknown demon god divine fragment type divine fragment, special usage requirement, demon race. Level 100 completely absorbing the demon god divine fragment will achieve the status of demon god. Han Chen had a guess about the effect of the demon god divine fragment from the start, which was within his expectations. If nothing unexpected happened, this demon god divine fragment would ultimately be given to Yao Yao. However, the primordial chaos technique provided no information at all. It was all unknown, even its grade was unknown, leaving Han Chen puzzled. However, Han Chen had trace, so he didn't rely on the divine realms panel. Yet, when Han Chen used trace to look at the primordial chaos technique, it unexpectedly transformed into a purple light and shot towards Han Chen's forehead. It's over. Han Chen was startled, and the next moment, he suddenly closed his eyes. In the depths of his heart, a voice resonated. At the beginning of the primordial, chaos is the source. When spirit gathers, law is born. When intention moves, the path reveals. Observe the changes of chaos, feel the source of the primordial, draw chi into the body, connect the meridians and gather spirit. Han Chen felt as if he was in endless chaos. The entire world was void, or rather, there was no world at all, nor was there a Han Chen. He didn't know how long it had been, but suddenly, Han Chen became aware of his existence, and a wisp of purple light appeared in the endless chaos, followed by countless particles and colors, forming a brilliantly colored world. Ultimately, it composed the scene before him. Kakarot, how long has it been? Han Chen hurriedly asked. Master, the ritual has been over for an hour. Kakarot replied. Han Chen felt relieved upon hearing this. Thankfully, only an hour had passed. In that strange state before, he felt as if he had experienced the transformation of the entire world from nothing to something, completely losing the concept of time, but his subconscious felt as if an entire era had passed. The primordial chaos technique was also a type of skill, but it didn't require personal cultivation. It would automatically enhance his attributes. It's over. Thinking of the primordial chaos technique, Han Chen realized again that this skill wouldn't overwrite his annihilation demon technique, would it? He quickly opened his attribute panel. Thankfully, it hasn't been overwritten. The annihilation demon technique was still there, the layers were still there, and the added attributes were still there. If it had been overwritten, Han Chen would have probably wanted to die. Not only was the annihilation demon technique not overwritten, but Han Chen also saw the primordial chaos technique. Primordial chaos technique automatically completes a cycle every 24 hours, providing 100% maximum health, 100% maximum mana, 100% chaos attack, and 100% chaos defense bonus at each level. Doubling every day? It's just a bonus, adding 100%. Each day, it takes 10 days to reach 1000%. No, I have cultivation bonuses, it should be 200% a day, that's still acceptable. Han Chen was actually showing off. He knew that doubling every day was impossible. Otherwise, before long, the numbers on his panel would exceed the number of microscopic particles in the entire divine realm. If that were the case, he would have to worry about his own existence. He wouldn't be a person anymore, but would directly turn into a singularity, about to explode and become a new universe. Coming back to his senses, Han Chen casually checked his current attributes. ID, Han Shao title, first guild level, 88, 1938318688/74000000. Profession, Beast Tamer, 4th transition, talents, always upward, Heavenly Eye, Beast God Techniques, Primordial Chaos Technique, Annihilation. Magic Health, 10.0834 billion mana, 33.0458 billion Chaos Attack, 161.3605 billion Chaos Defense, 38.2938 billion Critical Hit Rate, 85%. Movement speed, 5.367 billion. Strength, 44,722,243. Intelligence, 44,722,208. Agility, 44,722,208. Spirit, 44,722,658. Constitution, 44,722,893. I didn't expect that in just one day, my attack power would be calculated in billions. I wonder what a god's attack power is. With a thought, Han Chen paused again. Even with his current attributes, he still felt a sense of heart palpitations. He still couldn't probe into the gods. Are my attributes still not enough? The demon race has been wiped out. Do I have to hunt down the hidden powerful human beings? No, there's still the demon realm. Han Chen felt relieved. As long as he didn't kill people, he could accept it. Then, Han Chen checked the new abilities he had just obtained. New abilities were acquired at levels 70 and 80. Life, reverse reincarnation, bringing the dead back to life. Each use decreases level by 1, can be used once every 7 days. Escape, jump out of the three realms, not within the five elements. Life is easy to understand, its literal meaning is clear, but what is this escape? In an instant, Han Chen gained insight. The so-called escape can be seen as fleeing on a small scale and transcending on a larger scale. Besides being able to escape for his life, it can also minimize his presence, making him unobservable. To test the effect of escape, Han Chen immediately used escape. Kakarote's eyes instantly showed a look of confusion. He looked around, and his vision passed through Han Chen without any pause because he couldn't see Han Chen. After a while, Kakarote fell into deep thought. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? He couldn't remember anything about Han Chen, naturally forgetting his own name, his purpose, and why he was here. Han Chen fully sensed Kakarote's emotions and realized the power of escape. When he wanted to use trace to probe the gods while in the state of escape, Kakarote's delighted voice came through. Master. Han Chen understood that the effect of escape had disappeared, not because his mana was exhausted or there was a time limit, but entirely because he interrupted escape by using trace. By using trace, he participated in reality and became observable again, so the effect of escape automatically vanished. Han Chen tested it a few more times, even speaking and breathing would directly interrupt escape. Of course, in the state of escape, he didn't need to breathe, he was just forcibly trying to breathe to see what would happen. Moreover, in the state of done, he could move, but not in a normal way. Instead, he floated, able to reach anything in sight, even the sun in the sky. However, Han Chen only understood that he could reach it but had never actually been there because, in the state of done, his thoughts could not interfere with his actions. It was like what Taoism describes, tranquility and non-action. Without a single distracting thought, once a thought arose, the effect would be directly severed. No, this done cannot be used. Han Chen woke up. He had been in the state of done for 2 hours, without any fluctuations in thought, as if he did not exist in this world at all, indifferent to everything, feeling that everything was meaningless. That feeling was terrifying. He feared that one day he would use done and then permanently fall into that state of non-existence, not caring about anything, and no one would remember him, as if he had never existed at all. He decided that unless absolutely necessary, he would never use this done again. Then, Han Chen looked at Shang. If he was not mistaken, the cost of dropping levels could be avoided with an advertisement skip card. If not, then he would just drop to level 87, which was better than trying at level 99. But soon Han Chen gave up. Forget it, it can only be used once every 7 days. It's better not to experiment lightly. Next, it's time to thoroughly clean up the demon race. Although the previous plan had led to most low-level demons being killed by high-level demons, there were always some that slipped through the cracks, and a considerable number of high-level demons could not attend this ritual for various reasons. Since he was going to clean up the demon race, it had to be done thoroughly. Unfinished business was unacceptable. Otherwise, it would lead to endless troubles. The demon realm was vast, at least larger than Earth, and Han Chen certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to clean it up slowly by himself. He summoned Silver Wolf number 2, letting it join Silver Wolf in exterminating the demons. With Han Chan's increasing strength and Silver Wolf's level rising, their ability to scout enemies improved further, making it difficult for demons within 100 kilometers to escape their tracking. As for the Shenyang demons, they would continue to remain scattered throughout the demon realm. Their perception abilities were no less than those of Silver Wolf. However, their role was not to kill demons but to simulate a new, thriving demon court, attracting all demons to it. Inside the demon court, the spider spirits and cat demons lay in wait. We need to pay special attention to benevolent demons that have never harmed humans. Do not kill them, protect them, and wait for my return to enlighten them, Han Chen instructed. Benevolent demons were too rare, comparable to humans, who had truly never harmed a living being, even rarer than living Buddhas. Yes, master. Understood. Meow. The spider sisters and cat demons replied respectfully. After arranging matters in the demon realm, Han Chen flashed and arrived in the Peach Blossom secret realm. No, you guys. Han Chen looked at the scene before him, dumbfounded. Then, he quickly closed his eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't see anything. It's not what you think. Jia Tsong hurriedly pushed Bai Jie away from his arms. Bai Jie looked at Han Chen in confusion. Didn't I take away your permissions? How did you get in? My fault. Han Chen quickly said. Next time I will definitely knock, but you better set a door for me to knock on. It's really not what you think. We are innocent, Jia Tsong insisted. Han Chen nodded repeatedly. I know, you must be innocent. I just recognized him as my brother, Jia Tsong explained. Han Chen nodded continuously. I know, you are his Oniai-chan, Appa. Although Jia Tsong didn't know what Oniai-chan and Appa meant, he was sure it wasn't a good term, and Han Chen must have misunderstood. So he continued to explain. We just had an in-depth exchange. What? Han Chen's voice suddenly grew louder. How can you do this? He's still a child. Just talking. It's not what you think. Jia Tsong clenched his fists and shouted. Han Chen looked at Bai Jie with a questioning gaze, and Bai Jie nodded blankly. Although he was not young in reality, he was still a child.
in terms of the demon race's age and did not understand what Han Chen and Jia Song were talking about.
Did he touch you? Han Chen asked.
Bai Jia thought for a moment and then nodded.
Han Chen immediately got angry. See, you still say it's not what I think. You can't just give up like this.
Even if the demon race is gone, at least find a female from the demon race.
How will Bai Jia face demons in the future? You pervert. I just thought he was very well behaved. So, well behaved? How can you say such a thing? Just because he's well behaved, you can touch him randomly? Bai Jia, you need to learn to protect yourself. Do you understand? You have to stay away from perverts like him. Don't let him deceive you. I only touched his head. My sexual orientation is normal. I like women.
Jia Song shouted hysterically. A glimmer of light flashed in Han Chen's eyes.
Not crossing the line. Not lying. Oh, if there's nothing, then there's nothing. Why are you shouting so loudly?
Han Chen waved his hand. Jia Song was on the verge of tears.
Why was he shouting so loudly? Who wouldn't be anxious about being wrongfully accused of being a pervert?
Especially a pervert like that.
He didn't argue, otherwise he would really be labeled
a pervert, and his reputation would be ruined for life.
Jia Song, I'm here to discuss serious matters with you this time, Han Chen said solemnly.
Upon hearing this, Jia Song calmed down and waited for Han Chen to continue.
Didn't you say you wanted to kill all the demons?
Han Chen's words were interrupted by Jia Song. My previous statements were too extreme.
I now deeply realize the importance of harmony between humans and demons.
This is an inevitable historical trend that cannot be changed.
Oh, Han Chen looked at Jia Song in surprise. Was this still the same Jia Song who had shouted about exterminating the demon race even if he was killed? He couldn't help but admire.
Bai Jia, even such a stubborn person could be quickly brought to the same side. It seemed that the celestial demon's intention for him to
inherit its will was not just empty talk. See, it was right for me to protect him,
Bai Jia said proudly.
Indeed impressive. Han Chen praised sincerely, then raised a question that lingered in his mind. So, how do you plan to achieve harmony between humans and demons?
Before Bai Jia could speak, Jia Song jumped in. Harmony between humans and demons is a difficult and long-term goal.
The first step is to
eliminate hatred, then gradually establish connections, allowing the demon race to recognize the importance of this harmony.
This process will undoubtedly be long, but we will not give up. As long as we persist, we will surely achieve victory. The Demon Emperor and Demon Masters, as leaders of the demon race, their attitudes are crucial.
Therefore, being able to communicate with them is currently the most
important step, Bai Jia added.
Han Chen looked at the two with a strange expression. It seems that communication is unlikely.
No.
The demon masters possess great wisdom, and the two demon emperors, as the strongest of the demon race, must have good judgment.
I believe I can persuade them,
Bai Jia said firmly.
Han Chen nodded. I believe in your ability too, but you will never see them again because I have already killed them.
Don't joke, they are demon emperors. Jia Song laughed, then he noticed Han Chen's level. Weren't you just
level 41 yesterday? How did you reach level 88?
You wouldn't really. Han Chen chuckled lightly and said, all 2 million major demons
of the demon race have fallen, including the demon masters, demon emperor Longji, demon emperor Fu Zhu, and various demon kings and generals.
The minor demons are expected to have losses exceeding 10 million. Now, the demon realm is left with only scattered minor demons.
Is there still a need to persuade them? Really? Jia Song asked uncertainly, seeing Han Chen's nonchalant demeanor. Han Chen nodded slightly. Without a doubt, so your plan needs to change.
Bai Jia was overjoyed upon hearing this and looked at Jia Song. Great, brother Song. Now that the demon clan has lost its leverage, we can talk about the unity of humans and demons without any obstacles.
The unity of humans and demons is about to be realized.
However, Jia Song's face did not show the joy of immediate success. Instead, he looked solemnly at Han Chen, who had a hint of a smile on his face. You know what to do.
Jia Song nodded seriously. I understand. I will contact the human powerhouses immediately to annihilate the demon clan in one fell swoop.
Bai Jia looked at Jia Song in disbelief. Brother Song, didn't
we agree on peaceful negotiations to achieve the unity of humans and demons?
Jia Song said apologetically, I'm sorry, brother, but peace
is not possible. Even if I want peace, other human clans won't agree. The hatred between us and the demon clan is indelible. You wouldn't understand because you haven't experienced it.
But rest assured, I will ensure the safety of the benevolent demons.
After saying this,
Jia Song cupped his fist towards Han Chen and then left the Peach Blossom's secret realm. He did not doubt that Han Chen was lying. Not only did the demon clan have ears in the human realm, but they also had spies in the demon realm. A simple investigation would reveal the truth. Before long, the mayor's office of the entire divine realm became brightly lit, with beams of white light cutting through the night sky and landing in the mayor's offices of various towns. These were the hidden powerhouses of the human clan, most of whom were far stronger
than the mayors.
They had received accurate news that the top forces of the demon clan had been wiped out by an unknown powerhouse, and now the demon realm was leaderless. More precisely, it was left with only a group of small snakes.
This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eradicate the demon clan in one fell swoop. That night, millions of human powerhouses entered the demon realm to hunt down the demon clan, with strong guards stationed at all entrances between the demon realm and the human realm, vowing to exterminate the demon clan completely. Han Shen was very satisfied with this and instructed Jia Zong not to overlook any demons still hiding in the human realm before he returned to the thunder realm with satisfaction. However, Han Shen noticed that only Yao Yao and Su Qing were at home. Lu Ruyan and Yi Qing Wan were surprisingly not online. He had originally planned to deal with the demon clan and then take a day off to indulge, but now his plans had fallen through. Ruyan and Changwan said that a city is under attack by the demon clan and is about to fall, so they went to provide support. Yao Yao said with a smile, noticing Han Shen's disappointment. Just a few of them reached level 40 and gained abilities. In the game, it's normal. Han Shen said awkwardly, then suddenly exclaimed, Demon clan? Where did the demon clan come from? He had sealed the altar tonight, and not a single demon had entered the Mother Star. How could there be a demon clan attacking the Mother Star? Han Shen's mind raced with speculation before he stopped. Can below, DUI above, water trapped in the marsh. Initial 6 lines, the buttocks trapped in the stockwood, entering the dark valley, not meeting for 3 years. As soon as the hexagram appeared, Han Shen immediately used tracing to look at the hexagram. Respondents, Lu Ruyan, Yi Changwan, Zhang Wei, Xiao Shan, Sun Yudao. Great misfortune. Damn it. Han Shen cursed under his breath and then continued to trace Lu Ruyan's coordinates. After consuming 100 million mana points, Lu Ruyan's coordinates were traced out. A wisp of chaotic purple energy entered the void, causing a ripple in the void. Han Shen stepped in, and the scene before him changed rapidly. He found himself inside a train carriage. You have discovered the Mother Star. Who? A soft voice called out, followed by a flash of swordlight, and a sword was placed on Han Shen's shoulder. Wait, don't make a move. Lu Ruyan's anxious voice came, and she quickly walked up to Han Shen, uncertainly asking, Is that you, brother? Han Shen nodded slightly and then asked seriously, Where are you going? Z City is in imminent danger. We need to go provide support, Lu Ru Yen replied. How did you get to the Mother Star? Is it really you, Han Shen? Yi Changwan, who was also in the carriage, walked over, her face full of suspicion. She knew that Han Shen was not from the Mother Star but had accidentally arrived in the Divine Realm. How could he suddenly appear on the Mother Star? I think he is very likely an imposter. Han Shen looked at Yi Qingwan and gently uttered a word, push. Yi Qingwan's face instantly turned crimson and she dared not meet Han Shen's gaze. Alright, stop talking. I believe you are serious. Boss, it's really you. So why are you here? The space twisted and Zhang Wei, holding a dagger, looked at Han Shen in surprise. He had just been invisible, ready to strike at any moment. Xiao Shan, Suhua, separated Sun Yudao, Aoshi Jiujian from his sword and cupped his hands, saying, Boss. Han Shen nodded to the few of them, then frowned as he looked around. There were quite a few people in the carriage. At this moment, Lu Ruyan and the others also roughly understood that there was a problem with this operation, otherwise, Han Shen wouldn't have suddenly appeared here. Therefore, they stopped asking questions and quietly waited. With Han Shen around, they felt incredibly at ease. Han Shen summoned the Shenyang apple, and the mist immediately filled the entire carriage. Before long, a woman in the carriage suddenly shouted, Dragon Xiao, the plan has changed. Han Shen has appeared, and this plan is cancelled. Yi Qingwan's eyes turned cold. This was her best friend. They had been very close since university, and she had always brought her friend along, even letting her join the core circle of Blood Rose. She never expected that it would be her who betrayed her. Before Yi Qingwan could step forward, a guard in military uniform suddenly said, Report, Captain, I need to use the restroom. He then turned around a few times in the carriage, looked around, twisted his right hand in the air, turned again, and twisted once more, as if he had entered a non-existent door. Then, with his left hand in a loose grip near his mouth, he quickly said, Feng Xiao, Han Shen has appeared. After speaking, he quickly lowered his hand and performed a series of imaginary door-opening gestures, finally circling back to the door, standing guard without changing his expression. Xiao Shan looked sharply at the guard. This was his man, and he never expected that the person he personally selected was also a traitor. Not long after, another guard suddenly pulled at his empty waist and aimed at the empty space in front of him, pulling the trigger with his fingers, and even blew on an imaginary gun. 2 heads. For 200 million, what a pity. Feng Xiao won't let us kill Lu Ruyan and Yi Qingwan. Everyone looked at Zhang Wei, whose expression also turned grim. These were members of the assassination team, under his command. After a while, the carriage fell silent. Just when everyone thought it was over, Sun Yudao suddenly smiled faintly. Destroy Blood Rose, simple. Lu Ruyan and the others' eyes widened in shock. No way. Sun Yudao was brought out of prison by Lu Ruyan, and she had even protected his family. This favor was greater than the heavens. Could he really betray her? But I have one condition. Sun Yudao looked around, then gestured forward.
Lowering his voice, the condition is you. As he spoke, Sun Yudao suddenly thrust his right hand forward. Let the king of hell tell you. Just as everyone's hearts were finally at ease, Sun Yudao's expression changed, and he shouted loudly, you are going too far. Don't involve my family. Come at me if you dare. Brother, that's enough. Stop. Lu Ruyan suddenly said softly. Her voice was light, yet carried an undeniable firmness. She didn't want to see the outcome. Family was Sun Yudao's Achilles heel, and testing him with his family was a predetermined result, which held no meaning. I, Sun Yudao, have been a coward for half my life. I don't want to be a coward forever. Mom, Dad, wife, forgive me. Sun Yudao shouted, then charged out. This scene completely caught everyone off guard. Sword. Brother, a real man. Zhang Wei couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Shan looked at Sun Yudao with admiration. If it were his daughter being threatened, he likely couldn't do what Sun Yudao did. Alright, this test ends here. Han Chen felt relieved. With a thought, he continued to use the Shenyang's power to blur the memories of the few people in the illusion. That's right, he not only tested Sun Yudao, but Zhang Wei and Xiao Shan had also been tested by him. However, this kind of test represents doubt and will create a rift in their hearts, so they must not remember that they were tested. However, Lu Ruoyan and Yi Qingwan's memories were not altered. They knew the test results and could naturally trust them more. Zhang Wei shook his head. He seemed to have been lost in thought. Right, he was thinking about the traitors. How should we deal with these 3 traitors? Just kill them all. Sun Yudao said coldly. He hated traitors the most. Xiao Shan looked at Sun Yudao in surprise. Brother Jian, why are you suddenly so ruthless and decisive? We can't confront them openly, using such insidious tricks. Who knows when they might threaten our families? Not only do the traitors need to be killed, but Fengmihan and Longzhou must also be eliminated. Sun Yudao said fiercely. Xiao Shan nodded. He felt the same way. Zhang Wei also agreed. I agree too. Lin Fan was too slow to act, which led to the current situation. If it weren't for the boss's timely appearance, we would have been in trouble today. We must kill them all to feel secure. Lu Ruoyan and Yi Qingwan looked at Han Chen. Their stance was naturally to kill, but the decision lay in Han Chen's hands. What are you looking at me for? If you want to kill, just do it. They aren't good people, so why keep them? Han Chen smiled, but it's better to wait until we reach our destination to kill them, to avoid alarming the snake. I still want to watch the show. In less than an hour, the train arrived at Z City. Before they could disembark, a large group of heavily armed soldiers surrounded the entire train. What's going on? Where's the mayor? Lu Ruoyan asked, frowning as she stepped off the train. The mayor is holding an emergency meeting and needs you to go over immediately, a soldier replied, his tone serious. Tell them to come find me, Lu Ruoyan said decisively. The leading soldiers exchanged glances, then one soldier said, this is not the place to discuss matters. The mayor is already ahead, ready to welcome Minister Lu. We are also acting on the mayor's orders. At that moment, Zhang Wei suddenly revealed himself. There's a problem. Retreat! Lu Ruoyan shouted, and the group cautiously looked around, preparing to back into the train, back to back. Ha ha ha. Just then, amidst the wild laughter, several figures emerged from hiding. Fengmihan, Longzhou, and a group of elderly men in martial arts uniforms. Lu Ruoyan, do you think you can leave here so easily? Fengmihan said with a smile. I've set up a net here. You won't be able to escape. Fengmihan, I wasn't planning to hold you accountable, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful and dare to come trouble us. Do you want to die? Zhang Wei said sharply. Fengmihan sneered, not hold me accountable? You want to boil the frog in warm water, waiting until your wings are fully grown before dealing with me, thinking I don't know? You sent Lin Fan to kill me, thinking I wouldn't find out? The reason you don't dare to act is that you're afraid of me, and because Han Chen can't protect you, you want to buy time. I really didn't expect that the abilities from the Divine Domain game could be brought into reality. If I had known a little later, I really wouldn't have been able to deal with you. Are you feeling desperate? Just 1 or 2 more days, and your plan would have succeeded, yet today, you will fall into my hands and there will be no more chances. Ha 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 ha. Longzhou didn't have as much theatrics as Fengmihan. He just coldly looked at Lu Ruoyan and the others, then waved his hand. The group of elderly men in martial arts uniforms behind Feng Yihan quickly spread out, forming a circle to surround Lu Ruoyan and the others. Respected seniors, I address you all as seniors with great respect. Everyone knows the brutality of the Xinglong and Tinglong financial groups. Why do you want to collude with them? Xiao Shan said, cupping his fists. Xiao Shan, despite your martial arts background, you have resorted to these crooked paths to gain strength, without striving for progress. You have fallen into darkness, and I am merely guiding you back to the right path for your deceased master, an elder said with righteous indignation. Hearing this, Xiao Shan scoffed disdainfully. What a grandiose statement, but it's merely fear of your own position being threatened. There will be countless players gaining strength from the divine realm after us. Can you capture them all? You need not worry about that, Fengmihan replied with a smile. As long as you are gone, no one can stop us. We have already formulated a control plan. All players must register with their real names to enter the game.
No player is allowed to level up to 40 without permission. Those who violate this will be arrested on charges of endangering federal security and sentenced to life imprisonment, with severe cases facing the death penalty. And the masters will naturally be the first to reach level 40, ensuring their supreme martial status. From now on, there will be no strong individuals outside of our control, just like before the divine realm appeared on the mother planet. The faces of Lu Ruyan and the others turned extremely grim. If Fomihan and the others succeeded, the world that followed would be even more brutal and darker than the previous mother planet, with no hope of freedom in sight. There's no point in talking, bring it on. I want to see just how strong you so-called martial arts masters really are. The fighting spirit surged in Xiao Shan's eyes. He had long wanted to compete with these martial arts masters. Young man, you don't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. An elder took a stance. Let me show you the true power of a martial arts master. In the next moment, the elder struck out with his palm, the air rippling, and Xiao Shan's expression turned serious. This palm contained profound inner strength, and if it hit, it would be enough to seriously injure him. However, the elder's speed was somewhat slow, and Xiao Shan sidestepped the attack, but the next moment, a pulling force emanated from the elder's palm, uncontrollably drawing Xiao Shan towards him. Bang! The seemingly effortless palm sent Xiao Shan flying, and he fell like a kite with a broken string. Put! Xiao Shan spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had reached level 40, his strength was still vastly inferior to these martial arts masters. The elder, unrelenting, closed in, the wind from his palm roaring, but suddenly a dagger appeared, stabbing fiercely into his back. Ah! The elder cried out in pain, turning to strike back with a palm, which Zhang Wei took head-on, blood spurting from his mouth, yet he gritted his teeth and thrust another dagger towards the elder's arm. I will ruin you! The elder roared in anger, clamping down on Zhang Wei's dagger with both palms, unleashing his inner strength, instantly shattering Zhang Wei's dagger. Then, a powerful force erupted from the elder, sending Zhang Wei staggering back several steps, the elder wielding the dagger fragments, swinging them towards Zhang Wei's chest. Seeing the dagger fragments coming at him, Zhang Wei remained eerily calm. His figure vanished again, reappearing behind the elder, holding another dagger that had appeared in his hand, stabbing fiercely towards the elder's back. Watch out! Another gray-haired elder flashed forward, striking Zhang Wei and sending him and the dagger flying. Thank you for saving me. The power of the divine realm is indeed strange. The rescued elder looked at Zhang Wei in horror. If it weren't for the gray-haired elder's intervention, he would likely have been done for. At the same time, they were grateful for their collaboration with the two major financial groups. Otherwise, before long, their master status would be at risk. It seems we can't let him go. The two elders exchanged glances and simultaneously attacked Zhang Wei, their killing intent palpable. Xiao Shan knew that Zhang Wei had no means of resistance left. His heart tightened. Disregarding his injuries, he forced his energy and leaped in front of Zhang Wei, conjuring a shield of condensed inner strength, ready to take the brunt of the two martial arts masters' combined attack. However, the masters' attacks did not come. They suddenly stopped, their faces showing surprise and suspicion. What's wrong with you? Why have you stopped attacking? Feng Yihan asked in confusion. The two masters had unspoken difficulties. It wasn't that they didn't want to continue the attack, but rather that they were completely immobilized. Their bodies felt as if bound by invisible ropes, and even with their profound inner strength, they could not break free from this mysterious force. They couldn't even speak, nor could they blink their eyes. Fomihan didn't know what was happening, but the other masters instantly realized that something was wrong. These two were clearly unable to move. The few of them exchanged glances and rushed towards Lu Ruyan, Yi Qingwan, and Sun Yudao. Currently, only Lu Ruyan and her 5 companions possessed unique abilities. It was either Zhang Wei and Xiao Shan or the 3 of them. As long as they attacked all 5 at the same time, the situation before them could be resolved. However, halfway through their charge, they found themselves unable to move as well. Even Fomihan, who was usually slow to react, realized the dire situation and shouted, "Quick, shoot! Kill them all, shoot!" Although he was reluctant to part with Lu Ruyan, it was too late for him to be greedy. Upon hearing the command, the soldiers immediately raised their guns and loaded them. Bullets poured out like a torrential rain. The soldiers successfully fired, which relieved Fomihan, but before he could fully relax, he was shocked to see that the soldiers were actually aiming at the martial arts masters. What's going on? Stop! Fomihan shouted, but the soldiers seemed deaf to his cries, continuing to shoot at the immobile martial arts masters. Those masters still had their inner strength. They were able to withstand the storm of bullets with their inner power and chi. But the impact of the bullets still made them unsteady, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. However, their inner strength was ultimately limited, and after a few breaths, the chi surrounding their bodies was dissipated by the bullets. Once the chi dispersed, the bullets instantly pierced through their bodies, creating clouds of blood mist. Fomihan's eyes widened, unable to accept the scene before him. He couldn't comprehend everything happening. It felt as if cold water had drenched his body, a wave of despair rising from the depths of his heart. How is this possible? Why is this happening? You are devils, you are devils.
His greatest trump card, the martial arts masters from his home planet, had just vanished like this, standing still in such a bizarre manner, only to be shot dead by his own soldiers. Fomihan and Longzhou turned to flee, but as soon as they lifted their feet, they found themselves suddenly unable to move. At that moment, they finally understood why the previous martial arts masters had suddenly become immobile. Fomihan's heart sank to the bottom. He felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness, a feeling reminiscent of when he faced Han Chen in the Divine Realm. Han Chen, it must be Han Chen. A thought flashed through Fomihan's mind. Suddenly, he felt the dawn breaking. For some reason, he could lift his head again. Unconsciously, he raised his head and saw the night transform into day. The sky was shrouded in heavy dark clouds, and the oppressive atmosphere seemed ready to crush everything. He could clearly see a figure floating beneath the dark clouds. At the same time, a grand, solemn, and sacred background music seemed to resonate from Fomihan's soul. Merciful gift from God. But he cannot approve. If we cannot forgive, all life returns to God. Pain, pain. Fomihan's pupils constricted, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. The oppressive and terrifying atmosphere instantly spread within his heart. Is this a god? Aren't gods supposed to be great and sacred? Why does he feel so stifled, so desperate, as if the world is about to be reckoned with? Not only Fomihan and Longzhou, but even Lu Ruyan and the others, as well as the soldiers, felt this suffocating pressure, looking up at the sky in terror. Perfect. In the sky, Han Chen looked down at the crowd below with immense satisfaction. In fact, this scene, along with the background music, enveloped the entire Z city, not just a small area below. This was his first time visiting his home planet. It couldn't be ordinary and mundane, it had to be breathtaking and unforgettable. By cleansing the demon race, he had effectively saved countless inhabitants of his home planet. As a savior, he relished the awe and admiration of the people. This was not excessive. Thus, with a thought, the dark clouds rolled more violently, and the background music grew increasingly stirring, echoing throughout Z City. Countless soldiers waiting for the appearance of the demon race looked up at the sky, and even those still asleep were awakened. Even in the enclosed underground air raid shelter, they could see Han Chen in the sky, their eyes filled with unease and fear. Under the influence of the background music, they felt a sense of despair as if the apocalypse was upon them. The figure in the sky seemed ready to destroy the world at any moment. Gradually, the figure in everyone's eyes became clearer. It's Brother Han Xiao. Suddenly, a childish voice broke the oppressive atmosphere. It's really the great Han Xiao. Oh my, Han Xiao has finally appeared. Husband. Hoo, don't hold your breath, you can breathe now. Hoo, I forgot to breathe too, that scared me to death. I thought it was the end of the world. Han Chen struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth from rising, but ultimately found it impossible to hold back, so he let Apple create a cold and ruthless image of Han Chen while he himself grinned widely. Under everyone's gaze, Han Chen looked down at the ground, and everyone's perspective shifted to the ground, where Fomihan of the Xinglong group and Longzhui of the Tenglong group were kneeling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. It's Fomihan and Longzhui. It's really them. Why are they here? Almost no one on the home planet didn't recognize Fomihan and Longzhui as the future leaders of the two major groups. They had been heavily packaged since childhood, frequently appearing in the public eye. Many had watched them grow from adorable children to idols, then to federal ministers, and then ruthlessly harvesting the world's assets, exploiting their home planet. Everyone hated Fomihan and Longzhui to the core, yet they had no way to deal with them. At this moment, the once arrogant Fomihan and Longzhui were kneeling on the ground, looking utterly helpless, their usual pride completely vanished. Is the deity going to punish them? That's Han Xiao. Han Xiao is a deity. If he can judge these two devils, I will offer him incense every day. Han Chen floated in the air, like a deity controlling life and death, coldly scrutinizing Fomihan and Longzhui. He heard the voices of the people of the home planet. You are unforgivable. As soon as Han Chen's voice fell, Fomihan and Longzhui's bodies uncontrollably flew into the air, and then bolts of heavenly thunder fell from the sky, each one striking them precisely. Their cries of pain pierced through the clouds, and their figures twisted in the lightning. The people of Z City held their breath, feeling an immense sense of relief. Justice had truly arrived. The demons would ultimately face judgment. Good. Someone shouted loudly, and everyone cheered with abandon. Fomihan and Longzhui were merely mortal beings, and soon they fell silent. With a thought from Han Chen, they turned to ashes. Han Chen thought this appearance had come to a perfect end and was ready to withdraw the mirage, but unexpectedly, through the mirage demon, he heard a massive and consistent plea. Deity, the mayor of Z City has committed numerous evils, colluding with the Sango group to do harm. We hope the deity can punish them severely. What kind of heinous acts had been committed to elicit such a unified plea from millions of Z City citizens? Han Chen could not ignore the people's anger and wishes. Possessing the ability of retrace, he instantly understood the misdeeds of Z City Mayor Shangxi and the Sango group. A cold light flashed in Han Chen's eyes as he looked towards the most luxurious Jiangxin villa in the center of Z City, the so-called paradise built by the Sango Group, where Shangshi and the main leaders of the Sango Group indulged in debauchery every day.
I have heard all your pleas, Han Shen
said in a deep voice, his words resonating in everyone's ears despite their low volume. But justice is not something that can be begged for, it must be fought for by yourselves. The citizens of Z City felt a wave of disappointment at his words, but the next moment their gaze shifted to
Jiangxin Island.
They saw wide roads extending from the island into the river, connecting to the riverbank.
I have already paved the road for you,
and I have disarmed their forces.
How to fight for justice, how to implement justice, depends on you now. The entire Z City fell silent. People
exchanged glances filled with encouragement, hope, and timidity, yet no one took the lead to head towards Jiangxin Island.
Han Chen directly displayed their reactions to everyone.
He felt deeply disappointed, even with his presence, even after disarming the Sango Group, even with less than 1,000 people on Jiangxin Island. These millions of citizens still dared not resist, only daring to plead.
Shangshi and others in the villa on
Jiangxin Island were also watching the live broadcast in the sky, initially thinking they were doomed this time, only to find that these people were
so cowardly. Ha, a bunch of cowards. They don't even dare to take action.
It seems we were too cautious before. What can support a boat can also capsize it. I can just defecate on their heads, and they can only endure.
They even pray for divine punishment against us. Starting tomorrow,
they'll have to pay taxes for walking and breathing.
Oh God, don't mind the thoughts of these slave commoners. I will forge a golden body for you, and let them offer you incense every day.
Han Chen looked towards Jiangxin Island. Although everyone was afraid to act, he was still prepared to judge Shangshi and the Sango Group sinking Jiangxin Island to the bottom of the river.
Although this would not address the root of the problem, at least it would be a remedy for now. However, before that, Han Chen first broadcasted Shangshi's ugly face to the entire city. He needed everyone to understand that if they were willing to be oppressed, all they would receive in return was more oppression. Just as Han Chen had imagined. Shangshi's words ignited immense anger among the crowd, but they dared to be angry yet not to speak, fearing retribution later. Just when Han Chen was completely disappointed and prepared to sink the island, suddenly a young man in the crowd mustered his courage and shouted loudly, his face contorted, "Fairness and justice must be fought for by ourselves. Everyone, charge with me." A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and instantly countless people responded, densely packed crowds pouring into the streets, rushing towards Jiangxin Island. Han Chen did not continue to watch the outcome. The result was inevitable. They would surely overthrow Shangshi and the Sango Group, but this time would not change their fate of being exploited. They were too accustomed to suffering. Perhaps after 2 or 3 more revolutions, they could truly become their own masters. Or maybe this was just a fleeting moment, and the bloodiness in their bones would be forever extinguished. But that no longer mattered to Han Chen. He had already brought everyone back to the Blood Rose base in H City. Wow, it's actually true. That medicine can affect your real body. Han Chen looked at Yi Qingwan in astonishment. Previously, his attention had been focused on others, and he hadn't paid much attention to Yi Qingwan. Yi Qingwan's face turned slightly red. It was only effective in the game, but suddenly after level 40, it became effective in reality too. Han Chen recalled what Zhao Yao had said about the compatibility between the soul and the body, and a flicker of light shone in his eyes. Soul and body. Fully compatible enhanced native body of the Mother Star original body heading to the divine realm. What are you doing? It's not like you haven't seen it before. Yi Qingwan whispered in Han Chen's ear. Do you want to give it a try and see what the difference is from the game? Don't rush, Han Chen said, looking at a member of Blood Rose nearby. Native body of the home planet consciousness traveling to the divine realm. What are you looking at her for? Do you want to? No, I don't want to. Han Chen quickly replied. He wasn't that casual of a person. The nearby members of the Blood Rose felt a wave of disappointment. Being noticed by Han Chen was like soaring to the top of a branch to become a phoenix, with Lu Ruyan and Yi Qingwan as living examples. Moreover, Han Chen was not only strong, but he was also said to be incredibly powerful, a dream for billions of girls. Han Chen looked around at the other players, glanced at Lu Ruyan and Zhang Wei, and finally reached a conclusion. After reaching level 40, you will truly travel to the divine realm with your physical bodies. Haven't you noticed? Ha! Lu Ruyan and the others were taken aback. Does that mean if you die in the game, you really die? Zhang Wei raised the question that everyone was most concerned about. Not at all. The player template still exists, and the resurrection mechanism is still in place. Upon hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Death in the divine realm was always inevitable. Even if they had god-level gear, one careless mistake against a golden-level boss could lead to disaster. Han Chen's eyes glimmered with a restrained light as he continued. However, it's best not to die if you can avoid it. Death will lower the compatibility between your soul and body. Compatibility? What's the use of that? Yi Qingwan asked curiously. If the compatibility drops to 0, you won't be able to restore it. It's equivalent to your soul parasitizing this body, which could lead to situations where the body acts without your control, or the body generates a new soul that competes with you for control. Moreover, low compatibility makes it easy for other souls to seize your body, which is known as soul snatching.
Han Shen shared all the information he had gathered with everyone. After hearing this, everyone was horrified. The scenarios Han Shen described were too terrifying. If the body didn't belong to you, didn't that mean controlling a corpse? And a new soul seizing? Control? That was simply unfathomable. However, considering that the abilities in the game carried over to reality, and with Han Shen being as powerful as a god, what was truly impossible? Since what's in the divine realm is our true body, doesn't that mean we're just using the game pod for back and forth transport? Yi Qingwan suddenly said, what if a player's game pod gets destroyed? Wouldn't they be trapped in the divine realm? That's indeed the case, Han Shen nodded in response, but the game pod isn't so easy to destroy. It's composed of the power of rules, and even I can't destroy it now. The game pod wasn't a product of the home planet, and it also had a panel that stated it was indestructible. Not only could it not be destroyed, but it could also function normally without being powered on. Doesn't that mean hiding in the game pod makes you invincible? Zhang Wei exclaimed, if I had known this, I wouldn't have been afraid of any conglomerate. What if they encase your game pod in cement and toss it into the sea? Xiao Shan laughed. Zhang Wei shrugged, what's there to be afraid of? I'll just stay in the game until I'm as strong as the boss. A mere cement block can't do anything to me. Xiao Shan thought about it carefully. It did seem to make sense. So we've always been protected by the game. I was wondering why I've never seen any videos of game pods being dismantled. It turns out they can't be taken apart at all. Lu Ruyan put down her phone. Before the Divine Realm opened, the Federal Ministry of Technology tried to dismantle the game pod but failed. After that, the Federation implemented information control, and major video sites were prohibited from publishing videos related to game pods. If she hadn't looked into it, she wouldn't have even known about this control. To deceive the players, the Federation really went to great lengths, Zhang Wei sighed, but thankfully, from now on, the Federation will no longer exist. You're mistaken, Lu Ruyan smiled. Once my brother eliminates the demon race, the home planet will no longer be threatened by them, and the fragmentation of power will naturally not occur. The Federation will soon complete its integration and resume operations. The other sighed in disappointment upon hearing this. Sun Yudao thought for a moment and said, not only that, we have only killed Fonihan and Longzhua, but we haven't eliminated Xinglong and Tinglong or other financial groups. Soon, new leaders will emerge to replace Fonihan and Longzhua in controlling the Federation, unless what? Unless Blood Rose takes over the Federation and cleans up the financial groups. After Sun Yudao finished speaking, everyone's gaze focused on Han Shen, whose attitude was the most crucial deciding factor. Han Shen shook his head and said, I don't want Blood Rose to replace the financial groups and become new exploiters. We can do a good job of supervision. Yi Qingwan quickly replied, as she had always been obsessed with being an official. Han Shen still shook his head. You need a lot of energy to improve your own strength. How can you effectively supervise? In the end, the so-called supervision is just looking at data and reports, and those who replace you in managing the public will, for the sake of better data and reports, either falsify them or completely disregard everyone's lives. This is not a possibility, it is inevitable. Then we can establish a supervisory department to oversee them? Yi Qingwan blurted out, as she had long had this idea. Wasn't the financial groups running rampant just due to the lack of a supervisory department? The Federation has always had a supervisory department. It has just become a tool for the financial groups to fight among themselves. Lu Ruyan directly poured cold water on Yi Qingwan. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan was stunned. There's already one? Then we can set up another supervisory department. Han Shen sighed. Even if you establish a supervisory department, it won't help. The more complicated the positions, the further they are from the people. If the trunk of a big tree is completely rotten, it doesn't matter how much. When Han Shen saw that the person maliciously leaking information was Lu Shiyun, he couldn't believe his eyes. His impression of Lu Shiyun was still stuck in the novice village, where she seemed like a brainless, kind-hearted white lotus, the official match for the protagonist Lin Fan. Moreover, Lu Ruyan was her sister, so he had no reason to harm Lu Ruyan. However, when Han Shen saw her profession, everything made sense. Lu Shiyun's profession was a light priest, an apostle of the light god. Han Shen also remembered that in the novice village, Lu Shiyun had told him that Lin Fan had sent her the detailed information about the light priest job change. Lin Fan, oh Lin Fan, you really know how to get me into trouble. Lin Fan providing Lu Shiyun with the job change information indicated that in her previous life, she was not a light priest. It was under Lin Fan's influence that she became a light priest in this life, becoming an apostle of the light god. Then you can't blame her, it's all the light god's fault. After Han Shen mentioned the light god and the apostles, Lu Ruyan quickly said. Then, she grabbed Han Shen's hand and looked at him pleadingly. You will help her break free from the light god's control, right? Han Shen quietly looked at Lu Ruyan and after a long while said lightly, she doesn't have heart disease, it's a lie. The need for 10 million to find a master for treatment is also a scam, and she changed to a light priest on the 5th day of the game. Do you really think this time she is controlled by the light god? The light god's perspective is too narrow, he meddles in trivial matters. Lu Ruyan bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. But she is my sister, she is my only family in this world. But she deceived you. What would have happened if you hadn't met me? If I hadn't appeared this time, what would your fate have been? Have you thought about it? I will talk to her, she won't dare again, she really won't dare. Lu Ruyan knelt on the ground. It's my fault for not teaching her well. If you want to kill someone, kill me. Yi Qingwan looked at the sorrowful Lu Ruyan, feeling pity in her heart, and gritted her teeth. Han Shan, I don't blame Shiyun either. She is young and doesn't understand. She will change for the better. Saying she didn't blame Lu Shiyun was a lie. If Han Shan hadn't appeared, their consequences would have been unimaginable. How could they not blame her? But now they were all safe, with no losses. If Lu Shiyun were killed, Lu Ruyan would surely be heartbroken, and she might even hold a grudge against Han Shan. At that point, the blood rose might fall apart, and everything would head in a bad direction, which was not what she wanted to see. Han Shan sighed lightly. I never said I would kill her. Why are you all reacting so strongly? Her current strength is low, she poses no real threat and can only resort to these schemes. If you want me not to hold it against her, then educating her is up to you. I can't be bothered with these small matters. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan was overjoyed, rushing into Han Shan's arms, rubbing against his chest. Brother, you were so nice. Hey, don't wipe your nose on me. Han Shan realized a bit too late. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Garden area of H City, Lu Shiyun suddenly opened her eyes, looking panicked at Han Shan, who had suddenly appeared in her room. She struggled to force out an awkward smile. Sister, brother-in-law, how did you come to the Mother Star? Sister went to Z City to exorcise demons. She probably won't be back until tomorrow. Han Shan looked coldly at Lu Shiyun. You didn't know I was on the Mother Star? Lu Shiyun shook her head. I have been cultivating and am unaware of what has happened in the outside world. How do you know something happened? Han Shan asked coldly. I guessed. If nothing happened, you definitely wouldn't come looking for me. Brother-in-law, your eyes are so scary, I'm afraid. Lu Shiyun said weakly, evoking pity from anyone who saw her. However, Han Shan was completely unfazed and said pointedly, it's probably true, those who act recklessly will meet a terrible end. I understand, I will be honest. Lu Shiyun felt a sense of relief in her heart. The crisis was averted. At the same time, she felt a hint of disdain for Han Shan. After all, he was a creature that thought with his lower body, easily enchanted by a woman. Once she grew up, the lower realm would be under her control. At that time, Lu Shiyun looked at Han Shan in front of her, her body involuntarily warming up, but Han Shan's next words instantly chilled both her body and heart. Don't think that the God of Light can protect you, and don't believe that the demon god can save you. Lu Shiyun looked at Han Shan in terror, only to see his figure gradually blur and then vanish. This was not even Han Shan's true form. She had never realized that this Han Shan was truly a player. Moreover, Han Shan knew about the God of Light, and she was a priestess of light, which could be a bluff. But why did Han Shan know about the demon god? Waves of shock surged in Lu Shiyun's heart. She felt utterly exposed before Han Shan, with no secrets left to hide. From Han Shan's tone, he not only knew about the God of Light and the demon god, but he also seemed completely unafraid of them. Could it be that he was truly, as discussed online, a reincarnated deity? I must inform Lord Demon God about this. Lu Shiyun instantly extinguished that thought, glancing around nervously as if Han Shan were watching her. Han Shan speaks so recklessly about Lord Demon God, clearly unafraid of him. It's better not to provoke this calamity. Tasks and such are nothing compared to staying alive. Before long, a piece of information arrived on her phone. Lu Shiyun looked at the information, her heart in a panic, while simultaneously solidifying her thoughts. To be able to nearly wipe out the entire demon race single-handedly was something no human could achieve. Han Shan was more terrifying than she had imagined. Lost in thought, Lu Shiyun's face suddenly flushed. Ah, what a perfect male. Sister is truly fortunate. If a series of knocks interrupted Lu Shiyun's daydreaming, she collected her thoughts, calmed her emotions, and tried to appear more normal before responding. Coming. When she opened the door, it was none other than Lin Fan. Yuner, I just received news that the support for Z City was a conspiracy by Fenghan and Longzhua. At a critical moment, Han Shan actually appeared. No, he descended. Everyone in Z City says he is a god. When he appeared, the sky brightened, and after he left, it went dark again. With just a thought, the Z River dried up. It's a pity no one managed to capture him. All the footage shows nothing. Lin Fan was extremely excited. In the past, he would have been terrified, but fortunately, he had awakened early and changed his stance in time. Now he was part of Han Shan's camp. He was immensely grateful that he hadn't chosen the wrong side this time. Lu Shiyun forced a smile. It's good that Sister and the others are fine. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang as well. He looked at it for a moment, his eyes filled with shock. Yuner, you absolutely won't guess what happened. Lu Shiyun rolled her eyes discreetly and then gently asked, what happened? Han Shan single-handedly took down the demon race's stronghold. The 3 great demon emperors and over 90 high-level experts were all wiped out by him alone. Can you imagine that? No wonder there hasn't been any demon race attacks until now. There won't be any more attacks on the mother planet.
Your wish has come true. Lu Shiryun appropriately displayed a look of surprise. Really? That's wonderful. No more human lives lost to the demon race on the mother planet. I originally thought it would take at least 10 years to free the human race on the mother planet from the disaster of the demon race, but I didn't expect it to be perfectly resolved in just half a month since the launch. The joy in Lin Fan's eyes was hard to contain then. He raised the corner of his mouth, wearing a charming smile as he looked at Lu Shiryun. Yuner, do you still remember our previous agreement? I don't remember. What agreement? You must be feverish. Lu Shiryun hurriedly replied. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with amusement. Do you really not remember, or are you just shy? I have firmly kept it in my heart, not forgetting for a moment. We agreed that once the crisis on our home planet is resolved, we will become sworn brothers. Lu Shiryun suddenly realized and exclaimed, yes, yes, yes. I said that from now on, you will be my sworn big brother. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with affection. Not sworn brothers. Oh, Yuner, I know you're shy, you don't have to worry, I will. Lu Shiryun turned around and spat a mouthful of black mist onto Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan's eyes immediately rolled back and then his body went limp, collapsing to the ground. What a piece of work, wanting to marry me. Just listen to your nonsense. Lu Shiryun said disdainfully. Looking at Lin Fan on the ground, she thought of Han Chen, and the more she thought, the angrier she became, her expression gradually twisting as she lifted her foot and stomped hard on Lin Fan's face. What the hell? What makes me worse than my sister? If it weren't for you seducing me in the novice village, I would have been with Han Chen, and it would be me taking off now. You used a broken bright priest's information to seduce me, not only making me miss out on Han Chen but also turning me into the messenger of the light god, the sworn enemy of the demon lord, restricted everywhere. I'll stomp you to death, you little trash. Marriage, marriage, marriage. I'll marry your Lu. Shiryun looked at Lin Fan, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes, but the next moment, that coldness turned into fear. No, he is Han Chen's person now. I can't make a move, otherwise Han Chen won't let me off. Consider yourself lucky. Lu Shiryun glared at Lin Fan fiercely. Seeing that Lu Shiryun understood how to restrain herself, Han Chen also withdrew his attention. With the current magical power of the Shenyang, it would be easy to cover the entire H city, and Lu Shiryun's actions could not escape Han Chen's surveillance. Brother, does it smell good? Good. I think we can add a bit of light soy sauce, Han Chen said. After being busy for so long, Han Chen was already hungry. Even if there was an event, he had to wait until he was full before proceeding. There's no light soy sauce, only dark soy sauce. Lu Ruyan checked the bottle and said, is there any difference between light soy sauce and dark soy sauce? Han Chen asked in confusion. He rarely cooked, at most just grilled some meat, a habit he developed after coming to the divine realm. Yi Qingwan had appeared by their side. At some point, wrinkling her nose and saying, light soy sauce is too salty, dark soy sauce is just right. Han Chen and Lu Ruyan exchanged glances, feeling that Yi Qingwan made a lot of sense. I miss modern urban life so much. Lu Ruyan and Yi Qingwan were taking Han Chen around H City. With the crisis resolved, Han Chen naturally took a day off, just as he had thought last night. Strolling through the city again, he felt as if he had traveled through time. However, he did not sense the hustle and bustle of the city. There was not a single person on the street. And even the shopping malls and amusement parks were all closed. It was as if humanity on the home planet had gone extinct, leaving only the three of them. This was not only because it was daytime, but mainly because everyone had entered the divine realm world. Last night, Blood Rose and the Heavenly Court simultaneously announced that the abilities from the divine realm could be brought into reality, and they also informed everyone about the indestructible nature of the game pods. Once these two pieces of news were released, almost everyone immersed themselves in the game, striving to level up. No one cared about life, reality, or the Federation. Now, everyone truly realized that the divine realm could indeed change fate and class in such a simple and brutal way, rather than relying on sudden wealth. With nothing interesting to do on the street, the three ultimately chose to enter the divine realm game. The divine realm is still lively. Han Chen couldn't help but exclaim "I" in the bustling crowd of Taoyuan town. The laughter of children made Han Chen feel a sense of emotion. This is what life is. This is what a gathering place for humanity looks like. Everything is good except for the lack of modern facilities. Ah! Han Chen suddenly let out a cry of despair. What happened? Lu Ruyan and Yi Qingwan hurriedly asked with concern, fearing something had happened to Han Chen. I forgot about the human beings I rescued. It was only then that Han Chen remembered that nearly 150,000 humans he saved in the demon realm were still waiting in the Thunder realm. 150,000? Are you joking? Not counting your other worlders, Taoyuan town only has 80,000 people. How can I accommodate this 150,000? I can't just turn everyone's farmland into housing, can I? Then what will everyone eat? I can only take in 500 at most, and they have to be strong young men. I don't want anyone else. Jia Tsong said bluntly. You're being picky. I won't give you a single one. Han Chen decisively turned to leave. He knew Jia Tsong was basing his decision on the actual situation in
Taoyuan town, if he insisted, he could probably take in 1,000 people.
But he had 150,000. Did he really have to run to over 1,000 towns and explain one by one?
Half an hour had already passed just talking, and it would take months to settle everyone.
He didn't
have that kind of time, and as for sending these people back to their original hometowns, that was even more impossible. It would take even
longer.
Most of the people were from rural areas outside various towns, illiterate, and couldn't clearly state which town or place they were from.
Therefore, going back home was simply unrealistic.
Brother, how about we find a flat area and build a town ourselves?
Lu Ruyan suggested.
Her words sparked an idea in Han Shen's mind. This was indeed feasible. If it weren't for the lack of resources in the Thunder Realm, he would have planned to let them settle there as the first batch of residents. However, the reason they couldn't stay in the Thunder Realm was still that there were too many people to accommodate all at once.
Hey!
Yi Qingwan suddenly seemed to think of something, her eyes sparkling with
excitement. What if we let all 150,000 of them become players? Players start with initial clothing, so that solves the clothing issue right away.
Once they become players, they can hunt monsters and eat meat, which also solves the food problem.
Exactly. Yi Qingwan
and Han Shen said in unison. Since Han Shen already had the coordinates of the mother planet and could go there at any time, along with the Thunder Realm, he could take these 150,000 people to the mother planet and let them enter the game.
With this idea opened up, they had new thoughts.
It wasn't necessary for them to go to the mother planet. Bringing the game pods to the Thunder Realm and letting
them enter the Divine Realm there would be much easier to manage. Plus, they wouldn't have to worry about their safety. They could also issue them tasks to help build the Thunder Realm.
This was a rare labor force.
After learning that the game pods were absolutely safe, players from the
mother planet became generally unruly, making them harder to manage. Asking them to give up leveling up to build the Thunder Realm was very
unrealistic, especially since building the Thunder Realm required a massive labor force. After discussing various matters, they immediately began to take action.
The first step was, of course, to prepare accommodation for the 150,000 people.
This was very simple for Han Chun.
Of course, he wouldn't use thunderstrike stones for construction, that would be too labor-intensive. The mother planet had a large number of unoccupied residences, a byproduct of the housing bubble, even more exaggerated than the country he originally came from.
Han Chen used you to
transport entire buildings along with their foundations to the Thunder Realm, then stabilize them. The whole process was quick and efficient. Lu Ruyan was responsible for fabricating identities for the 150,000 people.
Creating identities was very simple, AI could easily handle it.
Once they had identities, they could apply for game pods, which would be delivered on time in an hour. No one knew where the game pods came from, but they arrived at the designated location precisely 1 hour later.
The locations they set were uniformly designated.
Subsequently, Han Shen appeared again in a divine manner, swiftly settling the 150,000 people in the residences of the Thunder Realm. He also issued them a mission to become believers of the divine and contribute all their energy to the development of the Thunder Realm. As believers of the divine, they could become immortal and possess the ability to rapidly enhance their strength like the extraordinary beings.
Immortality and cultivation were immensely attractive to these indigenous farmers of the divine realm, and they instantly became Han Shen's fervent followers.
Based on his own situation, Han Shen told them that his title was Chaos God. He had used his heavenly eye to see that there was no Chaos God in the divine realm, but now there was. When Lu Shiyun saw Han Shen again, her heart surged with waves of astonishment, for just one night had passed, and Han Shen was already imbued with a rich power of belief. As a follower of both the demon god and the light god, she was very familiar with the power of belief. The light god had given her the purpose of collecting it.
He is definitely a god. Lu Shiyun was utterly convinced.
A god appearing in the lower realm would be an unstoppable existence. She knew that neither the demon god nor the light god
would allow her to complete her tasks.
However, this did not mean she had failed, as she could still choose to become Han Shen's apostle.
After
all, she already believed in both the demon god and the light god, so believing in one more god was no issue.
Or rather, in the lower realm, she would only believe in one god. Chaos God? Lu Shiyun looked at Han Shen, her gaze blank. Is there a problem? Han Shen asked in confusion, wondering if there was already a chaos god.
No, he had checked with Trace and found none.
Or was it the title that was inadequate? That didn't
seem right either. Chaos God, chaos, how resounding. There's no problem, my god, it's just that I've never heard the word chaos before, so I don't know your principles and how to spread your faith. Lu Shiyun replied respectfully.
Chaos is the beginning of all things, formless yet substantial. My path is to merge all things, Han Shen replied indifferently.
This was something he made up, but according to the cultural context of Taoism on earth, his explanation was also reasonable. The way of nature is my way. I am different from those gods who rely on plundering faith. I do not pursue belief. It doesn't matter whether you believe or not. You only need to uphold your true heart and do good deeds.
Ah, Lu
Shiyun's eyes were filled with confusion. God, I cannot uphold my true heart while also doing good deeds.
I was born a demon, and upholding my true heart means doing evil deeds. Han Shen's face instantly darkened. Do you want to die? I don't want to die.
Lu Shiyun hurriedly replied, then suddenly realized, oh, I understand now. My true heart is to want to live, and to live, I must do good deeds, so upholding my true heart
means I must do good deeds.
Han Shen looked at Lu Shiyun speechlessly. He had only wanted to threaten her a bit, and she could make such a
connection?
No wonder she was an apostle of the demon god and the light god. Her comprehension of divine intent was comparable to that of students
from Shandong. From today on, this 150,000 people will be under your management. Han Shen directly handed over this time-consuming
and energy-draining task to Lu Shiyun.
I will not disappoint your expectations.
Lu Shiyun felt a surge of excitement in her heart. She had finally gained Han Shen's trust.
She was finally on board, and from now on, she would take off too. Han Shen did not doubt Lu Shiyun's management abilities.
In less than half a month, she had almost taken control of the Heavenly Court. Except for a few of Lin Fan's close friends, all other players looked to Lu Shiyun for guidance, even prioritizing the reporting of intelligence to her.
The Zhou family fully supported Lu Shiyun, which was enough to demonstrate her capabilities. As a divine practitioner, her ability to control these followers was even more effortless.
Before long, several novice villages suddenly welcomed a large influx of new players. Their knowledge of the game was almost non-existent, but their eyes were resolute and fervent, showing no interest in any temptations. In their hearts, they all held the same belief: Chaos God. Congratulations, the number of fervent believers has reached 1 million for the first time. Unlocking the power of faith. Task: becoming a god through faith.
Automatically consuming 1 ad-free card, gaining 5 units of faith power, current faith power 6.07 million. Automatically accepting task: becoming a god through faith. Requirement: obtain 10 billion faith power. What? 100 billion? Han Shen was completely stunned. Even if he could gain 5 times the faith power, he would still need 2 billion fervent believers. This task of becoming a god through faith was too difficult. Fortunately, he had never intended to rely on becoming a god through faith from the start. No wonder those gods had to resort to such sordid means to gain faith power. It was simply too hard to obtain so much normally. Perhaps before they became gods, they accumulated faith power through these means, and then found it useful, continuing to inflict suffering on humanity to gain faith power. The uses of faith power were also immense. One could even say it could do anything, provided there was enough of it. With enough, one could even create a whole new world or destroy one. However, with Han Shen's 6.07 million faith power, he could only cause a landslide or tsunami, which was less effective than a single punch of his. Having another path is also good, Han Shen thought. Lu Ruyan and the others were not as idle as Han Shen and quickly got busy. Han Shen could only wander around with Yao Yao and Su Qing. There really wasn't much to explore in the major towns. They lacked any distinctive features. And Yao Yao had grown tired of just seeing the towns when she had nothing to do in the Peach Blossom secret realm. Su Qing was originally an NPC from Peach Blossom Town. Han Shen then took them to tour the mother planet, and they were quite fascinated by the bustling scenes there. They never expected that humanity could develop to such an extent in just a few thousand years. The human civilization in the divine realm had lasted for millions of years but still seemed so primitive. This is the power of technology. It's not that the human race is foolish, but because there are gods above them. Those gods do not allow the human race to prosper and do not permit any challenges to their authority, Han Shen explained. The human race in the divine realm was bound by the gods and could only live within the established framework, making technological development impossible. I also want to become a player, Su Qing suddenly said thoughtfully. Han Shen smiled slightly. I've been preparing for you, but your task today is to accompany me. Since it was possible for people from the divine realm to become players, Han Shen naturally wouldn't overlook Su Qing. Su Qing was too weak. She needed to grow stronger to keep up with them. The next day, Su Qing began her journey as a player, while Han Shen took Yao Yao to explore the demon realm. Yao Yao was exceptionally interested in the demon realm. However, the current demon realm had no demons in sight, only humans conducting a carpet search. Soon, they arrived at the demon court. The demon court was still under Han Shen's control. Master, 7 spider spirits and a cat demon hurriedly greeted him. Have all the benevolent demons been gathered? Han Shen asked. They have all been gathered, the elder spider spirit replied respectfully. A total of 438 have transformed, and there are 82,622 who have not. So many? Han Shen was somewhat surprised. There are actually this many benevolent demons? Not necessarily that they are kind. Those who have not transformed basically have no chance to eat human flesh, the elder spider spirit explained. Han Shen suddenly realized that this was indeed the case. Human flesh was a very scarce resource in the demon realm, and ordinary non-transformed demons would have no opportunity to taste it. Soon, the 438 transformed demons were brought up, and Han Shen didn't waste time with any empty rhetoric to stir their hearts. He directly
used the Inspire skill to turn them all into his demons. He had leveled up so many times, yet he hadn't supplemented his pet beasts.
As for not transforming, Han Shen continued to let them stay in the demon court, waiting for their
transformation before conducting personality tests, disposing of those who were overly violent or had a taste for human flesh. This time, there was another purpose in rehabilitating these low-level little demons. That was to implement the plan set by the celestial demons, allowing the demon race to become players. Ordinary demons could become players. They had already tested this. Now, they needed to see if the demons he had rehabilitated could also become players.
Soon, one by
one, the rehabilitated demons lay neatly in the game pods.
Experiments, of course, required a sufficient sample size to ensure the accuracy of the results. However, all the demons rehabilitated by Han Shen failed. The results were consistent,
with system prompts indicating that they were not independent entities. They had a soul contract that prevented them from becoming players.
Han Shen frowned, thinking of Lu Shiyun. Did Lu Shiyun not have a soul contract? After using Trace
to investigate, he found that she indeed did not have one. No wonder she was a member of the demon race yet could become an apostle of the God of Light. She was not bound by any soul contract.
As for whether the demons released by Han Shen
could enter the game, he did not conduct that test.
Regardless of whether they could or not, this experiment could not be done. It was too easy to lose control.
The previous experiment with Chi-Chi was a cautionary tale.
He did not want to create a troublesome enemy. As for Yao Yao,
she did not want to become a player because she had the demon god's divine rank given to her by Han Shen. Once the refinement was complete, she could become a demon god without needing to level up
like a player.
Moreover, the player template had a significant drawback: low health points, limited skills, and many restrictions.
After 2 days of relaxation and play, Han Shen was ready to continue leveling up. He was quite curious about
what the so-called upper realm was like. However, when he started looking for monsters to grind, he found that he couldn't find any monsters to level up. The highest level monsters were level 60, and there were only about 10 in a group, while he was already level 88, with each monster giving only 1 point of experience. To this end, Han Shen sought out Lin Fan, who told him that before his rebirth he relied on completing tasks and killing demons to level up.
It was precisely
because it was so difficult to gain experience that it took him a full 7 years to reach level 100. But for Han Shen now, there were simply no demons for him to kill.
Actually, there were still guardians. However, he couldn't just go and
kill them for no reason, and those guardians were all below level 90. Even if he killed them, he could only level up a few times, and after level 90, he wouldn't be able to level up anymore.
After thinking for a moment, Han Shen suddenly had a brilliant idea and went to the low-level monster area.
After all, the minimum experience was 1 point. As long as he ground enough, he could accumulate that little bit to reach level 100.
Isn't level 88 just 740 million experience? As long as I grind 500 million monsters, I can level up. What a load of crap. Han Shen looked at his completely stagnant experience and was utterly speechless. The result was even worse than he had anticipated. Relying on his extremely fast
speed, he changed grinding spots every second, yet after grinding 10 spots and over 1,000 monsters, he found that his experience had only increased by 1 point. So, while it looked like 1 point, it actually counted to at least 3 decimal places. He had originally thought he could change 60 grinding spots per minute to gain 60,000 experience, thinking he could reach level 89 in a few months, but now it seemed it would take years.
Therefore, this method was definitely not feasible. Han Shen suddenly remembered the 3 celestial demon essence pills in his backpack. What if I cultivate 3 celestial demons and then kill them to level up?
Kill the celestial demons and use their essence pills to cultivate
even stronger demons.
With this thought, Han Shen immediately took action. He casually selected 3 untransformed demons in the demon realm and fed them the celestial demon essence pills. Puff puff puff. The result was different
from what Han Shen had anticipated.
After the 3 untransformed demons consumed the demon cores, they not only did not become stronger, but instead, unable to withstand the power of the demon cores, their bodies swelled up and then exploded. Fortunately, the heavenly demon cores were not destroyed, they merely shrank a bit and could still be used.
However, they definitely could not be given to ordinary demons.
After using Trace to investigate, he found that at least a golden level template demon could barely withstand the power of the heavenly demon cores. Not only did it require a golden level template, but refining also took quite a bit of time, at least half a month, or even several months at most.
In the end, Han Shen gave the 3 heavenly demon cores to Kakarot, Kiki, and the White Wolf.
As the first 3 demons to awaken their spirits, they deserved this for all they had done. As for his own upgrade, Han Shen planned to head to the demon
realm. He still had a pass to the demon realm in his hand.
The demon realm was different from the demon world. The demon world belonged to the lower realms, while the demon realm was on the same level as the upper realm where Lucius was,
belonging to the upper realm.
At worst, I'll just keep a low profile in the demon realm. It should be fine, Han Shen thought. Based on Lucius's strength as a standard, his attributes could easily crush those from the upper realm.
The only
thing he feared was the so-called gods who could interfere with the upper realm.
To prevent any unexpected incidents, Han Chan left his pets behind.
He wasn't going to deal with gods, he was enough on his own.
After bidding farewell to Yao
and the others, Han Chen took out the special grade pass to the demon realm and used it directly. A pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared before him, and without hesitation, Han Chen stepped into it.
You have discovered the demon realm.
Contrary to Han Chen's imagination of a dark and sunless place, although he couldn't see the sun in the sky, it was not dark at all. Instead, it was very bright. Han Chen looked around. There were no tall mountains or large trees obstructing his view, and as far as the eye could see, there were colorful flowers of various shapes.
Anyone who didn't know would think they had arrived in paradise.
Before Han Chen could carefully admire these flowers, suddenly about
10 people appeared and surrounded him.
These people were both male and female. The women were stunningly beautiful, any one of them could be considered a national beauty, while the men were grotesquely ugly, with no aligned features to be found.
Oh, a human, what a rare sight.
Several demon women looked
at Han Chen, nearly drooling. So handsome.
A few demon women, with greedy expressions, licked their lips and approached Han Chen while unfastening the already scant fabric on their bodies as they walked. Han Chen glanced at the demon men. They seemed unconcerned about the actions of the demon women and
instead showed curiosity.
What a disgrace! Han Chen was thoroughly disgusted and directly unleashed the power of chaos. -6.499 million -6.499 million. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the golden level boss half-demon Wu Jiao, level 72, gaining 2334 experience, plus 1 skill point, plus 100 dimensional reputation. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the golden level boss half-demon Lai Fu, level 65, gaining 1 experience, plus 1 skill point, plus 100 dimensional reputation. In just one encounter, the 10 or so people were instantly killed by Han Chen. Not bad, encountering over 10 golden level bosses right after arriving. The quality of demons in this realm is quite high.
Han Chen was very pleased. The most
important thing was that the demon realm, being an upper realm, did not start the demon levels from 100, which meant he only needed to find demons of the appropriate level to kill without constantly facing experience decay.
The only thing he was dissatisfied with was that the drop mechanism for these demons was the same as for humans. They dropped items they possessed.
These 10 or so demons were clearly poor, as they only dropped a single purple orb.
Automatically consumed advertisement.
Exemption card *13, obtained basic demon cultivation method, legendary *13, demon gold *13. Han Chen frowned. Even the purple orb was just a cultivation method. It seemed that the status of these half-demons was very low, but this is also good. Even the lower ranked demons are at levels 60 to 70, so those slightly higher up are enough for him to level up. Using trace to clearly investigate the location of the demon gathering, Han Chen's figure instantly vanished. The next second, he found himself in a demon gathering place.
So primitive. Han Chen's voice immediately attracted the attention of the entire demon tribe. A human? Why is there a human? Quick, catch him. All the half-demons
extended their right hands, and strands of black mist gathered together, forming a cage that was about to envelop Han Chen.
In the next moment, Han Chen activated the power of chaos again, instantly annihilating all the half-demons in the tribe.
There were over 100 half-demons in this tribe, with levels ranging from 60 to 90, all of them golden tier templates, providing Han Chen with nearly 20 million experience points. Looking at the purple orbs scattered on the ground, Han Chen couldn't be bothered to pick them up. His figure flickered and disappeared again. These demon techniques could only be practiced by demons, and they had no value to bring back for the Blood Rose players.
After destroying a dozen more demon tribes, Han Chen unexpectedly learned the distribution pattern of the demon tribes. The denser the demonic energy, the higher the level of the demons. He could directly investigate the density of the demonic energy with his heavenly eye. Soon, he arrived at an area where the average level of the demons was 90.
At this point, his experience gain rate finally saw a qualitative improvement. Moreover, the layers of the annihilation demon technique began to stack up rapidly. Before long, his level also reached 90. Congratulations, you have reached level 90, gaining 1 skill point and 20 free attribute points. Your equipment Chaos Whip, Super God, Chaos Pearl, Super God, Chaos Battle Armor, Super God, has been upgraded to level 90. Han Chen had completely lost interest in the attribute boosts from leveling up and equipment upgrades. This increase was insignificant compared to the Chaos Demon technique. However, he was quite curious about the Heavenly Eye ability at level 90. Domain, Absolute Domain. Domain? Is this considered a divine ability? When encountering something he didn't understand, he naturally used Trace to take a look. In an instant, he gained clarity. In the Absolute Domain, he was absolutely invincible, and the range and duration of the Absolute Domain depended on his mana. With a thought, Han Chen instantly expanded the Absolute Domain, directly enveloping tens of thousands of demon tribes. He was fully aware of everything happening within the domain, clearer than if he had seen it with his own eyes. At the same time, the range of all area effect skills and effects expanded to the domain's range. In other words, congratulations. You have reached level 91, gaining 1 skill point and 20 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have reached level 95, gaining 1 skill point and 20 free attribute points. Your equipment Chaos Whip, Super God, Chaos Pearl, Super God, Chaos Battle Armor, Super God, has been upgraded to level 95. Congratulations, you have reached level 96, gaining 1 skill point and 20 free attribute points. Han Shen's face lit up with joy. It turned out that this domain was
the most practical divine ability.
Expanding the domain and then using the power of chaos instantly turned these tens of thousands of demon tribes into nothingness. His Annihilation Demon technique also instantly increased by 500,000 layers. Moreover, as long as he went to a place with denser demonic energy and did it again, he estimated he could reach level 100.
Now this is what leveling up is about. He couldn't endure 7 years like Lin Fan. Just as Han Chen was preparing
to continue towards the area with denser demonic energy, he suddenly found himself unable to move.
What's going on?
Han Chen was taken aback. The air around him seemed to freeze, and an invisible pressure firmly locked him in place.
He possessed the Chaos Guardian passive with the Chaos Helmet, so how could he be controlled?
Moreover, he was in the absolute domain. He shouldn't be able to be controlled in there either. Yet the reality was that he couldn't move at all, not even to blink. He wanted to return to the Thunder Realm, but he felt no trace of its existence, as if the spiritual connection to the Thunder Realm had been severed.
Spirit of Chaos, Han Chen called out in his heart. Logically, the Spirit of Chaos should be in tune with his thoughts, and at this moment, it should have summoned the Chaos Purple Chi to help him break through the void and leave. In the next moment, he felt the information coming from the Spirit of Chaos. It had indeed used the Chaos Purple Chi, not just a little, but all of it. However, the space was sealed, and he couldn't break free at all.
Damn it! Han Shen's mind shook. A strong sense of crisis washed over him.
This can't be a god, can it? I've
only been in the demon realm for less than half an hour. Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment echoed from the horizon, carrying an ancient resonance that seemed to penetrate the barriers of time and space.
In the next moment,
the originally bright sky suddenly darkened, and then a blood-red eye appeared, overshadowing the entire sky.
That eye seemed to be gazing at Han Chen. Interesting.
The voice rang out again, and then the blood-red eye quickly receded, the sky becoming clear once more, as if nothing had happened. But Han Chen found that he still couldn't move.
Not only that, he suddenly felt a sinking sensation beneath his feet, and in the next moment he saw the sky seemingly falling down. Soon, he pierced through the clouds in the sky, and what he could see was no longer the sky, but a pitch-black void, with a few twinkling stars. It was then that he understood it was not the sky that was falling, but he and the area enveloped by the domain were leaving the earth, heading into space. Han Shen's heart was filled with shock and terror. This power far exceeded his understanding, and most importantly, he could do nothing. He had no idea where he would be taken or what he would face. After an unknown amount of time, Han Chen suddenly saw an incredibly massive figure surrounded by countless stars that revolved around it. Suddenly, 2 red beams shot out, shattering the planets in their path. It turned out that the figure had opened its eyes, and the red light was released from those blood-red eyes, larger than the stars themselves. In the next moment, the red light also shone upon Han Chen's domain. A breath of annihilation came, but Han Chen's domain remained completely still, and he suffered no harm. Han Chen could clearly sense the confusion in those enormous eyes. The absolute domain seemed to surpass its understanding. The next moment, those giant eyes closed, and then a seemingly smaller giant appeared outside Han Chen's domain. The demon god. At that moment, Han Chen finally realized what existence he was facing, the absolute ruler of the demon realm, the demon god, the very being he least wanted to encounter. He felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have cleared the tribes one by one. He suspected that it was his absolute domain that had attracted the demon god. Why? The cold voice of the demon god came. Han Chen instantly understood what the demon god meant. It wanted to know what Han Chen's absolute domain was all about.
Han Chen did not answer. In fact, he couldn't answer.
Although he was within his own domain, he still couldn't speak. Moreover, even if he could speak, he wouldn't reveal that the way he obtained the heavenly eye was his greatest secret. The demon god wouldn't know what was going on, which meant the mystery of his advertisement.
If it found out, his trump card might be compromised.
After all, it was a god
who knew if it had some strange means to track down his hidden cards. Sensing Han Chen's emotions, the demon god spoke again, "Submit or be eternally imprisoned." Upon hearing this, Han Chen felt a sense of relief. This meant the demon god could only confine him and could not pose any other substantial threat. Han Chen did not respond, but the demon god seemed to have received an answer, letting out a cold snort, causing the surrounding stars to explode. However, Han Chen within the domain still suffered no harm.
Now Han Chen was completely at ease. Eternal imprisonment?
What a beautiful thought. A trace of magical power surged from Han Chen's eyes, then dissipated into the void. However, the next moment, he and his domain were turned half a circle, and the demon god was no longer visible. Han Chen's death had just been layered on when it was interrupted. There was no way around it. The heavenly eye technique could only be released through his eyes. With a domain, he could release it through that, but his domain couldn't even cover a planet, let alone the fact that the demon god was probably several star systems away.
Han Shan was not discouraged, he was
merely betting on that 1% chance to trigger something, never really considering stacking the layers of death indefinitely.
Surely there would be times when the demon god was not present, right? As long as the binding was lifted, even if, just for a moment, he could take the opportunity to leave and never return to the demon realm again. However, Han Shan waited for a whole month. During this month, the spatial confinement remained completely still, even as the chaotic purple energy continuously surged against it, causing no loosening whatsoever. At first, Han Shan's mind was highly focused, but later he completely gave up. He realized that gods had no concept of time. What seemed like a casual moment could be tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of years. It was unlikely that he would wait for the demon god to leave in the short term. Fortunately, the energy within him was abundant, and he no longer needed to eat, so he wasn't afraid of waiting. Thus, he simply emptied his mind and treated it like a long sleep. Of course, his giving up didn't mean that the spirit of chaos was also giving up. As long as there was a slight opening, the spirit of chaos would take him away. Why? Hasn't brother Han Shen come back yet? Yi Qingwan said, feeling bored.
Since Han Shen went to the demon realm, they had lost contact with him. According to Lu Shiyun, the demon realm belonged to the upper realm, and there was a barrier
between it and the lower realm, so information couldn't be sent back.
It's only been a month. Time means nothing to gods. He might not come back for 10,000 years, and you'll understand once you become a god, Lu Shiyun said casually.
How do you know? Have you ever been a god?
Lu Ruyan looked at Lu Shiyun, her eyes filled with doubt.
No. Lu Shiyun replied, but before I became your sister, the demon god told me that the divine realm would soon open, and then I
waited for thousands of years. While they were chatting, deep underground in the demon realm's demon court, a massive heart thumped once. Beside the heart, a gigantic egg trembled and then cracked open.
Han Shen, you can't come back.
A large bird with dark feathers broke free from the shell, quickly shrinking down, and in the blink of an eye transformed into a man clad in a dark feathered robe, none other than the demon master.
Didn't expect this, huh? I can be resurrected. Ha 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 ha, the demon master laughed heartily, feeling the rich demonic power within him.
Not only had he been resurrected, but he had also ascended to the legendary heavenly demon realm.
That was a realm named after the strongest demon race in the divine realm, the heavenly demon lord. Unexpectedly, he had turned misfortune into fortune and achieved it.
It's a pity I can't kill you myself for revenge. The joy on the demon master's face faded, replaced by resentment.
He then looked
at the massive heart beside him, his expression complex. Heavenly demon lord, I have put in so much effort and prepared for so many years, and you finally show signs of resurrection.
But the divine realm doesn't need two heavenly demons.
You'll have to sleep forever. Rest assured, I will use your power to make the entire divine realm submit at my feet. Saying this, the demon master opened his mouth wide, and a suction force came, instantly drawing the massive heart into his mouth and swallowing it whole.
Slurp, so delicious. A hint of intoxication flashed in the demon master's eyes. Is this the taste of the heavenly demon lord? Suddenly, the demon master's brow furrowed as he felt an inexplicable power surging within him. The next moment, his expression changed drastically. No. The demon suppression tower, Yang? Not Yang. To be able to break the heavenly kingdom in one's palm, their strength is not to be underestimated. What? A pity to have provoked the demon god. Lord. The demon master opened his eyes, revealing crimson pupils with golden whites. I in the next moment, a surge of demonic power flowed through him, transforming his appearance from that of a middle-aged man to that of a handsome young man. If Han Shen were still here, he would definitely recognize him. This appearance was almost identical to that of the celestial demon. At the same time, powerful energy fluctuations suddenly erupted in several deep mountains within the divine realm, followed by waves of mental energy breaking through the void and then pouring into the demon realm, eventually surging into the celestial demon's head. Yang is dead. It turns out there are not only the demon clan but also the Holy Light Church. Alas, the demon clan has once again repeated the mistakes of 10,000 years ago, nearly being exterminated. Oh, so it was Han Shen who passed my test, and Yao Yao obtained the inheritance? Bai Jia is to be the guardian? What is my remnant soul thinking? It doesn't matter, as long as I retrieve the inheritance and blood essence, I can restore my peak strength. Unfortunately, my old friend, our ideals ultimately cannot be realized. The celestial demon sighed, covering the position of his heart. I have been completely eroded by the blood of the demon god and can only be the demon god's lackey now. So, next is to find Yao Yao, Lu Shiyun? Lu Shiyun looked at the strangely handsome man before her heart surging with waves. She could not possibly not recognize the celestial demon. Before transforming into a demonic seed and entering the mother planet, it was she who had sabotaged the alliance between the demon clan and the human clan, and it was also she who had personally transferred the blood of the demon god to the celestial demon's heart. How is the celestial demon still alive? It must be fake, just a resemblance. Lu Shiyun thought to herself. Hello, handsome, do we know each other? However, the celestial demon's next words shattered her fantasy. Demoness, the last time I saw you was tens of thousands of years ago. How did you manage to betray the demon god? My lord?
The celestial demon was not used to calling him my lord, but under the constraints of the blood of the demon god, he felt uncomfortable not doing so.
It's really you, Lu.
Shiryun exclaimed in shock, then feigned calmness. I didn't betray the demon god, I was infiltrating the enemy as an undercover agent.
Since you have already pledged allegiance to the demon god, then we are on the same side. On the same side? Then what's with the holy light power on you? The celestial demon laughed. And even if you didn't betray the demon god, do you think I would let you go?
Lu Shiryun's face changed drastically. She knew she couldn't escape this time. However, she quickly remembered that she was now a player, and her
confidence surged. When will grievances be settled? Now that I'm a player, what can you do to me? At most, you can just make me drop below level 10. Below level 10? It's not that simple.
The celestial demon laughed. That guy behind you has told me the spatial coordinates of the novice village, my esteemed enemy. Lu Shiryun quickly looked back and saw Lin Fan
trailing behind her, looking innocent.
You bastard. Lu Shiryun was filled with rage. She never expected that Lin Fan, as a reborn person, would be foolish enough to leak the spatial coordinates of the novice village, the last refuge of the human clan. I thought he was just a demon merchant. It was actually Han. I had no choice, and I wanted to use this to weaken the
demon clan's strength, Lin Fan stammered. A failure in success, a disaster in defeat.
Lu Shiryun glared at Lin Fan fiercely, but it was useless to scold him now.
With a thought, the holy light staff appeared in her hand.
Then, a pure and sacred energy surged from within her body. Great God of light, you are the source of all light and justice in the world. The power of demons crashes upon us like a raging tide. I am small and fragile, but I hold a steadfast faith in my heart.
With your mercy, dispel this endless darkness, and with your majesty, intimidate the evil demons.
Your most loyal follower implores you to grant me courage and strength. Let your holy light illuminate the path ahead of me.
I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to you, follow your guidance, and never retreat until the light once again shines upon the earth.
Pohahaha. Lu Shiryun's plea sank like a stone into the sea, but the laughter of the celestial demon echoed in the air. I originally wanted to see how much power the God of Light could bestow upon you, but I didn't expect the God of Light to abandon
you directly. You haven't betrayed the God of Light too, have you?
Ha. Lu Shiryun's face was full of resentment. She had merely worshipped the God of Chaos for a moment, yet the God of Light had cast her aside. What a scoundrel of a god. At this moment, her last hope was Han Chen. Great God of Chaos, you are the source of all light and justice in the world.
And the God of Chaos? The celestial demon asked in surprise. I've never even heard of it. You weren't deceived, were you?
Suddenly, the celestial demon frowned. The demon lord is urging me, so I won't waste time with you.
Let's send you to meet your God of Chaos. With a flick of the celestial demon's finger, a beam of red energy shot
out, but just as it was about to strike Lu Shiryun, a stone figure suddenly appeared, blocking the red energy.
Master, what do you mean by the demon lord?
Bai Jie's angry voice came from within the stone figure.
Oh, Bai Jie, you arrived just in time, the celestial demon said with a mocking smile. Do you know the mission of the Guardians?
Of course I know, it's to protect the human race.
But master, please tell me what the demon lord means?
Bai Jie's voice was filled with sorrow and anger.
The celestial
demon, however, did not answer him and continued. In fact, much of the content of the celestial demon's secret realm is true.
Every 10,000 years, the Guardians will devour 90% of the human race and then offer sacrifices to me. At first, you won't feel it, only on that day will you suddenly realize your mission. Such a clever design was actually implemented by the Phoenix under the witch's guidance.
Every sacrifice you make will nourish the blood of the demon lord in my heart, and that which is now standing right behind you.
And now, you are still protecting her. How interesting. This world is truly too interesting. Ha! The celestial demon laughed almost maniacally. Don't you believe it? Then I'll make you realize your mission right now. The slaughter has begun. The celestial demon squinted, muttering
incantations, and the pure white energy on Bai Jie's stone figure suddenly became unstable, slowly turning red, while the stone figure's eyes had turned blood red.
Master, stop. Don't make any more mistakes. Bai Jie's struggling voice came through. The one who is wrong is not me, but the gods. No one can stop the gods. Since that's the case, it's better to have a short pain than a long one. Let you know the truth. The celestial demon's eyes were filled with madness. What a pen. Suddenly, a cold voice came. The celestial demon was taken aback and looked back, and then his expression became even more frenzied. Yao Yao, my dear disciple, you came just in time, saving me the trouble of looking for you. Swish, a silver wolf suddenly appeared behind the celestial demon, quietly watching him. The celestial demon's eyes were filled with disbelief, and then his consciousness quickly faded away, collapsing limply to the ground. The red light on Bai Jie's stone figure also quickly dissipated. Is Master dead? Is this over? Lin Fan asked in disbelief. Lu Shiryun rolled her eyes. What else? This damage is longer than a phone number. 10 celestial demons are dead for sure. Immediately, an unprecedented fervor blossomed in her eyes. Is this the pet of the God of Chaos? So powerful. The God of Chaos truly heard my call. Suddenly, she anxiously looked at Bai Jie. Was the celestial demon's secret method effective against all guardians?
They haven't already started devouring
The human race, have they?
They are all loyal followers of the god of chaos in the future. Lu Shiyun's emotional shifts were too rapid, leaving
Jia, who was already confused, stunned and speechless, making Lu Shiyun even more anxious.
Don't worry, I've already calmed them all down, Yao Yao said. She had accepted the inheritance of the celestial demon, which naturally included the secrets of the guardian's mystical arts.
Moreover, after
absorbing the divine essence of the demon god, her strength had already surpassed that of the celestial demon.
Even if the silver wolf's ambush had failed, she could still suppress the celestial demon.
Therefore, she had never felt anxious from the very beginning.
That's great, Lu Shiyun exclaimed
excitedly, but then suddenly grew anxious. No, the crisis has been resolved too quickly. It's not beneficial for gathering faith.
We need everyone to feel
despair first, so that the greatness of the Lord of Chaos can be manifested.
Yao Yao smiled slightly. That's easy to handle. From now on, she could command the guardians at will, and Han Shan's Shinchao demon was still left in the lower realm. Han Shan suddenly woke up from his daze. If
he remembered correctly, he had been trapped for half a year. Han Shan looked at the sky, and it had been 192 days.
Now, he could finally move, not
because the demon god had lifted the seal, but because he had grown strong enough to resist it.
However, he did not leave immediately as he had previously
thought. Since the demon god could no longer restrict him, it was time to eliminate the demon god.
Han Shan looked at the demon god, stacking the effect of death.
However, the next moment, the demon god's figure actually disappeared.
The demon god had escaped. Han Shan scoffed, not pursuing the demon god but instantly arriving in the demon realm. Han Shan's domain unfolded, instantly covering the entire demon realm. He was taken aback for a moment and directly used the power of chaos.
Congratulations, you have reached level 97, gaining 1 skill point and 20 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have reached level 100, gaining 1 skill point and 20 free attribute points. Your equipment Chaos Whip, Super God, Chaos Pearl, Super God, Chaos Battlesuit, Super God, has been upgraded to level 100. Quest Ascend has been completed. You can choose to ascend at any time. Congratulations, you have reached level 101, gaining 1 skill point and 100 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have reached level 110. Congratulations, you have reached level 120. Notice, your level has reached the limit of the rules.
Automatically accepting quest, Enlightenment. To Godhood requirements, reach level 120, completed, Enlightenment, not completed. Another Godhood quest. Han Shan remembered he had another quest, which was to achieve Godhood through faith. How much faith did he have now? Quest, achieve Godhood through faith requirements, 111.1 billion/10 billion, completed. Damn, 100 billion, so why not directly achieve Godhood?
Please set your divine title ______.
I see. Han Shan had been
asleep and had not noticed the prompt at all.
God of Chaos. Congratulations, you have achieved the divine position of the God of Chaos. The power of
faith erupted from Han Shan, and his momentum soared rapidly. However, at that moment, the demon god reappeared, along with a god radiating golden light.
God of Light. Han Shan suddenly gained clarity. But why did the God of Light and the demon god appear together? The two gods did not give Han Shan time to think. Their figures instantly overlapped.
Omnipotent God, main god, Han Shan did not expect that the God of Light and the demon god were actually
one. Before Han Shan could react, chains of order emerged from the void, binding him tightly. The aura around Han Shan rapidly weakened, and he noticed
that his power of faith was also declining rapidly.
What's going on? Why is this happening?
You must be the vessel of the Mother Star's will, truly
powerful. A vague voice came through.
I didn't expect you to grow to such a level in just half a year. Unfortunately, any resistance is futile. Merging
into the divine realm is your only way out. Mother Star's will?
Han Shan was confused. He wasn't from the Mother Star, so how could he know anything
about the Mother Star's will? Do not resist, or I will completely obliterate your consciousness. Do you think the divine realm is the way out given to you by the rules?
Little do you know, I have been studying these rules for hundreds of millions of years.
Since you still refuse to show yourself, I will strip you of your player's identity and erase you altogether.
Warning, player template is detaching. Player template has detached.
The pop-up flashed and disappeared, but Han Shan could no longer bring up his attribute panel. Puff!
In the next moment, Han Shan transformed into a mist of
blood. Not the will of the mother planet. Then who is he, and where is the will of the mother planet?
The omnipotent God quickly sensed the world
of the divine realm. No need to search, I am here.
In the sky above Taoyuan town, Lin Fan looked up at the sky, and surprisingly, a woman's voice came
from his mouth. A smile played at the corners of his lips. You don't think he is me, do you?
The omnipotent God revealed a look of horror. Why are you
still so weak? Then who is he? Without your will, how can he improve so quickly?
Lin Fan smiled slightly. I am also curious where you came from, why you appeared, and why you want to help me. Who are you talking to? The omnipotent god sensed the entire world and found no trace of Han Chen. He had, indeed, turned into a mist of blood.
She is talking to me. Han Chen suddenly appeared in front of the omnipotent god.
The omnipotent god's gaze sharpened, and the chains of order once again bound towards Han Chen, but this time they passed through Han Chen's body as if nothing existed ahead.
In the perception
of the omnipotent god, there was indeed nothing ahead, yet he could clearly see Han Chen.
Who exactly are you? The omnipotent god looked at Han Chen warily.
You can call me Han Chen, or you can refer to the will behind me, Chaos, Han Chen said.
Chaos? Why have I never heard of it? Because you are ignorant and narrow-minded,
a god of a small world who doesn't even know what chaos is, yet dares to covet the vast universe.
Die. The chaotic
purple energy flickered in Han Chen's eyes, and before the omnipotent god could react, he turned into nothingness.
Damn, big shot, awesome. Han Chen
watched the process of chaos annihilating the omnipotent god, not expecting that after removing the player template, chaos would be so terrifying.
Tip.
You have obtained the player template. Tip. God of advertising has left. Tip. Chaos set has become invalid. Tip. Young friend, you can return to Earth at any time. Han Chen quickly checked his attribute panel and found that the 3 god-level talents were still there, but the chaos set and the
advertising exemption card had disappeared.
Similarly, when he clicked on the gold coins, he could no longer watch ads to earn gold.
It doesn't matter. Anyway, I've cleared the game. If it's gone, it's gone. After all, he was already a god. Could he still lack money? I can go home now. I wonder how my parents are doing. Just thinking of his family made Han Chen eager to return.
Ru Yen, Xingwan, Yao Yao, Su Cheng, come home with me to see mom and dad.
Little money fan, squeak 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 squeak. And me and my wife. Lucius, fellow townsman, take me with you. Han Chen quickly nodded. Right, I almost forgot about you.
A glimmer flashed in Han Chen's eyes, and Lucius turned to ash. When Chaos left, it had already informed him of the whole
story.
The divine realm was a test for the advancement of civilization and a form of protection, but it was exploited by the omnipotent god, becoming a tool for him to seize the power of faith. Lin Fan did not undergo reincarnation. He was the savior deduced by the will of the mother planet. His so-called reincarnation was merely a projected image, and the cost of the projection was the imminent dissipation of the will of the mother planet, regardless
of whether Lin Fan succeeded or not.
Lucius, on the other hand, was the vessel of the Earth's will, as the Earth was also about to connect to the divine
realm.
To better cope with this, the Earth's will chose the most divine person from the strongest nation, England, Lucius, and allowed him to arrive in the divine realm 100 years early. However, Lucius soon forgot his original intentions. His divinity made it easy for him to become a minion of the God of Light, and as a result, the Earth's will dissipated. The will of the Earth believed that the end was near, unaware that behind the Earth lay a
primordial world.
As a punishment from the Almighty God, and under the intervention of chaos, Han Chen arrived in the divine realm with a super cheat. When Han Chen was stripped of his player panel, the constraints of chaos were completely lifted, and the fate of the Almighty God was already sealed.
This is how a city should look.
Han Chen strolled through the mall with Lu Ruyan and the others, handsome men and beautiful women drawing the attention of those around them.
At the same time, an advertisement on the mall's advertising wall announced, the Divine Realm game will globally launch on November 11, 2024. This is a groundbreaking holographic virtual online game. The end.